Chapter 1. You are truly beyond my reach. Introduction. At the pinnacle of Taiyuan, the great Xuanhua mountain, Li Chuani, Zhao Wanshan, and you two shameless lovers. Just wait for me, I will. Zhou Dingtian, you talk too much. A figure appeared out of thin air behind the nearly disintegrated essence of a man. When Zhou Dingtian discerned the true form of this figure, he laughed. He laughed recklessly, arrogantly, his dark hair swirling like a dance of demons. Ah, Su Sheng, you truly are my best brother, Zhou Dingtian. Not good. This great demon is about to perish. Fellow Taoists, quickly lend me your strength. In an instant, myriad rays of light engulfed Zhou Dingtian. Just as his essence was on the verge of collapse, no one noticed a wisp of black mist slipping into the abyss, concealed within the brilliance. Time passed like a shuttle, and after countless years drifting in the depths, this wisp of black mist finally descended into a new realm, aided by a shooting star. Main text. Tonight is the New Year's Eve of the Great Yuan, with countless lights aglow and red lanterns hanging high. A carriage halted before a desolate mansion, devoid of visitors. Miss, we should reconsider and come another day. The Zhou family has encountered great misfortune, and to choose this evening to withdraw from the engagement I fear. A woman clad in a red dress, draped with a fur shawl, arrogantly descended from the carriage and struck her maid across the face. Stop the nonsense and go knock on the door. The maid, clutching her face, approached to knock. As she did, a mournful cry suddenly resonated from within the Zhou residence. Master! Upon hearing this wail echoing from the Zhou mansion, Su Qiao forcefully kicked open the door. Inside the Zhou residence, in a side chamber, Mrs. Zhou was sprawled over Zhou Ding's bed, wailing uncontrollably. Dinger! Her cries brought tears to the eyes of the servants within the room. My Dinger! A heart-wrenching shout echoed inside, prompting Zhou Cheng to break free from the support of two servants and stagger into the room. Upon witnessing his wife weeping over Zhou Ding, the head of the Zhou family could no longer withstand the agony of losing a son and spat out a mouthful of blood. On New Year's Eve, while countless red lanterns illuminated the night, the Zhou family faced the tragic fate of a parent mourning their child. This unbearable reality pushed the already wounded and grief-stricken Zhou Cheng to the brink of collapse. Everyone, step aside. Outside, chaos ensued. Ignoring the two maids' attempts to restrain her, Su Qiao boldly stepped into the chamber. Seeing that Zhou Ding, the frail boy, was truly dead, Su Qiao not only felt no sorrow, but wore a look of triumph. Lord Zhou, your son is dead, which simplifies matters for me. Disregarding the sorrow enveloping the room and the blood staining Zhou Cheng's heart, Su Qiao tossed the marriage contract onto the table and declared, Lord Zhou, please sign. Sign what? Her words drew the attention of everyone in the room. What else could be signed? Certainly, a marriage contract. Lord Zhou cannot possibly believe that I would wed you, a lifeless invalid, in a ghost marriage and become a widow of the Zhou family. That would be quite the delusion. With Zhou Ding deceased, the dissolution of the engagement was an effortless matter for Su Qiao. Miss Qiao, my son has treated you kindly in the past, and now that he has recently passed, this marriage must naturally be nullified. However, might you wait while I arrange his funeral? Zhou Cheng's voice was nearly pleading. I cannot wait. Su Qiao interrupted, resolutely asserting, Lord Zhou, you truly have an impressive scheme, even seeking to exploit your deceased son. What? Do you intend to leverage your son's death to bind my Su family to assist you through this sorrowful time? Lord Zhou, one must conduct oneself with integrity otherwise. It is all too easy to tarnish the reputation of your ancestors. Su Qiao's words were venomous, inciting Zhou Cheng to the point of fury, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. My lord, witnessing their master in such distress, chaos erupted within the room. The night was thick with stars, occasionally punctuated by shooting stars streaking across the dark sky. The door to the side room stood wide open, and through this opening, a fierce wind suddenly swept in. The gust extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness. In the faint moonlight, no one noticed a wisp of black mist swiftly penetrate the roof and plunge into Zhou Ding's body. Where am I? Surrounded by darkness, Zhou Ding rubbed his temples. Following the Battle of Daxa Mountain, He had become a pariah had he not discreetly sent a fragment of his primordial spirit out in the final moments. He might have truly perished at Daxa Mountain. Reflecting on that solitary fragment of his spirit wandering the abyss for a century, recalling Su Sheng's betrayal and the betrayal of his wife, who not only concealed secrets from him, but also divulged his weaknesses to powerful figures. Su Qiao, I will fight you to the end. Before Zhou Ding could fully express his wrath, a fierce shout reached his ears. Upon seeing her husband so grievously affected by Su Qiao, Madame Zhou's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a frenzied lioness as she lunged at Su Qiao. Su Qiao stood her ground, and as Madame Zhou charged, she lifted her foot and kicked at Madame Zhou's abdomen. This strike sent Madame Zhou crashing to the ground. Madame Zhou, you should swiftly sign the papers. Once you do, I might show you some mercy and provide funds for a grand burial for both Lord Zhou and Zhou Ding. Su Qiao, you have wronged my son and now driven my husband to the brink of death, you venomous vixen. Her head was already heavy, and the noise in her ears only compounded her irritation. As Zhou Ding comprehended the bickering within the room, his patience wore thin. Madame Zhou arose from the floor and charged at Su Qiao once more, only to be met with another kick that sent her sprawling back down. Madame Zhou, do not overstep your bounds. Today, this marriage will be annulled, regardless of who tries to stop it. Who is making such a clamor in my ear? A voice abruptly pierced the darkness. At the sound, Zhou Ding rubbed his head and sat up from his couch. Dinger, Madame Zhou, lying on the floor, rubbed her eyes. Zhou Ding, you are not dead? Seeing Zhou Ding rise from the grave, Su Qiao widened her eyes in disbelief. Ignoring the astonished expression surrounding him, Zhou Ding slowly descended from the couch. Upon noticing Zhou Chong lying on the ground, he instantly comprehended the identity he had assumed. Without further ado, Zhou Ding strode directly towards Su Qiao. Slap! A resounding sound filled the room. After delivering a sharp blow to Su Qiao, Zhou Ding approached Madame Zhou. Dinger, you, do not frighten yourself, I have a shadow. Extending his hand to assist the tearful Madame Zhou, Zhou Ding abruptly turned to face Su Qiao. With Zhou Ding's reminder, Su Qiao regained her composure. How dare you, Zhou Ding, strike me? With a red handprint on her face, Su Qiao shouted furiously at Zhou Ding. Your looks are rather mediocre. After scrutinizing Su Qiao from head to toe, Zhou Ding stroked his chin and continued, do not embarrass yourself here with such an unattractive appearance. How dare you aspire to associate with me? Chapter 2. Behold, the confession unveiled Zhou Ding. You frail wretch, what do you dare to utter? Do you have the audacity to repeat that? Su Qiao was incensed. Not only had a man publicly humiliated her for her appearance, but he had the gall to imply that she was reaching beyond her station. What woman could endure such an affront? Where is the marriage certificate? Ignoring Su Qiao, Zhou Ding turned his gaze towards Madame Zhou, prompting her to notice the coldness and estrangement reflected in his eyes. With her husband newly deceased and her son seemingly transformed into a stranger, Madame Zhou felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Madame, observing their mistress struggling to maintain her composure, the two maidservants hurriedly rushed to support her. The woman before them, with her disheveled hair, pale complexion, tear-stained cheeks, and the unmistakable marks of footsteps upon her attire, appeared utterly disheartened. Noticing the imprints on Madame Zhou's gown, Zhou Ding slowly turned to face Su Qiao, advancing toward her with deliberate steps. Zhou Ding, what do you intend to do? Su Qiao quivered in fear, for the intensity of his gaze felt as if she were being stalked by a venomous serpent. Slap! Another resounding slap echoed within the room. The first strike was a reprimand for the incessant chatter instigated by her insipid mother, while this second blow was a chastisement for her disrespect towards her elders. With those words, Zhou Ding delivered two more sharp slaps, unmistakably a retribution for the two kicks she had inflicted upon Madame Zhou. Su Qiao, completely bewildered by this relentless barrage, found herself at a loss. She forgot to retaliate, forgot to hurl insults. Turning her gaze towards Su Qiao's maid, Zhou Ding commanded, spare yourself the slap. Now, immediately, take your insufferable mistress and be gone. If anyone could claim to understand Zhou Ding, it would be this maid, yet she now discerned a profound change in him. This transformation was not madness. It was the emergence of an entirely different persona, as she had just distinctly heard him refer to her mistress as this lady. Overwhelmed with fear and astonishment, the maid hastily grabbed the dazed Su Qiao and fled. The servants in the room stood frozen, sharing a collective bewilderment. Was the young master before them still the frail, delicate scholar they had known? Disregarding the astonishment surrounding him, Zhou Ding strode directly towards the late Lord Zhou. Approaching his father's lifeless form, he reached out to touch his forehead. Though he had now lost all semblance of the unparalleled authority he once wielded, he inquired, "Is there silver acupuncture needles in the house? The kind used for acupuncture?" As he felt the coldness of his father's brow, Zhou Ding suddenly turned to a servant and asked, "Do you have any?" "Yes, I do. Please hurry. Get them now," Zhou Ding insisted, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. "Yes, sir." The servant hurriedly retrieved the silver needles, and Zhou Ding snatched the needle pouch with urgency. At this moment, not only did Madame Zhou understand, but even the servants and maids in the house were aware of what Zhou Ding intended to do. However, in their recollections, it seemed that their young master had no knowledge of acupuncture or the art of healing. One needle administered to the celestial yang, a second to the divine court, a third to the heavenly passage, and a fourth to the earthly store. After Zhou Ding had placed the fifth needle for Lord Zhou, the seemingly lifeless Zhou Chong suddenly emitted a cough. This unexpected sound caused everyone in the room to cover their mouths in astonishment. What Zhou Ding employed on Zhou Chong was the 5 days needle technique, a treasured skill of his sect, the Divine Needle School, in the realm of cultivation. As for how this prized technique fell into his hands, it was due to his belief that one must possess skills to navigate the world of immortals. His rampant plundering of other sects' treasures and scriptures had incited the ire of many in the cultivation community. "Leave," Madame Zhou commanded, dismissing all the household servants from the room upon witnessing Zhou Chong's revival. "My son knows nothing of acupuncture, nor does he possess the ability to bring someone back from the dead. Who exactly are you? Are you a demon or a ghost?" Her eyes were fixed sharply on Zhou Ding as she stumbled toward him, demanding answers. "Me?" Turning to face Madame Zhou, Zhou Ding replied with a smile. "To answer your first question, I don't possess any miraculous powers of resurrection. Your husband was not dead. He merely lost consciousness due to anger. Secondly, why would you think otherwise? Could I not be an immortal? There are no such immortals in this world. Though I am merely a woman, I have heard tales of spirits that take lives. What is your true intention in possessing my son's body?" With a deep sigh, Zhou Ding continued, "Madam, you must accept reality, for I must live on in this body. Although I would like to leave, I find I cannot. Why? Because your servants and that young woman who came to break off the engagement have witnessed my revival. Since I have been granted a second life in this body, I must take responsibility for it." "Dinger!" Zhou Chong awoke, his eyes wide as he gazed at Zhou Ding. "My lord." Seeing her husband awake, Madame Zhou hurried to his side. "My lord." Dinger she glanced at Zhou Ding before adding, "Dinger merely fainted." With his eyes fixed on Zhou Ding, Zhou Chong grasped Madame Zhou's hand and asked, "Is it true?" "Madam, it is I, Zhou Chong, who has burdened you and Dinger." "My lord, do not say such things. We are united as husband and wife. Regardless of how young Lord Lu may blame us, I shall bear it all with you." Zhou Ding, lacking the memories of this body, was unaware of the calamities that had befallen the Zhou family. He wished to inquire further, but upon witnessing the profound affection between the beleaguered couple, he chose to remain silent. Just then, a maid rushed in. Before she could speak, Zhou Ding swiftly pulled her outside. Pulling the maid out of the room, Zhou Ding exclaimed, "Do you lack the discernment to see that your master and mistress are indulging in their affections within?" Upon hearing Zhou Ding's remark, the maid, Yu Bai, momentarily stunned, hurriedly informed him, "Young master, it is Dyer, the eldest brother of Miss Xu Kun, is approaching our residence." Xu Kun? At the entrance of the Zhou residence, the servants lined up in formation. As Zhou Ding arrived, he indeed beheld a group of more than a dozen individuals with unfriendly intentions. These figures, all clad in the attire of servants, were led by a young man adorned in luxurious brocade, standing at the forefront. "You Bai, which one is her brother?" Without waiting for Xu Kun, who stood at the steps, to speak, Zhou Ding turned to the maid named Yu Bai and inquired, "Young master, do you not recognize young Master Xu?" Yu Bai responded with astonishment at Zhou Ding's question. "Are you pointing him out for me to recognize?" Zhou Ding retorted, "What kind of trick are you playing? Are you feigning amnesia here, believing that by pretending to forget, you can evade the matter of you slapping my sister?" Xu Kun, Unable to restrain himself any longer, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Ding. See, you've unwittingly confessed. Chapter 3 that year, with my hands tucked into my pockets. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Ding dashed down the steps with remarkable speed. It is often said that a man who strikes a woman is not a good man. I have had the fortune of inheriting this commendable tradition. However, you are different. Being male, I find it less burdensome to strike you, allowing me to continue being a decent man. Zhou Ding confronted Xu Kun in a one-on-one duel. Upon seeing Zhou Ding charging towards him, Xu Kun felt a surge of anger. In this capital, who does not know that Zhou Ding is a frail wretch? If a martial artist of the second realm cannot subdue such a feeble opponent, he might as well dig a grave and bury himself. Drawing energy into his dantian, he focused his strength into a punch. Xu Kun perceived Zhou Ding's every move as a glaring flaw, and with a fierce resolve, he aimed to deliver a blow that would leave Zhou Ding gravely injured. Young master, the servants of the Zhou family, witnessing the untrained Zhou Ding rushing forth to meet his demise, were on the verge of tears. Some maids were so frightened they covered their eyes. As Zhou Ding lunged forward, Xu Kun's fist came crashing down, accompanied by a fierce gale. A mere pawn like you, I could drown an army with just a spit. Xu Kun's forceful punch struck Zhou Ding, visibly bending his body backward. This scene brought tears to the eyes of some servants witnessing the event. However, in the next moment, their tears ceased as they beheld their young master rebounding from the blow. Not only did he bounce back, but he also forced Xu Kun several steps back. Before Xu Kun could regain his footing, Zhou Ding pounced upon him like a hungry tiger, pinning him to the ground. Do you understand why I can dominate in my realm? It is because not only am I exceptionally gifted, but I also possess the ability to rebound from adversity. Had I not been betrayed by those I trusted the most, do you think I could have been vanquished? Xu Kun could not comprehend Zhou Ding's words, as he was currently enduring a relentless beating. Despite his attempts to resist with his cultivated martial force, the backlash of his efforts returned to him tenfold. Were it not for his resilience, he would have surely succumbed and lost consciousness by now. Madame Zhou supported Zhou Chong as they approached the entrance. Upon witnessing Xu Kun being brutally beaten by Zhou Ding, Madame Zhou remained composed, while Zhou Chong displayed a look of astonishment. Unable to withstand the assault any longer, Xu Kun rolled his eyes and fainted. Get your master out of here. Rising from Xu Kun, Zhou Ding, while nursing his slightly swollen hand, delivered a couple of kicks to the unconscious Xu Kun. Xiao Qiao, having been intercepted by Xu Kun, stood at a distance from the Zhou residence, fully aware of her brother's martial prowess. This awareness only deepened her shock. Miss, young master Zhou, the maid Cui Yun observed the expression on Xiao Qiao's face. With a complex gaze directed at Zhou Ding, Xiao Qiao interrupted. Do you still think he is the same frail wretch? The great Yuan values martial prowess. Those endowed with greater martial prowess are accorded more esteemed positions. Although the great Yuan is home to not only martial practitioners, but also those skilled in techniques, spiritual cultivation, and even demonic and magical arts, the emperor of the great Yuan exclusively venerates martial cultivators. Xu Kun was carried away by the attendants he brought with him. Zhou Chong, breaking free from Madame Zhou, rushed down in a flurry. Before Zhou Ding could react, Zhou Chong enveloped him in a grand embrace, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Chong exclaimed, Heaven bears witness. My son has finally awakened after a grave illness. Releasing Zhou Ding, he clasped his shoulders tightly and continued, My son, I have observed you employing the ways of the ruffians. Though I cannot gather energy to enter the realm of martial cultivation, I have preserved 2 martial tomes. Come, my son, I shall bequeath these 2 volumes to you. From a distance, Su Qiao had yet to recover from the astonishment Zhou Ding had just displayed when she beheld the resurrected Zhou Chong. This sight left her both shaken and rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Lightning whip, round form Tai Chi? What manner of things are these? In the study of the Zhou residence, amidst Zhou Chong's fervent anticipation, Zhou Ding carelessly tossed aside the 2 treasured tomes. Is it that you deem them unworthy? Zhou Chong, disheartened, inquired upon noticing Zhou Ding's disregard for his cherished collection. It is not that I find them lacking, Zhou Ding replied. My lord, Madame Zhou interjected. Observing Zhou Ding's reluctance to answer, your health has just begun to recover. It would be prudent to return to your chambers for rest. Very well, Zhou Chong said, assisted by the maid servant Yu Bai, glancing back at Zhou Ding as he departed. Once Zhou Chong had left, Madame Zhou closed the door and addressed Zhou Ding. Your father and I have but one son. Since his birth, your father has devoted all his thoughts to him. I care not who you are. Should you dare to harm your father's heart, I shall not let you go unpunished. Madam, you jest. I am no ungrateful wolf, Zhou Ding replied before inquiring. I overheard you mention a certain Lord Lu. Is he connected to your family's misfortune? Upon hearing this, a trace of sorrow flickered across Madame Zhou's face. Speak, for since I have occupied your son's body, I am, in a sense, part of the Zhou family. Thus, your family's affairs are also mine. Do you possess great capability? Madame Zhou retorted. Let me put it this way. Zhou Ding raised his gaze, disdainfully looking upwards. In that year, I walked with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what a rival was. Do not speak of that year. I refer to the present. Presently, retrieving his gaze from above, Zhou Ding reclined onto the floor, declaring, from this day forth, I shall be your protector. Though his words lacked the same grandeur as before, they resonated within Madame Zhou's heart as a pillar of strength. On a certain day in the past, following the annual custom, your father went to assist at the Lu residence. Little did he know that during his service, he accidentally shattered a red-carved jade horse gifted by Lord Lu to the Duke. Upon learning of the matter, young Master Lu commanded the servants of the manor to administer 20 lashes to the master. It was initially believed that after enduring such punishment, the issue would be resolved. However, to everyone's astonishment, young Master Lu, unwavering in his principles, insisted that the master provide compensation. For young Master Lu, 500,000 taels of silver was a trivial sum, yet for the Zhou family, this amount represented a figure beyond the value of their entire estate, an insurmountable debt that they could not hope to repay. This morning, a messenger from young Master Lu arrived once more, bearing a grave warning. Should the master fail to gather the 500,000 taels within 3 days, he would face imprisonment. At this juncture, Madame Zhou shed 2 streams of sorrowful tears. Suddenly enlightened, Zhou Ding rose from the ground and addressed Madame Zhou, saying, that Miss Xu must have come to call off the engagement upon learning of your offense against young Master Lu, correct? Do you possess any means to resolve this predicament? In that moment, for reasons unknown, Madame Zhou found herself placing all her hopes entirely upon Zhou Ding. Chapter 4. In the Dead of Night. Raiding the apothecary, did I not mention it? From this day forth, I shall be the protector of our household. With a decisive pat on the non-existent dust upon his attire, Zhou Ding strode out of the study. Henceforth, he would live under the guise of Zhou Ding. Yet this embodiment was frail and possessed a lackluster aptitude. To regain even a modicum of strength in such a short span seemed an idle dream. Fortunately, within this fragment of his spirit lay a rebounding enhancement, and judging by the punch Xu Kun had just delivered, while it was not as formidable as in his previous life within the realm of cultivation, it was nonetheless commendable. Yao Bai? He called to the maidservant by that name. Zhou Ding opened his mouth to instruct her, bring every item in our residence that can significantly nourish the body to my chamber. I intend to replenish my strength thoroughly. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's request, Yao Bai hesitated and replied, young master, all the valuable items in our household have been pawned by madam. Oh, is that so? Then never mind. Zhou Ding felt a momentary deflation upon Yao Bai's response, but this fleeting disappointment quickly dissipated. Suddenly, he inquired of the maid, is there a pharmacy in our city that is unscrupulous and nefarious? Master, why do you ask such a thing? Yao Bai questioned, her large eyes wide with curiosity. Why is it so troublesome to answer? Just tell me if such a place exists, he pressed. Ultimately, Yao Bai relented, and in the dead of night, Zhou Ding changed his attire and set off. Although Xuanhua Hall was not the largest apothecary in the capital, it was undoubtedly the most unscrupulous. How unscrupulous, you ask? According to Yao Bai, during her last visit accompanying Madame to Xuanhua Hall to procure cold remedies for the master, Madame had coughed due to a dry throat, prompting the staff to barrage her with a multitude of questions. After their inquiries, they provided her with over a dozen prescriptions. Believing she was gravely ill, Madame purchased the entire lot. Yet, upon returning home, the physician examined her and declared she was in perfect health. Young master, do you not think Xuanhua Hall is a heartless and scrupulous apothecary? Indeed, it is exceedingly so. In the dead of night, surrounded by silence, Zhou Ding arrived. With practiced ease, he ascended the roof of Xuanhua Hall, deftly traversing the eaves. Stealthily removing a few tiles, he slipped through the gap with a swift movement. While he lacked the skill to pick locks, he was adept at thievery. In his earlier days within the realm of cultivation, he had thrived on robbing the affluent to bolster his own resources. Food had always been an essential method of cultivation, as a bountiful diet would lead to rapid enhancement of one's abilities. Producing a cloth bag he had prepared in advance, Zhou Ding scanned the apothecary shelves with keen eyes, swiftly locating several prescriptions suitable for the qi refinement stage. After thoroughly pillaging the cabinet of its formulas, he agilely darted back across the rooftop like a nimble monkey. Replacing the tiles carefully, Zhou Ding returned home burdened with his spoils. As there was no one in the Zhou residence skilled in alchemy, there was naturally no alchemical furnace. No furnace? That would not pose a challenge for Zhou Ding. Let the young assistant fetch a medicinal pot and a small stove, as Zhou Ding, relying on the skills acquired during his ventures in the realm of cultivation, began to refine elixirs behind closed doors. As the sun rose, a fragrant aroma of herbs permeated Zhou Ding's chamber. A young servant, donning a felt hat, arrived at the entrance of the Zhou residence. Without knocking, he kicked open the door with a resounding thud, startling Zhou Chong and Madame Zhou inside. As the couple stepped out, the servant promptly addressed them, "Lord Zhou, my young master sends me to inquire about the preparations for your compensation. Isn't there's still 2 days remaining?" Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou retorted angrily, "There are indeed 2 days left, but my young master has already sent someone to investigate. Even if your family were to liquidate your assets, you would still be unable to repay the 500,000 taels. Thus, my young master has requested that I ask you how you intend to make up the remaining 300,000 taels within this time frame." "Ah, we have guests." Zhou Ding emerged from his room, tossing a vitality-enhancing pill into his mouth. The servant observed Zhou Ding's nonchalant demeanor and furrowed his brow. Rumors in the capital had suggested that Zhou Chong was gravely ill, yet the individual before him appeared quite lively. While the servant pondered this, Zhou Ding approached Madame Zhou and inquired, "Are there any valuable items in the house?" "None. Everything of worth has already been pawned," she replied, frowning. "Think again. I assure you, there is truly nothing." Madame Zhou insisted. "Very well, I shall search for myself," Zhou Ding declared, retreating into the main room. When he emerged, he gingerly cradled a porcelain vase. Under the curious gaze of the servant, Zhou Ding presented the vase, stating, "This tang white-glazed vase has been a treasured heirloom of the Zhou family for generations. While my father would hesitate to part with it to settle debts with young Lord Lu, I, the prodigal son, am willing to do so. Is that genuine?" The servant feigned interest, tapping the vase lightly. "Of course it is genuine." Zhou Chong began to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Madame Zhou. For the porcelain vase in Zhou Ding's hands was merely an ordinary piece, one that even a pawnshop would refuse. The servant, filled with doubt, took the vase from Zhou Ding's hands. At that moment, Zhou Ding subtly pressed his finger against the servant's wrist. Initially unnoticed, the servant felt a sudden sharp pain akin to a needle prick as he attempted to carry the so-called tang white-glazed vase back. With that, the vase slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a resounding shatter. Zhou Ding cried out, "Oh no, my family's treasured heirloom." Zhou Chong was left dumbfounded. Madame Zhou was in a daze, and the servant stood there, utterly bewildered. 1,000,000 taels. The treasured heirloom of my family is worth 1,000,000 taels. How could you, you wretched servant, allow such a priceless item to be shattered so carelessly? You dare to accuse me of deceit." Upon hearing this shouted by Zhou Ding, the servant was jolted from his daze. Accuse me of deceit? Suppressing the feigned sorrow that had never genuinely graced his countenance, Zhou Ding proclaimed with a thunderous voice, "My father accidentally broke one of your precious horses, and in turn, you have shattered my family's heirloom. By this reckoning, your young master owes my family 500,000 taels. Go back and inform your young master that I, Zhou Ding, shall come to collect this sum in 3 days. You dare to extort my young master?" The servant could hardly believe his ears, nor could he fathom that such words could emanate from that frail figure. Absurd. He dares to extort me, yet I cannot turn the tables? Return and tell your young master that regardless of the schemes he may concoct, he must first reckon with me, Zhou Ding. Chapter 5. Are you discussing cultivation with me? Zhou Chong was brought to tears, stirred by the imposing and disdainful demeanor of Zhou Ding, who seemed to dominate the universe. Although stirred, Zhou Chong did not lose his composure. Once the servant left in a huff, Zhou Chong suddenly shouted at Zhou Ding, "My son, have you gone mad?" "Mad?" Zhou Ding turned to Zhou Chong, retracting his imposing aura and jestingly replied, "If I am mad, so be it. What is life without a touch of madness?" The servants in the manor were all taken aback. Even the most dim-witted could perceive that their young master was behaving unusually. The gentle and refined demeanor of the young master had vanished, replaced by an innate aura of dominance. "What of the marriage contract?" Ignoring the astonished servants, Zhou Ding turned to Madame Zhou and inquired, "Will you come with me?" Without responding, Madame Zhou walked straight to his room. Once Zhou Ding entered, she immediately closed the door and asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "Offending Lord Lu will bring ruin to the Zhou family." "Ruin?" Zhou Ding popped a chi-replenishing pill into his mouth, leaning against the door as he chewed. "Do you really believe that if I do not offend Lord Lu, he will spare your husband? Lord Lu demands 500,000 taels of silver. If we can gather this amount within 3 days, he will have no reason to imprison your husband." "My dear lady, you are being naive." "Naive? What do you mean by that?" Zhou Ding offered a chi-replenishing pill to Madame Zhou with a smile. "Do try this. I assure you it will invigorate your spirit." "I will not take it. Speak quickly." Glancing at the dark pill in Zhou Ding's hand, Madame Zhou inquired anxiously. "Very well. Do you not recall what that servant mentioned earlier?" "Which remark?" "It is not merely a statement. Lord Lu has likely investigated our family's finances thoroughly. I suspect he knows full well that we cannot produce the 500,000 taels, which is precisely why he presented that figure to your husband." The room fell into a brief silence. Amidst the quietude, Madame Zhou suddenly looked up at Zhou Ding and asked, "Are you implying?" "Indeed, the intention behind this is not as it seems, though perhaps I am overthinking it." After saying this, Zhou Ding extended his hand once more. "Now, where is the marriage contract? Are you truly intent on withdrawing from the Xu family? Otherwise, what do you expect? Do I strike you as one who would endure humiliation? Not at all. You exude an air of arrogance." Zhou Ding proceeded to the Xu residence to annul the marriage. As he journeyed there, witnessing the bustling scenes of life in the streets, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The Spring Festival? It had been several hundred years since he had last celebrated it. The Xu household was not particularly illustrious. Had it not been for Zhou Chang's offense against Lord Lu, this union with Zhou Ding could have been deemed a suitable match. One was a minor official, while the other was a merchant with a reasonably substantial fortune. Had it not been for Zhou Zhong offending Lu Xiaohou, the union of their two families could indeed have been regarded as a splendid tale. "You say this countenance is marred by that frail Zhou Ding?" In the Xu family's parlor, the patriarch Xu Chong gaped at his son Xu Kun, whose face was bruised and battered. "Indeed, father, not only did you not foresee this, but neither did I. Who could have anticipated such a predicament? It is a disgrace, a man of your stature, a martial artist of the second realm, bested by a sickly wretch. I can scarcely recognize you." "Wait." Xu Chong seemed to suddenly grasp something. "You were beaten to this state by that frail Zhou Ding. Could it be that he has also cultivated his energy and entered the ranks of martial practitioners?" "Father, I was caught off guard by that sickly fellow." Yet, upon hearing Xu Chong's sudden remarks, the battered Xu Kun stubbornly retorted, "Caught off guard?" Xu Chong was about to inquire further when Xu's wife interjected. "My lord, why concern yourself with that sickly wretch? Where's Qiao Qiao? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Observing Xu Chong's agitation, Xu's mother furrowed her brow and shifted the topic. "Mother." Xu Kun, with his plump face, raised his panda-like eyes towards her, expressing his grievance. "Mother, it was because Qiao Qiao was assaulted by that frail Zhou Ding that I felt compelled to seek retribution against him." "What?" At Xu Kun's exclamation, Xu Chong sprang to his feet. Xu Qiao Qiao, reluctantly summoned into the parlor, bore the marks of distress on her face, prompting Xu Chong to rush towards her. Although fury surged within him, Xu Chong maintained his composure. On one hand, he had guests in the house, and on the other, this matter was shrouded in confusion. "Tell me, what is the meaning of this? How did you and your brother come to be beaten by that frail Zhou Ding?" "Father." Upon hearing Xu Chong's inquiry, Xu Qiaoqiao's eyes immediately glistened with tears. Just as she was about to confess to Xu Chong, a servant hurriedly entered the parlor. "My lord, young Master Zhou has arrived." "Which young Master Zhou?" Xu Chong momentarily faltered, failing to respond. "The Zhou family, Zhou Ding." An exclamation suddenly drew the attention of everyone in the parlor. Zhou Ding strode in, tossing energy-restoring pills into his mouth with an air of arrogance. The atmosphere in the parlor seemed to freeze upon his entrance. The moment Zhou Ding stepped in, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man with a goatee seated at the front. This man emanated a formidable aura, far surpassing that of Xu Kun. What shall I call you? Ignoring the Xu family, Zhao Ding approached the man with the goatee and inquired. Wushu, narrowing his eyes. The goateed man glanced at Zhao Ding and replied in a subdued tone. Never heard of you. Are you well acquainted with the Xu family? What do you think? Su Chong began to rub his eyes, while Su's mother displayed an expression of disbelief. Is this the frail Zhao Ding? Moreover, whose family is this? How is it that upon his arrival, he has so effortlessly seized control of the situation? Understood, let me be direct with you. You see me arriving empty-handed. I certainly did not come here to extend New Year greetings to the Xu family. If you wish to take the lead for the Xu family, then let us proceed to the courtyard. With that, Zhao Ding strode purposefully towards the exit of the guest hall. Zhao Ding, how dare you? What are you doing? Do you possess any semblance of etiquette? Your martial uncle is a distinguished guest in my household. How can you be so disrespectful? Apologize to my brother Wu at once. Su Chong exclaimed, finally reacting to the situation and shouting at Zhao Ding. You dare speak to me about decorum? Zhao Ding halted, not turning his head as he replied. On New Year's Eve, your daughter nearly drove my father to his grave to force the Zhou family into withdrawing our engagement, and even kicked my mother twice. Who, pray tell, is lacking in upbringing? With that, Zhao Ding stepped out of the guest hall. Xiao Qiao, is what Zhao Ding said true? Hearing Zhao Ding's words, Su Chong turned to her with a thunderous voice. Father, Su Xiao Qiao found herself at a loss for words, as Zhao Ding had effectively silenced her. She clearly witnessed Zhou Zhong spitting blood and meeting his demise, yet here it was twisted into a tale of almost causing her father's death. Observing his daughter's hesitant demeanor, Su Chong comprehended the situation entirely. Wu Shu stood up and began to walk towards the hall's exit. Brother Wu seeing his family matters entangle Wu Shu, Su Chong felt a sense of guilt. It matters not. Gazing at Zhao Ding, who stood beneath an ancient pine in the courtyard, Wu Shu narrowed his eyes and remarked, This boy is arrogant. He sought me out the moment he entered, recognizing that I am the strongest here. Should he defeat me, given his nature, the Xu family will undoubtedly suffer. Moreover, his audacity to challenge me contradicts the notion presented by young Master Xu that he was caught off guard by this boy. Chapter 6. On the first day of the month, the words of Wu Shu struck the Xu family of four like a heavy hammer to their chests. Ancient pines, stone paths, artificial hills, and flower gardens. Beneath the ancient pine, Zhao Ding was tossing energy-replenishing pills into his mouth. After a frenzied feast of replenishment over the course of half a day, Zhao Ding had restored himself to the 4th level of qi refinement. Of course, compared to his previous strength, it was but a drop in the ocean. As Wu Shu approached, Zhao Ding casually flicked his fingers, and a pine branch lying on the ground soared into his hand. Are you a cultivator? Wu Shu squinted and inquired upon witnessing this display. Let us make it quick. I am in a hurry to seek retribution at his home. With that, Zhao Ding released the pine branch. It shot toward Wu Shu like a flying sword. At such a tender age, to wield one's telekinetic powers with such finesse, you certainly possess the capital for arrogance. As the pine branch flew toward him like an arrow released from a bow, Wu Shu did not retreat, but advanced instead, his hand forming into a claw as he aimed to grasp the branch. Zhao Ding had no intention of employing his counterattack enhancement this time. Having encountered someone slightly more formidable than Xu Kun, he was eager to test the limits of his restored 4th level of qi refinement in this realm. The vital energy in his hand had already enveloped the pine branch, and just as Wu Shu was convinced that his claw would surely crush the branch, he caught sight of a flurry of leaves suspended in midair. The leaves hung in the air like flying daggers. Go! With Zhao Ding's command, all the suspended leaves suddenly shot toward Wu Shu. Wu Shu was taken aback. He had never witnessed a cultivator capable of controlling so many objects simultaneously. The leaves cocooned him, transforming Wu Shu into a pupa. This scene, observed by Su Chong from the hall below, left him profoundly shaken. The dense array of leaves was slicing through Wu Shu's protective vital energy. Amidst this onslaught, Zhao Ding raised his hand once more. The ancient pine above him swayed in response, shaking off countless pine needles. These needles, like flying swords, hovered above the pine's crown, and with another command from Zhao Ding, they hurtled toward Wu Shu. Su Chong was acutely aware of Wu Shu's prowess. He was a formidable warrior on the brink of entering the realm of supreme martial arts. But what of Zhao Ding? He could not discern his strength. for it appeared as if Wushu had no means of retaliation in the face of Zhou Ding's relentless assault. As Su Chong observed, Wushu truly had no opportunity to counter under the barrage of Zhou Ding's intricate control of objects. Although Zhou Ding's astonishing skill could not inflict any harm upon him due to his protective vital energy, it also prevented Wushu from launching a fierce counteroffensive. And should he dare to lower his guard even slightly, he would undoubtedly be injured by the multitude of leaves under Zhou Ding's command. At this moment, the Xu family of 4 was genuinely astonished by Zhou Ding's displayed strength. Master, Brother Wushu must not be defeated. If he falls, the Xu family will be finished. As countless pine needles, under Zhou Ding's extraordinary control, transformed into flying swords aimed at Wushu, Mrs. Xu cried out urgently to Su Chong, witnessing her brother about to be overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. On one side stood a young man, already having made his mark and shining brightly. On one side stood his beloved daughter, cherished since childhood, and on the other, Zhou Ding, who could have been his esteemed son-in-law. Contemplating this, Su Chong cast a fierce glare at Su Qiao, a look that instilled profound fear within her. As the in-laws had become adversaries, Su Chong, in response to Madame Su's anxious reprimands, felt a chilling resolve take hold of him, leading him to make what he deemed the most righteous decision. He turned and rushed into the hall, retrieving a finely crafted longbow adorned with intricate carvings from beneath the main seat. This bow was accompanied by 3 arrows that glimmered ominously. Drawing the bowstring taut, Su Chong aimed at Zhou Ding. The bowstring twanged. The 3 radiant arrows shot forth from the hall. At that very moment, Madame Su leaped from the blue bricks, charging toward Zhou Ding, who was manipulating a multitude of pine needles. The couple dared to confront Zhou Ding because they understood that while Nian Xiao was indeed formidable, he was particularly vulnerable to external interference during combat. Madame Su, of the Qiao family by birth, had been immersed in the martial teachings of her family since childhood. Although her innate talent was lacking, having only reached the 3rd level of martial prowess at her age, her fierce maternal instincts propelled her to strike at Zhou Ding. She was acutely aware that if she refrained from acting now, should Wu Shuluo be defeated, her family would not escape unscathed. Ah, how splendid! Countless pine needles froze in midair as Su Chong's rapid succession of arrows and Madame Su's desperate palm strike simultaneously struck Zhou Ding. Is it not said, I do not wish to harm Bo Ran, yet he insists on driving me to my demise. Faced with this well-coordinated ambush from the Su couple, Zhou Ding merely laughed. In the throes of laughter, he allowed his body to sink backward, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to their attacks. What folly, what a grave error. Zhou family scion, you have sought your own demise. With that, Madame Su summoned her strength once more, intent on piercing Zhou Ding's body with her strike. And you? Zhou Ding, fixing his gaze upon Su Chong standing in the hall, retracted his smile and calmly inquired, do you, like this woman, wish for my death? Witnessing Zhou Ding's arrogance in the face of impending doom, Su Chong's eyes grew colder, and he once again knocked an arrow. This scene caused Zhou Ding's expression to harden resolutely. I merely came to your home to annul a marriage proposal. My sparring with him was solely to prevent him from meddling in my affairs with your family. Yet, you 2 wretched creatures have chosen to ambush me, driven by your selfish desires, seeking to bring about my end. Do you know what I detest most in this life? It is the self-serving nature of individuals like you. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I, Zhou Ding, shall gladly oblige. As his words fell, Madame Su and the 3 arrows suddenly veered back. Mother, Yushu. In the chaos of Madame Su's retreat, the multitude of pine needles that had been aimed at Wu Shuluo redirected towards her. A resounding thud echoed in Su Qiao's ears. Under the intense contraction of Su Qiao's pupils, she witnessed in horror as Madame Su was pierced through by countless pine needles. Before she could fully comprehend the death of her mother, 3 arrows, having reversed their flight, pierced through Su Chong's body. Father, Xu Kun was stunned. As the grim reality of his parents' demise at the hands of Zhou Ding sank in, he saw Zhou Ding step into the parlor with deliberate strides. Approaching Su Qiao, Zhou Ding presented a marriage certificate. Unfolding it, he proclaimed, I, Zhou Ding, adhere to a principle. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. If one seeks to take my life, I shall take theirs. With that, he tore the marriage certificate asunder and cast it at Su Qiao's feet. From this day forth, we shall have no further ties. However, should you desire vengeance for your parents, Do not hesitate to seek me, Zhou Ding. As the leaves fell to the ground, Wu Shu emerged from his cocoon of contemplation. Upon witnessing Zhou Ding stride out from the Xu family hall, he refrained from taking action against him. Though previously ensnared by the falling leaves, he understood that Su Chong and his wife had initiated an ambush against Zhou Ding. The couple's underhanded tactics filled him with disdain. Now, as they faced the consequences of their actions, Wu Shu found his focus not on Zhou Ding's ruthlessness, but rather on the manner in which Zhou Ding had dispatched this couple. Rebound. Such a feat could only be accomplished when one party holds absolute dominion over the other. Su Chong was at the 4th level of martial arts, Madame Su at the 3rd, while Wu Shu himself was at the 9th. Reflecting on the overwhelming pressure he had just endured, he marveled at how the combined strength of the Su couple had been vanquished by this youth's counterstrike. Gazing at Zhou Ding, Wu Shu was left in sheer astonishment. Had this youth truly transcended to the realm of peak martial arts? In the Xinzong continent, all practitioners are categorized into 3 realms. The first realm focuses on gathering energy to enter the martial realm. The second realm consolidates power into a formidable force, ascending to peak martial arts. The third realm condenses this force into essence, culminating in the essence realm. Beyond the essence realm lies the coveted 12 pathways of qi, sought after by countless martial artists. What is your level of power? As Wu Shu was taken aback by Zhou Ding's youthfulness and his evident mastery, Zhou Ding suddenly inquired. Me? With a self-deprecating smile, Wu Shu replied, I am at the 9th level of martial arts, just a step away from entering peak martial arts. 9th level of martial arts? Peak martial arts? Zhou Ding pondered, beginning to make comparisons. With the aid of a qi replenishing pill, he had now restored himself to the 4th layer of qi refinement. However, his 4th layer was not to be compared with the ordinary practitioners of this realm, for he was an extraordinary talent, a notorious figure in the world of cultivation. Through this inquiry, Zhou Ding gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. If the mere 4th layer of qi refinement could correspond to the peak martial arts of this realm, what would it mean when he regained his foundation, formed his core, reached the nascent soul stage, or even transcended to divine transformation? Would he not then sweep through this realm with ease? After all, Zhou Ding held a firm confidence in his ability to recover within this 5 small cycles. As for what lay beyond these cycles, Zhou Ding had already begun to relish the thought. On the first day of the new year, the city was aglow with red lanterns. In the midst of the city illuminated by crimson lanterns, the Xu family has introduced a stark contrast with a shade of white. Last night, the Xuanhua hall fell victim to theft. A multitude of precious medicinal herbs, including ginseng, Hisho Wu, ambergris, deer antler, and Ganoderma, were completely plundered. This incident incited a furious wrath in Lu Xiaoho, the proprietor behind Xuanhua Hall. Did that ailing scion of the Zhou family truly utter such words? At the Luho residence, Lu Sun reclined in a chair crafted from red nanmu, inquiring of a young servant. How could one dare to deceive the young lord? The servant stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, this world is filled with the extraordinary. Very well, I am now informed. You may leave. Chapter 7. The burden of injustice. With a dismissive gesture to ward off the servant, Lu Sun turned to address a burly man behind him, remarking, It seems that the ailing scion of the Zhou family has gained some prowess. My lord, the stout man replied promptly, I suggest we simply capture Zhou Chong and put an end to this troublesome affair. Very well, then find a suitable time to bring Zhou Chong's wife. Lu Sun agreed. Understood. Just as the burly man was about to depart, a young servant rushed in, visibly flustered. My lord, news has just arrived that the sickly heir of the Zhou family sought out the Xu family and murdered both husband and wife. Which Xu family? Ignoring the murder, Lu Sun inquired curiously. Replying to my lord, the Xu family is betrothed to the Zhou family. It is said that the ailing scion went to break off the engagement. Intriguing, please continue. Yes, a servant from the Xu family mentioned that the Zhou heir is a cultivator, and even a martial artist at the 9th level found himself powerless against him. The Xu couple attempted a surprise attack on the Zhou heir, only to be countered and killed. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun sprang to his feet, narrowing his eyes as he asked the servant, Has this news spread widely? Indeed, it is now rumored that the Zhou heir attained enlightenment in a single day, hailed as an unprecedented genius of cultivation. Zhou Ding returned home, only to be confronted by Zhou Chong and his wife at the entrance. My son, did you truly kill Su Chong and his wife? Zhou Chong questioned sternly. In response to Zhou Chong's inquiry, Zhou Ding replied nonchalantly, "Hasn't this already become common knowledge? Is the rumor of your enlightenment one you have spread?" Zhou Chong's wife inquired, striving to maintain her composure. "Partly yes. I was contemplating how to achieve fame swiftly, and I did not anticipate such an opportunity to arise so soon. Moreover," Zhou Ding continued, addressing the couple, "in the Great Yuan, martial prowess is paramount. Without strength, the Zhou family would continue to suffer humiliation, just as we did last night at the hands of a merchant's daughter. As a member of the Zhou family, I shall not allow our lineage to endure such disgrace again." With that, Zhou Ding consumed a chi-replenishing pill and casually strolled past the couple. "Young Bai, prepare a bucket of hot water for me. I intend to indulge in a proper bath." At Taiping Temple, the foremost temple of the Great Yuan, the abbot Dao Bai was not only the most esteemed cultivator, but also the most revered figure in the Great Yuan. At that moment, Wu Shu was present within the temple. Is it true that he can control all things with a single thought? Upon hearing this query from the ethereal figure of the Great Yuan's foremost sage, Wu Shu hastily bowed in deference, replying, "Yes, I witnessed it firsthand when I engaged him in combat." "Is that so?" As Dao Bai spoke, he waved his sleeve, causing all the ancient trees in the temple's vicinity to uproot and levitate. The trees floated, suspended in the air. To Wu Shu's astonishment, all the trees that hung in midair suddenly pointed their branches toward Taiping Temple. "Is that so?" The ethereal voice of Dao Bai resonated once more, and Wu Shu struggled to swallow his saliva before responding, "Yes, but what he controls is Yi. This is of little significance." As Dao Bai's words fell, the ancient trees that had hung like swords returned to the forest. This return seemed as if the previously terrifying scene had never transpired at all. "Very well, you may depart." With that, Wu Shu vanished from Taipingguan. When he reappeared, he found himself at the foot of Taipingguan. Just moments ago, he had similarly disappeared from the capital in this uncanny manner, and upon standing still, he had found himself inside Taipingguan. Now, once more, he had been transported out of Taipingguan by Dao Bai's remarkable mental technique. For half a day, the Zhou residence remained tranquil. However, with the onset of night, a voice suddenly emanated from the center of Taipingguan, radiating outward in all directions. This voice, conveyed through thought, spoke only 2 words to the capital: "Do not accept." Zhou Ding could not comprehend the meaning behind these words from Dao Bai, yet Lu Sun and the Qiao family understood all too well. Though Qiao Lian was of illegitimate birth, had she been alive, the Qiao family would have undoubtedly been indifferent to her fate. But now that Qiao Lian was dead, the Qiao family had spent the day in anticipation, watching whether the figure within Taipingguan would take the Zhou family's young master as a disciple. Now, the esteemed elder within Taipingguan had made his stance clear regarding the Zhou family's scion. Thus, retribution for murder was nothing less than a matter of course. "Did you hear that?" In the Lu residence's garden, Lu Sun remarked lightly while savoring lychees, that Zhou lad's ambitions have come to naught. The esteemed one in Taipingguan holds him in contempt. What the young lord says is true. I shall go to the Zhou residence and bring Zhou madam here at once. There is no need for such haste. I am not the only one observing the esteemed one's attitude today. In our great Yuan dynasty, there will surely be some who do not wish to witness another Dao Bai emerging. Moreover, did that Zhou lad not kill the Qiao family's illegitimate child? The Qiao family, who values their reputation dearly, will certainly not remain passive. Once that Zhou scion is dead, Zhou Chong will be nothing more than fish on my chopping board. With the 4th level of Qi training, Zhou Ding could condense fire, as he utilized his fire control technique to refine a Qi replenishing pill. Its efficacy was naturally superior to that of the one he had concocted the previous day. He too had heard Dao Bai's telepathic message, though he remained unaware of who Dao Bai was, only knowing that there seemed to be an intriguing figure in the city. Zhou madam knocked on the door. Zhou Ding did not hesitate to open it for her. Upon entering, Zhou madam was startled to see the flames in Zhou Ding's hand. She instinctively patted her chest, suppressing her shock, and said, "You should go hide outside." "Why?" Zhou Ding continued to focus on his alchemy, not raising his head. "Why else? You have killed Madame Su. The Qiao family will surely come seeking revenge. Let them come. Do you think I am one to fear? Why can't you understand?" Seeing Zhou Ding's indifferent demeanor, Madame Zhou exclaimed, "The Qiao family possesses martial artists of the extreme martial realm and holds the transportation rights granted by our great Yuan emperor, overseeing the cargo transport of the western port. Is that not merely a minor transport leader? How could Madame Xu and a certain man from the Zhao family be entangled in a scandal? What nonsense are you spouting? In her frustration, Madame Zhou nearly raised her hand to slap Zhou Ding. Madame Xu, Qiao Lian, is the illegitimate daughter of the Qiao family's second-in-command. Oh, so it is that kind of relationship. No matter, I have encountered such situations of killing the young to attract the old many times before. It is of no concern. Meanwhile, a fragrant pill was refined by Zhou Ding during his conversation with Madame Zhou. This pill, shimmering with a captivating dark luster, was evidently extraordinary. What is this? Madame Zhou was drawn to the alluring pill that exuded a refreshing aura. Chapter 8. At the table with wine before the door sat the purveyor of the elusive Xuanhuan, albeit a flawed concoction, missing a myriad of essential herbs. Yet this was of little consequence. As the words fell from her lips, Madame Zhou watched in astonishment as Zhou Ding unceremoniously placed the gleaming, obsidian-hued pill into his mouth. Are you truly a celestial being? I once perused a tome in my husband's collection, chronicling the ancients, where only those of divine descent possessed the art of alchemy. Can there be any doubt? Responding to Madame Zhou, Zhou Ding nonchalantly produced a small bag from his sleeve and handed it to her, saying, "Take this and consume it. While I cannot promise you ascendance to immortality, it will at the very least grant you a few additional years. Aging gracefully shall not be a concern." "And what of my husband?" she inquired. "That is for you to ponder," he replied, his gaze unwavering as he continued. "If you wish to bestow upon me a younger sibling, I shall concoct a formula for that endeavor." "You, what nonsense are you spouting? We are of an age now." Madame Zhou's cheeks flushed, resembling a ripened apple. Stealing a glance at her, Zhou Ding remarked casually, "The old man must surely be aware of the truth." "What do you mean?" At Zhou Ding's words, Madame Zhou's face flushed anew. The beloved son had experienced a radical change in temperament, displaying a ruthlessness that was disconcerting. That is the consequence of Su Chong and his wife's actions. Su Manor. The vibrant red lanterns had been exchanged for white ones, the crimson contrasting starkly against the pallor. Qiao Tao, the second-in-command of the Qiao family, sat firmly in the position once occupied by Su Chong. Flanking Qiao Tao were 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. On one side of these 4 stood Xu Kun and Su Qiao, clad in mourning attire. Though bereaved of their parents, Xu Kun's heart brimmed with exhilaration. He had long known that his mother was a concubine of the Qiao family's second-in-command. Yet he had never laid eyes upon the esteemed figure at the head of the table. Had it not been for the heinous Zhou Ding, who had slain his parents, he might have never ascended to the lofty branches of the Qiao family tree. "Grandfather, you must avenge my parents. That scoundrel Zhou Ding has truly crossed the line." Silence. The lone woman among the 4, with her brows furrowed fiercely, addressed Xu Kun coldly. "You bear the surname Xu. You have no ties to the Qiao family." After delivering her rebuke, she turned to Qiao Tao, saying, "Grandfather, allow me to pursue him. I shall capture that Zhou Sion for you." "Patience," Qiao Tao interjected. Retrieving a letter from his sleeve, he had perused this missive thrice before, and upon concluding the 4th reading, his gaze settled upon Su Qiao. With a grave tone, he inquired, "Are you certain you did not misinterpret? How could my granddaughter err?" Su Qiao replied, her fair visage twisted with resentment. "I distinctly heard the servants of the Zhou household proclaim Zhou Ding's demise, and I witnessed Madame Zhou lamenting his passing. Yet when I approached Lord Zhou to annul the engagement, Zhou Ding had miraculously returned to life. Not only Zhou Ding, but even Lord Zhou, who had been frightened to death on the spot, revived when my brother sought out Zhou Ding. Everything I witnessed with my own eyes." Su Qiao spoke of an alternate version, one of resurrection, a profound transformation of character, an enlightenment that grants control over myriad realms. Qiao Tao closed his eyes while rhythmically tapping the armrest. The letter in his hand was dispatched by the Wuji Hall to his family, the Qiao clan. The message contained but a single directive: for the Qiao family to seize this opportunity to eliminate the so-called enlightened practitioner, Xuanhua. The rationale for this eradication was to prevent future troubles from arising. In the Great Yuan, while martial prowess was revered, the foremost figure was not a warrior, but rather the solitary practitioner, Dao Bai. To the martial artists of the Great Yuan, this was nothing short of a disgrace. Although Dao Bai showed no intention of accepting this child as a disciple today, there was no guarantee he would not in the future. One Dao Bai was sufficient for the Great Yuan, They fervently wished to avoid the emergence of another such figure. The Wuji Hall was not one to be trifled with, which compelled Xiao Tao to come personally. Otherwise, as a mere illegitimate daughter, how could she ever disturb him? Grandfather, if Xiao Qiao's words are to be believed, then surely Zhou Ding is possessed by spirits. Huh, such nonsense. There is no such thing as possession in this world. Slowly opening his eyes, while Xiao Tao verbally dismissed this notion, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Based on his experience, a drastic change in one's temperament and sudden enlightenment could also indicate that the Zhou heir had encountered an extraordinary legacy or fortuitous event. Upon this realization, Xiao Tao immediately rose. This night, the gates of the Zhou residence stood wide open. Zhou Ding sat at the entrance, a table and stool before him, indulging in wine and food. The servants of the Zhou family stood beneath the main hall, while Zhou Chong and his wife clasped each other's hands tightly. Moments ago, several masked figures had leaped into the Zhou estate, but upon Zhou Ding's casual wave, they were swiftly expelled by the accumulated leaves in the courtyard. Subsequently, more masked figures attempted to intrude, yet Zhou Ding dispatched them with the same ease, resulting in the current scene of him savoring wine at the entrance. In truth, Zhou Ding himself was quite puzzled. What was happening tonight? Why were there so many clowns attempting to intrude upon his domain? Unbeknownst to him was the connection between Dao Bai and the martial artists of the Great Yuan. Had he known, he would have certainly rushed to Taipingguan to confront Dao Bai and discuss the matter thoroughly. Retreat. The main figure of the Qiao family has arrived. With the sound of whistles echoing from rooftops, all the masked figures lying in ambush near the Zhou residence hastily withdrew. The night sky was adorned with countless stars. Xiao Tao led the way, followed by 4 young members of the Qiao family, striding purposefully toward the Zhou residence. Each of these 4 young men, his grandsons, were formidable martial practitioners at the 9th level of the martial realm. At around 20 years of age, they stood on the threshold of the pinnacle of martial prowess, a testament to their genius within the Qiao family. Xiao Tao himself was a powerful warrior at the 7th level of the martial realm. A pill, the Xuanhuan Dan, lacking several medicinal ingredients, had restored a portion of Zhou Ding's cultivation. Although it was merely a modest enhancement of 2 levels, it was certainly better than no improvement at all. Hearing the footsteps of the 5 approaching figures, Zhou Ding continued to indulge in his drink. As their steps drew nearer, he suddenly waved his hand, and countless fallen leaves cascaded behind him like a waterfall, lifting him aloft. Standing atop this leaf-formed torrent, Zhou Ding gazed down with an air of superiority at Xiao Tao and his companions, inquiring, "From the Qiao family?" Hearing rumors is one thing, but witnessing it with one's own eyes is entirely another. When Xiao Tao beheld Zhou Ding's extraordinary display of power, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. "Grandfather, allow me to capture him." Xiao Qiqi, undeterred by Zhou Ding's display, let out a spirited cry and leapt onto the rooftop. "Oh, what a little girl you are. This Qiao family's young lady is rather unremarkable." Seeking death, with a fierce glare, Xiao Qiqi sprang into action. Her movement resembled a torrent breaking free. "Why does my little sister resort to the flooding palms so soon? Such arrogance should be met with a swift end at her hands." Chapter 9. This technique is known as the 9 luminaries. Below, 2 talented members of the Qiao family displayed contemptuous expressions, for Xiao Qiqi's palm had already made contact with Zhou Ding's chest. Dinger. At that moment, Zhou Ding was struck by Xiao Qiqi's palm, causing Zhou Chong and the servants in the Zhou residence to clutch their garments tightly. Zhou Ding's body was indented by the force of Xiao Qiqi's strike. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tao also revealed a look of confusion. How could this child be so feeble? He couldn't even evade my granddaughter's flowing palm technique. Just as Xiao Tao pondered this, he suddenly saw Zhou Ding's body, which had been indented, spring back with tremendous force. This rebound was akin to a mountain collapsing. Xiao Qiqi was sent flying. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Ding unexpectedly seized her delicate wrist. Pulling her into his embrace, Xiao Qiqi found herself enveloped by Zhou Ding. A few fallen leaves hung delicately upon Xiao Qiqi's fair neck. Should Zhou Ding so desire, those leaves could effortlessly sever her carotid artery. The disdain in the eyes of the 2 talented Qiao family members vanished, replaced by fury and terror. What had transpired? This young man from the Zhou family had clearly suffered a blow from Xiao Qiqi, even having his body indented yet. How had their sister become ensnared instead? "Release my granddaughter." The confusion in Xiao Tao's eyes dissipated as he leapt forward to confront Zhou Ding. Are you still half asleep? You come to kill me, yet expect me to release your people? Have you lost your mind or grown senile? Preposterous. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Release my granddaughter. Otherwise what? At that moment, Zhou Ding's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming as if a demonic presence had descended. For he had cast a glance at Xiao Tao, then at the Zhou couple. A fallen leaf grazed Xiao Qiqi's neck, breaking the skin. In that split second, Zhou Ding coldly declared, "Do you wish to know what manner of person I am? I, Zhou Ding, possess no limits, no rules, and no concept of cherishing the delicate." Furthermore, leaning closer to Xiao Tao's ear, Zhou Ding spoke in a tone audible only to him. "I am one who seeks vengeance for even the slightest grievance. Should you harbor the slightest intention of harming them, I will undoubtedly storm the Qiao family and annihilate your entire clan." Though Zhou Ding's voice was low, to Xiao Tao it resonated like a malevolent spirit whispering from the depths of the underworld. One was a formidable demon who had once dominated the realm of cultivation, while the other was merely a martial artist of the seventh realm. The clash of their auras at that moment was as vast as the ocean compared to a single droplet, as chilling as ice compared to a grain of frost. Oh, with his granddaughter held captive, that old man dares not move. Not far from the Zhou residence, atop a pavilion, Lu Sun observed the stalemate in the battle and casually addressed a towering figure clad in black armor behind him. "Xuanhua, lend assistance to that old man from the Qiao family." Understood. As Lu Sun's words fell, Xuanhua darted towards the Zhou residence like an arrow released from its bow. A fierce wind swept in from behind, and when Zhou Ding sensed the chilling gale approaching him, he suddenly leaped from the precipice. In that leap, he discerned the identity of his assailant, though the figure was shrouded in black armor, rendering their true visage obscured. Such was the prowess of Nian Xiao, whose perception proved formidable. With a command, the armored figure spoke, and Zhou Ding felt a heavy weight in his hand. The figure replaced Xiao Qiqi in his embrace. As this transpired, Zhou Ding instinctively released his grip and retreated. Countless fallen leaves swirled behind him, and Xiao Tao, having caught Xiao Qiqi, leaped to Zhou Ding's rear. Beneath the bright moonlight, the armored figure and Xiao Tao flanked Zhou Ding, preparing to strike. Just as Xiao Tao anticipated an alliance with the armored figure to confront Zhou Ding, the latter suddenly erupted into laughter and soared away. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Ding exclaimed, as a torrent of leaves surged forth at a wave of his hand, resembling a colossal serpent that lunged at the armored figure. Observing that the armored figure disregarded him, Xiao Tao immediately launched his own assault. On the ground, Xiao Qiqi was still in a state of shock when a burst of flames suddenly illuminated above her. At that moment, Xiao Tao was struck with astonishment. For every blow he delivered landed squarely upon Zhou Ding. Nevertheless, Zhou Ding stood unmoved, as if shielded by an indestructible force. The sight of Zhou Ding's unwavering stance left a profound shadow in Xiao Tao's heart. Yet, when he beheld a fireball materializing in Zhou Ding's hand, his heart seized with dread. Before he could recover, Zhou Ding propelled the fireball forward, transforming it into a blazing meteor. Just as the serpent of leaves enveloped the armored figure, the meteor descended upon it, igniting the leaves and illuminating the dark night. "You presumptuous young wretch! Did you think I could be so easily ambushed?" More leaves spiraled upwards, coalescing at Zhou Ding's feet into the form of a flying sword. Zhou Ding formed a sword seal, propelling himself onto the roaring flames. 9 fireballs erupted from his hand, instantly aligning in a celestial formation. Among them was another fireball ignited anew in Zhou Ding's grasp, emanating an enchanting blue flame. 9 stars, Zhou Ding declared, as the arrows soared into the sea of flames. This sea was ablaze, and the arrows were blue flames. The fusion of martial prowess and arcane arts. How could this be? A howl akin to that of a slaughtered beast erupted from the inferno. Accompanied by this lament, Xiao Tao, who had intended to strike at Zhou Ding once more, stood frozen in disbelief. This young scion of the Zhou family had indeed entered the realm of dual cultivation of martial and mystical energies. Lu Sun, standing atop the pavilion, could no longer maintain his composure. Not only was he unsettled, but even his clenched fists were cracking audibly. As the flames dissipated, Xuanhua's body fell heavily to the ground. Just as Zhou Ding was about to soar down on his sword, a figure swooped in like an eagle gliding close to the earth, lifting Xuanhua's body with ease. "Youngster, release him at once." Blue flames ignited once more, shooting forth like arrows towards the individual attempting to abscond with the black-armored corpse. However, the person's speed was astonishing, and even his fiery arrows could not catch up. Realizing that the enigmatic figure had vanished without a trace, Zhou Ding turned his gaze back to Xiao Tao. This glance sent a shiver down Xiao Tao's spine, for the chill in Zhou Ding's eyes was palpable, sending a wave of dread through him. "Have you avenged your concubine daughter?" Zhou Ding inquired, hovering before Xiao Tao with an unwavering stare. "And no, I haven't avenged her." "Haven't avenged her? Surely you wouldn't merely agree verbally and then seek out a few accomplices to deal with me behind my back?" "Accomplices? What accomplices?" Upon hearing Zhou Ding's question, Xiao Tao realized, "Do you think that the one who ambushed you and stole that person's corpse was my accomplice?" Chapter 10. Young man, you are quite astute. Are you not? Certainly not. Although Xiao Tao harbored a sense of trepidation towards Zhou Ding, he resolutely refused to shoulder this unjust blame. In truth, Zhou Ding's inquiry was merely superficial. Having witnessed the demise of that armored man and the subsequent abduction of his corpse by a mysterious figure, he had already discerned that Xiao Tao and the two others were not allied. Could it be that Lu Xiaohe was involved? It must be so. The Qiao family sought vengeance out of personal grievance, and without knowledge of his true capabilities, they would never enlist any assistance. Contemplating this, Zhou Ding turned his gaze towards the horizon. In the distance, there were houses and buildings, yet the tallest tower stood desolate and abandoned. Returning his attention from the tower, Zhou Ding looked back at Xiao Tao and inquired, "You possess the realm of extreme martial arts, do you not?" Zhou Ding's arrogance was not of the mindless kind. Having already intimidated Xiao Tao, he would not carelessly provoke a formidable adversary at this juncture. To truly establish enmity with the Qiao family, he must at least await his recovery to the foundation establishment stage. This was due to the fact that when he had activated his counterattack ability, it could not reflect Xiao Tao's assaults back upon him. It seemed imperative for him to swiftly regain his foundation establishment status. For only then would his counterattack ability be effective against martial artists of the extreme martial arts realm in this world. Xiao Tao, with a face smeared in dirt, departed cautiously with the four young prodigies of the Qiao family. Under Zhou Ding's watchful gaze, Xiao Tao led his four grandsons with utmost care, and when they turned into a narrow alley, he bolted away. On his return to the Qiao family, Xiao Tao made a stop at the Xu residence. Standing before the Xu siblings, he spoke with an air of authority. "If either of you dares to divulge the matter of the Zhou family's father and son returning from the dead, grandfather, we would not dare." Before Xiao Tao could finish his menacing remark, Xu Qiao immediately knelt on the ground. "Rise. Once your parents' funeral is concluded, you will return to the Qiao family." From Xiao Tao's combination of threats and leniency towards the Xu siblings, it was evident that he had not given up on Zhou Ding. After Xiao Tao's departure, a trace of malevolence suddenly flickered across Xu Qiao's previously timid demeanor. Some individuals were destined to have a sleepless night. Upon returning to the Qiao family, Xiao Tao reported to his elder brother, Xiao Yu, that Zhou Ding had returned from the dead and was a practitioner of both martial arts and mystical arts. Upon hearing this, the only martial artist in the Qiao family to have broken through the extreme martial realm rose abruptly from his white tiger chair. When a gaunt figure cloaked in black threw the corpse of Xuanhua at the feet of Lu Sun in the Lu Ho residence's garden, Lu Sun exploded with rage, shouting at the black-clad man, "If you are nearby, why do you not strike at that Zhou boy?" "Young master, I cannot act against him." "Why not?" Lu Sun demanded, his voice laced with incredulity. "Because Zhao Zhen is watching." Zhao Zhen. At the mention of this name, Lu Sun suddenly stiffened. Zhao Zhen, one of the four noble lords of the Great Yuan, was also the foremost practitioner of mystical arts in the realm. "Young master, given that the Zhou family's young master is adept in both martial and mystical arts, we cannot guarantee that Dao Bai will not consider taking him as a disciple." And Zhao Zhen, young lord, do not forget the agreement between our Great Yuan and Great Chu. Tomorrow, Zhao Zhen will depart for the river boundary to engage in a duel of skills with the esteemed Fan Tong of Great Chu. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this matter? Zhao Zhen is to leave on the morrow. This evening, Zhao Zhen's observation of the young master Zhou will surely not escape the discerning eyes of the Martial Extremity Hall. I ponder, if the Martial Extremity Hall cannot accommodate even a mere beginner in the path of enlightenment, how could they tolerate? At this juncture, the figure in black resolutely fell silent. That night, an unexpected guest arrived at the Zhou residence. When this uninvited guest appeared in Zhou Ding's chamber, even Zhou Ding was taken aback. Clad in white, with a jade-like visage and a flowing beard, he resembled a celestial being descended to earth. "Who are you?" Though fear gripped his heart, Zhou Ding maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he inquired. "Zhaozhen." Upon delivering this introduction, Zhaozhen inhaled the lingering scent of medicine in the room and remarked, "Are you practicing alchemy, young friend?" "Who are you calling a young friend?" With a carefree smile, Zhaozhen stroked his beard and said, "Were it not for your inherent disposition, I would ensure that your insolence would confine you to bed for 3 months. Spare me." Nonchalantly taking a seat, Zhou Ding lifted his eyelids and replied, "I know you are several levels above those two from earlier. State your purpose." "I seek nothing in particular. I simply developed an interest in meeting you before my departure." Though Zhaozhen possessed formidable cultivation, Zhou Ding's perceptive abilities had not diminished alongside his prowess. Tapping the armrest, Zhou Ding casually remarked, "Before your departure, I suspect your interest is not so spontaneous. Rather, you fear that this journey may lead to your permanent absence, and you wish to leave no regrets." Surprised by Zhou Ding's insight, Zhaozhen responded with astonishment. "What? Have I struck a chord?" Observing Zhaozhen's expression, Zhou Ding continued, "Let me venture another guess. You fear you may not return, and your purpose is to engage in a battle of wits?" "Indeed." With a composed smile, Zhaozhen replied, "I have heard that this opponent has made significant breakthroughs, while I have stagnated in my own techniques over the years. It seems my talent in this art pales in comparison to his. If that is your assertion, then indeed, he surpasses you." Rising from his chair, Zhou Ding opened the door and asked, "What have I just done?" "Open the door." Upon hearing the response, Zhou Ding closed the door again and queried, "And what have I done now?" "Close the door." Furrowing his brow, Zhaozhen retorted, "Incorrect." Turning to face Zhaozhen, Zhou Ding, with an enigmatic expression, said, "What you perceive is merely the surface. Internally, I have just invited a gust of wind inside." "Invited a gust of wind inside?" Zhaozhen pondered Zhou Ding's words thoughtfully. The great Tao of yin and yang, ever alternating and unpredictable. Like a sage, Zhou Ding rose and proclaimed, purifying the vast expanse, achieving tranquility and subtlety, devoid of form and desire, is the essence of fairness. The principles of heaven naturally revert to their rightful state, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing these seemingly cryptic lines from Zhou Ding, Zhaozhen suddenly felt invigorated. He sincerely clasped his hands towards Zhou Ding and said, "This encounter is indeed enlightening, and it is not in vain. You possess quite a remarkable perception." In response to the bow from this esteemed figure, the foremost practitioner of the great Yuan arts, Zhou Ding regarded him with a nod of approval. After this brief exchange, Zhou Ding approached the table and, picking up a brush, began to inscribe on the coarse paper with fluid strokes. Once he had finished, he tossed the paper to Zhaozhen and remarked, "This is the language of Bodhi, meant to penetrate the heart. Should you find the time, contemplate it during your travels, for it will undoubtedly benefit you." Given the talent he had displayed today, it was certain to attract the attention of certain influential figures in the city, and this individual before him was no exception. Unfortunately, at this juncture, he still needed to align himself closely with a formidable patron. Cherishing the paper as if it were a precious treasure, Zhaozhen sprang to his feet with clarity of purpose. He stood suspended in midair, his white garments billowing around him. Gazing downwards, Zhaozhen proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Tonight, I shall seek to resolve my heart's confusions. I am bound for the river realm, and my heart is resolute. Young friend Zhou, I take my leave." With that, Zhaozhen laughed joyously to the heavens and soared into the sky. Chapter 11. Marrying Li Xianyu while others departed with an air of nonchalance. Many were destined to spend the night in restless agitation, for Zhaozhen's voice resonated across the skies of the Zhou family estate, devoid of any mention of safeguarding Zhou Ding and simply bidding farewell to him. This farewell was marked by an unexpected familiarity, as Zhaozhen referred to Zhou Ding as a young friend. What prompted Zhaozhen to extend such protection to Zhou Ding? It was not only the esteemed members of the martial extremity hall who were left perplexed. Even the solitary figure from the Taiping temple furrowed his brow at the news. The bond formed between the young master of the Zhou family and Zhaozhen, the foremost practitioner of the great Yuan arts, sent ripples throughout the capital. To everyone's astonishment, this individual displayed considerable acumen. Although they had only met once, Zhou Ding found himself beginning to appreciate Zhao Zhen. The saying goes that when one ascends, their companions ascend alongside them. Due to Zhou Ding's newfound connection with Zhao Zhen, the gates of the Zhou residence were nearly overwhelmed by visitors over the past few days. Gifts poured in from all directions, and families with daughters to marry rushed to seize the opportunity, fearing they might be left behind. Zhou Chong was, of course, overjoyed, and Madame Zhou was busily attending to the influx of guests, who would still concern themselves with offending the young Lord Lu. With Zhou Ding now allied with the esteemed Wang Zhan, not only was offending Lord Lu inconsequential, but even crossing his father, Lord Lu Sr., seemed trivial. Furthermore, the conflict between Zhou Chong and Lord Lu stemmed from a mere 50,000 taels of silver. In the capital, there were plenty capable of producing such a sum. Just yesterday, the pawnshop returned all of Madame Zhou's pledged belongings in a mere half hour. Today, even the Qiao family dispatched Xiao Qiqi as an envoy to mend fences with Zhou Ding. Xiao Qiqi was reluctant to come, but could not resist the insistence of her uncle. I apologize for any offense caused by the Qiao family the other day. I hope you can forgive us. Today, Xiao Qiqi had made an effort to present herself nicely. Although she wore only a hint of makeup, it could not conceal her innate beauty. Truth be told, she was quite the enchanting figure, yet her appearance did not align with Zhou Ding's aesthetic preferences. Oh, with so many guests at the Zhou residence, could it be that your Qiao family has come to cast a spell upon me? Zhou Ding raised his voice intentionally. Cast a spell? What do you mean? Xiao Qiqi inquired, perplexed by his words. Of course, a facade in front and a dagger behind. Zhou Ding retorted without a hint of mercy. You think ill of my Qiao family? Xiao Qiqi exclaimed, her anger ignited. She had genuinely come to apologize. Yet Zhou Ding harbored such suspicions. Nothing to say then? If you have nothing to say, you may leave. Frankly, I never believed that a mere few words of apology would suffice to resolve my grievances with your family, he stated. You underestimate my character, Xiao Qiqi shot back, her voice tinged with indignation. Incorrect. I am simply too aware of reality, Zhou Ding replied, unwavering in his stance. Xiao Qiqi, unable to endure his harsh words, stormed out, leaving the Zhou residence in a profound silence. Zhou Ding glanced at Madame Zhou, who could barely manage the numerous birth dates of the young ladies presented before her. Zhou Ding, addressing those who came to propose to Lady Zhou, expressed his gratitude for their kind regard towards his character, wishing to become their son-in-law. However, raising his gaze to the heavens, he was reminded of a celestial being from the realm of cultivation, whom he yearned for yet could not attain. Yet, Zhou Ding's heart was already claimed. Already claimed? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's declaration, not only the eager suitors, but even Zhou Chong and his wife turned their attention towards him. Son, you claim your heart is already taken, yet your father is unaware of this maideness identity? Zhou Chong posed the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Under the urging gazes, Zhou Ding withdrew his gaze from the sky, feeling a sense of melancholy, regret, and longing. He earnestly proclaimed, through life and death, I vow to you, holding your hand, I shall grow old with you. Xiao Qiqi, who had not strayed far, felt her heart tremble upon hearing Zhou Ding's heartfelt oath. Almost as if compelled by fate, she paused, eager to discover the identity of the woman who so captivated Zhou Ding's soul. To serve in the court is to uphold the dignity of the Golden Guard. To marry is to wed. A thread of reminiscence and a strand of obsession consumed Zhou Ding as he suddenly declared, to take a wife, I shall wed Li Xinyu. In this life, I shall take no other. Li Xinyu? As Zhou Ding uttered this name, a profound silence enveloped the Zhou residence once more. After a brief moment of processing, the dignitaries present suddenly dispersed in a flurry, witnessing the guest's swift departure. Zhou Chong widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted at the still enraptured Zhou Ding. Son, have you lost your mind? Lost my mind. This was the second time Zhou Chong had exclaimed this. Emerging from his reverie, Zhou Ding looked at him with confusion. To marry Li Xinyu? I suspect you simply wish for your own demise. Xiao Qiqi entered, her expression icy. Yet, her words sparked a realization in Zhou Ding. From both Zhou Chong's expression and Xiao Qiqi's remarks, it seemed there indeed existed a Li Xinyu in the Great Yuan. Could it be a coincidence of names? With a hint of uncertainty, Zhou Ding turned to Lady Zhou, who nodded in affirmation. She, more than anyone, understood the truth of his identity, and her nod indirectly conveyed that Li Xinyu truly existed in the Great Yuan. What did you mean by that? What do you mean I wish for my own demise? Zhou Ding's bold proclamation of to take a wife. I shall wed Li Xinyu spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Upon hearing it, Lu Sun laughed heartily, remarking, well, I have encountered those seeking death, but never one so eager to rush towards it. At the foot of Taiping Pavilion, there stood a loft, nestled beside water and mountains, resembling a paradise on earth. Outside the loft, by a lotus pond, a woman of stunning beauty, yet possessing a delicate charm, reclined against a rattan chair. Did he truly say that? The weather was relatively mild, yet the woman reclining in the wicker chair was enveloped in 2 thick layers of cotton blankets. Indeed, the young man from the Zhou family spoke thus, the princess replied. Hearing the maid's words, Li Xinyu gently parted her pale lips, saying, one should aspire to serve in the highest offices and marry Li Xinyu. Yet, I have never even laid eyes upon him. Indeed, it is quite peculiar, Yuna responded. The princess had spent years recuperating on this tranquil mountain, and aside from His Majesty, only a handful of royal relatives had seen her. Given Zhou Ding's status, it was certain he had never encountered the princess. I have declined my father's wishes, relocating here to avoid causing further harm to others. Go out and inform him to retract such foolishness. As Li Xinyu spoke, her expression was one of melancholy, laced with anguish. In truth, she harbored a secret she had never confided to Yunsheng. She had resolved to dedicate her final strength to her father and her country before her demise. After Yunsheng departed, Li Xinyu cast aside the blankets and rose. Xiao Qiqi, wearing a frosty countenance, exited. Once she had left, Zhou Ding promptly grasped Madame Zhou's sleeve, drawing her into his chamber. Chapter 12. The enigmatic maiden. Upon closing the door, Zhou Ding immediately inquired, is there truly a woman named Li Xinyu in our great Yuan? She is no ordinary woman. In response to Zhou Ding's fervor, Madame Zhou replied with a solemn tone, she is a princess of our great Yuan. A princess? The daughter of your esteemed emperor? Indeed. After confirming, Madame Zhou continued, you may possess a remarkable background, though I know not how you came to learn of the princess's name, nor why you so brazenly declared that you would marry no one but her. However, I advise you to keep your distance from this enchantress. Enchantress? Zhou Ding furrowed his brow at Madame Zhou's words. What do you mean by that? The princess has survived by siphoning the life force of men since her birth. This succinct statement revealed the reason behind Li Xinyu's ominous reputation, and Madame Zhou's response was undeniably forthright. About 3 years ago, the princess left the palace and settled at the foot of Taiping Mountain, requesting that master by not allow any men to enter, preferring to fend for herself. Perhaps she still possesses a shred of conscience and wishes to harm no more. I beg you to clarify, Zhou Ding pressed. What do you mean by surviving through the life force of men? Sensing Zhou Ding's persistence, Madame Zhou sighed. This is no secret. On the day of her birth, the princess's life force was severed. Yet, unexpectedly, one of her male attendants aged and perished in an instant. The decrepit attendant succumbed before her very eyes, while the princess was miraculously revived. Since then, any male attendant who approaches her has met a similarly bizarre demise. Even the Yuan Emperor, protected by the dragoness aura, can only gaze upon her from afar. I once heard my husband mention that many noble lords had urged the Yuan Emperor to discreetly execute the princess. Some even suggested marrying her off to the great Xu to bring about the death of the Xu Emperor. Zhou Ding was taken aback, realizing the extent of the treachery that thrived in the world. Do you know what the princess looks like? How would I know? In this capital, aside from the Yuan Emperor, few have laid eyes upon her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yunsheng arrived, yet she did not enter the Zhou residence. Instead, she sent a servant to convey a message to Zhou Ding. Upon her hurried return to Yunxianju, she searched high and low but could not locate Li Xinyu, causing her considerable distress. Young master, a servant from the Zhou family knocked on Zhou Ding's door. What is it? A woman just asked me to relay a message to you, young master. She said her mistress has instructed you to retract the reckless words you spoke in the residence today. The door swung open without a breeze, and before Madame Zhou could intervene, Zhou Ding dashed out like a gust of wind. Where's he off to? Zhou Chong emerged from the main hall, blocking Madame Zhou's path and asking urgently, what else could he be doing? Observing Zhou Chong's expression, Madame Zhou continued, he must be heading to Taiping Mountain. As dusk settled, Zhou Ding swiftly located the towering pavilion nestled between the mountains and waters. The attic remains nameless, tranquil, and elegant. The moment Zhou Ding stepped through the gate, He suddenly raised his gaze towards the Taoist temple perched atop Victoria Peak. Perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps a psychological phenomenon. But Zhou Ding felt as if a pair of eyes from the summit were scrutinizing him at that very moment. "Who are you?" A melodious voice suddenly resonated in Zhou Ding's ears. He withdrew his gaze from the peak and turned towards the source of the sound. Upon seeing the figure, he could not help but exclaim, "You must be Li Xinyu? Impudent." Yun Sheng retorted, her delicate face flushed with indignation. "Is the name of the princess something you can utter so casually? I have discerned your identity," Zhou Ding continued, disregarding Yun Sheng's admonition. "You are the one who delivered the message to my residence, are you not? Are you the Zhou Ding?" Yun Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that this audacious man, who declared he would marry no one but the princess, would arrive so swiftly in pursuit of her. "Indeed, I was quite flustered upon hearing the lady's message. What are you so anxious about? You have acted rashly." Upon hearing the name Li Xinyu, Zhou Ding found it increasingly difficult to contain his emotions. In his realm of cultivation, Li Xinyu was the sole regret that lingered in his heart. Thus, when he learned that there was another Li Xinyu in the Great Yuan, it was only natural for him to connect the dots. He was eager to verify whether this Li Xinyu was indeed the one associated with his lingering regret. However, Yun Sheng's question jolted him back to reality. "I have overstepped," Zhou Ding admitted, his expression suddenly clouded with melancholy. With a hint of sorrow etched on his face, he addressed Yun Sheng, "I am no longer who I once was." How could that person still be the same individual? After uttering these words to Yun Sheng, he turned and departed. What a strange person. Is he not in his right mind? Casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Ding, Yun Sheng hastily resumed her search for Li Xinyu. Victoria Peak boasts a cloud staircase, steep and direct to the summit. Zhou Ding had already ascended the cloud staircase, but found himself retreating once more. His mood was not favorable at that moment, and he lacked the inclination to validate his earlier intuition. He returned home in a state of despondency. When Madame Zhou observed Zhou Ding's dejected demeanor, she promptly inquired with concern, "Did you not see the princess?" "No." Zhou Ding's spirits were evidently low. "Perhaps that is for the best." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Just as her heart began to ease, Zhou Ding unexpectedly turned to her and said, "I have a question I would like to ask you. Consult me? Do not jest. I am not joking." However, upon noticing the seriousness in Zhou Ding's expression, Madame Zhou pulled him aside, saying, "Let us speak in your room." At 40 years of age, Madame Zhou was in the prime of womanhood, possessing an allure that only deepened with maturity. As they walked away, a maid nudged the shoulder of a younger girl named Yu Bai and remarked, "Have you noticed that the lady has been frequently visiting the young master's room these days? Isn't it quite normal for the lady to visit the young master?" Yu Bai retorted with a roll of her eyes. Within the confines of the room, the fragrance of medicine wafted through the air. Zhou Ding gently closed the door and earnestly addressed Madame Zhou. "I believe you might have already surmised that the name Li Xinyu is not one I uttered lightly. So, you were acquainted with a girl named Li Xinyu even before you inhabited my son's body?" Zhou Ding couldn't help but marvel at the rarity of having someone with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. To be candid, Li Xinyu has always been a source of regret for me. When a man refers to a woman as his regret, it often implies that he has wronged her. You too, I presume? Alas, it is a pity that the women of my era maintained their beauty so exceptionally well, despite being centuries old. They appeared as youthful as those in their 20s. It was during my prime, a time of unparalleled glory, that I encountered Li Xinyu. And thus, you find justification for your transgressions? It seems you are merely seeking excuses, Madame Zhou remarked, seizing the opportunity to tease him. Chapter 13. Whose home is this? What gives him the audacity to be more arrogant than I? It cannot be said that one bears the brunt of this situation, for it is merely a consequence of my separation from her identity. Your connection with her? Madame Zhou's interest was piqued. At that time, I was unaware that she was the consort of the Taoist ancestor from that celestial sect. Upon her joining that sect, she naturally became my master's wife. You dare speak such words? Madame Zhou felt her mind become somewhat muddled. There is nothing inappropriate in voicing this. After all, love thrives on freedom. Madame Zhou found it exceedingly difficult to accept Zhou Ding's absurd reasoning. Ignoring the disdainful look cast by Madame Zhou, Zhou Ding continued. Upon learning that I had entered his sect solely for the sake of his consort, the Taoist ancestor not only expelled me from the sect, but also pursued me relentlessly. Eventually, driven to the brink, I lured him into a forbidden area and killed him. Consequently, my ties with Li Xinyu were severed. After recounting the tale of his relationship with Li Xinyu, Zhou Ding observed Madame Zhou's bewilderment. Amidst the confusion, Madame Zhou inquired, "What shall we do now? The entirety of the capital is abuzz with your bold declaration that you will marry no one but Li Xinyu. How do you intend to conclude this matter?" "This is precisely the inquiry I seek your guidance on." Zhou Ding nodded earnestly. "Seek my counsel? I cannot offer much. All I know is that this matter concerns a young lady's reputation, even if the princess is a demoness. Well, seeking your advice seems to yield no fruitful outcome. It only adds to my troubles." Noticing Zhou Ding's furrowed brow, Madame Zhou softened her tone and asked, "With your vast knowledge and status as an immortal, might you discern whether the princess's peculiar affliction of draining men's lifespans is indeed a sickness or some malevolent force at play?" After all, Madame Zhou was but an ordinary person. The most fantastical ailment she could conjure was the notion of some evil spirit possessing her. However, based on Madame Zhou's description, even Zhou Ding was uncertain of the true nature of Li Xinyu's enigma. Well, one can only ascertain the truth by witnessing it firsthand. The first rays of dawn streamed through the wooden window, illuminating Zhou Ding's desk. He stretched languidly and stepped outside. "Where are you headed?" Madame Zhou, already awake, asked as she saw Zhou Ding preparing to leave. "To collect a debt." "Collect a debt? No one owes us any silver. Whom do you intend to approach for money?" "How can you say no one owes us?" Zhou Ding halted and smiled at Madame Zhou, saying, "Have you forgotten that young Lord Lu owes us 500,000 taels? Today marks the third day, so I shall certainly go to demand repayment." In the courtyard, the maids accompanying Madame Zhou in watering the flowers were left in stunned silence. After experiencing death, how has this young master become so fearless? "You may go." Even more surprising to the maids was that their mistress truly permitted her son to go. Madame Zhou had not forgotten Zhou Ding's earlier words. She was acutely aware that Zhou Ding's pursuit of money was but a facade. The true intent was to uncover the reason behind young Lord Lu's mistreatment of Zhou Chong. The morning market in the capital was bustling with activity. Although most people in the capital are unfamiliar with the appearance of Zhou Ding, they are all well aware of his exploits. "Look, is that not the son of Lord Zhou?" exclaimed a pancake vendor upon spotting Zhou Ding. "Indeed it is. I wonder where young Master Zhou is headed this early in the morning. Where else could he be going?" "Surely to the palace to seek a bride," replied another. "Seek a bride? I suspect he is merely racing toward his demise," scoffed a third. Hearing the merchant's banter, Zhou Ding merely smiled, choosing not to demean himself by engaging in their trivial chatter. Having adapted to local customs, he found a certain novelty in occasionally listening to the hum of human life amidst the usual violence of his existence. Arriving at the door of the Lu residence, Zhou Ding noticed it was closed and stepped forward to knock. As a servant opened the door, Zhou Ding wasted no time in stating his purpose. "Inform your young lord that Zhou Ding is here to collect some money." "Zhou Ding? Which Zhou Ding? I don't recognize you." "You ought to realize where you are and leave at once," the servant replied disdainfully, attempting to shut the door. "Have you been abusing your master's name to bully others?" Zhou Ding interjected, placing his hand against the doorframe and stepping inside. The servant, seeing Zhou Ding enter, aimed a kick at him. With a sharp crack, a sound echoed beside the servant's ear, and he let out a pained scream. The commotion drew other servants from within the estate, and their expressions turned to shock as they beheld the servant rolling on the ground, clutching a broken leg. "Look at you, reduced to this," Zhou Ding remarked lightly, turning his gaze to the stunned onlookers. "I mentioned I was here for young Lord Lu. This fellow chose to kick me, and now he suffers the consequences. May I inquire where young Lord Lu is?" The Yuan dynasty, founded on martial prowess, had no interest in the squabbles of noble households. "The young lord is in the garden house," called out one of the servants, pointing in a direction. Zhou Ding strode confidently towards it. At the garden house, Lu Sun could scarcely believe that the young scion of the Zhou family had come seeking him. Thus, when he finally laid eyes on Zhou Ding, he was momentarily taken aback. After Zhou Ding entered, his attention shifted to a figure clad in black, standing behind Lu Sun. A strong intuition told him that this was the very man who had abducted the corpse of the armored man that night. "It's you, isn't it?" Ignoring Lu Sun, Zhou Ding directed his words at the black-clad man. "Though you fled swiftly that night, my eyesight is not to be underestimated." The figure, Xuanhuan, remained unresponsive to Zhou Ding's accusation. "Ah, a coward who acts boldly yet lacks the courage to admit it. You are destined to remain cloaked in that black robe. A turtle too fearful to emerge. Zhou Ding's words were exceedingly harsh, inciting anger even among the servants eavesdropping outside the hidden garden. A palpable urge to confront Zhou Ding arose within them. Zhou family scion, who grants you the audacity to boast in my presence? Lu Xun regained his composure, his murderous intent towards Zhou Ding unmistakable as he declared, "Do you truly believe that because you have latched onto the formidable figure of His Highness, the true king, I would refrain from ending your life? If so, summon your turtle of a companion, and let us see if he can indeed vanquish me." The eavesdropping servants were taken aback by Zhou Ding's audacity. Within this marquis's residence, who was unaware that Misters was served as the personal attendant to the young marquis, and that this attendant's origins were quite illustrious, they had once heard Lord Lu himself proclaim that Misters were hailed from the esteemed Wuji Hall. What manner of place was Wuji Hall? Even the most formidable martial artists of the extreme martial realm did not possess the qualifications to enter such a sanctum. Eliminate him. Lu Xun was truly incensed. He believed he had already reached the pinnacle of arrogance, yet this upstart, born of humble origins, surpassed him in audacity. By what right? Young master, do not let your temper flare. He is merely provoking you, Xuanhua hastily interjected, seeing that Zhou Ding's taunts had driven Lu Xun to the brink of irrationality. What do you mean by that, Xuanhua? Do you imply that my status precludes me from taking action against him? Lu Xun, inflamed by Zhou Ding's brazen demeanor, began to lose his discernment between friend and foe, launching indiscriminate attacks. Chapter 14. A pity for this young man, Mr. Zhou. May I inquire what brings you to my humble residence today? In an effort to prevent Lu Xun from being further provoked by Zhou Ding, Xuanhua took it upon himself to ask, "What am I here for? Is it not self-evident?" Zhou Ding replied as he took a seat, stating, "3 days ago, your young lord dispatched someone to my home to demand repayment. Out of goodwill, I presented a treasured heirloom from the Zhou family as collateral, yet to my dismay, the attendant you sent shattered my family's precious artifact. The Tang white glazed vase has been passed down for 3 generations and is conservatively valued at 5 million taels. I informed that servant that I would come seeking an explanation 3 days hence. You did not say that at the time." An irate servant stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Ding. "You clearly stated that your family's heirloom was worth only 1 million taels, and thus, by your calculation, our young lord owed you 500,000 taels. Did I truly say that?" Zhou Ding feigned confusion as he glanced at the servant. "There is no doubt about it." "You silence." After a brief moment of composure, Lu Xun gradually regained his rationality. His gaze fixed upon Zhou Ding, he spoke. "In this capital, you are the first to dare to extort me, Lu Xun. You have misused your words. The value of my Tang white glazed vase is indeed as I stated. 1 million taels? It is worth 5 million taels." Zhou Ding replied unabashedly, seemingly oblivious to the malice in Lu Xun's eyes. "I find this quite intriguing." A wry smile crept across Lu Xun's lips as he approached Zhou Ding, locking eyes with him. "Should I interpret your behavior as a deliberate pursuit of demise? I too am curious." In the face of Lu Xun's imposing presence, Zhou Ding met his gaze defiantly. "You know full well that my father cannot produce 50,000 taels, yet you insist he must. This leads me to believe that your motivations extend beyond mere financial hardship for my father." After stating this, Zhou Ding continued, "A father raises his son, and a son protects his father. Unlike you, I do not exploit my father's name for personal gain. You." Lu Xun was on the verge of fury but abruptly halted. A veiled woman emerged from behind the screen, whispering in his ear. Zhou Ding furrowed his brow at this unexpected development. Even with his 9th-level qi refining perception, he could not discern what she was saying. Once she finished, Lu Xun turned to Xuanhua and instructed, "Send the money to his residence." "Understood." After Xuanhua departed, Lu Xun directed his attention back to Zhou Ding. 450,000 taels have been dispatched. Now be on your way. Impressive. You can endure such a situation." Zhou Ding's gaze flitted between Lu Xun and the mysterious woman, a smile spreading across his face. "It seems I must redefine my perception of you." After speaking to Lu Xun, Zhou Ding turned to leave, but paused after taking a few steps to ask Lu Xun, "By the way, have you ever met the princess?" Today, the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, there is a hint of snow in the air. The princess, with her delicate almond-shaped face and rosy cheeks, shines like the blossoms of spring. Her features are like a masterpiece, and her eyes, like water, are the most exquisite I have ever encountered in this world. On the way back to the Zhou residence, Zhou Ding clutched a painting tightly in his hands. This painting depicted the likeness of the Grand Yuan princess, Li Xianyu. Remarkably, the two different realms presented a Li Xianyu who was an exact replica of the other. Lu Sun remained unaware of the profound shock Zhou Ding experienced upon seeing her portrait. The sum of 450,000 taels was personally delivered by Xuanhuan. When Madame Zhou beheld this stack of silver notes, taller than herself, her heart raced to her throat. Awaiting Zhou Ding's south return outside the estate, she spotted him from afar and rushed towards him, dragging him back into the house. "What on earth have you done? Why has Lu Xiaohou sent such a large sum of money?" As Madame Zhou inquired, her heart continued to pound fiercely. Let us not dwell on that for now. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Ding unfurled the portrait before Madame Zhou. What a beautiful woman! How can there exist such beauty in this world? Madame Zhou gasped in admiration at the woman depicted in the painting. She is Li Xianyu. Li Xianyu? Realization dawned on Madame Zhou, and incredulously, she questioned Zhou Ding. Don't tell me indeed. She bears an exact resemblance. Zhou Ding's affirmation confirmed Madame Zhou's suspicions. Silence enveloped the room until hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Zhou Zhong returned, his heart heavy with thoughts. Upon learning that Zhou Ding was inside, he immediately pushed open the door. Standing at the threshold, Zhou Zhong gazed at Zhou Ding with a complex expression and said, "At today's court meeting, the princess volunteered to marry far away in Chu. But those martial officials insisted that she meet you first." When? At Zhou Zhong's words, Madame Zhou's complexion turned as pale as frost in an instant. "Now," Zhou Zhong said, looking at Madame Zhou with deep sorrow, "she is to be wed to Chu?" Seemingly oblivious to Zhou Zhong's distress, Zhou Ding asked, "Where is she meeting me?" Snow had begun to fall, marking the first snowfall of the new year in the capital of the Grand Yuan. Zhou Ding exited the residence, braving the wind and snow as he made his way towards Taiping Mountain. What a pity for this young man. A voice sighed from the heights of the storm. He is merely seeking his own demise. Another voice lamented. He had Zhao Zhun's protection. Before the outcome was determined in the river realm, he could have lived well. From the lofty snow, another voice remarked, "His admiration for the princess is sincere. We of the martial extreme home merely aided him in fulfilling this wish." Unbeknownst to Zhou Ding, every move he made was being scrutinized by the influential figures in the capital. In the depths of the capital, there lies a high platform. Upon this platform, two individuals sit on the ground amidst the falling snow, engaged in a game. As a white piece is placed, the player turns his gaze towards Mount Taiping and inquires, "Do you truly not care?" "I do not care." A black piece is then placed, and the other player also looks towards Mount Taiping and responds, "Why? I fail to comprehend why you do not take this young man as your disciple. Even more perplexing is your indifference towards his perilous path. I do not take him in, for I believe I cannot teach him. As for my indifference, it is because everyone has their own destiny," replies Emperor Yuan. After uttering these words, Dao Bai continues, "Yet you, who clearly hold some concern for this young man, still permit him to meet your daughter. This, too, baffles me." Indeed, hearing Dao Bai's words, Emperor Yuan withdraws his gaze from Mount Taiping and admits, "In truth, I find it quite incomprehensible myself. The heavy snow falls relentlessly, blanketing the mountains and forests. When Zhou Ding arrives at the foot of Mount Taiping, he unexpectedly encounters two familiar faces, Lu Sun and Xiao Qiqi. Xiao Qiqi regards Zhou Ding with a complex expression, while Lu Sun looks at him as if he were a mere specter. "You still have time to leave. No one will mock you," Xiao Qiqi says to Zhou Ding. Her emotions entangled. Chapter 15. Such underhanded schemes occur more often than not. In truth, she was uncertain of her own feelings. Yet upon hearing that Zhou Ding intended to meet Li Xianyu, an inexplicable force compelled her to rush over uncontrollably. "And you?" Diverting his gaze from Xiao Qiqi, Zhou Ding turned to Lu Sun and inquired, "Are you here to witness the drama unfold? Or perhaps to reclaim the 450,000 taels after I meet my demise? You truly underestimate me. We are acquainted enough for you to consider that I have come out of goodwill to collect your remains. Is that so? Should I then express my gratitude?" Upon uttering these words to Lu Sun, Zhou Ding let out a hearty laugh and passed by the two of them. Upon reaching Li Xianyu's secluded residence, Yunsheng had been waiting outside. As Zhou Ding approached, Yunsheng, devoid of expression, addressed him, "Young Master Zhou, The princess has conveyed that you need not jeopardize your future and life over a mere jest, nor succumb to external pressures. What jest? What pressure? Interrupting Yun Sheng with a raised hand, Zhou Ding asserted, I am here for my own sake. Very well, the princess awaits you at Yunshui Gorge. Noticing Zhou Ding's unwavering determination, Yun Sheng stepped aside to allow him entry. Just as Zhou Ding crossed the threshold, a barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire pavilion. What is the meaning of this? This celestial barrier obstructed the view of the eminent figures standing atop the snow-laden heights. Unintentional. I merely wished to preserve the tranquility of Taiping Mountain, came the reply. The pavilion was nestled amidst mountains and water, where birds and insects chirped lightly. Zhou Ding followed the signpost to the base of the waterfall at Yunshui Gorge. The cascading waterfall plummeted, creating a spectacle of 3,000 streams. Zhou Ding lifted his gaze against the mist emanating from the falls, which carried with it an unusual fragrance. Above the waterfall, amidst a meadow adorned with blooming flowers, stood a woman clad in white. Though her attire was voluminous, it could not conceal the grace hidden beneath. Upon seeing her silhouette, Zhou Ding suppressed the memories of the past and inquired, Are you the princess? Yes, you may remain there and converse with me. The woman's voice, though delicate, effortlessly reached Zhou Ding's ears from the lofty heights of the waterfall. Remain in place to converse with you? A smile graced Zhou Ding's lips as he replied to Li Xianyu. Indeed, just stay where you are, she reiterated. Suddenly, shifting the topic, Li Xianyu continued. Before I made the decision to marry far away in Dechu, they insisted I meet you. They spoke of fulfilling your deep-seated yearning for me. What are your thoughts on this? How do you perceive it? They? Listening to Li Xianyu's inquiry, Zhou Ding maintained his cheerful demeanor. Though I am unaware of who they are and why they are so invested in my feelings, the path lies beneath my feet. Where I tread is my own affair. Thus, it is young Master Zhou who wishes to see me? Naturally. If I did not wish to see you, would I be standing here? Given the prince's forthrightness, I shall not conceal the truth from him. Tightening the fox fur draped around her, Li Xianyu continued, My days are numbered. Should I not prolong my life, I fear I shall not reach the grand realm of Dechu. As I bear a mission upon my shoulders, I have consented to meet you. Have I understood correctly? The princess seeks my aid to extend her life? I replied, You have vowed not to marry anyone but me. How could I betray the heartfelt devotion you have shown? Is it not the most compelling testament of your affection that you would die for me? Li Xianyu's words dripped with an alluring charm, and when paired with her ethereal beauty, it created an exquisite allure. Very well. With a carefree smile, Zhou Ding responded. There is a saying, to die beneath the flowers is to be a romantic ghost, if I am to meet my end. Indulging in a moment of romance with the princess is hardly a futile demise. With that, Zhou Ding began his ascent. Witnessing Zhou Ding's determination to climb, Li Xianyu's enchanting demeanor dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment. Despite her declarations, Zhou Ding remained undeterred. Could it be that his affection for her ran so deep that he feared not even death? Yet, they had never truly met before. Stop! As Zhou Ding continued his ascent, Li Xianyu called out to him with urgency. Looking up at her, Zhou Ding maintained his smile, saying, If a fledgling were to hear your words, they might indeed be frightened away. But I am no novice. Do you think I cannot discern your insincerity? Who is being insincere? Li Xianyu retorted, attempting to defend herself. Ignoring her, Zhou Ding pressed on. As she witnessed him drawing ever closer, her anxiety intensified. She could not allow him to approach. She was unwilling to let another innocent suffer because of her. Realizing she could no longer dissuade him with words, Li Xianyu resolved to leave. Yet, as she prepared to depart from the precipice, she found herself unable to move. Beneath her feet, a mystical array emerged, and upon recognizing it, she comprehended the truth. The meeting at Yunshui Gorge had been orchestrated by her aunt, a formidable sorceress who had broken through to the 12th level of Qi. This array was set by her aunt to prevent her escape. Did her aunt intend to eliminate Zhou Ding through her? But why? Their identities were worlds apart. As he approached her, the scent mingled with the dampness of the air grew stronger. Zhou Ding furrowed his brow at the unique fragrance. Though he could not name it, he understood its effects. Goodness, this is an overly elaborate ploy. Do you think this enticing aroma would deter me from approaching you? No, it would not. Halting his steps, Zhou Ding suddenly turned his gaze towards Li Xianyu, who stood motionless at the summit of the waterfall. In that moment, Li Xianyu was rendered speechless. her eyes filled with an urgent anxiety directed at Zhou Ding. Upon witnessing the distress reflected in her gaze, Zhou Ding was instantly reminded of the earlier mention of them by Li Xianyu. Were they responsible for this? Was their intention to draw me closer to Li Xianyu, ultimately leading to my demise at her hands? Perhaps the formation had inflicted some harm upon her, as her complexion turned ashen in an instant. Not only did her face pale, but her body began to tremble in a convulsive manner. Following this brief episode of shuddering, Li Xianyu abruptly fell backward, her body rigid. Seeing her collapse so suddenly, Zhou Ding, despite recognizing this as a trap designed for him, felt compelled to step into it. This was not solely due to the uncanny resemblance of the two Li Xianyus from different realms, but also because this Li Xianyu was a victim ensnared within this very trap. Chapter 16. Is this not a merit-based array? In the depths of the wind and snow, a mountain shrouded in mist loomed. Are you certain the young scion of the Zhou family will remain oblivious? Spoke a figure amidst the mountain haze. I have my inquiries as well, another figure responded, but to eliminate such a minor character, must I deploy the 7 desires incense from Yuere's Cloudwater Gorge? Is it not to ensure absolute safety? Regardless, that Zhou scion will perish the moment he approaches the princess. She will truly lose nothing. Though Yuere may not suffer a loss, she will undoubtedly blame me, her aunt. As Li Xianyu inexplicably collapsed, Zhou Ding wasted no time. Swiftly ascending to the peak of the waterfall, upon reaching the summit, he distinctly sensed the external rumors. At that moment, Li Xianyu appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, yet her body was still in motion. Merely 2 meters away, Zhou Ding felt an indescribable pull emanating from her, a force eager to consume his very vitality. The reality of this sensation astonished him. Having encountered countless spiritual entities in that realm, this was the first time he had encountered one capable of devouring his life force. Had he still been the notorious demon of the cultivation world, he would have dismissed this trivial devouring power. Yet, he was no longer that formidable figure, but merely a humble cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Choosing to withdraw, Zhou Ding simply sat down on the ground. Observing Li Xianyu's pallor, he retrieved a cloth pouch from his sleeve. With a swift flick of his finger, he opened the pouch, and a Qi recovery pill floated to Li Xianyu's lips. Utilizing his control over objects, he pried open her pearly teeth, and with another flick, the pill entered her belly. Though this Qi recovery pill was the most basic of elixirs within the cultivation world, its efficacy was undeniably practical. Not only would it restore a cultivator's mana, but even a mortal consuming it would be shielded from minor ailments and major illnesses alike. As the pill took effect, a hint of color returned to Li Xianyu's face. Noticing she remained unconscious, Zhou Ding administered 3 more pills into her stomach. Gradually, Li Xianyu opened her eyes. What did you make me consume? The fragrant scent of the medicinal pill wafted through the air, although she had not witnessed it. She surmised it was Zhou Ding who had fed her something. A Qi recovery pill. You approached me? Ignoring the inquiry, Li Xianyu abruptly sat up. I may be arrogant, but I am not conceited. I have no wish to be consumed by you. How could I feed you medicine without approaching? Very well, then. As he spoke, Zhou Ding flicked his fingers, and Li Xianyu's lips parted. Seeing her astonished expression, Zhou Ding remarked nonchalantly, Do not be so alarmed. You were unconscious earlier. If I had not done this, you would not have awakened. Are you a practitioner of the mind cultivation? After a considerable period of contemplation, Li Xianyu covered her mouth and inquired of Zhou Ding. Think as you wish. At present, I find your domineering spiritual physique rather intriguing. Spiritual physique? This was the first occasion Li Xianyu had encountered someone referring to her deeply despised constitution in such a manner. Indeed, this spiritual physique is divided into 2 categories, innate and acquired. Judging by the rumors surrounding you, you belong to the former, specifically the innate spiritual physique. However, it is my first encounter with an innate spiritual physique capable of absorbing the life force of others. To be frank, your spiritual physique is remarkably tyrannical. It would be a pity if you were not perceived as a despised enchantress. Li Xianyu couldn't help but chuckle at Zhou Ding's words, and her laughter was truly enchanting. Yet, when Zhou Ding beheld her captivating smile, it stirred memories within him. Long ago, it was this very smile that captivated me. Captivated by whom? In response to Zhou Ding's sudden remark, Li Xianyu curiously probed. No one. That is merely a wisp of the past. After dismissing that thought, Zhou Ding unexpectedly turned to her and said, Let me take a drop of your blood for examination. Although puzzled as to why Zhou Ding desired her blood, Li Xianyu complied. A single drop of crystal-clear blood fell before Zhou Ding, and the moment his finger touched it, he was suddenly struck by a chill reminiscent of the depths of the abyss. Your blood is remarkably cold. At Zhou Ding's remark, Li Xianyu's spirit sank, and she cast her gaze downward in self-doubt. Since your blood is so cold, I shall bestow upon your spiritual physique a name, the body of yang repression. How does that sound? You, what do you mean by yang repression? While others may insult me in silence, your words are direct and harsh. I can't believe. Li Xianyu felt deeply offended, and tears began to well in her eyes. However, before her tears could fall, Zhou Ding's next words jolted her back to reality. This drop of cold blood has already lost its vitality. Your sudden fainting was due to this. Here is the plan. I will first grant you a life essence. As long as you are alive, everything can be resolved. Grant me a life essence? Li Xianyu found Zhou Ding's words utterly incredulous. She was genuinely astonished, for it was her first encounter with someone who would voluntarily offer to extend her life by sacrificing their own vitality. Indeed, Zhou Ding rose from the ground, then began to channel his energy, drawing a formation centered around Li Xianyu. This formation was one he had inadvertently discovered in a heavenly realm during his time in the cultivation world. Initially, he had thought it a trifling matter, a sacrificial formation meant to benefit others, but he never expected to utilize it in this realm. Zhou Ding had no intention of allowing Li Xianyu to absorb his essence, for he was not one to engage in uncertain endeavors. Although this was his first time employing such a merit-based formation, it was certainly preferable to being drained. The life-giving formation was drawn, circular in shape. The circle split into two parts, one representing the stroke and the other the dot. If one were to gather the strokes at the center of the circle, they would perfectly form the character for person. Due to Li Xianyu's unique constitution, Zhou Ding deliberately crafted the life sacrifice formation to be quite expansive. With the formation complete, it awaited the entrance of a participant. As Zhou Ding stepped into the stroke formation, he noticed that Li Xianyu hesitated to enter the dot formation. He merely extended his hand, and her body, no longer under her control, fell into the dot formation. At the very moment Li Xianyu descended into the dot formation, the torrent of 3,000 cascading waters abruptly seemed to reverse, swirling upwards into the air. The waterfall rolled back, and the chirping of birds and insects fell silent. Zhou Ding sat cross-legged within the formation, and unable to withstand the encouragement in his gaze. Li Xianyu also settled down in a similar posture. With their simultaneous seating, the two within the life sacrifice formation suddenly began to ascend from the ground. This ascent was not a true flight, but rather a levitation. As the two rose within their respective formations, the circle of the life sacrifice formation began to radiate a brilliant azure light. Chapter 17. A Dance with Death. The vibrant flowers were lifted into the air by the azure light. Accompanied by the drifting petals, Zhou Ding and Li Xianyu began to revolve around the sacrificial array, each caught in their own rhythm. The spinning made Li Xianyu feel dizzy, while Zhou Ding found his senses completely bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't this array supposed to be a selfless and benevolent formation? Although Zhou Ding was caught in the whirl, his mind remained clear. As the petals spun faster within the array, an increasingly potent and alluring floral fragrance began to invade Zhou Ding's senses. Oh no, I had forgotten about this intoxicating scent. Young Master Zhou, I feel so hot. Just as Zhou Ding lamented his predicament, Li Xianyu's delicate voice, reminiscent of a buzzing insect, suddenly reached his ears. The array had been activated, and the only way to interrupt it was through external destruction. Presently, Zhou Ding and Li Xianyu were the two pivotal points within the formation. If either were to stray from their positions, the other would suffer backlash from the array. Time passed silently as their rotations gradually came to a halt. The array beneath them continued to emit a brilliant azure light. As the light rose, transforming into a blue thread that merged with Zhou Ding's body, he noticed that the array beneath Li Xianyu also exploded with resplendent azure radiance. The blue light morphed into a thread that entered Li Xianyu's form. Subsequently, these two threads began to draw closer within the array. This was Zhou Ding's first experience with the sacrificial array, and it was Li Xianyu's first encounter with such a phenomenon. The two blue threads converged within the formation, forming a character resembling a person. In that fleeting moment of formation, Zhou Ding distinctly felt his life ebbing away. If life were to take a shape, it would appear as it did now, colorless yet tangible, resembling ripples. Zhou Ding's essence was being sent to the apex of the character by the azure threads, then sliding down into Li Xianyu's body. Upon this infusion, Li Xianyu felt a jubilant surge within her blood. In stark contrast, although Zhou Ding's appearance remained unchanged, his once black hair had turned to gray. Witnessing Zhou Ding's gray locks, Li Xianyu was moved to tears. With vitality diminished significantly and having expended much of his magical energy to create the sacrificial array, Zhou Ding was now in an extremely weakened state. The azure threads were relentless, and the grand array was still in effect. In his weakened state, Zhou Ding finally succumbed. "Young Master Zhou, what are you doing? You cannot approach me. You will perish." As Zhou Ding crawled towards her in his frail condition, Li Xianyu hastily wiped away her tears and called out sternly, "They are truly merciless. I would rather be drained by you than meet a tragic end in such a suffocating manner." They? At Zhou Ding's words, Li Xianyu immediately thought of her aunt. In that moment of distraction, Zhou Ding transformed into a fierce beast, pouncing upon her with ferocity. "Dear lady, I implore you to allow me a glimpse inside. My son Ding is truly..." The couple Zhou has been waiting outside for over 3 hours now. During this time, Zhou has attempted several times to rush in, only to be repelled by Yun Sheng stationed at the entrance. "Lord Zhou, it is not that I am obstructing your entrance, but unless the princess sends word, no one may enter today. I kindly ask you to refrain from making it difficult for me." "Sir." Mrs. Zhou stepped forward, clutching Zhou's sleeve. "Madam, how can you not be the least bit concerned for Ding?" Seeing no trace of worry on Mrs. Zhou's face, Zhou questioned with evident frustration. Mrs. Zhou wished to explain, but swallowed her words. How could she tell Zhou that Zhou Ding was still alive? She certainly could not. She was aware of his survival because he had given her a strand of hair before his departure, assuring her that as long as that hair remained, it signified his safety. In her eyes, Zhou Ding was not the kind of person to sacrifice himself for the princess, which alleviated her fears. Over 3 hours have passed. Lu Xun gazed up at the swirling snowflakes and deliberately raised his voice. "Rather than waiting idly here, Lord Zhou, it would be more meaningful to return home and engage in something of substance." "What could be more meaningful than waiting for my son?" Zhou replied solemnly. Turning to Lu Xun, "Are you waiting for your son or for his funeral rites?" After making this remark to Zhou, Lu Xun shifted his gaze to Mrs. Zhou. "I believe you are not yet at the age where childbearing is out of the question. The meaningful endeavor I refer to is right here." While speaking to Mrs. Zhou, Lu Xun's eyes were actually on Zhou. "Young Master Lu, your status is noble, yet you must not speak so rudely to Mrs. Zhou." Xiao Qiqi, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself, but immediately regretted her words after confronting Lu Xun. "Who do you think you are to lecture me?" Lu Xun retorted coldly. Turning to Xiao Qiqi, "Your family is truly amusing. Having just been rejected by the Zhou family, you send someone like you to pursue them again. Is it that the women of the Qiao family are so eager to bear children for the Zhou family?" Xiao Qiqi was incensed by Lu Xun's words. She wanted to retaliate but felt intimidated by his superior status. In the Qiao family, only her uncle had been bestowed the title of Grand Secretary by the Emperor, and he was the only one to have reached the Qi extreme realm. In stark contrast, the Lu family boasted formidable figures. Not only was Lord Lu Yan on the brink of mastering the 12th Qi path, but Lu Xun himself was also a prodigious talent, already nearing the threshold of the Qi extreme realm. Furthermore, Lu Xun's uncle, Lu Hong, was even more impressive, as Xiao Qiqi had heard her uncle say that Lu Hong was the third supreme being within the martial extreme hall, capable of surpassing the 12 Qi paths. In the face of such an entity, it is conceivable that with but a mere flick of her finger, the Qiao family could be obliterated. Yet, observing Xiao Qiqi's demeanor, visibly agitated yet restrained, Lu Xun, with a sinister grin, suddenly seized her delicate wrist. "What are you doing, Lu Xiaoho?" Xiao Qiqi exclaimed in a flurry as she felt her wrist caught. "Oh, nothing much. I merely find standing here rather tedious." With a casual flick, he cast Xiao Qiqi away and continued, "I have heard that your family possesses a martial manual known as the Flowing Palm. How about this? If you perform a few stances in this snowy expanse, I shall overlook your earlier affront." Miss Xiao. The thought of being compelled to perform before the crowd for Lu Xiaoho's amusement filled Xiao Qiqi with dread. Should word of this escapade spread, she would find it exceedingly difficult to hold her head high in the capital again. Embarrassment and fury surged within her, yet she stood, fists clenched, immobile in the snow. What's wrong? As Xiao Qiqi remained still, Lu Xun's gaze turned icy. Are you willing to embrace that young scion of the Zhou family, yet refuse to entertain me with your palms? Chapter 18. The 9 lotus blossoms weep. The heavy snowfall descended with fervor, accumulating a thick layer upon the ground within merely 3 hours. The white snow enveloped Xiao Qiqi's deer boots, and Mrs. Zhou could not help but notice the mist gathering in Xiao Qiqi's bright eyes, stirring a feeling of unease within her. After all, Xiao Qiqi had suffered due to her defense of Mrs. Zhou against Lu Xun's ire. Stealing a glance at the hairpin in her hand, Mrs. Zhou stepped forward, crunching through the snow to approach Xiao Qiqi. Upon reaching Xiao Qiqi's side, Mrs. Zhou grasped her wrist and began to lead her away. Mrs. Zhou, who gave you the audacity to take her away? Lu Xun was acutely aware that the prominent figures from the capital were observing the scene. Lu Yan, Lu Xun's temperament is not easily tempered by you. Atop a snow-laden height, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe chuckled at Lu Yan. Ah, pray forgive me, your highness. I have been spoiled by my mother since childhood, to the point that even I, as a father, cannot discipline him. As Lu Yan spoke, his eyes brimmed with indulgence for Lu Xun. Just as the two were sharing laughter, Lu Xun abruptly barred the path of Mrs. Zhou and Xiao Qiqi. Lu Xun, known for his domineering nature in the capital, certainly did not temper his behavior under the watchful eyes of the influential. He first yanked Xiao Qiqi back from Mrs. Zhou's grasp, and as Mrs. Zhou attempted to reclaim Xiao Qiqi, Lu Xun unexpectedly toppled her to the ground. Madam, seeing Mrs. Zhou fall into the snow, Zhou Chong hurried to assist her. At that moment, as Zhou Chong reached for Mrs. Zhou, Lu Xiaoho suddenly kicked him, sending Zhou Chong crashing into the snow without warning. This entire sequence had been meticulously orchestrated by Lu Xun. He intended to trouble Xiao Qiqi until the Zhou couple intervened on her behalf. Once they did, he would have the justification to target Zhou Chong without arousing suspicion from the prominent figures. Lu Xiaoho, do you truly believe my son is dead? Witnessing Zhou Chong cough repeatedly after being kicked, Mrs. Zhou raised her head and shouted angrily at Lu Xun. Are you trying to intimidate me with your son? The memory of Zhou Ding's arrogant demeanor earlier that day ignited Lu Xun's fury. Had it not been for Qing Dai informing him that the martial god temple had arranged for Zhou Ding to meet the princess, he would have acted against Zhou Ding at the. This is no intimidation. As Mrs. Zhou met Lu Xun's fierce gaze, which seemed ready to devour them whole, she suddenly released her grip, snapping the strand of hair Zhou Ding had left for her. The hair severed. Mrs. Zhou looked toward the loft and called out into the tempest. Are you ready yet? What is the hurry? All is well, came a voice in response. As the snow swirled violently, when Lu Xun, Yun Sheng, and Xiao Qiqi heard this voice emanating from the loft, their expressions shifted dramatically. A figure emerged from the Yun Shui pavilion, leisurely stepping through the snow while fastening their belt. The moment Zhou Ding appeared outside the pavilion, the prominent figures standing amidst the swirling snow and wind straightened their postures. What could this possibly mean? Enveloped in mist, as the two individuals atop the mountain discerned the disheveled Zhou Ding standing outside the pavilion through their supernatural abilities, their eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. The formation I laid at Yinshui Gorge, along with the 7 Desires incense, could not have failed. Yet what use is there in lamenting now? Does it even matter if you succeeded or failed? As Zhou Ding exited the Yinshui pavilion, his gaze fell upon the Zhou couple, collapsed in the snow. Son, what happened to your hair? Zhou Chong, momentarily forgetting his own pain, trembled as he questioned Zhou Ding upon seeing his gray locks. You did this, didn't you? With an outstretched hand, Zhou Chong and his wife were promptly lifted from the ground and brought into the pavilion. After they were safely inside, Zhou Ding raised his eyes towards the high altitude shrouded in snow and wind. It was as if he were defiantly uttering 2 words into the swirling snow. Waterfall, come. As these words escaped his lips, the 3,000 waterfalls that cascaded down Yinshui Gorge surged forth as if summoned by his command. A magnificent white curtain of water descended, prompting gasps of astonishment from those lofty figures who watched below. Yet, before their exclamations could fully escape their lips, the immense cascade hovering above Zhou Ding crashed down upon Lu Xun with a thunderous roar. Zhou Ding, you dare to strike at me? Lu Xun bellowed, incensed by Zhou Ding's silent aggression. Humph, what are you to merit such boldness? Such arrogance? Zhou Ding, you are the first amongst your peers in this capital to display such audacity before me. Despite Lu Xun's haughty demeanor, he possessed the prowess to back it. Having already stepped into the threshold of the Qi extreme realm at such a young age, he harbored no fear of Zhou Ding. With his aura erupting, Lu Xun confronted the colossal cascade without a hint of retreat. Previously, Zhou Ding had effortlessly slain an advanced martial artist while at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. More significantly, after an encounter with Li Xinyu, he had miraculously recovered from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. Upon entering Foundation establishment, his dantian transformed into a liquid state, enabling him to fast from sustenance and amplifying his spiritual awareness. Although he could not yet wield the supreme forbidden techniques, his current attacks were incomparable to those of his former Qi refinement days. This is bad. The waterfall that this boy commands conceals a violent force. Perceiving the hidden intricacies within Zhou Ding's grand white curtain, the concealed Xuanhua wasted no time and surged towards Zhou Ding. Meanwhile, Lu Xun had already engaged the descending cascade. Concentrating his aura into his fists, Lu Xun shouted, his veins bulging. Fearless fist. In his eyes, an unwavering determination radiated forth, as his fists resembled twin axes cleaving the cascading white silk above into 3 parts. Humph, a creature blissfully ignorant. Witnessing Lu Xun's audacious choice to confront him head-on, Zhou Ding could not help but smirk coldly. This smile caused a magnificent lotus, shimmering with countless bolts of lightning, to suddenly bloom within the vast expanse of white silk. A cascade of thunderous waterfalls, the 9-petal lotus blossomed, a lament of the celestial. As Zhou Ding's emotionless voice echoed, the 9-petal water lotus, enveloped in a myriad of lightning, descended abruptly from the immense veil of white. With this descent, the flying snow outside the pavilion came to an abrupt halt, prompting the previously leisurely Yuandi and Dao Bai, engaged in their game on the high platform, to rise suddenly. Sooner, from his vantage point amidst the swirling winds and snow, Lu Yin leaned forward. Young Lord, Xuanhua, with a speed that defied the laws of space, darted through the heavy snow towards Lu Xun, who was on the verge of being engulfed by the mesmerizing water lotus. The great star shifts north. With a thunderous shout, Xuanhua transformed his palm into a claw, making a desperate twist towards the enchanting water lotus. Chapter 19. Qinglai. With a sudden twist, the 9-petal water lotus, which was poised to engulf Lu Xun, was forcefully displaced from the massive white mist. Ah, you cowardly turtle. As Zhou Ding witnessed his lethal strike against Lu Xun thwarted by Xuanhua, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Xuanhua, who stood in the snow, gasping for breath. The water lotus landed, stirring up a flurry of fallen snow. The snow vanished in the lightning's glow, revealing a deep pit several dozen meters deep. Sparks of lightning flickered within the pit, and upon a glance, Lu Xun was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Xuanhua's timely intervention, that lightning-enshrouded water lotus would have struck him squarely on the head. As apprehension coursed through him, it also ignited an overwhelming murderous intent toward Zhou Ding. If this person did not perish, he could not touch Zhou Zhong, and now, this was no longer about Zhou Zhong, but rather about Lu Xun's own pride. As they beheld the water lotus blooming amidst the cascading waterfall, even the eminent figures standing high above in the storm were momentarily lost in thought, including Dao Bai, who stood atop the heavenly altar. Yet what left them even more entranced was what followed. For Xuanhua had now engaged Zhou Ding in combat. Xuanhua was personally selected by Lu Yin as a guardian from the Martial Extreme Hall, a formidable martial cultivator of the Qi Extreme realm. Though he was still far from comprehending the 12 Qi paths, he had few adversaries within the Qi Extreme realm. Yet now, this Zhou Ding, whose realm they could not yet discern, was relentlessly suppressing Xuanhua. The 5 elements technique unfolded in myriad forms, and thousands of flying snowflakes transformed beneath Zhou Ding's feet into a colossal flying sword. Standing atop the flying sword, Zhou Ding would form a hand seal with each energy-replenishing pill he consumed. The sudden wood technique. As the beleaguered Xuanhua narrowly avoided Zhou Ding's ground-sinking technique, a massive wooden spike suddenly erupted from beneath him, just as Xuanhua relied on his elusive movements to evade the wooden spike piercing from the ground. A gigantic fireball materialized above his head. The heavenly fire. With a wooden spike beneath him and a blazing fireball above, Xuanhua's eyes widened in alarm. As the fireball descended, he forcefully shifted his body to evade it. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhou Ding's voice resounded above him once more. Icicle Blade. As Zhou Ding's incantation echoed, Xuanhua saw an ice blade suddenly strike from his side. Truly, there was no escape above or below. Coupled with the fact that he had already expended most of his Qi River to save Lu Sun, Xuanhua realized he could not evade this ice blade. Young lord, run. Drawing forth the remainder of his Qi River, Xuanhua disregarded the ice blade hurtling toward him and leaped toward Zhou Ding. His overwhelming murderous intent had dissipated. Deeply shaken by Zhou Ding's relentless techniques that rattled his once arrogant spirit. Upon hearing Xuanhua urging Lu Sun to flee, Xiao Qiqi found herself wanting to laugh, even as she was profoundly impressed by Zhou Ding's stunning display. What a formidable martial artist at the Qi Extreme realm. What extraordinary power must Zhou Ding possess to compel this Qi Extreme cultivator to utter such humiliating words? In light of your loyalty to your master, I shall grant you this turtle a complete demise. Standing upon a flying sword composed of myriad falling snowflakes, Zhou Ding softly intoned a phrase, as birds vanish over 1,000 mountains. The cold moon crystallizes into ice flowers. Berry. With the utterance of Zhou Ding, the snowflakes, which had been drifting down from the heavens, swiftly converged towards Xuanhua. In their gathering, the snowflakes blossomed. These blossoming snowflakes transformed into cold plum blossoms, instantly engulfing Xuanhua. Outside the pavilion, silence reigned. At the heights of wind and snow, all was tranquil. As the cold plum blossoms dissipated, Xuanhua's body plummeted from the sky. With a resounding thud that echoed in Lu Sun's ears, he looked down to find Xuanhua devoid of breath. Thus, a mighty martial artist of the Qi Extreme realm was slain by Zhou Ding, leaving Xiao Qiqi gasping for air. This is impossible. What realm is this young man truly in? Who can enlighten me on the source of this seemingly endless array of techniques? Surely not Zhao Zhan. It is well known that Zhao Zhan devoted his life to mastering a single technique. How dare you utter such a statement? After a moment of silence, gasps and discussions arose from the heights of wind and snow. Yet, before these esteemed figures could fully comprehend the demise of Xuanhua, Zhou Ding raised a finger, and another water lotus materialized above Lu Sun's head. You dare! The heavens above the pavilion thundered with a booming voice. Amidst the tumult, a lion's head suddenly plunged down from the storm clouds. As Lu Sun's life hung by a thread, Lu Yan could no longer restrain himself and struck at Zhou Ding. Standing atop the lion's head, just as its gaping maw prepared to swallow Zhou Ding whole, Lu Yan vanished from the lion's head in an instant. What kind of sorcery is this? The moment the lion's head emerged from the storm clouds, Zhou Ding felt a surge of intense trepidation. Could this be the true might of a martial artist in this realm? Zhou Ding would never allow himself to be consumed by this lion's head that instilled such fear in him. Yet, as he dodged the lion's head with his sword, a figure abruptly appeared before him. You wretch, you dare harbor thoughts of killing my son. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Lu Yan, with a mere gesture, caused the water lotus hovering above Lu Sun to shatter. But that was not all. In the instant the lotus fragmented, Lu Yan launched a punch at Zhou Ding. This seemingly unremarkable punch was imbued with the essence of 12 Qi paths. And what are these 12 Qi paths? They are the profound energies sensed since the dawn of creation, hidden within the celestial realm. In this Xianzong continent, only those who can perceive the supreme Qi paths concealed within the 12 Qi pits are deemed to have truly embarked on the path of profound cultivation. Qi Extreme realm. Gathering the essence, solidifying Qi into rivers. In the realm of divine energy, where the essence of spirit intertwines with the path of enlightenment, Lu Yan stands as a formidable figure who has transcended into the realm of divine energy, inscribing 4 channels of energy within his being. Thus, his seemingly humble punch directed at Zhou Ding is, in truth, imbued with the 4 divine powers he has comprehended from the 12 channels of energy. Even before the fist makes contact, Zhou Ding perceives an aura emanating from Lu Yan's strike that is unlike anything he has encountered in his own world. You possess a certain depth indeed. Though Lu Yan's punch instills a sense of trepidation within Zhou Ding, his character forbids him from displaying weakness. With resolve, he unleashes his full potential. Concurrently, Zhou Ding forms a hand seal, invoking the supreme celestial technique capable of obliterating even a nascent soul cultivator. A skill he mastered during his foundation establishment phase. Every grain of sand embodies a realm. Each leaf heralds spring. Every flower signifies a lifetime. and each blade of grass represents existence. Come forth, Azure. Chapter 20. The Emergence of the Divine Beast. All flames converge. As Zhou Ding concluded his words, a single green leaf gracefully floated down from his form. When this delicate leaf gently intercepted Lu Yan's unadorned punch, it promptly disintegrated, causing Lu Yan's blow to halt abruptly. However, this pause was but a fleeting moment. In the very next instant, he pressed forward again, delivering a solid strike that landed squarely upon Zhou Ding's body. Crimson droplets of blood fell from his fist, and Zhou Ding was sent careening backward by the force of the blow. Without casting a glance at the now receding Zhou Ding, Lu Yan merely lowered his gaze to his own fist. To his astonishment, he found that the very leaf which had just descended had inflicted damage upon his hand. Were it not for the considerable disparity in their realms, he might have found his punch rendered utterly ineffective against that leaf. Yet, it was not the leaf that left him most astounded. What truly struck him with terror was the overwhelming sensation that coursed through him the moment his fist connected with Zhou Ding. His arm felt numb, and the area around his thumb burned as if seared by fire. Upon impact, an exceedingly subtle recoil force pushed back against the power of his strike. Had it not been for his profound cultivation, he would have been compelled to relinquish that recoil force. Even so, his fist bore some internal injury. While Zhou Ding appeared to have been blasted away by his punch, Lu Yan understood that the youth had merely utilized the recoil to retreat, sustaining little damage in truth. Countless snowflakes coalesced, reforming into a flying sword. Zhou Ding, having regained his footing atop the sword during his retreat, halted his movement. You are far superior to the one I just drowned, he mused, under the watchful eyes of the formidable beings within the realm of divine energy. Zhou Ding retrieved a jade vial from his robe and tilted his head back, pouring the contents into his mouth. The earlier leaf had depleted all his internal energy, and the vial contained the last of his elixirs, the Xuanhuan pill. Father, kill him. With Lu Yan present, Lu Sun had regained his resolve. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. This child must not be spared. Seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Without needing to glance upward, Lu Yan recognized the source of the transmission. Such ruthless intent at such a tender age. Should you come into your power, how formidable would you become? Today, I shall rid the great Yuan of your menace. As he spoke, an ethereal shadow surged up behind Lu Yan, taking the form of a mighty lion that roared, causing the snow to wither away. Is Lu Yan truly intent on taking serious action against that boy? Do you not care? On the heavenly altar, Emperor Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired of by beside him. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Moreover, I have no connection to this child. Why should I engage in conflict with the martial extreme hall on behalf of an unrelated individual? Humph, you are a curious one, able to offend anyone yet choosing to offend no one. Lu Yan was poised to strike at Zhou Ding, a development that took Qiao Qiqi completely by surprise. From Lu Yan's earlier words, it was evident that he was indeed intent on ending Zhou Ding's life. As Qiao Qiqi averted her gaze from Lu Yan and turned to Zhou Ding, she was momentarily taken aback. Why was he not afraid? Within the Yunshui pavilion, Zhou Chong and his wife clutched each other's hands tightly, their eyes filled with concern and regret as they observed Zhou Ding. Madam, we should not have come. Zhou Chong's eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, indeed. Amidst the couple's palpable worry and remorse, Zhou Ding, standing upon his flying sword, suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "This unfolding plot bears an uncanny resemblance to my own past experiences." After a round of applause, Zhou Ding abruptly gazed up at the swirling snowflakes and addressed the shadowy figures above. Are you not weary, standing up there? At your age? Is it not time to cease your clandestine observations? The prominent figures, perched high amidst the snow and wind, felt a wave of unease. How could this young man perceive their presence in such tempestuous weather? Before they could fully process their astonishment, Zhou Ding continued. You must have been watching for quite some time, and I am certain you witnessed how Lu Xiaoho has bullied my parents. Let me pose a question. If my parents had just been slain by Lu Xiaoho, would you still remain as indifferent as you are now, merely spectators? Upon delivering this pointed remark to the lofty figures, Zhou Ding added, These are all citizens of the Great Yuan. Your indifference makes it exceedingly difficult for me to regard this place favorably. What does this mean? The implications of Zhou Ding's words began to unsettle the esteemed onlookers, who were merely there to observe. Could it be that he intended to betray the Great Yuan and seek allegiance with another nation? One of the dignitaries speculated with a misguided notion. Do not delay, act swiftly. The voice echoed in Lu Yan's ears. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan surged forward like a torrent unleashed from a dam, charging toward Zhou Ding. Come at me. With a vial of Hun Tian Dan consumed, Zhou Ding not only restored his magical powers, but also ascended a level in his foundation establishment. Now revitalized to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, Zhou Ding took action. He suddenly pointed skyward, a gesture that transformed the very atmosphere. A vortex formed amidst the falling snow above Zhou Ding, from which a colossal sword emerged, crystalline and translucent. As if forged from ice and snow, Qing Tsong's sword. His silver hair billowed without wind, and his dark robe flowed like rolling clouds. In this moment, Zhou Ding appeared as a deity standing between heaven and earth, wielding a gigantic ice sword far exceeding his own size. This young man possesses remarkable abilities. The Emperor of Yuan felt his lips twitch uncontrollably at this spectacle. He was utterly astonished by Zhou Ding's display of extraordinary prowess. Not just the Emperor, but even the neutral dignitaries were profoundly moved by Zhou Ding's performance. Only a few figures within the Wuji Hall remained unaffected. At this moment, the figures casting their gaze upon Zhou Ding were shrouded in malevolence. The roaring lion reverberated, and the celestial sword brimmed with authority. When these two forces collided, ripples cascaded across half of the sky. The ripples sliced through the snow, instilling dread in the winter winds. Under the weight of the celestial sword, the roaring lion suddenly let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. In the wake of this earth-shattering roar, the lion's phantom behind Lu Yan abruptly merged into his being. As the lion entered his body, Lu Yan erupted in a blaze of myriad flames. Amidst this radiant inferno, a majestic lion, even more formidable than the previous one, emerged from behind Lu Yan. It was the Xuanhua. Upon witnessing the lion manifesting behind Lu Yan, the prominent figures gasped in unison, astonished that Lu Yan had indeed comprehended the 5th pit of the 12 Qi pits and had stepped into the realm of the true Xuanhua fire path. With the emergence of the Xuanhua, all flames converged. In but an instant, Zhou Ding's colossal icy sword was engulfed by the myriad flames. In the realm of the 5 elements, each element possesses its counter. The Xuanhua fire unleashed by Lu Yan was the very nemesis of Zhou Ding's icy sword. Chapter 21, Genius or Monster. My favorite torment, the colossal sword melted away in the sea of flames. Lu Yan, enveloped in fire and walking through the sky, approached Zhou Ding step by step. Behind him, the mythical beast, Xuanhuan, roared towards the heavens, causing Qiao Qiqi below to nearly stumble. Come forth. Upon witnessing the disruption of his spell, Zhou Ding raised his hand, and a white ribbon fell like the Milky Way descending upon Lu Yan. Humph. This mere trick thinks it can extinguish my Xuanhua's fire path. Lu Yan allowed the white ribbon to drench him, and in an instant, he transformed into ethereal mist amidst the flames. It seemed that his very act was to demonstrate the vast chasm that lay between him and Zhou Ding. Indeed, a stark disparity existed, especially as this old man unleashed the Xuanhua fire path once more, making the difference even more pronounced. Previously, even in a state of full retaliation, he had been unable to withstand a single punch from this old man. Moreover, this was after exhausting all his magical energy to execute the supreme celestial technique, one leaf of Tathagata, which had left the entire cultivation realm in turmoil. Time. If only he could be granted a little more time to recuperate. At this thought, Zhou Ding couldn't help but glance towards the depths of Yinshui Pavilion. This glance prompted him to suddenly shout towards the innermost part of the pavilion. Have you not yet overcome that hurdle in your heart? A delicate voice echoed from Yinshui's stream in response. At that very moment, Lu Yan also halted his steps and called out towards the pavilion. Princess. All right, I shall say no more. There is a predicament. Lu Xiaoho's father seeks to slay me, and at present, I am no match for him. You must protect me for a while, until I have regained enough strength to settle accounts with his entire family. Zhou Ding's words flowed effortlessly, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Why does Lu Ho wish to kill you? Came a voice from Yinshui's stream, tinged with curiosity. For 2 reasons, really, Zhou Ding replied. The first, undoubtedly, is to protect his son. The second, because of my extraordinary talent. He fears I may flourish and seeks to extinguish me in my infancy. You insolent child. Speaking such nonsense. Lu Yan was unperturbed by Li Xianyu's skepticism, It was the Emperor Yuan he truly feared, for he knew the Emperor was watching. As Zhou Ding's words fell, a profound silence enveloped Yinshui Pavilion. After a brief pause, a gentle voice emerged from within. "Father, come here." At that moment, all the prominent figures standing amidst the snow turned their gazes towards the highest altar in the capital. A daughter's invitation could not be disregarded by Li Chuntian. Without hesitation, Li Chuntian descended from the high altar, and as he stepped down, his figure vanished into the swirling snow. Possessing the power to unify the nation, Li Chuntian was indeed a profound cultivator, and few knew the depths of his realm beyond the Dao White. A figure appeared outside Yinshui Pavilion. In an instant, Lu Yin extinguished the flames of the Xuanhua fire that enveloped him and approached the figure before him. "I have met your majesty," he declared. With a faint glance at Lu Yin, Li Chuntian shifted his gaze to Yun Shuijian, where a graceful silhouette stood. "Father, as requested by young Master Zhou, I cannot refuse. Here, I wish to ask for your support in granting young Master Zhou some time." Some time? Li Chuntian pondered, his attention drawn to Zhou Ding. In that moment, he noticed a scratch on Zhou Ding's neck, causing him to momentarily freeze. After regaining his composure, he turned his gaze to Li Xinyu, only to see several crimson marks on her fair neck. "How dare you treat my daughter so roughly?" he thought, suppressing a curse. As an experienced father, Li Chuntian understood all too well the origin of those marks on his daughter's neck. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he directed his gaze back to Zhou Ding. His daughter's revival stemmed from absorbing the vitality of a male servant, and since then, any male servant who approached her had met with misfortune. Yet this young man from the Zhou family not only drew close, but had also. This revelation left him astounded. "Are you the father-in-law?" Zhou Ding boldly addressed him, disregarding who Li Chuntian was. "Who is your father-in-law?" Li Chuntian retorted, his anger flaring at Zhou Ding's audacity. "Father-in-law, do not be so agitated. We will inevitably become family. What difference does it make whether you call me early or late?" Zhou Ding's arrogance was innate, but if he pressed forward recklessly, he would merely be a fool. Observing Zhou Ding's shameless demeanor, Li Chuntian could easily discern his intentions. With a stern expression, he suppressed his doubts and addressed Zhou Ding. "My great Yuan has its own rules. If you wish for me to grant you time, that is impossible. However," at this point, Li Chuntian abruptly changed his tone. "In half a month's time, at Guishu Boji, the 5 sacred mountains will once again emerge into the light. Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, not only did the prominent figures standing in the snow-capped heights change expressions, but even Lu Yin, standing before Li Chuntian, spoke up in protest. "What is it?" Turning to Lu Yin, Li Chuntian remarked coolly, "Do you believe your son is capable? Or perhaps you wish for him to accompany you on this journey?" "Your Majesty, how could I possibly let my son shoulder such a great responsibility with his talents?" Lu Yin replied, his face contorting with bitterness as if he had tasted a bitter herb. "Precisely. You all are so protective of your precious sons, while my great Yuan has become the laughingstock of other nations for it." After saying this to Lu Yin, Li Chuntian raised his gaze to Zhou Ding and declared, "You seek time, and I shall grant you that time." Half a month later, Fangsuan Mountain will grant me 2 places in the Great Yuan to accompany them to the Tianhai Guishu. I have comprehended the implication. It seems that the young scions of the Great Yuan are rather arrogant. Is my esteemed father-in-law expecting me to elevate your reputation? Regardless of your thoughts, I shall pose a singular question. Do you dare to go? What purpose would that serve? If it is merely to serve as a backdrop for others, I cannot afford such humiliation. It must be said that Zhou Ding's audacious nature resonates well with Li Chuntian's temperament. In his youth, he too was a proud and ambitious soul. Humph. With a stern countenance, he secretly chuckles within. After expressing his dissatisfaction through a snort, Li Chuntian turned to Zhou Ding and said, "Your enthusiasm is commendable, yet do not fault me for not forewarning you. Those selected from various realms and nations to journey to the Tianhai Guishu are indeed the cream of the crop, with some being rare prodigies who emerge only once in countless millennia." Prodigies? Monstrous talents? Upon hearing Li Chuntian's words, Zhou Ding also snorted in discontent. "I may lack in many areas, but I take great pleasure in tormenting those so-called prodigies to the point of questioning their very existence." Chapter 22. What do you wish to know? It's all about the details. Zhou Ding spoke the truth. During his time in the realm of cultivation, he had encountered countless so-called prodigies. Yet, without exception, all these self-proclaimed talented individuals were utterly humbled by him. The blow was so severe that it caused these geniuses to question their very existence, leading them to a state of despair. Those who did not falter in their self-belief became mere stepping stones in Zhou Ding's ascent to the title of the formidable overlord of the immortal realm. Such arrogance. A prominent figure, cloaked in neutrality, stroked his beard amidst the swirling snow. You all have witnessed that this youth indeed possesses the audacity to be so proud. Indeed. Another interjected, before his sudden enlightenment, he was but a nameless figure. Now, he has risen to prominence in the capital. In our great Yuan, he stands as the foremost among the young generation. Humph. A disdainful snort emanated from the martial extremity hall. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Let us not forget that this youth holds no affection for our great Yuan. Lu Hong, he bears no goodwill towards your family alone. We have never wronged him. Another voice chimed in. Let us all speak less. Dao Bai, standing atop the heavenly altar, interjected. Lu Hong and esteemed members of the martial extremity hall. Heed my counsel. It is time to cease these hostilities. Our generation will eventually pass. Should our descendants in the great Yuan find no successors, we shall all be deemed sinners. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ding, he could not hear the words carried by the wind and snow. Meanwhile, Li Chuntian, casting a glance toward the heavenly altar, turned to Zhou Ding and inquired, So, does this imply your agreement? Indeed, Zhou Ding replied. Assisting my father-in-law on this journey is not an inconvenience. After all, we are family. However, his tone shifted abruptly. I do have a lingering concern. A lingering concern? Li Chuntian queried, perplexed by Zhou Ding's statement. Yes. Zhou Ding shifted his gaze from Li Chuntian to Lu Sun, expressing his curiosity. I am genuinely intrigued as to what my father possesses that captures your interest, prompting you to repeatedly seek trouble with him. Earlier, you must have thought I perished at the Yunshui Pavilion, which is why you felt unrestrained in approaching them. Frankly, if I do not unravel this matter, I shall find no peace even in the afterlife. This is easily remedied. Li Chuntian, seemingly coming to Lu Sun's defense, smiled lightly. Before your return, I shall arrange for your parents to stay at the Yunshui Pavilion, and let us see who dares to trouble them. Oh, Zhou Ding turned to Li Chuntian, a smile gracing his lips. That is indeed a feasible approach. However, the smile vanished from his face as a cold glint appeared in his eyes. If I must depart for a time, I shall speak plainly today. As for conflicts here in the capital, my only open disputes are with the Qiao family and you, Lu Sun. But to those who harbor malevolent intentions and conspire against me from the shadows, listen closely. As Zhou Ding's words fell, he suddenly tilted his head skyward, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. Regardless of your identities or the reasons compelling you to wish my demise, I shall convey but one message. Having initiated this confrontation, it would be prudent not to retract your intentions halfway. I harbor a deep-seated grudge, and should I ascertain who seeks to harm me, even if you express remorse, I shall show you no mercy. For I, Zhou Ding, have never been one of benevolence. To kill is to affirm my path, for that is my true self. Li Xinyu, standing upon the precipice of Yunshui Gorge, was taken aback by Zhou Ding's inherently proud demeanor. The formidable figures amidst the snow-laden heights widened their eyes at Zhou Ding's audacious declaration. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the martial extremity hall, intermingled with a chilling sense of impending violence. In a fog-laden mountain mist, two individuals stood, their fists clenched tightly. This youth is indeed exceedingly arrogant. Yet what of arrogance? The task entrusted to you by the hall master has already been mishandled. Now you must contemplate your own fate. Li Chuntian found great admiration in Zhou Ding's assertion of killing as a testament to one's true self. However, despite his admiration, he did not forget the matter concerning Zhou Ding and his daughter. How could this young man have met his daughter only once? It is all the fault of Dao Bai, had he not imposed restrictions at Yunshui Pavilion. Now, it seems, Li Chuntian is utterly bewildered. In truth, Zhou Ding held a favorable impression of Li Chuntian, for the latter did not exhibit an air of superiority in his presence. After dismissing the onlookers and sending away the father and son, Li Chuntian suddenly leaped forward to stand before Zhou Ding. Tell me, young man, what is the origin of the marks upon your neck? What marks? Zhou Ding instinctively touched his neck, indeed finding a scratch. Embarrassed, he confessed to Li Chuntian. Your daughter left those marks. So you truly are involved with my daughter? To discern this through observation is one matter. To hear it directly is another. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's admission, Li Chuntian became somewhat unsettled. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for your daughter. Is that the crux of the matter? Li Chuntian's eyes widened in inquiry. Isn't that not the focus? Zhou Ding, perplexed, responded. You. Observing Zhou Ding's misinterpretation, Li Chuntian hastily clarified. What I mean is, regarding your relationship with my daughter, aside from the fact that your hair has turned somewhat gray, what else? So that was your inquiry. Zhou Ding found this puzzling. Li Chuntian's question stirred memories within him. At that moment, having exhausted his magical power and inhaled too much of the intoxicating fragrance that unsettles the heart, after guiding Li Xianyu through her tribulations, he lost his reason. The only fragment of clarity he retained was that he disregarded Li Xianyu's warnings and forcefully brought her to the ground. Initially, he believed that such intimate contact with Li Xianyu would surely lead to his demise under her enchanting allure. However, as he disregarded her struggles and became one with her, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the bewitching pull emanating from her had vanished. Not only did the allure dissipate, but he also found himself inexplicably restored to the foundational stage of cultivation. In that fleeting moment of recovery, he rationalized this extraordinary circumstance. In the realm of cultivation, those who ascended through such means were often referred to as a cauldron. Could it be that Li Xianyu possessed such a cauldron physique? What on earth are you pondering? Noticing that Zhou Ding remained silent, merely tilting his head in contemplation, Li Chuntian, irritated, inquired, What is it you wish to know? If we delve further, it will all become a matter of minute details. Are you truly interested in those? You, as a father, are rather peculiar, aren't you? Chapter 23. Then I shall reluctantly comply. The Zhou couple found themselves momentarily dumbfounded in the Yunshui pavilion. How could it be that in such a brief period, His Majesty and his son had become so intimately acquainted? With the departure of Lu Yin and his son, Qiao Kekai had no reason to linger. Observing Zhou Ding engaged in lively conversation with Li Chuntian, a wave of despondency washed over her. If only the princess did not possess that affliction that caused her such inner sorrow, perhaps they would indeed make a splendid pair, Qiao Qiqi mused. Li Chuntian had already experienced it. The moment he approached Li Xianyu, he sensed his vitality being siphoned by a mysterious force emanating from her. Severing this pull with determination, Li Chuntian returned to Zhou Ding's side. You shall set forth in half a month. Before your departure, you may wish to pay a visit to the master of Taiping Mountain, Dao Bai? Dao Bai? Zhou Ding inquired, following Li Chuntian's gaze towards the temple atop the mountain. The one residing in that temple? Indeed, he is the foremost practitioner of our great Yuan. In our realm, only Dao Bai has, in his youth, ascended to the sacred mountains of Gigzu. Li Chuntian continued with a sigh. I have heard Dao Bai speak of the 5 sacred mountains, each towering 30,000 miles and spanning 50,000 in circumference, with a distance of over 70,000 miles separating each mountain. What are these 5 sacred mountains? Zhou Ding asked, intrigued by Li Chuntian's words. The 5 mountains, concealed within the celestial seas of Guishu, are Daiyu, Yuqiao, Fenghu, Yingzhou, and Penglai. 2 centuries ago, even the exceptionally gifted Dao Bai was fortunate to have ascended but one of these mountains. Nevertheless, upon his return, he had transcended from the realm of Xinqi to that of Guihong. Xinqi? Guihong. Upon hearing these 2 realms, Zhou Ding felt a stirring within. Then Lu Sun's father is of the Xinqi realm? Indeed. To enter the realm of Xinqi, one must first glimpse the 12 Qi pits. Lu Yin has now perceived 5 of them. 12 Qi pits. Zhou Ding pondered, reflecting on Li Chuntian's words with a sense of wonder. It appears that the cultivation methods here are indeed distinct from those of the immortal realms. So, if one were to comprehend all 12 Qi pits, would that facilitate entry into the Guihong realm? Such ease is a mere illusion, Li Chuntian retorted, noting Zhou Ding's nonchalant demeanor. Many a profound practitioner throughout history has been thwarted at this stage, unable to advance, and thus remain stagnant for the entirety of their lives. I find it rather simple. Unperturbed by Li Chuntian's discontent, Zhou Ding declared with confidence, I have been listening to your discourse on perceiving and comprehending. In essence, it boils down to enlightenment regarding the so-called 12 Qi pits. Before Li Chuntian could respond, Zhou Ding pressed on. To comprehend the 12 Qi pits is inherently a lower form of understanding, as it merely mimics the surface. And what of the higher form? Li Chuntian inquired with a grave tone. The higher form, naturally, is to attain true insight, an inner realization that resonates within oneself. To articulate it more plainly, consider the example of you and me mastering a particular martial art. You may only grasp its fundamentals, while I delve into the essence of striking within this discipline. For instance, I discern precisely when to exert force and when to withdraw it with grace. I aim to embody this martial art, transforming it into a unique style that resonates with my own spirit. This is the essence of insight. Ah, what a marvel! Zhou Ding spoke eloquently, and Li Chuntian, patting him on the shoulder, remarked, with such eloquence, "It's a pity you aren't serving as an envoy to foreign lands." What do you mean? Do you think I'm spouting nonsense? Zhou Ding felt insulted regarding his understanding. Let us return to the main subject. When you one day glimpse the 12 chi pits and gain insight worth sharing, do enlighten me. I sense a hint of sarcasm in your words. In Li Chuntian's mind, Zhou Ding was merely a practitioner of both technique and thought who had entered the realm of chi extremity. It was this very prowess that enabled him to vanquish Lu Sun's attendant with his ever-evolving techniques. As for the source of Zhou Ding's magic in that confrontation, Li Chuntian had no intention of inquiring. Thinking of Lu Sun, Li Chuntian felt a headache coming on. Lu Sun's audacity in the capital was not merely supported by Lu Hong and Lu Yan. The true source of his unyielding confidence stemmed from his mother, Yuan. Yuan was not only a formidable practitioner who had glimpsed the entirety of the 12 chi pits and entered the realm of returning swallows, but also the sole daughter of Yixiang, an elder of the esteemed sect, Fangsuan Mountain. In the Xianzong continent, countless obscure nations exist, much like the Great Yuan. However, sects like Fangsuan Mountain are exceedingly rare. At the very least, in the eastern part of the Xianzong continent, Fangsuan Mountain undoubtedly holds supremacy over the Great Yuan. Take, for instance, the entry into the Tianhai Guishu. Without Fangsuan Mountain granting the Great Yuan a quota for entry, the latter cannot send its juniors there without permission. Should Fangsuan Mountain discover such an act, the consequences would be dire. As for why Yuan did not bring Lu Sun into Fangsuan Mountain, it was simply because his meager talents did not even qualify him for the outer gates of the sect. To enter Fangsuan Mountain and become a disciple of the inner cabinet, one must reach chi extremity by the age of 16. Now, having surpassed 20 without attaining chi extremity, even with connections, Lu Sun could not gain entry into the mountainous gates. This suggests that Fangsuan Mountain's criteria for selecting disciples are indeed stringent. His mother? When Zhou Ding heard that Lu Sun's mother was even more formidable than his own, he chuckled. He had encountered such intricate schemes in the realm of cultivation before. Pray tell, how did someone of such a disparity in status as Lu Sun's mother come to be interested in his father? Is that the crux of the matter? Conversing with you feels like an arduous task. The two conversed from dawn until dusk, standing in the falling snow, much to Li Xianyu's astonishment. Why should I be curious about this or that? Should I concern myself with trivial matters? What good would that do? You do speak a truth. Oblivious to the snow accumulating upon them, Zhou Ding and Li Chuntian continued their dialogue, shaking off the snow that had settled on his head. Li Chuntian regarded Zhou Ding with unexpected admiration, exclaiming, "I never imagined you possessed such clarity of thought. This is what one might call an awakening in the human realm." After uttering these words, Zhou Ding replied, "Time is limited and the cold is biting. I shan't linger here in the snow with you. Do remember to have the items I requested delivered to my father's residence tomorrow. Aren't you staying in my daughter's pavilion?" Zhou Ding retorted, "Since you've mentioned it, I shall reluctantly spend a night in your daughter's abode." With that, Zhou Ding formed a sword gesture and took flight on his sword towards the Yinshui Gorge. Li Chuntian, however, did not depart. Upon witnessing Zhou Ding truly standing beside Li Xianyu, he could only feel astonishment. How many years had it been? In both the palace and the capital, everyone had avoided his daughter as if she were a venomous serpent. This marked the first occasion in many years that he had seen someone of the opposite sex beside his daughter. Although this individual had a rather arrogant demeanor, Li Chuntian's gaze became misty, and as he beheld Li Xianyu blossom into a smile before Zhou Ding, the sovereign of the Great Yuan could not help but shed tears. Chapter 24. This relationship is complicated. The Zhou couple temporarily resided at Xuanhuan. The items Zhou Ding had requested from Li Chuntian were delivered the following day. Stretching languidly, Zhou Ding waved his hand, causing the goods from the several horse-drawn carts to fall into the courtyard of the Zhou residence. This modest abode had become the focal point of the capital. for the esteemed individual residing therein was soon to embark on a journey to the Tianhai Guishu with the prodigies of Fansuan Mountain. After a span of 2 centuries since the Taoist Bai, finally, someone was poised to restore the prestige of the Great Yuan. Most of Zhou Ding's requests to Li Chuntian comprised herbal medicines. With his restoration to the foundation establishment stage, Zhou Ding could also draw some rudimentary talismans. The air around the Zhou residence was now thick with the fragrance of herbs, and Zhou Ding remained utterly reclusive, not stepping beyond his door. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed, leaving only 5 days until Zhou Ding's departure. Amidst the mountain peaks shrouded in a sea of clouds stood a grand sect, the Fansuan Mountain. Within the Jiwei Pavilion of Fansuan Mountain, Yuan sat at the head, her brows furrowed in contemplation. "Qing'er, go fetch Brother Zhao and inform him that the sect master has matters to discuss with him." "Yes." As the female disciple departed, Yuan resumed her examination of the letter in her hand. This missive was penned by her husband's elder brother, Lu Hong, and represented the martial extreme hall of the Great Yuan. Fansuan Mountain was divided into the inner and outer halls. The inner hall consisted of 3 mountains and 1 hall, while the outer hall comprised 4 pavilions and 2 gates. The brother Zhao, whom Yuan had dispatched the disciple to summon, was the master of one of the gates in the outer hall. It was no secret that brother Zhao held a deep affection for Yuan. Thus, when Zhao Yun received word that Yuan sought him, he immediately set aside his affairs and rushed over. "Junior sister." As the door closed behind him, Zhao Yun hurried to Yuan, and with her tacit consent, he took her hand. After a brief exchange of tender glances, Yuan extricated herself from his grasp to address the matter at hand. "Brother, I have heard that among the younger generation heading to Tianhai Guishu is Zhao Jin." Upon hearing the name, a proud expression crossed Zhao Yun's face. "Indeed, it is due to the favor of the elders of the inner hall that this child has secured a place among the 4 seats. Must you still feign modesty before me, brother? At such a young age, he has already glimpsed the 12 Qi pit and stepped into the divine Qi 5th pit. Such talent is scarcely found across the entire eastern continent." After voicing this, Yuan shifted the topic. "I presume you did not anticipate that the child you took in out of pity outside the mountain would achieve such accomplishments?" "Indeed, I did not. Yet." Reflecting on Yuan's words, Zhao Yun sighed. "At that time, I merely took him in out of compassion." Realizing the direction of the conversation, Zhao Yun then inquired, "Junior sister, you keep mentioning Zhao Jin. Do you have a task for him?" "There is indeed a matter." A strand of hair, charmingly gracefully fell as Yuan addressed Zhao Yun. "The Grand Yuan Martial Hall has corresponded with me, stating that this time, the Yuan Emperor will dispatch a youth to accompany us from Mount Fansuan to the Celestial Sea ruins." "The Grand Yuan?" However, upon hearing Yuan's words, Zhao Yun scoffed disdainfully. "Can a land of mere mortals like the Grand Yuan produce true talent? It cannot compare to Mount Fansuan. Indeed, it cannot be compared. However, there are individuals within the Grand Yuan who do not wish for this prodigy to survive." "I see." Embracing Yuan at the waist, Zhao Yun replied with ease, "Since my junior sister has spoken, I shall have Zhao Jin escort this Grand Yuan prodigy to the Celestial Sea ruins. The so-called talismans are formed by condensing the primordial forces of heaven and earth into unique symbols drawn upon a piece of talisman paper imbued with magical energy." In his realm, Zhou Ding, though possessing a smattering of skills, lacked any innate talent for talisman crafting. After 10 days of attempts, he had managed to create merely 6 talismans, 2 for offense, 2 for defense, and the remaining 2 for retreating when the odds were unfavorable. With the aid of over 100 Qi replenishing pills, Zhou Ding recovered from the 2nd layer of foundation establishment to the 4th. After consuming more than 50 incomplete Xuanhuan pills, he advanced from the 4th to the 7th layer of foundation establishment. It appears that attaining the core formation stage before venturing to the Celestial Sea ruins is unlikely unless he can concoct higher-grade pills, which seems unrealistic given the absence of the essential medicinal materials in the Grand Yuan. Unless Li Xinyu truly possesses a furnace physique, but that remains unprovable since, after their last tumultuous encounter, she no longer allowed him to draw closer. Only 3 days remained before the journey to the Celestial Sea ruins. On this, the last day, Zhou Ding finally made his way to the Taoist temple on Taiping Mountain. "It is you," he exclaimed upon observing Dao Bai, seated in meditation beneath an ancient pine, engaged in a game of Go. "You have caused me quite a stir, haven't you?" Placing a white stone on the board, Dao Bai, with an ethereal demeanor, replied without lifting his gaze, "I am unaware of what you speak, young friend." Feigning ignorance, you continue to pretend. Sitting opposite Dao Bai, Zhou Ding casually placed a black stone on the board. "The princess informed me, and I was puzzled as to why someone would send an abrupt message to the capital. It turns out your no acceptance was meant for me. There are reasons for my actions. My refusal is justified. Stop being so arrogant. Did you think I wished to spread tales of enlightenment to become your disciple? To be frank, I knew nothing of you prior." Indeed, setting down a white stone, Dao Bai narrowed his eyes. "You do not belong here, hence your ignorance of me." At Dao Bai's words, Zhou Ding's heart suddenly tightened. Could this fellow have discerned his true identity? Just as this doubt crossed Zhou Ding's mind, Dao Bai continued, "I observe that you have made progress since our last encounter, yet your advancement remains insufficient." Insufficient? Take Xuanhuan Mountain as an example. As far as my knowledge extends, among the 4 disciples dispatched from this mountain, even the one with the lowest cultivation level possesses the formidable prowess of a divine Qi master who has glimpsed the 12 Qi pits and 3 trenches. The Xianzong continent is vast, and even a secluded sect like Xuanhuan Mountain is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in this grand expanse. Dao Bai's assertion resonated with Zhou Ding, for he had already heard of the celestial domain known as Tianhai Guishu, despite never having ventured beyond the Great Yuan. "Regarding your upcoming journey to Tianhai Guishu, I cannot offer you any assistance, as I too was merely entering one of the sacred mountains at that time, and my experience was limited to just that. I do not expect you to provide me with any guidance in return." However, upon hearing Dao Bai's words, Zhou Ding nonchalantly remarked, "To be honest, I have little interest in this Tianhai Guishu. The only reason I consented to this endeavor is that I require some time. There is no need for you to share these thoughts with me. Although I cannot provide experiential advice, I can impart a piece of counsel." "What counsel?" Zhou Ding inquired curiously, intrigued by Dao Bai's statement. Chapter 25. Let's go then, senior brother. Raising his gaze towards the ancient pine, Bai spoke with a tone that seemed to reflect both nostalgia and reminiscence. "Upon entering the Guishu, the so-called geniuses hold no value. I have witnessed a prodigy of the divine Qi realm, who had opened 7 Qi pits, fall victim to an ambush by other geniuses on that sacred mountain. Such occurrences are commonplace. In the face of the alluring treasures of the heavenly relics, life is rendered most inexpensive. Hence, my counsel to you is to conceal your abilities. Time flows like a swift current, and before one realizes, 3 days have passed. In this centennial opening of the heavenly sea Guishu, Xuanhuan Mountain has granted De Yuan 2 entry spots. However, the younger generation of De Yuan lacks successors, and aside from Zhou Ding, no second genius can be found. Therefore, Zhou Ding will be the sole representative of De Yuan in the journey to the heavenly sea Guishu." A cloud vessel hovered in the skies above the capital. Under the watchful eyes of Li Chuntian and Zhou Chong, Zhou Ding performed a hand seal and leapt onto the cloud vessel, soaring like a white crane. This lad from De Yuan is not a martial cultivator? On the cloud vessel stood 5 individuals. Aside from the leading elder, Yunshan, there were 4 talented members of the cabinet representing Xuanhuan Mountain in this expedition. Among these 4 prodigies were 3 men and 1 woman. The moment Zhou Ding landed on the vessel, he was enveloped by the gaze of the 5. Seeing nothing extraordinary about Zhou Ding, Yunshan's expression hardened as he stated, "I shall first outline the rules for you. The heavenly sea Guishu opens once every 100 years. Although I do not comprehend why De Yuan has chosen to send you to partake in this venture, since you have boarded my cloud vessel, you must adhere to my arrangements." "Very well." Leaning against the side of the vessel, Zhou Ding remarked nonchalantly. Noticing Yunshan's displeasure, he added, "This time, I am merely here to fill a quota for De Yuan. I shall comply with whatever arrangements you make." "Now, that is more agreeable." With a flick of his sleeve, Yunshan signaled for the vessel to set sail. Leaning against the cloud vessel, Zhou Ding lowered his head, appearing as though he were asleep, listening half-heartedly to Yunshan's incessant chatter. Observing Zhou Ding's indifference, Yunshan chose not to engage further. The 4 geniuses from Xuanhuan Mountain also disregarded Zhou Ding, treating him as if he were invisible aboard their vessel. Casting a sidelong glance at these 4 geniuses, Zhou Ding recalled that Lu Sun's mother hailed from Xuanhuan Mountain. This situation seems rather peculiar. Could it be that Lu Sun's mother has no intention of eliminating me on behalf of her son? Despite such thoughts, Zhou Ding remained vigilant. It was during his discreet observation of the four geniuses that one of them suddenly cast a fleeting glance in his direction. This brief glance did not escape Zhou Ding's notice, even though it was a mere cursory look. He mentally marked this individual, pondering, "This person appears rather unremarkable. Why would Uncle Yun want me to eliminate him?" Gazing into the layers of mist, Xiao Jin continued in his mind, "Forget it, since it is Uncle Yun's command. He must meet his end." As the cloud vessel navigated through the fog, the atmosphere within was as somber as if mourning the loss of a beloved family member. In the serene silence, Zhou Ding found solace. He extracted a cloth bag from his sleeve and began to consume the energy-replenishing pills, likening them to sweet beans. As the saying goes, a malnourished camel is still larger than a horse. Even though the efficacy of these pills diminished, their abundance would still yield some benefits. "What are you eating?" Yun Shan inquired, frowning as he heard Zhou Ding's chewing sounds from the helm of the boat. "Nothing much, just some ordinary sweet beans." "Would the elder like to try one?" Zhou Ding replied, his eyes sparkling with innocence. "Sweet beans?" At Zhou Ding's words, even Xiao Jin and the others turned to look at him. "At your age, you still consume such childish treats?" Yun Shan's brows knitted tighter. He could scarcely fathom why the great Yuan would send such an immature youth to partake in this once-in-a-century opportunity. Was it truly just to fill numbers and save face? But surely they wouldn't allow this lad to risk his life merely to be a placeholder. Seeing that Yun Shan chose to ignore him, Zhou Ding turned to the lone female among the talented group and asked, "Senior sister, would you care to try one?" "No, thank you." Upon witnessing Zhou Ding's Navi gaze, Xiaji averted her head. "Come on, just a taste. They're really sweet. Could you please be quiet?" The seemingly spoiled tone of Zhou Ding disgusted Liang Feng, another prodigy from Fangsuan Mountain. "Fine, I'll eat them myself." Zhou Ding bit into the energy-replenishing pill, the crunch echoing in the ears of Yun Shan and his companions, causing them considerable distress. Perceiving Zhou Ding's childish demeanor, a prodigy from Fangsuan Mountain approached him. Standing before Zhou Ding, Wei Ran extended his palm and said, "How about letting me try one? I quite enjoy sweet things." The unexpected approach of Wei Ran left Xiaji and the others astonished. Among their quartet, Wei Ran possessed the highest cultivation level and remained the most enigmatic figure. He had entered the inner cabinet of the back mountain at the tender age of 7, re-emerging at 16 to repel Xiao Jin, then acclaimed as the foremost disciple of Fangsuan Mountain with a single palm strike. Subsequently, he vanished into the back mountain for 6 years, only emerging with the opening of the Tianhai Guishu. Upon his return, Fangsuan Mountain promptly granted him a spot at the Tianhai Guishu. "You didn't want any when I offered, yet now that I'm done, you come asking for one. What were you after earlier? A show of restraint?" Zhou Ding provocatively shook the cloth bag before Wei Ran's eyes, exuding a sense of fearless ignorance. "Is that so?" Seemingly oblivious to Zhou Ding's antics, Wei Ran replied with a hint of a smile, "But I distinctly heard you ask if my junior sister Xiaji would eat one." "Did I?" Zhou Ding, with a genuine look of confusion in his eyes, continued, "Perhaps I forgot. My memory has never been particularly sharp. Indeed, to forget words just spoken is quite remarkable. Given your poor memory, how do you cultivate?" With a casual demeanor, Wei Ran settled beside Zhou Ding, maintaining a cheerful smile as he inquired. "Well, you see." Zhou Ding feigned difficulty, expressing, "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is simply a gift." "A gift?" At Zhou Ding's words, the smile on Wei Ran's face vanished. With a sudden drop in his voice, he leaned closer to Zhou Ding and said, "Stop pretending. I witnessed everything that day at Taiping Mountain when it snowed." Without waiting for Zhou Ding to respond, Wei Ran continued, "I am not particularly interested in your other abilities. My sole fascination lies with the techniques you demonstrated that day in the mountains. Once we enter the Guishu, you must impart your knowledge to me, or I might resort to some rather unconventional methods." With that, Wei Ran rose, offering Zhou Ding a congenial smile. "All right then, my senior brother, it is settled. Once we enter the Guishu, I will be sure to follow closely and refrain from wandering aimlessly." Zhou Ding's declaration was made without any attempt to lower his voice, ensuring that everyone aboard the cloud vessel could hear him. Chapter 26. Could this young man be a fool? For 3 consecutive days, they traversed the mist, and it was not until the sunset of the 4th day that the cloud vessel descended from the fog. As it landed, the first sight that met Zhou Ding's eyes was the vast expanse of the sea. The surface shimmered with a deep blue hue under the fading rays of the sun, with the occasional large fish leaping gracefully before plunging back into the depths. Birds soared through the sky, and the evening glow painted the horizon with vibrant colors. Once the cloud vessel reached the ground, Zhou Ding noticed several cultivators gathered along the shore. These practitioners were grouped in 4s or 5s, each led by an elder. As Zhou Ding and his companions disembarked, an elder clad in blue robes approached them, accompanied by 5 disciples. Upon reaching the foot of the cloud mountain, the blue-robed elder first nodded to the mountain before addressing Zhou Ding and his companions. I have heard that the great Yuan has sent a young genius to the Tianhai Guishu in search of fortune and opportunity. I wonder which among you is that prodigious talent? The elder deliberately emphasized the word genius, infusing it with a weight that altered its connotation. It is I. Stepping forward from the crowd, Zhou Ding beamed with delight as though he had received the highest of accolades. I am the young genius you speak of, esteemed elder. A suppressed giggle escaped from behind him. Xiaji glanced at Yunshan, who quickly covered her mouth. Oh! Upon hearing Zhou Ding's declaration, Mon began to scrutinize him from head to toe. In the midst of Mon's examination, Zhou Ding excitedly continued, esteemed elder. I am the first among my peers to reach the Qi Extreme Realm in the Great Yuan. Qi Extreme Realm? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's boastful claim, not only could Mon contain himself, but even the 5 disciples behind him burst into laughter. This laughter darkened Yunshan's expression and only served to heighten Zhou Ding's exhilaration. Country bumpkin. Observing Zhou Ding oblivious to the ridicule, Liang Feng muttered under his breath. Xiao Jin felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Ding's foolish demeanor. If tasked with eliminating a peer of comparable realm and sound mind, he would feel no psychological burden. However, the one Xiao Yun had instructed him to eliminate? Not only was he woefully inferior in realm, but he also possessed a simplicity akin to that of a fool. Perhaps sensing the inappropriate nature of their laughter, Mon shot a stern glare at the 5 disciples. Once they subdued their mirth, Mon sighed. Ah, I have some ties with the great Yuan. Years ago, I met Dao Bai at Ying Mountain, and we became fast friends. After we left the Guishu, Dao Bai invited me to visit the great Yuan, and those days spent there were the happiest of my life. I understand now, Zhou Ding exclaimed, reflecting Mon's sentiment. No wonder Elder Dao Bai still remains single. It seems he still cherishes memories of you. Both Mon's and Yunshan's expressions shifted, revealing a peculiar intrigue. However, before the two could fully grasp the situation, Zhou Ding interjected with a poignant remark. It appears that both of you, esteemed seniors, are deeply attached to one another, having not forgotten each other even after a century. In my humble opinion, it seems that societal constraints have prevented you from coming together. Mon intended to retort vehemently, but upon seeing Zhou Ding's heart-wrenching demeanor, he restrained himself. Could this lad truly be a fool? Mon pondered to himself. Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Yunshan cast a glance at Mon, providing a silent affirmation. As the sun set and the moon rose, when the radiant orb of the moon aligned with the surface of the sea, creating a celestial scene reminiscent of a fairyland, a beam of black light suddenly descended from the inky sky. This light, from a distance, appeared as large as a cloud and water pavilion. The dark beam plunged into the sea, connecting with the heavens above. Witnessing this spectacle, Yunshan spoke softly. The return to the abyss is about to commence. As soon as his words fell, several figures standing at the shore hurried towards the immense black light that pierced the ocean's depths. Elder Yunshan, seeing those individuals make their advance, Liang Feng and Xia Ji simultaneously urged Yunshan. There's no haste. Yunshan calmly replied, his gaze fixed upon the sea. This is merely a precursor. There remains ample time before the abyss opens. Indeed, echoing Yunshan's sentiments, Mon added, when the black fiend enters the ocean and the divine warriors awaken, it is only when you behold the ancient tortoise that has lived for countless millennia that the abyss will truly commence. As one who had ventured into the sacred mountain of the abyss, Mon's words were met with no skepticism. Stay here and rest. When the ancient tortoise emerges from the sea, it will not be too late for you to proceed. The 5 prodigies accompanying Mon complied with his directive, settling into a meditative posture to regain their energy. In the meantime, Yunshan took the opportunity to address Zhou Ding. I do not expect you to gain anything from the sacred mountain this time, nor do I have any demands of you. If you can survive and emerge from the abyss in a month's time, I will personally exempt you from a year's worth of stone tribute. What is stone tribute? Zhou Ding was taken aback by Yunshan's statement, having never encountered such a term before. Never mind. Noticing Zhou Ding's ignorance of the stone tribute, Yunshan chose not to elaborate further. As for the four of you, shifting his gaze from Zhou Ding, Yunshan spoke gravely to Wei Ran and the others. Survival is your utmost priority. Regardless of what fortunes you may encounter within the sacred mountain of the abyss, my Mount Fangsuan will not demand anything from you. I understand. Wei Ran rubbed his ear and replied, Elder Yun, rest assured, aside from seeking our own fortunes, we will not forget our responsibilities. Well then, there are still half a day's time before the abyss opens. Take this opportunity to rest. Xiao Jin and Xia Ji truly settled down to recuperate. Liang Feng, without so much as a blink, continued to gaze at the immense beam of light connecting the sea and sky. My curiosity piqued. I approached Zhou Ding and, lowering my voice, inquired, Why do you feign ignorance? Just days ago on Taiping Mountain, you were most imposing and audacious. Curious, are you? Zhou Ding shifted his gaze to me, nonchalantly replying, Would you believe me if I said I have no interest whatsoever in this so-called Guishu divine mountain? I would not. If you had no interest, why would you even be here? Indeed, if I lacked such interest, I would remain oblivious to the fact that even the prodigies of Fangsuan Mountain have taken notice of me. Thus, your current situation is perilous. For if you do not divulge everything to me, I cannot guarantee what I might do once we enter Guishu. Chapter 27. What is that turtle flying towards? So you are quite certain of my defeat? With a casual glance at Wei Ran, Zhou Ding suddenly broke into a smile and inquired, What do you think? A mere martial artist of the fifth realm can force you to seek refuge with a woman in the mountains, while I, at this point, Wei Ran declared with pride, dealing with such martial artists is but a matter of a mere gesture. You are indeed impressive. It seems that in order to survive, I must surrender all the techniques I have learned to you. That is more like it. Hearing Zhou Ding's agreement, Wei Ran affectionately draped an arm around his shoulder and assured him, Rest assured, as long as you faithfully hand over what you have learned, I will spare your life. You must keep your word. In response, Zhou Ding reciprocated the embrace around Wei Ran's shoulders. Senior brother Xiao. While meditating, Xiaoji gently tapped Xiao Jin's shoulder. What is it, junior sister Xia? Slowly opening his eyes, Xiao Jin asked with curiosity. Look over there. Following the direction of Xiaoji's finger, Xiao Jin spotted Zhou Ding and Wei Ran. Upon observing the two sharing an embrace like good brothers while gazing at the sea, Xiao Jin's brow furrowed slightly. How curious. Why has the relationship between senior brother Wei and Zhou Ding suddenly improved so much? Listening to Xiaoji, Xiao Jin pondered seriously. The nature of friendship is indeed quite remarkable. In fact, when Xiao Jin saw the strong bond between Wei Ran and Zhou Ding, he felt a sense of relief. He truly did not wish to slay a simpleton of low cultivation who was not particularly clever. To take the life of such a person would leave him with a heavy sense of guilt. All right, when we return, I shall inform Uncle Yun that Wei Ran and Zhou Ding have become friends, and thus I had no opportunity to kill him. Surely, Uncle Yun would not hold that against me. The night enveloped the sky like thick ink. This darkness swallowed the immense beam of light connecting the heavens and the depths of the sea. The vast surface of the ocean suddenly appeared like a dancing veil, and then it resembled wisps of smoke swirling gently, until a resounding thud erupted from the depths of the sea, shattering the tranquility of the night. It is awakening. Upon hearing the muffled sound from the ocean floor, Imoen slowly opened his eyes. Elder Imo, is the return of the ancient turtle imminent? Upon hearing Imoen's words, 5 disciples who accompanied him also rose abruptly. Not yet. It will linger in the ocean a while longer. You all must be patient. Elder Imo, is this the ancient turtle you spoke of, one that has lived for countless millennia? Yes. Responding to the inquiry from a disciple named Wenchong, Imoen gazed out at the boundless ocean and remarked, Perhaps it is as old as our Xianzong continent. In any case, the age of this ancient turtle remains a mystery to all. Zhou Ding also heard Imoen's words. For some unknown reason, upon hearing that muffled sound from the depths of the sea, he felt a flicker of familiarity arise within him. In his realm, there resided an ancient tortoise, its age unfathomable, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands of years. Whenever this venerable creature stirred from the depths of the ocean, miraculous phenomena would accompany its awakening. A second ominous rumble resonated from the ocean floor, louder than the first, as a swirling vortex erupted at the heart of the sea's surface. With the formation of this vortex, a third resonant sound emerged from the abyss. Indeed, it was a symphony of rumble and whirlpool. Following the 10th rumble from the enigmatic tortoise, 9 colossal whirlpools materialized upon the boundless ocean. These immense vortices, akin to a chaotic demon stirring the very heavens and earth, transformed the once tranquil sea into a tumultuous frenzy, creating pandemonium. At this moment, Xiao Jin and his companions had already arrived behind Yunshan, the 5 youths who accompanied Mo and stood rigid, poised for action. The ominous rumbles from the ocean floor continued unabated. As dawn broke, painting the eastern sky with hues of crimson, there seemed to be no sign of cessation. Under the relentless barrage of rumbles, the endless ocean had been transformed by countless whirlpools resembling tornadoes. These myriad vortices wreaked havoc upon the marine life, reducing them to mere bones scattered across the sea. It was emerging. As a streak of red dawn illuminated the horizon, a brilliant sun ascended behind it, prompting Mo and to speak suddenly. The sun returns, the sea reverses. A colossal tortoise, so immense that a man standing before it would appear as a mere speck of dust, came into view before Zhou Ding. The surging waves crashed against the giant's shell. The tortoise let out a thunderous roar, and in that instant, the countless whirlpools that had been slaughtering the creatures of the sea abruptly ceased. As the whirlpools calmed, a seemingly endless chasm opened beneath the tortoise. With the formation of this abyss, the boundless ocean began to flow into it. The return to the void has begun. Go forth. With this declaration from Mo and Yunshan, the 8 young prodigies, including Xiao Jin, suddenly soared into the air, racing toward the colossal tortoise. This giant appeared diminutive compared to the vast chasm, yet its purpose seemed solely to unveil this abyss and allow the ocean to drain. Where the ocean flowed from the chasm remained a mystery. At this moment, Xiao Jin understood only that the return to the void had commenced. The method to enter this void was to follow the waters into the gaping chasm. Figures began to dive into the abyss. Wei Ran observed Zhou Ding standing still, and suddenly seized his shoulder. Just as Wei Ran intended to bring Zhou Ding with him into the chasm, Zhou Ding unexpectedly broke free from his grasp and charged directly toward the tortoise standing at the edge of the abyss. Attempting to escape, a smirk curled at the corners of Wei Ran's mouth as he leapt in pursuit. The conditions for entering the void seemed dictated by this ancient tortoise. There had once been a formidable entity from the returning Phoenix realm that attempted to force its way into the void, only to be blown back by a single breath from the tortoise. Since that day, whenever the void opened, no matter how powerful the being, none dared approach the tortoise even a single step. As they delved into the temperament of the ancient giant turtle, these predecessors gradually discerned the prerequisites for entering the return to the abyss. One must be under the age of 25 and possess a cultivation level between Qi Extreme and Returning Swan. Furthermore, each individual is permitted to enter the abyss only once in a lifetime. The giant turtle serves as the guardian of this mystical realm. The abyss opens once every century for a duration of 1 month. After this period, the ocean recedes, the giant turtle returns to slumber, and the youths who ventured into the abyss are sent back by the receding waters. With a mere gesture, a spell was cast, and the sea beneath transformed into a flying sword that ensnared Zhou Ding. However, the direction Zhou Ding chose to soar towards was not the chasm, but rather the giant turtle. What was this young man from the Diyuan doing? The chasm had opened, yet he chose not to enter the abyss, but instead flew towards the ancient turtle. I cannot fathom his reasoning. His mind has always been rather unconventional. Witnessing Zhou Ding forsake the chasm to head towards the giant turtle, Mo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and disappointment. Chapter 28. He was quite honest. The swordsmanship of the 7th layer of foundation establishment is truly incomparable to that of the Qi refinement stage. Even though Wei Ran's realm might indeed surpass Liu Yan's, in terms of the speed of sword flight, Wei Ran could not match him. As the Zhou Ding descended upon the giant tortoise's shell, Wei Ran halted his figure at the chasm. Standing at a distance from Wei Ran, Zhou Ding leaned against the railing and spoke. You may enter first. Once I have finished reminiscing with this fellow, I will join you. Reminiscing? Hearing Zhou Ding's words, Wei Ran pointed at the giant tortoise and scoffed. With it? I advise you not to point at it, or it might just lose its temper. After saying this to Wei Ran, Zhou Ding turned his gaze towards the tortoise's head and remarked, Isn't that right, my Lord Tortoise? The tortoise's size was already ludicrously large, rendering both Zhou Ding and Wei Ran as insignificant as grains of rice in its presence. However, this enormous creature seemed to have heard Zhou Ding's voice. As if awakened from the depths of its soul, the giant tortoise slowly turned its massive head towards Zhou Ding. This gaze caused Wei Ran's expression to flicker with surprise. Could it be that this fellow truly knew the giant tortoise? How could that be? Wei Ran felt his mind whirl in confusion. Now you believe me? Be obedient and hurry inside. I will come to find you shortly. Although Zhou Ding's choice of words made Wei Ran uneasy, he found himself inexplicably compelled to comply. With a leap, he plunged into the chasm. Once Wei Ran's figure vanished from Zhou Ding's sight, Zhou Ding finally raised his gaze towards the tortoise's head. Filled with excitement and anticipation, he addressed the giant tortoise. "My lord tortoise, is that truly you?" It seemed as though the giant tortoise understood Zhou Ding's words, revealing a look of bewilderment. Noticing the tortoise's confusion, Zhou Ding exclaimed with enthusiasm, "It's me. Don't you remember?" While expressing his excitement, Zhou Ding dashed across the tortoise's enormous shell until he halted at a particular section of the shell. It was here that he spotted what he had been searching for. Pointing at a deep sword scar etched into the tortoise's shell, Zhou Ding joyfully shouted, "Do you remember this? We had an epic battle on the Abyssal Sea, and this scar on your shell was made by my blade." At this moment, Zhou Ding was so overwhelmed with emotion that his eyes glistened with unshed tears. During the battle at Mount Desuyu, he had risked his very essence to strike a fragment of his soul deep into the abyss. He had thought he would never return to his realm again, yet here he was, standing before this mystical tortoise. If his earlier thoughts had been mere speculation, now, upon discovering the scar he had left behind on the tortoise's shell, he could almost confirm that this tortoise was indeed the one from the Abyssal Sea. He could truly return. If this mystical tortoise had arrived here, then he too could find his way back. The mere thought of returning filled Zhou Ding with a surge of resolve, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Great tortoise," he implored, "tell me how I may return. Or perhaps share how you arrived here." With clenched fists and misty eyes, Zhou Ding raised his voice to the ancient creature. Yet, his fervent inquiry was met with silence. The great tortoise offered no response. Instead, it suddenly trembled, its immense form shaking the very ground beneath them. No one on the continent was privy to the tortoise's true realm, and even at the height of his power, Zhou Ding had merely managed to leave a scratch upon its shell. Thus, the creature's quiver was akin to a seismic upheaval. Despite Zhou Ding's attempts to stabilize himself upon its shell, he was inevitably cast off, plummeting unceremoniously into the abyss. Just as he sought to surge forth from this chasm, it abruptly sealed shut, confining him within the realm of the Guaishu. This place existed in its own expanse, where 5 divine mountains rose majestically, arranged in a pentagram. These mountains loomed high like clouds, seemingly capable of engulfing rivers and valleys. Yet, as Zhou Ding stood before these towering peaks, his interest was wholly consumed by the recent encounter with the tortoise. "Ah, you ancient creature, you dare to strike at me without a word? Just wait until I emerge. You shall have to explain yourself." Enclosed within the Guaishu, Zhou Ding began to unleash his wrath upon the tortoise. After a tirade, he gradually regained his composure and turned his gaze to a towering ancient tree ahead. Upon its branches stood a figure, none other than Wei Ran. With a smirk, Wei Ran crossed his arms and addressed Zhou Ding. "Have you finished your tirade?" Before Zhou Ding could respond, Wei Ran leaped down from the tree and, with deliberate clarity, inquired, "I find myself increasingly curious about your outburst. What did you mean by wait until I get out? You shall have to explain." "You truly are persistent," Zhou Ding retorted. "Are you merely waiting for me here?" As if seeing Wei Ran for the first time, he feigned surprise. "Why else would I be here?" Wei Ran replied, spreading his arms. "Those 5 divine mountains aren't going anywhere. I can enter at any time. But you, being a living creature, could very well flee. If I do not wait for you here, what would happen if you escaped? I admire your confidence and patience." With that, Zhou Ding suddenly leapt onto a towering tree. Positioned high above, he looked down upon Wei Ran, declaring, "You previously mentioned that dealing with a martial artist like Xuanhuan was a mere flick of the wrist. Coincidentally, I too have mastered a formidable technique. Would you care to test it?" "Oh, you intend to strike at me?" Wei Ran responded, intrigued. "By all means. I am eager to witness how this technique of yours differs from those you have wielded before." Wei Ran truly regarded Zhou Ding with disdain. For the prowess exhibited by Zhou Ding at Taiping Mountain was merely that of a Qi extreme realm practitioner. He found it hard to believe that within the span of a mere few days, Zhou Ding could have made any significant advancements. With a mere gesture, verdant leaves hovered in the sky. At the moment when the tree's emerald foliage coalesced into a flying sword, Zhou Ding leapt forth. In a world rich with myriad paths and countless volumes of knowledge, Zhou Ding stood resplendent, embodying a sacred aura tinged with the brilliance of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. As Zhou Ding's voice echoed, Wei Ran felt a sudden tremor beneath his feet. Oh, this is intriguing. Casting a glance downward, Wei Ran crossed his arms and looked up, inquiring, "Is the technique you are about to employ related to the earth element of the 5 elements? Impressive. You can discern that? Indeed. I possess an inherent sensitivity to the forces of the 5 elements. By the age of 6, I was already capable of manipulating these elemental powers with ease. Otherwise, I would not have taken an interest in the techniques you wield." Chapter 29. Who is your foolish brother? As Wei Ran spoke these words to Zhou Ding, he opened his palm. In that gesture, Zhou Ding beheld the quintessence of the 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Remarkable. It appears your animosity towards me is not rooted in any other motives. Zhou Ding had previously speculated that Wei Ran's hostility might be orchestrated by Lu Sun's mother, but it seems that is not the case. This fellow simply covets the techniques he employed during their battle at Taiping Mountain. Presently, Zhou Ding had only regained his cultivation to the 8th level of foundation establishment, and he still had a considerable distance to traverse before achieving core formation. From his battles in the capital, Zhou Ding was acutely aware that it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation with the divine energy of this realm until he reached core formation, especially with this individual before him. The innate 5-element spiritual body, such a rare and coveted entity, would be fiercely sought after by the various sects even in his own realm. This was a formidable opponent. With this thought, Zhou Ding gradually retracted his techniques and, under Wei Ran's perplexed gaze, withdrew a talisman from his robe. You should consider yourself fortunate that I currently lack the time to deal with you. Should we cross paths again, your luck will run out. With that, the talisman in Zhou Ding's hand suddenly turned to ash. Not only did the talisman disintegrate, but in the midst of Wei Ran's furious expression, Zhou Ding mysteriously vanished from his sight. Teleportation? How did this fellow achieve such a feat? And what exactly was that yellow paper he held moments ago? It took Zhou Ding 10 days to craft just 6 talismans, and now he had squandered one for his hasty retreat, much to his dismay. The 5 divine mountains of Guishu each emanated a unique aura beneath this realm. Within these sacred peaks, countless rare treasures and ancient stones were concealed, awaiting discovery. The Dayu Mountain, one of the 5 divine mountains, was named after its resemblance to an ancient deity wielding an axe to cleave the mountains. At this moment, within a valley of Dayu Mountain, 2 groups of youths stood at an impasse. These 2 stones were first discovered by Fenglei sect and naturally belong to us, declared a youth from Fenglei sect. Nonsense. These stones were clearly cited first by our Yunshan sect, retorted another youth from Yunshan sect. Amidst their quarrel, 2 weathered stone tablets loomed in the center of the valley, covered in cracks and entwined with vines. The ancient characters carved into the tablets could be faintly discerned through the gaps in the vines. At the base of these tablets bloomed an unusual flower, vivid red with blue stems and black leaves. Not a single youth present could identify this peculiar blossom. In truth, their attention was far from the extraordinary flower. A soft exclamation suddenly emerged from the heavens as a figure descended from the sky, ignoring the gazes cast upon him by the 2 factions of youth. This figure strode directly toward the 2 stone tablets nestled within the valley. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Witnessing this individual head straight for the stone tablets, the youths from both sides immediately protested, calling out to him. Unperturbed by their shouts, Zhou Ding's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued toward the stone tablets. Upon reaching one of the tablets, Zhou Ding finally halted his steps and pointed to the peculiar flowers blooming beneath it, inquiring, "Do you desire these flowers?" Taken aback by Zhou Ding's abrupt question, the youths exchanged bewildered glances. "Judging by your expressions, it seems you do not." Zhou Ding began to pluck the flowers for himself, gathering them from beneath the first stone tablet before moving on to the second. Once he had collected all the peculiar flowers from both stone tablets and nonchalantly stuffed them into a burlap sack he carried. Zhou Ding then turned his attention to the stone tablet before him. He uttered another soft exclamation, gazing at the stone tablet and remarking, "This object has quite a history." As he spoke, Zhou Ding instinctively reached out to touch the tablet. The moment his hand made contact, a wave of ancient, profound energy surged from the stone, forcefully propelling him backward. Seeing Zhou Ding being thrown back by the tablet, one of the youths from the two factions exclaimed, "I never heard Elder Xu mention that the stones in this divine mountain could attack people." Amidst the astonishment of the youths, Zhou Ding regained his footing and looked up at the vast expanse of azure above. The sky in this realm was a brilliant blue, within which a colossal phantom could be faintly discerned. "Well, you stubborn turtle, are you forbidding me from touching the treasures of this divine mountain?" To the onlookers, it appeared as though Zhou Ding had been repelled by the stone tablet. However, he understood that this was not the case. The realm of Xu was under the dominion of the mysterious tortoise. If it did not permit anyone to touch the treasures of these 5 divine mountains, no one would be able to do so. For in this realm, the enigmatic tortoise established the rules. Beneath the clear, azure sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended, striking Zhou Ding with unerring precision. Realizing the lightning was aimed at him, Zhou Ding swiftly leaped aside. Yet, the lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him regardless of his evasive maneuvers. The youths standing in the valley were left in stunned silence. Where did this kid come from? How can even the lightning falling from the sky chase after him? Fortunately, the Xu could only accommodate the powers of those at the divine Qi realm. Recognizing he could not evade the strike, Zhou Ding steeled himself and charged toward the lightning. 5 water lotuses blossomed above his head as he braced himself against the oncoming bolt. A mist swirled in the air, amidst the cacophony of crackling sounds. The lightning and the water lotuses dissipated together. The spectacle of Zhou Ding boldly confronting the lightning undoubtedly captivated the attention of the youths in the valley. Unbeknownst to the youth, as Zhou Ding diverted their attention, a rather unsavory figure stealthily approached the 2 stone monuments. Noticing that no one was paying him any heed, Li Bao promptly struck each monument once. Miraculously, with this dual tap, the towering stones instantly diminished to the size of a palm. Tucking the diminutive stones into his bosom, Li Bao swiftly turned and fled. As for the stones, at that moment, someone from the group of young men finally realized that the 2 monuments in the valley had vanished. Upon hearing the exclamation, both factions of youth turned their gaze towards the center of the valley. To their astonishment, they found the valley utterly empty, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Their expressions darkened as they surveyed their surroundings. Just then, a young prodigy from the Fenglei sect, catching sight of movement in the nearby woods, suddenly heard a voice urging him from that direction. "Foolish brother, I have secured the items. Why do you linger in the valley? You must flee at once." Chapter 30. This realm does not allow me to form a dan. The voice of urgency emanating from the distant mountains and forests drew the attention of the 9 prodigies from Yunshan sect and Fenglei sect towards Zhou Ding. "Why do you all gaze upon me?" Zhou Ding inquired, perplexed by their scrutiny. "What do you mean by asking why we look at you?" Lin Ruo, a disciple of Yunshan sect, stepped forward, her voice laced with a melodic charm. "You and your companion have truly orchestrated a splendid scheme. One distracts us while the other stealthily pilfers 2 stone tablets belonging to Yunshan sect." "Stone tablets?" Zhou Ding, upon hearing Lin Ruo's words, realized that the 2 stone monuments in the valley had vanished. With the earlier shout echoing in his mind, he finally comprehended the situation at hand. Feigning innocence, Zhou Ding turned to Lin Ruo and said, "If I were to claim that I do not know that fellow, you would undoubtedly dismiss my words. Enough of your nonsense. Have your accomplice return the stone tablets, and Yunshan sect will overlook your transgressions." Lin Ruo was a rare talent, a millennium in the making for Yunshan sect, leading the expedition into the Tianhai Xu. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also exuded an air of gallantry, her red leather armor capturing Zhou Ding's attention more than once. "I must ask, Lin Ruo, when did those stone tablets become the possession of Yunshan sect? If you claim this, can I, Qi Yu, assume that you truly regard Fenglei sect with such disdain?" Qi Yu, a disciple of Fenglei sect, was renowned for peering into the depths of the 12 Qi pits, and alongside Lin Ruo, represented the pride of the eastern continent. Among the younger generation entering the Tianhai Xu, their prowess stood at the forefront. "Qi Yu, What purpose does our debate serve at this juncture? The stone tablets have been stolen. Our priority should be to reclaim them. As for the division of spoils, we can deliberate on that once they are recovered. It must be said that Lin Ruo possessed an undeniable grace, her every gesture radiating courage and poise. That is easily arranged. Once I capture him, I shall compel him to lead us to his accomplice. Although Qi Yu was somewhat astonished by Zhou Ding's display of resistance against the thunderous punishment, his surprise was fleeting. Had he been in Zhou Ding's position, he would have simply crushed the lightning strike with a mere gesture. However, the notion of Qi Yu taking action drew glances from Lin Ruo as well. It was said that Qi Yu was born of thunder, and Fenglai sect had imparted their foundational martial arts, the five thunder kuei body, exclusively to him. Before Qi Yu could make his move, Zhou Ding sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, an essence reminiscent of ancient times that he had previously encountered in Lu Yan. Accompanying this primal energy, Zhou Ding also perceived a shadow flickering behind Qi Yu. This shadow resembled an unadorned, hornless creature with a single hoof. Each flicker evoked a visceral sensation akin to the crackling of thunder. Have you all truly neglected the use of your intellect? After casting a glance at Qi Yu, Zhou Ding turned his attention to Lin Ruo and remarked, "This divine mountain is vast, yet there are merely 2 stone pillars within. Others have already reached the summit before you. Do you intend to follow in their wake, scavenging the remnants they leave behind?" "What do you mean by that?" Lin Ruo inquired, his voice low and serious. "What else could it mean? I do not even know the person you mentioned, and besides, did you not witness how I made my way here?" After expressing this, Zhou Ding pointed skyward and added, "You may find it hard to believe, but that giant tortoise overhead seems to be targeting me. I suspect it harbors a jealous disposition." As if to corroborate Zhou Ding's words, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards him. This spectacle caused Qi Yu's gaze to sharpen. Before entering the Tianhai Guishu, his master had vaguely hinted that this mystical tortoise might very well serve as the guardian of this realm. "I am beginning to believe what you say," Qi Yu stated before relinquishing the pressure he had exerted and turning away to leave the valley. Observing Qi Yu's departure, Lin Ruo cast one last penetrating glance at Zhou Ding before following suit. As Zhou Ding dispelled the second strike of lightning aimed at him, he hastily removed the burlap sack from his shoulders. Upon discovering the intact, enigmatic tail flowers within, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mystical tortoise merely wished to prevent him from disturbing the stone tablets within the divine mountain. As if I were covetous of such things. With one herb already acquired for concocting the Peiyuan Dan, Zhou Ding began his search for the remaining ingredients needed for its preparation within the divine mountain. Fortunately, the Peiyuan Dan, while requiring a variety of herbs, was not beyond his reach in this sacred place. His utmost urgency lay in swiftly restoring his cultivation to the Jedon stage. Only then could he contend with, or even surpass prodigies like Qi Yu. During Zhou Ding's quest for herbs, radiant bursts of light sporadically erupted throughout the divine mountain, suggesting that Lin Ruo and his companions had discovered some rare treasures. Indeed, as Zhou Ding had expressed, he felt no particular allure for the opportunities and fortunes hidden within these 5 divine mountains. After all, he himself embodied the greatest treasure. Once he regained the Jedon stage, he could practice the Xuanhuan 9 Zhao song. It was this very technique that had established his fearsome reputation throughout the realm of cultivation. The 9 Zhao represents the 9 heavens. With each ascension in rank, he could unleash a heavenly art. The Peiyuan Dan is a notch above the Qiqi Dan, utilized by foundation stage cultivators to break through to the Jedon stage. A single pill not only enhances the success rate of a foundation stage cultivator's breakthrough, but also protects against the spiritual damage incurred from a failed attempt. Zhou Ding's mastery of fire control could no longer be described as merely superb, even without an alchemical furnace. He could rely on his remarkable talent, envied by all alchemists, to successfully concoct elixirs. He had produced several burlap sacks worth of herbal medicine, and at this moment, Zhou Ding was hidden within a cave nestled in a sheer cliff, diligently refining his elixirs. Having consumed 20 pills of Peiyuan, Zhou Ding still found himself unable to return to the core formation stage. After ingesting yet another 20, he remained firmly entrenched in the perfected foundation establishment realm. Glancing at the dwindling supply of Peiyuan pills, Zhou Ding resolutely stuffed the remaining ones into his mouth. This was his final attempt. If he could not achieve core formation now, it would be attributed to the peculiarities of this space, the return to the void. A searing heat surged through Zhou Ding's dantian, and he grit his teeth against the excruciating pain, attempting once more to forge his core. At that moment, anyone witnessing him would surely be taken aback. His visage was contorted in agony, and wisps of smoke emanated from his body, creating the impression that he was engulfed in flames. Smoke billowed from his 7 orifices, and fire surged from his crown. In an instant, he was consumed by the flames erupting from his very being. The pain was excruciating. In the realm of cultivation, I encountered no obstacles while breaking through to core formation. Why, then, in this return to the void, does the path to breakthrough prove so arduous? Could it truly be the influence of this peculiar realm? Chapter 31. Am I seeing things? The mysterious tortoise outside of the Guaishu appeared to be in a deep slumber, its head drooping low against the ground. Meanwhile, the young prodigies, each seeking opportunities among the 5 sacred mountains, began to reap their respective rewards. At a certain moment, the seemingly slumbering tortoise abruptly opened its eyes. As it gazed downward, an illusion took shape in the mind of Yunshan, standing outside Guaishu, as if the tortoise were mocking him. Elder Imoen, did you just witness that? Yunshan rubbed his eyes and spoke to Imoen with a tone laced with disbelief. You may not believe me, but I just saw that tortoise display a mocking expression directed at its feet. I say, Elder Yunshan. Imoen chuckled lightly, stroking his goatee. You yourself said I might not believe you. So do you truly think I would? Perhaps my vision is deceiving me. Yunshan self-deprecatingly laughed. It has been 3 days. Do you think that group of youngsters has found their fortunes yet? Elder Yunshan, every individual has their own destiny and opportunities, which cannot be forced. Moreover, it has only been 3 days. There remains a long way until a month. What are you fretting about? In the Guaishu, on Mount Daiyu, a rather disheveled young man named Li Bao was fleeing from the relentless pursuit of Qiyu. Li Bao, a genius under the Fenglei sect of the Great Yu Kingdom, seemed to possess extraordinary audacity, daring to pluck opportunity from the jaws of Qiyu. Li Bao, are you seeking death? How dare you seize my opportunity? Qiyu exclaimed. Qiyu, how can you say that? This opportunity is rightfully mine. Li Bao retorted, clutching a rusted sword, which was the very opportunity they both spoke of. The sword, covered in green rust, bore cracks even on its hilt. After parting ways with his fellow disciples, Qiyu had arrived at a lake on this sacred mountain. The moment he reached the lake, the rusted sword unexpectedly emerged from its depths. Just as Qiyu prepared to claim it, a figure shot out from his side, seizing the sword and fleeing, thus igniting the chase across Mount Daiyu. Li Bao, a prodigy in the realm of divine energy, had only gathered 3 energy wells within him, rendering him inferior to Qiyu. However, his unparalleled skill in evasion meant that even someone as exceptional as Qiyu struggled to catch up with him. Ahead lay a precipice, one that Li Bao, in his haste, failed to notice. By the time he realized, it was far too late. Run now? Qiyu descended slowly, a smirk on his face as he looked at the cornered Li Bao. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Li Bao saw the bottomless chasm and could only turn back to Qiyu, forcing a hollow laugh. I won't run anymore. There's nowhere left to escape. The wind howled atop the cliff, causing Qiyu's robes to flutter ominously, just as Qiyu's murderous intent emerged, preparing to end Li Bao's plight. A voice echoed from below the cliff. Good, you tortoise bastard. You won't let me cultivate here, huh? Fine, I'll remember you. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the depths of the cliff, Li Bao's eyes instantly sparkled with recognition. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Although he had failed to achieve the golden core in the Guaishu, Zhou Ding knew that once he exited this realm, he would immediately break through and attain the golden core. Thus, his spirits were not entirely dampened. Now, as a fully realized foundation establishment practitioner, he may not yet be able to cultivate the enigmatic Xuanhuan Zhao technique, but he felt adequately prepared to confront the impending situation. At the very least, upon encountering Wei Ran again, he would not need to flee. With a renewed sense of determination, Zhou Ding readied himself. The moment he soared out of the cave and ascended towards the cliff summit, he unexpectedly spotted a young man with a sharp nose and a rather unsavory appearance. You? What are you doing here? If the voice from the cliff had seemed somewhat familiar, now, upon recognizing its owner as Zhou Ding, Qiyu's expression darkened significantly. Fool, catch the sword. Without waiting for Zhou Ding to react, Li Bao abruptly hurled a rusted sword towards him, instinctively catching the corroded blade. Zhou Ding's expression shifted to one of focus as he examined the sword. Ah, this sword. Under Qi Yu's increasingly sullen gaze, Zhou Ding scrutinized the weapon. Despite his formidable cultivation, his discernment had not waned alongside his power. Thus, upon grasping the sword, he immediately recognized its true nature. A superior magical artifact? How can such a thing exist in this Guaxiu? Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Ding first glanced at the sky before quietly sheathing the rusty sword at his waist. What do you mean by this, you scoundrel? You prevent me from achieving the golden core, strike me with lightning, and forbid me from touching any stones within this divine mountain. Yet you do not obstruct me from acquiring this superior magical artifact? I must ask, what are your true intentions? Your actions make it difficult for me to ascertain whether you are truly targeting me. This thought echoed in Zhou Ding's mind. Thank you. Upon landing beside Li Bao, Zhou Ding gave the fellow a hearty pat on the shoulder. By the way, where did you find this broken thing? You still want this discarded item? Casting a glance at the sword Zhou Ding had secured at his waist, Li Bao retorted, Isn't this what you gave me? So you two are indeed acquainted. Qi Yu seethed, not only due to being disregarded by Zhou Ding, but also because Zhou Ding had deceived him in the valley. Qi Yu harbored a deep-seated disdain for frauds. However, as Qi Yu spoke, Zhou Ding finally turned his attention towards him. This glance revealed a gray cloth bag secured at Qi Yu's waist. A Xu Kun bag? Zhou Ding instantly recognized the item. To his surprise, such a thing from the realm of cultivation existed within this divine mountain. The bag tied to Qi Yu's waist was precisely the storage pouch commonly utilized by practitioners of the cultivation world. Zhou Ding felt a surge of desire for the Xu Kun bag. With it, he would no longer have to traipse through the mountains with a sack to gather herbs. Qi Yu was surrounded by a myriad of flickering lightning bolts. Just as Zhou Ding's heart stirred with the intention of seizing the Xu Kun bag at his waist, Qi Yu took the initiative to strike first. At that moment, Qi Yu had transformed into a being of thunder, and the ethereal shadow behind him began to gradually take on a corporeal form. Once fully materialized, Zhou Ding beheld a creature resembling an ox, devoid of horns, and with only a single leg beneath its body. This beast was none other than the ancient divine creature, Xuanhua. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, resembling a cage that bore down upon Zhou Ding. Upon witnessing Qi Yu's assault on the two of them, Li Bao hastily escaped from beneath Zhou Ding's shoulder and took refuge behind him. Hand over your sword, and I may spare your lives. What a coincidence! For I too have set my sights on the bag you wear at your waist. As he spoke, Zhou Ding pointed skyward, and a fiery serpent descended from the heavens, crashing into the lightning prison. Yet, this was not the end. After summoning the fire serpent, Zhou Ding pointed once more to the sky. This gesture summoned a fierce mountain wind, uprooting the towering ancient trees beneath the cliff. You practice both techniques and thoughts in unison? Chapter 32. Is this what you call a divine monument? When Li Bao witnessed this scene, his voice took on a different tone. The thunder prison was on the verge of collapse, struck by the fire serpent. The towering ancient trees rose up, crashing down upon Qi Yu like meteorites. As the ancient trees descended, the Xuanhua behind Qi Yu let out a thunderous roar, a sound wave that obliterated the trees. Destruction itself is not frightening. What truly terrifies is the uncertainty that follows. At this moment, Zhou Ding, who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, was not lacking in magical power. He raised his hand and summoned more towering ancient trees to rise. In truth, Zhou Ding could have employed the newly acquired superior magic sword, yet he hesitated, fearing that if he broke the sword's restrictions and bloodbound it to himself, the enigmatic tortoise might seize it from him. Thus, he refrained from using it. Moreover, Zhou Ding was not intent on determining a victor against Qi Yu. His only desire was to obtain the Xu Kun bag on Qi Yu's person. Seizing the moment when the fire serpent shattered the thunder prison, Zhou Ding suddenly leaped into the air. A gust of wind surged beneath his feet, and leaves danced toward him from the breeze. As the emerald leaves converged at his feet, forming a flying sword, Zhou Ding held up 2 fingers before him, proclaiming, "With the power to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars, there exists no one like me in this world." The wind howled fiercely. The earth trembled violently. Just as Li Bao anticipated, Zhou Ding was about to unleash a formidable spell, and as Qi Yu, with a look of disdain, braced himself to confront this powerful sorcery, Zhou Ding flashed a mischievous smile, plucking the moon. With a resounding boom, the ground roared, and the wind howled. As Zhou Ding uttered these words, Qiyu felt a sudden emptiness at his waist. This cacophony of wind and earth was merely thunderous, without substance. By the time Qiyu realized he had been outwitted by Zhou Ding, the latter was already whisking Li Bao away towards the distant mountains. Standing upon the precipice, Qiyu's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. The cloth bag tied around his waist held no known purpose for him. He had simply tied it there after finding it in a cave. Now that Zhou Ding had snatched it away with his mental prowess, Qiyu was not particularly concerned about the loss. What truly irked him was the sense of humiliation he felt at Zhou Ding's hands. A lost item is trivial, but one's dignity is paramount. Qiyu's gaze sharpened, and he harbored murderous intent toward Zhou Ding. The speed of the sword technique at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, while not capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single breath, was not far from it. Within a short span, Zhou Ding had brought Li Bao to the very lake from which the superior magic sword had emerged. "This is the lake you spoke of?" Zhou Ding inquired, pointing to the shimmering waters. "Can you return the sword to me?" Li Bao replied, eyeing the rusted sword that Zhou Ding had secured at his waist. "Wasn't this given to me by you?" Zhou Ding retorted. "That was merely a temporary measure. Not a chance." Casting a sidelong glance at Li Bao, Zhou Ding suddenly soared above the lake's surface. Hovering over the tranquil waters, he pressed down with his palm, and the once peaceful lake erupted into turmoil, the waters scattering in all directions. An ancient monument gradually rises from the murky depths of the lake, resembling a water lily in bloom. This ancient stone is entirely white, immaculate, and crystalline. A perfect embodiment of purity emerging from the mire, it elicits admiration from Zhou Ding. However, instead of a revered artifact, what emerges is merely a stone tablet. Just as Zhou Ding begins to voice his discontent, a deep rumble reverberates through the skies above Mount Daiyu. Following this resonant sound, a beam of white light pierces the clouds, instantly enveloping the white ancient monument. The divine tablet of Mount Daiyu has manifested. At the moment this luminous ray descends upon the mountain, the young prodigies from the other 4 sacred peaks cast their gazes toward Mount Daiyu. Who among them has discovered the divine tablet before the rest? Could it be Qiyu? Lin Ruo, who remains with her fellow disciples on the sacred mountain, dashes towards the radiant beam upon seeing it descend from the heavens. Has the divine tablet truly emerged? Qiyu, perched on the cliff, squints her eyes. Could Lin Ruo be the one to have found it? With that thought, Qiyu temporarily sets aside her murderous intent towards Zhou Ding and rushes toward the white beam. It's over, you've unleashed the divine tablet. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Bao anxiously exclaims as he jumps around Zhou Ding. You call this a divine tablet? Standing before the stone, Zhou Ding, arms crossed, gazes at the monument. Yet, the white light enveloping the stone obscures any inscriptions it may bear. What can I say to you? Do you have any idea of the unimaginable efforts I exerted to earn my place in the heavenly sea? And you, with a single strike, have shattered years of my hard work. I understand now. Shifting his gaze from the monument, Zhou Ding looks at the agitated Li Bao on the lakeshore and remarks. So you came here solely for this white tablet. What white tablet? It is clearly a divine tablet. Very well, if you insist it is a divine tablet. Since I have unleashed it, you may take it. Huh. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Li Bao ceases his frantic gestures and, with a look of surprise, inquires, You don't want it? Me? Glancing up at the sky, Zhou Ding declares, I have no desire for it. Hearing this, Li Bao lets out a deep sigh, saying, I would be grateful if you allowed me to take it. But how can I claim it when you so boldly brought it forth? After expressing this, Li Bao continues, The greatest opportunity of the 5 sacred mountains lies within the 12 white jade divine tablets hidden among them. I had planned to wait for the other tablets to emerge, and when those exceptional disciples from the outside sects battled fiercely for them, I would seize the chance to discreetly take one for my own contemplation. After all, I am quite confident in my speed. These 5 sacred mountains are vast. As long as I can make off with one and hide it deep within, by the time the ruins close a month later, I shall surely retreat unscathed. You may now take it and retreat into the mountains. However, as Li Bao recounted, Zhou Ding proposed to him, What do you know? The divine light does not extinguish. How am I to grasp it? Should I use my face? Furthermore, this protective divine light will only fade once all 12 divine monuments have emerged into existence. Is that so? Upon hearing Li Bao's words, Zhou Ding turned his gaze towards the white light enveloping the white jade divine monument. This light was gentle, by mere sensation. Zhou Ding could not discern any inviolable or frenzied power within this beam of divine light. Because he felt nothing amiss, Zhou Ding reached out his hand towards the white light. "What are you doing? Do not touch that divine light." As Zhou Ding attempted to reach for the light surrounding the monument, Li Bao suddenly shouted at him, "Stop!" In that instant, a graceful figure descended beside Li Bao. Lin Ruo, seeing Zhou Ding extend his hand towards the divine light, also cried out, "Before the divine light fades, to touch it is to invite death. Do you not value your life?" Chapter 33. Too late, shattered too late. The warnings from both Li Bao and Lin Ruo came too late. Zhou Ding's hand had already made contact with the divine light, enveloping the white jade divine steel. Not only that, but his hand effortlessly penetrated this so-called divine radiance. Both Li Bao and Lin Ruo were left in a state of shock. Simultaneously, Lin Ruo pondered. Could it be that the elder's words were mere fabrications? Was this divine light truly devoid of any offensive capability? With such thoughts, Lin Ruo felt a surge of excitement. After all, the greatest opportunity within the Guishu 5 divine mountains lay before her. She had no reason to allow others to seize it first. Just as she prepared to approach the divine steel, a sharp crack echoed, radiating from Zhou Ding's very being. Oh no! Zhou Ding, standing before the white jade divine steel, was momentarily frozen. It seemed he had been outwitted by this old tortoise. As the divine light dissipated, revealing the true form of the white jade divine steel, it was not long before the steel became riddled with cracks. The fissures spread, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds of rupture. In the nearly dazed gaze of Lin Ruo and Li Bao, the newly unveiled white jade divine steel shattered before them. "How dare you desecrate the divine steel?" As if in concert with the arriving Qi Yu, she exclaimed this at Zhou Ding, just as a bolt of divine punishment descended from the heavens, striking directly toward Zhou Ding. "You wretched tortoise!" Zhou Ding's fury erupted, and he shouted toward the sky. At that very moment, a sharp sound emanated from Li Bao's bosom. Startled by the noise, Li Bao hurriedly retrieved the 2 stones he had previously acquired, only to find himself rendered speechless. "Shattered. One of the stones I painstakingly obtained has broken." A gust of wind swept through, scattering the powder in his hands, and Li Bao gazed at the drifting particles with tears of despair. As he watched the remnants being carried away by the wind, Lin Ruo suddenly recalled an earlier scene in the valley. In that valley, the gray-haired youth, whose origins were unknown, had touched one of the stones. Now, the stone that Li Bao had taken had crumbled to dust. With this thought, Lin Ruo turned to Zhou Ding and inquired with intensity, "Who exactly are you?" "Lin Ruo's junior." Upon hearing her question, Qi Yu landed beside her and remarked, "Why waste words on him? This person is here solely to destroy the divine steel within this sacred mountain." The disciples from Yunshan sect and Fenglei sect had arrived. As they beheld the fragments of the white jade divine steel scattered at Zhou Ding's feet and the bolt of divine punishment aimed at him, their eyes widened in astonishment. If the previous 2 instances of divine punishment in the valley were mere coincidences, how could this third strike directed at him be explained? A voice suddenly emerged from behind Lin Ruo, and upon hearing it, her gaze towards Zhou Ding grew even more piercing. "In the domain of the 12 divine monuments, the constraints of their emergence can only be lifted when they manifest together. Yet, astonishingly, one of these monuments has been forcibly destroyed by this individual. Coupled with the divine retribution that has now descended upon him from the realm, does this not speak volumes? My senior brother speaks the truth. This person is intolerable to the domain, and it is imperative that he be vanquished. We cannot allow him to act with impunity any longer." As these words echoed, 4 young men sprang forth, ready to assail Zhou Ding. With divine retribution looming overhead and the 4 youths of the divine Qi realm charging at him, Zhou Ding suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "This scenario feels remarkably familiar. I have done nothing yet have become the target of everyone's wrath. Excellent. I relish this indiscriminate aggression from you mindless cannon fodder." With that, Zhou Ding allowed the divine retribution to strike him. Though he was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, only a hair's breadth away from forming a core, that thin line was a chasm of difference. If that great tortoise indeed barred him from forming a core within this realm, then he would confront these witless assailants with his perfected foundation establishment. When the divine retribution struck Zhou Ding, he merely trembled and dissipated the bolt with ease. After dispersing the lightning, he leaped into the air exclaiming, truly unaware of their own mortality. Since you seek your demise, I shall escort you on your journey. His gray hair danced without wind, and a lake surged in response. Zhou Ding formed a hand seal and intoned solemnly. In an instant, the 9 true dragons emerge, sweeping away the ancient mundane. As his words fell, the lake transformed into 9 ferocious water dragons. With a thunderous roar, the dragons soared skyward and at Zhou Ding's command. They opened their gaping maws and dove towards the 4 disciples of the Wind and Thunder sect who had attacked him. What sorcery is this? Lin Ruo gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Zhou Ding's unprecedented display of power. The 4 youthful prodigies from the Wind and Thunder sect, who had initiated the assault, were engulfed by the descending water dragons in an instant. Before Lin Ruo's exclamation could fully escape her lips, the 9 water dragons regurgitated 9 crystalline ice lotuses, pure and glistening like snow. Who says the true dragon does not spit pearls? I proclaim the dragon's chant blossoms forth. In that moment, Zhou Ding appeared as a celestial being descended into the mortal realm, rendering the 4 wind and thunder disciples incapable of approaching him, as they were vanquished mid-attack by his astonishing techniques. As the water dragons dissipated and the ice lotuses withered, all that remained for Qi Yu and the others were 4 icy sculptures. With an expression devoid of emotion, Zhou Ding's voice rang out. And in the wake of his words, the 4 human-shaped ice sculptures shattered before the horrified gazes of Lin Ruo and the others. These 4 disciples, all gifted prodigies who had entered the divine Qi realm before the age of 20, had opened 2 channels of Qi within themselves. In small nations, such talents could easily rise to positions of power. However, such beings were obliterated in an instant by this unassuming gray-haired youth, whose realm remained inscrutable. The scene that unfolded before Lin Ruo and her companions was beyond mere terror. It was an indelible impression upon their souls. How dare you slay my fellow disciples? Witnessing the demise of 4 comrades, Qi Yu's aura surged to its zenith in that moment. Behind him, the Kuei Nyo donned the sun and moon, while resplendent bolts of lightning erupted around Qi Yu. A farce. Merely some individuals who brought calamity upon themselves. I shall slay them without hesitation. Zhou Ding's gaze turned icy, and he continued, And you? Do you even have the audacity to utter the word dare to me? Your arrogance is laced with defiance, and that defiance is steeped in scorn. The disdain in your eyes not only belittles Qi Yu, but also mocks this realm of return. For a fleeting moment, Lin Ruo found herself captivated by the overwhelming, imperious aura exuded by Zhou Ding. This innate presence seemed to embody an inherent superiority, prompting Lin Ruo to conjure a singular term, disdainful. Indeed, the air of disdain radiating from Zhou Ding at that moment, she believed, was nothing short of a contemptuous gaze upon the universe. The thunderous roar of the 5 thunder kuei reverberated behind Lin Ruo. Chapter 34. The Great Sun Amidst Thunder. The Great Shadow Amidst Lightning, a creature resembling a tangible kuei, Neo suddenly elevated Qi Yu to a height equal to that of the Zhou Ding. Lin Ruo observed this scene and understood that Qi Yu was genuinely enraged. Qi Yu, the most formidable genius of the Wind and Thunder sect over the centuries, enjoyed a status within the sect that rivaled that of the sect leader, Lei Han. Bathed in the brilliance of the sun and moon, Qi Yu spread his arms wide. One hand embraced the sunlight, while the other cradled the moonlight. Within this celestial illumination, Lin Ruo distinctly sensed the crackling energy of thunder and lightning. A lake of water transformed once more into 9 water dragons, soaring behind Zhou Ding under his command. What? Are you so eager to reunite with your 4 companions? As Zhou Ding spoke, the 9 water dragons leaped forth from behind him. Humph! You have already committed a grave sin by slaying my fellow disciples. And to insult me is an even greater transgression. The realm of divine energy is divided into 12 major stages, but more accurately, it can be classified into 3 realms. Within this domain, each of the 4 stages represents a formidable barrier. Qi Yu was a transcendent figure who had crossed the first of these barriers, a powerhouse at the divine energy level, and was perilously close to the 3rd barrier. As he grasped the sun and moon, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the Kuei Nyo, and both the Kuei Nyo and Qi Yu vanished from Zhou Ding's sight. This was the Kuei Nyo's divine ability, the Thunderlight Shuttle. Suddenly, Qi Yu reappeared behind Zhou Ding, his fists enveloped in the divine radiance of the sun and moon, striking towards Zhou Ding's back. Zhou Ding, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, ascended with his flying sword just as the fists approached. At that very moment, Qiyu and the Kuei Nyo re-emerged directly above him. The great five thunders descend. With these words, 5 bolts of multicolored lightning erupted from his palms, clawing towards Zhou Ding like a thunderous talon. Though astonished by Qiyu's speed, which nearly rivaled that of lightning, Zhou Ding remained undeterred. The leaf of enlightenment. He formed a hand seal, and a single green leaf drifted gently from his body. This leaf radiated divine light and gracefully collided with the 5 bolts of lightning above him. The leaf of enlightenment was a renowned technique in the realm of cultivation, and with Zhou Ding now having reached the pinnacle of foundational mastery, the leaf swiftly purified Qiyu's lightning technique. Is that leaf also a form of technique? Lin Ruo marveled at how Zhou Ding had nullified Qiyu's divine ability with merely a leaf. Qiyu's eyes turned icy as he merged the sun and moon's radiance into one. In that instant, Zhou Ding sensed a terrifying power emanating from Qiyu, one that posed a genuine threat. This power oscillated between scorching heat and frigid cold, compressing the surrounding air with a crackling intensity. The great sun amidst thunder. The great shadow amidst lightning. The sun and moon coalesced into a divine spear, radiating with the brilliance of celestial bodies. Standing atop the mighty Kuei Nyo, Qiyu brandished the divine spear, drawing it back as he aimed at Zhou Ding. Slay with the sun's radiance, extinguish with the moon's shadow. Bathed in the celestial glow of day and night, the spear descended. As it plummeted, 9 frosty lotuses suddenly bloomed before Zhou Ding. One lotus was pierced by the spear, shattering into fragments, yet the spear pressed onward. 2 more lotuses fell victim to the divine weapon, scattering as the spear advanced further. When the 3rd, 4th, and even the 5th and 6th lotuses could not halt the relentless approach of the spear, another divine spear burst forth from Zhou Ding's side. Green leaf arises. As this weapon surged towards him, Zhou Ding formed a hand seal, summoning the green leaf in defense. Yet, just as the leaf attempted to intercept the incoming spear, another divine spear, radiant with the essence of sun and moon, emerged from the opposite side. This was merely the beginning. Zhou Ding, from the corner of his eye, discerned that beneath him, behind him, and even directly in front, similar divine spears were hurtling towards him. This adversary indeed possessed remarkable prowess. While he feigned nonchalance, Zhou Ding was acutely aware that each spear aimed at him bore the potential to inflict harm. It was over. Observing the inevitable fate awaiting Zhou Ding, Lin Ruo spoke with a complex gaze. No way, senior sister. This guy just annihilated those 4 disciples from the Wind and Thunder sect in one blow. You mentioned annihilation. If those 4 had been prepared for his techniques, even if they were defeated, they wouldn't have met such a swift demise. So, you mean to say that the 4 disciples were caught off guard by his skills, leading to their easy downfall? Pretty much. At least from my perspective. They hadn't even had the chance to showcase their abilities before being dispatched by his 2 formidable techniques. If that is the case, then he can't be that powerful. Why is it that the Void Realm cannot tolerate him? Throwing javelins at me while perched on a one-legged cow. This is a spectacle I have never encountered in my lifetime. With those words, Zhou Ding's body seemed to be pulled in all directions, creating a hollow indentation. This outward concavity was the result of the assault from the numerous divine spears. Lin Ruo, witnessing Zhou Ding's form contorting yet somehow resisting the onslaught, displayed an expression of disbelief. The counterattack, unlocked by his perfected foundation establishment, barely held against Qiyu's onslaught. Had Qiyu's realm been even a fraction higher, Zhou Ding would have surely perished at his hands. It appears that to crush this foe, one must attain the core formation stage. As the divine spears dissipated and Zhou Ding regained his stance, he dusted off his long robe. With a flick of his garment, Zhou Ding raised his gaze, looking down upon Qiyu atop the Kuei Nyo and declared, "Reveal all your techniques. Do not wait for me to strike before you realize you have no chance to respond." Though initially unable to prevail, relying on the aid of a countermeasure, Zhou Ding managed to escape with his life. However, the aura he exuded at this moment suggested an overwhelming strength. This was not mere bravado, nor was it a facade of calm in the face of calamity. It was the essence of Zhou Ding himself. This inherent nature both troubled him and compelled him to confront his true self. Qiyu was once again astounded, more so than when he witnessed Zhou Ding's remarkable recovery. Could I unleash any of my techniques without hesitation? Would I lose my chance to act if I waited for him to strike first? Repeating Zhou Ding's words silently in his mind, standing atop the formidable Xuanhua, Qiyu suddenly realized that his murderous intent towards Zhou Ding had waned significantly. Had I succumbed to fear? How could a prodigy of the wind and thunder sect, an infrequent marvel over centuries, be intimidated by a peer? Despite Qiyu's attempts to bolster his own confidence, the Xuanhua beneath him betrayed his inner turmoil. The creature, visibly trembling, shimmered as if it might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. Chapter 35. The emergence of the 11 divine monuments, just as Qiyu's confidence began to waver. Zhou Ding's voice resonated once more. Do you understand why that great tortoise outside is targeting me? It is because I struck it with a sword before entering the Guishu. You claim to have struck the revered Xiangui with a sword? In response to Zhou Ding's words, Lin Ruo dared not refer to the tortoise outside as a great tortoise and inquired instead, "Is there any doubt?" Zhou Ding remarked nonchalantly, gazing at the heavens. "If you do not believe me, once we exit, I shall take you to see it. However, I never anticipated that this tortoise would hold such a grudge, plotting against me within the sacred mountain. What has the revered Xiangui done to you?" A fellow disciple beside Lin Ruo swallowed hard, captivated by Zhou Ding's narrative. What could it possibly do? Did you not witness it? Zhou Ding addressed the young man below him, standing atop his flying sword. Are you referring to the divine monument? So it follows that you did not destroy it? As if to validate the young man's assertion, a bolt of heavenly punishment suddenly descended, aiming directly for his head. Senior sister. The young man paled in fright as he beheld the impending punishment. A vine suddenly erupted from the ground. Lin Ruo waved her hand, and the newly emerged vine surged towards the bolt of punishment. In midair, the vine entwined itself around the heavenly strike, leading to its immediate dissolution. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Ding chuckled and addressed the heavens. It seems your great tortoise is ineffectual. Condensed to the realm of divine energy, you are truly nothing. Could you refrain from speaking so much? Lin Ruo felt her heart race at Zhou Ding's derision directed at the unseen tortoise. What is there to fear? If it possesses courage, let it descend. I shall overturn it, Lin Ruo thought, unable to fathom why Zhou Ding dared to mock the tortoise, oblivious to its true power. Consequently, she surmised that Zhou Ding's identity must be extraordinary. However, across the entirety of the eastern continent, there was no sect bold enough to offend that tortoise. Could it be that he hails from a transcendent sect, or even a celestial lineage? Was his journey to the eastern continent merely for training, alongside a casual visit to the heavenly sea Guishu? While Lin Ruo pondered these possibilities, Zhou Ding turned his gaze from the heavens to Qiyu and said, I wonder if you could hasten your actions. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Why have you yet to strike? Qiyu had heard every word of Zhou Ding's mockery directed at the tortoise, and this had incited within him the same apprehensions as Lin Ruo. The mere thought that this individual might indeed belong to a transcendent sect extinguished Qiyu's fighting spirit. In truth, even before Zhou Ding had begun his taunts towards the tortoise, Qiyu had already lost the courage to confront him. However, the 4 disciples who had accompanied him to the heavenly sea Guishu had fallen to this person, and Lin Ruo's group had witnessed it all. If he were to withdraw now, would he not become the laughingstock of Lin Ruo and her companions? The adage that wisdom comes with age holds true. With just a glance at Qiyu, Zhou Ding discerned the thoughts swirling in his mind. Maintaining an air of arrogance, Zhou Ding gazed up at the cerulean expanse above and remarked, I am not the sort of person who revels in slaughter. Yet, given your remarkable prowess at such a tender age, you stand out among your peers as exceptionally gifted. Returning his gaze from the azure sky, Zhou Ding turned to Qiyu and added, I shall not shy away from revealing that my presence in this realm is constrained by my level of cultivation. If I were to unshackle even a fraction of my seals, do you truly believe you could withstand a mere casual strike from me? The mention of suppressed cultivation sent shockwaves through Qiyu, leaving him aghast. You are of the returning Phoenix realm? Indeed. It must be so. How else could one of your formidable might be incapable of vanquishing me? The disparity between his current state in the divine Qi realm and Zhou Ding's true essence in the returning Phoenix realm required such an explanation. It clarified why, despite wielding the formidable technique of the Sun-Moon convergence, he had been unable to strike down Zhou Ding. As this realization dawned upon him, compounded by Zhou Ding's overwhelming presence, the Kuei Nyo beneath him dissipated, for he believed. Descending beside Lin Ruo, Qiyu cast a wary glance at Zhou Ding. retreating stealthily a couple of paces behind Lin Ruo. Observing this exchange, Zhou Ding continued to exude arrogance as he addressed the onlookers below. There is no need for concern. That colossal tortoise targets only me. As for the remaining divine steels, seek them out as you wish, and take what you can. I shall not interfere. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's declaration, Lin Ruo, though shocked by his cultivation level, pressed him further. Are you truly unwilling to participate? Indeed, Zhou Ding replied. Then what brings you to this realm? Lin Ruo inquired, her curiosity piqued. Glancing at the celestial canopy, Zhou Ding replied with a smile. Merely to explore and perhaps gather some medicinal herbs. But with one divine steel already destroyed, will the others that have yet to emerge face any turmoil? Lin Ruo voiced her concern. At that very moment, from the brilliant blue sky, 11 beams of divine light descended. As the light illuminated the 5 sacred mountains, gasps of astonishment echoed from within. Suddenly, from various locations on these mountains, 11 white jade divine steels soared into the air, enveloped in divine radiance, and flew towards the center of the 5-pointed star formation of the realm. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Lin Ruo and her fellow disciples gasped in unison. In the wake of Lin Ruo's exclamation, figures erupted from the remaining 4 sacred mountains, racing towards the designated landing spots of the 11 divine steels. Do you comprehend what is unfolding? Lin Ruo did not follow the crowd, but instead turned her gaze towards Zhou Ding, seeking clarity. In response to her inquiry, both Lin Ruo and Qi Yu fixed their eyes on Zhou Ding, awaiting his explanation. Standing upon the flying sword, Zhou Ding first cast a glance at the positions of the 11 divine monuments before turning to Lin Ruo and saying, if I am not mistaken, this great tortoise has deliberately disrupted the rules within this realm of return to ensnare me. What do you mean by that? Could you clarify? Although Lin Ruo was aware that addressing Zhou Ding in such a manner was impolite, she found it difficult to refer to a peer as senior. In truth, the meaning was not particularly difficult to grasp. Descending from midair and landing before Lin Ruo, Zhou Ding pointed towards the realm of return and explained. This realm is activated by the great tortoise from outside once every century. In other words, that tortoise possesses the authority to open the realm but lacks the right to disrupt its rules. Now, this creature, in its madness to ensnare me, has recklessly destroyed a divine monument, thereby disturbing the original rules of this realm. For reasons unknown, with each disparaging remark Zhou Ding made about the mysterious tortoise, Lin Ruo's heart would inexplicably leap wildly. Chapter 36. The secret door emerges, chaos in the return to the void according to the elder's words. Does the sudden appearance of the 11 divine monuments relate to the one that was destroyed? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's remarks, Lin Ruo, a fellow disciple, inquired without mentioning the name of the mysterious tortoise. Perhaps so. Do you believe this fellow has aged without gaining wisdom? Zhou Ding's question, however, prompted his companion to refrain from engaging in banter. Look, the 11 divine monuments are exhibiting unusual activity. Li Bao, who had remained silent beside Lin Ruo, spoke up, immediately drawing the attention of Zhou Ding and the others. The 11 divine monuments, which had been suspended in the center of the return to the void, suddenly descended. The impact of their descent caused the very ground of the return to tremble. With such overwhelming force, as the 11 monuments landed in the heart of the void, a thunderous collapse resonated from the center, akin to the earth's roar. Accompanying this tremendous sound, a vortex gradually materialized in the center of the return. This vortex was entirely white, with hints of chaos visible within its depths. The celestial talents suspended in midair could not help but gasp in astonishment at this sight. Following their exclamations, the vortex transformed swiftly, revealing a colossal luminous gate towering 10 zhang high before the multitude of gifted individuals. This immense gate was not erected but rather embedded in the ground, as if passing through it would lead one into the next realm of the void. How could this be? I have never heard any elder from my sect mention this gate. Voices of speculation arose above the luminous gate. Like you, my elders did not mention this gate to me before my entry into the return. Could it be that there are changes in the void? Anyone with eyes would not utter such words. These 11 divine monuments have emerged on their own, and upon their emergence, they soared to this location, subsequently revealing this gate. The changes in the void are evident, are they not? As the youth concluded his statement, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Brother Zhao, What do you think is happening? How could these 11 divine monuments have appeared independently? Among those suspended in the air, a talent from Fangsuan Mountain posed the question. Yet, among the 4 gifted individuals who had come to the return, the most mysterious and highest-ranked Wei Ran was notably absent. I do not know. Gazing at the luminous gate below, Xiao Jin shook his head towards Xiaji. At that very moment, the 11 divine monuments, which had stood firmly on the ground, abruptly ascended, sequentially entering the luminous gate. The order was such that 6 descended to the left and 5 to the right. Under the astonished gazes of the talents, the monuments vanished within the gate, as if these 11 divine monuments were the keys to opening this portal. The instant the last of the divine monuments completely entered the gate, the once placid portal erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. This cascade of radiant light surged skyward, forcing the celestial talents to momentarily close their eyes. When they finally reopened them, the 11 divine monuments had already vanished, leaving behind only the enigmatic luminous gate. The ethereal glow emanating from the mysterious portal is white, resembling clouds drifting across a celestial canvas. Accompanying this visible undulation, points of light, akin to stars, begin to materialize within the portal. Materialize, connect. It is only when these luminous points coalesce into a grand pattern that they cease their dance. This magnificent design, composed of light points, closely resembles a celestial map, albeit an incomplete one, for it is marred by the absence of numerous light points at the juncture where it should connect. It is precisely these missing points that prevent the celestial map from forming a complete loop. Astonishment, bewilderment, shock, and wonder. After this fleeting moment of distraction, a voice suddenly pierces the silence. Behold that missing point. If I am not mistaken, these 12 divine monuments are the key to unlocking this secret portal. Indeed, even the 12 divine monuments are deemed worthy only as the key to this portal, hinting at the immense fortune concealed within. A sharp intake of breath escapes the lips of all the youths suspended above the portal upon hearing these words. But where is the 12th divine monument? The others have emerged, yet the final one remains elusive. At the sound of this voice, all the youths turn their gaze toward the direction of Mount Daiyu. They remember that the first divine monument emerged from Mount Daiyu, and they have clearly witnessed the remaining 11 monuments soaring forth from the 4 sacred mountains surrounding them. To Mount Daiyu. A cry from an unknown genius among the crowd ignites a fervor, and all the talented individuals hovering in midair rush toward Mount Daiyu. The gathering is a magnificent spectacle. The assemblage of prodigies consists of at least 40 individuals. Why are they all heading our way? Li Bao, astonished, inquires of Zhou Ding. His mouth agape. What else could it be? Zhou Ding, suppressing the urge to curse, replies as he glances skyward. The 11 divine monuments are all heading toward the center of the return ruins. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Lin Ruo realizes, you mean they seek the destroyed divine monument? Lin Ruo refrains from uttering the name of the mysterious tortoise. What else could it mean? Just look at their frenzied demeanor. Yet the divine monument lies in ruins. Their approach is futile. Qi Yu, having lost his previous arrogance, now appears as a mere subordinate before Zhou Ding, his gaze uncertain, yet his demeanor submissive. This shift is attributed to Zhou Ding's esteemed identity and his formidable, unattainable realm. Nevertheless, will they believe it? Observing the fervent throng of prodigies, Lin Ruo furrows his brow slightly. We're in deep trouble. That great tortoise has led us to ruin. As the group of talented individuals draws nearer, Li Bao's face contorts in despair. Enough. Turning to glance at Li Bao, Zhou Ding addressed him. This matter does not concern you. How can it not concern me? However, upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Li Bao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ruo and remarked, as she just articulated, do you truly believe that even if we explain ourselves, they will be convinced? Presently, even if we possessed 100 mouths, we could not elucidate the situation. Furthermore, the allocation of entry to any sacred mountain has already been determined by the 10 major sects. The Yunshan sect and the Fenglei sect have decreed that it is this Daiyu sacred mountain, and my Daiyu is but a vassal to these 2 prominent sections. How can you assert that this does not concern me? What audacity! Upon hearing Li Bao's statement, Zhou Ding turned to Lin Ruo and inquired. Indeed, she affirmed, he speaks the truth. Even if we were to extricate ourselves from this predicament, they would still suspect us of having taken the divine steel. In light of this, you are ironically the safest among us, for no one is aware of your presence with us here at the Daiyu Sacred Mountain. Senior, a fellow disciple of Lin Ruo gazed at Zhou Ding with a look of anxiety and implored, Senior, you would not abandon us, would you? How could you say such a thing? This predicament arose because of me, and you are the ones ensnared in it. Although the seniors spoke thus, they would remain unconvinced. Chapter 37. This situation is all too familiar to me. Why should I not believe it? Turning to the young man, Zhou Ding nonchalantly remarked, when they arrive, simply state that I have destroyed the divine steel. You truly speak without feeling the weight of your words, Li Bao retorted with a sneer. Behind you stands the supreme divine sect, if anything were to go awry in the ruins of return. At this point, Li Bao suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, of course. How could I have not thought of this earlier? With excitement illuminating his face, he turned to Zhou Ding and said, when they arrive, just claim that you destroyed the divine steel. If they attempt to harm you, invoke the name of your sect. And I assure you, they will not dare to offend you. There is no sect behind me. Zhou Ding thought to himself, wanting to retort at Li Bao's exuberance. The talented individuals from various sects arrived in grand fashion. Upon halting in midair, the first question they posed to Zhou Ding and the others was, where is the divine steel from your sacred mountain? Brother Xiao, is that not the genius from the great Yuan? In truth, Xiao Jin had already noticed Zhou Ding, who stood below as though surrounded by stars. What business does this fool have entangling himself with the Cloud Mountain sect and the Thunderstorm sect? With Zhou Ding standing alongside Lin Ruo, Liang Feng frowned and inquired, what do I know? Xiao Jin, remembering the task assigned by Xiao Yun, furrowed his brow upon seeing Zhou Ding not with Wei Ran. The divine steel? Hearing the inquiry from above, Lin Ruo lifted her gaze to the few leading figures at the front and asked, what do you need our divine steel for? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Simply hand over the divine steel. On their journey to Daiyu Sacred Mountain, the leading disciples from various major sects had already conspired. Now, the secret sect only needed the divine steel from Daiyu Sacred Mountain to unlock their secrets. Thus, they only required the acquisition of this steel. As for the so-called twin talents of the Eastern continent, should they prove uncooperative, they would be eliminated. Zhou Ding perceived the murderous intent in the eyes of these leading figures. Just as Lin Ruo was about to inquire further, Zhou Ding grasped her delicate wrist and declared, it has become clear to me that you have come here to kill and seize the steel. I would like to ask the rest of you, do you harbor the same intentions as these individuals? Killing and seizing the steel? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Lin Ruo and her companions instantly changed their expressions. What audacity! Qi Yu stepped forward, exuding an air of arrogance. Though he could not muster this innate pride before Zhou Ding, it did not diminish his haughty demeanor in front of others. And what of it? Let me be frank. Hand over the divine steel, and perhaps we will spare both you and Lin Ruo. However, if you refuse, what if we refuse? Stepping forward from behind Zhou Ding, Qi Yu gazed skyward, his voice booming like thunder. Refuse? The youth who spoke cast a glance at those beside him and declared with a booming voice, if you refuse to comply, I shall simply take your lives and seize the divine monument. Upon hearing these words, Qi Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A surge of electric energy enveloped him, as if he were poised to charge at the group of youths. Step aside. I have dealt with such situations numerous times, a voice resonated from behind Qi Yu. Turning to see Zhou Ding, who had already pushed him aside, Qi Yu felt a sense of urgency. It seemed as though Zhou Ding was imparting knowledge in a live demonstration. Though his gaze was fixed on the youths above, he was, in fact, addressing Qi Yu. In circumstances like this, how should you respond? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, Zhou Ding raised his hand and pulled the brash youth through the air. The moment he did so, the young man plummeted toward Zhou Ding. Did you see that? In future encounters, target the one who boasts the loudest first. Qi Yu, quick to grasp the implication, paused for only a moment before comprehending Zhou Ding's message. Armed with a divine spear, he seized the opportunity. As Zhou Ding extracted the youth from the crowd, Qi Yu raised his hand and hurled the spear, imbued with the radiance of sun and moon, toward the braggart. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced through him, causing the once vocal youth to fall lifelessly to the ground. Dead. The reality of the situation dawned on the remaining youths suspended in the air. How could a genius of the divine Qi realm perish so swiftly? This particular individual, Zhang Yu, was not merely any prodigy. He was the most exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Qingxian sect. having glimpsed the 12 Qi pits at the tender age of 19 and entered the realm of divine Qi. Now, 3 years later, he had ascended to the second major stage of divine Qi, stepping into the 5 pits and becoming a formidable practitioner. Yet, despite his renown in life, Zhou Ding was oblivious to his legacy, let alone his demise. Do you remember? Ignoring the shock of the talented individuals above, Zhou Ding patted Qi Yu on the shoulder and instructed, in future encounters, handle it just like this. Remember, if there had been any lingering resentment Qi Yu felt toward Zhou Ding, it had now evaporated, replaced by a genuine admiration for Zhou Ding's charismatic presence. While Zhang Yu's death had instilled a profound psychological scar among the remaining geniuses, they soon regained their composure upon witnessing the gray-haired youth treating Qi Yu as his subordinate. These prodigies were not ignorant of the prowess possessed by Qi Yu and Lin Ruo. It was precisely this awareness that had driven them to forge a consensus under the immense lure of profit. After all, when the secret gate opens, those with greater power would gain access to even greater opportunities. If they could eliminate these two formidable competitors, they would secure a more substantial share within the secret domain. However, such aspirations were naive, for they had failed to consider that above Qi Yu and Lin Ruo, there existed an even stronger force within the mountains. Moreover, this individual, whether in terms of methods or the composure with which he handles situations, far surpasses them. Who is this person? Does anyone recognize him? These prodigies quickly forgot about Zhang Yu's demise and shifted their focus entirely to Zhou Ding. Brother Xiao, is this truly the fool from Deiyuan? Asked Xiaoji, her voice lowered to a frequency only she and Xiao Jin could hear. I do not know, replied Xiao Jin, furrowing his brows, his expression a mix of complexity. In truth, he had already resolved to defy the task entrusted to him by Xiao Yun. However, upon witnessing Zhou Ding, his previously determined mind began to waver. As he had previously stated, he found it hard to take the life of a lesser individual, yet he would be willing to eliminate a young talent of comparable strength, or even one stronger than himself. After all, one must not forget the grace of nurturing. Without Xiao Yun, he would not have achieved his current standing. Chapter 38. Speak as you will. Li Bao observed that Zhou Ding and Qi Yu's strategy of intimidation had indeed silenced the young elites above. Seizing the moment, he began to boast brazenly, "Do you not wish to seize our divine monument? Come then." Upon hearing Li Bao's challenge, a young man at the forefront, named Song Yu, was poised to retaliate. However, the sight of Zhang Yu's lifeless body sprawled on the ground instantly quelled his words. Song Yu was a distinguished genius from the esteemed Qinyun Mountain, one of the top 10 sects of Dongzhou, sharing the same level of prowess and divine energy as the deceased Zhang Yu. Is my leader truly so formidable that it has rendered you speechless? Li Bao stood tall, a smirk on his face, and continued, "Do you know who my leader is?" Curiosity piqued, Song Yu and the other talented youths leaned in to listen. "Let me enlighten you. My leader has already glimpsed the entirety of the 12 energy pits and has ascended to the realm of returning swans. He has come to Dongzhou during his travels from the divine sect, coinciding with the opening of the Tianhai Guishu. His curiosity led him to suppress his realm and enter here. Ascended to the realm of returning swans. Coming from the divine sect?" The revelation sent waves of astonishment among Song Yu and the other prodigies. "Brother Xiao, what on earth is happening? Did not Zhou Ding hail from the Great Yuan and travel here on our cloud boat?" questioned Liang Feng, his gaze at Zhou Ding revealing no hint of concern. If that were true, Zhang Yu would not have been so easily caught off guard. Had he known this fool was a mind cultivator, he would not have been so readily dragged from the crowd and subsequently slain by Qi Yu in one swift move. Liang Feng's words resonated with the others. "Are you suggesting that this fool from the Great Yuan concealed his true strength from us? That he has already entered the divine energy realm?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin's eyes gleamed with a fierce intent towards Zhou Ding, feeling emotionally deceived. "Shall we expose him, brother?" Liang Feng inquired, glancing at Xiao Jin. "There is no need for that," Xiao Jin replied, unabashedly displaying his murderous intent as he regarded Zhou Ding. "For now, we require them to unlock the secret door using the divine monument." Zhou Ding had already noticed the 3 prodigies from Fangsuan Mountain above, though he found it peculiar that Wei Ran was not among them. As for Li Bao's bluster in front of him, Zhou Ding chose not to intervene. After all, he had never revealed his identity to them. With so many intruding upon them, it was only natural for Li Bao to inflate his own significance. Let him carry on, Zhou Ding thought to himself, addressing the talented individuals above indifferently. Are you still intent on killing and seizing the monument? At his question, Song Yu and the other prominent youths exchanged awkward smiles. Observing their demeanor, Zhou Ding spoke again. I understand your desire for the divine steel. However, the truth is that it has been destroyed by that enormous turtle above. Destroyed by the great turtle? Hearing Zhou Ding's words, Song Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the fragments lie right there. If you doubt me, see for yourselves. Upon his utterance, they followed Zhou Ding's and looked in that direction. What they beheld left all the talented individuals suspended in disbelief. The shards, glistening like white jade, lay quietly on the ground. And how could these youths fail to recognize that it was indeed the divine steel? It's over. All is lost. As the last piece of the steel that could unlock the secret gate lay shattered, one talented individual lamented, all 11 steel have been absorbed into the secret gate. This one was our only hope for access. Our journey to the ruins has been in vain. Zhou Ding and the others dared not offend him. And even if they doubted the claim that the steel was destroyed by the external turtle, they had no choice but to believe it. The secret gate? Zhou Ding inquired, perplexed by the young man's words. This question prompted Song Yu, having regained his composure, to explain the origins of the secret gate. Now that the divine steel was destroyed, even though Song Yu felt a deep sense of regret, he had to confront the reality of their futile expedition. Let us take a look. Without waiting for Song Yu's disappointment to settle, Zhou Ding suddenly formed a sword gesture and soared toward the secret gate. Seeing Zhou Ding ascend toward the gate, Lin Ruo, Qi Yu, and the others followed suit, rising from the ground. This assembly of talented individuals, initially arriving with great momentum and fierce determination, now trailed behind Zhou Ding with a dispirited air. Only the lifeless body of Zhang Yu remained, left to wither in the winds of the divine mountain. Among this group were indeed fellow disciples of Zhang Yu, but compared to the secret gate, ensuring Zhang Yu's peaceful rest seemed less significant. Arriving at the secret gate, Zhou Ding was astonished by its grandeur. It appeared to be embedded in the ground and stood a full 10 zhang tall. With Song Yu and the others now by his side, they too gazed at the gate with wide-eyed astonishment. When Zhou Ding laid eyes upon the magnificent star map depicted on the secret gate, he fell into a brief trance. After a moment's distraction, to confirm his observations, Zhou Ding meticulously counted the luminous points on the gate, finding precisely 108. These 108 points interconnected to form a vast celestial map. The only lament was that this grand star map was incomplete, as its ends did not connect. Pointing to the vacant space, although Zhou Ding's heart was tumultuous, he maintained a composed demeanor as he addressed Song Yu. Is this the missing piece? Yes. In Zhou Ding's presence, Song Yu exhibited profound respect. So, you believe this void requires the final divine steel to be filled, do you? Without waiting for Song Yu's response, Zhou Ding continued, if your conjectures are indeed accurate, then you have truly been deceived by that great turtle above. Zhou Ding's words struck a chord with Song Yu and the other prodigies. The return of the Guishu occurs once every century, and should they miss this opportunity, they would never again have a chance to enter this realm. Those who had previously ventured into the Guishu and contemplated the 12 divine tablets invariably ascended to the realm of Guihong within decades of their return. To reach Guihong, one must encounter fortuitous circumstances. It is no simple feat. Do you wish to enter? Just as disappointment clouded the faces of Song Yu and the others, Zhou Ding suddenly shifted his gaze from the secret door to Lin Ruo. The eloquence of Zhou Ding's words and the abruptness of his inquiry left Lin Ruo momentarily taken aback. Observing her astonished expression, Zhou Ding continued, that great turtle must surely know that it has destroyed a divine tablet, leading to the appearance of this door. Since it has decided to vent its frustrations upon you by preventing your entry, I shall defy its wishes. With that, Zhou Ding gradually descended upon the secret door, a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he gazed up at the azure sky, declaring, if you wish to enter, then curse with me. Chapter 39. The girl in tiger head shoes. Before Lin Ruo and the others could respond, Zhou Ding had already begun to utter his invectives toward the azure sky. Turtle, turtle, with eyes bigger than your heart, I shall cleave you asunder with a single strike, having lived for 10,000 years without transformation. If I were you, I would descend and fight. As Zhou Ding's playful verse echoed, dark clouds suddenly rolled across the brilliant sky. Amidst these ominous clouds, Song Yu and his companions could even glimpse the flashes of lightning concealed within. What is the purpose of this? Why does this ancestor from the divine sect wish to belittle that mystical tortoise? However, lost in Zhou Ding's mockery, the young prodigy had forgotten the earlier words Zhou Ding had spoken to them. Begin. Ignoring the ominous clouds above, Zhou Ding casually sat cross-legged on the secret gate and addressed Song Yu and the others. Begin what? Hearing this, Song Yu shifted his gaze from the thunderous clouds above to inquire of Zhou Ding. What do you mean by begin? With a nonchalant expression, Zhou Ding replied leisurely, of course. It means to start cursing. However, if you prefer not to enter, it is perfectly fine to refrain from cursing. With that, Zhou Ding suddenly extended his finger and traced 2 strokes through the fragmented celestial map suspended in the air. As these strokes fell, 2 luminous points unexpectedly appeared in the voids of the star chart. While these 2 points did not entirely mend the map's deficiencies, they undoubtedly symbolized the hope of restoration. Song Yu was left astonished, and Lin Ruo's eyes widened in surprise. Observing their reactions, Zhou Ding calmly retracted his finger. Can you truly restore the incomplete map on the secret gate? Lin Ruo asked excitedly, her astonishment evident. Certainly. This map is known as the Celestial 12 Palace Star Chart, encompassing a total of 128 celestial bodies. The 12 divine monuments within this sacred mountain correspond precisely to the number of the Celestial 12 Palaces. Since I can name this chart, I naturally possess the ability to restore its missing sections. Though Zhou Ding spoke lightly, he felt a profound sense of shock and melancholy within. The Celestial 12 Palace Star Chart belonged to a humble celestial sect known as the Starry Pavilion in his realm. When he first navigated the cultivation world, he had once joined this sect. In the Starry Pavilion, this chart was not considered a secret, as it hung prominently in the main hall. Any disciple who had entered the hall could behold it. On one occasion, Zhou Ding had inquired of the sect leader, where did this chart originate? The leader replied that he did not know, as the chart had been hanging in the Great Hall since the establishment of the Starry Pavilion. As Zhou Ding's cultivation level rose, he never returned to visit the sect leader or his fellow disciples. Are you all well? Gazing at the chart, Zhou Ding silently pondered. This was precisely why he had urged Lin Ruo and the others to join him in cursing that mystical tortoise. He sought to compel the tortoise to descend, for only in this manner could he possibly ascertain the means to return from this creature. At this moment, his desire to return was palpable. The presence of the Celestial Pavilion's great Cosmos 12 Palace Star Chart upon this secret door could only be elucidated by entering. Anger surged within him, as he observed Song Yu and the others remaining still. Thus, he intoned in a deep voice. The thunderclouds roiled ominously above, as if poised to unleash divine retribution. Song Yu and his companions glanced from the tempestuous clouds to Zhou Ding. You need not join in the cursing. As the internal turmoil of Song Yu and the others unfolded, Zhou Ding turned to Lin Ruo and Li Bao, speaking gently. Upon hearing his soothing words, Li Bao and the 4 disciples of Lin Ruo heaved a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, Lin Ruo felt as though Zhou Ding had transformed into an entirely different person with his gentle demeanor. At this moment, his previous arrogance had dissipated, revealing a poignant sense of loneliness. Can you truly decipher it? In a moment of desperation, Song Yu inquired of Zhou Ding. What do you think? With that, Zhou Ding extended his finger and deftly inscribed 2 strokes upon the damaged remnants of the chart. As these strokes fell into place, 2 luminous points emerged to fill the void. This restoration caused the great Cosmos 12 Palace Star Chart to suddenly radiate with brilliance. With this surge of light, the previously sealed secret door creaked open slightly. Witnessing this, Song Yu hesitated no longer. He raised his voice toward the thunderous clouds, shouting, You cursed creature! Your head is larger than your heart. With a single strike from the abyss, I shall render you foolish. Having lived for 10,000 years without transformation, if I were you, I would descend and fight. He was unwilling to have made this journey in vain, as he had compelling reasons to embark on the path of return. Upon hearing Song Yu's declaration and observing the evident crack in the secret door, the group of youths ceased their hesitations and began to vociferously berate the ominous thunderclouds overhead. Outside the return void, even Mo and could perceive the scene. However, what he observed was not the tortoise's scornful expression, but rather one of fury. Elder Yinshan, why is this tortoise suddenly enraged? Mo questioned. Gazing at the creature that appeared ready to devour, its countenance fraught with frustration. How would I know what it is angry about? I'm not a worm inside its belly. Just as Elder Yunshan finished speaking, the suddenly irate tortoise began to stomp its feet vigorously. With each thud against the ground, it exhaled plumes of crimson vapor akin to flames from its nostrils. Look, the tortoise is so enraged it's stomping. I wonder what unhappy thought has crossed its mind. After speaking, Imoen scratched his head and added, to be honest, what is the point of living so long if one cannot transform into a human and enjoy the beauty of the world? Truly, life seems rather meaningless. Who are you? You insignificant ant, to claim that one cannot transform into a human and that life holds no meaning? A voice, reminiscent of thunder, surged into the heavens. Yet, this voice bore the innocent timbre of a young girl. Who could it be? Which audacious little girl dared to eavesdrop on my discourse? Imoen, now perplexed, began to scan his surroundings. Below, that audacious youth gathered a band of oblivious peers to provoke this venerable one. Even you, a mere insect, dare to conspire against me in secrecy. Humph, what insolence! I shall consign you to the distant expanse of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, so that you, this insignificant creature, may spend your life in their company. As the words echoed, the clouds had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when Imoen ascended, floating upwards like a leaf caught in a gentle breeze. In an instant, he vanished from sight with a swift motion. And you, bothersome insects, all of you, vacate this space at once. An invisible ripple emanated from the black tortoise, spreading outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether elders from various sects or flora and fauna, all vanished without a trace. Among those who disappeared was Yunshan himself. When Yunshan found his footing again, he was astounded to discover he stood at the gate of his own Mount Fangsuan. Chapter 40. The celestial 12 houses star chart. The once flourishing Haichuan has now dried up, transformed into an endless abyss that stretches beyond sight. As the mystical tortoise cleared the area, its colossal form suddenly vanished. In its stead, within the boundless chasm, stood a little girl. This child appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, her features exquisitely delicate, particularly her round little face, which seemed as if it could yield water with just a gentle pinch. Her attire was peculiar indeed. Her hair was styled into 2 soaring pigtails, her upper body adorned with a green belly wrap, while her lower half was clad in red shorts. On her dainty, glistening feet, she wore tiny shoes emblazoned with tiger heads. Utterly charming, this sight could truly infuriate even the most composed celestial being. In the vast abyss, the girl alternated between shaking her fists in anger and muttering to herself. It was not until a soft exclamation escaped her lips that she ceased her gestures of fury. Squatting down, she appeared to have spotted something amusing on the ground and began to trace circles around it. After completing her circles, she blew gently on the marked spot. Suddenly, the ominous thunderclouds above dissipated, leaving the young talents below, who had been vociferously cursing, momentarily stunned. Observing the clouds vanish, Zhou Ding pondered in confusion. Could it be that this great tortoise truly cannot enter? This could pose a significant problem. The trio from Fangsuan Mountain, Xiao Jin and her companions, refrained from joining the chorus of curses directed at the mystical tortoise. Zhou Ding took note of this scene. At this moment, the glances from Xiao Jin and her companions towards Zhou Ding were unfamiliar, tinged with scrutiny and uncertainty. Should they continue their vitriol? As the thunderclouds dispersed, and after a brief moment of astonishment, Song Yu turned to Zhou Ding with a question. However, upon hearing the inquiry, Zhou Ding cast a deep gaze upwards and replied, "Perhaps it is best to let it be." And what of this secret door? With a mix of excitement and anticipation, Song Yu posed the question that weighed heavily on the minds of the young talents. Without responding to Song Yu, Zhou Ding slowly rose from the secret door. With a blend of exhilaration and nostalgia, he extended his finger. As the tension and anticipation mounted among Song Yu and the other young talents, Zhou Ding took a deep breath and began to fill in the missing stars. The celestial 12 houses star chart encompasses a total of 128 celestial bodies, and Zhou Ding's task was to complete the remaining 20 stars from his recollections. At this moment, all the youths were fixated on the incomplete section. With each star that fell into place, they instinctively clenched their fists tighter. When the 17th star was inscribed, these young aspirants were unaware of the perspiration forming on their palms. With the 18th star's arrival, they unconsciously leaned forward, a motion shared even by the 3 from Fangsuan Mountain. At this juncture, The youths dared not release even a breath, their attention riveted on the already inscribed 19th star. From within the secret door came a sound resonating, as if echoing from the depths of ancient times. As Zhou Ding completed the final star in the celestial chart, a deep rumble unexpectedly emanated from the secret gate. With the sound's reverberation, the great Cosmos 12 Palaces star map was drawn into the gate. As the star map vanished, the gate slowly creaked open, moving as if burdened by the weight of countless years. Its opening was sluggish, as though it were exerting every ounce of strength to break free from the shackles of time that had ensnared it. Regardless of how gradually this secret gate opened, it ultimately unveiled its mysteries before the world. It is open. The secret gate has opened. Let us hasten forth. The youth, their eyes fixed upon the chaos within the gate, suddenly stirred with excitement. In this fervor, one by one, they began to dart towards the entrance. The scene resembled the act of dropping dumplings into boiling water. As the youths plunged into the chaos, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from within. The reverberation was deafening to those who had yet to enter, while those already engulfed by the chaos were violently hurled back. What is happening? Is the gate denying us entry? Observing their peers being flung back from the chaos, the remaining youths halted in confusion, questioning the situation. This fortuitous opportunity lay before them, yet they were unable to enter. How could they accept such a fate? Just as their eyes glimmered with desperation, a voice emerged from the depths of the chaos within the gate. My disciples, those who can wield the chaos star technique may enter. Those who are not my disciples shall meet their demise upon entry. The voice was solemn, eternal, and succinct, clearly outlining the conditions for entering the gate. Disciples? What disciples? What is this chaos star technique? Upon hearing the proclamation, all the youths began to inquire. In that very moment, they turned their gaze towards Zhou Ding. He had opened the gate, and he had restored the incomplete star map. Thus he must possess this so-called chaos star technique. Realizing this, the youth regarded Zhou Ding with a newfound avarice. Do you possess the chaos star technique? Will you impart it to us? Xuanhua, casting aside his earlier reverence towards Zhou Ding, asked with a voice heavy with yearning, his eyes a fierce crimson. The chaos star technique? Zhou Ding met his intense gaze with indifference, replying, if it weren't for this situation, I would have likely forgotten this technique long ago. So, you truly do know it? Will you teach it to us, that we may enter this secret gate? Zhou Ding merely responded, what do you think? He glanced at the eager youths, who seemed ready to devour him whole should he refuse. I have a certain affinity with this gate. Considering that connection, even if I were to teach, I would not pass it on to you lot. Thus, Zhou Ding spoke these words while focusing on the three youths from Fengsuan Mountain. Among them, apart from Xiaji, Xiao Jin and Liang Feng directed their murderous intent towards Zhou Ding. So, you have been toying with us all along. Upon reflecting on the fact that this individual had previously incited them to offend the esteemed Xiangui, Xuanhua felt an overwhelming urge to shatter Zhou Ding into 1,000 pieces. As soon as Xuanhua uttered these words, all the young disciples behind him cast looks of united enmity towards Zhou Ding. In that moment, it seemed as though they were the embodiment of righteousness, while Zhou Ding stood as the heinous villain deserving of the gravest punishment. Do you truly believe that, relying on the power of the divine sect behind you and the suppressed divine Qi realm beneath your command, you can act with impunity within our Guishu? That you can manipulate us at your whim? Indeed, were it not for you, that divine steel would not have been destroyed. I now comprehend your motives for its destruction. You were fully aware that once that steel was obliterated, this secret gate would be unlocked. It appears that from the moment you entered, your intent was to monopolize all the opportunities within the Guishu. You are correct. Even if it means incurring the wrath of the divine sect behind you, we shall not be intimidated. As Brother Fong rightly said, should you wish to monopolize the opportunities within this secret gate today, we shall be the first to oppose you. Chapter 41. Bai Fong and the Guhua bird remarkable. The words you all have spoken are so compelling that I almost find myself believing them. After addressing the group of young individuals led by Xuanhua, Zhou Ding turned to Lin Ruo, Li Bao, and Qi Yu, inquiring, what about you? Do your thoughts align with theirs? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's question, Qi Yu hesitated for a moment before responding. I cannot speak for others, but I know for certain that the divine monument was not destroyed by you. In agreement with Qi Yu's statement, Lin Ruo and the others nodded in affirmation. And what of the present situation? Zhou Ding raised his gaze towards Xuanhua and continued. The The circumstances now differ greatly from those within the sacred mountain. Are you intending to join them in their assault against me? Or, before Zhou Ding could finish his thought, Qiyu interjected. Standing tall, although you have harmed my fellow disciples, it was they who initiated the conflict. While I remain uncertain of my stance towards you, a true man must act with principle. I, Qiyu, will follow my heart. If my heart bids me to stand by your side, then I shall do so. Oh. Zhou Ding regarded Qiyu with surprise at his declaration. The first time he encountered this individual, he had sought to capture him. The second time, he had arrogantly demanded a rusted sword from him. As for the third encounter, could this be what they call submission through defeat? And what of you? Shifting his gaze from Qiyu, Zhou Ding addressed Lin Ruo and Li Bao. Us. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's inquiry, Lin Ruo raised his eyes towards Song Yu and stated, I cannot speak for this man from Diyu, but I know that from the moment they harbored murderous intent towards me, demanding the divine monument, I, Lin Ruo, have regarded them as enemies, and thus, I cannot ally with them. Lin Ruo's words resonated with conviction, prompting his three companions to nod vigorously in agreement. Do not look at me. After Lin Ruo's proclamation, as Zhou Ding's gaze fell upon Li Bao, he hastily replied, my refusal to join them is proof enough. Taking in the resolute expressions of the 6 individuals, Zhou Ding suddenly laughed heartily. I have encountered treachery and betrayal before, but if I were to cower in fear, then I would cease to be myself. With that said, Zhou Ding looked at Lin Ruo and the others. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you a chance. As he spoke, Zhou Ding reached out with his hand, gesturing before Lin Ruo and the others. This motion caused their eyes to widen with astonishment. You have transmitted the Chaos Star technique to us through thought? Qiyu inquired incredulously after receiving the profound technique within his heart. Do not be astonished. This skill is not overly complex. Once you enter, take your time to comprehend it. With those words, Zhou Ding raised his hand once more. This gesture enveloped Lin Ruo and the others within a silvery light shield. After casting the Chaos Star technique to encase them, Zhou Ding waved to the talented individuals who glared at him with enmity. Until we meet again, my friends. There is nothing more cruel in this world than witnessing others collecting wealth while one remains powerless to do so. As Song Yu and his companions watched Zhou Ding lead Lin Ruo and the others into the secret door, their anger surged to the point where the hairs on their bodies stood on end. How infuriating! If it weren't for our Fangxuan Mountain granting the prestigious quota to the Yuan sect, this fellow would never have had the opportunity to accompany us here. Yet, this impertinent individual not only fails to show gratitude for Fangxuan Mountain's kindness, but would rather lead his disciples into that secret door than allow us entry. Hearing Liang Feng's grievances, Xiaji felt a bitter pang in his heart. If only they had treated Zhou Ding with greater respect. Perhaps they would now be the ones following him into that portal. Brother Zhao, with Brother Wei absent, what do you propose we do? I have made up my mind. Once we emerge from the Gigzu, I shall report to the elders of our sect, accusing this fellow of treachery against our own. However, as Liang Feng spoke, the murderous intent in Xiao Jin's eyes intensified. If he had previously received instructions from Xiao Yun to eliminate Zhou Ding, then now, his desire to kill Zhou Ding was independent of Xiao Yun's influence. The torment of being denied entry while opportunity lay before them was eclipsed only by Zhou Ding's repeated disregard for Fangxuan Mountain. Brother Song, what should we do now? What else can we do? They shall not attain what we cannot. When they emerge, we shall eliminate them all. Brother Fong's words resonated. Regardless of their origins from any divine sect, once we deal with him in the Goeishu, we can simply assert that we never saw him upon our return. Even if the sect behind him investigates, what can they possibly do to us? Very well. Better to shatter like jade than remain whole like mere tiles. We shall wait here for their return. In the beginning of chaos, as the universe took form, the clear and bright sky represented heaven, while the murky earth symbolized the ground. As Zhou Ding led Lin Ruo and the others through this chaos, what awaited Lin Ruo ahead was a realm of such dimensions. This realm was small, with the sky above and the ground below. On either side of this world stood walls of bronze, glistening with green rust, beneath which faint patterns could be discerned. The small realm was visible in its entirety, culminating in a stone door embedded in the bronze. The stone door stood approximately 2 zhang in height, smooth and unmarked by the passage of time. This should be the outer chamber. You may contemplate the Chaos Star technique here. Very well. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Lin Ruo and the others quickly sat cross-legged. The Chaos Star technique was a method of cultivation from his realm, though Zhou Ding was uncertain whether they could truly master it. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to gaze at one of the copper walls. With a wave of his hand, the rust receded. As the obscured mural reemerged, Zhou Ding beheld a magnificent depiction of a bird on the copper wall. This bird resembled a crane, possessing but a single leg, while its top feathers danced like flames. Is this by Feng? Upon the copper wall, there was unexpectedly engraved an ancient ferocious beast, the Bifeng. Zhou Ding then proceeded to wipe away the verdigris on the opposite side of the copper wall. As he did so, he uncovered a depiction of a bird in flight. However, this avian creature was distinct from the Bifeng, as the engraving portrayed two forms of this bird. The first form revealed a feathered avian, while the second form depicted a maiden shedding her plumage. What manner of bird is this? Or perhaps a spirit? Zhou Ding gazed intently at this peculiar avian figure on the copper wall, murmuring to himself. In response to his musings, a voice answered him. This is not a spirit, but the ancient divine bird, the Xuanhua. The voice belonged to Lin Ruo. As she rose, Zhou Ding, taken aback, inquired, Have you comprehended it so swiftly? Indeed, Lin Ruo replied, lifting her gaze towards the celestial canopy of this small realm. She continued, For some unknown reason, the energy within this small world enhances my understanding. Particularly in my study of the Chaos Star technique, my efforts have been remarkably fruitful, allowing me to grasp it in an instant. Chapter 42, The Gazetteero? Yet, upon hearing Lin Ruo's words, Zhou Ding closed his eyes. Casting aside all distractions, he began to attentively perceive the flow of vital energy in this small realm. This vital energy has an ancient and profound origin. Upon closer inspection, one could even sense a primal aura reminiscent of the dawn of creation itself. What is this? With this thought, Zhou Ding suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, Could it be the primal aura? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's utterance, Lin Ruo also began to concentrate on her own perceptions. However, her knowledge of the primal aura was limited to ancient texts. Despite her diligent efforts, she could discern nothing. When she turned to look at Zhou Ding, she found him seated cross-legged on the ground. He sat there with his left hand depicting yin and his right hand depicting yang, thus creating a diagram of the duality of opposites. As this diagram took form, Lin Ruo could vividly observe the flow of vital energy coursing within the realms of yin and yang. The energy flowed like fish in a pond, seamlessly merging into Zhou Ding's body. Zhou Ding had already transcended to the golden core stage. Now, with the infusion of the primal aura, this energy enveloped his nascent core. A wave of refreshing vitality surged from within, prompting Zhou Ding to open his eyes and remark, Accustomed to looking down upon others, had it not been for your reminder, I might have missed this small fortune. Though Lin Ruo grasped only a fraction of what Zhou Ding meant by small fortune, she caught the essence of his words, accustomed to looking down. With a hint of curiosity in her eyes, she inquired, Do you often speak like this? Doesn't it sound rather irritating? Before Lin Ruo could finish, Zhou Ding continued, In truth, there are times when I wish to be more low-key, but alas, my nature does not permit it. At this, Lin Ruo let out a laugh, exclaiming, You are truly an oddity. Zhou Ding had encountered numerous celestial beings, yet a woman of Lin Ruo's innate vigor was a first for him. Thus, when she smiled, he found himself momentarily entranced. Qiyu was the second to rise. Upon noticing that Lin Ruo had stood before him, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Once Li Bao and the others gradually stood, Zhou Ding stepped toward the stone door at the end. The door was tightly shut, its surface smooth and glistening like glass. Under the tense gazes of Lin Ruo and the others, Zhou Ding suddenly passed through the stone door, channeling his primordial energy as he entered. Standing within the threshold, Zhou Ding addressed Lin Ruo and the others. Since Zhou Ding could bring them inside, Lin Ruo and her companions had no doubts about him. As the six of them activated their primordial energy and traversed the stone door, they were greeted by the sight of a grand hall. The hall was magnificent, with bronze beams and stone pillars. However, the interior was in disarray. Numerous bronze sculptures and stone lanterns lay scattered on either side, while countless bamboo scrolls were strewn across the floor. Removing his gaze from the countless bamboo scrolls, Zhou Ding fixed his attention upon the immense bronze vessel that stood majestically at the center of the grand hall. This artifact, with a square base and four legs, was intricately hollowed out, supported solely by 4 golden dragons that cradled a circular instrument. Is this the celestial sphere? But as Zhou Ding spoke, Lin Ruo and her companions also turned their eyes towards this celestial apparatus. The star pavilion was named after the stars, and within the hall hung a celestial map titled The 12 Palaces of the Great Cosmos, the origins of which remained a mystery. Upon encountering the map at the secret door, Zhou Ding had already surmised that this door might be connected to the star pavilion. There were no other entrances. This grand hall marked the end of their journey. However, as Li Bao mentioned, the 3 disciples from Yunshan's sect were busily searching around. After a thorough examination, a disciple named Xie Fan expressed his disappointment, stating that there truly were no additional entrances. In response, another disciple named Lu Fei seemed to lose his composure, exclaiming, "This secret door is supposed to be opened by 11 divine steels, yet it leads to this abandoned hall? Indeed, where is the opportunity? And where are those 11 steels?" Lin Mu interjected, "Do not complain. It is already a stroke of fortune that we can enter this hall." Yet Lin Mu's words prompted Lin Ruo to admonish him. "Sister, it is not my intention to complain. You can see for yourself that apart from the scattered bronze vessels and bamboo scrolls, there is no fortune here." Bamboo scrolls? At Lin Mu's mention, Chi Yu swiftly picked up a scroll from the ground and unfurled it. Observing Chi Yu's actions, Li Bao hurriedly followed suit. The Travels of Wuxiao? Chi Yu furrowed his brow as he read the title aloud. Following Chi Yu, Li Bao chimed in. "The scroll in my hand is A Journey to Mount Zhaoyao." While Chi Yu and Li Bao were reciting their scrolls, Lin Ruo also picked one up, announcing, "The scroll I possess is Ode to the Western Mountains. Mine is Song of the Northern Mountains. I have Praise of the Mulberry Mountains. This one is Ode to Fei Mountain." One by one, unfamiliar mountain names were pronounced by the 6 companions. After they had recited the titles of these 6 scrolls, they quickly sought out other scrolls scattered across the floor. Why are they all travelogues? They picked up and discarded scroll after scroll until, upon opening the last of the bamboo scrolls, even Lin Ruo could not help but feel disheartened. All the scrolls upon the ground contained nothing but travel accounts. Not a single martial text was to be found. While Lin Ruo and her companions rummaged through the scrolls, Zhou Ding remained still, observing. When Lin Ruo and her companions walked dejectedly to his side, Zhou Ding finally inquired, "Did any of you recognize or visit the places mentioned in the scrolls you just examined?" To this, Lin Ruo mustered her spirits and replied, "No. I have never heard of any of the locations recorded in these 365 scrolls." "I see," Zhou Ding responded. After expressing these words to Lin Ruo, Zhou Ding continued, "I have not heard of any either." Upon hearing Zhou Ding's remarks, Lin Ruo and the other 5 fell into silence. At present, this grand hall has reached its limit. Despite their thorough search throughout the entire hall, they found neither opportunities nor even a single martial manuscript. How could they then hope for any fortuitous encounters? It seems that this expedition to the ruins will indeed leave them empty-handed. The travelogues scattered across the ground, saying Mountain, North Mountain, Wuxia, Fei Mountain. What do they signify? Do they imply that the master of this hall has journeyed to many places? Yet, in my time within the cultivation realm, I had not heard of any of these locations, nor had they been known to those from this realm. Contemplating this, Zhou Ding's eyes suddenly brightened as he exclaimed, "Could it be?" At this moment, Zhou Ding's heart swelled with excitement, and amidst his exhilaration, he thought to himself, "I understand now. The master of this hall is conveying to those disciples who can enter that there are realms beyond realms, or perhaps the master himself hails from beyond this realm." Chapter 43. A brief discussion on the transmission of arrays. As the words fell, Zhou Ding once again turned his gaze towards the celestial instrument that stood majestically within the grand hall. The chamber lay in disarray, as if the master had been the cause of the chaos, or perhaps it had been inflicted by external forces. Yet amidst this turmoil, the celestial instrument remained steadfast at the center of the hall. Observing this magnificent device, Zhou Ding addressed the despondent Lin Ruo and the others, stating, "You claim there are no opportunities within this hall, but I believe the opportunity lies right before us." Right before us. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Lin Ruo and the others lifted their gazes to him. Indeed, as he commenced his stride towards the celestial instrument, Zhou Ding spoke. If an opportunity is visible, it would no longer be called an opportunity, but rather a mere chance. Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Ding had already reached the front of the celestial instrument, which towered 3 yards high, revealing exquisite craftsmanship upon closer inspection. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Ruo and her companions, Zhou Ding first circled the celestial instrument before coming to a halt. "Come here." He beckoned the group as he stood before a golden dragon. Once they approached, Zhou Ding continued, "Lin Ruo, Qi Yu, and Li Bao, you three should each stand before the three golden dragons." All right. Although uncertain of Zhou Ding's intentions, the three chose to place their trust in him at that moment. Once they were in position, Zhou Ding instructed, "Channel the Chaos Star technique and infuse it into the golden dragon before you." Following Zhou Ding's guidance, Lin Ruo and her companions began to comply. And in that very instant, a miracle unfolded. The once inanimate celestial instrument, empowered by their Chaos Star technique, began to radiate with brilliant golden light. As the golden glow swirled, the instrument's platform, supported by the four golden dragons, commenced to rotate. Witnessing the celestial instrument's platform begin to spin, Xuanhuan and the others were filled with immense excitement. Amidst the disorder of the hall, it was only this celestial instrument that narrated its extraordinary nature to Zhou Ding and the others. It was this realization that led Zhou Ding to surmise that perhaps this celestial instrument was the opportunity left behind by the master of the hall for future generations. The reason he thought to activate the four golden dragons using the Chaos Star technique was that only those who practiced this technique could enter the hall. As the platform continued to spin, a mist began to rise from within the celestial instrument. With the mist gradually solidifying, a phantom slowly emerged from it. This figure had white hair and a beard of goat. With an upward gesture, he pointed to the sky, and an immense star map, titled The 12 Palaces of the Great Cosmos, materialized above Zhou Ding and the others. This star map was significantly larger than the one on the secret door. Upon its emergence, it enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, Zhou Ding and his companions found themselves standing within this grand the 12 Palaces of the Great Cosmos. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xuanhuan and the others gasped in awe. Amidst their exclamations, 12 divine monuments appeared. Their emergence did not occur within the hall, but rather within the vast star map. What I expound upon is all recorded within. My disciples, contemplate to your heart's content. With this authoritative declaration, 12 celestial palaces rose prominently from the 12 palaces of the great cosmos. With the emergence of these 12 celestial palaces, the 12 divine monuments that once hung in this grand star map suddenly soared like shooting stars into their respective abodes. As the monuments entered the palaces, the celestial realms shimmered with brilliance. The opportunity was palpable, and Lin Ruo and her companions could hardly contain their excitement. When the 6 of them saw Zhou Ding nod, they hastily approached the 12 divine palaces. They stood before 6 of the palaces, and at the moment they took their positions, beams of starlight descended from the palaces, enveloping Lin Ruo and her companions. Zhou Ding had already encountered many fortuitous events in his realm, yet who would ever complain of an abundance of wealth? Thus, he too approached one of the divine palaces. The starlight cascaded down, instantly surrounding him. In that moment, Zhou Ding beheld a luminous wall within the divine light. On this wall were inscribed words, a brief discussion on transmission arrays. What is this? Merely glancing at the title of the wall extinguished Zhou Ding's interest, and he remarked, "Do you dare present your mediocre insights as a legacy?" Just as he prepared to exit this so-called divine palace, his peripheral vision caught a line of text on the wall. The void of the cosmos is eternal, unyielding through the ages. Entering it is an extraordinary endeavor. Yet I remain insignificant. This transmission array is derived from my contemplation of the cosmic void. Should one construct a transmission array based on the cosmic void, it may traverse realms in an instant. Alas, the short-sighted commoners view me with suspicion, seeking to destroy my path and obliterate my essence. If I perish, I shall accept it willingly. Upon reading this passage, Zhou Ding froze, drawn into a state of profound contemplation. His understanding deepened, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. As he entered a state of transcendence, 25 days had passed since the return to the void, with only 5 days remaining until its closure. During this time, Lin Ruo and her companions had thoroughly explored the 12 divine palaces. To be precise, aside from the palace Zhou Ding was currently studying, Lin Ruo had etched the legacies of the other 11 palaces into her memory. She believed that upon exiting the return to the void, she would, with these opportunities, ascend to the realm of the return of the swans within 5 years. In truth, All 6 of them had entered the palace where Zhou Ding was immersed in study. However, upon discovering that the legacy left within was merely a collection of mediocre insights, they had withdrawn. 2 days passed, and Zhou Ding remained engrossed in his study. Another day went by, and he continued his deep contemplation. As the return to the void was nearing its closure, Qiyu turned to Lin Ruo and inquired, "Should we call him out? Let us wait a bit longer." "Very well, yet the return to the void will close tomorrow. We must depart this grand hall before it seals." Lin Ruo discerned the underlying meaning in Qiyu's words. There was no guarantee that remaining in the hall would ensure their exit from the return to the void. Isn't there still a day left? Why the haste? Li Bao had also gained significantly during this time. Although he could not match Lin Ruo's extraordinary talent in comprehending the legacies of 11 divine arts within mere days, his aptitude allowed him to grasp 6. Meanwhile, Xie Fan and the other 3 had each unraveled the mysteries of 3 palaces. As for Qiyu, he is akin to Lin Ruo, both having comprehended the legacies within the 11 sacred palaces. At present, he possesses the confidence to ascend to the realm of returning swallows within 5 years. They are currently filled with an impatient desire to emerge from their secluded cultivation and witness the world once more. "Do you think they will be waiting for us outside?" Li Bao remarked, casting a glance at Zhou Ding, who was still engrossed in his understanding. "Is that even a question?" In response to Li Bao's words, Xie Fan interjected, "For the sake of a divine steel, they are willing to resort to murder and theft. Not to mention, we have entered this secret gate and obtained the legacy of the palace master. I dare say they are undoubtedly lying in wait just beyond the door for our emergence. What will they do when we come out? Will they ensure that even if we gain fortune, we cannot escape this realm of the abyss?" Lu Fei scoffed. "They are merely a troop of foolish clowns." Yet, upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Qiyu's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he declared, "If they dare to lay a hand on us, I shall ensure they leave their lives behind in the abyss." Indeed, as Li Bao had stated, the talented individuals from various sects are indeed stationed outside the secret gate. "Senior Brother Zhao, the abyss will close in just 1 day. Why have we yet to see Senior Brother Wei's figure?" Chapter 44. The offering in the cave. The inquiry was posed by Xia Ji, whose visage was etched with concern as she questioned Xiao Jin. "I do not know." Yet, upon hearing the question, Xiao Jin opened his eyes from his meditation. Since entering the Guaxiu, he had not seen any trace of Senior Brother Wei. Could it be that Senior Brother Wei had fallen victim to that foolish disciple of the great Yuan, who colluded with Lin Ruo of the Yunshan sect and Qiyu of the Fenglei sect? Upon hearing Liang Feng's words, Xiao Jin's eyes narrowed in alarm. He recalled that prior to his entrance into the Guaxiu, Wei Ran was indeed with Zhou Ding. If the two were together, there was no reason for Zhou Ding to be at Daiyu Sacred Mountain while Wei Ran was absent. Could it truly be? The junior disciple of the great Yuan had no enmity with Senior Brother Wei. Why would he seek to harm him? "Junior sister, do you still refer to him as a junior disciple? Has he ever regarded us as seniors?" Liang Feng uttered with contempt, influenced by Xia Ji's remarks. Enough of this. Rising from the ground, Xiao Jin gazed toward the direction of Daiyu's sacred mountain and declared, "Senior Brother Wei's prowess is unfathomable. Even if Lin Ruo and Qiyu joined forces against him, he would not easily perish." However, as he continued, Xiao Jin's tone shifted. "Zhou Ding of the great Yuan has conspired with external sects. For this sole transgression, he deserves annihilation. Fanghu Sacred Mountain is one of the 5 sacred mountains of Guaxiu. At this very moment, the Senior Brother Wei, who had occupied the thoughts of the 3 for over 20 days, resided within a cave deep in this sacred mountain. From the outside, the cave appeared unremarkable, yet within lay a hidden paradise, an enchanting temple that did not honor any deity, but rather a small girl. This girl, with her 2 towering braids and clad in a pair of tiger head shoes, emanated an undeniable charm, even as a mere statue. After Zhou Ding had utilized his supernatural powers to escape before him, Wei Ran made his way to Fanghu Sacred Mountain, intending to search one sacred mountain after another, but fortuitously stumbled upon this cave. Upon entering the cave, he was immediately captivated by its extraordinary allure. Dried fruit pits lay scattered across the ground, and the remnants of rattles and clay figurines could still faintly reveal their former shapes. Gazing at the littered fruit pits and toys, Wei Ran was utterly astonished. His surprise deepened when he beheld the cave's offering of a small girl. However, as he marveled at the scene and attempted to exit the cave, he was met with an unexpected revelation. He could not escape. A mysterious barrier of light had sealed the cave's entrance, and despite exerting all his strength, he could not breach it. In truth, Wei Ran was trapped within this cave. Confined for over 20 days, he had felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Crouched in the cave, he had witnessed the emergence of 11 divine monuments and seen throngs of young individuals rushing toward a sacred mountain. The world outside brimmed with excitement. Yet, all this splendor was irrelevant to him. He could only gaze longingly through the iron bars, a once celebrated prodigy of Fangsuan Mountain, now confined and yearning for freedom. In these past 20 days, the torment of solitude has rendered Wei Ran nearly unrecognizable. At merely 23 years of age, his face is already adorned with stubble. The stubbly hair, disheveled locks, and melancholic gaze paint a portrait of despair. If one were to place a tall, crystalline goblet in his hand at this moment, if one were to provide him with a cleaver and a sticky board, "Release me," he implores, his eyes now devoid of tears. Bowing before the statue of the young girl, Wei Ran raspingly beseeches, "I beg you." As if the statue has heard his plea, a radiant azure light suddenly envelopes it, casting a glow that pierces through Wei Ran's weary eyes. Clad in this azure brilliance, the statue of the young girl speaks. The 8th chi pit of divine energy is but a step away from the 9th. With that, she places a hand upon Wei Ran's crown, channeling visible azure light into him. To his astonishment, he discovers he has transcended from the 8th to the 9th chi pit of divine energy. The 9th pit is inscribed clearly within him, and before he can fully comprehend this monumental fortune, he is further astonished to find that he has reached the 12th chi pit. In an instant, Wei Ran ascends from the 8th to the 12th chi pit. "What is this?" he exclaims, his previous gloom dissipating as he gazes in astonishment at the statue. "This esteemed entity has aided your breakthrough. Will you not repay this esteemed being?" The statue speaks again, revealing a voice akin to that of a young girl. Struck by this revelation, Wei Ran momentarily forgets to respond. This esteemed entity finds a particular individual within rather disagreeable. "Do assist in educating him. It would please me greatly if he were to kneel before you in supplication." "Who is he? Who dares provoke your esteemed self?" "It is he." With a flick of her hand, a young man materializes before Wei Ran. Upon recognizing the young man's features, a tremor of shock courses through Wei Ran. How can it be him? With only 1 day left until the closure of the Return to the Void, the talented individuals gathered outside the secret door, witnessing the continued absence of Gui Ding and his companions, began to express their frustrations vocally. "Qiyu, do you have the audacity to enter yet lack the courage to emerge? Lin Ruo, do you truly believe that by ensnaring that individual from the divine sect, you can transform a wild chicken into a phoenix? Let me tell you, he is merely toying with you for amusement. Brother Fong, what do you think they have been doing inside for so long? Surely, they cannot be spending all their time contemplating their fortunes? Over 20 days have passed. They have had ample time for creation. Perhaps there are matters unfolding within that we dare not even imagine. Oh, Brother Fong, what could possibly be happening inside that is beyond our imagination?" The young man named Fong Lei smirks mysteriously, 6 men and 1 woman. This matter is one to be felt, not spoken. Outrageous. The insults from outside the secret door reach Qiyu and the others, inciting Qiyu to charge out and confront the brash individuals beyond. "Why are you angry when I have yet to feel any ire?" Blocking Qiyu's path, Lin Ruo continued, "Let them hurl their insults. The more vehement their words, the more it signifies their desperation. Yet, their derogatory remarks towards you, it's of no consequence." Casting a glance at Zhou Ding, who was still immersed in the treatise A Brief Discussion on Transmission Arrays, Lin Ruo expressed his profound concern. "It has been over 20 days, and Brother Zhou remains engrossed in this work. I fear he may have unwittingly become ensnared within its depths." However, upon hearing Lin Ruo's words, Li Bao furrowed his brow and remarked, "At first glance, a brief discussion on transmission arrays appears utterly nonsensical, yet upon closer examination, one can discern the profound mysteries woven within. Indeed, I merely glanced at it once, and it felt as though my mind was about to explode. Yet Brother Zhou has lost count of how many times he has read it." Li Bao's observations prompted Lin Mu to nod in agreement. Chapter 45. The Vastness of the Universe. Unknown in its dimensions, the expanse of the universe remains enigmatic, its dimensions beyond comprehension. Within the celestial realm, a black spiral manifests. This dark vortex serves as a portal capable of absorbing all existence. This, in my humble opinion, is the essence of the matter. Practitioners manipulate matter in accordance with this principle. The stars do not fall, adhering to the same logic. Thus, I perceive the grandeur of the cosmos as a unified entity. This marks the prologue of a brief discourse on transmission arrays. To the common reader, it may appear esoteric and perplexing, shrouded in ambiguity. However, for Zhou Ding, who has traversed 3 generations, it is evident what the master of the hall refers to as the black spiral. It is this knowledge that leaves Zhou Ding profoundly astonished. Has this master truly ventured into a black hole? Moreover, does he aspire to emulate its principles to create a traversable transmission array across realms? One cannot help but marvel at the audacity of such thoughts. It is no wonder he is deemed an eccentric. Yet, one ponders why his hall resides within this realm's return void. Could it be that the master shares an intimate connection with the great tortoise outside? Is that why the tortoise willingly guards this void? However, this tortoise does not confine itself to this realm alone. I have encountered it upon the abyss of my own domain. At this realization, a shiver ran through Zhou Ding. Could it be that this tortoise traverses between realms through a transmission array constructed by the master? It seems plausible. My own fragment of consciousness has drifted at the abyss's bottom for a century, only to be carried here by a falling star. This void opens every 100 years. And by chronological reckoning, for the tortoise to travel freely between realms, it must rely on a transmission array. Beyond the initial obscurity of a brief discourse on transmission arrays, the subsequent insights delve into profound wisdom, albeit shrouded in complexity. The knowledge inscribed therein represents genuine enlightenment. After dedicating over 20 days to contemplation, Zhou Ding may not have fully grasped the intricacies of the transmission array, yet he has experienced a revelation in the art of talismanic formations. In essence, the transmission array aims to replicate the gravitational pull of a black hole through talismanic inscriptions, achieving effects akin to that of the black hole's allure. However, understanding this concept is one thing. Executing it is an entirely different endeavor. Constructing such a transmission array is no trivial task and may consume a lifetime without guarantee of success, unless a reference array exists. Contemplating this, Zhou Ding stepped out from the luminescence of the Star Palace. Upon his emergence, Lin Ruo unveiled a smile, meeting the gaze of 6 concerned eyes. Zhou Ding felt warmth in his heart and inquired, "Have you all comprehended?" In response to Zhou Ding's question, Lin Ruo took a step back and, bowing slightly, expressed, "Thank you, Senior Brother Zhou, for your assistance." Witnessing her gratitude, Qi Yu and the others also respectfully saluted Zhou Ding. As the 12 divine palaces had yet to disperse, under the fervent gazes of Lin Ruo and her companions, Zhou Ding traversed the 11 palatial realms, absorbing their opportunities as if in a fleeting spectacle. The treasures left behind in these palaces primarily consisted of the Master's insights and the divine abilities he had acquired during his cultivation. Among these, only one particular skill caught Zhou Ding's attention, the Star Passage technique. Isn't this the signature divine ability of the Celestial Pavilion? However, the Starlight technique from the Celestial Pavilion is merely a fragment, while the technique inscribed upon this stone tablet is the complete version. Observing this divine art, Zhou Ding mused to himself, "If I ever have the chance to return, I shall undoubtedly impart the insights and techniques from these 11 stone tablets to the Celestial Pavilion." Outside the secret gate, the cacophony of insults grew increasingly intolerable. Qi Yu, Lin Ruo, you both claim to be the twin prodigies of the Eastern continent. If you truly are prodigies, why do you not dare to face us in battle? Twin prodigies? I see you as nothing more than the twin cowards of the Eastern continent. Oh, my dear Fong, your words are misguided. Cowardice is certainly preferable to rushing out to meet death. Moreover, if they truly emerge, the man may be slain, but what of Lin Ruo? She bears the title of a genius, a title that stirs one's very soul. Oh, my dear Qiao, do you also yearn to taste the life of a genius? Is it not the same for you, Chen? Of course, here in the Guishu, whatever we do to this genius will remain unknown to the outside world. Thus I, Chun Liang, cannot resist seizing this opportunity to savor the flavor of genius. After all, she cannot possibly leave alive. Alas, while the thought is enticing, it requires their courage to manifest. Frankly, the title of the heavenly gifted maiden alone ignites my excitement. The filthy words from outside the secret gate echoed unfiltered within the grand hall. Naturally, Zhou Ding, present in the hall, heard everything. Turning to Lin Ruo, Zhou Ding inquired, "When I was contemplating a brief discussion on transmission arrays, did they also hurl such insults at you?" To Zhou Ding's question, Li Bao replied indignantly, "Indeed. The previous insults were no less than what we hear now." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Li Bao's words, Zhou Ding slowly gazed toward the hall's entrance and spoke with a nonchalant tone, "Then let them remain trapped in this Guishu forever." As his words fell, his robes billowed like crashing waves. Zhou Ding strode forth as if he were a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of the abyss. For a fleeting moment, Lin Ruo gazed at Zhou Ding's retreating figure, lost in admiration. Having diligently cultivated within the Yunshan sect since childhood, she had refrained from any distractions for over a decade, as she was the hope of the Yunshan sect, bearing the weight of its future. Thus, throughout those years, she remained oblivious to the notions of love and desire, fearing to entertain any such thoughts. Yet at this moment, upon hearing that Zhou Ding intended to confront those young men who insulted her, her heart, long imprisoned, fluttered open. Chaos swirled within her, as if some ferocious beast were preparing to break free. "They are coming out." Observing this scene, all the youths blocking the secret gate rejoiced. It seemed their relentless taunts had borne fruit. These individuals, who had forsaken their chance for exclusive opportunity, could no longer contain themselves and were finally stepping forth. Suspended in the air, all the youths readied themselves, fixated on the secret gate. "Brother Xiao, must we truly take action against Brother Zhou?" inquired Xiaji. Her brow furrowed as she observed the purple aura enveloping Xiao Jin. "There is nothing to discuss. Colluding with external sects is a crime that warrants punishment. I am merely adhering to the rules of our sect." "Sister Xia, do you still fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? If that is the case, I advise you to depart at once, lest you tarnish the reputation of our Fengsuan mountain." Listening to Liang Feng's harsh words, Xiaji bit her lip. Caught in a dilemma, amid her internal struggle, Zhou Ding emerged from the chaos. His robes billowed without wind as he raised his gaze towards the youth who had already taken a stance against him, boldly asking, "Which of you is Brother Feng? Also, Brothers Qiao and Chun, would you dare to step forward and allow me, Zhou Ding, a glimpse of your esteemed presence?" Chapter 46. Yet all are mere ants. Brother Feng, known as Feng Lei, is a remarkable genius from the esteemed sect of the top 10, Suqian Mountain. Upon hearing Zhou Ding call him out by name as soon as he emerged, he quickly discerned the reason behind it. Outside the secret gate, the verbal insults directed at Lin Ruo were most vehemently uttered by him, Xiao Kai, and Chen Liang. Realizing the reason, Feng Lei, confident in the superiority of their numbers, stepped forward with spirited bravado. "I am indeed the Brother Feng you speak of," he exclaimed. "I never imagined that my casual remark would strike such a chord. It seems you and Lin Ruo truly share a connection." Disregarding Feng Lei's words, Zhou Ding continued unabashedly, "And what of the other two gentlemen? Now that Brother Feng has bravely stepped forward, you two wouldn't dare to shrink back upon seeing me, would you?" "Humph, nonsense. We would never cower before you." At Zhou Ding's words, Xiao Kai and Chun Liang also swept aside their sleeves and proudly emerged from the crowd. "Very well, indeed." A faint smile played upon Zhou Ding's lips as he gazed at Feng Lei and his companions. Such is the nature of mankind. One may be living well, yet still seek out perilous endeavors. Having spoken this, Zhou Ding abruptly shifted his tone. "Since you three seem to wish for your own demise, it would be remiss of me not to fulfill your desires." With that, Zhou Ding leaped into the air, and under the somber gaze of Song Yu and the others, he raised his hand skyward. 9 directions, true words. The stupa returns to one. The universe holds an array, named Zhou. As Zhou Ding uttered these words, a grand array suddenly descended upon the heads of Feng Lei and his companions. What is this? In the Xianzong continent, only those adept in techniques could practice formations. And thus, upon witnessing the enormous array hovering above them, the expressions of Feng Lei and his companions drastically altered. As they attempted to flee from the array, 3 divine vines suddenly surged forth from below, with a great formation pressing down from above and divine vines attacking from below. Feng Lei and his companions found themselves with no avenue of escape, desperately calling for help from Song Yu and the others. Now you fear? Too late. With a single step, Zhou Ding found himself within the formation. Observing Feng Lei and his companions trapped within the Zhou array, He wore a sinister smile, saying, "You are but trifles to be dealt with, yet I have employed this grand array, which even those of a higher realm cannot escape from. Do you know why I have done this?" Zhou Ding continued with his wicked grin. "Firstly, I wish to test the theoretical knowledge of formations I gleaned from a brief discussion on formation, to see if I may truly advance in this art. And secondly," he pointed at Xuanhua and the others outside the array, his smile fading. "Secondly, I aim to demonstrate to them the fate that befalls those who indulge in momentary verbal victories when they fall into my hands." Feng Lei and his companions were filled with trepidation, for within the confines of the array, they felt Zhou Ding was the true master. The Zhou Tian Great Array isolated them from the outside world, creating its own realm. It is also regarded as one of the 10 most formidable formations learned in his realm. Prior to comprehending a brief discussion on array formation, Zhou Ding would have found it exceedingly difficult to deploy this array. However, after his understanding deepened through the text, he could now execute the Zhou Tian Great Array with effortless ease. This ability was the greatest fortune he attained within that grand hall. As soon as the 3 divine vines made contact, the Zhou Tian Great Array repelled them with force. This spectacle struck awe into the hearts of Xuanhua and the others, rendering their expressions grave. Lin Ruo, Qi Yu, and the other 6 had emerged from the chaos. Upon witnessing Feng Lei and his companions ensnared within the Zhou Tian Great Array, anguished cries erupted from the formation as well. Although Feng Lei and his associates were considered prodigies within their respective sects, they were utterly insignificant in Zhou Ding's eyes. 2 with divine energy at the 4th level, and 1 at the 5th level of divine energy. Such prowess rendered them mere playthings to even Qi Yu. The continuous screams echoed from the array, a brutal scene that made the younger generation, including Xuanhua, shudder. With each lift of his palm, Zhou Ding delivered a resounding slap to the trio. Their mouths had swollen to a degree that inspired trepidation. Within the Zhou Tian Great Array, despite their attempts to resist Zhou Ding's slaps, each of their efforts was effortlessly quelled by the array's inherent power. The sound of slaps rang incessantly throughout the formation. Observing Feng Lei and his companions, whose mouths had swollen to heights surpassing their noses, the onlookers felt as though their very souls quivered in sympathy. Yet, Zhou Ding seemed relentless, showing no signs of halting. Standing beside Xiao Jin, Xiaji could no longer bear to watch. If she were in Feng Lei's position, she would prefer death over enduring such torment. This man was nothing short of a demon. Liang Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and through his agitated state, he spoke vehemently. Ignoring Liang Feng's remarks, Xiao Jin maintained a tranquil gaze upon Zhou Ding, who continued to slap Feng Lei and his companions. In her calm demeanor, she addressed Liang Feng and Xiaji, stating, "This farce is nearing its conclusion. With Brother Wei no longer present, we shall take action shortly. Xia Shimi, remain and guard the array. Kill me," came the muffled plea from Feng Lei, his voice barely coherent. His eyes devoid of light, he gazed at Zhou Ding, uttering feebly. Upon hearing Feng Lei's desperate wish for death, Zhou Ding unexpectedly smiled and responded, "If you had expressed your desire to die earlier, it would have sufficed. Why wait until after receiving so many slaps to voice it?" With that, a rusted sword suddenly flew from Zhou Ding's waist, piercing through Feng Lei's chest amidst the horrified expressions of Xuanhua and the others. With a single stroke, Feng Lei was slain, and Zhou Ding regarded the remaining 2 as if he had merely performed an ordinary task. "What about you 2? With a smile gracing his lips, Zhou Ding inquired of the 2. Kill me," they uttered, casting a hollow gaze toward Zhou Ding while glancing at Feng Lei, who lay motionless within the formation. "Oh." Zhou Ding's smile widened at their words. Amid his laughter, he suddenly turned to the onlookers outside the formation, including Xuanhua, and thundered, "If you wish for death, then plead for it." Madman, they thought. He was indeed a madman. Hearing Zhou Ding's words and witnessing his actions, they finally comprehended the nature of the ruthless, merciless fiend they were provoking. With faces ashen, Xiao Kai and the others were engulfed in regret. If only time could be reversed, they would never have dared to provoke Lin Ruo with such arrogance. Yet, in this world, there are no second chances. Now, even if they wished for death, they felt compelled to plead with this demon, whom they perceived as more ferocious than the devil itself. Chapter 47. The Great Perfection of Divine Qi. Witnessing Xiao Kai and Chun Liang being tormented by Zhou Ding to the point of begging for death, Lin Ruo felt not a shred of discomfort at Zhou Ding's seemingly mad methods. Instead, a sense of exhilaration stirred within him. Is he tormenting them for my sake? Surely, that must be the case. We beg you, and are suffering. In the midst of a palpable anxiety felt by Song Yu and the others, Xiao Kai and Chun Liang knelt before Zhou Ding. This act caused the already anxious gazes of Song Yu and the others to narrow sharply. Ah, I see. With a smile still adorning his face, Zhou Ding addressed the kneeling duo. Since you have pleaded with me, I shall reluctantly grant you a swift end. The rusted sword, which had been suspended in midair, bent and sliced towards the necks of Xiao Kai and Chun Liang as Zhou Ding finished his sentence. All disciples of the sect, heed my command. The Xianzun has decreed the execution of the great Yuan Zhou Ding. 2 sprays of blood fell amidst the gleaming sword light, vivid and dazzling. A voice thundered through the air, resonating with a cataclysmic force that shook the heavens and the earth. In the moment of Xiao Kai and Chun Liang's demise, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. A colossal hand imbued with 5 formidable elemental powers crashed down upon Zhou Ding's celestial formation with overwhelming might. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, shattering Zhou Ding's celestial array into fragments. As the array crumbled, a figure, wielding the strength of wind, thunder, and lightning, landed above Song Yu and the others. Senior Brother Wei. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Jin and the others could not suppress their astonished exclamations. It was the familiar stubble, the tousled hair, but the once melancholic gaze now radiated with piercing brilliance. It's you? Zhou Ding inquired, astonished at the sight of the newcomer. Just as Zhou Ding spoke to him, Lin Ruo and the other 6 soared into the air, landing beside Zhou Ding. It is I, with a slight smile. Wei Ran looked at Zhou Ding and remarked, how shall I address you? I initially thought I had stumbled upon great fortune. Your endless array of techniques hardly impressed me, but who could have known you would be so restless, repeatedly provoking the Xianzun's authority? In that case, there is no other option. With arms outstretched, Wei Ran continued, you have brought this upon yourself. Is that so? Zhou Ding sheathed the rusted sword at his waist and pointed to the sky above. Are you referring to the Xianzun as that great turtle outside? Humph. You, a country bumpkin from the great Yuan, truly know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. It seems the Xianzun's demand for you to kneel and plead for mercy was indeed lenient. Great Yuan? The mention of this name stirred a wave of discussion among those behind Song Yu. Senior Brother, are you referring to the great Yuan under the jurisdiction of Fangsuan Mountain? Nonsense. Casting a sidelong glance at the youth who inquired, Wei Ran replied coldly. Is there another great Yuan in the eastern continent? As Wei Ran's words settled, another wave of astonishment erupted below. My senior brother does not speak in vain. This week, Zhou Ding has arrived with us on the cloud boat of Mount Fangsuan. It was Liang Feng who spoke first, instantly capturing the attention of all the young disciples, including Song Yu. So, you are not from a certain divine sect? Upon hearing Liang Feng's words, Li Bao turned to Zhou Ding and inquired, what sort of question is that? Zhou Ding, wearing a subtle smile, replied, when did I ever claim to come from a particular divine sect? It was you who ascribed that identity to me, was it not? Li Bao was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zhou Ding had indeed never disclosed his origins to them. A hero does not inquire about lineage. Regardless of where brother Zhou hails from, our Yunshan sect shall stand united with him through thick and thin. After expressing this, Lu Fei turned to Lin Ruo and asked, is that not so, sister? The divine vine has emerged, blossoming in an instant. Lin Ruo responded through her actions. And you, the only seedling of the wind and thunder sect? With a disdainful glance at Li Bao, Qi Yu spoke in a low voice. Do not regard me with those beady eyes. Though I, Qi Yu, may not be a paragon of virtue, I am not one to forget a kindness. Without brother Zhou, I would not have obtained the opportunities within that secret gate. Opportunities? What opportunities is he referring to, junior brother Xiao? Upon hearing Qi Yu's mention of opportunities, Wei Ran also looked down at Xiao Jin and asked. In response, Xiao Jin loudly recounted the secret gate matter to Wei Ran. As Wei Ran's gaze shifted, he emphatically declared, brother, Zhou Ding has colluded with external sects and has violated the regulations of our Fangsuan Mountain. Such a crime warrants punishment. It seems I have missed a great deal of excitement in my absence. With his eyes narrowed into a line, Wei Ran's murderous intent towards Zhou Ding intensified, recalling how, while he was confined in the mountain cave, Zhou Ding had shown brilliantly in the return to the ruins. All disciples of various sects, heed my command. Today, by the decree of the Xinzun, I am to punish Zhou Ding. Should anyone dare to assist Zhou Ding, they shall be killed alongside him. As his words echoed, a circular disc suddenly rose behind Wei Ran, prominently inscribed with 12 celestial chasms. The 12 times of the heavenly Tao, these 12 engravings on the time, will symbolize Wei Ran's attainment of the complete realm of the Divine Qi's 12 chasms. Divine Qi's 12 chasms? Upon witnessing the emergence of the 12 times wheel behind Wei Ran, Xiao Jin gasped in astonishment. Before his exclamation faded, others joined in the astonishment. When Song Yu and the others learned that Zhou Ding did not hail from a specific divine sect, their trepidation towards him had already diminished. However, upon hearing that the esteemed Xinzun above had commanded them to punish Zhou Ding, their apprehension lessened further. Yet now, as they observed a formidable divine transformation-level powerhouse with complete mastery of divine Qi leading them to exact vengeance on Zhou Ding, their apprehension had vanished entirely. Divine Qi's great perfection. In this moment, Qi Yu's gaze towards Wei Ran ignited an immense battle intent. Within the Grand Hall, he had already advanced from the 8 chasms of divine Qi into the 9th chasm, achieving the same divine transformation level as Wei Ran. Although he currently lags behind Wei Ran by 3 chasms, these gaps are by no means insurmountable. He is still capable of engaging in battle with the formidable Wei Ran, who has reached the pinnacle of divine energy. This individual is entrusted to me. Kuei Nyo howls beneath the sun and moon, as Qi Yu's body erupts with resounding golden thunder at this very moment. His desire to confront Wei Ran stems from a need to conquer the inner demon left by his previous encounter with Zhou Ding on Mount Daiyu. Wait. Blocking Qi Yu with an outstretched hand, Zhou Ding pointed towards Xiao Jin, who stood amidst the crowd. Do you see that figure emanating violet light? I want him alive. With that, Zhou Ding leaped into the air. At the moment of his ascent, the rusted sword at his waist emitted a resonant hum, soaring into Zhou Ding's grasp. Pinnacle of divine energy, I have yet to achieve the consummation of foundational cultivation. Zhou Ding has not forgotten the scene where Wei Ran shattered his Zhou Tian formation with a single strike from the heavens. This formation, crafted by his foundational cultivation, was not something even mid-stage elixir cultivators could hope to obliterate with mere magical prowess. Chapter 48. The Convergence of the 5 Planets. Borrowing the power of Heaven's palm, however, the grand celestial formation he had meticulously arranged was shattered by the formidable Wei Ran, who had attained the pinnacle of divine energy. Was his strength that of a late-stage golden core or a nascent soul in my realm? This could only be determined through battle. Realizing that he was about to confront a formidable adversary, a surge of indomitable battle spirit erupted within Zhou Ding. Suspended midair, the rusted sword in his grasp emitted a series of resonant sword cries. Amidst the clamor of these melodious sounds, Zhou Ding suddenly pierced his own brow. Blood welled from his forehead and, under his guidance, dripped onto the rusted sword. In that very moment, as the sword absorbed the blood from his brow, its layers of rust began to gradually dissipate. This sword, which had been shrouded in dust for countless years, regained its former brilliance at this instant. As the rust vanished, it donned a silvery luminescence reminiscent of the moonlight. Once the blade was reawakened, it gleamed with a chilling radiance, showcasing its sharpness to its master. Such a fine sword, Zhou Ding exclaimed in admiration, before swiftly forming a sword technique with his hands. Sword go? Upon uttering these words, the icy sword, infused with the power of the cold moon, shot forth towards Wei Ran. Observing the approaching blade, Wei Ran's eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "Is it possible to wield a sword in such a manner? You have indeed broadened my horizons once again. Is that so? This single strike of mine is not merely a spectacle for your eyes. This rusted sword was originally a superior magical artifact. Thus, it should not be regarded as an ordinary blade," Zhou Ding replied. At this moment, the technique he employed was not that of a typical sword control, but something far more profound. As the icy sword flew towards him, Wei Ran, being a practitioner of the arcane arts, initially dismissed the battered blade. However, as it approached, he was struck with astonishment, realizing that the sword bore a sharpness that made even his heart quiver. Could such a sharpness arise merely from mental manipulation? In a moment of panic, Wei Ran leapt into the air. As a practitioner of the arts, he was well aware that even upon reaching the pinnacle of divine energy, Engaging in close combat was most perilous. Yet, as he soared upward, he was horrified to find the flying sword trailing closely behind him like a relentless specter. The sword could sever a foe's head from 1,000 miles away. Its lethality was attributed to its ghostly speed and unparalleled sharpness. Some sword cultivators could even cleave mountains from leagues away. Wei Ran had never battled a sword cultivator before, and thus knew nothing of their prowess. Seeing the sword pursue him tenaciously, Wei Ran gathered the elemental forces of the 5 realms within his palm and forcefully struck towards the flying sword. The 5 elemental powers represented metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wei Ran's innate talent lay in his ability to unify these 5 distinct elemental forces into one. Convergence of the 5 planets, borrowing the power of Heaven's palm. With these words, a colossal hand radiating with 5-colored divine light materialized before the flying sword. Under Wei Ran's grasp, this gigantic hand ruthlessly grasped at the flying sword commanded by Zhou Ding. You possess some skill, for you have managed to unify the 5 elements. It seems I have underestimated you, he declared, while Zhou Ding swiftly formed seals with his hands. One sword transforms into 3 pure forms, and 3 pure forms manifest as 6 swords, the essence of the supreme clarity sword. As Zhou Ding's voice fell, the cold sword that was to be grasped by the Xiu divine hand unexpectedly split into 6 parts under Wei Ran's astonishment. These 6 flying swords, guided by Zhou Ding's touching sword control technique, darted forth like 6 swimming fish, slipping through the 4 gaps between the fingers of the Xiu divine hand. Once out, they merged into one, and under Zhou Ding's almost miraculous control, this singular flying sword advanced directly towards Wei Ran. The divine qi comprises 12 realms, divided into 3 tiers. The 1st to 4th realms, known as the divine spirit level, connect to the spirit essence. The 5th to 8th realms, termed the divine ability level, encompass the understanding of spiritual powers. The 9th to 12th realms, recognized as the divine transformation level, connect to nature, transforming the ethereal into the tangible. As Wei Ran witnessed the flying sword approach him, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you are the only one capable of controlling objects? It seems you are utterly ignorant of the divine transformation level within the realm of divine qi. With that, the Xiu divine hand, radiating a 5-colored divine light, lunged towards Zhou Ding at Wei Ran's command. With the understanding of the 9th realm, I can convert the ethereal into the tangible. You can wield the sword with thought. Yet I too can manifest this divine ability into reality. The flying sword soared through the clouds, while the divine hand descended from above. Although Zhou Ding could not comprehend Wei Ran's words, at that moment, he faintly sensed Wei Ran's will emanating from the descending Xiu divine hand. So, this is what it means to enter the so-called divine transformation level. One can infuse their will into their attacks. This revelation resonated with Zhou Ding's own sword control technique, leading him to smile in understanding. Below, the battle had erupted, with Qiyu clad in golden lightning charging towards Xiaojin. At that moment, Lin Ruo displayed her formidable prowess, having entered the 9th realm of divine qi alongside Qiyu. With her single strength, she managed to hold back over 10 young geniuses from various sections. Not only did she restrain these 10 young talents, but she also eliminated 3 divine realm prodigies in quick succession. The sky was filled with divine vines, transforming into blades, and wherever the vines passed, cries of despair echoed. Xiaojin faced Qiyu, and before Wei Ran emerged from the mountains, he had been the foremost genius of the Fengxuan sect. However, after Wei Ran's arrival, that title was no longer his. Following his defeat to Wei Ran, Xiaojin did not succumb to despair, but instead worked harder than ever before. It was this inner resilience that allowed him to ascend from the 4th realm to the 7th realm of divine qi in a mere 6 months. Lin Ruo, from Yunshan sect, and Qiyu from the Wind and Thunder sect were renowned as the twin prodigies of the Eastern continent, being among the first of their generation to reach the 8th realm of divine qi. Although Qiyu had stepped into the 9th realm due to the opportunities within the secretive sect, if Xiaojin were to cower in fear now, even if he were to survive this battle, he would lose the fearless heart that defined him. Surrounded by a resplendent purple light, Xiaojin bellowed as he faced Qiyu, who approached enveloped in golden lightning. The youth who entered this return to the ruins were the Cr. de las Armées among the younger generation of their respective sections. While Lin Ruo could dominate among these youths, the 4, including Li Bao, could not. Though the four of them gained opportunities within the Divine Palace in the Grand Hall, their time was regrettably limited, and their understanding paled in comparison to that of Lin Ruo and Qi Yu. Consequently, they did not achieve any elevation in their realms while contemplating the 12 divine palaces. As soon as they engaged in battle with these youths, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Among the more than 40 youths, the lowest realm was that of the second tier of divine energy, while the highest was the 7th tier. Xuanhua was one of those at the 7th tier. At the onset of the battle, Xuanhua deliberately avoided Lin Ruo, focusing instead on his intense confrontation with Xuanhuan. Although it was described as a fierce battle, it was, in fact, a calculated display intended for Lin Ruo to witness an evenly matched contest between himself and Xuanhuan. As Xuanhua clashed with Xuanhuan, Liang Feng from Fengxuan Mountain engaged in combat with Lin Mu and Lu Fei. Meanwhile, Li Bao was locked in a strenuous fight against a young prodigy whose strength reached the 7th tier of divine energy. Li Bao himself was merely at the 5th tier, while Xuanhuan and his companions were all at the 4th tier. Xuanhua was biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate Xuanhuan. The flying sword pursued him relentlessly, akin to a tenacious specter, no matter how Wei Ran attempted to evade it. In stark contrast, Zhou Ding hovered in midair, allowing the ephemeral divine hand to strike towards him without resistance. Chapter 49. I am the demon lord. The divine hand radiated with a resplendent 5-colored light, a manifestation not of mere hues, but rather a harmonious fusion of the elemental powers. This brilliance transcended the conventional understanding of color. It embodied the potent essence of the 5 elements amalgamated into a singular divine energy. Not only did Zhou Ding, who found himself beneath this magnificent hand, acutely sense the terrifying power it harbored, but even the youthful warriors engaged in battle below felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the celestial spectacle above. At that moment, all the youths instinctively directed their gazes upwards. In that very instant as they looked up, Wei Ran, who had been evading the onslaught of flying swords, abruptly halted. His eyes narrowed into a mere sliver as he beheld the descending blade, its thunderous momentum aimed directly at him. To the astonishment of all, Wei Ran smiled downwards. This smile cloaked him in a radiant 5-colored light. As the sword struck, it collided with this ethereal shield. In that fleeting moment, Wei Ran deftly pinched the incoming blade between his fingers, as if to flaunt his prowess before Zhou Ding. Do you truly believe that this feeble sword could harm me? He taunted. I was merely toying with you. With that declaration, he relinquished his grip, causing the sword to plummet like a lifeless object under the watchful eyes of the assembled youths below. You, of such humble origins, have merely squandered a fortuitous opportunity within this realm. If you were wise, you would surrender your chance and kneel before Xianzun to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps then I might spare your life. His disheveled beard and tousled hair, combined with an air of arrogance, painted him as a sovereign of this desolate realm. The divine hand, shimmering with 5-colored radiance, reached out toward Zhou Ding, its terrifying aura compressing the very air around it, creating a hazy mist that rose slowly, punctuated by crackling and shattering sounds. Zhou, quickly evade, shouted Xuanhuan and his companions urgently, realizing the imminent threat posed by the divine hand. Evade? Where could he possibly retreat to? Having entered the realm of divine energy, every tangible attack bore the will of its master. Could Zhou Ding truly withstand the resolve of an entity hailing from the pinnacle of divine energy? Zhou. Yet, as Song Yu's words echoed, Lin Ru merely gazed upward, her expression tinged with concern. They had all witnessed Zhou Ding's enigmatic abilities, and thus, even in the face of a formidable opponent at the peak of divine energy, Lin Ruo held faith that Zhou Ding would emerge victorious. As the sword descended, it returned to Zhou Ding's grasp. With the blade positioned before him, he caressed its icy surface and mused, "You are quite upset, aren't you? Alas, there is little we can do. We must bide our time while that great turtle watches us. Once we are free, I shall ensure you regain your former glory." The sword seemed to comprehend Zhou Ding's words, and with a resonant chime, it settled into the space at his waist. As the flying sword returned to its sheath, Zhou Ding finally lifted his gaze, peering through his clenched fist at Wei Ran suspended above. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. A flicker of sympathy curved Zhou Ding's lips as he addressed Wei Ran, saying, "You claim to possess countless paths to choose from. Yet you willingly tread this path of demise. Frankly, You are merely delivering yourself to me on a platter. With that, Zhou Ding delicately pointed a finger at the ephemeral divine hand. The instant his fingertip made contact, he retracted the sympathy that had graced his face and proclaimed, "You often speak of mental cultivation, yet do you truly comprehend what it entails? Do you know how genuine mental cultivation can lead to the unseen death of others? Before Guangong, you brandish your great blade. Today, I shall unveil to you, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, the essence of mental killing. Like a stone plunging into water, or a piece of glass shattered by a stubborn rock, the moment Zhou Ding's finger met the ephemeral divine hand, the latter, once exuding an aura of terrifying pressure, shattered as described under the astonished gaze of many. Before the youths below could fully register their shock, Wei Ran suddenly let out a cry, his body staggering as he clasped his head with his hands. As he screamed, he began to shake his head vehemently, as if something terrifying had suddenly invaded his mind, compelling him to expel it through this frantic motion. Wei Ran struggled, his agony palpable. At that moment, Zhou Ding also appeared unwell, his complexion ashen, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Both had sustained injuries. However, more shocking to Xiao Jin and the others than Zhou Ding's wounds was the fact that Wei Ran had been harmed. Who exactly is this individual? Can anyone enlighten me on what he just did to this senior brother from Fengxuan Mountain? A voice rose from the crowd of youths, demanding answers, yet none were forthcoming. For no one had the faintest idea of what Zhou Ding had done to Wei Ran, not even Lin Ruo and her companions. All eyes converged upon Zhou Ding at that moment. Aside from Lin Ruo and her 6 companions, who regarded Zhou Ding with ordinary astonishment, the other youths looked upon him with coldness and unfamiliarity. This chilling demeanor felt not directed at Zhou Ding himself, but rather as if they were observing an alien. Indeed, Zhou Ding had been injured, and the nature of his injury was a mental one, though his mental prowess far surpassed that of his peers. He had assaulted a will emanating from one at the pinnacle of divine energy. Even though Zhou Ding sensed that Wei Ran's mental strength was inferior to his own, he still suffered a backlash from Wei Ran's will. A dark practitioner. He is a dark practitioner. After a brief silence, a voice suddenly emerged from below. A dark practitioner? I recall now, an elder from our sect once clashed with a dark practitioner who employed similar methods, leading to our elder's demise amidst excruciating headaches and the explosion of his spiritual sea. Brother Zhou, disregarding the words of the youth, Lin Ruo leaped forward, landing beside Zhou Ding. I am unharmed, Zhou Ding replied, his face ashen as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How dare you injure me? Just as Zhou Ding's words fell, a roar suddenly echoed across the sky. Wei Ran, staggering to regain his footing, pronounced with conviction, during our time on Taiping Mountain, I was perplexed by your extensive mastery of various techniques. Upon entering the Guishu, not only do you possess the knowledge to unlock the secret door, but you also wield the power to traverse through it. Speak, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in hiding within the Great Yuan? Furthermore, from where did you acquire the sinister technique that you used to ambush my spiritual sea? If you do not divulge everything today, I shall ensure your demise right here. Spiritual sea? A young man interjected from below. The sinister technique targeting the spiritual sea? Is that not the art of demonic cultivators? Brothers, with demonic cultivators resurfacing in our eastern continent, we must not allow such fiends to escape the Guishu and wreak havoc upon the world. Chapter 50. Spare them? Are you jesting with me, Lin Ruo and Qiyu? However, upon hearing the words of this youth, Song Yu turned his gaze towards the two of them and said, previously, you were ignorant of this fiend's true identity and were thus deceived. But now, he has revealed his identity to us. Will you still conspire with this villain against us? Before Lin Ruo and Qiyu could respond, Song Yu continued, I advise you both to think carefully. Colluding with demonic cultivators is a grave sin that the world cannot condone. Not only can you bear such a heavy crime, but even the sects behind you cannot withstand it. As Song Yu's words fell, all the youths turned their eyes towards Lin Ruo and her companions. Under the intense scrutiny of their gazes, Lin Ruo and her group remained silent. Is what this fellow says true? Zhou Ding calmly inquired as he turned to Lin Ruo. So, are you the demonic cultivator they speak of? What do you think? Instead of answering Lin Ruo's question, Zhou Ding continued, perhaps even the great turtle itself never anticipated this. What did it not anticipate? Hearing Zhou Ding's seemingly nonsensical remark, Lin Ruo frowned and asked, nothing. Taking a step forward, Zhou Ding addressed all the youths below, I previously stated in the main hall that they should remain here in the Guaishu. At that time, I merely thought their insolence warranted death, but now, I believe their very existence is a disgrace. You, a condemned demon, dare to insult us? A youth immediately shouted at Zhou Ding in response to his words. At the very moment he hurled insults, a grand formation suddenly descended above him. This formation was none other than the Zhou Tian Great Formation. As the formation enveloped the youth, Zhou Ding stepped inside. The sound of a flying sword echoed, as if thirsting for blood. You uttered one truth. The cold sword unsheathed in Zhou Ding's hand as he approached the youth and declared, I am indeed a demon. You. What do you intend to do? The cold sword left his hand and, in an instant, flew back, creating a mist of blood. He is dead. This youth, who possessed the divine energy of the four realms, perished just like that. At the moment this youth was slain by the flying sword, the Zhou Tian Great Formation fell once more, enveloping another youth. Stepping into the formation, Zhou Ding looked at the now terrified youth whose pupils had dilated. I am a demon, and have always been, yet I am not the demonic cultivator you speak of. With that, the cold sword left his hand again, resulting in another mist of blood. Grasping the returning sword, Zhou Ding took another step. A Zhou Tian Great Formation descended upon yet another youth. Holding his sword, Zhou Ding entered the formation and addressed the now trembling youth. To say you are mere frogs at the bottom of a well is to elevate your status. Since you have called me a demonic cultivator, I shall show you, ignorant ants, the madness of a demon. With that, the flying sword once again summoned a mist of blood. Sister, what is Brother Zhou trying to accomplish? As Zhou Ding ruthlessly dispatched 3 young men in succession, Lu Fei cast a complex glance at Lin Ruo and inquired, Brother Zhou has already been deemed a demonic cultivator by them. His actions of slaying 3 individuals indicate his desire to keep us uninvolved. Gazing at Zhou Ding, who resembled a harbinger of death, Qi Yu clenched his fists tightly and remarked, Yet, in doing so, is Brother Zhou not incurring the ire of a significant portion of the Eastern Continent's sects? However, upon hearing Li Bao's words, Lin Ruo and the others fell into a profound silence. What are you doing? Our ally has been slain, and you intend to stand by while this fiend systematically eradicates us? Liang Feng, observing Zhou Ding's merciless actions against their peers, shouted at the seemingly paralyzed youths around him. Indeed, he is but one man. No matter how formidable, he too has his limits. We must unite our strength to vanquish this demon together. With these words, Xiao Jin and Liang Feng were the first to launch an assault against Zhou Ding. Following their lead, all the young disciples from various sects joined in the fray. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as a divine hand shattered Zhou Ding's celestial array. In that instant, as the array collapsed, Xiao Jin, Liang Feng, and Song Yu surged forward toward Zhou Ding. This scene felt eerily familiar. I had experienced it atop the Grand Divine Mountain. Though the assailants then were not mere ants like you, with hair ashen and swirling without wind. Zhou Ding suddenly erupted into wild laughter as Xiao Jin and the others approached. Having prepared for my demise, you must now bear the consequences of your actions. With a resounding declaration, Zhou Ding leapt into the air, his sword raised skyward. Heavenly thunder, heed my call. With divine might, I shall eradicate all mortals and immortals. His garments billowed without wind, and his sword gleamed ominously. Zhou Ding, embodying the essence of a thunder god, unleashed a tremendous strike toward Xiao Jin and his companions. The bolt of lightning appeared deceptively ordinary, yet as Xiao Jin and his comrades found themselves ensnared within its grasp, they acutely felt the terror it harbored. The primal thunder, accompanied by celestial punishment, descended upon them, inflicting divine retribution. Although Zhou Ding stood within this realm of return, it too constituted a world governed by its own rules. This was a forbidden spell that Zhou Ding could wield even at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, capable of summoning heavenly laws to combat his foes for a brief period. Yet, the term forbidden spell signifies its inherent rejection by the laws of the universe. While it could temporarily appropriate the rules of heaven and earth, it would ultimately rebound upon the caster. Under the weight of celestial punishment, Xiao Jin and his companions found their efforts to resist futile as the white lightning struck them relentlessly. Liang Feng, the first to suffer its wrath, coughed up blood. Following him, Song Yu, too, expelled a mouthful of blood, and just as that crimson spray escaped his lips, a flash of sword light darted before his eyes. Brother Song, A mist of blood was stirred by the flying sword. As the youths, poised to strike against Zhou Ding, witnessed Xuanhua fall to a single blow, they instinctively recoiled a step. The cold sword returned, and Zhou Ding loomed over Xiao Jin and Liang Feng like a deity of death. At that moment, Xiao Jin bore injuries, though they appeared less severe than those of Liang Feng. At the very least, he did not spew blood under Zhou Ding's devastating assault. Zhou Ding raised his sword. When Xiaji saw Zhou Ding intent on slaying Xiao Jin and the others, he quickly extended his arms to shield them. "Brother Zhou, could you spare their lives?" The words escaped Xiaji's lips with a bitter plea, tinged with desperation. "Spare their lives? Are you jesting with me?" Zhou Ding replied. Then continued, "You might as well inquire of them. Pose the same question under the same circumstances, and see if they would show me mercy." Chapter 51. The god of Mount Fu. Zhou Ding's words resonated powerfully, leaving all the young individuals present momentarily taken aback. However, despite the lack of a rebuttal, Xiaji clenched her teeth and addressed Zhou Ding, asserting, "But if you kill senior brother Xiao and senior brother Liang, there will be no turning back for you. Our Fangsuan Mountain will surely not forgive you." "Forgive?" Zhou Ding laughed at Xiaji's statement, his laughter brimming with arrogance and madness. He proclaimed, "Are you here to talk to me about forgiveness? How absurd. From the very beginning, it was not I who compelled you to kill, but rather, it was your own doing." As his words fell, Xiaji felt a thunderous roar above her head. The moment Zhou Ding stepped into the great Zhou formation enveloping the three of them, he brandished his sword. "Great Yuan Zhou Ding, how dare you?" Seeing Zhou Ding intent on slaughtering his fellow disciples, Wei Ran gritted his teeth against the pain surging within his spiritual sea and fiercely struck towards the great Zhou formation that encased Xiaji and the others. A deafening explosion resounded through the heavens. Disregarding the shattering of the great Zhou formation and the oppressive force above him, Zhou Ding boldly slashed towards Liang Feng. With a piercing sound, the cold sword pierced through Liang Feng, even as Zhou Ding was engulfed by the overwhelming force. The five-colored radiance transformed into fireflies, swirling in ethereal mist. "Brother Zhou." As they witnessed Zhou Ding consumed by the overwhelming force, Lin Ruo and the others cried out in unison. "Is he dead?" Wei Ran landed beside Xiaji and Xiao Jing. When the five-colored fireflies dissipated, revealing an absence of Zhou Ding, every young face displayed a glimmer of joy. "I believe he has turned to ashes." "Of course. Do you think a strike from someone at the pinnacle of divine energy could be withstood by such a minor demon cultivator? Humph. In his bloodlust, I must say, such a death is indeed a fitting end for him. This senior brother should have captured that demon cultivator alive, allowing us to carve him into pieces." "Senior brother Wei, could it be that junior brother Zhou has truly turned to ashes?" Xiaji inquired of Wei Ran, her brows furrowed in concern as she gazed at the emptiness ahead. At that very moment, a fragment of ash fortuitously fell before Wei Ran. Instinctively, he caught it, but upon discerning its true nature, his expression shifted drastically. "Curse it! He is not dead. Not dead." Although Wei Ran did not mention a name, every young individual present understood who he referred to. The smiles on their faces froze in an instant. In contrast to their shock, Xiefan excitedly exclaimed to Lin Ruo, "Sister, brother Zhou is alive." "Yes, I heard that." At this moment, the tightly clenched fist of Lin Ruo relaxed, and her furrowed brows unfurled. Slowly, she raised her head, finding it difficult to divert her gaze from above. Suspended in midair, Zhou Ding appeared even more disheveled than before, his clothing tattered. The blood at the corner of his mouth was vivid and defiant. Not only was blood dripping from the corners of Lin Ruo's mouth, but she also observed that blood was cascading down from his sword-wielding hand. The crimson droplets fell from his fingertips, landing upon the blade. Each droplet that graced the sword caused it to tremble as delicately as a cicada's wing. As she gazed at the figure suspended in midair, Lin Ruo's lips quivered, as if she had a multitude of words to express, yet everything remained unspoken. Just as she stood transfixed, staring at the ethereal silhouette, it suddenly stirred. He retrieved 2 yellow talismans from his bosom, and at the moment these talismans ignited in his grasp, the cold sword returned to its sheath, and 2 ancient avian creatures surged forth from behind him. One bird was azure, the other crimson, unmistakably the Xian bird and the divine phoenix. The blue Xian bird hovered to the left of the Zhou Ding, while the red divine phoenix loomed to its right. Under the protection of these ancient divine creatures, the Zhou Ding resonated with the force of true words. proclaiming in a thunderous voice, "By the decree of the heavens, commanding the divine phoenix, all evil shall be severed, all aberration shall be vanquished. Cleanse with the divine phoenix incantation, extinguish the 5 impurities, go." As the incantation echoed from the Zhou Ding, the Xian bird and the divine phoenix, wielding their ancient might, descended upon the throng of youths below. A chilling aura, reminiscent of the abyss, seeped into the hearts of all the young men, while a searing heat, akin to the flames of the earth's core, evaporated their very vitality. "He is not dead, he yet lives?" When these youths lifted their gazes to behold the Zhou Ding, they felt their very souls tremble beneath its hollow gaze. "What are you doing? Are you merely waiting to perish?" He was already wounded. This strike was but the last gasp of his strength. Were their eyes truly blind? Could they not see? With Wei Ran's admonition, the youths indeed noticed the Zhou Ding, now teetering precariously in the air. This realization rekindled their confidence. The elder brother was right. We cannot sit idly by and await our demise. We are the elite of the younger generation from the eastern continent. How can we be overawed by this demon's presence? Allowing him to ride upon our heads. Below, more than 30 youths, each at the divine Qi realm, stood united. Faced with this final strike from Zhou Ding, they truly banded together in solidarity. In that moment, over 30 beams of divine light coalesced into a resplendent multicolored shield. At the instant the Xian bird and the divine phoenix collided with this shield, the divine creatures let out a triumphant cry, and the shield glimmered brilliantly. These 30-plus youths raised their hands to the heavens, supporting the vibrant shield, which resisted the onslaught of the ancient avian beings. Seeing that these youths had managed to hold back Zhou Ding's strike, Wei Ran leaped into action. A 5-colored divine hand once again appeared above Zhou Ding's head. Observing Zhou Ding, who was controlling the 2 flying creatures and already on the brink of collapse, Wei Ran shouted with conviction, "This time, I shall not grant you the opportunity to escape with those yellow talismans." As his words fell, the 5-colored divine hand transformed into an ephemeral manifestation of power. The embodiment of the divine form stood 5 zhang tall, featuring a human body adorned with the horns of a beast, elongated ears, and talons reminiscent of an eagle, while 2 colossal serpents coiled around its body. This was indeed the deity of Mount Fu. In the depths of the first Qi pit, one could glimpse the deity of Mount Fu. Upon witnessing this magnificent divine form, Lin Ruo and Qi Yu exclaimed in unison. At that very moment of their collective astonishment, the Guishu experienced a sudden transformation. The 5 sacred mountains that stood resolutely within the Guishu began to plummet, stirring up tumultuous waves beneath. These overwhelming tides surged forth from beneath the 5 sacred peaks. The Guishu was on the verge of closing prematurely. As Lin Ruo and his companions beheld this unexpected turn of events, they cried out in alarm. They had never heard of such an early closure from the elders. "Humph! Not only have you forced me to breach the rules, but you, a stray dog from the Xianjin realm, dare to invoke forbidden spells and pilfer the very rules within the dominion of this esteemed Xianzun. Well then, it seems the order has been disrupted, and the Guishu is set to close ahead of time." Chapter 52. The formation of the Golden Core. The esteemed Master Xian had grown weary of the game, declaring that it was time for the little girl to entertain herself with her spoon. Outside the return to nothingness, a small girl clad in tiger-headed shoes was puffing her cheeks in deep thought. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to a certain direction, where a fleeting divine light had just flashed by. Although the brilliance vanished almost instantaneously, the girl managed to catch a glimpse of a fragment of divine consciousness amidst its ephemeral glow. Furrowing her brow as she gazed at the lingering remnant of consciousness in the sky, she mused aloud, "Isn't that the divine river of the unfinished mountain? What brings it to this desolate and impoverished corner of the eastern continent?" She shrugged, dismissing the thought. "Regardless, it bears no relevance to me." With the return to nothingness set to close a day early, she realized it was high time to flee, lest she be subjected to another of the annoying divine maiden's antics. Honestly, how old am I? And yet she still insists on swatting me. With that, the little girl leapt suddenly, her form vanishing from the spot, as if she had leaped into a hidden dimension within this realm. The return to nothingness was indeed closing. The once azure sky was replaced by vast chasms, the mountains sinking into the earth, the ground rumbling, and the seas surging back as the heavens and earth turned upside down. Quickly, everyone, seize this opportunity to deliver the final blow to this demon. Two colossal serpents surged forth, propelled by the ephemeral manifestation, aimed directly at Zhou Ding, who was engaged in controlling the Xian Phoenix talisman. Before the serpents could reach him, Zhou Ding sensed an overwhelming presence that quickened his heart, a ferocious aura that fused the power of the 5 elements into one. Within this tempestuous energy, he also felt a tremor originating from his spiritual sea. Had he just heard Lin Ruo mention the god of Mount Fu? Could it be that this ephemeral manifestation was indeed a fragment of a divine consciousness? In his realm, Zhou Ding had never encountered any beings that claimed divinity. The backlash from the forbidden spell he had cast grew increasingly potent, and the 2 true talismans he could manipulate were the most formidable techniques he could muster in his current state. The counterattack was Zhou Ding's final trump card, yet he could not ascertain whether it would withstand the assault of the 2 colossal serpents. The youths below observed Zhou Ding's body, swaying more violently, prompting them to abandon all restraint. Each youth radiated with resplendent energy, and amidst this brilliance, the vibrant shield erupted with beams of light as substantial as reality itself. Under this radiant display, the divine birds unleashed a frenzied and piercing cry. Not good. Brother Zhou's technique is about to be broken, Xie Fan exclaimed in alarm. As his voice echoed, the divine birds shattered, and rays of divine light shot forth through the remnants, targeting Zhou Ding, who hovered in midair. Above him loomed the colossal serpents, while below, the youths unleashed their full divine might. 4-fold shield, 9-fold cauldron. At the moment when the 2 true talismans of the Xuanhuan were shattered by the collective efforts of all the young warriors below, Zhou Ding produced his last 2 true talismans. As these talismans ignited in his hands, Zhou Ding was engulfed by the 2 colossal serpents and the onslaught from below. Within that engulfing chaos, Lin Mu and the others could distinctly observe the 4-sided shield and the 9-sided cauldron being torn apart by the serpents. As the 2 talismans disintegrated, the combined strike of the youths landed squarely upon Zhou Ding. Brother Zhou, the divine light transformed into mere fireflies as the 2 serpents returned to the form of the god of Mount Fu. Once the fireflies dissipated, Zhou Ding reappeared. His garments were tattered like branches, and his gray hair cascaded like willow fronds. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. Remarkably, he was still alive. Zhou Ding remained suspended in midair, prompting an involuntary gasp from the youths below. You're still not dead? Zhou Ding's defiance was met with a cold reprimand from Wei Ran. Isn't it time to close the Guishu? With hair disheveled and wiping the blood from his lips, Zhou Ding suddenly broke into a strange smile and inquired of Wei Ran. The 2 talismans had absorbed most of the assault, with only a fraction impacting Zhou Ding himself. Yet even this remnant of power could not be countered by the external force. Do you think that closing the Guishu will ensure your survival? Wei Ran, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Ding, shouted to those below, what are you waiting for? Come and help me eliminate this demon. The heavens and earth continued to whirl, as if intending to invert all of existence. Just as Wei Ran and the youths steadied themselves for a final strike against Zhou Ding, the rotation intensified, and the sea began to surge violently. The tumultuous waters flowed into the abyss, the accelerating rotation of the cosmos rendering any chance of receding impossible. As the ocean poured into the chasm, the very fabric of reality seemed on the verge of upheaval. From this realm, ripples suddenly emerged, shimmering like light, reversing day and night, as these ripples coalesced into a ring of aurora at the edge of existence. All the youths who had been trapped in the Guishu discovered they had returned to a long-lost world. It was nighttime. From afar, the moon and sea appeared to converge harmoniously. As the youths resumed their original stances from the Guishu upon their return to the eastern continent, the god of Mount Fu still loomed majestically in the midst of this realm. They maintained their aggressive postures directed at Zhou Ding. For a fleeting moment, those emerging from the Guishu were frozen in stillness. Yet, as that moment passed, the divine powers gathered in the hands of each youth erupted forth, aimed directly at Zhou Ding. Finally, he had emerged. With his gray hair thrashing wildly, Zhou Ding laughed joyously upon returning to the world. My realm? In stark contrast to Zhou Ding's wild laughter, Wei Ran's expression turned to one of disbelief as he witnessed the god of Mount Fu dissipating before his very eyes. He was struck with horror as he realized that the divine realm of completeness he once possessed in the return to emptiness was no longer there. The moon reflected in the water was but an illusion. Everything within the return to emptiness was mere fantasy. as he beheld the god of Fushan dissipating before his eyes. Wei Ran glared fiercely and shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice resonated through the air, heard by all the youths present. When these young individuals caught sight of the god of Fushan vanishing before them, they too displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Yet, before their astonishment could fade, they noticed from the corners of their eyes that all the attacks, which were originally aimed at Zhou Ding, had inexplicably halted before reaching him. The moon upon the sea, a sight that seemed to transcend the horizon at that moment. The youths were astounded to witness an effulgence more brilliant than gold emanating from Zhou Ding's dantian. It was this radiant light released from Zhou Ding's core that thwarted their assaults. He was on the verge of forming his dan. Zhou Ding, standing upon the sea, laughed uproariously, slowly rising into the air amidst his joyous mirth. At that moment, the moon upon the sea became the backdrop for Zhou Ding. As the tranquil waters bore witness to his success in forming the dan in this realm, which was not meant for cultivators, there was no divine retribution, no heavenly thunder to strike. After consuming over 60 yuan cultivating pills in the return to emptiness without achieving success, Zhou Ding finally succeeded in forming his dan in this very space. The 60+ yuan cultivating pills he consumed at that moment granted him immense rewards. Chapter 53. The return to the Sea of Heaven. The golden light erupting from the dantian continued to flourish, with the frenzied replenishment of over 60 yuan cultivation pills. Zhou Ding's cultivation soared unabated. Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Foundation Establishment Stage 3. As Zhou Ding reached the early stage of foundation establishment, his cultivation continued to ascend. It was not until he reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment that he finally came to a halt. The gray pill had transformed into a blue pill, encircled by the purest white mist, which was none other than the primordial essence he had absorbed from the secret gate of return to the void. Foundation establishment feels splendid. It surpasses the sensation I experienced when I achieved foundation establishment in my own realm. Having mused to himself, Zhou Ding then turned to regard the numerous attacks suspended before him. Something felt amiss. An instinct warned him that merely gazing at the demon would spell his doom. We should flee. That senior brother with perfected divine energy also appeared uneasy. Before this demon sets its sights on us, we must make our escape. What is there to flee from? We are already out, with the elders present. Why should we fear him? Elders? Hearing the youth's words, all the young cultivators began searching the vast sea of heaven for their respective elders. Where are the elders? Why are they nowhere to be seen? One youth stammered. Not only the elders, but have you noticed? The mysterious tortoise is also missing. Damn it, run. As it became evident that the elders were absent from this sea, all the young cultivators reacted in alarm. Thinking of escape? A voice suddenly resounded in the ears of these youths. At that moment, a colossal Zhou Tian formation descended from the sky, far larger than any they had encountered in the return to the void. Upon its emergence, the Zhou Tian formation enveloped all the youths, including Wei Ran. The 30-odd attacks that lingered before Zhou Ding collapsed in a thunderous eruption. This fierce scene sent tremors through the very essence of their souls. Observing the youths within the Zhou Tian formation, who were now expressing fear, Zhou Ding withdrew his gaze from them and turned to the surface of the sea. The waters were calm and shimmering. Stepping forward, he arrived at the location where the mysterious tortoise had once emerged. Suspended above the surface, as the cold sword flew into Zhou Ding's grasp, he swung it downward, cleaving towards the sea. Great tortoise, show yourself. With a single strike, the ocean parted. This spectacle, witnessed by those trapped within the Zhou Tian formation, caused their pupils to contract in astonishment. He has grown stronger, exponentially more so than during his time in the return to the void. Could it be true, as that previous figure, Li Bao, suggested, that his cultivation is at the return to the void realm? As Xiao Jin witnessed the might of Zhou Ding's strike, a sense of desolation enveloped his heart. With such power in a single swing, he feared that even after decades of cultivation, he might never attain such prowess. Come forth, you cowardly tortoise. I have questions for you. With another swing, the sea was again marked by a heavenly chasm. Since Zhou Ding imprisoned these youths with the Zhou Tian Great Array, he had not cast a glance their way. This scene profoundly impressed upon the youths the essence of being disregarded like mere insects. Brother Zhou, I have heard from the elders in our sect that after the return to the void closes, the revered Xiangui will vanish, only to reappear a century later. However, Seeing that Zhou Ding showed no intention of relinquishing his fixation on the sea, Lin Ruoyuo approached him, urging, "A century hence?" Upon hearing Lin Ruoyuo's words, Zhou Ding gazed at the ocean beneath him and mused, "Do you expect me to wait for another century?" Lin Ruoyuo was unaware of the reason behind Zhou Ding's fervent desire to meet the revered Xiangui. Yet the loneliness and reluctance he exuded suggested he sought a crucial answer from the revered one. Though she wished to assist, she was acutely aware of her limitations. "Very well, let us set this matter aside for now." With that, Zhou Ding turned and walked towards the Zhou Tian Great Array. Sensing Lin Ruoyuo following, he paused and instructed her, "You may go to the shore." With that, Zhou Ding stepped into the Great Array. At that moment, Qi Yu and the others had gathered by Lin Ruoyuo's side, and upon witnessing Zhou Ding enter the array, they understood his intentions. "Have I not told you?" With a single stroke of his sword, a youth who had forgotten to defend himself fell lifeless within the array. "When you choose to strike me, be prepared for retaliation." With a second stroke, another astonished youth succumbed to the blade. Seeing two of their companions slain by Zhou Ding's sword, the remaining youths began to assault the Zhou Tian Great Array. Yet, no matter their desperate efforts, they could not shake the formidable array laid by Zhou Ding, who was at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. "Brother Zhou, since you have emerged unscathed, might I?" Gazing at the fallen youths, Xiaji implored Zhou Ding again. "And what if I had not emerged unscathed?" A flicker of impatience crossed Zhou Ding's eyes as he replied to Xiaji, "You would do well to silence yourself before I decide to eliminate you." "Brother." Hearing Zhou Ding's words, Lin Ruoyuo interjected from outside the array, "Please entrust this junior sister to me. I noticed she did not attack Brother Zhou when the others did." Upon hearing her plea, Zhou Ding suddenly transformed his hand into a claw and grasped Xiaji. In that moment, Xiaji felt an overwhelming force, an irresistible pull. With a swift motion, Zhou Ding cast her out of the array. Just as Xiaji was expelled, the light of the swords in the array surged once more. It was a one-sided massacre. Zhou Ding's formidable prowess in the Guihong realm rendered these youths powerless to resist. With each flash of the blade, another youth fell. Outside the array, Li Bao gasped in shock, for Zhou Ding's countenance remained utterly devoid of emotion as he dispatched these youths. The scene unfolded with an unsettling calmness, as if he were taking the life of not a human being, but a mere beast. Yet, even the slaughter of a beast would not warrant such tranquility. This was their own doing. Observing the young men fall one after another, utterly defenseless, Qi Yu remarked with a stoic expression, "Those who take lives are invariably met with death in return." When they maliciously accused Brother Zhou of being a demonic cultivator, they ought to have anticipated such a fate. In response to Qi Yu's words, Lin Mu concurred, "At this moment, I harbor no other concerns, save for the fear that if this matter were to spread, Brother Zhou might find himself unwelcome in the eastern continent." "Spread?" Turning to Xie Fan, Li Bao inquired, "Will you be the one to spread it, or shall I? How could we possibly engage in such treachery?" "Exactly then. Since those elders are absent, these individuals can be disposed of without consequence. Once their bodies vanish into the depths of the sea, no one will know what transpired here." Amidst Li Bao and their discussions, only Wei Ran and Xiao Jin remained alive within the grand formation. At this moment, Xiao Jin appeared ashen, his gaze vacant, resembling a living corpse. In contrast, Wei Ran, though his eyes sparkled with light, was unaware of what that light truly signified. Within the Guishu, Wei Ran's spiritual seat had been injured by Zhou Ding. In the realm of consummate divine energy, he was still capable of suppressing the injuries within his spiritual seat due to his formidable cultivation. However, upon exiting the Guishu, he found himself stripped of that unearned cultivation. Chapter 54. This farewell. Until we meet again, could this be a return to one's true nature? Had he not tasted the sweet fruit of unearned rewards, he would not feel so despondent in this moment. Even the knowledge of his impending demise would not alter his state. "It appears you have been deceived by that great tortoise." Zhou Ding discerned the shifts in Wei Ran's demeanor. Words would prove futile. In the struggle between victor and vanquished, if you wish to kill, then do so. "Very well. My nature has always been one of compliance to requests." With that, Zhou Ding drew his sword with decisive swiftness. Once Wei Ran collapsed, Zhou Ding turned his gaze to Xiao Jin. "I seek to inquire, for I did not perceive any malice towards me in your eyes until the moment at Daiyu's sacred mountain, when you revealed your intent. Could you enlighten me as to why? Or is your desire to slay me a commission from another, Perhaps from Lu Sun's mother? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's query, Xiao Jin, with hollow eyes, replied, I do not comprehend your words. I am unfamiliar with Lu Sun. Is that so? And what of Lu Yin from the Great Yuan? I have heard that his wife is the daughter of an elder from your own Fengsuan Mountain. At this, Xiao Jin glanced at Wei Ran's lifeless body. That fleeting look evoked memories of his youthful exuberance upon arriving at the shores of Tianhai. How had it come to this? Brother Wei is dead. Brother Liang is dead. All have perished. Gazing at Wei Ran's corpse, Xiao Jin suddenly raised his voice in a fit of despair. You fiend. Fengsuan Mountain will not let you go, nor will the 10 sects of the eastern continent allow you to escape. Humph. Stubborn and unyielding. I have but one question for you. Why so much chatter? With that, Zhou Ding struck down with his sword. The great formation of Zhou dispersed, and corpses tumbled into the sea. The moon above remained hauntingly tranquil, deep and indifferent. When Xiaji witnessed the bodies of Wei Ran and Xiao Jin sinking into the ocean, this inner disciple of Fengsuan Mountain shed tears. Yet, her sorrow was not profound, for she understood that all of this was their own doing. Perhaps these tears merely represented the bonds of kinship. Xiaji herself could not quite discern. On the shores of Tianhai, 5 figures approached from the distance. Upon seeing these 5 figures, Qi Yu's gaze sharpened. Ah! A soft exclamation arose from afar. One of the young men in the center of the group called out to Zhou Ding. Is that you, junior brother Zhou from the Great Yuan? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding focused his gaze, recognizing the familiar faces. It was senior brother Wenchong from the Mo-Yun sect. Xiaji provided clarity, though her tone was tinged with melancholy. The Mo-Yun sect? I recall now, they were the 5 youths who had trailed behind that old coot, Imoan. How is it that there are still survivors? Should we eliminate them, brother Zhou? Zhou Ding replied, No need. I did not encounter them during my ambush. If they had witnessed the scene upon the sea, they would not dare approach us now. Zhou Ding spoke with an air of utmost ease, as if he had accomplished nothing at all during his time at sea. Wenchong, accompanied by his 4 disciples, approached. Upon reaching Zhou Ding, Wenchong, upon noticing Lin Ruo and Qi Yu standing beside him, promptly set aside Zhou Ding and clasped his fists in greeting. Addressing them, Wenchong of Mo-Yun sect pays his respects to the 2 esteemed sect friends. The fact that Wenchong could bow to Lin Ruo and Qi Yu indicated that he was already acquainted with them and knew their names. Qi Yu, fixating her gaze on Wenchong, merely offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, her demeanor devoid of warmth. Unfazed by Qi Yu's aloofness, Wenchong continued to inquire. May I ask if the 2 esteemed sect friends are aware of why the Gui Su has closed a day earlier than expected? I do not know, came the curt reply. Then might you have encountered Elder Imoan from our sect? Not seen. Qi Yu's expression plainly conveyed her disinterest, eliciting glances of dissatisfaction from the 4 disciples behind Wenchong. I see, Wenchong remarked, not one to be overly thick-skinned. Noticing Qi Yu's unwillingness to engage, he again clasped his fists towards both Qi Yu and Lin Ruo, stating, In that case, we shall not impose any further. Upon uttering the words we shall not impose, Wenchong instinctively glanced at Zhou Ding, pondering internally, what is this fellow from the Yuan doing in the company of these 2 prodigies? Moreover, their positioning suggests he shares a close bond with them. What could this mean? Just as Wenchong was about to turn away, Lin Ruo unexpectedly called out to him. At that very moment, Zhou Ding noticed that the 4 young men trailing Wenchong visibly tensed. May I inquire what you wish of me, sect friend Lin? Wenchong asked, turning to face her with a calm demeanor. It's nothing of great importance, merely a question for you, Wen brother. Have you encountered any other sect friends along your journey? Lin Ruo felt compelled to ask, for it would bring her some reassurance. Indeed, I find it strange as well. However, in response to your inquiry, I must regretfully express that despite being summoned from afar, I have not encountered a single sect friend on this journey, Wenchong replied. His words devoid of deceit, a fact Lin Ruo could discern from his eyes. Yet, a lingering question nagged at her. Where had these 5 been during the Gui Su? Why did it seem they were entirely oblivious to the considerable commotion surrounding it? Although Lin Ruo yearned to voice her inquiry, she was also aware of the perils of asking too much, as it became evident that Lin Ruo had no further intention of engaging with him. Wenchong offered a polite farewell and turned to depart. Brother, how is it that that fool from the Yuan is mingling with the Yunshan sect and Fenglei Gate? One disciple furrowed his brow and queried after Wenchong and his comrades had walked away. I do not know either, since we have not located Elder Imoan. We should hasten back to our sect, Wenchong replied. Indeed, this trip to Guizhou has yielded substantial gains. I am certain our sect will reward us handsomely upon our return. As he spoke, the young man cast a glance at his own lapel, revealing it was stuffed with an abundance of stone shards. Indeed, within the sacred peaks of Yuanxiao, the 5 companions perceived the resounding clamor from beyond the mountains. However, adhering to Mo's teachings, they understood that insatiable greed often leads to disastrous consequences. Thus, prior to their entrance into the return to the void, they refrained from contemplating the 12 divine monuments. Life is replete with moments of gathering and parting. Their journey to the return to the void had reached its conclusion, and it was time for Zhou Ding and his companions to bid farewell. Why not accompany us back to the Yinshan sect, Brother Zhou? Lin Mu expressed with reluctance as they prepared to part ways. Let it be. I am a restless spirit, unable to conform to the constraints of any establishment. There are no constraints. Should Brother Zhou wish to join our Yinshan sect, our sect leader shall surely grant you the position of an elder, Lin Mu assured. Enough of this, Lin. Observing Zhou Ding's reluctance to accompany them, Lin Ruo retrieved a token from her bosom and presented it to Zhou Ding, saying, "This is my Yinshan token. Should you ever find yourself in need, please do not hesitate to send someone bearing this token to the Yinshan sect to seek me out." Chapter 55. 3 Tales from Dongzhou. Observing the earnestness in Lin Ruo's eyes, Zhou Ding graciously accepted. I too, Li Bao exclaimed, producing an object from his bosom and presenting it to Zhou Ding. Should you ever require my assistance, simply send someone with this branch to Dayu, and as long as they deliver it to any beggar in the city, they will be able to find me. Oh, Zhou Ding replied, astonished as he gazed at the branch Li Bao had offered. Are you the leader of the beggar gang? Leader? I merely grew up among beggars, in Dayu. Every beggar knows me. Zhou Ding jested. I hadn't anticipated that your childhood was fraught with such difficulties. As it came to Qiyu's turn, she did not present anything to Zhou Ding, but instead spoke earnestly. All past grievances have dissipated. Upon my return, I intend to enter seclusion. Should our affairs ever come to light, I, Qiyu, shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Zhou brother, and will not allow you to bear the burden alone. We shall too, echoed Xie Fan, Lu Fei, and Lin Mu, each thumping their chests in solidarity. In that moment, Xia Ji gazed at Zhou Ding and the 6 others in a daze. Did these 6 truly understand the implications of their words? Did they comprehend the retribution that Zhou Ding would face if the matter of Tianhai were ever revealed? What was it about Zhou Ding that inspired such loyalty, compelling Lin Ruo and the others to willingly stand against the world for him? Let us depart, Lin Ruo declared, grasping Xia Ji's shoulder and turning away resolutely. Her firm decision to turn her back stemmed from a fear that if she lingered beside Zhou Ding for even a moment longer, she would not wish to return. Standing on the shore, Zhou Ding watched as Lin Ruo and the others departed, only turning away once their figures had vanished from his sight. The vast sea shimmered under the sunlight, yet Zhou Ding had no intention of returning to Dian just yet. He had successfully condensed his Dan and had eliminated all the youths who had entered the return ruins. Zhou Ding was acutely aware that there are no secrets that remain hidden indefinitely. It was merely a matter of time before the truth came to light. However, he was unperturbed, having faced countless pursuits in the past. Soaring through the skies above the sea, Zhou Ding finally discovered a rocky island at dawn. This shall be the place to cultivate the Xuanhuan 9 Zhaos. With his successful Dan condensation, he could now practice the formidable Xuanhuan 9 Zhao that had allowed him to dominate in his previous realm. Each advancement in this profound technique would unlock a celestial divine art. For mortals to cultivate immortality, they must first refine their qi, establish a foundation, and lay the groundwork for Dan condensation. Only upon achieving success in the Dan field can one truly embark on the path of immortality. This Xuanhuan 9 Zhao was an unparalleled technique that could only be cultivated after achieving Dan condensation. Yet, even in his former realm, Zhou Ding had not fully unlocked the 9 celestial divine arts of the Xuanhuan 9 Zhao. Following Dan condensation comes the Yuanning, and after the Yuanning, one ascends to the level of deity. The 5 realms of this mortal world serve as the threshold to the path of immortality. When a cultivator transcends to the final realm of divinity among the 5 mortal realms, they must prepare to step into the realm of divine cultivation. The initial threshold to ascend into the realm of divine cultivation is the golden core. To achieve this, one must leap into the resplendent sea of thunder and endure the baptism of the divine lightning from the heavens. Success in this trial results in the formation of a golden elixir. Failure leads to utter obliteration. In his realm, Zhou Ding is a revered figure who has transcended the 5 mortal realms and achieved the golden core. However, just one step away from crossing into the divine immortal realm, he met his demise on the majestic Mount Daxu. Consequently, Zhou Ding only unsealed the 8 gates of the heavenly divine arts within his domain. It remains uncertain whether my reincarnation through another's body will grant me the ability to unseal the 9 gates and step into true immortality. As the moon wanes and the sun rises, painting the sea red, Zhou Ding has commenced his cultivation of the 9 gates of chaos on this island. A month has passed, and the return from the abyss has closed. 3 events have sent shockwaves through the top 10 sects of the eastern continent and beyond. The first of these events involved the ancient tortoise, which had opened the abyss after countless millennia, striking against the elders of the top 10 sects once again after a millennium. The elders of the other 9 sects were sent back to their own domains. Yet Elder Mo and of the Mo Yun sect remains missing to this day. The second event is that with the closure of the abyss. Aside from the disciples of the Yunshan sect, the Fenglai sect, and the Mo Yun sect, not a single disciple from the other 7 major sects has returned. This revelation has once again astounded the entire eastern continent. When the elders of the other 7 sects sought answers from the Yunshan sect, Fenglai sect, and Mo Yun sect, the response from the Mo Yun sect was gracious, allowing them to enter and inviting Wensheng to recount their experiences within the abyss in detail. However, the attitude of the Yunshan sect and Fenglai sect was markedly different. When the 7 elders arrived, these 2 sects collectively claimed that their disciples, Lin Ruo, Qi Yu, Xie Fan, and others were in seclusion, and any inquiries should wait until their return. The elders of the 7 sects were incensed, for they perceived this as a mere pretext to rebuff them. Yet, when they witnessed the Yunshan sect and Fenglai sect activating their protective formations to shield their disciples, their fury reached a boiling point. Yunlan, Lei Hong, are you 2 so intent on shielding Lin Ruo and Qi Yu that you wish to provoke war with us 7 major sects? If it is war you desire, then so be it. Do you think I, Lei, fear you? Yunlan retorted, whatever matters you wish to discuss shall wait until my disciples emerge from their seclusion. Should you persist in your clamor outside my Yunshan sect and disrupt our tranquility, I shall not hesitate to reduce you to mere pulp for the flora of my mountain. Were these words spoken by the leaders of other sects, the 7 elders would surely not let the matter rest. However, this was Yunlan, the sole female leader among the top 10 sects, and there are whispers throughout the eastern continent that she shares a significant relationship with a highly esteemed mountain lord of the legendary Luwu Mountain. What is Luwu Mountain? It is the true sacred mountain of the eastern continent, a divine sect that stands above the 10 major sections. The enigmatic Lu Wushan has never inquired into the affairs of Dongzhou, rendering the existence of this divine sect known as the Supreme Sect largely unknown to the world. Even though Lu Wushan seldom traverses Dongzhou, the 10 paramount sects have not forgotten that a formidable power looms above them, capable of annihilating them with but a mere gesture. As for the third matter, it is rumored that on the eve of the closure of the Guishu, a celestial river was sighted descending upon the Great Yuan. When this divine river graced the Great Yuan, even the master of the Fengtsuan mountain was stirred by its presence. Upon a peak of the Yunshan sect stood 2 women. One of them was the illustrious Yunlan, the leader of the Yunshan sect, while the other was a mountain lord from Luwushan, reputed to share a significant connection with Yunlan. Clad in a dress adorned with blue floral patterns and flowing sleeves, she embodied the essence of the serene orchid in a secluded valley, her beauty exquisite and captivating. As she gently parted her crimson lips to gaze upon the undulating mountains ahead, she softly remarked, "Had it not been for the unexpected visit of the Buzhou mountain to Dongzhou, I would not have had this opportunity to descend from the mountain and reunite with my sister." Chapter 56. Mount Buzhou, Hongxiang Realm. Mount Buzhou. Upon hearing the woman's words, Yunlan furrowed her brow slightly. She had indeed heard of Mount Buzhou, one of the 9 guardian mountains of the Xiansong continent, which held a status even superior to that of Mount Limo. Indeed, Mount Buzhou, one could not help but wonder why they had suddenly come to Dongzhou. With her delicate brows knit, the woman continued, "I hope they do not engage in any outrageous activities in Dongzhou. Otherwise, Mount Limo will inevitably have to confront them." a divine river descended from the heavens. When Dao Bai witnessed this celestial river falling upon the capital of Dayin, he, the foremost figure of Dayin, stepped out to observe. For the place where the divine river landed was none other than his Taiping mountain. The descent of the divine river stirred the entire capital. As Dao Bai arrived at Taiping mountain, the river was soon retrieved by a middle-aged man adorned with a purple gold crown. Flanking this man stood two young men, their starry brows and piercing eyes exuding an air of sharpness akin to a chilling wind. Remarkably, they had already entered the Guihong realm at such a young age. Dao Bai merely cast a glance at the two youths and immediately discerned their levels of cultivation. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man with the purple crown, he was taken aback. The man's eyes, which had remained calm and unfazed for over 2 centuries, suddenly narrowed. He had not expected to encounter such a formidable figure in this remote and desolate region. It was indeed a rarity. While Taiping Mountain was renowned for its majestic landscapes and ethereal charm, the middle-aged man referred to it as a place of impoverished hills and treacherous waters, a testament to his lofty arrogance. Before Dao Bai could respond, the middle-aged man abruptly turned and struck towards the direction of Yun Shui Pavilion. What is this elder attempting to do? Though aware that the man's cultivation surpassed his own, Dao Bai could not allow him to recklessly disrupt the barriers he had established at Yun Shui Pavilion. With a flick of his sleeve, a beam of white light surged forth, colliding with the force unleashed by the man. The impact reverberated throughout Taiping Mountain. "Do you dare to obstruct me?" With those words, the middle-aged man turned his gaze upon Dao Bai, and in an instant, he appeared before Dao Bai like a wraith. He struck out with a palm, and the force surged forth like a stampede of 1,000 horses. Despite Dao Bai's desperate attempt to resist, he was forced back several dozen steps before finally managing to halt. His chest heaved as he felt the blood within him surge tumultuously, akin to a raging flood. This was the stark disparity in realms between them, an insurmountable chasm separating the two. Considering your arduous path of cultivation, I would prefer not to take your life should you dare to impede me again. At that moment, several figures descended upon Taiping Mountain. Among them were Li Chuntian and 3 formidable experts from the Wuji Hall who had broken through the 12-Chi chasm to enter the Guihong realm. Dao Bai? Upon seeing Dao Bai injured, Li Chuntian felt a sudden chill in his heart, not to mention the 3 masters of the Martial Supreme Hall who accompanied him. "Who are you? Why have you injured Master Dao Bai?" "Why?" A young man clad in a black robe with golden patterns coldly questioned Li Chuntian, standing to the right of a middle-aged man. "In this world, there are not so many wise. If you are dissatisfied, come forth." Despite being just over 20 years of age, the young man's demeanor and speech exuded an arrogance that surpassed that of others. The 3 masters of the Martial Supreme Hall were already taken aback by Dao Bai's injury. But when they realized that this speaking youth was of the same caliber as themselves, their pupils constricted sharply. Unaware of what brings such a distinguished elder to our great Yuan, "If there is any task you require, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost," spoke Lu Zong, the Grand Master of the Martial Supreme Hall. His words were born of both resignation and the pressure of the situation. Otherwise, considering the relationship between Li Chuntian and Dao Bai, Lu Zong feared that Li Chuntian might impulsively strike at the middle-aged man who had harmed Dao Bai, thus bringing disaster upon the great Yuan. Without casting a glance at Lu Zong, the youth on the left side of the middle-aged man respectfully addressed him. "Father, indeed. The soul birth compass points directly behind you." As he spoke, Dao Bai and Li Chuntian noticed that the young man was holding a compass, entirely black as ink, with a beam of azure light emanating from it, indicating the presence of the 3 individuals behind them. Glancing at the compass in the youth's hand, the middle-aged man then turned his attention to the barrier set by Dao Bai, which was established to protect Li Xianyu. Within this barrier resided the parents of Li Xianyu and Zhou Ding. Witnessing the middle-aged man attempting to breach the barrier, Li Chuntian disregarded Lu Zong's attempts to restrain him and boldly charged at the middle-aged man. While the great Yuan only recognized Dao Bai as the foremost figure, it was actually Li Chuntian who held that distinction. Though Li Chuntian's realm surpassed Dao Bai's to some extent, he could not compare to that of the middle-aged man, whose level stood as an insurmountable chasm between him and Dao Bai. With another palm strike, the torrent surged forth like a raging river. Upon contact, Li Chuntian was forcefully repelled by the middle-aged man's strike. "I shall say this once more. Should you dare to interfere again, I will not merely push you back, but rather, I shall strike you down." as Li Chuntian was sent stumbling backward from the middle-aged man's blow and was about to charge at him again. A voice suddenly resonated from the heavens. What esteemed master dares to cause trouble under the domain of our Fengsuan mountain? Two figures descended from the sky. One was Feng Hai, the sect master of Fengsuan mountain, and the other was Yi Xiang, the grand elder of the inner cabinet. As they landed, their gazes fixed upon the middle-aged man. A Hongxiang realm? Upon discerning the middle-aged man's realm, Feng Hai's pupils also constricted sharply. Humph, truly tiresome. With that, the middle-aged man suddenly soared towards the barrier, and to the shock of Feng Hai and Yi Xiang, he shattered the barrier set by Dao Bai with a single palm strike. Master Feng, in the year of the Great Yuan, I offered tribute to your Feng Sunsen. Yet you allow outsiders to insult my Great Yuan? Before Feng Hai could respond, the young man who had just spoken curled his lips in disdain and addressed Li Chuntian, saying, Humph, does a mere broken sect from a small chicken coop dare to meddle in the affairs of my Buzhou Mountain? Buzhou Mountain. Upon hearing this young man reveal his identity, Feng Hai and Yi Xiang exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. Buzhou Mountain. It is one of the 9 sacred protective mountains of the Xianzhou continent. Feng Hai had only heard of its name before, never expecting to encounter a mountain dweller from Buzhou Mountain in his lifetime. This is a fortuitous opportunity. If he could establish even a slight connection with Buzhou Mountain through this chance, then Feng Sunsen would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost sect among the top 10 in the eastern continent. You have destroyed the restrictions of my Taiping Mountain. What are your intentions? The middle-aged man from Buzhou Mountain broke the restrictions as Li Chuntian bellowed at him. Chapter 57. Grim Tidings, the fall do not make a fuss. The hermit acts with his own intentions. You may merely observe. However, upon hearing Li Chuntian's admonition, Feng Hai expressed his displeasure. Such commotion within Taiping Mountain drew many figures from the capital, including Lu Yan, a prince clad in a dragon robe, and various lords and generals who had been conferred titles by Li Chuntian after entering the realm of divine energy. When these individuals arrived at Taiping Mountain and beheld the injured Dao Bai alongside Li Chuntian, their expressions were filled with shock. Father-in-law? Lu Yan noticed Yi Xiang was also present and hurried over to greet him. Yet, Yi Xiang completely disregarded him, focusing solely on the middle-aged man who had breached the mountain's defenses. Who are you? Why have you captured my husband? The voice of Madame Zhao echoed through the mountain. As Li Chuntian and the others observed the middle-aged man breaking the mountain's restrictions to seize Zhou Chong, who was incapable of condensing energy into a solid form. Confusion flickered across each of their faces. After tossing Zhou Chong at the feet of 2 young men, the middle-aged man turned to the youth holding a compass and asked, Is this him? Indeed, father. The young man glanced at the azure light indicated by the compass and replied, Without a doubt, the soul needle points to this man. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze towards Zhou Chong. When Feng Hai and Yi Xiang discovered that Zhou Chong was merely an ordinary man, they were perplexed as to why the hermit of this mountain would capture such a mundane individual. Husband, Madame Zhou rushed out, and upon seeing Zhou Chong prostrate at the feet of the middle-aged man, she lunged towards him. Zhou Chong slowly raised his head, and as he did so, he met the cold, scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Except for the complex expressions of Li Chuntian and Dao Bai, the rest bore looks of confusion or disdain. It became apparent that this hermit had come to apprehend him. Observing that the target of the hermit was Zhou Ding's father, Zhou Chong, Lu Zong felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a hint of satisfaction. Zhou Ding had stirred chaos in the Great Yuan with his limited talents and even caught the attention of Li Chuntian, which allowed him to accompany Fengsuan Mountain to seek opportunities in the Guixiu. The young talents of the eastern continent are as numerous as the fish in the river. How could he expect to seize any fortune? It was laughable. Perhaps Zhou Ding had already perished in Guixiu. Otherwise, with a month having passed, why had he not returned? Madame Zhou did not achieve her desire to embrace Zhou Chong, for before she could reach him, another young man struck her down with a wave of his hand. The force of this blow, originating from the realm of Guihong, caused Madame Zhou to cough up blood, even though the youth had shown some restraint. Madam, witnessing her injury, Zhou Chong immediately sprang to his feet, rushing towards her. However, before he could take a step, a cloud-patterned boot pressed him back to the ground. The one who had pinned Zhou Chong down was none other than Zhou Zai. Madame Zhou, a voice suddenly echoed from the mountains, and a graceful figure hurriedly approached Lady Zhou. Upon hearing this, Zhou turned around, and at the sight of Li Xianyu's breathtaking beauty, a flicker of emotion stirred within his previously cold gaze. Who would have thought that in such a remote area, a woman of such exquisite appearance would exist? Has my second brother's heart been captured? However, Zhou Yun, with his frosty demeanor, couldn't help but smirk lightly as he addressed Brother Yun. Do not act so frivolously in front of our father. After uttering these words, Zhou returned to his icy composure. Who are you? And why have you harmed Lord Zhou and injured Lady Zhou? Li Xianyu exclaimed, noticing that Lady Zhou's complexion was paler than frost. She immediately gathered her in her arms and confronted Zhou. Amidst her stern reprimand, she also caught sight of her father and Dao Bai ahead. Not only her father and Dao Bai, but all the prominent figures from the capital had gathered here. The presence of her father and Dao Bai only deepened Li Xianyu's confusion. Why? Why did her father and Mr. Dao Bai remain indifferent while these three bullied the Zhou couple? Unable to comprehend, she could only seek answers through her gaze towards Li Chuntian and Dao Bai. Your presence? The earlier conversation between Zhou and his brother had drawn the attention of Zhou Lian, a figure of the Hongxiang realm. When Zhou Lian looked at Li Xianyu, his previously tranquil eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. He advanced towards her step by step, but halted when he was merely a meter away. What is it about you? Ignoring the puzzled expressions of Zhou and his brother, Zhou Lian suddenly burst into laughter, a pure yang body. Who would have thought I would encounter such a congenital pure yang body in this remote corner? With that, he removed his black cloak and draped it over Li Xianyu. As Li Chuntian realized Zhou Lian was about to take action against his daughter, he disregarded Zhou Lian's identity and soared over from the top of Fang Hai. I did not come here to kill, yet you, a mere human emperor of the Ming realm, repeatedly seek death. Father! A sorrowful cry resonated through the air as a spear, formed from the essence of the Honglu, pierced through Li Chuantian's body. In the Xuanzong continent, martial arts are categorized into three realms: the martial practice, the extreme martial, and the Qi extreme, which are the usual paths for martial cultivators. Only those who sense the heavenly mandate and have witnessed the 12 Qi pits hidden within the celestial canopy can truly embark on the path of profound cultivation. Above the 12 realms of divine Qi lies the return to Hong, and above that is the Ming realm. When the two essences of Hong and Ming within one's body converge into a flow, it becomes Hongxiang. This Hongxiang serves as an insurmountable chasm before the realms of return to Hong and Ming. Upon stepping into Hongxiang, one's vital energy transforms into Honglu, and the essence of heaven and earth inhaled is also converted into Hongxiang within. What is this symbol? It encompasses all things, both formless and manifest. It embodies all actions and inactions. Moreover, it represents the celestial phenomena between heaven and earth. Dao Bai and Li Chuntian both exist in the Ming realm, the realm of immersion in the depths, positioned as the pinnacle within the entirety of the eastern continent, stands unmatched. Save for the towering Mount Lu Wushang, which surpasses even the 10 foremost sections. Arriving from Mount Fangsuan, Fang Hai and Yixiang, both of whom dwell within this realm, find themselves in a state of immersion as well. However, Fang Hai has lingered at the zenith of this state for over 150 years, rendering him in no way a match for either Li Chuntian or Dao Bai. The shocking scene of Li Chuntian being struck down by Zhou Lian's spear left Fang Hai and his companions recoiling in astonishment. The emperor of the Great Yuan has been slain, with the enemy standing before them. Yet, in this moment, none dare to step forward to avenge Li Chuntian. Chuntian. As Dao Bai caught Li Chuntian, intending to engage Zhou Lian in a desperate battle, Li Chuntian, with his last vestige of strength, shook his head in Dao Bai's embrace. Do not go. The poignant plea of Li Chuntian resonated in Dao Bai's heart, causing this ascetic, who had devoted himself solely to the path of cultivation, to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 58. The divine river rises as the divine river surged. Zhou Lian expressionlessly cast Zhou Chong and Li Xianyu into its depths. Fang Hai, noticing Zhou Lian's intent to depart, hastily ingratiated himself, inquiring if the mountain dweller had any further matters to attend to, expressing his willingness to serve. No need. Zhou Lian replied. I have come solely for this person. Now that the matter is concluded, I shall return. With that, Zhou Lian Zhou and Zhou Yin stepped into the divine river, which continued to ascend, leaving all below gazing upwards in awe. Farewell, mountain dweller. With Fang Hai's respectful bow, Lu Zong and the members of Wu Ji Hall also inclined their bodies towards the towering river. The murderer of their great emperor stood before them, and in their eyes, Zhou Lian and his companions were met with nothing but reverence. Lady Zhou lay motionless on the ground, her fate uncertain, while Li Chuntian, cradled in Dao Bai's arms, had already perished. Li Xinyu, captured by Zhou Lian and dragged into the divine river, wept bitterly, her cries piercing and filled with despair. As the divine river receded, Taiping Mountain fell into silence. When Feng Hai could no longer discern the river's presence beneath the heavens, he turned to gaze upon Li Chuntian's lifeless form. Observing the fallen figure, Feng Hai revealed no sorrow in his eyes. The former emperor has met his own demise. This great Yuan cannot remain without a ruler for a day. After uttering these words regarding Li Chuntian's corpse, Feng Hai addressed Lu Zong in a measured tone. As long as the annual offerings are maintained, you may deliberate on the throne amongst yourselves. With that, Feng Hai and Yi Xiong turned to leave, leaving Lu Zong and the others with merely the sight of their departing figures. At that moment, Feng Hai's mood was far from pleasant. Why did the mountain dweller leave so abruptly? Even a meal at my Fengxuan mountain would have sufficed. Once Feng Hai and Yi Xiong had departed, Lu Zong cast a complex glance at the sorrowful Dao Bai. For reasons unknown, witnessing Dao Bai in such a despondent state filled him with an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Carrying this feeling, Lu Zong coldly addressed Lu Yin and the others. What are you all standing around for? Is the late emperor's legacy not to be managed? Return and commence your preparations. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, Lu Zong strode away. He pondered the severity of Dao Bai's injuries. If they were grave, then Lu Zong would be the foremost figure in the Great Yuan, and his Wu Ji Hall would be the preeminent hall. Why did Dao Bai not strike against that mountain dweller? If only he had been vanquished by the mountain dweller's hand. Lost in his jubilation, Lu Zong seemingly forgot about Zhao Zhan, who had ventured towards the river realm. Meanwhile, Dao Bai, engulfed in sorrow, remained oblivious to Lu Zong's thoughts. However, Lu Yin and the others discerned hints of information from Lu Zong's earlier demeanor. With Li Chuntian deceased, Dao Bai wounded, and Zhao Zhan departed for the river realm, the great Yuan was on the brink of transformation. With bittersweet hearts, Lu Yin and the others exchanged glances at Li Chuntian's lifeless body before resolutely turning away. Taiping Mountain returned to its former tranquility, though this newfound calm felt overwhelmingly heavy. My lord, princess. Ding, where are you? Exerting the last vestiges of her strength, Madame Zhou gazed up at the vast azure sky, ultimately surrendering her eyelids to a final slumber. Madame Zhou, as her breath ceased, Dao Bai, cradling Li Chuntian, let out a heart-wrenching wail toward the heavens. What purpose does my cultivation serve? What indeed is the worth of my cultivation? In a fit of anguish, a mouthful of blood erupted from Dao Bai's lips. The imperial palace has changed hands. What remnants of the past remain? 7 days have elapsed since the closure of the return to the ruins, during which the 7 major sects dispatched emissaries to the heavenly sea. Yet, no matter how diligently they searched the boundless expanse of the sea, the whereabouts of their disciples remained elusive. Elder Yun, are you suggesting my senior brother was swept away by that mysterious tortoise to the Beast Mountain, a distance of 100,000 miles? Is my brother destined to dwell among the creatures of the Beast Mountain for all eternity? On a certain coastline of the heavenly sea, an elder from the Mo Yun sect widened his eyes, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. As he questioned Yunshan, indeed, I heard it distinctly. If my hearing has not failed me, that tortoise indeed proclaimed thus. Observing the ludicrous expression on Mo Xian's face, Yunshan responded with utmost seriousness. How can this be? In a moment of excitement, Mo Xian grasped Yunshan's arm, exclaiming, my senior brother is always cautious and prudent in his dealings, a man of integrity. Why then did that tortoise not choose to send you to the Beast Mountain, but rather my brother? Your brother is cautious and prudent? Yet, listening to Mo Xian's words, Yunshan regarded her as if she were a simpleton, remarking, perhaps the tortoise was drawn to your brother's noble character, prompting it to send him to the Beast Mountain to accompany those beings. At this moment, Yunshan possessed little leisure to engage in discourse about Mo's character. It had already been 7 days, and the 4 prodigies from Fengxuan Mountain were still unaccounted for. He was truly consumed by a sense of urgency. Moreover, there was that fool from Diyuan. The mere thought of Zhou Ding naturally led Yunshan to consider De Yuan. Alas, the world is indeed in a state of constant flux. Within a single day, De Yuan has faced calamity. Yunshan was somewhat aware of the events transpiring within De Yuan. Since Li Chuantian's demise, Dao Bai had remained secluded. Now, De Yuan is under Lu Zong's iron fist, a figure of absolute authority. However, this had little bearing on Fengxun Mountain. The most pressing matter was the search for the four prodigies. Could it be that the tortoise has transported these youths elsewhere? Yet, even if they were taken far away, it has already been 7 days. Surely they ought to return by now. Contemplating this, Yunshan directed his gaze toward a certain islet in the heavenly sea. At last, I have succeeded. I never anticipated that practicing the Xuanhuan Jiu Zhao Gong in this new location would prove so arduous. Disheveled and beset by crabs, Zhou Ding opened his eyes, plucking a crab clinging to his hair and tossing it into the sea. Raising his head to assess the sky, Zhou Ding shook off the crabs that clung to him as he rose. How long have I been cultivating? Just as Zhou Ding was about to depart, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked towards a section of the coastline on the reef island. There stood 2 figures, one of whom was observing the very island where he had been cultivating. However, due to the considerable distance, Zhou Ding could not discern their features. After a brief moment of contemplation, he roughly surmised their identities. In this vast expanse of sea and sky, it was likely only those from the so-called top 10 sects who would venture to this remote locale in search of their disciples. Elder Song, should we not investigate that reef island? Just as Zhou Ding was preparing to leave, a voice echoed from not far away. What is there to see on that reef island? Do you truly believe my grandson, Songyu, would be found there? The voice continued. You need not use your mind to ponder. My grandson has a sect and would not return. Why linger on this desolate island? To admire the sea view? Such folly. Elder Song, please do not be angered. Humph. Useless. You are all a bunch of worthless fools. It has been 7 whole days, and yet you have not even uncovered the slightest trace of my grandson. Songyu? 7 days? Upon hearing the words, Zhou Ding furrowed his brow and remarked, among those I have slain, one bore that name. Who would have thought I have been cultivating on this reef island for 7 days? Chapter 59, Upon returning. Divided by heaven and earth, having lingered on this reef island for a full 7 days, a surge of urgency welled up within Zhou Ding. Surely, news of my absence must have reached the great Yuan by now. My adoptive parents must be anxiously awaiting my return. And then there is Li Xinyu, along with my adoptive father-in-law. To be honest, I owe him a heartfelt expression of gratitude in person. If it weren't for him, I might never have encountered this great tortoise, nor would I have realized that I could indeed return home. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhou Ding was suddenly overcome by a yearning for his homeland. Once the 2 figures in the distance departed, Zhou Ding no longer hesitated and took to the skies on his sword. To his astonishment, there were indeed people on this island. When Yunshan noticed a figure soaring from the island on a sword, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This manner of flight from the island seemed oddly reminiscent of something he had encountered before. Tilting his head in contemplation, he found himself unable to recall its origin. The Great Yuan is quite distant from Tianhai, requiring 3 full days and nights even aboard a cloud vessel. However, the realm of cultivation excels in sword flight, and the speed of such travel far surpasses that of any cloud vessel. Moreover, with Zhou Ding now at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, his sword flight was several times swifter than before. The funeral for Li Chuntian was neither lavish nor ostentatious. According to Lu Zong, since the late emperor abhorred extravagance in life, it was only fitting to honor his wishes in death. Additionally, Dao Bai insisted on withholding Li Chuantian's remains from him, leading to a simple and hasty ceremony in the capital. After burying Li Chuntian on Taiping Mountain, Dao Bai closed his door to the world, no longer concerning himself with earthly matters. Unexpectedly, the Yunshan sect and the Fenglei sect demonstrated considerable resolve in their effort to protect Lin Ruo. Qi Yu and the others did not hesitate to activate their protective array to confront the 7 rival sections. And what of Li Bao? Why had there been no news of him along the way? Zhou Ding felt no concern for Li Bao, for the crafty fellow possessed a cunning akin to that of a monkey. Perhaps he was currently concealed in some nook of Deyu, observing the unfolding events with a smirk, living a life of ease, traveling on his sword, soaring through clouds, and crossing the sun. Zhou Ding returned to the capital of the Great Yuan in merely a day and a half. While the capital was grand in stature, Zhou Ding felt no attachment to the city, let alone a sense of belonging. His return was solely motivated by the presence of those he cared for. As the sun began to set, the evening glow painted half the sky in hues reminiscent of fiery clouds. A brilliant beam of light streaked across the majestic Wuji Hall, descending toward Taiping Mountain. Upon witnessing this radiant light, Fan Feng, the second master of Wuji Hall, and Lu Hong, the third master, exchanged knowing glances. We must inform the Grand Master. Someone has breached our great Yuan. Fixating on the beam heading toward Taiping Mountain, Fan Feng spoke solemnly. Indeed. I wonder what troubles plague our great Yuan. Let us hope that this visitor is not a mere mountain talent. The famed sword, known as the Remnant Sun. As the Remnant Sun hung at his waist, Zhou Ding found himself standing at the foot of Taiping Mountain, on the cusp of reuniting with his rather unremarkable parents and the ever-cherished Li Xianyu. At that moment, an unexpected flutter of anxiety stirred within him. He wondered if the old man would greet him with a grand embrace upon their meeting. Should he dare to embrace him, would Zhou Ding retaliate with a kick? Standing there, he adjusted his tattered garments, tearing a strip from his clothing to tie back his unruly hair. With these preparations complete, he strode purposefully towards the Yun Shui pavilion. Old man, I have returned. Upon entering the pavilion, Zhou Ding braced himself for a bear hug from Zhou Chong. Despite his inherent aversion to such effusive displays of affection, yet, if it brought joy to Zhou Chong, what was a small sacrifice on his part? The desolate village bathed in the twilight glow, wisps of smoke curling from aged trees where crows perched, under the fleeting shadow of a soaring wild goose. Amidst the verdant hills and flowing waters, with white grasses, red leaves, and yellow flowers. Old man, I have returned. The scene he had envisioned did not materialize as he had hoped, prompting him to call out once more towards the loft. A solitary figure emerged from the upper floor, and upon realizing it was merely Li Xianyu's maid, a sudden pang of trepidation gripped Zhou Ding's heart. With this tremor, he caught sight of the tears brimming in Yun Sheng's eyes. Young Master Zhou. The tears began to cascade down her cheeks. On the day Li Xianyu was taken by the three mountain men, she had just been out shopping in the city. Upon her return, she found Dao by cradling Li Chun Tian on the ground and, to her horror, the lifeless body of Madame Zhou, neglected and forlorn on the ground. The bamboo basket she carried fell, spilling her beloved osmanthus cakes, the bamboo green that Lord Zhou cherished, and the fabric meant for stitching garments for Zhou Ding, all scattered upon the earth. Young Master Zhou. Another cry broke forth as Yun Sheng suddenly dashed into Zhou Ding's embrace. Collapsing against his chest as she wept bitterly, Young Master Zhou. The Yuan Emperor has been slain by wicked men, the princess and Lord Zhou have been captured, and Madame Zhou has been brutally killed. What did you say? Who has perished? What wickedness is this? Clarify at once. His mind felt as if struck by a thunderclap. Tumultuous and chaotic. The tender scene he had envisioned was obliterated by Yun Sheng's words. Pushing her away, Zhou Ding grasped her shoulders, his voice rising in intensity. I wondered who it was. So it is you. A voice rang out from behind him. Lu Zong stood there, hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding Zhou Ding. You have surprised me by returning alive from the ruins of return, but your return is fortuitous. It is time to escort you to your mother. Draped in a python robe and crowned with gold, Lu Zong presented himself as if he were half an emperor of the Great Yuan. It is they? Upon the arrival of Lu Zong, Yun Sheng pointed at him and cried out in anguish. It was they who callously watched as Emperor Yuan was slain, as Lord Zhou and the princess were captured, and as Madame Zhou was brutally murdered by that scoundrel. Who are they? Without glancing back, Zhou Ding glared at Yun Sheng and inquired, do you think you are worthy to know? Were it not for your Zhou family, how could the Dao Bai have been injured, and how could Emperor Yuan have met his demise? Ultimately, it is your Zhou family that bears the responsibility for the death of our great Yuan Emperor. You are the true culprits behind Emperor Yuan's murder. Lu Zong's words were not directed at Zhou Ding, but rather at those standing behind him. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Zong's declaration, all the powerful figures of the divine Qi realm who had accompanied him to the capital turned their murderous gazes upon Zhou Ding, master of the Great Hall. This child is a scourge to our great Yuan. If he is not eliminated, he shall inevitably bring disaster upon us in the future, exclaimed Fan Feng, his voice resonating with urgency as he witnessed the hostility directed at Zhou Ding. Indeed, the downfall of Emperor Yuan stems from the Zhou family. Such a menace must be eradicated, or we shall find no peace among ourselves. Chapter 60. Are you seeking death by provoking me at this moment? As you approach, are you merely expressing your disquiet? Push aside Yun Sheng and shield yourself with the grand formation of the Zhou clan. Are you here to impose upon me an unfounded accusation against the Zhou family? Zhou Ding turned, slowly drawing the blade of the setting sun from his waist. On my return journey, my heart brimmed with anticipation. Yet, upon my actual return, it feels as if I am separated from the celestial realm. I have not encountered a single soul I wish to see, while those I wish to avoid swarm to my ears, chattering incessantly. As these words fell, flames seemed to ignite within Zhou Ding's eyes. In this blaze, he shouted towards Lu Zong and the others. I am incensed. Do you come here to vex me at this moment, seeking death? With that utterance, the setting sun was unsheathed, releasing a resounding and piercing cry of the sword. Did you hear that? I am nearly laughing to death. Yet, hearing Zhou Ding's proclamation, one of the martial masters from the divine Qi realm, clutching his stomach, laughed uproariously. This lad believes we are courting death. Huh. Do you truly think that after a journey to the Guishu, you have undergone a transformation? Now that you have returned, you shall remain here to accompany your deceased mother. The gates of the Taiping temple swung open, and Dao Bai slowly emerged from within. As he beheld Zhou Ding, standing alone before Lu Zong and his companions, his once lackluster eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. If you seek vengeance, if you wish to retrieve Zhou Chong and Xian Yu from the Buzhou mountain, this is the first hurdle you must overcome. If you cannot surpass even Lu Zong and his ilk, your quest for revenge is but an illusion. To perish at their hands may indeed be a release. Gazing at Zhou Ding, standing resolutely at the foot of the mountain, Dao Bai spoke softly. He could make such a statement because he had witnessed true genius in Zhou Zai and Zhou Yun on Buzhou mountain. These two had entered the return of the swallows at merely over 20 years of age. If Zhou Ding cannot demonstrate a talent more extraordinary than theirs, then dying at the hands of Lu Zong may truly be a form of liberation. For to live in such a manner is torment. Setting sun. As if to respond to Dao Bai's words, as Zhou Ding spoke, the blade of the setting sun transformed into a beam of light akin to the aurora. This radiant streak instantly pierced through the body of the divine Qi realm master who had been mocking him moments before. Du Cheng. Witnessing Du Cheng's sudden demise, Lu Yin and the other divine Qi realm practitioners glared fiercely at Zhou Ding. The first, with a voice as chilling as a frozen lake, Zhou Ding declared. And the setting sun swiftly pivoted, targeting the second divine Qi realm practitioner. Another streak, resembling an aurora, flashed through the crowd, and in an instant, a head was severed. Soaring into the air, the second, blood erupted from the body, and the setting sun, drenched in crimson, struck forth into the throng once more. The third, bathed in blood, the setting sun pierced through the form of another divine Qi realm practitioner, and in that fleeting moment, it again swung towards yet another divine Qi realm master. You dare to be audacious. Observing Zhou Ding employing this unprecedented sword technique to slay 3 of his martial hall's masters in succession, Lu Hong finally took action. In a form reminiscent of a ghost, and with a stature akin to that of a great rock. As the remnants of the setting sun were about to penetrate the 4th realm of divine energy, Lu Hong let out a thunderous shout, extending his hand like a claw to seize the fading sunlight. Channeling the power of the return of the swallow within him, Lu Hong was poised to shatter this enigmatic sword. 1 sword, 3 purities, 6 swords, the supreme purity. Yet, as Zhou Ding's voice, nearly hollow, resonated through the air, the once grasped remnant of the sun abruptly vanished from Lu Hong's hold. This disappearance lasted but a fleeting moment, for in the next instant, the remnant of the sun split into 6 before Lu Hong's astonished gaze, launching a sudden assault upon him from 6 distinct angles. What sorcery was he employing? Could it be a realization gleaned from the void? At this moment, Lu Yin and the others had entirely forgotten Zhou Ding's realm, as well as the fact that Lu Hong was a formidable practitioner of the return of the swallow. In this vast empire, apart from Li Chuntian, Dao Bai, and Zhao Zhun, there existed but 3 individuals of the return of the swallow realm. These 3 were the esteemed masters of the martial extremity hall. A piercing eagle's cry reverberated through the skies, as Lu Hong, a master of the return of the swallow realm, found himself compelled into the air by Zhou Ding's sword manipulation. Behind him loomed the shadow of a great rock spreading its wings. When Lu Zong and Fan Feng witnessed Lu Hong being forced to resort to the use of his divine form by Zhou Ding, astonishment filled their eyes. This boy must be eliminated today, otherwise our martial extremity hall shall never know peace. They exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's thoughts. Look, the hall master and the second hall master are about to strike against Zhou Ding. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin was truly overwhelmed with mixed emotions. This lad ventured into the void and has grown to such an extent that it requires the combined efforts of the three hall masters to subdue him. In just over a month, I, Lu Yin, have been outstripped to such a degree. Come back. With a command, the remnant of the sun, as if endowed with sentience, soared back towards Zhou Ding from the heavens. As the remnant returned, Lu Zong and Fan Feng also advanced towards Zhou Ding. Confronted with the imminent strikes from these two masters of the return of the swallow, Zhou Ding did not choose to flee. Instead, amidst the astonished expressions of Lu Yin and the others, he spread his arms wide. Having successfully formed his core, his counterattack enhancement had also progressed. Zhou Ding sought to test whether this post-core formation enhancement could withstand the onslaught from the two. What is this boy attempting? Suspended in midair, Lu Hong narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, while being pursued by those 6 flying swords, he had sensed a force within them capable of inflicting harm upon him. Could it be that this fellow has also entered the return of the Swallow Realm? How is that possible? Lu Hong distinctly remembered that before Zhou Ding ventured to the void with Feng Kunshan, his prowess was merely that of the Qi extreme realm. 2 hands struck upon Zhou Ding's body. At the moment of impact, his form began to cave inwards. This scene caused Lu Yin and the others to involuntarily flinch. Is Zhou Ding courting death? As Zhou Ding's contorted body seemed on the verge of being pierced by the 2 hands, he suddenly retreated. This retreat allowed Zhou Ding to evade the strikes from Lu Zong and Fan Feng. Amidst his withdrawal, the setting sun cast its glow beneath him, and he formed a sword gesture, not only halting his backward momentum, but ascending into the air. Standing aloft, he glanced down at his own figure and, undeterred by the fierce presence of Lu Yin and others, brushed off his garments. Did you truly exert your utmost in those 2 strikes? He inquired with a tone steeped in disdain, directing his gaze towards Lu Zong and Fan Feng below. What transpired just now? Lu Zong disregarded Zhou Ding's question and turned to Fan Feng beside him. In that glance, he discerned a similar perplexity mirrored in Fan Feng's eyes. Just moments ago, as he felt his strike was about to penetrate Zhou Ding's form, an overwhelmingly domineering force suddenly erupted from within this individual, completely nullifying the impact of his palm. Not only did it thwart his strike, but he also sensed that this formidable energy sought to rebound the force back upon him. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation and extensive experience, which allowed him to dissipate the rebounding force in time, he might have found himself injured by the very power he had unleashed. Chapter 61. The Eastern Extreme. Sort of incineration. Could this lad possess some hidden secret? It must be the return to ruins. He has undoubtedly acquired some extraordinary treasure from the depths of the return to ruins. In this moment, Lu Zong and Fan Feng exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting the other's insatiable greed for the artifact in Zhou Ding's possession. Never mind. Whether you respond or not is of little consequence. I have completed my trials. Henceforth, I shall escort you into the netherworld. The sword of the setting sun emitted a resonant cry as it soared into Zhou Ding's grasp. He slowly positioned the sword of the setting sun before him. 10 directions of hell, 9 realms of Azura, 8 sections of the stupa, western heaven in flames. Heavenly divine art, incinerating the celestial realm. As Zhou Ding's voice reverberated, the heavens and earth erupted in a tumultuous roar. Amidst this clamor, the very fabric of reality transformed. The sky, once painted crimson by the evening glow, turned into a vivid shade of scarlet at Zhou Ding's command. This hue was not mere color, but molten lava. The tranquil Taiping mountain trembled violently under Zhou Ding's incantation. The earth split asunder, and magma surged forth. Truly, it was a realm crowned with lava and a furnace of molten rock. Enveloped in this infernal landscape, Zhou Ding vanished from sight the moment the purgatory took form. What sorcery is this, capable of conjuring volcanic fire and reshaping the world? No, this is not mere sorcery, but a legendary divine art that commands the very forces of nature. When Dao Bai beheld the awe-inspiring spectacle of Zhou Ding's celestial technique, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. If even Dao Bai was astounded, One could only imagine the terror of Lu Zong and his companions, who were ensnared in this realm of lava. The intense heat within this domain rendered the air thick with haze. In that instant, the garments of Lu Zong and his companions spontaneously ignited. What does he intend to do? Is he planning to roast us alive? A practitioner of the divine Qi realm shouted in alarm while fending off the searing heat. Madman! He is a lunatic, seeking to bury us all alongside him. We must break free from this molten world at once, or we shall perish here. As the words echoed, all practitioners within the incinerating celestial realm began to flee in every direction. Yet, in that very moment, fiery skeletal hands erupted from beneath their feet. These infernal appendages seized their ankles, and in an instant, a figure descended among them. Hair as gray as ash billowed wildly, and from the sword of the setting sun, waves of scorching mist arose. Zhou Ding, with an expression devoid of emotion, raised the sword of the setting sun. As the sword fell, a practitioner of the divine Qi realm transformed into a cloud of crimson mist before the horrified gazes of Lu Zong and the others. This mist was the result of evaporating blood, while the body began to dissolve under the searing heat of the sword of the setting sun. As Lu Yin and the others witnessed this horrifying scene, they began to thrash about in a frenzy. Yet, no matter how desperately they struggled, they could not escape the grasp of the skeletal hands emerging from the molten purgatory. They are all practitioners of the divine energy realm, serving as the backbone of a small nation or even a sect. Yet, before Zhou Ding, this formidable pillar finds itself utterly powerless. How many practitioners of the divine energy realm can the Great Yuan boast? And how can the divine energy practitioners of the Great Yuan possibly compare to the young geniuses within the Return to Ruins? In this moment, Zhou Ding transforms into a harbinger of death. With every swing of his sword, a practitioner of the divine energy realm meets their demise. Lu Yin is rendered speechless, and Lu Zong, Fan Feng, and Lu Hong are equally daunted by Zhou Ding's terrifying presence and formidable power. In the blink of an eye, the divine energy practitioners of the Great Yuan are nearly obliterated. When Zhou Ding approaches Lu Yin, this esteemed warrior of the Great Yuan pleads for mercy. Spare my life. I will do anything you ask. I beg you, do not kill me. Brother. As Zhou Ding prepares to strike down Lu Yin, Lu Hong rushes towards him in desperation. However, at that moment, a colossal hand of molten rock erupts from the fiery magma, reaching out to grasp Lu Hong. The searing heat emanating from this molten hand causes Lu Hong to act swiftly. Just as he evades the grasp of the lava giant, Zhou Ding's sword descends. With Lu Yan's death, his body disintegrates into nothingness. Yan, witnessing Lu Yan's demise at Zhou Ding's hand, Lu Hong's eyes blaze with fury as he retaliates against the molten hand that ensnares him. The strange phenomena occurring atop Taiping Mountain could not go unnoticed by other martial practitioners in the city. When Lu Sun arrives, drawn by curiosity, he is confronted with a scene he will never forget. Practitioners of the divine energy realm turn to ash before his eyes. When he sees his father meet the same fate, Lu Sun is left in shock. His face reflects disbelief and horror as he struggles to fathom that it is Zhou Ding, the very one who slaughters divine energy practitioners like livestock. As the astonishment fades, it is replaced by a sense of despair. When Lu Sun finally accepts the grim reality of Lu Yan's death, he turns and flees. His father is dead. Would he be next? No, I cannot die. As he races down the mountain, panic grips his heart. Mother, I must find my mother at Fansuan Mountain. Only she can protect me. In that moment, Lu Sun's thoughts revolve solely around his own survival. They are all dead. Every last practitioner of the divine energy realm in the Great Yuan has been slain by Zhou Ding. When Xiao Yu, the head of the Qiao family, and Xiao Tao, the second in command, witnessed this horrifying spectacle, both collapsed to the ground in shock. Within the blazing arena, as Zhou Ding slays the final practitioner of the divine energy realm, he turns to face Lu Zong and the others. Addressing them in a chilling tone, he states, "You've been watching for quite some time, haven't you? Don't worry, it's your turn now." With that, Zhou Ding positions his sword before him. The arena blazes with energy as all 5 polarities are unleashed. In the eastern quadrant, the sword of incineration awaits. As Zhou Ding's voice resonated, all the geothermal energies within this realm of molten lava converged towards the setting sun in his grasp. What manner of sword was he wielding? Why was it absorbing the geothermal essence of this place? When Fan Feng beheld this astonishing scene, He involuntarily turned to Lu Zong for answers. Was this truly the moment for inquiries? Once they apprehended him, all would be revealed. Lu Zong retained confidence in his own prowess. Although Zhou Ding's techniques were manifold, he sensed no aura akin to his own emanating from Zhou Ding. In other words, he was assured that Zhou Ding had yet to ascend to the realm of return to the swallows, his strength perhaps peaking at the pinnacle of divine qi. The blazing flames coalesced around the setting sun. After the setting sun absorbed the geothermal energies from this expanse, the sword remained unignited, unscorched, as though no transformation had occurred. No change signifies a return to simplicity. No change signifies a return to authenticity. Go. With that proclamation, the setting sun, embodying the essence of simplicity and authenticity, suddenly soared from Zhou Ding's hand, slicing towards Lu Hong. Chapter 62. The Southern Extremity. The 24 burials of demons. Lu Yin was slain, and Lu Hong was already filled with rage. Now witnessing Zhou Dingxin's attack upon him, he let out a thunderous roar. As he stepped into the realm of return to the homing, he unified the 12 qi pits within him, with the sole exception being the Hong pit. By inscribing the Hong pit upon his body, he could sense the transcendent power of the 12 qi pits. This power was the essence, the fundamental source he encountered within the first qi pit upon ascending to the divine qi realm. When Lu Hong entered the divine qi realm, he beheld the great Peng within that initial qi pit. After advancing to the return to the homing realm, he could sense the essence of this great Peng's power, his body akin to that of the great Peng, and the great Peng reflected in him. With Lu Hong's speed, he could have easily evaded Zhou Ding's sword aimed at him. However, at this moment, he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he lunged toward the descending blade of the setting sun. The last time he reached for this enigmatic sword, he had not exerted his full strength. Yet this time, following Lu Yin's demise, he grasped with unreserved intent. His hand, resembling the claw of a Peng, sought to seize the setting sun. Lu Hong's heart brimmed with determination to shatter Zhou Ding's reliance with a single claw. However, he had forgotten the scene he had just witnessed. Although the setting sun had returned to its primal state, and the blade bore no scorching aura, Lu Hong did not contemplate where the earthly fire had dissipated within the sword. Beware, Lu Hong! Do not grasp that sword. Just as he was about to seize the setting sun, Lu Zong's eyelids twitched, as he recalled the very reason Lu Hong had overlooked. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted in the ears of Lu Zong and Fan Feng. An arm, lifted by the setting sun, instantaneously evaporated in midair. In that moment of Lu Hong's agonized cry, the setting sun cleaved down upon his crown. His body was severed in twain. In that separation, he was rendered to nothingness. Outside the blazing refining grounds, Xiao Yu and Xiao Tao, who had been slumped on the ground, sprang to their feet. Upon witnessing the terrifying demise of their third hall master, the disciples within the martial extreme hall recoiled in shock. Lu Hong. More shocking to Lu Zong and Fan Feng than Lu Hong's death was the fall of a powerful figure in the return to the homing realm. With a single stroke, the setting sun extinguished Lu Hong, and without pause, it turned its blade toward Fan Feng. I understand now. All the earthly fire within this realm is concealed within the sword's body. I will hold this sword. You go and capture that boy. As the setting sun descended, Lu Zong and Fan Feng quickly devised their plan. Yet, they forgot that this realm held more than just Zhou Ding and his setting sun. Just as Lu Zong was about to leap to seize Zhou Ding, two colossal hands of lava surged forth from beneath their feet. At the moment these molten hands erupted from the earthly fire, Lu Zong and Fan Feng were compelled to dart to either side. As they soared in all directions, skeletal hands of molten lava emerged from the depths of the earth, reaching out to seize the bodies of the two individuals. This realm had evidently transformed into a battlefield of chaos. The skeletal hands, resembling restless spirits clawing their way from the underworld, surged toward Lu Zong and his companion in a relentless swarm. This scene, witnessed by Xiao Tao and his companions outside the blazing arena, was nothing short of astonishing and utterly captivating. In just over a month's time, this young man from the Zhou family had grown to such formidable heights. If he were to be granted even more time, at this moment, Xiao Tao dared not ponder further. Within the fiery arena, the 5 elemental forces were fully unleashed. In the southern quadrant, the spectral entities of the 24 tombs unleashed their wrath. Outside the arena, Xiao Tao once again heard the incantation of Zhou Ding. As Zhou Ding's chant resonated, the fiery skeletal hands and colossal molten fists, which were initially aimed at Lu Zong and Fan Feng, suddenly coalesced into 24 monstrous beings cloaked in magma. Each of these creatures wielded sharp weapons, their features fierce and imposing. Some even sported a pair of flaming wings sprouting from their backs. What sorcery was this? How could one summon such phantoms from the earth? Panic spread among the onlookers. Each individual observing the scene involuntarily began to retreat. Inside the fiery arena, Lu Zong made repeated attempts to charge toward Zhou Ding, only to be thwarted time and again by the 24 specters. Each time Lu Zong shattered one of these apparitions, it resurrected in the flames, relentlessly pursuing him once more. Meanwhile, Fan Feng found himself cornered by the relentless pursuit of the fading sun, with no escape in sight. The fading sun occasionally split into 6, then 3, further amplifying their plight. In stark contrast to their turmoil, Zhou Ding stood as still as stone, his demeanor suggesting he was merely waiting for the 24 specters to deplete Lu Zong's strength. Though Lu Zong had discerned Zhou Ding's intentions amidst the entanglement with the specters, he found himself powerless to act. Although the 24 specters summoned from the fiery depths possessed only the approximate strength of 8 realms, they proved to be inexhaustible, an unending menace. No matter how many times Lu Zong shattered them, they would invariably rise anew. Fatigue began to set in for Lu Zong. Within Zhou Ding's realm of molten lava, he could neither absorb the power of the outside world nor sustain his own energy. This held true for Fan Feng as well. In contrast to the specters that besieged Lu Zong, Fan Feng would much rather confront his own opponent, for he was entangled with a flying sword capable of melting flesh upon contact. One misstep could lead to a fate akin to that of Lu Hong. Indeed, this was a delicate balance of strengths and weaknesses. While the specter's power remained unchanged, Lu Zong's strength was steadily waning. As he shattered 6 more specters before him, Zhou Ding, who had hitherto seemed petrified, finally stirred. He began to walk slowly toward Lu Zong. The sword comes. As Zhou Ding's words fell, the setting sun that had been pursuing Fan Feng suddenly soared towards him. With a single hand, he grasped the sword, and in an instant, he vanished from the sight of Qiao Tao and the others. When he reappeared before their eyes, Zhou Ding stood behind Lu Zong. "Be careful, master of the Great Hall." At the moment Fan Feng beheld Zhou Ding's emergence behind Lu Zong, the latter had already raised his sword to strike down. "Did I not warn you that provoking me at this time is akin to courting death? Now is the moment of reckoning." With that, a radiant scarlet beam descended from above Lu Zong's head. In that split second, Lu Zong was obliterated amidst Fan Feng's terrified cries. Lu Zong was extinguished by the earthly fire within the sword. As Fan Feng witnessed Lu Zong's demise, he began to flee wildly into the distance. Yet, the horizon before him remained engulfed in molten terrain. Do you comprehend why this sword could dissolve you? It is because the searing heat of this realm is concentrated within the blade itself. With those words, the setting sun was released, hurtling towards the fleeing Fan Feng. It was not merely a stream of flame, but a brilliant radiance. Chapter 63. Annihilation. At this moment, the setting sun truly unleashed its swiftness. Dead. As Fan Feng was engulfed by that blazing light, everyone outside the blazing realm witnessed his dissolution. It was a momentary melting, an instantaneous obliteration. With Fan Feng's annihilation, the blazing realm also dissipated. As the blazing realm vanished, everyone observed Zhou Ding stagger slightly, his face as pale as death. Zhou Ding cast a fleeting glance at Qiao Tao and the others. It was this glance that compelled Qiao Tao and the others to turn and flee without a backward glance. "Old man from the Qiao family, stand still." A chilling command suddenly erupted in the ears of Qiao Tao and the others. When Qiao Tao heard Zhou Ding calling him, a shiver ran down his spine. Trembling, he turned back to face Zhou Ding, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. Disregarding Qiao Tao's quaking legs, Zhou Ding coldly instructed, "Go capture Lu Xiaohou for me." Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Qiao Tao was momentarily stunned, but hurriedly replied, "Yes, I will go right away." As long as Zhou Ding did not make things difficult for him, he would comply with any order, even if it meant igniting the martial extreme hall. "There's no need to go." A figure descended from Taiping Guan, Dao Bai landing beside Zhou Ding. "He has escaped." "Escaped?" "Indeed. He fled when you killed Lu Yan." Dismissing Qiao Tao with a wave, Zhou Ding turned to Dao Bai, frowning. "Are you injured?" "Yes, I was wounded." "By them?" Dao Bai, with a vacant gaze, despondently replied. Yes, they forcibly broke the restrictions I had placed in Yunshui Pavilion and took away your father and the princess. At that moment, Dao Bai recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhou Ding. When Chun Tian saw that man attempting to take the princess, he furiously confronted him. But there was a significant disparity in their realms. At this point, Dao Bai paused slightly before continuing. I also intended to fight that man. But Chun Tian prevented me at the last moment. You keep mentioning that man. Who is he? Forgive me, but I cannot reveal that to you just yet. Seeing Zhou Ding on the verge of anger, Dao Bai added, telling you now would only add to your troubles. I understand, their background is quite formidable, isn't it? After saying this, Zhou Ding inquired, can you tell me how formidable? The top 10 sects of the Eastern continent can annihilate with a mere wave of their hand. That is not too formidable. Speak. Zhou Ding's words were delivered with such nonchalance that even Dao Bai was momentarily taken aback. However, the astonishment was fleeting, and he replied, you should go pay respects to Madame Zhou now. Come find me on the mountain tomorrow. With that, Dao Bai turned and departed without looking back. Madame Zhou was buried by Yun Sheng on Taiping Mountain. When Yun Sheng brought Zhou Ding to Madame Zhou's grave, tears welled in his eyes. Reflecting on the jest shared with this lady, and reminiscing about the moments spent together. I seek solitude for a while. Very well. Placing the spirit money beside Zhou Ding, Yun Sheng turned and departed. Burning paper is a mortal tradition. Once Zhou Ding ignited the offerings, he gently addressed the gravestone of Madame Zhou. Rest assured, I shall bring your husband back. If, and I stress if, he has been slain by them, I shall ensure that their entire lineage accompanies you in the afterlife. As he spoke, Zhou Ding's eyes began to glisten with tears. Though his encounters with Madame Zhou were few, she was the sole confidant in this realm with whom he could express his innermost thoughts freely. With his lips pursed, gazing at the gravestone, Zhou Ding uttered a single word. Mother. Clenching his fists, he looked intently at the gravestone and vowed, I, Zhou Ding, shall bring the murderer before your grave and rend him to pieces. Having spoken, he bowed deeply 3 times before the gravestone. The Cloud Water Pavilion remained picturesque, yet it lacked the presence of one who could truly appreciate its beauty. This is the garment Madame Zhou stitched for you when you journeyed to the heavenly sea. Outside the Cloud Water Pavilion, Yun Sheng, with a cloth pouch slung over her shoulder, handed the garment to Zhou Ding. Receiving it, Zhou Ding gazed at Yun Sheng, asking, are you leaving? Yes. Will you rescue the princess, young Master Zhou? Indeed. Meeting her fervent gaze, Zhou Ding nodded affirmatively. I hope you will remember your words today, young Master Zhou. Yun Sheng did not disclose her destination, as she melancholically exited the Cloud Water Pavilion and stood beneath it, casting a final glance back. Zhou Ding perceived the glimmer of tears in her eyes. At the Taiping Temple, beneath an ancient pine, Zhou Ding approached the gravestone with a heavy heart and bowed deeply 3 times. Previously, I was foolish. I recall telling you that you did not belong here. Dao Bai appeared behind Zhou Ding. Can we speak now? Yes. While I do not know the name of the youth who murdered your mother, I overheard others referring to him as Heir. Yes. They hail from Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou is one of the 9 sacred mountains of the Xianzong continent, guarding a vital spiritual vein of our realm. It is indeed puzzling why they would traverse such a distance for your father, a mere mortal. Dao Bai sought an answer in Zhou Ding's eyes, but found only confusion reflected back. Noticing Zhou Ding's silence, Dao Bai continued, now that you are aware of your father's and the princess's whereabouts, what are your plans moving forward? Gazing into the distance, Zhou Ding mused to himself, it appears that this Buzhou mountain is indeed the pinnacle of this realm. Having only reached the Golden Core stage, attempting to shake this mountain with such feeble strength is akin to an ant trying to move an elephant, a mere folly. Truthfully, as he withdrew his thoughts, Zhou Ding turned to Dao Bai and expressed, what concerns me most at present is their safety. You need not worry about that, Dao Bai replied. I have been pondering this matter for several days. Since they have journeyed such a great distance to capture your father, there must be hidden circumstances that are not for outsiders to know. Thus, I believe your father's life is secure. As for the princess, upon mentioning Li Xinyu, Dao Bai furrowed his brow deeply and said, the abduction of the princess was entirely that person's own decision. He claimed that the princess possesses a unique constitution, so it is unlikely that she will come to harm in the immediate future. In truth, as Dao Bai spoke these words to Zhou Ding, uncertainty loomed in his own heart. The only way to ascertain their safety was to venture to Buzhou Mountain. You intend to go to Buzhou Mountain? Zhou Ding exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Dao Bai's intentions. What other choice do I have? Chapter 64. A few white affairs no. Dao Bai replied, his expression darkening at Zhou Ding's words. Let us not speak of your ability to enter Mount Buzhou. Even if you manage to do so, what then? However, I must confess that my understanding of Mount Buzhou is quite limited. This matter requires careful deliberation. You are the sole hope for both your father and the princess. Dao Bai's statement rendered Zhou Ding momentarily speechless. His father, Zhou Chong, was merely a mortal. Why would Mount Buzhou seek to capture such a man? Contemplating this, Zhou Ding suddenly declared to Dao Bai, I believe we must first uncover the reason behind Mount Buzhou's abduction of my father. How shall we investigate? Dao Bai inquired, his brow furrowing as Zhou Ding regained his composure. I shall return home first to search for any clues. If I find none, I will head to Mount Fansuan. To Mount Fansuan? Dao Bai echoed. Did you not mention that Lu Xiaohou has fled? His mother resides at Mount Fansuan. Surely that rascal has gone to her. Dao Bai found Zhou Ding's reasoning somewhat perplexing. Are you referring to Lu Yan's son, Lu Sun? Does Lu Sun possess knowledge of why Mount Buzhou has taken your father? While Zhou Ding felt his speculation might be far-fetched, he could not shake the notion that Lu Sun knew something pertinent about Zhou Chong. Otherwise, the boy would not have persistently targeted Zhou Chong with such subtlety. Zhou Ding descended the mountain. Upon returning to the Zhou residence, he encountered a familiar face at the entrance. You have returned. Unlike their previous encounter, when Xiao Qiqi saw Zhou Ding this time, her expression was one of profound embarrassment. Within just over a month, Zhou Ding had ascended to heights she might never attain in her lifetime, filling her heart with a sense of inferiority. Is there something you need? Zhou Ding asked, halting in his tracks. Avoiding his gaze, Xiao Qiqi lowered her eyes and said, my uncle asked me to invite you. There's no need. Zhou Ding interrupted before she could finish. Return and inform your elders that I, Zhou Ding, have never regarded the minor conflict between our families with any significance. With that, he pushed open the gate of the residence. Watching Zhou Ding's retreating figure, Xiao Qiqi realized that with each step, he was creating an insurmountable distance between them. Little sister, do not dwell on it. A figure approached Xiao Qiqi. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette, the tears she had been holding back finally spilled forth. Brother Chun, I wish to sail with you. With the passing of Madame Zhou, the servants of the Zhou residence had departed, leaving it in a state of desolation. Zhou Ding meticulously searched every chamber of the residence, yet yielded no results. It seemed that Lu Xiaohou was indeed the final thread in this enigma. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ding pushed open the door to his own room. As night fell, he resolved to spend one last night here, treating it as a farewell. 7 days have elapsed since the closure of the self-returning ruins, and the 7 great sects continue their search across the heavenly sea for the whereabouts of their respective prodigies. Within the Mo Yun sect's Jishui Hall, 2 elders are intently listening to the account of Wenchong. Once he concludes his tale, one elder, his voice laced with ire, admonishes him sharply, why did you not speak of this sooner? Feeling the weight of the elder's reprimand, Wenchong responds with a sense of remorse, Elder Lu, it was only upon hearing that the elders of the other 7 sects are still scouring the heavenly sea for their disciples that this matter suddenly came to my mind. Humph. Suddenly remembered, you say? Such words you utter with great ease. Elder Lu, his frustration palpable, is met with a counter from Elder Qi. What are you implying, Qi? Is there any need for deliberation? We must inform them. Lin Ruo and Qi, you have the protection of Yinshan's sect and Fenglei sect, but this Zhou Ding does not. Presently, Zhou Ding is our sole lead. After a moment's pause, Elder Lu continues. Furthermore, did not Wenchong just mention that he also saw Xia Ji from Fangsuan Mountain that day? Now that Xia Ji has yet to return, this Zhou Ding remains unaccounted for. By notifying them, we do them a favor. It is a matter of mutual benefit, and our Mo Yun sect has no reason to refrain from acting. On Fangsuan Mountain, shrouded in mist, as Lu Sun fled as if for his life. It was already dusk the following day. You say you are the son of the Leaf Sect Master? Upon hearing Lu Sun's declaration, the 2 guarding disciples exchanged knowing smiles. Is there any doubt? My mother is your sect master, and my grandfather is one of your esteemed elders. Enough with the superfluous words. If you wish to see the Leaf Sect Master, I shall escort you. One disciple interrupted, striding deeper into the mountain. Seeing the disciple leading the way, Lu Sun hurriedly followed. As the tide receded at dusk, casting a splendid sunset. They reached the Jiwei Pavilion of the outer sect on Fangsuan Mountain. I must say, your heart is quite bold. At such a time, you still find room for these thoughts. How can I not be concerned? Within Jiwei Pavilion, no matter how many times Yuan attempted to break free from Xiao Yun's embrace, she invariably found herself drawn back into his hold. Want or fret not. The absence of news is often the best news. Moreover, my nephew Xiao Jintian is an extraordinary talent. Do you truly believe he cannot handle this show fellow? That is indeed true. With Xiao Yun's reassurances, Yuan ceased her struggles, allowing his hands to roam. Stop. As Xiao Yun's hand ventured to a certain place, Yuan pressed down on it, her eyes glistening with a hint of mischief. Not here, let us go inside. With her gaze as clear as autumn waters, Xiao Yun's heart soared, and he swept her up in his arms. Sectmaster. Just as they were about to enter the inner chamber to indulge in their tempestuous rendezvous, a voice suddenly resounded at the pavilion's entrance. What is it? Please wait a moment. Before Yuan could finish her sentence, the door was forcefully pushed open. I seek my mother, so make way. The door was pushed open by Lu Sun, and two outer sect disciples hurriedly followed him inside. However, as soon as these two disciples entered alongside Lu Sun, they quickly fled back out in a panic. Within the hall, Yuan was being embraced by Xiao Yun. Upon seeing the young man burst in, Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he sternly admonished, "You unruly wretch, why do you not leave at once?" Sonu? A momentary lapse of reason struck Yuan as she realized that the one who had intruded upon her private moment was none other than her own son. Sonu? Xiao Yun was aware of Yuan's son's name, and upon hearing her address the youth as such, his expression transformed dramatically. He hastily set Yuan down and adjusted his attire before addressing Lu Sun. The head of the pavilion has injured her ankle, and I was about to carry her to the inner courtyard to rest. After delivering this message, Xiao Yun continued, "You two may converse. I shall take my leave." Lu Sun was neither foolish nor inexperienced. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, he could not help but grasp the underlying implications. Yet, at that moment, he was far too preoccupied to concern himself with his mother's trivial matters. "Mother." With a gentle call, Lu Sun immediately broke into tears. The sudden display of emotion halted Xiao Yun in his tracks. Could it be that this lad was entirely unfazed by the affair between him and Wanner? What calamity had befallen the Ho residence that warranted such sorrow? Having shed her charms, Yuan resumed her aloof demeanor as the head of the pavilion. "Mother, father is dead." What? Upon hearing Lu Sun's words, Xiao Yun was initially taken aback, nearly leaping for joy. "Your father is dead?" Yuan slowly rose from her chair. The union between her and Lu Yin had never been her own desire. Over 20 years prior, when she accompanied Yi Xiang to the Great Yuan, she had fallen for a scholar from that realm, losing herself to his sweet words. When Yi Xiang discovered this, he had personally ended the scholar's life, unaware that Yuan was already with child at that time. Chapter 65. The enemy of a province. Upon learning the news, Yi Xiang hastily arranged a marriage for Yuan, which was to the Lu family. Reluctantly, Yuan wed Lu Yin, and shortly after Lu Sun's birth, Yi Xiang took Yuan back to Fangsuan Mountain. Once returned, Yuan seldom descended the mountain again. As for the matter between Yuan and Xiao Yun, Yi Xiang was not oblivious. However, as long as Yuan did not take the scoundrel to heart, he chose to turn a blind eye to his daughter's folly. The inferno of turmoil seemed ever present, and when Lu Sun heard Yuan's inquiry, he trembled and sobbed uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Father is dead. I shall be next. He will surely not spare me." After uttering these words in despair, Lu Sun rushed to Yuan, pleading, "Mother, you must save me. I do not wish to die." Stepping back imperceptibly, Yuan's gaze turned icy as she demanded, "Clarify your words. Who is this you speak of?" Unaware of Lu Zong's correspondence with Yuan, Lu Sun shouted, "It is Zhou Ding. This very Zhou Ding not only killed my father, but also murdered my uncle, the Grand Hall Master, and the Second Hall Master." "What did you say?" Upon hearing that Lu Zong and Fan Feng had also been slain, Yuan's expression shifted to one of profound shock. Lu Zong and his companions were formidable figures of the returning Phoenix realm, albeit only in its initial stage. But still, they were of that realm. To have slain them, what might this individual's strength and level be? Contemplating this, Yuan cast a glance at Xiao Yun. Though Xiao Yun too was startled, he maintained his composure. "Master Yi," he addressed Yuan solemnly, "I just heard my nephew mention Zhou Ding. The name feels strangely familiar. Zhou Ding. At Xiao Yun's words, Yuan suddenly recalled. Are you referring to the Zhou Ding who traveled to Tianhai Guishu along with us from Fengsuan Mountain? Her almond-shaped eyes, fierce yet composed, prompted Lu Sun to nod vigorously. Zhou Ding. Seeing Lu Sun's affirmation, Yuan pressed further. Are you suggesting he has returned from Guishu? Within the inner cabinet of Fengsuan Mountain, even Feng Hai and the other 4 elders had arrived at Yi Xiang's quarters. After listening to Lu Sun's account, all 5 elders furrowed their brows deeply. Wei Ran and the others have yet to return, and not a single disciple from the 6 sects has come back either. Sectmaster, I am concerned. This was spoken by Yi Xiang. Following his words, Elder Wu Shen also frowned heavily, stating, to venture into Guishu, one need only be at the Qi extreme realm. Yet upon returning, their cultivation has surged dramatically. With their own strength, they have slain the formidable Grand Master of the Yuan God Qi realm, as well as those 3 Hall Masters of the returning Phoenix realm. It appears this youth must have encountered tremendous fortune within Guishu. If such fortune is indeed the case, how could the youth who entered Guishu not strive for greatness? At this juncture, Elder Fengshan suddenly turned to Feng Hai and remarked, Sectmaster, I fear Elder Yi's apprehensions are, but he did not finish his sentence, yet the 6 present understood the unspoken implications. How dare you threaten my disciple? Sectmaster, allow me to capture this youth, Elder Yu exclaimed. Do not act impulsively. At present, these are merely our conjectures, devoid of any substantial evidence. This youth, bold enough to return to the great Yuan, must be confident that we cannot apprehend him. What do you mean by that, Lin Yan? The realm we inhabit is the Xian realm, not the mortal world. When have we, as cultivators, been bound by the rules of the mundane? Elder Yu's assertion held merit. Despite our lack of concrete proof, this youth is a habitual killer, having slain our disciples at Fengsuan Mountain. For this sole crime, we are justified in seeking him out. Furthermore, with 7 days elapsed, among the disciples of the 7 great sects, save for Yunshan's sect and Fenglei's sect, only this youth has returned. It is only reasonable for us to question him. However, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Fengshan coldly interjected. Dao Bai was unaware of the deeds of Zhou Ding at Tianhai. In truth, with the great Yuan suffering such calamity, he had little inclination to concern himself with the affairs of the upper sections. Had Dao Bai known, he would have ensured Zhou Ding's escape from the eastern continent, rather than allowing him to venture towards Fengsuan Mountain. As Zhou Ding bid farewell to the Zhou residents, he closed the gates behind him. This departure, he knew, might lead to an indefinite absence. Clad in garments meticulously crafted by Madame Zhou, he set forth towards Fengsuan Mountain. Upon exiting the capital, Zhou Ding formed a sword gesture. He journeyed to Fengsuan Mountain solely for the purpose of seeking Lu Sun. The matter of his slaying of Xiao Jin and the others weighed little upon his conscience. Upon entering the territory of Fengsuan Mountain, he retracted his sword. Now, he had reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm, and according to Dao Bai, apart from Sect Master Feng Hai and Elder Yi Xiang, the other 5 cabinet elders were at the late stage of the returning Swan realm. As for Feng Hai and Yi Xiang, their prowess was at the entrance to the Abyss realm. Notably, Feng Hai had stagnated in the entrance to the Abyss realm for over a century, undoubtedly rendering his strength formidable. In terms of his own mid-stage core formation realm, it likely corresponded to the late stage of the returning Swan realm in this domain. However, whether he was mid-stage or late stage remained uncertain, for Lu Zong and the others had perished beneath his divine sky technique. Standing at the foot of Fengsuan Mountain, Zhou Ding refrained from brazenly demanding the return of his quarry. Though audacious, he was not foolish enough to act without consideration. Selecting a suitable grove for concealment, he stepped inside, from which vantage point he could survey the mountain gate in its entirety. I shall retrieve the individual. Why do you insist on following? Zhou Ding questioned. I fear your impulsiveness may jeopardize the sect master's plans. Elder Yuang emerged from the mountain gate with a displeased countenance, followed closely by another cabinet elder, Lin Yan. At noon, the sun shone brightly. Originally, Yuang had intended to journey to the Great Yuan to bring Zhou Ding back the previous night, but was met with Lin Yan's objections. Lin Yan argued, this youth has just committed murder. His mind is taut with tension. It would be wiser for us to let him cool off overnight, and when he is more relaxed, we can capture him in one fell swoop. Before Lin Yan embarked on the path of cultivation, he had been a wandering scholar, with a passion for studying the military texts of the mortal world. Thus, regardless of the endeavor, this individual takes great pleasure in flaunting the knowledge gleaned from military texts. This trait greatly vexes Yuan, for he perceives this person as a mere practitioner of the arcane, desperately trying to emulate the mundane, rendering himself akin to a pedantic scholar. The two of them walked in succession, oblivious to the pair of eyes observing them from the adjacent woods. Crouched among the trees, eavesdropping on the conversation between Lin Yin and his companion, Zhou Ding mused to himself. It seems that this Lu Xiaohou has indeed gone to seek out his inexpensive mother. Humph, should he wish to capture me, I am right beneath your mountain peak. Upon learning of Lu Sun's flight, Zhou Ding had anticipated such a scene. However, he was taken aback by the sluggishness of operations at Fangsuan Mountain, wondering why it took so long for them to dispatch someone from the Great Yuan to apprehend him. From the demeanor of the two dispatched individuals, Zhou Ding could distinctly sense that they were superior to the likes of Lu Zong and his companions whom he had previously slain. For now, I shall grant you two old men a reprieve. This fruit, I must first squeeze one that is ripe. Chapter 66. A most pleasant collaboration of formidable figure. Having reached the realm of returning harmony, lurked beneath the gates of Fangsuan Mountain, poised to seize an easy target. This audacious act could likely be attributed to but one individual across the entirety of the eastern continent. When one possesses both arrogance and shamelessness, they become invincible amongst mortals. Hey, have you heard? Two disciples stationed at the mountain began to converse as elders Yuang and Lin Yin departed. Heard what? What else could I have heard? I was told by Lu Ziyu, who was on duty yesterday, that a young man seeking Master Yi inadvertently stumbled upon a rather intimate moment between Master Yi and Master Xiao. Really? What do you mean by that? I heard that when he walked in, Master Xiao was about to carry Master Yi into the guest room. Well, now that you mention it, I do feel a twinge of sympathy for Master Xiao. Sympathy for whom? Did I mishear? You feel sympathy for Master Xiao? Indeed. Just consider it. Master Yi is already betrothed and has borne a son, yet Master Xiao remains resolute in his affections for her, fully aware that he shall gain no title or recognition. Is it not deserving of sympathy? Ah, that does seem to hold some truth. Indeed, in this world, how many men can exhibit such desirelessness in matters of the heart as Master Xiao? What profound reasoning! Zhou Ding, upon overhearing such high-minded discourse, yearned to emerge from the woods and witness the demeanor of these young men. What nonsense are you two prattling about? Are you not afraid that your words will reach Master Ye's ears and bring you to account? Brother Yu, upon hearing this admonition, the two youths quickly inclined their bodies and clasped their hands in respect to the figure clad in blue robes. Humph, it is fortunate I overheard you. Seal your lips henceforth. I do not wish to hear another word, or I shall report you to the Zhiwei Pavilion. With that, the young man in blue strode forth from the mountain gate. It seems someone of note has emerged. Through the gaps in the trees, Zhou Ding observed three individuals clad in blue robes walking forth from the mountain gate. Once they had departed, he stealthily followed in their wake. Brother Yu, is that young man who came yesterday truly Master Ye's son in the Great Yuan? Once they left Fangsuan Mountain, they entered an entirely different realm. The vast skies were free for the birds to soar, unencumbered by the constraints of the sect. The three began to speak freely. Indeed, however, I heard that Master Ye's husband in the mortal realm was slain. Master Xiao has guarded Master Yi for so many years, and it seems he has finally seen the clouds part and the mist clear. And what of Master Ye's son? Is he capable of accepting this? What concern is that of the young lad? I will not hesitate to tell you that Elder Yi harbors a profound disdain for Master Ye's son. Have you ever seen Master Yi venture down the mountain to visit her child? No, because Elder Yi forbids it. Is that so? As the three conversed, they entered a narrow path through the forest. Zhou Ding, trailing behind, finally grasped the unfolding situation. Yesterday, it was none other than Lu Sun who encountered the esteemed Master Yi. The tales of this family are indeed captivating. Beneath the heights of Fangsuan Mountain lies a quaint little town, where Yu Fei and his companions ventured to procure the renowned Yunwu tea, a specialty of this region. For elder Feng, the tea from Fengshan is particularly celebrated, especially the Yunwu tea from Yunwu Town. Consequently, disciples of Fangsuan Mountain frequently descend to Yunwu Town to run errands for elder Feng. Once they reached Yunwu Town, Zhou Ding parted ways with the trio. However, as Yu Fei and his companions traversed a narrow forest path after completing their tea procurement, Zhou Ding unexpectedly descended before them. How bold! Who dares obstruct our path? Seeing this uninvited guest appear from the heavens, Yu Fei and his companions naturally did not greet him warmly. Ignoring Yu Fei's admonition, Zhou Ding wore a faint smile and said, "I require a small favor from you three." "Humph. You must have the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard to act so brazenly before us." Yu Fei, noticing Zhou Ding's age was akin to his own, dismissed him without a second thought. Observing the reluctance of the leading youth to cooperate, Zhou Ding wasted no time and swiftly made his move against the trio. Like a specter, he deftly struck various points on their bodies. Once he returned to his original position, he maintained his seemingly innocuous smile as he addressed Yu Fei and his companions. "Now, let us see how fortunate you are." Upon witnessing the smile adorning Zhou Ding's face, Yu Fei and his companions were struck with an expression of sheer astonishment. Though they had all attained the Qi Qian stage and entered the realm of divine Qi, they had failed to catch even a glimpse of Zhou Ding's movements, which instilled a sense of dread within them. "You dare not test your fortune, I presume? Allow me to be frank. I have sealed your acupoints with my 5-day needle technique. If within an hour I do not release you, you shall meet your demise. What do you want us to do?" Initially skeptical of Zhou Ding's words, Yu Fei began to believe them when he attempted to circulate his energy and was suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his heart. "As I mentioned, I merely require a small favor from you three." "What sort of favor?" Yu Fei's eyes narrowed with suspicion at Zhou Ding's words. "Do not be so tense. I believe with your abilities, you can accomplish this with ease." Zhou Ding continued, "Within an hour, I need you to ascertain the whereabouts of Lu Sun." "Lu Sun? Are you referring to the son of Master Yi?" "Indeed," Zhou Ding affirmed with a nod, causing Yu Fei's previously anxious heart to finally settle. The task Zhou Ding requested bore no relation to the interests of Fansuan Mountain. Thus, Yu Fei and his companions readily agreed, as Lu Sun was not well regarded even by his own grandfather. Upon returning to Fansuan Mountain, Yu Fei and his companions set out to investigate Lu Sun's whereabouts. Within an hour, Zhou Ding had obtained the information he sought from the trio. In a small grove, after Yu Fei and his companions joyfully informed Zhou Ding of Lu Sun's residence within Fansuan Mountain, Zhou Ding happily released their acupoints. "I shall seek your cooperation again when the need arises." Zhou Ding waved to Yu Fei and his companions, causing them to stagger. "Brother Yu, do you think anything will happen at the residence of this Lu Sun?" a disciple inquired upon their return to Mount Fansuan. "Damn it, this person has already sold out. Now you mention consequences? You too, make sure to close the door tightly. Let us consider this matter as if it never occurred," he replied. Yuan and Lin Yen returned with expressions of peculiar surprise. As soon as they entered the Great Yuan, Dao Bai appeared before them. "You mean Zhou Ding has arrived at Mount Fansuan?" Dao Bai asked. "Yes, he set off this morning." "You didn't frame me, did you?" Dao Bai's actions dispelled any suspicion from Yuan and Lin Yen, for they had indeed seen Zhou Ding's handwritten note at the Zhou residence. "Now that matters in the Great Yuan are settled, if you wish to find me, you may go to Mount Fansuan." Zhou Ding had left behind these concise and straightforward words. Chapter 67. The Pile of Stones. The Divine Miracle. What mischief is this rascal up to? Why has he come to my FNGCN mountain? You old scoundrel, all you do is cause trouble. If I ever see you perusing those mortal military texts again, I shall set fire to them all. On the way back, Ewing incessantly chattered to Lin, who wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. The atmosphere at TNHI remained lively when My and sect informed the 7 elders, who were searching for the whereabouts of various sect disciples at TNHI, about Zhu Ding's encounter with Zhu Ding. It immediately stirred a commotion. It turns out that the young man I saw on that reef island was indeed him. No wonder he seemed so familiar. And what of my disciple Shizh? Why hasn't he returned since departing for the GUX? Could it be that Zhu Ding has taken him hostage? YNSHN found himself encircled by the elders of the other 6 sections. Upon revealing Zhu Ding's background to these elders, the curtain was drawn on a grand search for him across the eastern continent. That Ln Ru and QY have powerful backing, but you, a mere youth from the Great Yuan, do not. To safeguard their own prodigies, the 6 major sects nearly emptied their ranks to seek Xu Ding. YNSHN wasted no time and immediately set off on a cloud boat back to FNGCN Mountain. Little did he know, FNGCN Mountain had already learned of these events before him. As night fell, guided by the coordinates provided by YFI, Zhu Ding stealthily infiltrated FNGCN Mountain. It seemed that LXN truly did not command much attention from FNGCN Mountain, as YWN had carelessly placed him in a humble outer chamber. In the inner sanctum, the atmosphere was tense. FNHI, seated at the head, furrowed his brow, while LNIN fidgeted restlessly. Unbeknownst to them, the very subject of their discussion was present within their midst. I often wondered why my mother had not descended the mountain to see me for years. It seems she has found another suitor here. While at FNGCN Mountain, LXN had no concerns for his safety. In this environment of tranquility, his mind began to flourish. With his father deceased, his only support was his mother, whose demeanor towards him was rather indifferent. Even if he wished to stand up for LYN, he had to consider whether he could lead a comfortable life at FNGCN Mountain thereafter. With ambitions unfulfilled, he now longed to retreat into FNGCN Mountain and enjoy the leisurely life of a young master. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the courtyard, and as LXN lamented being assigned to such a dilapidated room, the door was thrust open by an unseen force. You truly are something. Your father has died, and you just ran away. Finding you has proven quite the challenge. Before LXN could discern the visitor, darkness enveloped him. In a grove outside FNGCN Mountain, as LXN regained consciousness, he beheld a face he most dreaded to see. It's you. Please, don't kill me. The once unrestrained youth was now left pleading for mercy, deeply scarred by the indelible impression left by Zhao Ding. To survive, your performance will determine your fate. I shall do my utmost. Just spare my life. Before him stood the murderer of his father, yet Lu Sun found himself pleading with Zhao Ding, and in that moment, he was already deemed a dead man in Zhao Ding's eyes. Why target my father? With a flicker of agitation, Zhao Ding inquired of Lu Sun in a low voice. It was then that Lu Sun, captured by Zhao Ding and brought to this secluded grove, understood the nature of the impending interrogation. I shall speak, but you must ensure that I am not slain once I have finished. His voice trembled as he uttered these words, desperate to preserve his own life. Oh, you seek my assurance? Since you are unwilling to cooperate, let death be your fate. As he spoke, the setting sun suddenly revealed its blade, descending upon Lu Sun. I said, a few strands of hair severed, and as Lu Sun witnessed them float down before his eyes, he shut them tightly and shouted with all his might at Zhao Ding. In the ancient lore of the Eastern continent, it is said that there exists a cluster of stones capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thus nurturing miraculous phenomena. Nurturing miracles? Zhao Ding's brow furrowed slightly at Lu Sun's words, for this tale bore no relation to the identity of his father, Zhao Chong. Indeed, nurturing miracles. I, too, was once a skeptic, and I delved into numerous ancient texts, where I found many accounts of such phenomena. Do not meander. I have no time for your ramblings. Get to the point. I am not rambling. I am indeed addressing the crux of the matter. For reasons unknown, Lu Sun's tone suddenly grew firm. Fine. You are not meandering. Now tell me how this legend relates to my father. With 2 parts struggle and 3 parts reluctance, Lu Sun abruptly closed his eyes and despondently remarked to Zhao Ding, because your father witnessed it. Your claim is that my father saw this so-called miracle? Zhao Ding, taken aback by such a revelation, could hardly fathom the implication. Indeed, had it not been for a servant of your family, who knew of my penchant for tales of the supernatural, I might have never learned of this matter. What did he see? How did this servant come by such knowledge? Are you even listening? If not, then let it be. Perhaps overwhelmed by the weight of revealing his deepest secret, Lu Sun forgot his dire predicament and shouted impatiently at Zhao Ding. Go on, I promise I shall not interrupt. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Sun gazed at the starry sky and continued. The miracle was witnessed by Lord Zhou over 2 months ago. He claimed to have seen a person besieged atop a mountain, and before that individual met their end, something fell from their body. He described that object as being entirely black, akin to a dark shooting star. Consequently, Lord Zhou made a wish upon that black meteor, and thereafter, he felt as if it had plunged into his very eyes. At first, I was skeptical of what the servant had claimed. However, having nurtured a passion for tales of the mountains and the supernatural since my childhood, I was aware that these stories often contained accounts of stone formations revealing divine signs. Most of these narratives detailed who witnessed what miraculous events and where. Thus, I came to believe. My inquiry into Lord Zhou was motivated by a desire to uncover the wish he had made upon that black meteorite. and to ascertain precisely where it had fallen in his sight. Shifting his gaze from the starry sky, Lu Xun addressed Zhou Ding. That should suffice. I have spoken my piece. May I take my leave now? His words evoked astonishment and even terror, for what Lu Xun articulated transcended Zhou Ding's comprehension. Observing Zhou Ding's silence as he stared vacantly into the distance, Lu Xun hastily slipped away from beneath him and fled towards Fangsuan Mountain without a backward glance. Yet, just as he emerged from the woods, a flash of sword light suddenly cleaved him in two. Chapter 68. I am not merely reckless. He witnessed an individual besieged upon a mountaintop. Did he see that person drop something just before succumbing to death? He described the fallen object as resembling a black meteor, and he even made a wish upon it. Subsequently, this black meteor entered his very eyes. Reflecting upon Lu Xun's words, Zhou Ding felt an increasing sense of dread. He harbored an unsettling suspicion that the scene observed by Zhou Chong was indeed reminiscent of his own assault on Suyu Mountain. If that black meteor, which fell from his being, were to be connected with this, could it not represent the sliver of his primordial spirit that he fought so valiantly to preserve? If this were the case, then his arrival at the Zhou family was no mere coincidence, but rather orchestrated by Zhou Chong. However, a century has passed. Why would Zhou Chong only now bear witness to such an event? The stone cluster. The fabled stone cluster. Perhaps only this cluster could provide the answers I seek. Yet, what relation does it have to the Unzao Mountain? The Unzao Mountain sent someone to take him away. Could this also be intertwined with the matter at hand? Contemplating this, Zhou Ding suddenly summoned his sword and soared towards Taiping Mountain. Dao Bai was taken aback by Zhou Ding's unexpected return in the dead of night. Upon seeing him, Zhou Ding's first inquiry was, "Have you heard of the stone cluster in Dongzhou?" Surprised by Zhou Ding's question, Dao Bai responded, "Are you referring to the legendary stone cluster said to harbor divine wonders? Indeed, I possess some knowledge, but it is merely folklore. What connection does this stone cluster have with your father being taken to Unzao Mountain? At present, it remains uncertain. I am merely conjecturing." "I see." Gently stroking his beard, Dao Bai continued, "Since it is a legend, my knowledge is limited. However, I have heard that over the centuries, the top 10 sects have sought the whereabouts of this stone cluster, only to abandon their search, perhaps because it is merely a tale. Whether it is indeed a legend, only Zhou Ding knows in his heart." He was convinced that Lu Xun had not deceived him and suspected that Zhou Chong might have seen him from a century ago, due to that very stone cluster. Were it not for the stone cluster, it would be utterly unfathomable. Observing Zhou Ding's expression, Dao Bai tentatively asked, "Are you intent on seeking this legendary stone cluster?" Before Zhou Ding could respond, Dao Bai added, "If you are genuinely interested in this legend, I might share a location with you." "What location?" Zhou Ding inquired, his gaze sharpening at Dao Bai's words. "Yinshan sect." "Yinshan sect?" "Indeed. It is no secret that the sect master Yunlan of Yinshan sect is on amicable terms with the master of Lu Wushan, Qing Xian. If you are truly interested in this legendary stone cluster, you may visit Yinshan sect. In Dongzhou, only sect master Yunlan has ties with Lu Wushan." Lu Wushan. Zhou Ding was familiar with the names of the top 10 sects in Dongzhou, yet Lu Wushan was not among them. As Dao Bai furrowed his brow, he sighed, expressing, "The world only knows of the 10 prominent sects of the eastern continent, yet little do they realize that Luwu Mountain is the true supreme sect of our land, one that surpasses even the 10 renowned sects and stands shoulder to shoulder with the 9 great guardian mountains." Supreme sect? Upon hearing Dao Bai's words, Zhou Ding recalled that while at Dayu Mountain, Li Bao had mentioned he hailed from a supreme sect. It seems that the sect Li Bao referred to might indeed be Luwu Mountain. However, how does his quest for the stone group relate to Luwu Mountain? Just as Zhou Ding was about to inquire, both he and Dao Bai suddenly gazed upward at the night sky. Suspended above were 6 figures, one of whom addressed the gathering below. Is that the young Zhou Ding standing there? Late stage of the returning Phoenix realm. Upon seeing the 6 figures hovering above his Taiping view, Dao Bai also discerned their cultivation levels. "What is it to me?" Zhou Ding replied rudely, his impatience evident as he looked at the lofty figures. "Very well. Since you acknowledge it, I shall ask, where is my grandson Songyu?" Songyu? Zhou Ding recalled that this elder must be the owner of the voice he had heard on the Reef Island. Drawing forth a sword technique, he ascended to the same height as the 6 figures and nonchalantly responded to Songzhe, "He is dead." "Dead?" At Zhou Ding's response, Songzhe's eyes sparkled with malice. "You claim my grandson is dead. How did he die?" Speak the truth to me. If memory serves, you are from Qianyan Mountain, are you not? Presumptuous. How dare you speak to me so disrespectfully? Oh, is that what you call presumptuous? Your temper is rather easily appeased. With that, Zhou Ding continued to speak candidly. I killed your grandson. A wave of overwhelming killing intent surged from Song Zhe, and just as he was about to strike Zhou Ding, an arm suddenly interposed before him. Youngster, I ask you, where is my disciple Fong? Before the elder could finish, Zhou Ding raised his hand to interrupt. Aren't you all tiresome with your incessant questioning? Allow me to answer all at once. Aside from the disciples of Yun Mountain Sect, Feng Lei Sect, and Mo Yun Sect, I have slain all the disciples from your other 7 sects, and their corpses now lie in the Tian Hai, though you may find it difficult to locate them, as they have long since fed the fish. Presumptuous. Nonsense. What audacity you possess, young one. Dao Bai, standing below, was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that Zhou Ding could commit such a heinous act. Yet, having done so, why would he so brazenly acknowledge it before the elders of the 6 sects? Do you seek vengeance for your disciples? Come and pursue me if you dare. With a wild laugh, Zhou Ding took flight upon his sword, fleeing from the scene. Return my grandson's life. A thunderous roar erupted as Song Zhe and the other 5, seeing Zhou Ding attempting to escape, were not inclined to let him go easily. In the depths of night, beneath a canopy of stars, a thrilling chase commenced. The 6 individuals, led by Song Zhe, transformed into 6 beams of vibrant light, while Zhou Ding soared through the skies on his sword. With the swiftness of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his speed surpassed that of a fleeting shadow, leaving no trace behind. Despite their utmost efforts, Song Zhe and his companions found themselves unable to catch up to Zhou Ding. Yet, Zhou Ding, with a mischievous intent, would deliberately slow his pace, allowing the 6 to nearly close the gap, only to accelerate again when they approached. Given their esteemed statuses within their respective sects, the humiliation of being toyed with by this impudent young man was intolerable. Thus, the 6 became increasingly infuriated. As Zhou Ding sensed their growing frustration, he suddenly veered towards the direction of Fangsuan Mountain. Oblivious to Zhou Ding's intended escape route, Song Zhe and his companions pursued relentlessly, their eyes fixed on the faint outline of the mountain ahead. A sly grin crept across Zhou Ding's lips as he came to a halt. Chapter 69. Shall we surrender? As Song Zhe and his 5 companions caught up, Zhou Ding erupted with a torrent of invective. You 6 decrepit old fools. Are you so eager to join your disciples and grandchildren? If that is the case, how could I not fulfill your wishes? It would be a disservice to my noble character, which has always thrived on helping others realize their aspirations. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. You dare to slay my disciple and insult me? I shall flay your flesh and shatter your bones. Enraged, Song Zhe raised his hand and unleashed a formidable force. A torrent surged forth, rushing towards Zhou Ding with the ferocity of a flood. The fury was not confined to Song Zhe alone. The other 5 elders from different sects joined him, launching even more ferocious assaults against Zhou Ding. 6 torrents, each imbued with the power of a mountain and the force of a tsunami, surged towards him. Zhou Ding, with a mocking grin, suddenly redirected these 6 colossal torrents towards Mount Fangsuan. Elder Yinshan, your arrival is regrettably late, he taunted. What does Elder Yi mean? In the grand hall of Mount Fangsuan, the 6 elders convened, with Feng Hai seated at the head, his expression grave as he regarded Yinshan. Just as Yixiang was about to respond, the 5 elders and Feng Hai turned their gazes simultaneously toward the beams of the hall. We are under attack. With that, Feng Hai and the 6 elders shot forth from the hall like arrows released from a bow. This is dire. Qianyan Mountain, along with the Qingxian sect and other 6 major sects, is launching an assault on Mount Fangsuan. Quickly, informed the sect master. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Mount Fangsuan. As the Night Watch disciples looked up, they were met with the sight of 6 massive torrents plummeting from the sky toward the mountain. With a resounding crash, one torrent shattered the outer gate of Mount Fangsuan into dust. Another descended directly upon the roof of the Jiwei Pavilion, reducing it to ruins. As Xiao Yungang stood amidst the debris, the outer disciples, awakened by the cacophony, were left in stunned disbelief. How outrageous! You all! Yixiang exclaimed, soaring past Yuan and nearly fainting upon seeing her disheveled state. Quickly, the fire is spreading. We must extinguish it. In an instant, the once tranquil Mount Fangsuan was engulfed in chaos. Flames raged, and ruins lay scattered everywhere. In summary, the tremendous efforts of Song Zhe and his companions had inflicted significant damage upon Mount Fangsuan. As the 6 torrents descended, the mountain descended into utter turmoil. When Fang Hai and the other elders confronted Song Zhe and his companions, the latter were visibly disconcerted. How? Gazing at Fang Hai's grim visage, Song Zhe forced a smile and said, "Sect Master Fang, would you believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding?" "A misunderstanding?" Wu Shen glanced at the inferno below and retorted, "Elder Song, do you truly expect me to accept that this is a misunderstanding? If it is a misunderstanding, then I, the old man, shall also visit your Xuanhuan mountain to create a similar misunderstanding, shall I not?" You, Song Zhe, were left speechless by Wu Shen's retort for quite some time. "Master Fang, whether you believe it or not, this truly is a misunderstanding. The 6 of us indeed pursued Zhou Ding here. Yet, who could have known that this cunning lad would lead us to your Fangsuan mountain? Our eagerness to capture him resulted in this unnecessary misapprehension." Indeed, after this elder from the Qingxian sect spoke, another elder from Shuqian mountain continued, "Master Fang, you may not be aware, but just a moment ago, Zhou Ding admitted to having killed all the disciples of our 7 sects." "Killed all the disciples of the 7 sects?" At the words of this elder from Shuqian mountain, Fang Hai's expression darkened further. While the confrontation continued above, Zhou Ding had already seized the opportunity to slip into Fangsuan mountain. Wherever he went, everything he deemed worthy was swiftly collected into his Xuanhuan bag. A disciple from the inner cabinet, spotting Zhou Ding emerging from Fengshan's pavilion, immediately blocked his path, saying, "What are you lingering about for? An external enemy is invading. Hurry and help me protect the Fang Baoga." Fang Baoga. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Ding's eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. Following closely behind this youth, Zhou Ding was led to the central treasure house of Fangsuan Mountain. At that moment, Zhou Ding had no time to admire the grandeur of Fang Baoga. As soon as he was brought to its entrance, he took advantage of the chaos to approach the door. But this door bore a restriction. The instant Zhou Ding touched the pavilion door, he discerned its secret. Had he not comprehended the insights from a brief discussion on the art of formation in the Grand Hall of Guishu, this restriction might have indeed obstructed him. However, to Fangsuan Mountain's regret, he had understood it deeply. Drawing from his profound knowledge of formations, Zhou Ding swiftly dismantled the restrictions of Fang Baoga. As he stealthily opened the pavilion door and infiltrated within, Zhou Ding had no inclination to examine the treasures inside. He hastily collected everything into his Xuanhuan bag. Subsequently, as the disciples of Fangsuan Mountain stood vigilant, he crouched low and slipped into an unoccupied corner. As the setting sun cast its glow, Zhou Ding smiled. He patted his Xuanhuan bag and took to the skies on his sword. "Did you hear any noise behind you?" After Zhou Ding departed, an inner disciple inquired of his companion. "No, there was no sound at all. I must take a look." Observing the other disciple's anxious demeanor, another mocked him, saying, "Why are you fretting? This Fang Baoga is protected by restrictions set by the sect leader and 6 elders together. Do you really think?" As the words hung on his lips, his eyes widened in disbelief, and the mockery vanished. "It's over." This youth sat down abruptly, mouth agape. Yet, before he could comprehend the reality of the theft from Fang Baoga, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from above the heavens. "Senior Song, esteemed elders, why are you still dawdling? I have secured the goods. Should you not hasten to escape? What is it?" Upon hearing this thunderous shout, Song Zhe and his 6 companions, who were confronting Fang Hai, exchanged bewildered glances. A figure soared into the sky and, trembling, addressed Fang Hai, Sect Master. "It's terrible. The Fang treasure pavilion has been robbed. Everything inside has been." "What did you say?" The moment the young man uttered those words, Song Zhe observed, with his own eyes, Fang Hai stagger slightly. In that moment of faltering, Fang Hai suddenly directed his gaze downward. After a brief silence below, Fang Hai's voice reverberated like thunder from the clouds. "Elder Yi, Elder Wu, apprehend Song Zhe and his companions." At Fang Hai's command, Yi Xiang and his 6 subordinates lunged at Song Zhe and his group with a ferocity akin to rabid dogs. Elder Song, witnessing the frenzy of Yi Xiang and the others, an elder from Shuqian Mountain spoke with a grim expression. "Perhaps we should surrender, otherwise this matter may truly become convoluted." Chapter 70. The mysterious stone in the night sky, a solitary figure stood. Upon witnessing this, Dao Bai, who had been anxiously pursuing Song Zhe and the 6 others, finally broke into a long-awaited smile. It turned out that this young man had already devised a strategy, and how foolish I was to worry for him. Amidst the chaos of the outside world, I remained steadfast and unmoved. At this moment, though it could not be said that Zhou Ding had soared to the heavens, he had indeed flown far beyond the confines of Fangsuan Mountain. He casually descended into a patch of woodland and began to examine the bountiful harvest of the night. Emptying the contents of his Xuanhuan bag, a brilliant radiance instantly illuminated the small grove. Is this Huang Jingzi? Oh, and there's Nikhang grass, Zhou Ding remarked, repacking the herbs he recognized back into the Xuanhuan bag. After gathering the herbs, he turned his attention to the small heap of stones. Zhou Ding was unaware of the purpose of these stones, nor did he perceive any remarkable qualities in them. Regardless of their utility, he decided to keep them for the time being. With that, he tossed the small pile of stones into the Xuanhuan bag. With the herbs and stones secured, what remained were various valuable objects, including jade, gold, iron, and porcelain. Zhou Ding's gaze fixated on a sizable iron block, roughly the size of a palm. This iron block was entirely pitch black, yet within that darkness glimmered a hue reminiscent of red copper. Despite his extensive knowledge, Zhou Ding could not discern the origin of this dark iron. Setting the dark iron back on the ground, he wielded the sword Xuanhuan and struck it. A resonant hum echoed forth, and astonishment flickered across Zhou Ding's face. Remarkable. I never expected this iron block to be harder than the shell of that enormous turtle. It is well known that this sword is of superior quality, and Zhou Ding understood the power of its strike. Yet, not only did he fail to cleave the dark iron, but he could not even leave a scratch upon it. Such an outcome was truly astonishing. Regarded as a treasure, he scrutinized the dark iron before reluctantly placing it into the Xuanhuan bag. Given its extraordinary hardness, it could be fashioned into several hundred spirit needles, especially since I have been lamenting the lack of suitable needles for my 5-day needle technique. As Zhou Ding contemplated, the Xuanhuan bag beside him suddenly stirred. However, he was currently fixated on another object and failed to notice. In this mysterious realm, treasures and magical artifacts relied solely on one's true skills and knowledge, unlike his previous world. Nevertheless, having arrived in this realm, Zhou Ding gradually adapted to fighting without relying on magical artifacts. As long as this realm did not inhibit his cultivation, the absence of treasures was inconsequential. What is this? A stone? Did I not just collect all the stones? At this moment, Zhou Ding's attention was captivated by an unusual stone, which appeared to be a flawed specimen, as it was missing chunks from both of its diagonals. Consequently, its shape was neither elongated nor perfectly square. Moreover, this stone was distinct from others, as it was covered with a myriad of intricate cracks. These fissures spread across its surface like a spider's web, suggesting that a mere touch could reduce it to dust. Why would the Fangsuan Mountain place such a wretched object in their treasure pavilion? Zhou Ding gently picked up the stone, and just as he was about to caress its cracked surface, he suddenly sensed a profoundly obscure aura emanating from it. This shadowy presence appeared abruptly and vanished just as swiftly. By the time Zhou Ding sought to delve deeper into his perception, it had dissipated entirely. It seems this object is not ordinary. Instead of placing the stone into his bag, Zhou Ding opted to keep it close to himself. Although the aura was fleeting, he had managed to grasp a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar in that ephemeral moment. Who or what resides within? A voice suddenly echoed from beyond the forest, sounding like that of a young girl. Gigi, there's no one in the woods. Come back with your father. Father, you're lying. There's definitely someone in the woods. As she spoke, a delicate girl, seemingly no more than 6 or 7 years old, abruptly emerged from the foliage, standing before Zhou Ding. Upon seeing him, the girl named Gigi fell silent, her wide, round eyes fixed intently on Zhou Ding. Her small mouth gaped open, resembling her tiny fists in size. With 2 skyward pigtails, she wore a green belly band on her upper body and red shorts on her lower half, her small, delicate feet adorned with tiger head shoes. Zhou Ding was equally taken aback by the girl's peculiar attire. Although it was early March, when nature awakens, the weather was far from warm enough for such scant clothing, especially at night. Hey! A gentle smile graced Zhou Ding's lips as he addressed the little girl. I must ask, dear child, aren't you cold in such little clothing? It's you. With a snap of her small tiger teeth, Gigi suddenly waved her hand forward under Zhou Ding's kind gaze. A shriek pierced the night sky. In an instant, Zhou Ding transformed into a shooting star across the heavens. Gigi, come out. Don't be naughty. Your mother is waiting for us at home. I know, father. Standing in the woods, Gigi watched as Zhou Ding became a meteor in the night sky and spat harshly on the ground. Humph, you insolent little brat, provoking me. With that, Gigi resumed her adorable demeanor, bouncing out of the forest and joyfully taking the hand of a farmer as they departed together. Xuanhuan Mountain's main hall awaited. The atmosphere within was akin to a mournful solitude, reminiscent of a funeral. All is lost, completely gone. The countless treasures amassed over millennia within the Fang Mountain have vanished this very night. Fang Hai gazed skyward, devoid of tears, while his heart incessantly echoed feelings of remorse towards his ancestors. Observing the oppressive ambience in the hall, Songzhi could no longer restrain himself and addressed the grieving Fang Hai. Master Fang, the theft of your esteemed Fang treasure pavilion weighs heavily on my heart as well. However, grievances must be directed towards their rightful owners. Retaining us is of no benefit. Indeed, Master Fang. Yet, listening to Songzhi's words, an elder from the Qingxian sect remarked to Fang Hai, that young scoundrel deliberately lured us to your sect with the aim of targeting your Fang treasure pavilion. Enough, Fang Hai interjected sternly, interrupting the two men. Do you two old fools truly believe me to be a fool? The profound heritage of our sect is entirely contained within the Fang treasure pavilion. How could a mere child possibly abscond with it all? Chapter 71. Engaging in the art of war. As Fang Hai's words fell, the 6 elders, including Yi Xiang, cast glances at Songzhi, their eyes burning with a desire to devour him alive. The sect leader's assertion held truth. The Fangbao Pavilion was safeguarded by a barrier established collectively by the 6 of us and the sect leader, impenetrable to any who lack mastery in the complexities of magical formations. Do you truly believe that the young Zhou Ding possesses the ability to breach the defenses we have put in place? Yi Elder's words rang true. Lin Yin stepped forward. His eyes reddened with fury as he addressed Songzhi. You employ the strategy of diversion, attempting to mislead us and pilfer from our Xuanhuan Mountain, which has accumulated treasures over centuries. You truly underestimate our patience. What do you mean by diversion and misleading? I do not comprehend your words, exclaimed the elder from Xuanhuan Mountain, revealing his ignorance of worldly military strategies. He turned to Fang Hai, urging him, sect leader, I advise you not to let your rage cloud your judgment and lead you to act unwisely. Preposterous. You, old fool, dare to threaten our sect leader? Ye elder, imprison these 6 elderly fools in the forbidden grounds of our rear mountain, despite the theft of treasures, rare herbs, and stones from this pavilion. Fang Hai's heart ached most profoundly for 2 items. A piece of celestial iron that had been passed down since the founding of Xuanhuan Mountain, and a mysterious spider-patterned stone that even the first sect leader could not fully comprehend. These artifacts represented the legacy of Xuanhuan Mountain. Moreover, he had once heard the previous sect leader remark that this spider-patterned stone likely harbored a concealed power, one that warranted his utmost protection. Perhaps one day, this enigmatic force would once again see the light of day. Initially, Fang Hai had kept the stone close to him, but after over 3 centuries without sensing any power emanating from it, he had reluctantly placed it in the Fangbao Pavilion. What foolishness! How could I have been so blind? Raising his hand, Fang Hai delivered a stinging slap to his own face, causing the disciples stationed outside the hall to tremble in shock. Where am I? Zhou Ding rubbed his head as he awoke from a daze, filled with trepidation. Who had ambushed him in the forest, capable of rendering him unconscious from such a distance? In his unconscious state, he had sensed himself soaring through the sky, time slipping away from him without his awareness. The sunlight was blinding, and the greenery lush. As Zhou Ding rose from the grass, he began to survey his surroundings. A vibrant meadow stretched before him. Who are you? A voice suddenly called from behind. Turning around, Zhou Ding beheld a young man and woman approaching him, both clad in azure garments. With a mere glance, he discerned their realms of cultivation. Divine Qi realm? Is this level of power now so commonplace? He mused. I am inquiring about your identity. Why are you sleeping beneath my Xuanhuan Mountain? Xuanhuan Mountain? At the mention of this name, Zhou Ding's eyes sparkled with interest. In the midst of the astonished gazes exchanged between a man and a woman, he pressed his hand to his chest and urged breathlessly, Sirs, please, hasten to inform your sect leader that Elder Song. Elder Song. Elder Song? The two young disciples promptly inquired with urgency. What has happened to Elder Song? Striving to summon tears to his eyes, Zhou Ding realized he was unable to do so and bluntly stated, Elder Song has been apprehended by Mount Fengsuan without cause. Is that true? The female disciple, her expression laced with skepticism, demanded clarification. Elucidate your words. Why has Elder Song been detained by Mount Fengsuan? Furthermore, it is a great distance from here to Xuanhuan Mountain. How do you come by this knowledge? Zhou Ding was taken aback by her sharpness, though he did not expect that a mere utterance from him would ignite a conflict between Xuanhuan Mountain and Mount Fengsuan. Believe it or not, it matters not. I've delivered the message. Do not wait until Mount Fengsuan acknowledges it themselves, for you will miss the opportunity to claim credit. With that, Zhou Ding turned to depart, but after taking 2 steps, he paused to inquire. By the way, could you direct me to Yinshan's sect? Stop. You cannot leave until you clarify your words. A young man approached the duo with urgency. Upon seeing Zhou Ding, his brow furrowed before his expression shifted dramatically. It's you. Oh, you recognize me? Zhou Ding asked with a smile, taken aback by the young man's astonishment. Zhou Ding, you are Zhou Ding. Zhou Ding. The two youths were momentarily stunned. The name resonated as they recalled that all 7 major sects were in pursuit of the prominent Zhou Ding. They had not anticipated encountering him directly. Having crossed paths, they were now skeptical of Zhou Ding's earlier claims. Zhou Ding, I advise you to surrender and accompany us back to Xuanhuan Mountain. Otherwise what? Zhou Ding, no longer clutching his chest, smiled at the 3 youths and said, I sincerely suggest you cherish your lives. Enough with the trivialities, Zhou Ding. I demand to know the whereabouts of my senior brother Song. The speaker was the female disciple, whose expression revealed her affection for Songyu. Let me think. Is he the one clad in a green robe, adorned with a jade hairpin? Not unhandsome, I suppose. Jade hairpin? The female disciple's excitement surged at Zhou Ding's words. Indeed. That is my senior brother. Quickly, tell me, where is he now? Dead. I killed him, along with your senior brother and all the others from your 7 sects. Though the sky shone bright and clear at that moment, the 3 youths felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. This chill arises from the words of Zhou Ding. For when he spoke to them, his tone was overly whimsical and carefree, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. Quickly send a message to Shi. Inform the sect. One of the 3 youths, the last to react, suddenly hurled an object into the sky. A dazzling explosion erupted against the bright canvas of the day, and as this brilliance blossomed, figures shot forth from Xuanhuan Mountain like arrows. Glancing at the figures emerging from the depths of the mountain, Zhou Ding's lips curled into a smirk. I shall bid farewell to the 3 of you for now. Later, I will entertain myself with your meager sect. As the setting sun ascended amidst the clouds, Zhou Ding departed with effortless elegance upon his flying sword. Why send for Shi? An elder from Xuanhuan Mountain landed before the trio and solemnly inquired. In response to Elder Gua, we have just encountered Zhou Ding. Zhou Ding? The Zhou Ding of the Great Yuan? Hearing Elder Gua's query, a female disciple suddenly cried out, Senior brother Song is dead. Zhou Ding has just admitted it himself. He confessed that he not only killed senior brother Song and the others, but also slaughtered all the disciples from the other 6 sections. Chapter 72. Lu Huai's suspicion. What? Upon hearing the words of the female disciple, Guoming was first struck with disbelief. Then he burst forth with a furious shout towards the heavens, hastened to inform the Qingxian sect and the other 6 sects, and declare that their disciples have been located. The brazen Zhou Ding of the Great Yuan has committed egregious acts, and our talented disciples have fallen victim to this vile scoundrel. The entire Xuanhuan Mountain mirrored Guoming's astonishment. When Xuanhuan Mountain conveyed this dire news to the other 5 major sects, a simultaneous uproar ensued among them. What began as a mission to locate Zhou Ding swiftly morphed into a relentless pursuit of him. When Dao Bai received this news, he stood atop Taiping Mountain, gazing down at the Great Yuan, rendered speechless. You acknowledge this to avoid implicating the Great Yuan, do you not? He murmured to himself. At that moment, a spark reignited in Dao Bai's eyes. I have been obstinate. He glanced at the tombstone beneath the ancient pine and softly declared, Rest assured. I shall regain my resolve and protect the citizens of the Great Yuan in your stead. With that, Dao Bai stepped into the Taoist temple. The spiritual herbs he had managed to gather could barely concoct 20 incomplete Xuanhuan pills and 30 Qi recovery pills. It seemed that within these fractured sects, there were still numerous spiritual herbs and medicinal materials of use to him, though their origins remained a mystery. Not far from Qinyan Mountain, in a cave within a cliff, Zhou Ding emptied all the spiritual herbs and medicines he had plundered from Fangsuan Mountain. While the 6 major sects scoured the land for Zhou Ding, he concealed himself in this cave, refining pills. Whenever the 6 sects failed to locate him, he would occasionally emerge from the cave to make an appearance, only to vanish without a trace under their relentless pursuit. For 5 consecutive days, such a spectacle played out across the eastern continent. Zhou Ding's behavior seemed deliberately intended to provoke them. By day, he would venture out. By night, he would return to concoct pills. Once Zhou Ding had successfully refined 50 pills, he deviated from his usual habit and ceased to wander outside. After consuming the 20 incomplete Xuanhuan pills, he spent a day and a half painstakingly refining them. However, these incomplete pills remained just that, of little significance to his cultivation. He remained at the mid-stage of pill formation, albeit with a faint sense of nearing the threshold of the late stage. It appeared that he would need to consume at least 50 more to break through to the late stage. It seemed unwise to approach Yinshan's sect at present. Despite his connection with Lin Ruo, his current status might not compel Yinshan's sect to host him, risking offense to the 7 major sections. The Great Yu was under the jurisdiction of Yinshan's sect. Li Bao looked up at the expansive night sky and murmured to himself, "So I have been exposed. But why did you admit to it so readily? Is it to avoid implicating us? Your profound loyalty leaves me," Li Bao, at a loss. "Li Bao, you little rascal. Where are you trying to sneak off to now?" A voice suddenly erupted from behind him, belonging to a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman who glared at him furiously. "I said, Madam, there is no need to insult yourself in such a manner. If I am a mere turtle, then what are you? A mother turtle?" You turned and embraced the neck of the middle-aged woman, smiling at her as you said, "My brother has encountered some trouble, and I must go to his aid. Did you not always teach me that not all courtesans are heartless? Am I not simply adhering to your persistent teachings? Humph, go away. Get as far from me as possible, just like your ungrateful father. You are all heartless wretches, ungrateful wolves." With that, the middle-aged woman broke free from your embrace and, pulling a purse from her bosom, hurled it at your head, saying, "If your friend is in trouble, he should sort it out with money. Save some for me." Shaking the purse to gauge its weight, your eyes misted over, yet you stubbornly retorted, "Is this all? You want me to save some for you? What? Are you afraid I won't see you through to the end, attempting to save up for your own coffin? Little ingrate, hurry up and leave. Remember to come back early." "Come back early? Once I leave, will I even be able to return?" You pondered in silence, watching the woman's retreating figure. At the Mai sect, in the water hall, aside from the elders of the sect, another elder from a different sect was also present. When shown, "How much more do you have to say? Can you not grant me the satisfaction of a complete answer?" Elder Qishan was utterly speechless at this most outstanding disciple of the sect. Questioning him felt like milking a goat. Squeeze a little, and he would utter a word. Elder Qi, standing in the hall like a defendant under scrutiny, when Chong replied with a bitter expression, "I truly have nothing left to say. I have recounted everything I witnessed that day. Have you truly said it all?" Qishan clearly doubted this. In response to Elder Qi, "I swear upon the heavens." Upon uttering this, Wen Chong indeed raised 3 fingers. "Enough." Elder Lu Huai from the Xiantong sect interrupted. "I ask you but one thing, young man. That night, aside from Xia Ji and Lin Ruo from Fangsuan Mountain, as well as Qi Yu and the others, did you truly see an unremarkable, sharp-faced youth standing alongside that Zhou Ding?" In response to Elder Lu, "I am confident." After saying this, Wen Chong continued, "However, despite them standing together, it does not necessarily imply anything. That Zhou Ding did not explicitly admit to the murder." Raising his hand to interrupt Wen Chong, Lu Huai thundered, "Foolish, utterly foolish. Those who enter the Guishu are all the prodigious talents of our eastern continent's younger generation. What strength does that Zhou Ding possess? Can he truly be a match for the elite of our 7 great sects? Do you genuinely believe that he could contend against all the extraordinary youths of the eastern continent simply on his own?" Moreover, casting a cold glance at Qishan, Lu Huai continued, "Even if this child were indeed a master, do you think that such a level could annihilate all our disciples? Even if they are lesser, do you not think at least 1 or 2 could escape?" Lu Huai's words left Qishan in a state of profound uncertainty. Could it be that this was not solely the doing of Zhou Ding, but rather? Qishan dared not contemplate further. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. And at this moment, He found himself utterly in awe of Mo and S far-reaching vision. The mere thought of Mo and led Qi Shan to reflect upon the myriad beasts of Mount Wan. Dear disciple, are you faring well at Mount Wan? Curse it. At that very moment, Imoan, amidst the wilderness of Mount Wan, was being relentlessly pursued by a horde of gibbons, frantically fleeing in every direction. Before departing, Lu Huai had requested a portrait of Li Bao from Wenchong. However, in the process of creating this likeness, Wenchong intentionally misrepresented several of Li Bao's features. In truth, he himself was unaware of the reasoning behind this decision. It was merely a whimsical thought that crossed his mind at the time. Chapter 73. Truly disgraceful. Little did Wenchong realize that his actions were indeed superfluous. The once tranquil Dongzhou was thrown into chaos due to a singular individual, Zhou Ding. Initially, the treasured pavilion of Fangsuan Mountain was burglarized, inciting the ire of the sect leader, Fang Hai, who subsequently detained 6 elders, including Song Jia. Despite the attempts of Qianyun Mountain and the other 5 sects to negotiate the release of the captives, Fangsuan Mountain adamantly refused to comply, inciting the wrath of the 6 major sections. Moreover, Qianyun Mountain had recently been subjected to repeated provocations by Zhou Ding, who frequently appeared and vanished near its vicinity. Whether it was setting fire to the mountain or abducting several disciples of Qianyun Mountain, leaving them stripped and discarded at the mountain's foot, Zhou Ding's actions were a blatant affront to Qianyun Mountain. He even audaciously designated Qianyun Mountain as the source of his troubles. Then, an alarming piece of news reached the 6 sect leaders of Dongzhou. Approximately 2 days prior, Elder Guoming of Qianyun Mountain was captured by Zhou Ding while in pursuit of him. This incident was corroborated by 13 inner disciples of Qianyun Mountain. On that day, upon discovering Zhou Ding's whereabouts, Guoming pursued him relentlessly, ultimately cornering him by a river 1,000 miles away from Qianyun Mountain. The 13 disciples had believed that Elder Guoming would easily subdue Zhou Ding, but to their astonishment, as Guoming launched his attack, a formidable formation suddenly arose from the surging river. This formation was intricate and profound. From an external perspective, it first encompassed the Tai Chi, followed by the 2 instruments, with the 4 symbols stationed at its corners, with Zhou Ding at the core. As Zhou Ding activated this enigmatic array, it instantly stirred with wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. From within the realm of Tai Chi and the 2 instruments, 2 mystical fish suddenly leapt forth. These fish, one azure and the other white, transformed into dragons as they soared over the gate of the dragon. Not stopping there, as Zhou Ding manipulated the formation, 4 array swords surged up from beneath his feet. The emergence of these swords heralded a dramatic celestial phenomenon. Guoming, caught within the array, was momentarily stunned. Despite his astonishment, he did not lose his fighting spirit. Upon entering the realm of divine energy, he summoned an ancient beast in response. At that moment, a divine manifestation resembling a horse with a human face and the stripes of a tiger emerged behind him, exuding a fierce aura. However, even in the presence of this divine manifestation, Guoming was ultimately overpowered by Zhou Ding's formation. The 2 dragon serpents clung tightly to his divine wings, while the 4 array swords, infused with celestial might, struck down upon Guoming's divine form. A harrowing scream erupted from Guoming within the array, as Zhou Ding seized him as effortlessly as one might lift a chick, departing on his sword. When the 13 disciples of Qianyun Mountain witnessed Guoming being carried away by Zhou Ding, their eyes widened in horror, and they lost all courage to pursue him. The formidable Guoming, at the mid-stage of the returning Phoenix realm, had been vanquished in this singular confrontation, sending shockwaves throughout Dongzhou once more. It appeared that this young man had indeed monopolized all the opportunities within the void. Indeed, Fangsuan Mountain has made it unequivocally clear that prior to their journey to the Guishu, this individual possessed merely the strength of a minor Qi extreme realm. In just a month and a half, he ascended from Qi extreme to Guihong, not only in the eastern continent, but across the entire Xuanhuan continent. One would be hard-pressed to find such a prodigy. A prodigy? You dare label this Zhou Ding as such? He is nothing but a deranged and malevolent fiend. Fangsuan Mountain, what further arguments do you have to present? Do you still cling to your opinions even now? The 7 major sects have begun to voice their concerns from afar. Upon hearing this call, Yi Xiang, the representative of Fangsuan Mountain, fell into silence. The formation. Zhou Ding had employed a profoundly arcane formation when capturing Guoming. suggesting that the one capable of dismantling the protective barriers of the Fongbao Pavilion is indeed Zhou Ding. Yet, with the treasures within the pavilion piled high as mountains, how could this lad have single-handedly transported all of them in such a brief span of time? This enigma left Yixiang scratching his head in bewilderment. Let him go? I, Feng Hai, vow on behalf of the esteemed ancestors of Fengxuan Mountain that Zhou Ding first murdered a disciple of our sect and then plundered our precious pavilion. Should this grudge remain unavenged and the stolen treasures unrecovered, I, Feng Hai, shall willingly hang myself at the ancestral hall to atone. Sectmaster. Upon hearing Feng Hai's grand oath, the disciples of Fengxuan Mountain appeared as though they had been invigorated with the spirit of the gallant. Almost the entirety of the esteemed Fengxuan Mountain, including Sect Master Feng Hai, joined the pursuit of Zhou Ding. Observing Fengxuan Mountain's fervor, Xuanhuan Mountain was not to be outdone, nearly emptying its ranks as well. Wow, Brother Zhou, you have certainly stirred quite a commotion. After 4 long days of travel, Li Bao finally arrived at the foot of Xuanhuan Mountain. As he beheld hundreds of figures following behind Sect Master Fan Yao in a grand quest to find Zhou Ding, a peculiar glimmer sparked in Li Bao's small eyes. They are all off to pursue Brother Zhou. Should I seize this opportunity to set Xuanhuan Mountain ablaze from within? What brings you here? A voice suddenly echoed behind Li Bao. Recognizing this familiar tone, Li Bao turned around with excitement. Standing before him was a rugged man, clad in straw sandals, his hair so greasy it was matted together. His disheveled beard was clearly a hastily affixed disguise. Brother Zhou, your audacity is indeed commendable. Pointing towards the formidable army above, Li Bao remarked. What is this? I have engaged in far more thrilling escapades than this. Standing openly at the foot of Xuanhuan Mountain, Zhou Ding addressed Li Bao, then inquired, by the way, what brings you here? You ask? Li Bao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Remember our conversation at Tianhai? Brother Zhou, your actions appear somewhat ungracious, leaving your brother behind to frolic in the eastern continent. Though Li Bao's words were lighthearted, they warmed Zhou Ding's heart. By the way, Brother Zhou, I heard you captured an elder of Xuanhuan Mountain. What became of that elder? I buried him. Buried him? Where? Beneath the latrines of the small town, Zhou Ding remarked to Li Bao, this old fellow is quite stubborn. I've even forced him to consume excrement. Yet he still refuses to divulge the location of the treasure vault at Xuanhuan Mountain. With my volatile temper, I typically grant such obstinate individuals no more than 2 chances. Based on Zhou Ding's words, Li Bao could easily envision the dismal fate that befell the elder of Xuanhuan Mountain in Zhou Ding's grasp. After all, he was one of the revered elders of the top 10 sects. The position of an elder within a sect is of utmost prestige. How could it result in such a disgraceful end, consuming excrement in life and being interred beneath a latrine in death? Observing Li Bao's astonishment, Zhou Ding suddenly inquired, Li Bao, do you have any relatives in Daiyu? Yes, my mother. Li Bao instinctively replied to Zhou Ding's question. Chapter 74, 2 Old Dogs Ah. Gazing at the sharp-featured yet loyal Li Bao before him, Zhou Ding spoke. It would be best if you refrained from involving yourself in this matter. What do you mean? Brother Zhou? Li Bao frowned upon hearing Zhou Ding's words. Do you think my abilities are too meager and that I would be a burden to you? Am I truly such a person? Let me share something with you. During these past days, I have encountered various events, regardless of one's cultivation level. If one fails to be present for those they hold dear in times of need, the feeling is akin to being gnawed at by countless insects. I wish for you to avoid such suffering. Do you understand? I do not understand. Despite his verbal retort, Li Bao comprehended Zhou Ding's underlying concern. Zhou Ding feared that should Li Bao's identity be revealed, it might endanger his mother. How could that be possible? How could a prominent sect of the top 10 lower itself to trouble a mere mortal like my mother? He deemed Zhou Ding's worries unnecessary. However, seeing that Li Bao was not heeding his words, Zhou Ding felt a sense of helplessness. He had also heard Li Bao mention that even if he did not take the initiative to greet him, Li Bao would undoubtedly exploit the vulnerabilities of Xuanhuan Mountain to cause some trouble for the sect. Having come to a realization, Zhou Ding resolved in his heart. Once the treasure vault of Xuanhuan Mountain was secured, he would promptly send this fellow back. As the evening glow began to grace the horizon, Zhou Ding set off after conferring with Li Bao. Fan Yao mobilized the entirety of the sect's strength to pursue Zhou Ding, leaving only elders Lu Wei and Feng Shi to guard the sect. Lu Wei and Feng Shi were not to be compared with the disgraceful Guiyang. Both were formidable late-stage practitioners of the returning Phoenix realm. With their presence, how could Fan Yao not feel reassured? The moon hung high, illuminating the land in a silvery sheen, as the disciples left behind at Xuanhuan Mountain, bored, admired the moonlit scenery. Suddenly, a figure appeared above them. It's Zhou Ding. Quickly notify the two elders. No need to notify anyone. I have seen him. Two figures swiftly soared from the main hall into the sky, Lu Wei and Feng Shi. Looking at Zhou Ding, who stood proudly on his sword, they remarked, Zhou Ding, you little rascal, our sect leader's foresight is indeed remarkable. We never expected you to come. Oh, I did not anticipate that your sect leader was not a fool, capable of predicting my arrival. Indeed. Otherwise, why would the sect leader have left us here to guard? Feng Shi, cease your chatter with this brat. Let us swiftly capture him. Capture me? A smirk curled at the corner of Zhou Ding's mouth as he addressed the two old men. Since you two are so eager to be buried in the latrine, allow me to fulfill your wish, old fools. Latrine? How dare you insult me as a fool? In that moment, it was evident that Lu Wei and Feng Shi were no longer on the same wavelength, yet this did not hinder their determination to seize Zhou Ding. They struck with the force of a flood breaking through a dam. As Zhou Ding observed the two men advancing towards him, he remained steadfast and motionless, challenging. Can you two old rascals dare to engage me in a more open arena for a contest? Bah! Do you think a mere child like you is worthy to contend with us? Two streaks of energy surged forth with tremendous momentum, and with a wave of Zhou Ding's hand, numerous green leaves were sent hurtling towards the two forces. The first leaf collided with one of the energies. At the moment of impact, the leaf dissipated, causing the energy to falter. Under the astonished gazes of the onlooking youths, it became evident that Zhou Ding's barrage of leaves had utterly shattered the strike from Feng Shi and Lu Wei. The leaves, indeed, were a manifestation of the supreme art known as the green leaf of enlightenment, akin to the thunderous nine lotus technique Zhou Ding had previously unleashed on Taiping Mountain. Both techniques were treasures he had acquired in his realm, said to originate from an ancient celestial sect known as Zen teaching. Zhou Ding had fortuitously stumbled upon them. However, it was lamentable that another supreme technique, the flower-pointing method, had been learned by his most trusted brother, Su Sheng. You two old geezers are lacking. Can you not display some of your true prowess? Zhou Ding taunted as his green leaf of enlightenment shattered their attack. Humph, just as the rumors suggest. Indeed a brazen child. With that, a divine form suddenly manifested behind Lu Wei. This form resembled a raccoon, with a head akin to a jackal, and a long tail reminiscent of a phoenix's. It was the celestial raccoon. Elder Lu Wei had summoned the celestial raccoon, indicating he was prepared to unleash his true fury against Zhou Ding. Not only Lu Wei, but a divine form also appeared behind Feng Shi. This form was serpent-like, adorned with scales, with fins resembling wings, and a head like a snake. Unmistakably the ancient beast known as the slippery serpent. The emergence of these divine forms drastically altered the aura emanating from the two men. The divine forms oscillated between merging with their true bodies and separating, creating a state that suggested they were on the verge of complete unification. This was the late stage of the returning Swan realm. Should these divine forms truly merge with their respective practitioners, they would transcend into the abyssal realm. The oppressive, ancient aura radiating from the divine forms was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even Zhou Ding, upon sensing this overwhelming presence, couldn't help but frown. It seemed these two old fellows were of a much higher caliber than that Guoming whom I buried in the latrine. With such thoughts racing through his mind, flames began to ignite in his hands. As he shaped the flames into an enormous fireball, he hurled it downward and took to the skies on his sword. Where do you think you're going? The celestial raccoon roared, shattering the fireball. Lu Wei and Feng Shi leaped onto their divine forms and pursued Zhou Ding relentlessly. Fortunately, Brother Zhou managed to stop me just in time. Otherwise, my venture would have transformed from a mere backyard fire into a lamb entering the tiger's den. Wiping the cold sweat from my temples, Li Bao swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the depths of Xuanhuan Mountain. His mission was to locate the position of the treasure pavilion, a task that posed no challenge for him. The disciples left behind at Xuanhuan Mountain remained oblivious to the fact that an intruder had infiltrated their sect. They merely gazed up at the night sky, awaiting the triumphant return of elders Lu Wei and his companion. At this moment, it was not only Lu Wei and his companion who were unaware of Zhou Ding's accomplices, But even Fan Yao, who had ventured out in pursuit of Zhou Ding, was caught off guard. Even more astonishing for Qianyun Mountain was the revelation that Zhou Ding had set his sights on their treasure pavilion. It must be noted that Lu Wei and his companion were remarkably swift. Had Zhou Ding shown even the slightest hint of complacency, they would undoubtedly have caught up with him. Chapter 75. The 7-star locking immortal formation Elder Foam. In the midst of the pursuit, Lu Wei's speed suddenly diminished, and he spoke in a deep voice to Feng Shi. Have you noticed that this young man has been circling around the same spot? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Feng Shi also slowed down and began to survey the surroundings, quickly realizing that they had indeed been trapped in a continuous loop by this Zhou Ding. Elder Lu, I have heard that this young man possesses remarkable skills in formation techniques. You've heard? I must say, Elder Feng, how forgetful you are. Have you so soon forgotten the matter of Fong Baoga and Elder Guiyang's capture? At this point, Lu Wei abruptly paused. Noticing Lu Wei's unusual expression, Feng Shi suddenly understood. This is bad. Could it be that this young man is leading us in circles to set up a formation? As soon as the thought crossed their minds, they were suddenly ensnared within a towering grand formation. Standing outside, Zhou Ding leisurely rubbed his hands before addressing Lu Wei and Feng Shi within the formation. To boil beans is to burn the beanstalk. Why the haste to harm one another? In ancient times, there was poetry composed in 7 steps, and today, I, Zhou Ding, have formed my formation in 70 circles. You 2 old fellows shall remain obediently within my 7-star locking immortal formation. The 7-star locking immortal formation? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Lu Wei and Feng Shi's expressions changed dramatically. The so-called 7 stars refer to the 7 formation eyes within this array, strategically positioned at 7 locations that correspond to the positions of the Big Dipper. As the formation was established, Lu Wei suddenly felt an illusion akin to entering a labyrinth. Although the formation was not large and could be surveyed at a glance, he found it perplexing that such an easily visible array could evoke a sensation of entrapment. Feeling an overwhelming sense of confinement within the grand formation, Lu Wei resolved to break free with sheer force. As he and Feng Shi began to strike against the formation, Zhou Ding elegantly soared away on his sword. Suspended above Qianyun Mountain, Zhou Ding called out loudly, "Have you located the Baoga? We have found it. Just as you surmised, there are indeed restrictions set in place." Following the voice, Zhou Ding descended without regard for the astonished gazes directed at him. The 7-star locking immortal formation would not restrain Lu Wei and Feng Shi for long. Zhou Ding's purpose was to ensure they witnessed their precious Baoga being taken. Elder Lu, that young man has gone to my Kayan bag. Trapped within the formation, Feng Shi, positioned high above, spotted Zhou Ding's descent. As he beheld this, his eyes instantly turned blood red. "Scoundrel! Zhou Ding, I shall grind you to dust." Lu Wei shouted fiercely while continuing to strike at the formation, but no amount of his curses could halt Zhou Ding's subsequent actions. Amidst Li Bao's astonished expression, Zhou Ding swiftly dismantled the restrictions of the Baoga. With a powerful kick, he forced open the gate. Under the increasingly astonished gaze of Li Bao, without even casting a glance at the dazzling array of treasures within the treasure pavilion, Zhou Ding swept everything into a gray cloth bag, as if it were a bottomless pit. What manner of bag is this? Li Bao was left dumbfounded, as this seemingly ordinary bag appeared to possess infinite depth. Before Li Bao could utter a word of inquiry, Zhou Ding, having plundered the treasure pavilion, seized Li Bao and took to the skies on his sword. Not far from Qianyun Mountain, 2 resounding booms echoed abruptly. The moment Lu Wei and Feng Shi descended upon the treasure pavilion in a fit of righteous fury, they were left utterly stunned, collapsing unceremoniously onto the ground. It is over. It is all over. A millennium of treasures from Qianyun Mountain has been seized by Zhou Ding. The disciples left behind arrived belatedly. How much time had transpired? How long would it take to traverse from the mountain to the back hills? In the briefest of moments, Zhou Ding had emptied Qianyun Mountain of its treasures. How on earth did he accomplish this? Chase, I command you to pursue him. What are you all dawdling for? Go after him at once. Lu Wei abruptly rose from the ground, but as he soared into the night sky and scanned his surroundings, he found nothing but the inky darkness and the twinkling stars. Zhou Ding's figure had vanished without a trace. Take what you desire from this pile, except for the spiritual herbs. In a small town, within an abandoned house, Zhou Ding began to pour out an astonishing heap of rare treasures from the bag of holding. Li Bao still felt as though he were in a dream. Brother Zhao, slap me, so I can ascertain whether I am dreaming. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and choose, then we must leave. What? At Zhou Ding's insistence, Li Bao snapped back to reality. Compared to the dazzling collection of treasures, he was far more concerned with what Zhou Ding had to say. Fixing his gaze intently upon Li Bao, Zhou Ding spoke. Did I not inquire previously if you had any relatives in Daiyu? Indeed, I responded that I have my mother. Well then, allow me to share my tale. With a hint of melancholy in his eyes, Zhou Ding recounted his time in seclusion on the Reef Island. The incident at Unzao Mountain where Lady Zhou was slain, and the capture of Zhou Chong and Li Xinyu, leaving no detail unspoken. If, and I emphasize if, I had returned sooner, would the outcome have been different? Would my mother have survived? Would my father and Li Xinyu have been taken by Unzao Mountain? Brother Zhou, listening to Zhou Ding's words, Li Bao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he replied, I am not skilled in offering comfort, but have you considered that this is Unzao Mountain, one of the 9 guardian mountains of the Xianzong continent? In the eyes of such a formidable presence, my eastern continent's 10 great sects are but insignificant. To speak frankly, even if you, Brother Zhou, had been present that day, what could you have possibly done? I believe that when your mother passed, she must have prayed in her heart for you not to return. Only your survival would grant hope for your father and Princess Xuanyu's rescue. At last, Li Bao understood why Zhou Ding had persistently urged him to return. Zhou Ding harbored concerns that his fate might mirror that of Li Bao. However, seeing Zhou Ding remain silent for an extended period, Li Bao rose and said, Once I have ensured my mother is settled, I shall return to seek you out. Rest assured, I will place her in a location where no one can find her. Do you not desire these treasures? Zhou Ding inquired, gesturing towards the array of rare and exquisite items as Li Bao prepared to leave. Who claims I do not? I have earned my share of the spoils as well. For now, let me store them with you, and upon my return, we shall divide the spoils. Li Bao departed with grace and nonchalance. It was only after Li Bao's figure vanished from Zhou Ding's sight that he began to rummage through the pile of extraordinary treasures. He sought a piece of spider-patterned stone akin to the one cradled in his embrace. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that within the treasure vault of Qianyun Mountain, there existed no fragment comparable to that of Fengsuan Mountain. This stone was peculiar. When he had previously set the 7-star locking immortal array, he had once again sensed a familiar yet foreign surge of spiritual energy emanating from the fragment. However, this energy carried an ominous aura, and when Zhou Ding attempted to perceive it again, it had vanished without a trace. Chapter 76. The 36 Array Patterns with Great Care. Zhou Ding retrieved the spider-web divine stone from his bosom and began to examine it with utmost seriousness. After the passage of half a stick of incense, he found himself lost in thought, staring blankly at the fissures adorning the stone. As a full stick of incense elapsed, a peculiar glimmer began to emerge in his previously vacant gaze. When the time stretched to 1.5 sticks of incense, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, Heavens, how could I have lived 2 lives only to overlook such a simple matter? Muttering to himself, Zhou Ding's gaze upon the spider-web divine stone transformed into one of fervent intensity. The term pattern refers to the lines and wrinkles that manifest on an object's surface. At first glance, the stone appeared to be covered in a dense network of creases, yet its surface remained smooth. This implied that what seemed like cracks were, in fact, intricate patterns. If these were patterns, then they possessed form. When Zhou Ding viewed the patterns on the stone through the lens of array formation, he felt a surge of excitement and was profoundly grateful to the master of the Grand Hall. Had he not meditated upon the brief discourse on array formation left by the hall's master, he would have surely failed to uncover the secrets of the spider-web divine stone. Array patterns. To his astonishment, the lines on this stone were entirely composed of array formations. However, his elation was quickly tempered by a frown as he noted, Alas, these array patterns are incomplete. I wonder if my current understanding of array formation is sufficient to restore them. Thus began Zhou Ding's meticulous endeavor to mend the arrays, a task requiring unwavering dedication and an immense investment of time. As the sun rose, Zhou Ding remained engrossed in his work, oblivious to the passage of time. The sun set, yet his brow remained furrowed. He often found himself pulling at his hair or striking the ground in frustration. Failure upon failure beset him, and throughout the day, he lost count of how many times he had faltered and this was merely the first array pattern he attempted to complete. In the realm of the mundane, there lay a place of revelry known as the Red Smoke Tower, ruled by Xuanhua, the mother of Li Bao. At this hour, before the tower opened its doors, all was serene. When night fell, the affluent and the scions of noble families would flock to the Red Smoke Tower, ready to squander their fortunes. Li Bao had been away for 3 days. Though Li Xuanhua maintained a composed exterior, her heart was filled with worry for her wayward son. Why must a mere mortal forsake the comforts of life to pursue the elusive path of cultivation? She lamented while leaning against the railing, gazing down at the street. Old Lu right here. As she observed the street, 4 figures approached the Red Smoke Tower. Upon their arrival, Li Xuanhua instantly recognized one among them. Oh, isn't that Lord Zhu? Why is he here so early, yearning for my Qianqian? With that, she waved her handkerchief and hastened down the stairs. The esteemed Lord Zhu, referred to by Li Xuanhua, is Zhu Zai, a practitioner of the 5 realms of divine energy. Like the Great Yuan in the Great Yu, all who attain the realm of divine energy are honored with titles and positions. At this moment, Zhu Zai exhibited utmost reverence before Elder Lu. A mere glance from Li Xuanhua revealed to her the underlying dynamics among the 4 individuals present. To establish such a lavish establishment in the Great Yu, one must possess not only connections, but also an acute ability to read others' intentions. Upon observing the heavily adorned woman before him, Elder Lu's eyes manifested a trace of disdain. Subtly stepping back, he furrowed his brow and inquired of Li Xuanhua in a serious tone, "Might I ask, does your son go by the name Li Bao?" Few in the Great Yu could command such deference from Zhu Zai. Li Xuanhua immediately deduced that Elder Lu's status might surpass even that of her own emperor. Could he also be a practitioner of the arcane? Noticing Elder Lu's exceedingly simple attire, she waved her handkerchief and replied, "I am quite unaware of what this esteemed gentleman refers to. I cannot comprehend your words." Li Xuanhua, Elder Lu is addressing you. You should respond truthfully. Zhu Zai admonished her sternly, as Li Xuanhua feigned ignorance despite her awareness. There is no need for further inquiry. Seize her, and Li Bao will surely reveal himself. With that, 2 young disciples standing behind Elder Lu immediately advanced to grasp Li Xuanhua by the arms. "What are you doing? In broad daylight? How dare you forcibly abduct a woman in the streets?" protested Li Xuanhua. One disciple, glancing at the hidden creases of her face beneath layers of makeup, retorted disdainfully, "Do you think you are worthy?" At this hour, the streets were scarcely populated, and a mere mortal like Li Xinyu stood no chance against the grasp of 2 practitioners of divine energy. Under the bright sun, Elder Lu and his 2 disciples disregarded the murmurs of passers-by as they forcefully escorted Li Xuanhua away. "Where's Bao Gu?" Several beggars congregated and asked anxiously. "I do not know. Bao Gu did not inform us of his whereabouts." The demise of all 5 disciples of the Xiantong sect at the hands of Gui Su was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the already dwindling sect. Moreover, Elder Lu firmly believed in his suspicions. How could Zhou Ding have committed such a heinous act without accomplices? While the Yunshan sect and the Fenglei sect were not to be trifled with, Zhou Ding and Li Bao, lacking any backing, were fair game for the Xiantong sect. Particularly Zhou Ding, who had not only plundered the treasure pavilion of Fangsuan Mountain, but also emptied that of Qianyun Mountain, despite the presence of 2 late-stage Guiyang elders there at the time. Once this news spread, it sent ripples throughout the eastern continent once again. Elder Lu was astute. He surely understood which 2 sects in the eastern continent harbored the greatest animosity towards Zhou Ding. Thus, his intention in escorting Li Xuanhua was not to return to the Xiantong sect, but rather to proceed to Qianyun Mountain. After all, using an ordinary person to coerce Zhou Ding's accomplice, Li Bao, into revealing himself was an exceedingly disgraceful endeavor. How could the Xiantong sect bear such a burden of shame? Upon Lu Huai escorting Li Xuanhua to Qianyun Mountain, an unforeseen event unfolded that astonished them all. Standing within the grand hall, Li Xuanhua surveyed the lofty figures before her and boldly declared, "I comprehend your intentions. You aim to use me as leverage to compel my son to reveal himself." Present in the hall were not only the esteemed leader of Qianyun Mountain, Fan Yao, but also the 2 elders from Qingxin sect and Shuqian Mountain. Upon hearing that Qianyun Mountain possessed a means to draw Zhou Ding forth, Fang Hai mobilized the full strength of his sect to hasten to Qianyun Mountain. Not only Fangsuan Mountain, but the elders from the other 2 sects were also making their way there. Indeed, they had grown weary from their prolonged search. If there truly existed a method to compel Zhou Ding to surface effortlessly, even if this approach bore some impropriety and compromised their dignity, what of it? In comparison to Zhou Ding's actions in Guishu, they felt their tactics were, in fact, rather lenient. Chapter 77, Divine Iron Lichiyue. Though unfamiliar with the enigmatic realm of cultivation, possessed an innate understanding of motherhood. As she beheld the lofty, hypocritical figures surrounding her, a sudden laughter erupted from her lips within the grand hall. Her laughter was sharp, imbued with a piercing sarcasm directed at these sanctimonious individuals. "Seize her. Throw this woman down," one of the elders declared, his disgust evident upon seeing her face. "Do not touch me. I shall walk on my own." With that, Li Qiuyue freed herself from the grasp of two disciples of Qianyun Mountain and turned to leave. However, as she exited the hall, she abruptly removed the ornamental hairpin from her head and aimed it at her own neck. "You vile hypocrites think you can threaten my son with my worthless life? You shall not succeed." With those words, the hairpin plunged into her flesh. When she gave birth to Li Bao, she was in the prime of her beauty, yet, in a cruel twist of fate, she had made a heart-wrenching choice in her youth. Indeed, after bringing Li Bao into the world, she abandoned him one fateful night amongst a pile of beggars. It was only after 15 years of relentless effort that she became the proprietor of the Red Smoke Pavilion and was finally reunited with her son. "Bao, I cannot be a burden to you. How could I bear to see you suffer for my sake?" she lamented. Meanwhile, seated in the grand hall, Fan Yao and his companions were utterly unprepared for the woman's act of self-termination. "No matter," Ru Huai remarked coolly, stroking his beard. "Her life or death is inconsequential to the grand scheme, as long as Li Bao remains oblivious to her demise." In other words, Ru Huai intended for Qianyun Mountain to suppress the news of Li Qiuyue's suicide. "Oh, I should have taken something for my brothel mistress as a parting gift," Li Bao muttered in frustration as he approached the gates of Diu City. Yet, the moment he stepped into the city, he was besieged by a group of beggars. "Brother Bao, dire news. Your mother has been taken to Qianyun Mountain." This information was deliberately left by Ru Huai, aimed at informing Li Bao of his mother's current predicament. Indeed, has Zhou Ding's words proven true? These high-ranking sect members are truly despicable enough to target a mere mortal like her. Though Li Bao recognized this as a trap set by the 10 major sects, he felt he had no choice but to respond. At Qianyun sect, nestled by mountains and waters, Yunlan was engaged in conversation with an elder. Sectmaster Lin Ruo mentioned before entering seclusion that should Zhou Ding encounter peril, Elder Qin raised a hand to interrupt. If Ruo is now in a critical moment of meditation, disturbing her at this juncture would be folly. But Qin Yu attempted to continue, only to be halted by Yun Lan's piercing gaze. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Ruo had recounted her experiences at the Return to Ruins. Thus Yun Lan harbored particular concern for Zhou Ding. Given her attention, how could she remain unaware of Zhou Ding's actions in the eastern continent? Yet, what perplexed her most was the matter of Buzhou Mountain, traversing vast distances solely for the sake of a mortal who just so happened to be Zhou Ding's father. She had inquired about this with Qing Xian, but like her, Qing Xian was equally bewildered. However, the unyielding Mount Buzhou had not recklessly acted in the eastern continent based on its identity. Thus Qing Xian found it inappropriate to intervene. Now that Qing Xian has returned to Mount Lemu to report this matter, it remains uncertain how Mount Lemu will react upon hearing the news. Should it take an interest in Zhou Ding because of his father, then regardless of the calamities Zhou Ding may have caused in the eastern continent, Mount Lemu's esteemed standing could easily resolve the situation. Elder Qin, you may take your leave. My Yunshan sect is not the type to forget favors. If Zhou Ding indeed faces peril, I, Yunlan, shall intervene in my personal capacity. Upon hearing Yunlan's words, Qin Yu's eyes immediately gleamed with delight. Similar to Yunlan, when Lei Hong of the Thunder and Lightning sect learned of Zhou Ding being besieged by the 7 major sects, he echoed Yunlan's sentiments to his own elders. Li Bao ascended Qianyun Mountain alone. He could have sought Zhou Ding's assistance, yet upon arriving at the door, he hesitated and withdrew. Before departing, Li Bao left a note for Zhou Ding, ascending the mountain with a sense of impending doom. When Li Bao reached the outer hall of the Grand Palace and beheld the expressionless faces surrounding him, he disregarded their illustrious statuses and shouted with fervor, "Where is my mother? What prowess is there in capturing a mere mortal? Want to see your mother? Then it depends on how much weight you carry in that Zhou Ding's heart." With a solemn countenance, Feng Hai addressed Li Bao, whenever Zhou Ding arrives. Only then shall I permit your reunion. To use me as bait for that Zhou Ding, you old fools must have lost your wits. I know nothing of him. Return my mother to me at once. Humph. Whether you know him or not is not for you to decide. We shall put it to the test. With that, Fan Yao waved his hand and commanded, spread the word that Li Bao has been captured by our 7 sects. I shall see whether you truly have no connection with that Zhou Ding as you claim. When Li Bao resolved to ascend Qianyan Mountain, he had no illusions of emerging unscathed. Now, he harbored 2 wishes. First, to reunite with his mother. Second, to hope that the note he left for Zhou Ding would fulfill its intended purpose. Before such eminent figures, Li Bao chose not to resist. He willingly surrendered and expressed his readiness to cooperate. Yet, what he could never have anticipated was that these leaders and elders of the sects had long been blinded by hatred, with Lu Huai's malicious instigation further fueling their dissent. Fan Yao and Feng Hai began to embark on an irrevocable path of ruin. The first array pattern has finally been repaired. In a wooden cabin in the small town at the foot of Qianyan Mountain, it is said that every beginning is difficult. As Zhou Ding restored the first array pattern on the spiderweb divine stone, the second and third patterns similarly unraveled. However, this small piece of divine stone is inscribed with at least 1,000 array patterns. For Zhou Ding to repair them all in a short span of time is undoubtedly a fool's errand. After an entire day of labor, when Zhou Ding completed the 36th array pattern, he suddenly halted. He paused because a miracle was unfolding. With the revival of the 36th array pattern, the stones that had been piled before Zhou Ding began to disintegrate piece by piece. Simultaneously, Zhou Ding observed the spider pattern divine stone absorbing the energy emanating from each fragment. In the blink of an eye, the heap of stones before him was reduced to dust. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Ding hastily emptied all the stones from his Xuanhuan bag. Mirroring the previous occurrence, as these stones were presented before the spider pattern divine stone, it voraciously devoured the energy encapsulated within them, akin to a ravenous beast that had gone days without sustenance. Remarkable. This esteemed spirit has long discerned that this object is no ordinary item. Yet I did not anticipate its exceptional nature. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Zhou Ding. When he turned, he saw a palm-sized iron block suspended beside the back of his head. This iron block was pitch black, yet within its inky depths flickered a reddish-bronze glow. Is this not the strange iron obtained from the treasure pavilion? Zhou Ding, having once ascended to the pinnacle of his realm, had encountered countless true treasures, particularly those born of heaven and earth, which indeed possess the ability to articulate human speech. Are you a true treasure of the Xuanhuan? Chapter 78. The destruction of the mountain. With a mixture of excitement and astonishment, Zhou Ding inquired of the divine iron, "What do you mean by star spirit?" Despite his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered such a term before. The divine iron responded, "Do not pry into my past. I shall reveal nothing." As it floated leisurely toward the door, it added, "While you were deciphering the runes on this object, a young fellow who previously accompanied you left a note." "Li Bao?" Zhou Ding exclaimed, hastily pushing open the door. Upon doing so, he spotted a note pinned beneath a stone on the ground. Picking it up, he began to read attentively. "Brother Zhou, I have taken my mother and fled to a place where no one can find us. If you hear any rumors in the future, please do not believe them. I saw several disciples from Qianyan Mountain when I took my mother away. If they can locate her, they will surely use her to compel you to reveal yourself. Fortunately, thanks to your prior warning, I managed to return ahead of them. I am truly grateful to you, Brother Zhou. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Indeed, upon reading Li Bao's note, Zhou Ding let out a long breath. However, before he could fully exhale, the divine iron spoke again. "It's a fake. The contents of this note are clearly deceitful. In all my years, no creature has eluded my discerning gaze." "Fake? What do you mean?" Zhou Ding asked, puzzled. "How is it that you possess such a dull wit? How can you even question me?" The divine iron retorted, "You must read the note in reverse." "In reverse? Are you implying that Li Bao's mother has?" Zhou Ding hesitated, his voice trailing off. "Exactly. I did not expect that young lad to exhibit such loyalty toward you." The divine iron's words were eclipsed by the revival of the 36 runes, which, in Zhou Ding's mind, paled in comparison to the importance of Li Bao. With no time to ponder the mysteries of the revived runes, Zhou Ding hastily tucked the spider pattern divine stone into his clothing. casting a glance at the divine iron floating before him. He seized it without hesitation and took to the skies on his sword. How dare you treat me this way? Just wait until I regain my celestial form. Silence. Anyone can make threats. Let us see if you can deliver once you find it. Unbeknownst to him, a high platform had mysteriously appeared at Xuanhuan Mountain. There, Li Bao was bound to a stone pillar atop the platform. This structure had been erected by the 7 major sects solely for the purpose of displaying Li Bao to Zhou Ding. At that moment, Li Bao was battered and bruised, clearly having endured torment at the hands of the 7 sections. How cruel, truly cruel. It is evident how much hatred this little fellow has incurred from them. Although Zhou Ding had constrained the divine iron's freedom, he could not silence its tongue. Observing Zhou Ding's bloodshot eyes, the divine iron advised, "Young man, I strongly counsel you against approaching. With your current strength, I genuinely worry that you may ascend but never descend." As he gazed upon Li Bao, bound to the stone pillar, Zhou Ding could not help but recognize the perilous abyss that awaited him. Yet, with Li Bao firmly in their grasp, did he truly possess any choice? "Young man, would you like me to teach you how to extricate yourself from this deadlock?" "How shall I do that?" Zhou Ding coldly inquired of the divine iron. "In this world, no assistance comes without a price. If I am to aid you, you must demonstrate some sincerity in return." "What kind of sincerity do you seek?" "The star body. If you agree to help me reclaim my star body, I shall reveal to you how to escape this predicament." "No need for that," Zhou Ding replied, fixing his gaze upon Xuanhuan Mountain. "I shall find my own way." With that, Zhou Ding suddenly soared into the air on his sword. At that very moment, he felt a familiar yet foreign aura within his embrace. This time, the essence did not fleetingly vanish but lingered for an extended duration. Within that time, Zhou Ding discerned an extraordinarily peculiar and ominous power. The instant he grasped it, he abruptly disappeared from midair. What the heart perceives is what the heart desires. Upon returning to this realm, Zhou Ding was astounded to realize that he was suspended above Fengxuan Mountain. It is Zhou Ding. How could he be here? The disciples left behind at Fengxuan Mountain were left aghast at the sight of him. Suspended in the air, gazing down at Fengxuan Mountain, Zhou Ding's heart raced with astonishment. Just moments ago, while at Xuanhuan Mountain, he had contemplated numerous locations, with Fengxuan Mountain occupying the largest portion of his thoughts. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had indeed arrived here. Could it be the divine stone? Amidst the chaos below, Zhou Ding slowly retrieved the divine stone from his bosom, and in that instant, he sensed the once abundant energy within it had entirely depleted. Transcend. Perhaps this artifact truly belongs to my star realm. I have always asserted that something I have safeguarded for millennia could not be worthless. Filtering out the words of the divine iron, Zhou Ding returned the divine stone to his embrace. Though he did not know its origin, after this experience, he had begun to surmise its purpose. A single traversal had drained all the spiritual energy contained within. It appears I must seek out additional stones. With that thought, Zhou Ding cast his gaze upon Fengxuan Mountain. "Since I have arrived here, and you have captured my brother, I shall dismantle your foundations one by one and erase your presence in Dongzhou. The protective array of Fengxuan Mountain requires the combined strength of Feng Hai and the 6 elders to activate. Now that Feng Hai has gone to Xuanhuan Mountain with the 6 elders, Fengxuan Mountain is left vulnerable, and no one can impede Zhou Ding." Upon witnessing Zhou Ding's sudden approach, the expressions of the remaining disciples, Xiao Yun and Yi Wan, instantly changed. Although the two of them held titles as the Gate Master and the Pavilion Master, they were merely the overseers of the outer sect. Furthermore, having heard of Zhou Ding's notorious reputation on more than one occasion, even their intentions to protect their sect were thwarted by their lack of strength and courage. In just over a month, what they perceived as insignificant had transformed into something utterly beyond their reach. The mountain gate lay in ruins, and the once magnificent pavilions and intricately carved beams crumbled to dust under Zhou Ding's formidable presence. As he strode past the trembling disciples of the outer sect, they dared not even breathe audibly. With a single stroke of his sword, Yi Xiang's temple was reduced to rubble. The dazzling sword light blinded the outer sect disciples, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Wherever Zhou Ding tread, desolation followed. Every place where the sword light fell was engulfed in swirling dust and flying debris. As he advanced with a chilling demeanor toward the main hall of the Fengxuan Mountain, the spider-patterned divine stone suddenly soared from his embrace. Chapter 79. The spirit tree. The divine stone soared forth from his bosom, darting towards the verdant expanse behind the grand hall. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Ding hastened to pursue it. Zhou Ding has ventured to our sect's rear mountain, Xiao Yun exclaimed urgently to Yuan, as she observed the direction in which Zhou Ding had flown. At the mere mention of this, Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Almost every member of the sect was aware that the rear mountain was a forbidden ground. Yet the reasons for its prohibition remained a mystery to those in the outer sect. As the divine stone entered the rear mountain, Zhou Ding followed suit. This rear mountain, though modest in size, was adorned with two cascading waterfalls. Towering high, it seemed to touch the clouds, while the waterfalls flowed like rivers spilling from the heavens. Standing beneath these two falls, even Zhou Ding found himself awestruck by the celestial craftsmanship of nature. The waterfalls on either side resembled guardians of the mountain, and the lofty peak bore the semblance of a primordial deity safeguarding the sect. At this moment, the spirit stone came to a halt at the foot of the mountain. Little one, have you not noticed that the spiritual energy here is far more abundant than that of the outside world? Moreover, it is evident that this entity has chosen this place for a reason. Something here must be attracting it, Zhou Ding mused. Don't you think your words are rather trivial? Came the retort. With that, Zhou Ding approached the divine stone. Upon reaching it, he reached out to touch the mountainside, only to retract his hand immediately. What is this? Why do I feel as if this mountain possesses a life of its own? Just as he prepared to touch the wall again, the previously motionless divine stone suddenly began to violently strike against the mountainside, as if intent on shattering it. Do you seek something within this mountain? Sensing the stone's yearning, Zhou Ding's gaze sharpened, and he leapt to the mountain's summit. Grasping the setting sun, his eyes blazed like torches. He resembled an otherworldly swordsman as he swung his sword downward upon the mountain. The sword light, akin to a blazing sun, cleaved into the mountain with a resounding clang that echoed through the air. With a series of explosive roars, the mountain split in two beneath the might of the setting sun. In the battle at Taiping Mountain, Zhou Ding had employed the Zhaodian divine art to refine the Zhaodian field. The setting sun, forged in this crucible, was revitalized anew. Originally named the setting sun, the sword harbored within it a flame of the blazing sun, and Zhou Ding's refining process was undoubtedly most harmonious with it. Furthermore, being a top-tier magical sword, its forging in the Zhaodian field, enhanced by the earth's fire, gave rise to its own nascent sword spirit. Though still in its infancy, this spirit already bore the formidable essence of the blazing sun's earth fire. As the mountain split apart, its true form was revealed within. When the dust settled, Zhou Ding beheld a crystal-clear, jade-like ancient tree, approximately 2 zhang in height, radiating a vibrant green aura. Upon descending, he discerned a figure within the tree, an elderly person with white hair and a crane-like visage, eyes tightly shut, appearing both as if in slumber and as if long departed. As the divine iron beheld the individual embedded within the tree, it was stirred with excitement, soaring forth from the hands of Zhou Ding to hover before him. A grand endeavor indeed. Who would have imagined that this sect sought to resurrect its ancestors using the Earth Spirit Tree? The Earth Spirit Tree? Zhou Ding, pointing at the tree, inquired, "Is that the name you speak of?" "Indeed, young one, do not underestimate the Earth Spirit Tree," the divine iron replied. "Not only does it absorb the essence of the earth veins, but it can also reconstruct one's life force, enabling a return from the brink of death." Return from the brink of death? At that moment, Zhou Ding's gaze ignited with fervor, for he thought of Madame Zhou and Li Chuntian. "What are you contemplating, lad?" The divine iron, noticing the intensity in Zhou Ding's eyes, cautioned, "Do you intend to use this earth spirit tree to resurrect others? I must advise you against such folly." "Why can it not be considered?" Zhou Ding retorted. This earth spirit tree is born of the earth veins. If it is severed from them, it will wither and perish instantly. Moreover, this tree has already been claimed by the individual within. Observe closely. Do you not see the numerous fine threads connecting to him?" Upon hearing the divine iron's words, Zhou Ding scrutinized the figure and found it was indeed as the divine iron described. "Do you see? The threads attached to this individual are the very essence of the earth spirit tree. In simpler terms, the life of this tree has become intertwined with his existence. As the tree thrives, so does the man, and as the tree perishes, so does he. Thus, my boy, abandon that notion." However, Zhou Ding remained unsatisfied. The divine iron continued, "Though your aspirations cannot be fulfilled, I must congratulate you, for you have fortuitously encountered a significant opportunity. Significant opportunity? Zhou Ding appeared to grasp the divine iron's implication. This great opportunity referred to the earth spirit tree before him. Ah, you too, one capable of claiming the essence of this mountain, the other obtaining this earth spirit tree, while I, for 3,000 years, have been confined to this wretched iron. Truly, fate is cruel. The divine stone grew restless. Though it could not articulate as the divine iron did, Zhou Ding sensed its urgency. Do you wish for me to swiftly absorb the earth spirit tree? To harness the essence beneath it? As if attuned to Zhou Ding's thoughts, the divine stone began to leap chaotically upon the ground. Very well. But how shall I proceed with the absorption? Zhou Ding had never encountered the earth spirit tree in his realm, so he was uncertain of the method. Extract the individual. Take his place. However, you have but a fleeting moment to act. Be swift. Otherwise, the earth spirit tree will sever its connection and lose its vitality. Upon hearing the divine iron's words, Zhou Ding's focus sharpened on the individual within the tree. What he now desperately required was elevation. As thoughts of the bound Li Bao on Xuanhuan Mountain crossed his mind, Zhou Ding's gaze sharpened with increasing intensity. Under the tense scrutiny of the divine iron, Zhou Ding made his move. With a swift motion, he effortlessly pulled the person from within the tree, and at that very instant, he simultaneously stepped into the earth spirit tree. A miraculous scene unfolded. The moment Zhou Ding extracted this individual from the tree, the person disintegrated into ashes outside. As Zhou Ding took the place of this ancestor from Fangxuan Mountain, the threads that had once severed their connection with him suddenly penetrated into Zhou Ding's body. At the moment these threads entered him, Zhou Ding let out a fierce cry towards the heavens. Although the divine iron could not physically comprehend the excruciating pain of the earth spirit tree's roots invading Zhou Ding's being, it could sense the profound suffering Zhou Ding endured from the grimace etched upon his face. Chapter 80. Refining the body and shaping the meridians. There was a crucial piece of information that he forgot to share with Zhou Ding. This unspoken truth is that few living beings can endure the profound transformation of their internal meridians and blood vessels imposed by the earth spirit tree. This transformation is not merely a destruction leading to creation, but a complete annihilation followed by rebirth. It requires the obliteration of all meridians and blood vessels within Zhou Ding, only to reconstruct them meticulously, one by one. Young lad, you must endure. My latter years depend entirely upon you, the divine iron said, observing Zhou Ding, who appeared on the brink of death, standing amidst the ruins. Yuan and Xiao Yin not only witnessed the collapse of the towering mountain behind them, but also heard a piercing cry emanating from that direction. Junior sister, is that lad injured? Xiao Yin inquired, prompting Yuan to respond hesitantly. Should we go take a look? Or shall you decide? However, I suspect the reason this mountain is a forbidden zone for our sect is that it harbors dangers that could harm that Zhou Ding boy. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Yuan furrowed her brow and remarked, if we could capture that Zhou Ding, we would surely gain fame across the eastern continent. Not only fame, honor. Have you considered where my son has gone these past days? Are you suggesting my son's disappearance is linked to that Zhou Ding? Although Yuan held no fondness for Lu's son, he was nonetheless her own flesh and blood. The mere thought of Lu Sun's absence instilled within her a surge of courage. In the grand hall of Xuanhuan Mountain, Yixiang noticed Fang Hai frowning and inquired, why does the sect master appear troubled? I do not know, Fang Hai replied, casting his gaze towards the direction of Fangxuan Mountain. I feel a profound unease in my heart. Unease? Yixiang echoed, his brow also furrowing slightly. This is bad. Someone is approaching. At the rear mountain of Fangxuan Mountain, divine iron sensed two presences advancing towards it. Although these two energies seemed insignificant, it, having lost its stellar might, was devoid of any combat capability. Had it not been for Zhou Ding discerning the intricacies of the spider-patterned divine stone and repairing the formations beneath its very nose, it would not have excitedly engaged in conversation with him. Young lad, may you find your own fortune, it thought, glancing at Zhou Ding ensconced within the earth spirit tree, then suddenly feigning death as it fell to the ground. Yuan and Xiao Yin cautiously approached the rear mountain. Upon witnessing Zhou Ding entangled within the earth spirit tree, their earlier wariness evaporated. This fellow, unlike divine iron, who possessed extensive knowledge, Yuan and Xiao Yin could not recognize the earth spirit tree. Thus, upon seeing Zhou Ding ensnared within the tree, they naturally assumed that this spirit tree had ensnared him. Observing Zhou Ding's uncertain fate within the tree, the two women's courage began to swell. With a few strides, Yuan approached the earth spirit tree, her delicate brows knitting together in resolve as she decisively directed her attack towards Zhou Ding nestled within the tree. A tail, solid as substance itself, plunged into the ethereal green glow, piercing Zhou Ding's body with merciless precision. As the divine iron lying on the ground witnessed this scene, it could only seethe silently in its heart, cursing Yuan's ancestors through generations to vent its fury. A muffled groan escaped from above the divine iron's head. At that moment, the divine iron nearly leaped up in excitement. This young man possesses quite the resilience. He is a worthy opponent indeed. The agony of having one's meridians and blood vessels reshaped is beyond the comprehension of those who have not endured it. The Earth Spirit Tree's process was not merely destructive and reconstructive. It obliterated all of Zhou Ding's internal meridians and blood vessels before painstakingly rebuilding them one by one. The torment endured during this process was known solely to Zhou Ding himself. Had it not been for his indomitable will, he might have succumbed to the pain before the Earth Spirit Tree completed its devastating task. Once the meridians and blood vessels were entirely destroyed, the tree's branches took their place, sustaining Zhou Ding's life. It was through this continuity that the Earth Spirit Tree began to reconstruct his meridians and blood vessels. However, Zhou Ding was unprepared for the excruciating agony of this reconstruction, which surpassed the pain of their destruction 1,000-fold. No, it would be more accurate to describe it not simply as pain, but as an unbearable itch far worse than mere discomfort. An itch, as if thousands upon thousands of tiny insects were crawling within his body. Pain, as though countless needles were threading through him. Just as Zhou Ding grappled with this unbearable, inhuman torment, a swirling essence suddenly erupted from his dantian. It was primal energy. As this essence spread within Zhou Ding, the unbearable itch and pain began to gradually subside. Relief washed over him, again and again. When the torment dissipated, a profound fatigue, emerging from the depths of his soul, seized Zhou Ding's entire spiritual sea. In that fleeting moment, as exhaustion enveloped him, Zhou Ding found only one thought occupying his mind. He longed to sleep. With this thought, his will crumbled to dust. Sleep. Yes, to simply sleep. In that slumber, all grievances and enmities would fade away like mist. What bliss it would be not to think of anything. Zhou Ding's previously fierce expression transformed into one of serene tranquility. His heart found peace, and the world fell silent. This was the sanctuary he yearned for most. However, just as he had chosen this ultimate refuge, an external pain abruptly jolted him from his profound state of emptiness, intensifying with each passing moment. Junior sister, enough? Observing Zhou Ding, who was nearly riddled with wounds from Yuan's assault, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and urged her. Senior brother, did you not hear? Turning to Xiao Yun, Yuan asked coldly. Hear what? Came the reply. A muffled groan. This fellow is still alive. Since he is still alive, shall we not grant him a swift end? Why must we linger? However, upon observing Yuan's rising ire, Xiao Yun deftly shifted the topic, expressing, am I not merely concerned for my junior sister's well-being? Moreover, Fangsuan Mountain has already been laid to waste by this scoundrel. We must swiftly deliver him his due fate and report back to the sect leader at Qianyun Mountain. Indeed, with the 7 great sects now convened at Qianyun Mountain, I wonder, brother, what do you think will be their reaction when we lay the body of this Zhou Ding at the feet of the various sect leaders and elders? Needless to say, they would undoubtedly be left in a state of shock. Xiao Yun began to envision the exaggerated expressions that Fan Yao and the others would exhibit upon encountering Zhou Ding's corpse. But wait, brother, Zhou Ding must not die yet. Just as Xiao Yun was lost in his reverie, Yuan suddenly interjected. What do you mean, junior sister? If Zhou Ding were to perish now, would not the treasures of our Baoga at Fangsuan Mountain be lost forever? Chapter 81. He is not a friend. But my brother, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Yuan's almond-shaped eyes as she suddenly exclaimed to Xiao Yun with excitement. Senior brother, not only does Zhou Ding possess the whereabouts of our Fangsuan Mountain treasure pavilion, but he also harbors secrets of Qianyun Mountain. Hearing Yuan's words and witnessing her current exuberance, Xiao Yun could easily discern her thoughts. In that instant, both of them silently harbored a sense of greed. As the pain from the external world dissipated, Zhou Ding felt immense gratitude towards the pair outside. Were it not for this couple, he might have remained forever ensnared within the Earth Spirit Tree. The restructuring of Zhou Ding's meridians and blood vessels was now complete, and at that moment, his circulatory system transformed to a vibrant green. Such lush greenery, teeming with life. In that instant, Zhou Ding could distinctly sense the exuberance within his own meridians, so abundant that it seemed on the verge of overflowing. This boundless vitality, seemingly infinite, was entirely absorbed by the primordial Dan nestled in his dantian. Astonishingly, even the primordial Dan itself transformed to a verdant hue. A green primordial Dan? Zhou Ding had never encountered such a phenomenon in his realm. "Thank you, both of you." A voice, almost playful, suddenly echoed in the ears of Xuanhuan and Xiaoyun. At that moment, a figure stepped forth from the earth spirit tree. Simultaneously, as Zhou Ding emerged from the tree, the once vibrant and jewel-like earth spirit tree withered and decayed in an instant. The tree had fulfilled its purpose and disintegrated into dust. As it transformed into dust, a surge of azure light erupted from the ground. In a seemingly effortless motion, the spider-patterned divine stone that lay on the ground leapt into this azure light, akin to a whale consuming water. Under the astonished gaze of Xuanhuan and Xiaoyun, the stone began to fervently and greedily absorb the ley line energy of the entire Fangsuan mountain. This breathtaking spectacle persisted for the duration of an incense stick before finally subsiding. Deprived of the nourishing ley line energy, the flora and fauna of Fangsuan mountain began to wither. The once lush landscape rapidly faded to gray. When the spider-patterned divine stone joyfully leaped into Zhou Ding's embrace, he turned his gaze towards the couple. Although he had never met Xuanhuan, he had overheard discussions among the disciples of Fangsuan mountain. "Given your age and the way you affectionately call him senior brother, you must be Lu Sun's mother, right?" After posing this question to Xuanhuan, Zhou Ding turned to Xiaoyun and asked, "And you are her paramour?" Regardless of their feelings at that moment, Zhou Ding waved his hand, summoning a branch that seemed almost tangible, binding the two of them. In that instant, Xuanhuan and Xiaoyun's spiritual seas were rendered vacant. A blank expanse devoid of thought. When they finally regained their senses, they realized they had fallen into Zhou Ding's grasp. "How is this possible? This cannot be. Just a moment ago, you were nearly devoid of vitality." Xuanhuan shouted in disbelief while struggling, but her efforts proved futile. The green branches binding the two of them resembled an indestructible iron chain. No matter how hard she tried, the branches remained immovable. Ignoring Xuanhuan's cries, Zhou Ding suddenly soared from the back mountain. When he reappeared in the sight of Xuanhuan and Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun observed that the outer disciples of Fangsuan mountain had also been captured by Zhou Ding in the same manner. These outer disciples, mere practitioners of the Qi extreme realm, were effortlessly subdued by Zhou Ding. "Come, I shall take you to meet your sect leader." With these words, Xuanhuan and Xiaoyun were abruptly lifted from the ground. A breathtaking scene unfolded in the sky. Zhou Ding led the way, akin to a master guiding his slaves through the low air. "Look, quickly look. Are they not disciples of Fangsuan mountain?" As they passed over Yunwu town, the townsfolk and martial cultivators gazed up in astonishment, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. "Allow me to introduce." Pausing, Zhou Ding looked down at the mortals and martial cultivators below, declaring, "These two behind me are Xuanhuan, the pavilion master of Fangsuan mountain, and Xiaoyun, the sect leader of Fangsuan mountain. As for this string of individuals trailing behind, they are all disciples of Fangsuan mountain." What was once mere speculation had now crystallized into reality. Just as the townsfolk and martial cultivators began to ponder Zhou Ding's identity, he spoke again. "From this day forth, I announce that Fangsuan mountain is hereby expelled from the eastern continent. As for those old fools from Fangsuan mountain, you shall see them within a few days." With a pause, Zhou Ding added, "They will be paraded around the eastern continent, just like these." A collective gasp echoed through Yunwu town. Fangsuan mountain expelled from the eastern continent? This youth intended to lead those so-called elders of Fangsuan mountain around for all to see? The townsfolk were not foolish. They quickly deduced the identities of the old fools Zhou Ding referred to. Humiliation. This was a disgrace more brutal than death itself. Zhou Ding was a tyrant, shamelessly degrading Xuanhuan's once lofty status. Had she known she would suffer such a humiliating fate, she should have taken his life at their first encounter. Yet in this world, there are no what-ifs, and thus, even Xuanhuan's regret was in vain. Beneath a myriad of astonished faces, Zhou Ding continued forward with his 20 captives. At each small town he passed, he would pause and repeat his earlier declarations. As Zhou Ding led this procession of captives through the skies above the capital of Dayuan, the expressions of Qiao Tao and Qiao Yu, the two heads of their family, were filled with horror. What on earth are you doing? When Dao Bai witnessed the scene from above, his eyelids twitched violently. Taking them to meet their sect leader. Zhou Ding replied, looking down at Taiping Guan. Is this truly the method you choose? It is indeed mild. My refraining from fastening a dog collar around their necks is a gesture of mercy. Upon hearing the term dog collar, Dao Bai's eyelids twitched violently. The 7 major sects have converged upon Qianyun Mountain, capturing a young man named Li Bao to compel Zhou Ding to reveal himself. This news has already spread across the eastern continent as of yesterday. Is he truly the friend you encountered in the Return to the Void? Observing Zhou Ding's hand gesture, Dao Bai inquired in a solemn tone. He is my brother. With a calm gaze, Zhou Ding replied to Dao Bai, enunciating each word deliberately. Brother? At the mention of this term, Dao Bai's eyes sharpened. Although both friend and brother convey a sense of camaraderie, the significance of these two designations is as distinct as the heavens from the earth. Understood. Taking a deep breath, Dao Bai looked steadfastly at Zhou Ding and declared, I shall stand with you. Chapter 82. Internal strife. It would be best for you to remain in your own realm and recuperate. Although warmth filled his heart, Zhou Ding's voice was surprisingly frigid. He did not wish for Dao Bai to become embroiled in this matter. Like a lead horse, he guided Yuan and the others onward. With each town they passed, Zhou Ding would pause and reiterate what he had previously declared in Yunwu Town. Are you playing a dangerous game? Is it really that serious? Casting a glance back at Yuan and the others, whose faces were ashen, Zhou Ding scoffed. What I am doing is to ensure that the entirety of Eastern Continent understands that offending Zhou Ding is no trifling matter. I have plenty of means to deal with them. Though I believe you are courting disaster, your temperament is quite to my liking. We are both of a vengeful disposition. By the way, after finishing his remarks, Shentai promptly inquired, have you experienced an elevation in your realm after absorbing the Earth Spirit Tree? In response to Shentai's question, Zhou Ding candidly replied, no. However, he quickly added, although my realm has not advanced, I sense a qualitative leap within this realm. A qualitative leap? Shentai found himself somewhat perplexed by Zhou Ding's assertion. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained it. Casting a disdainful glance at Shentai, Zhou Ding returned his gaze to the path ahead. His inner essence was azure, and his meridians and blood vessels radiated a verdant hue. With each breath Zhou Ding took, he experienced an illusion of synchrony with the myriad of life surrounding him. This sensation was extraordinary, as if he were one with the vast greenery, and the multitude of verdancy was a part of him. By the way, do you think other sects possess Earth Spirit trees? Zhou Ding, having tasted the sweetness of the Earth Spirit tree, suddenly asked Shentai. In response, Shentai retorted with irritation, do you think the Earth Spirit tree is just a common weed? It's not everywhere. Zhou Ding's ostentatious behavior inevitably reached Qianyun Mountain. When Feng Hai learned that Yuan, Xiao Yun, and the outer disciples of his sect were being paraded around Eastern Continent as Zhou Ding's slaves, he was seething with anger. Upon hearing that Zhou Ding had destroyed his entire Fengsuan Mountain, the sect leader could no longer remain seated. Ignoring the admonitions of the other 6 sects, Feng Hai burst forth from Qianyun Mountain. The desolation was palpable, with the verdant mountains withering. Upon witnessing the collapsed rear mountain and the drained earth veins, the leader of Fengsuan Mountain glared with fury and began to howl at the sky. The Earth Spirit tree was gone, and his ancestors were lost. The legacy of Fengsuan Mountain, spanning over 3 millennia, had been irrevocably severed by his own hand. Feng Hai's eyes blazed with wrath, and the 5 others shared his crimson gaze. Sect leader, Lin Yin stepped beside Feng Hai and suddenly spoke. Do you still remember the Mountain of Unfathomable? The Mountain of Unfathomable? Feng Hai was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yin's unexpected mention of the mountain. Yes, do not forget. The mortal taken by the Mountain of Unfathomable is Zhou Ding's father. Elderly, what exactly are you implying? Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, Yi Xiang inquired solemnly, Elder Yi, did you not contemplate why the unworldly mountain journeyed thousands of miles to abduct a mere mortal? After articulating this concern, Lin Yin continued, in just over a month, he has progressed from a trivial Qi extreme realm to this formidable state. Does the sect master still consider this youth to be simple? The unworldly mountain bears the surname Zhou, as does the Zhou Ding. Elderly, what precisely do you mean? Master, I believe this youth harbors a secret coveted even by the unworldly mountain, a secret imparted by his father. I am convinced this is the true reason behind his astonishing growth. A secret sought after by the unworldly mountain? Are you suggesting they have mistaken their target? Upon hearing Li Nian's assertion, Feng Hai and the others were taken aback. No one comprehended the audacity that Zhou Ding possessed, but wherever he roamed. The disciples from the 7 sects who ventured to scout were all captured by him. All of these disciples were at the divine Qi realm, yet they stood no chance against Zhou Ding's might. His captives continued to multiply, even before reaching Xuanhuan Mountain. Dozens of disciples from the 7 sects had already fallen into his clutches. Was he coercing the sect leaders and elders congregated at Xuanhuan Mountain to seek him out? Breakthrough. In that moment, Lu Huai recalled the phrase, breakthrough. Initially, they believed that capturing Li Bao would allow them to rest on their laurels, positioning them as the proactive party, expecting Zhou Ding to acquiesce and ascend the mountain. However, they had not anticipated that Zhou Ding would employ such a brazen and frenzied method to shatter the deadlock they had orchestrated for him. Listen closely, you old geezers. If I do not see your faces within half an incense stick's time, I shall slay one of your disciples. If I do not see you within a full incense stick, I shall execute 10 of your disciples. If within 1.5 incense sticks, I do not see you, I will kill 50. If 2 incense sticks pass without your appearance, I shall slay them all on the spot. Perched casually on a small stone mound with one leg crossed, Zhou Ding clutched a jar of wine in his left hand and a roast chicken in his right, devouring his meal while bellowing toward the heavens. His voice soared into the sky, rippling outward like waves. Upon hearing his proclamation, those captives, including Yuan, turned pale with fear. They firmly believed Zhou Ding was capable of such atrocities, for he was nothing short of a madman. Impudent. Utterly impudent. I have lived for over 300 years and have never encountered such a wildly defiant disciple. In the grand hall of Xuanhuan Mountain, an elder erupted in fury upon hearing a disciple's report. Do not be hasty, elders. This youth's antics are merely to lure us out. Bah! Retorted an elder from the Qing Xian sect. Your calmness stems from the fact that none of your disciples have been ensnared by that lunatic. Upon finishing his words, the elder of the Qing Xian sect turned to Lu Huai and remarked, Ah, it has come to my mind that both Li Bao and his mother, who hanged herself outside the hall, were captured by your Xiantong sect. It was your foolish suggestion that compelled that madman to come to Xuanhuan Mountain. Now, not only has he not been coerced to appear, but he has also brought forth a situation that has utterly humiliated us. Lu Huai, what intentions does your Xiantong sect truly harbor? Indeed, as the saying goes, a single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Upon the elder's utterance, the elders from the other 2 sects simultaneously cast their gazes upon Lu Huai. If memory serves me correctly, your Xiantong sect has yet to dispatch a single disciple thus far. Your counsel to us to remain untroubled is merely a reflection of the fact that the madman holds no hostages from your sect. The lives of these disciples are of no concern to your Xiantong sect. However, as the elder spoke, Fan Yao's expression darkened considerably. Li Bao's mother perished outside the hall of Xuanhuan Mountain, and Li Bao himself is bound outside its grand hall. If there is any sect that he despises most among the 7 great sects at this moment, it is undoubtedly Xuanhuan Mountain. Chapter 83. A leisurely stroll with eyes ablaze like tangible lightning, Fan Yao abruptly rose from his seat. At this juncture, any attempts at remedy were futile. There was no time to delay. Esteemed elders, hasten with me to capture Zhou Ding. Not so. Fan Yao's words provoked an urgent counsel from Lu Huai. If you and the elders pursue him, you will fall into Zhou Ding's cunning trap. Cunning trap? Who has truly ensnared whom? Fan Yao, unwilling to confront Lu Huai at this moment, was acutely aware that Zhou Ding was his sworn enemy. Once Zhou Ding was dealt with, he could then settle scores with the Xiantong sect at leisure. Elder Lu, you speak of cunning. What do you perceive Zhou Ding to be? Do you truly believe that with our combined strength, we fear a single Zhou Ding? With that declaration, Fan Yao dashed forth from the grand hall. Lu Wei and Feng Shi promptly followed suit. As the head of Xuanhuan Mountain made his move, the other elders from the 5 sects could not remain idle within their own domains. Moreover, even if Zhou Ding were indeed a master of the return to the Void Realm, laying traps for them, they held firm in their belief that with their numbers and Fan Yao's formidable prowess, Zhou Ding's schemes would amount to naught. As this group surged away, Lu Huai could only silently curse their folly. Elder, shall we not follow? Queried a disciple from the Xiantong sect, observing the other elders trailing after Fan Yao. Humph. A pack of fools. Zhou Ding is well versed in the art of formations. I shall await their return, heads hung in defeat. And then they shall know who was right and who was wrong. On a small mountain peak in the eastern continent, if the divine iron were free at this moment, it would certainly choose to flee. Yet, it was ensnared, forced to consume the encased mountain fruits under Zhou Ding's command. You've lost your mind. When they arrive, I shall relish your plight, the divine iron muttered, its body drenched in green juice. Ignoring its ramblings, Zhou Ding calmly stated, the incense has burned for half the time. Setting down the wine jar, he turned to face the row of captives standing atop the mountain, under the fearful gazes of Xuanhuan and the others. The dying sun suddenly cast its rays upon the crowd. Several mists of crimson mist fell from the sky, and Zhou Ding was oblivious to which 7 disciples from the various sects he had claimed. As the waning sun retreated, Zhou Ding resumed his drinking and cracking of walnuts. Xuanhuan and her companions could only stare in horror at the 7 lifeless bodies amidst the throng, rendered speechless. The 6 from Fangsuan Mountain were hastening towards this small peak, while Fan Yao and the other sect elders were also soaring in their direction. Upon seeing their elders and sect leader approach, the captured disciples reignited their fervor for life. Elders, save me. Sect master, rescue me. Father, hurry. Ignoring the desperate cries, Zhou Ding raised his eyelids and surveyed the dozen figures suspended in the air surrounding him. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips, eliciting a shiver even from the indomitable divine iron. Zhou Ding called out, I expected you to continue your cowardly retreat. Yet it seems these old relics possess a smidgen of courage. When the 6 disciples of Songzhe, who had been humiliated by Zhou Ding at Fangsuan Mountain, laid eyes upon him, their fists began to clench in anticipation. You insolent brat, do not provoke this sect master with your sharp tongue, one of them spat. Tell me, did you truly slay the disciples from our 7 sects who ventured into the Guishu for training? This so-called hearsay was merely a pretext. Fan Yao sought Zhou Ding's admission before him. Old fool, why all the prattle? I did it all, and what will you do about it? Zhou Ding retorted boldly. Fine, an admission is good. Allow me to ask you. Ask your mother. Zhou Ding interrupted Fan Yao with unabashed arrogance. Why have you come? To reminisce with me? Either fight or scram. I have drinking to do. With that, he reclined on a stone pedestal and began to drink from a wine jar, his audacity unfurling like a flag. Such behavior, so brazen and defiant, only deepened the uncertainty in the hearts of those above. In that moment, all the elders turned their gazes to Fan Yao and Feng Hai, the only 2 among them who had reached the realm of immersion. Sectmaster, instead of lamenting the ruin of my Fangsuan Mountain at this boy's hands, I know the secrets he harbors, Feng Hai interjected, narrowing his eyes as he suppressed his murderous intent. They had already resolved to capture Zhou Ding alive, for if they could unveil the secret he possessed, not only could they restore their sect, but they could also unify the eastern continent. Sect Master Fan, if you remain idle, I shall take action alongside the others. Feng Hai declared, casting a glance at Fan Yao and the others. In the immersion realm, the divine and true selves become one, exuding an aura of power with every gesture. Feng Hai, resolute in his intent to seize Zhou Ding, unleashed his full might. His form shimmered as if surrounded by flickering thunderclouds. Zhou Ding, setting down the wine jar, sat up and fixed his gaze upon Feng Hai. As he had previously told the divine iron, although his cultivation had not visibly increased after absorbing the earth spirit tree, he felt a qualitative leap in his understanding of this realm. This transformation was a subtle, yet significant shift, while his cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the golden core. His strength was close to that of the nascent soul. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and the mountain winds surged violently as Feng Hai moved, causing celestial phenomena to unfold. In this shifting world, amidst the roaring winds of the mountains, a colossal hand suddenly descended from the heavens, reaching directly for Zhou Ding below. At the very moment this massive hand descended, Feng Hai took a single step forward, appearing instantly before Zhou Ding. Like the wind, I am as ephemeral as the breeze. Follow me. Upon uttering these words, Feng Hai gently pointed a finger towards Zhou Ding. In that instant, Zhou Ding realized, to his astonishment, that he was rendered utterly immobile. This immobilization felt as if Feng Hai's mere gesture had confined the very space around him. As the colossal hand descended, amidst the excited expressions of Lu Wei and others, it grasped Zhou Ding. Just when everyone believed Feng Hai had successfully captured Zhou Ding, The latter suddenly flashed a mischievous smile at Feng Hai. With a hand resting on Zhou Ding's shoulder, just as Feng Hai sought to take Zhou Ding away, a beam of azure light erupted from Zhou Ding's chest. To Xuanhuan Mountain. The stirring of the heart is the direction of the heart's desire. With this thought resonating within him, Zhou Ding, who had seemingly been seized by Feng Hai, vanished before everyone's eyes. Ah, so this was your intention all along, Feng Hai thought, his hand suspended in midair, facing an empty void. A look of sheer astonishment filled Feng Hai's eyes. Chapter 84. Utterly abominable, could it truly speak? This was inconceivable. As if entranced, he gazed vacantly at the empty space before him. More shocking than the disappearance of Zhou Ding from his grasp was the revelation that the divine iron, held by Zhou Ding, had uttered human words. This piece of divine iron had been housed in the Fengbao Pavilion for over 3,000 years, and in all that time, neither he nor the esteemed ancestors of Confronting Mountain had ever heard it speak. Yet, just moments ago, the iron had spoken right before his eyes. As Zhou Ding vanished, Yi Xiang and the other four immediately found themselves beside Feng Hai. Just as they were about to inquire about Zhou Hai, Feng Hai slowly turned to them and said, "You may find it hard to believe, but I just heard the divine iron speak." The divine iron spoke? Upon hearing Feng Hai's words, the expressions of Yi Xiang, Lin Yan, and the others shifted from anxiousness to shock. Zhou Ding had fled, and Feng Hai's demeanor suggested he was not in a hurry, which furrowed the brows of Fan Yao and the others. Could it be that Feng Hai's eagerness to act against Zhou Ding was merely to allow that scoundrel to escape? But what could possibly justify such reasoning? That young rogue had destroyed their mountain gate. They were sworn enemies. No one knew where Zhou Ding had escaped to, nor did they understand how he managed to flee. To uncover the truth behind this enigma, they needed answers, and those answers lay before them. Feng Zongzhu, might you provide us with an explanation? Fan Yao and the others surrounded Feng Hai, their expressions fierce, as if they vowed not to relent until he spoke. Realizing they were encircled, Lin Yan snapped back to reality and shouted at them, "Are you out of your minds? Zhou Ding has escaped, and instead of chasing after him, you're surrounding us for what reason? We demand an explanation from Feng Zongzhu. An explanation from my sect leader? Do you truly believe it was my sect leader who let that scoundrel Zhou Ding go?" Seeing Lu Wei and the others nodding in agreement, even Yuang joined in, cursing, "I think not only have your brains been kicked by a donkey, but you've also aged like pigs. You miserable curs. How dare you insult our ages?" Lu Wei was the first to retaliate, calling Feng Hai and the others miserable curs. This insult struck a nerve with Yi Xiang and the others. A fight broke out. On a small hill, the short-tempered Yi Xiang and Yuang were the first to strike at Lu Wei from Xuanhuan Mountain. This altercation made the elders momentarily forget the purpose of their visit to the mountain. Outside the Xuanhuan Mountain Hall, the idol Lu Huai leaped in front of Li Bao. Observing the battered and nearly lifeless Li Bao, who still babbled about nonsensical pleas for his mother, Lu Huai smirked maliciously and coldly said, "You will not see your mother again. I will not see my mother again." Like a flash of enlightenment, the near-death Li Bao suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted at Lu Huai, "What do you mean by that? What have you done to my mother? Tell me, what have you done to her?" Observing the fury in Li Bao's eyes, Lu Huai squinted and remarked, "If you seek to place blame, direct it towards Zhou Ding. Were it not for him, I would not have ventured into Yu to find you." "You," Li Bao, his eyes ablaze with crimson rage, retorted through gritted teeth. "So it was you, old wretch, who took my mother." "Indeed, it was I who took her, yet the root of this calamity lies with Zhou Ding. Thus, I maintain, if you wish to assign blame, let it be upon him. If you harbor hatred, let it be for him. Were it not for Zhou Ding, you would not find yourself eternally separated from your mother." "What? What did you say?" Li Bao's pupils constricted, his eyes bloodshot. As he spoke in a near stupor, my mother is dead?" Tears, mingled with streaks of blood, streamed down his face. In his dazed state, Li Bao suddenly flailed before Lu Huai like a feral beast, desperately striving to free himself from the shackles that bound him. Yet with each struggle, the restraints dug deeper into his flesh. As his near-mad thrashing ensued, blood began to pour forth from his wounds. Witnessing Li Bao, now a figure drenched in his own blood, even the two disciples of Xian Tong Men standing at Lu Huai's feet averted their gaze in pity. However, Lu Huai remained unaffected, even allowing a cruel smirk to curl at the corners of his mouth. With that mocking smile, Lu Huai continued to taunt the still struggling Li Bao. Would you care to know how your mother met her demise? I encourage you to ponder and speculate. And do you wish to learn how her remains were treated at Qianyan Mountain? Feel free to guess. I believe you would never fathom the truth. So allow me to enlighten you. Facing Li Bao's nearly bloodshot eyes, Lu Huai spoke with devilish delight. It was merely the corpse of a mortal. How could it defile this sacred ground of profound cultivation? Thus, your mother's body was. I will kill you. Before Lu Huai could finish his sentence, Li Bao lunged, attempting to bite him. Though his bite would surely not reach Lu Huai, the blood from his mouth sprayed across Lu Huai's face. Lu Huai's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Li Bao. You filthy spawn of a wretched woman, dare to spit on me. With that, Lu Huai raised his hand, poised to strike. He had no intention of granting Li Bao a swift death. He aimed to shatter Li Bao's teeth and force him to swallow his own broken remnants. The palm descended with a fierce gust of wind, while Li Bao, eyes ablaze with defiance, roared at Lu Huai like an unyielding beast. He was a creature ensnared, and no matter how it howled or bellowed, it could not halt the impending blow. As Lu Huai's palm swept down, Li Bao's blood-tinged and scabbed visage contorted under the force. In that moment of distortion, his eyes bulged, filled with rage and disbelief. Like a crazed animal, he howled, bellowed, and glared fiercely at Lu Huai. In that fleeting moment, Lu Huai found himself unnerved by Li Bao's gaze, which seemed almost predatory. This unsettling encounter only served to heighten Lu Huai's agitation. A glimmer of fierce murderous intent flickered in his eyes, fully ignited by Li Bao's nearly deranged stare. I have changed my mind, he declared. Your worth is merely to lure that Zhou Ding here. Therefore, whether you live or die will not alter your value. If that is the case, then you may descend to accompany your mother, who raised you by selling her flesh. His palm, sharp as a blade, surged with energy. Amidst Li Bao's screams and roars, Lu Huai struck towards the crown of Li Bao's head with a pointed gesture. Witnessing this scene, the two disciples of Xuanhuan below the high platform shut their eyes in resignation. Observing this moment, the remaining disciples of Qianyan Mountain also furrowed their brows. Chapter 85. I stand firm as a rock, my blade as a rainbow. The roaring and howling abruptly ceased. Just as Lu Huai's blade was about to descend upon Li Bao's vital point, a vibrant green branch unexpectedly descended from the heavens. Upon its emergence, the mountain erupted in a jubilant embrace of verdant hues. The disciples of Qianyan Mountain, startled, raised their heads to behold this branch. At the end of this verdant appendage stood a figure, a man with silver hair, clad in dark attire, his eyes sparkling like stars. Lu Huai's strike was thwarted, for his hand was ensnared by this branch that had descended from above. Following the trajectory of the branch, the moment Lu Huai glimpsed the silhouette suspended in midair, the figure suddenly vanished from his sight. When the figure reappeared, it stood directly before him. In the midst of Lu Huai's astonishment, this figure swiftly grasped his throat. Cough. Cough, who are you? He gasped, but his inquiry went unanswered. As fear deepened in Lu Huai's expression, the figure lifted him effortlessly. The disciples of Qianyan Mountain were left in shock, while the two disciples from Xuanhuan retreated several steps, witnessing the assault on their elder. Lifted and thrown. Thrown and lifted. This elder of Xuanhuan was treated like a mere rag doll by the seemingly youthful assailant. The platform trembled, and the stones cracked beneath their feet. When Zhou Ding cast Lu Huai down onto the now fractured ground, he finally ceased his movements, planting his foot upon Lu Huai's face. You have arrived. Upon seeing the familiar visage before him, Li Bao allowed a faint smile to emerge. Yet, as soon as this smile graced his lips, a pained groan escaped him. Forgive me, I have come too late. Beholding the bloodied figure bound to the stone pillar, hair disheveled and drenched in crimson, Zhou Ding's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After stomping Lu Huai once more, he approached Li Bao. Just as he raised his foot, Li Bao suddenly exclaimed in anger, "Do not let him escape." Hearing Li Bao's cry, Zhou Ding slowly glanced down at his feet. Very well, I shall slay him to relieve your anger. No, I do not wish for him to die so easily. At that moment, tears streamed down Li Bao's face as he wept bitterly. Addressing Zhou Ding, it was he. All of it was his doing. He ventured to Duel. He brought my mother to Qianyan Mountain. He threatened my mother's life to coerce me. He devised a plan to bind me here to force you to reveal yourself. And my mother. At this juncture, Li Bao roared at Zhou Ding. It was he who caused my mother's death, so I do not wish for him to die so simply. Understood. In response to Li Bao's fervent cries, Zhou Ding maintained a calm demeanor. Yet, it was this very tranquility that sent a chilling dread coursing through Lu Huai, who lay prostrate on the ground. The pupils contracted in terror as Lu Huai made contact with Zhou Ding's hollow eyes, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Instinctively, he sought to flee. Yet, in the very moment he intended to escape, a foot descended upon his face. At that instant, the remnant sun sprang forth from his waist, cleaving towards Lu Huai's ankle under the horrified gazes of the disciples of Qianyun Mountain. A piercing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed as the sinew of one of Lu Huai's feet was severed. Following this, Zhou Ding seized his hair, lifting him off the ground. There exists a horror in this world more dreadful than death itself, the realization that one's life is no longer in one's own hands. Congratulations, you have achieved this. With those words, the remnant sun struck again. This time, it severed the sinew of Lu Huai's other foot, lacking the support of both feet. Lu Huai was about to collapse, yet Zhou Ding's grip on his hair prevented him from doing so. There is an even more brutal reality than death. A reality you have inflicted upon others, yet I suspect you have never experienced it yourself. As Zhou Ding spoke, the remnant sun rose once more. With a swift motion, it uprooted Lu Huai's entire arm. This brutal scene caused the disciples of Qianyun Mountain to take a step back in horror. Having completed his actions, Zhou Ding discarded Lu Huai onto the ground as one might toss aside a lifeless dog. First rescuing Li Bao from the stone pillar, Zhou Ding turned to the disciples of Qianyun Mountain, stating, "I came here to destroy your sect's mountain gate. However, fortuitously, an old dog has shielded you from calamity. Now, tell me, to which sect does this old dog belong?" Elder Lu hails. From the Xiantong sect, a trembling disciple replied in response to Zhou Ding's inquiry. Xiantong sect? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding abruptly lifted Lu Huai from the ground, supporting Li Bao with one hand while grasping Lu Huai with the other. Under the terrified gazes of the disciples, Zhou Ding suddenly vanished from their sight. "What are you planning, boy? Don't tell me you intend to go to that Xiantong sect?" According to the words of Shen Tai, this spider-patterned divine stone possesses the ability to traverse dimensions. Zhou Ding utilized this stone to journey from Fanghai to Qianyun Mountain. A green light appeared out of thin air atop a mountain peak. As the green light dissipated, Zhou Ding and Li Bao materialized. The familiar green hills and waters greeted them. The moment Zhou Ding arrived at this mountain, Dao Bai stepped forth from the temple. Presenting Li Bao before Dao Bai, Zhou Ding spoke, "Please, do me a favor and take good care of him, Brother Zhou." Witnessing Zhou Ding entrust Li Bao to a member of the Taoist temple, Li Bao quickly grasped Zhou Ding's intent. Li Bao, observing the excitement in Li Bao's eyes, Zhou Ding gently said, "You have borne too much for me. Now, it is my turn to reclaim one thing after another for you." With those words, Zhou Ding offered no chance for a reply from Li Bao and vanished from Taiping Mountain, still holding Lu Huai. In a land adorned with verdant mountains and picturesque waters, Lu Huai found himself standing near the Xiantong Gate, utterly speechless. How could this be possible? Just a moment ago, he was on Qianyun Mountain, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the territory of the Xiantong Gate. Such an astonishing turn of events left him in shock. "What do you intend to do with my Xiantong Gate?" he stammered, gazing at Zhou Ding as if he were a monster, clutching his severed arm. Those who commit wrongdoing are destined to meet their demise. When you engage in malevolence, you must anticipate that one day, retribution will visit you. Zhou Ding replied with a chilling calmness. "But you are fortunate. You need not wait for that day, for I shall bring it upon you now. My actions have no bearing on my sect. You cannot implicate the innocent." "Implicate the innocent?" Zhou Ding replied as he placed his foot upon Lu Huai. "You have spoken truly. I am a man who acts upon those who provoke me. I will obliterate anyone who offends me and annihilate entire families for their transgressions. I have always been this way, immovable as a boulder." Chapter 86. The crane returns to the west upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, which sent tremors through his very soul. Lu Huaizai began to feel remorse. Yet what use was this regret now? The deed was already done. Even if he were to offer his life as recompense, it would hold no value. He contemplated the fact that Xiantong's sect had long been weakened. The 5 disciples sent to the Guishu were the very hope for the future of Xiantong's sect. Yet, this hope had been shattered by Zhou Ding. At that moment, Lu Huaizai, filled with fury, shouted at Zhou Ding, "What of my disciples in Xiantong's sect? They bear no enmity towards you. Why unleash such brutality upon them?" Ultimately, the source of this calamity lies solely with you. Spitting contemptuously, Zhou Ding replied darkly, they are merely a group of undeserving wretches. If given the chance to do it all over again, I would still obliterate them without hesitation. With that, he seized Lu Huaicai and departed. Though Xiantong's sect claimed to be one of the top 10 sects of the eastern continent, it had faltered since the fall of its grandmaster, Cheng Hongxiang. Now, the highest authority within the sect was the Grand Elder, Xian San, the only formidable cultivator who had reached the Oceanic Realm. However, Xian San's potential was limited. Since entering the Oceanic Realm, he had made no further advancements. It seemed that upon entering this realm, he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. The early stage of the Oceanic Realm was Xian San's current level, and it was the only foundation upon which Xiantong's sect relied. The sect's grand fade belied its internal decay. Suddenly, two figures appeared above Xiantong's sect. When the disciples beheld one of them as their third elder, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yet, this relief was short-lived as they quickly noticed something amiss. One of the third elder's arms was missing. A sharp-eyed disciple looked up and exclaimed, "Something is wrong. Quickly, inform the Grand Elder, we are under attack. But whether or not you report, it will not alter Xiantong's sect's fate today." A voice boomed like an impending storm, and before Lu Huaicai's anguished gaze, Zhou Ding swung his sword downwards. A radiant white blade cascaded like a waterfall, reducing the pavilions and structures below to mere ashes. Who dares to destroy my sect? Three figures shot into the sky, and at the forefront stood Xian San. Upon witnessing Lu Huaicai, suspended by his hair with an arm severed, his expression shifted dramatically. Third Elder, with a darkened countenance and a cold glint of murderous intent, Xian San inquired of Zhou Ding, "Did you harm Lu Huaicai? I find your question rather superfluous." Zhou Ding replied, his eyes filled with unspoken disdain and his tone laced with ridicule. Yet, as Zhou Ding exhibited this demeanor, Xian San surprisingly regained his composure. At that moment, he was not only pondering Zhou Ding's identity, but also speculating about his realm of cultivation. Given that Lu Huaicai was at the mid-stage of the returning Swan realm, to inflict such injury upon him, this youth must possess at least the later stage of the returning Swan realm. A young man of the later returning Swan realm? Across the vast expanse of the eastern continent, one can scarcely find another like me. Do not speculate. Allow me to reveal my identity. With a smile that bore 3 parts mockery, 2 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance, Zhou Ding spoke without concern. I am Zhou Ding, the very person you have been searching for, and I can assure you, I stand alone without any backing. Zhou Ding. Upon hearing this, Xian San's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Upon your own declaration of identity, and with no support behind you, are you feeling a touch of impatience? With that, Zhou Ding waved his sleeve and declared loudly, even when I stood beneath the heights you occupy, I never regarded you with any significance. Now that I stand on equal footing, you are but mere ants in my eyes. Arrogant, domineering, disdainful of all, invincible. Zhou Ding's words fell upon the ears of the disciples of the Xiantong sect, igniting in them a peculiar sentiment. It became clear. Your purpose here is not merely to flaunt your strength, but to challenge my sect. Wrong. With a sweep of his sleeve, Zhou Ding proclaimed, I have come to show him how I will annihilate your sect. Very well. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Xian San suddenly laughed heartily to the heavens. Since the fall of my senior brother, the status of Xiantong's sect has plummeted among the 10 major sections. Yet, even as our standing diminishes, it is not for a mere child like you to insult. Furthermore, having shattered the hope of my sect, you shall accompany my 5 disciples to the grave today. With these words, Xian San's hair seemed to stir without wind, his form becoming ethereal and elusive. Amid this surrealism, a cry of a crane echoed throughout the skies. A colossal white crane, more magnificent than the entire Xiantong sect itself, surged forth from behind Xian San. The crane spread its wings. The human figure stood suspended before the crane. As this towering white crane transformed into a radiant light and fully entered Xian San's being, he suddenly vanished from midair. I possess a technique known as Crane's Return, and a skill called Crane of the West. Xian San's voice resonated behind Zhou Ding, and at that instant, Zhou Ding swung his sword in a backward arc. A cascade of brilliant light descended, revealing Xian San's figure. As the sword waterfall fell, he extended 2 fingers to pinch the fiery torrent of the sword. With a squeeze and a release, the torrent shattered. In that moment of disintegration, Xiansan's fingers touched Zhou Ding's body. The two techniques fused into one, named Crane Returns West. As he spoke, Xiansan passed through Zhou Ding's form. The white feathers obscured the sky, and silence enveloped the world. When the disciples of the Xiantong sect witnessed Xiansan traverse through Zhou Ding's body, they were still in a daze from Zhou Ding's earlier bravado. The echoes of Zhou Ding's words, merely ants, lingered in their minds. Yet their eyes were filled with awe at the brilliance of Xiansan's strike. Is he dead? Has he perished? Zhou Ding is nothing extraordinary. They had thought this fellow possessed great prowess. As Lu Huai's body plummeted, Xiansan effortlessly summoned him back to his side. He instructed the other 6 sects, declaring that the young Zhou Ding had been vanquished by the Xiantong sect. Casting merely a fleeting glance at the motionless Zhou Ding suspended in midair, Xiansan grasped Lu Huai and descended towards the mountain gate. He who returns to the west? Such a name carries weight. A sudden voice resonated behind Xiansan. Upon turning, his deep-set eyes widened in surprise. He first flexed his wrist, then brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire. Zhou Ding then raised his gaze towards Xiansan and remarked, I initially believed your martial texts and divine abilities to be unimpressive. Yet this technique of yours has indeed altered my perception. Though Zhou Ding spoke lightly, his heart was far from serene, similar to his prior encounter with Feng Hai. At the moment Xiansan's finger touched him, he felt an overwhelming sensation akin to the confinement of the space surrounding him. Chapter 87. Celestial phenomena. The confinement imposed by Xiansan upon his surrounding space was far less intense than the one that Feng Hai had inflicted upon him. Although it lacked severity, the nature of Xiansan's restraint was entirely distinct from that of Feng Hai. To speak plainly, Feng Hai's confinement originated from an ancient sense of oppression. In contrast, the restraint enacted by Xiansan manifested in a different manner, a suspension of all temporal sequences surrounding him, even halting the flow of his internal magical energy. Had this been anyone else, Xiansan's strike would undoubtedly have borne fruit. Yet, he was not just anyone. He was Zhou Ding, a being from another realm. His cultivation diverged significantly from that of the Xianzong continent. Thus, even if Xiansan could temporarily suspend the temporal flow around him, he could not halt the essence of his Yuan Dan. As long as the Yuan Dan persisted, life would continue, unless, of course, Xiansan's strike were to penetrate through his Yuan Dan. If the Yuan Dan were to perish, Zhou Ding would naturally fall. However, the practitioners of this realm were oblivious to the fact that he possessed no Qi Jian within him. Stunned and bewildered, Xiansan could scarcely fathom that his strike had failed to extinguish Zhou Ding's life. In the spirit of reciprocity, having tasted your crane's return to the west, let you now experience my own strike. The Yuan Dan spun within his dantian. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Ding pointed his finger skyward. This strike is called Spring's Awakening. As the words left his lips, the verdant essence of the myriad greens from the Xiantong gate surged towards Zhou Ding. This lush vitality comprised trees, grasses, flowers, and vines. What sorcery is this? How could he summon such life from the mountains? If vitality were to take form, this would undoubtedly be the manifestation that Xiansan beheld. As the abundant greenery converged at Zhou Ding's fingertips, coalescing into a seed radiating brilliant green light, the astonished gaze of Xiansan bore witness as Zhou Ding propelled the seed into the air, suspended in the void. In that instant, it took root and sprouted. As it blossomed, a shower of azure flowers erupted, and when the fruit formed, it was a deluge of azure fruits. Crane's return. As the azure flowers and fruits descended like gentle rain, Xiansan, though unaware of their potential, stepped boldly into this nourishing downpour. A cry of the crane resounded as the white crane unfurled its wings. Once spread, the wings shielded the entire Xiantong gate. The first azure flower fell upon the white feathers, creating ripples of azure. The first azure fruit descended, embedding itself within the white feathers. At that moment, as the azure flowers and fruits landed upon his ethereal form, Xiansan's countenance shifted dramatically. Flowers yield seeds, fruits contain cores. For growth, nourishment is essential. When Xiansan sensed the azure seeds and cores that had settled upon his divine form beginning to absorb his returning power, he realized it was too late to extricate himself. For the gentle rain had transformed into a torrential downpour, and the downpour had become a tempest. In mere moments, Xiansan's divine form was covered in azure seeds and cores. How does my strike of spring's awakening compare to your crane's return to the west? The disciples of the Xintong sect were unable to discern the true might of Zhou Ding's technique, yet the two elders of the Guang realm were well aware. Elder, quickly dispel this phenomenon. Elder Gu Feng bellowed as he witnessed Xiansan's power dissipating. Dispel it? If I were to do so, the Xintong sect would be obliterated by this very technique. The elder continued, the palaces and pavilions are but lifeless objects. If you are injured, what fate awaits our sect? Hearing Gu Feng's urgent call and witnessing Xiansan's pallor, Lu Huai could no longer contain his remorseful tears. It is I, all my doing. Had I not provoked him, this child would not have come. I have brought ruin to our sect. I, Lu Huai, am the sinner of Xintong. Humph. Only now do you recognize your guilt? It is too late. With that, Lu Huai suddenly fell back beside Zhou Ding. Grasping Lu Huai's hair, Zhou Ding loomed like a demon risen from the depths of hell, commanding, keep your eyes fixed, behold how I will annihilate your sect. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, a grand formation had manifested in the realm. This formation was both peculiar and succinct, circular in nature, with but two focal points. Zhou Ding stood at one focal point, while Xiansan occupied the other. Originally designed as a self-sacrificial formation intended to save lives, my deepening mastery of the art revealed a chilling truth. Salvation could also serve as destruction. Suddenly, the formation shifted. The focal points exchanged, and in that instant, a line pierced through Xiansan while another struck Zhou Ding. Elder, as the bizarre events unfolded within the formation, Gu Feng and another elder immediately attacked the formation. Yet, despite their relentless assaults, the formation remained steadfast. Xiansan's essence was being devoured by Zhou Ding's divine ability, while his own life force was being siphoned away by the self-sacrificial formation. His vibrant vitality was consumed, and his returning power was plundered. As vitality blossomed within Zhou Ding, his once dull gray hair regained its former luster, while Xiansan transformed from a vigorous elder to a figure of frailty, siphoning life for personal gain. He is a demon cultivator. He is a demon cultivator. Gu Feng exclaimed in horror. You dare label me a demon cultivator? Very well. If that is how you perceive me, I shall not disappoint you by remaining sane. With that, Zhou Ding reached out, and Gu Feng was drawn into the self-sacrificial formation without resistance. In the moment he was absorbed, the line that had pierced Xiansan withdrew and instead struck Gu Feng. His vitality began to drain away within the formation, and in the blink of an eye, he aged into decrepitude. As Gu Feng's vitality was being siphoned by Zhou Ding through the life-sacrifice array, a resounding roar suddenly echoed across the sky, previously obscured by the white feathers, now unveiled to the world. This thunderous sound resonated not only in the heavens, but also reverberated throughout the entirety of Eastern continent. At the very instant this roar erupted, beneath a small hill, a child adorned in tiger-headed shoes, who had been frolicking with a village woman, abruptly ceased her movements and gazed upward. Gigi, what captures your attention? The village woman inquired, noticing the child's unusual demeanor and also lifting her gaze to the heavens. Yet, to her eyes, the sky appeared unremarkable, an expanse of azure, unblemished by clouds, as if all impurities had been swept away. It was not merely this little girl who turned her gaze to the horizon. Even those engaged in fierce combat atop a nearby mountain, including Yi Xiang and others, halted their actions simultaneously to look skyward. With the advent of that mighty roar, cultivators from Taiping Temple, Yinshan Sect, Maui Sect, Fenglei Gate, and all other transcendental practitioners traversing the divine energy towards the return of the swan, lifted their eyes to the firmament at that moment. Chapter 88. Their fate is self-inflicted from afar. The mountains resembled towering celestial peaks, yet upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be a series of undulating valleys. At that moment, several figures surged forth from the valley floor, ascending towards the mountains. As these figures reached the mountaintops, the previously clear sky was suddenly enveloped by ominous clouds. These clouds, seemingly conjured from nowhere, coalesced into a pair of swirling vortexes in the heavens. At first glance, this duo of misty whirlwinds appeared akin to a pair of watchful eyes. What celestial phenomenon is this? Pondered a middle-aged scholar, dressed in scholarly attire, as he gazed at the newly formed eyes in the sky. I cannot tell, but I sense that this extraordinary manifestation portends ill tidings. Could it be related to the current cycle of time? Cycle of time? The voice echoed, and the middle-aged scholar, Maintaining his composure, continued, "A thunderous roar emanates from the heavens, as if in fury. The sky, with its clouded eyes, seems to scrutinize us. If this celestial sign is indeed linked to the cycle of time, then..." Upon hearing his words, those standing atop the mountain swiftly descended towards the valley floor like arrows shot from a bow. Deep within that valley lay a vast lake, its size comparable to a mountain. The presence of a lake at the valley's bottom was already unusual, but it was not filled with mere water. Instead, it brimmed with a swirling mist, chaotic and tumultuous. Within this turmoil, one could faintly discern the ethereal glow emanating from the depths of an unfathomable abyss. Qingxian, the master of the mountain, the middle-aged scholar intently addressed a serene and graceful woman. "I implore you to descend the mountain at once and ascertain whether any significant or strange events are transpiring below. If so, investigate thoroughly. If not, then this celestial sign." Though he left his sentence unfinished, everyone present inferred the unspoken conclusion. The heavens were awakening, and the life-sacrificing formation was on the brink of collapse. Could it be that I have provoked the wrath of the heavens? How narrow-minded must the heavens be? Even if the life-sacrificing formation appeared to be shattered by the celestial gaze, it would not save Xiansan and Gu Feng from their fates. Observing the two aged and decrepit figures, Zhou Ding hesitated not a moment, drawing his sword to end their lives. "How does it feel to witness those you hold dear perish before your very eyes?" Xiansan fell, Gu Feng met his demise. This tragedy ignited a flicker of resentment in the heart of the remaining elder of the Xiantong sect, who cast a baleful glare at Lu Huai. Beneath that gaze of animosity, the remnants of the setting sun seeped into the Xiantong sect. Rubble cascaded, dust billowed, ornate railings were shattered, and jade structures turned to ash. The once majestic sect, which had stood proudly among the mountains just yesterday, was now reduced to mere memory. All is lost, utterly lost. Lu Huai gazed upon the ruins of the Xiantong sect, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage, teetering on the brink of despair. The traversal through the spider-patterned divine stone consumed an immense amount of the earth's vital energy. He had utilized this divine stone merely 3 times, exhausting its divine power completely. Fortunately, the Xiantong sect possesses a ley line. When the spider-patterned divine stone drained this mountain's ley line nearly to exhaustion, it gradually regained some semblance of its divine radiance. However, this verdant mountain also withered in tandem with the reckless consumption by the spider-patterned divine stone. Over a month ago, he was merely a lowly practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, yet within that brief span, he had obliterated 2 major sections. When the news of the Xiantong sect's destruction by Zhou Ding reverberated throughout the eastern continent, it sent shockwaves across the realm once more. The 6 sect leaders, upon hearing of Xiansan's demise at the hands of Zhou Ding, were stricken with awe. Xiansan, an early-stage immersion realm practitioner, to annihilate his sect and slay him. Zhou Ding's cultivation level was evidently formidable. Immersion, just this single term struck the hearts of the 6 sect leaders like a heavy hammer. This young man is indeed a monstrous entity. Faced with such a being, it was utterly futile for them to dispatch their elders to hunt down Zhou Ding. To eliminate this monster, it would require the direct intervention of the 6 sect leaders themselves. In a pavilion amidst the mountains of Yunshan's sect, Yunlan was admiring the ethereal misty scenery with a woman of exquisite grace and breathtaking beauty. "Sister, is that youth who has plunged the entire eastern continent into chaos the Zhou Ding you mentioned before? With skin like spring blossoms and features difficult to describe." When Qingxian heard Yunlan's words, her eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to radiant gems. "Indeed, I never anticipated this. Had I known he possessed such potential, I would have lent him my assistance sooner." Qingxian, upon descending the mountain, did not wander through the eastern continent, but instead headed to Yunshan's sect. If something significant or extraordinary were truly afoot in the eastern continent, she believed she would find answers here with Yunlan. However, did the answers she sought truly lie within Yunlan's grasp? She found herself ensnared in uncertainty. "Sister, could you elaborate further on him? What? Are you interested in this young man?" After saying this, Yunlan inquired further, "By the way, did you mention his background to our esteemed master?" "I did. However," Qingxian replied, "I have recently been preoccupied and have had no time to concern myself with other matters." "Preoccupied with other matters?" "Indeed. You must understand the significance of my presence in the eastern continent," Qingxian stated, prompting Yunlan to suddenly awaken from her thoughts, startled. Indeed, gazing through the misty scenery towards the direction of Lu Wushan, Qingxian expressed her concern. Time passes swiftly. Another cycle has come and gone. Aside from myself, our esteemed master and the other 6 mountain lords of Lu Wushan are truly unable to attend to anything else. Upon hearing Qingxian's words, Yunlan fell silent. The term cycle refers to a measure of time in the Xiansong continent. A cycle signifies 6,000 years. Sister, let us first discuss this Zhou Ding. Zhou Ding remained unaware of the significance of Lu Wushan in the eastern continent, nor did he know that, at this very moment, inquiries were being made about him at the Yunsanzong, for he was presently at Taiping Mountain, having come solely for one purpose, to deliver Lu Huai to be executed by Li Bao. At Xianyun Mountain, the 6 sect leaders convened under one roof. Aside from Feng Hai, who remained silent throughout, the other 4 sect leaders expressed their opinions. The most distinguished disciples of the sect had yet to showcase their talents appropriate for their age before they fell one after another into the abyss of Tianhai Guishu. This reality proved exceedingly difficult for the 6 leaders to accept. Amidst this turmoil, a significant event transpired. The notable Qi Yu of the Fenglei sect emerged from seclusion. Upon his exit, he was accompanied by Lei Hong, the sect leader of Fenglei, as they made their way to Qianyun Mountain. The unfolding of events was thus. Within the Qianyun Hall, Qi Yu recounted his experiences in Tianhai Guishu in meticulous detail to the 6 sect leaders. Upon hearing his account, all but Fan Yao and Feng Hai fell into silence. Chapter 89. Qingxian, in accordance with your words, do they not bring their misfortune upon themselves? Lifting her gaze to the esteemed master of the Qingxian sect, Qi Yu replied with conviction, indeed, they are to blame. Should we simply stand idly by and allow them to take our lives? You speak of us. The master of the Suqian Mountain inquired with a thunderous voice. Of course, we are implicated. The disciples you cherish are those we have slain together. Thus, if you seek vengeance for your disciples, you must also include me, Qi Yu, in that equation. Who do you think you are? The master of Qingxian emitted a disdainful snort, prompting Lei Hong to angrily jab a finger at him. Let me make it clear, not only my disciple, but also that Zhou Ding, I shall protect as well. Should anyone dare to oppose, they can step forward and face me. If a contest is to be had, how could I possibly be excluded? A voice resonated from outside the hall, and in an instant, 2 figures entered. Yunlan. Upon seeing Yunlan, Fan Yao and Feng Hai both furrowed their brows. When they noticed the presence of Qingxian accompanying her, all the sect masters rose from their seats. Draped in azure robes, she emanated an aura of tranquility and elegance, her presence akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. As Qingxian stepped into the Qianyun Hall, the atmosphere within plummeted. This remarkable woman was an unfamiliar sight to them in the eastern continent, and their lack of prior acquaintance led them to recall the rumors regarding Yunlan and a certain mountain master of the Lu Wushan. What astonished these masters more than her identity was the inscrutable realm she possessed. Considering that all 6 masters had reached the late stages of the underworld realm, the fact that none could discern her level of mastery left them in awe. Could it be the Hongxiang realm? The notion thundered through their minds like a deafening clap of thunder. Although they were amazed by her prowess, at that moment, the 6 masters began to speculate about Yunlan's intentions in inviting this young woman. Could it be that Yunlan summoned the master of Lu Wushan for the sake of Zhou Ding? At this thought, Feng Hai and the others exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. If that were indeed the case, would not the lives of our disciples be in vain? In that moment, their eyes spoke volumes as they communicated silently. You need not speculate. Taking in the expressions of Fan Yao and the others, Qingxian spoke frostily. I have come here for the celestial phenomena. Celestial phenomena? Upon hearing Qingxian's words, Fan Yao and the others were initially taken aback, only to then recall the celestial eyes they had seen in the sky. Today, Qianyun Mountain was indeed bustling, for not only had the 8 sect masters gathered, but even Lu Wushan had sent forth such a celestial being. The atmosphere reached a crescendo with the arrival of yet another unexpected guest. Oh, everyone is here. Perfect. I need not go door to door searching. As this audacious declaration reverberated, Zhou Ding boldly stepped into the Qianyun Hall. Brother Zhou. Upon seeing Zhou Ding, Qi Yu hurriedly approached him with swift strides. Brother Qi? Zhou Ding was evidently taken aback to encounter Qi Yu in this place. In the presence of the 8 sect leaders and Qingxian, The two brothers shared an embrace within the grand hall. After their heartfelt greeting, Qiyu spoke to Zhou Ding. I have already explained the circumstances to them. Should they persist in their shameless quest for revenge, I, Qiyu, shall accompany them to the bitter end. A warm current surged through Zhou Ding's heart as he clapped Qiyu on the shoulder and turned to Fan Yao and Feng Hai, declaring, I have come for two matters. First, I seek the remains of Li Baonong. If you are unable to produce them, then I regret to inform you that Qianyun Mountain need not exist any longer. What a brazen child. At Zhou Ding's words, not only Fan Yao, but even the four sect leaders, including those from Qingxian Gate and Suqian Mountain, were incensed. Do not rush. Casting a glance at the four, Zhou Ding continued, now for the second matter. Pausing slightly, he looked at Qiyu and stated, since my brother has already conveyed the message, I need not reiterate. The distinctions of right and wrong are clear, and thus I shall impart a message to all present. Listen closely to each and every one of you. When the principles of justice and fairness are laid before you, should you remain unwilling to acknowledge them and instead continue your threats against me, then I regret to inform you that my second purpose today is to declare war. A war in which it shall be either your demise or mine. As Zhou Ding's words settled in, the six from Fan Yao were left astonished. Is he truly the Zhou Ding? Qing Xian, with her moon-like, radiant eyes, gazed at Zhou Ding, her expression shimmering with intrigue. I have only heard tales of this brash youth, but I did not anticipate such audacity. What a bold lad, with eyes wide as saucers. Lei Hong strode towards Zhou Ding and clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, my thunderstorm sect does not accept cowards. Enough. Brushing aside Lei Hong's hefty hand, Zhou Ding regarded the rugged-looking middle-aged man and replied, I have no intention of joining any sect. Can you allow me to finish speaking? I never suggested that you join my thunderstorm sect. Lei Hong retorted, is that so? Considering Qiyu's presence, Zhou Ding inquired of Lei Hong. As a guest elder, a venerator, a vice sect leader, or a grand elder, any of these four positions are yours for the taking if you so desire. Lei Hong, how dare you poach talent before my very eyes? As Lei Hong sought to recruit Zhou Ding, Yunlan immediately interjected. Yunlan, what do you mean by that? Why should I feel any shame? Yunlan, from Yunshan sect? At the mention of the name, Zhou Ding instantly recalled the words spoken to him by Dao not long ago. The relationship between Yunlan, the master of the Yunshan sect, and Qingxian, the leader of the Lu Wushan, is not a matter of secrecy. If you are genuinely intrigued by the legendary stone formation, you may visit the Yunshan sect. For only Yunlan has connections with Lu Wushan in the eastern continent. Reflecting on Dao Bai's words, Zhou Ding cast a glance at Yunlan, and in that moment, he also beheld the enchanting Qingxian standing beside him. How exquisite! Upon the instant he laid eyes on Qingxian, Zhou Ding could not help but silently commend her beauty, subsequently pondering her identity. Could she be the esteemed master of Lu Wushan, Qingxian? With Qingxian in attendance, even if Zhou Ding were to act with abandon within the hall, Fan Yao and his six companions would not dare utter a sound in her presence. While Zhou Ding appraised Qingxian, she too was scrutinizing him. Her captivating gaze sparkled with a shimmering brilliance, and the more she observed Zhou Ding, the more enigmatic he became to her, not in terms of his appearance, but rather the essence of his being. Chapter 90. I wish to join the untrammeled mountain. As she scrutinized Zhou Ding, he suddenly inquired, might I ask whether the untrammeled mountain is accepting new disciples? Accepting disciples? Although Qingxian was perplexed by how he discerned her origins, she maintained her composure and asked, how do you know I hail from the untrammeled mountain? Without addressing her question, Zhou Ding swept his gaze over the six sect leaders and declared, I am 24 this year. Just 2 months ago, I was utterly ignorant of what cultivation entailed. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, all the sect leaders in the hall perked up their ears. On New Year's Eve this year, I fell gravely ill, and during this illness, I had a dream, an extraordinary dream where myriad techniques cascaded into my vision like stars. And then, he continued, in a mere 2 months, I have soared from a novice to a point where I can contend with these six. Moreover, I sense that this is not my ultimate limit. My potential stretches like the vast cosmos, boundless and infinite. As for the heights I may reach in the future, I shall look down upon them as one would upon mere ants. After expressing this, Zhou Ding turned to Qingxian and added, being both youthful and brimming with potential, I wonder if my aptitude is sufficient for me to join your esteemed untrammeled mountain? His words served as a self-recommendation to Qingxian. How could Fan Yao and the others not perceive this? Should Zhou Ding indeed be accepted into the untrammeled mountain, their grievances with him would be severed at once. At that moment, all eyes in the hall turned toward Qing Xian, filled with astonishment and speechlessness. Qing Xian was utterly unprepared for Zhou Ding to advocate for himself in her presence. It is worth noting that the untrammeled mountain had not recruited disciples for several centuries. Save for Qing Xian herself. "Do you wish to join the untrammeled mountain?" she asked, her tone infused with 3 parts surprise and 2 parts incredulity. "Indeed, I have long admired the untrammeled mountain," he replied. "Long admired?" As she mulled over his response, Qing Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her descent from the mountain was not intended for the purpose of recruiting disciples. Moreover, the untrammeled mountain had never accepted disciples from outside. With a discerning gaze fixed on Zhou Ding, she glanced at the 6 sect leaders and remarked, "You wish to join the untrammeled mountain. It cannot be that you desire me to." "Humph, is that not a bit presumptuous?" Zhou Ding interjected, casting a glance at the 6 sect leaders. "Before I approached them, I had no knowledge of your presence in this hall. Hence there is no basis for your assumptions." With this reminder from Zhou Ding, Qing Xian recalled the truth of the matter. He had not even cast a glance in her direction since entering the hall. Noticing that Qing Xian seemed to be contemplating, Feng Hai grew anxious. If Zhou Ding truly allied himself with her, would Feng Xiyuan Mountain not be rendered utterly helpless? Yet, despite his impatience, the weight of her status rendered him incapable of acting rashly. As you have asserted, if the truth be told, in the span of merely 2 months one could descend into the abyss, then indeed your prodigious talent is unparalleled across the entire realm of Xianzong continent. However, I, from the Luwu Mountain, do not recruit disciples externally, nor do I possess the authority to do so. The secret of the stone formation must be unraveled by Zhou Ding, for it concerns not only Zhou Chong, but also his own fate. Should the miraculous phenomenon that Zhou Chong witnessed truly relate to the stone formation, then this formation is intrinsically connected to his presence in this realm. If you lack such authority, might you lead me to someone who does? I had presumed that upon uttering this to Zhou Ding, he would relinquish his pursuit. Yet, to my astonishment, he remained resolutely fixated on the matter of entering Luwu Mountain. This tenacity left Qing Xian considerably bewildered. Observing Qing Xian still in contemplation, Zhou Ding diverted his gaze from her to Fan Yao, saying, "Old dog, let her ponder slowly while we discuss matters pertaining to us." "Matters pertaining to us? Youngster, do you know with whom you speak? The so-called clay Buddha may possess a modicum of spirit, yet being referred to as an ant by this impudent child and being publicly insulted as an old dog, despite the presence of the esteemed master of Luwu Mountain, was enough to incite Fan Yao's ire. Returning to the primary issue, where is the body of Li Baonyang? If you cannot produce it, then this broken sect of yours has no reason to exist. Remember, this is no jest, but an admonition." "You insolent child," Fan Yao exclaimed. "Today, I stand before you, and I shall witness how you intend to extinguish my Qianyun Mountain." Disregarding Fan Yao's fury, Zhou Ding's eyes hardened as he retorted, "So, you are unable to present it?" With those words, Zhou Ding stepped back from the grand hall, and, under Qing Xian's furrowed brow, suddenly soared into the air. The setting sun emitted a resonant clang as it flew into Zhou Ding's hand, and he positioned the sword before his chest. His long hair danced like a tempest, and his robes billowed as if caught in a furious tide, rustling ominously. In the realm of 10 directions, amidst the inferno of 9 hells and the 8 divisions of the pagoda, the blazing arena ignited. As Zhou Ding's voice echoed, the entire Qianyun Mountain trembled with a thunderous roar. In the midst of this cacophony, the mountain shattered, and the earth cracked open, from which torrents of flames erupted. These flames soared upward, converging towards him. When the molten rock from beneath the mountain gathered above Zhou Ding's head, he suddenly ascended into that realm of fiery skies. In the blazing arena, all 5 extremes unleashed. At the western extreme, the fierce phoenix armor. Within the molten flames, it seemed as if divine birds were singing. And amidst their celestial melodies, the swirling flames converged upon Zhou Ding like whales drinking water. When Zhou Ding re-emerged in this fiery domain, a pair of flaming wings unfurled behind him, wielding the setting sun and clad in the phoenix armor. He stood suspended in midair, resembling a fallen celestial being as he swung the sword downwards. In the blazing arena, all 5 extremes unleashed. The northern extreme, where all creation was reduced to ashes, This was not merely a sword's light, but a radiant beam. Wherever the light passed, all things were incinerated. Was he demonstrating his innate talent to me, or proving his worthiness to enter Lu Wu Mountain? As Qing Xian beheld the incandescent blade poised to strike the Grand Hall, she sprang into action. With a mere movement, she stood before the resplendent aurora that bore the cataclysmic might of the heavens. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her gaze fixated solely upon the searing white beam of light approaching her. As she beheld this radiant luminescence, Qing Xian gently raised a finger, her fingertip devoid of brilliance, and her aura tranquil as still waters. In that instant, as the blinding light surged forth, the depths of her eyes, once shimmering with ethereal glimmers, transformed into a vivid cerulean. Those azure orbs radiated an enchanting aura. At that moment, the gently elevated finger was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of resplendent hues. Upon the contact of the iridescent light with the searing white beam, there erupted neither a cataclysmic force nor a resounding tumult. Instead, a mere muffled sound resonated softly. As this sound reverberated, the aurora shattered, and the radiant hues dissipated. The hall fell into a profound silence, while Zhou Ding, standing amidst the cosmos, bore a countenance of icy detachment, casting his gaze down upon Qing Xian. She stood gracefully, her own eyes fixed upon Zhou Ding. When their gazes converged, an earth-shattering roar suddenly echoed throughout the entirety of the eastern continent. Chapter 91. Is there something beneath this lake? The deafening roar emanated from a certain location in the eastern continent, and as Qing Xian turned her gaze towards it, her extraordinary beauty transformed, reflecting her alarm. It was Lu Wushan. The abyssal lake is in turmoil. Sister, what are you saying? A voice suddenly echoed from the grand hall, and a figure swiftly appeared beside Qing Xian. Sister, she said, her exquisite eyes fixed intently on the direction of Lu Wushan, her expression grave. Do you remember the celestial phenomenon we witnessed before? Indeed, sister. Could it be? As Qing Xian spoke, the 7 patriarchs in the hall perked up, their ears attuned to the conversation. Yes, with the arrival of the 6,000th year. The Mountain Lord once mentioned that if this celestial event bears no relation to the eastern continent, it must be connected to the abyssal lake. After uttering this, Yinlan turned her gaze towards the ceiling, addressing Zhou Ding. Given the stakes concerning the survival of the eastern continent, I earnestly hope you can momentarily set aside your grievances with them. The 6,000th year approaches. The fate of the eastern continent hangs in the balance. Upon hearing Qing Xian's words, the 7 patriarchs in the hall also changed countenance. It seemed they recalled a legend from the land they inhabited, one that spoke of a cataclysm occurring every 6,000 years in the Xianzong continent. Yet, the nature of this cataclysm remained shrouded in mystery, for the history of the 10 major sects could not be traced back to 6 millennia ago. Had these words been spoken by anyone else, Fan Yao and the others would have dismissed them, but since they were uttered by Qing Xian, disbelief was no longer an option. Just as Fan Yao and the others were struck with astonishment, another thunderous roar erupted from the direction of Lu Wushan. Upon hearing this resounding noise, Qing Xian wasted no time and prepared to return to Lu Wushan. Observing her intent to depart, Zhou Ding suddenly interjected, "Wait, I shall accompany you." "You?" Before Qing Xian could refuse, Zhou Ding had already taken to the skies, soaring towards Lu Wushan on his sword. Noticing Qing Xian's hesitation, Yunlan gently urged her, "Sister, take him along. Do not forget what he mentioned earlier." What he mentioned earlier? Qing Xian furrowed her brow at Yunlan's words. Indeed, the unworldly mountain took his father. This matter is inherently dubious. Moreover, he recently claimed to have fallen gravely ill and dreamt of myriad spells flooding into his eyes like stars. Do you not find it curious that his experience aligns with the legends surrounding the stone formations in our eastern continent? The stone formations? Yes, take him with you. I have a nagging feeling that this young man was born for this impending 6,000th year. A pair of resplendent wings unfurled behind Qing Xian, shimmering in 7 colors. In an instant, she transformed into a radiant arc of light, pursuing Zhou Ding. He truly ventured forth, and this scene ignited a fierce frustration within Feng Hai, who nearly ground his teeth in anger. I have long suspected this lad is no ordinary being. Once he departs, upon his return, you may very well appear as mere ants in his eyes. Lei Hong, ever eager to stir trouble, remarked in the hall, and his words caused Fan Yao and the others to change color. Lu Wushan is an ancient mountain sect in the Xianzong continent, with a history extending back over 50,000 years. In other words, Lu Wushan has existed on the Xianzong continent for over 50,000 years. Given such a lengthy existence, one must ponder what the nature of the abrupt transformation every 6,000 years entails. Qing Xian caught up with Zhou Ding. Her curiosity piqued not only by his sword flight technique, but also by his cultivation level. It was not Zhou Ding's ability to fly on a sword that intrigued her the most, but rather the essence of his power. For sword flight requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and Qing Xian sensed none of the returning swan or abyssal energies from Zhou Ding's exteriorized power, which left her even more perplexed. During their encounter at Qinyan Mountain, she had discerned that the strike Zhou Ding executed possessed the might of an early stage in the abyssal realm. However, her own cultivation level was not as they had speculated. She was not merely in the Hongxiang realm, but rather in the late stage of the abyssal realm. The reason for her superiority over those of the same level lay in her true identity as an ancient divine bird, the seven-colored phoenix. Although the two walked side by side, they exchanged no words until they reached the foot of Lu Wushan. It was there that Qing Xian spoke softly to Zhou Ding, announcing their arrival. "Have we arrived?" Zhou Ding inquired, scanning the horizon to find nothing but a sea of mountains, devoid of palatial structures. As he pondered this, Qing Xian had already soared ahead into Lu Wushan. Following her descent, Zhou Ding trailed along the winding mountain path. Throughout their journey, he saw no ornate pavilions or exquisite carvings among the peaks. Only after traversing this serpentine path did he finally glimpse a few modest wooden houses atop some low hills. These dwellings were constructed with a simplicity that suggested their sole purpose was for rest. As they ventured deeper, Zhou Ding noted the absence of any disciples from Lu Wushan in the surrounding mountains. Beyond the peaks lay a vast valley nestled at their base. Upon entering this expansive valley, Qing Xian led Zhou Ding to a small lake, which was not large enough to conceal its farthest shore from view. Yet, the lake contained not water, but rather a swirling mist that bubbled like boiling water. Standing at the edge of the lake was an individual dressed like a scholar, adorned with a silk headband. As Qing Xian and Zhou Ding came to a halt, the scholar, with his back turned to them, inquired, "Why have you brought an outsider into the mountain, Master Qing Xian?" From his tone, Zhou Ding could discern neither approval nor disapproval. Just as Qing Xian was about to respond, Zhou Ding interjected, "I seek entry into Lu Wushan." Entry into Lu Wushan. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's declaration, the scholar turned around. Yet, he did not cast a glance at Zhou Ding. His focus rested solely on Qing Xian. "Master Qing Xian, could you elucidate the matter?" Elucidate. The middle-aged scholar, despite his cultured appearance, exuded a stern demeanor, as if he would unleash his displeasure should Qing Xian fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. "The explanation is simply that I wish to enter Lu Wushan." In response to Qing Xian, it was Zhou Ding who spoke, and as his voice resonated, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the misty lake once more. Upon hearing this deafening sound, Qing Xian hurriedly inquired of the scholar, Li Shan, "Has the abyssal lake truly undergone a transformation?" "Indeed," Li Shan replied, casting a glance back at the ethereal waters, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "It appears my suspicion was correct. That celestial phenomenon was indeed instigated by this abyssal lake." After conveying this thought to Qing Xian, Li Shan abruptly addressed her with a hint of urgency. "Do not digress. I must ask, why have you brought an outsider here?" Stealing a glance at Zhou Ding beside her, Qing Xian found herself at a loss for words. It could be said that she had inadvertently brought Zhou Ding along, or perhaps it was the persuasive words of Yunlan that had compelled her to do so. "There must be something beneath this lake," Zhou Ding suddenly remarked, his gaze fixed on the swirling mists as he strode purposefully towards the water's edge. Under Li Shan's furrowed brow, Zhou Ding extended his hand toward the misty expanse. And as he did so, he added, "There must be a grand formation beneath this." Chapter 92. The mountain cannot protect itself. However, upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Li Shan turned to him and remarked, "You are indeed able to perceive the grand formation within this abyssal lake. I shall take your words as a compliment. However, my awareness extends far beyond merely sensing the formidable array at the lake's bottom." After speaking, Zhou Ding raised his gaze toward him and stated, "I have but one condition. Allow me to enter the Luwu mountain, and I shall assist you in repairing this grand formation beneath the lake." "Repairing the Juyo refinement earth formation?" "You," a mere child yet to reach maturity, possessed such audacity? A voice thundered like rolling thunder from a nearby hill. And in that instant, a figure suddenly appeared before Zhou Ding. This individual, with flowing white hair, arched brows, and large ears, resembled an old sage. Uncle Lin. Upon seeing this person, both Li Shan and Qing Xian bowed respectfully. Your audacity is not for you to declare. Whether you possess the ability is for me to observe. The old sage retorted, disregarding Zhou Ding. Just as Zhou Ding was about to leap into the abyssal lake, Yin Ping extended his hand, halting Zhou Ding midair. Without casting a glance at Zhou Ding, Yin Ping addressed Qing Xian, saying, "Girl, your timing is impeccable. You shall accompany me." "Where is Uncle Lin headed?" Qing Xian inquired in surprise. "To the stone cluster." "The stone cluster?" Zhou Ding, momentarily frozen in place, was taken aback by Yin Ping's words. Indeed, for reasons unknown, that cursed stone cluster has suddenly manifested a miraculous phenomenon, opening a portal that appears once every 6,000 years. I have just tested it with those old fellows, and only those in the Ming realm can enter through this door. At this juncture, Yin Ping adopted an exceedingly grave tone and spoke to Qing Xian. Just now, the master utilized the 9 words divine art to deduce that the appearance of this portal may be linked to the great calamity that befalls our Xian Zone continent every 6,000 years. Therefore, gazing intently at Qing Xian, Yin Ping solemnly asked, "So, my dear girl, do you dare to enter?" "Uncle Lin." For reasons unknown. Upon hearing the mention of the stone cluster, Qing Xian cast a glance at the restrained Zhou Ding. Observing Zhou Ding, Qing Xian inquired, "May I ask, uncle, when did the stone cluster exhibit this miracle?" Although puzzled by Qing Xian's glance at Zhou Ding, Yin Ping replied candidly, "It was just as you descended the mountain. I wish to go too." Seeing Qing Xian looking at him, Zhou Ding excitedly declared, "You?" Glancing at Zhou Ding, just as Yin Ping was about to refuse, Qing Xian suddenly interjected, "Uncle, let him accompany me." "Very well. Then you two shall go together." A resounding voice echoed through the mountains, and upon hearing this, both Yin Ping and Li Shan displayed expressions of astonishment. "Master, allow this young lad." "Who is he?" "I know not." "He is Zhou Ding, currently the 7th mountain master of Luwu Mountain." "Yin Ping, you shall escort Qing Xian and Mountain Master Zhou." "The 7th mountain master?" The words resonating from the mountains left Qing Xian and the others in stunned silence. Since ancient times, regardless of how swiftly time has passed, Lu Wushan has had but 6 masters and 1 revered figure. The 6 masters refer to the 6 mountain lords, while the 1 revered figure signifies the supreme authority. Among them is Yin Ping, who, although addressed as Shi by Qing Xian, shares the same esteemed status as a mountain lord. However, in this present day, after millennia have elapsed, the unexpected emergence of an additional mountain lord has left Yin Ping and his companions astounded. The stone formations are nestled deep within Lu Wushan. As Yin Ping muttered to himself while guiding Zhou Ding and the others to this cluster of stones, Zhou Ding was rendered speechless by the sight before him. The stone formations numbered 99, composed of 81 colossal stones, each reaching half the height of a mountain. While their sheer size was impressive, what truly astonished Zhou Ding was the shape of these mighty stones. Some resembled humans, while others took on the forms of beasts, yet, regardless of their appearance, they all depicted figures in partial form, gazing skyward as if drawn by something captivating in the heavens above. At the center of these 81 stone statues stood a towering celestial wheel, surrounded by the semblance of stars encircling the moon. This wheel, circular in form, bore overlapping hands for the hour, minute, and second, all pointing toward the heavens. At the apex of this celestial pointer lay a portal, shaped like an ellipse, within which swirled a cosmic sea of stars, in constant flux. As Zhou Ding gazed at this portal, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. The universe has its voids, eternal and unyielding. Entering them is unfathomable, and yet, I am but a speck, he mused. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this portal standing atop the celestial wheel, Zhou Ding was suddenly reminded of a line from his reading, "The universe has its voids." Could this be the void of the universe? No, it was impossible. Though the portal encapsulated the power of the celestial cosmos, it could not possibly be the void. Fixating on the portal, Zhou Ding dismissed his own conjecture. "The revered figure has instructed me to convey to you both that he is uncertain where this portal may lead you. Therefore, if you wish to reconsider, now is the time," Zhou Ding relayed. Is there a chance of returning? Yin Ping inquired, glancing at Qing Xian. If one can enter, one can also return. This is what the revered figure has said. Very well, Qing Xian responded, turning to Zhou Ding. Do you wish to proceed? If not, I shall not compel you. Do I wish to proceed? Zhou Ding pondered, then turned to Yin Ping. Am I to understand that I am to serve Lu Wushan in this endeavor? Huh. What does Mountain Lord Zhou mean? Yin Ping asked, maintaining his composure. Entering poses no issue. However, before stepping through this portal, I have a request for the revered figure. What is it you wish to request? My father and the Grand Princess. Seeing Yin Ping furrow his brow, Zhou Ding continued, once I enter, I do not know when I may return. Therefore, I wish to entrust the revered figure with a request. I hope my father and the princess remain alive until my return. Since you have pledged yourself to Lu Wushan, I assure you that the true master will personally attend to this matter. At the moment the resounding voice echoed, Zhou Ding did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly flew towards the portal. Standing before the gate, infused with the power of the vast cosmos, Zhou Ding and Qing Xian exchanged glances before stepping inside. Their figures vanished into the portal. Two silhouettes materialized from a low hill, one tall and the other diminutive, barely reaching the knee of the taller one. The grand chaos among the realms, akin to a hellish battlefield, truly beckoned to the essence of the one who yearned for it. I wonder if this fellow will still be able to boast upon his return? A small girl, donning tiger-headed shoes, fixated on the portal, her voice sweet yet fierce, declared, Great chaos among the realms? What are you talking about, Xianzun? I cannot comprehend your words. It is absurd that a little child like you can understand. After tossing this remark to the most formidable presence of Luwu Mountain, the girl turned and skipped away. Do not forget to visit Buzhou Mountain. Regardless of what they intend to do with those two ants, simply inform them that this is what I, the Xianzun, have decreed. If they dare to harm those two ants, even the one residing in the mountains shall be unable to protect Buzhou Mountain. Chapter 93. Our clan shall never be enslaved. The higher one stands, the farther one can see. Similarly, as one's realm ascends, one becomes increasingly aware of their own insignificance within the vastness of existence. Even the esteemed figure atop the mountain is not impervious to this truth. Yet, upon hearing the words of this young girl, the dignitary's visage transformed into one of shock. The master of Zhou Dingshan understood that it was the girl's intent to grant him a favor, and to allow Zhou Ding to enter that portal was also her wish. He complied, fully aware of her esteemed identity. In the boundless universe, its dimensions remain unknown. Within the celestial domain, a dark vortex is discernible. Upon stepping through the portal, although Zhou Ding did not perceive the dark whirlpool within this realm, he felt an irresistible and overwhelming force drawing him in. At the moment this formidable pull manifested, he grasped Qing Xian's wrist, intent on preventing their separation amidst the portal's suction. As the strength of the attraction grew more intense, Zhou Ding and Qing Xian lost control of their forms and plummeted into the abyss of light, an expanse seemingly endless. It felt as though merely a fleeting instant had passed, yet it also seemed they had traversed this luminous chasm for months, even years. Ultimately, when Zhou Ding and Qing Xian emerged from the light and landed upon solid ground, they were engulfed by a sensation akin to a primordial echo. Their hands remained tightly clasped, their bodies still pressed together. Before they could even take stock of their surroundings, a voice suddenly resonated above them. Ah, look! 2 more from the human race have arrived. Alongside this proclamation descended a colossal figure. A massive, sweeping strike aimed to cleave Zhou Ding and Qing Xian at the head, the force of which appeared intent on splitting them asunder. Thunder-breeding 9 lotus. Sensing the imminent peril from above, a water lily suddenly blossomed above Zhou Ding's head, successfully intercepting the assailant's blow. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Ding beheld the visage of their ambusher. This individual was bronzed, with eyes like pearls, towering at a height of 10 feet, adorned with fiery red hair, and wielding a bone axe. What is this? Not only had Qing Xian never encountered such a giant among humans, but even Zhou Ding was taken aback. Haha, impressive indeed. Grinning with yellowed teeth, the giant glared down at Zhou Ding with eyes wide as copper bells, declaring, Leave your companion behind, and I shall let you pass. Just based on your imposing stature? Accepting the circumstances, Zhou Ding had no intention to ponder further or investigate the giant's identity. If one sought to take his life, he would certainly retaliate. With that thought, The blade of the setting sun surged forth toward the red-haired giant. As the blade struck, 9 water lilies unfurled above the giant's head. Is the technique born of the heart? He can conjure spells at will? Qing Xian's eyes widened in astonishment at Zhou Ding's display of power. To Zhou Ding's perception, the red-haired giant was merely at the pinnacle of the divine Qi realm, or so it seemed. Before the setting sun could strike him, the crimson-haired giant was already forced to the ground by Zhou Ding's secret technique, the thunder-bearing 9 lotus. Life and death are unknown to man. Zhou Ding paid no heed to this, instead taking stock of his surroundings. This place appeared to be an ancient battlefield, littered with corpses and the remnants of crumbled walls. Among the fallen, there were not only human bodies but also those of the giant like this crimson-haired one, as well as the remains of fierce beasts and birds. At that moment, Zhou Ding's gaze fell upon a human corpse. Though drenched in blood, the patterns of the robe could still be discerned. When he spotted the embroidered cloud sword emblem on the corpse's chest, he was seized by a trance and suddenly dashed toward it. Zhou Ding, what are you doing? Seeing him rush toward the pile of corpses, Qing Xian glanced at the unconscious crimson-haired giant and hurried after him. Upon reaching the corpse, Zhou Ding abruptly tore the robe adorned with the cloud sword emblem from the body. Holding the emblem before his eyes, he erupted into maniacal laughter amidst the sea of corpses, laughing wildly, madly, almost to the point of tears. Li Chuni, even if I turn to ash, I will recognize your sword emblem from the sword sect. Casting aside the bloodied robe, Zhou Ding turned his gaze to another corpse. This time, he fixated on the robe it wore, which bore an embroidered emblem of a fire phoenix. Zhao Wanxian, huh? Who would have thought I would see your Taoist phoenix emblem in my lifetime? Zhou Ding continued to look, discovering many emblems from the celestial sects of his realm. Where's this? As he beheld the corpses of disciples from his celestial sect, Zhou Ding's gaze snapped back to the crimson-haired giant. This ancient battlefield, filled with countless corpses, stretched endlessly before him. In this desolate expanse, the crimson-haired giant was the only living being. Just as Qing Xian was about to reach Zhou Ding, she noticed he had turned and dashed back like a man possessed. With no choice but to follow, she sprinted towards the giant. Arriving at the giant's side, Zhou Ding struck him repeatedly, finally rousing him from his stupor after 6 resounding slaps. Ironwood awoke in pain, and upon seeing Zhou Ding, he instinctively turned to flee. Choose one, death or becoming my slave. Stepping forward to block Ironwood's path, Zhou Ding looked up, his tone laced with disdain. You think I would ever become your slave? Ironwood roared back, eyes wide with fury. You may not have heard that sometimes it's better to live on, even in disgrace. With that, the setting sun suddenly rose above Ironwood's head, beginning to slash wildly under his defiant gaze. As Taimu watched his hair fall out in clumps before his very eyes, he finally comprehended the actions of Zhou Ding. What was once a thick mane of hair was swiftly reduced to a bald crown by the setting sun. This transformation left Taimu resembling a wounded beast, ferociously swinging the bone axe in his grasp toward Zhou Ding with relentless strikes. Zhou Ding, however, remained steadfast, unmoving, allowing the axe to descend upon him. Next, I shall shave your chest hair. Once I have stripped you clean of all your hair, I will sever your toes and fingers, rendering you incapable of walking or grasping anything. You will wish for death to come. Unbeknownst to Taimu, Zhou Ding was employing a counterattack mechanism to nullify each of his assaults. Thus, this shocking spectacle led Taimu to perceive Zhou Ding as an immensely powerful human adversary, far superior to himself. Can you now become my servant? Zhou Ding inquired, observing the fear reflected in Taimu's eyes. I shall not. Our Xuanhuan clan shall never be enslaved. Chapter 94. The Desolate Twilight. Despite his trepidation towards Zhou Ding's formidable prowess, Taimu defiantly called out to him. The Xuanhuan clan? As Taimu uttered this phrase, Qing Xian arrived at Zhou Ding's side. When their gazes met, both realized that they had never heard of such a clan, causing ripples of surprise in their eyes. Unlike Zhou Ding, who could swiftly accept the gravity of the situation, Qing Xian needed time to process this revelation. Not being a slave is one thing. After all, one does not truly know another without a bit of conflict. Making a friend should not be too much to ask, Taimu remarked, his declaration of never being a slave resonating with Zhou Ding. The latter, shifting the tone of the conversation, suddenly addressed him, a friend? Taken aback by Zhou Ding's words, Taimu hesitated. Forming a friendship is acceptable, but you must not use the guise of friendship to compel me into servitude. Rest assured, we require no service from you. Besides, with your imposing stature, what could you possibly do for us? In this ancient battlefield, aligning oneself with such a powerful human could provide a means for Tai Mu to seek his kin at the second ruins. With this thought in mind, Tai Mu resolved to follow Zhou Ding for the time being. Though there was a risk of being killed by this human, it was still preferable to being devoured by the ancient descendants. Thus, regardless of Zhou Ding's inquiries, Tai Mu vowed to share all that he knew. Qing Xian gradually began to accept Tai Mu's words, although she still struggled to comprehend the full extent of the situation. Are you saying this is an ancient battlefield within your desolate realm? Tai Mu's account captivated Zhou Ding, while it filled Qing Xian with dread. Although the Xianzhong continent also housed ancient clans, they were few and far between, far from the abundance of divine beasts and mythical creatures Tai Mu described. Listening to Tai Mu, Qing Xian began to doubt whether her own lineage originated from this desolate realm he spoke of. Indeed, it is perplexing. Approximately a month ago the elite from various clans, were undergoing trials in the ancient battlefield when a formidable group of humans suddenly invaded. These humans could not only soar through the skies, but also wield various magical artifacts such as flying swords and pagodas that we had never encountered before. At the mention of those who wielded magical artifacts, Tai Mu's teeth clenched in anger, for his brother and kin had fallen victim to those wretched humans. Throughout Tai Mu's narrative, Zhou Ding listened with patience. The mention of the desolate realm introduced Zhou Ding to yet another new domain, marking it as the third he had encountered alongside his own in the Xianzhong continent. It seemed that the stone formations were indeed connected to the cosmic tunnel spoken of by the palace master. Otherwise, he and Qing Xian would not have been transported to this ancient battlefield of the desolate realm, wielding various flying swords and pagodas in battle. After digesting Tai Mu's account, Qing Xian furrowed her brows and inquired, "Did they mention where they came from?" "No, they did not." Upon hearing the inquiry, Tai Mu turned to Qing Xian and remarked, "However, they claim to be of the Celestial Clan." "The Celestial Clan?" How audaciously they embellished themselves. Upon hearing Tai Mu's words, Zhou Ding scoffed, "What a coincidence! For I have always relished the slaughter of Celestials." Since entering this desolate ancient battlefield, Qing Xian had noticed something amiss with Zhou Ding. First, he had burst into laughter upon seeing the garments worn by the so-called Celestials, and now he spoke of his penchant for their extermination. A vague sense of enmity seemed to exist between Zhou Ding and these self-proclaimed Celestials, yet the origin of this animosity eluded her comprehension. "Is this ancient battlefield a venue for your trials, a place where you seek to slaughter one another to prove which clan is superior?" she inquired. "Certainly not," Tai Mu hastily defended. "It is said that this ancient battlefield is the resting place of the fallen gods of our wasteland. We have come to seek the remnants of our divine ancestors." After conveying this, Tai Mu suddenly queried Zhou Ding, "By the way, from your tone, do you harbor a grudge against those humans who claim to be Celestials? That is of no concern to you." "Suffice it to know that we bear no enmity towards your wasteland," Zhou Ding replied. Surveying the vast ancient battlefield, Zhou Ding declared, "I find myself curious to witness the so-called remnants of the gods you speak of." The reason for his curiosity stemmed from the sudden agitation of the spider-patterned divine stone nestled in his bosom. This agitation was abrupt and intense, as if the ancient battlefield was beckoning or summoning it. Not only the spider-patterned divine stone, but at that moment, even the divine iron began to communicate with him. "Ah, young lad, fortune truly favors you. I have detected several formidable auras in this vicinity." "Several formidable auras? Where?" Zhou Ding pondered, prompted by the divine iron's words. "The nearest one lies to the east." Qing Xian was unaware of Zhou Ding's intent to head east, yet she resolved to follow closely behind, remembering Yun Lan's prior words that upon entering this ancient battlefield, she had committed herself to following Zhou Ding resolutely. Although Tai Mu could not fly, he ran swiftly upon the ground. According to him, their Xuanhuan clan excelled in running, and he informed Zhou Ding that one of their ancestors was an ancient deity capable of chasing the sun on foot. When Zhou Ding intentionally slowed his sword flight, Tai Mu managed to keep pace. As for Qing Xian, she extended her hand towards Zhou Ding as he flew on his sword. Responding to his invitation, she did not hesitate to place her hand in his. This ancient battlefield was vast, stretching infinitely before them. Just as Zhou Ding began to suspect that the divine iron was misleading him, it suddenly conveyed, "We are nearing. The formidable aura lies just ahead." Zhou Ding felt a jolt of surprise at the divine Iron-S proclamation. The heavens were shrouded in chaos, and the earth lay desolate. As the journey continued, the number of corpses grew increasingly abundant. However, these scattered remains upon the ground had transformed from mere bodies into skeletal fragments. The smallest of these bones was as large as an ironwood, while the largest approached the size of a small hill. Cease your swordplay and descend. A voice emanating from the divine metal suddenly resonated within Zhou Ding's mind. Without inquiring further, Zhou Ding complied. The moment he alighted upon this realm of bones, a colossal, shadow-casting streak of light surged past him, seemingly without warning. That was close, Zhou Ding remarked, gingerly touching his head, feeling a lingering unease. This apprehension stemmed from a profound tremor that had rippled through his very soul during that overwhelming flash. What was that? While Zhou Ding was still shaken, Qing Xian was also clutching her chest. That was the wild twilight. Chapter 95. The progeny of old acquaintances as the echoes of their conversation faded. Both Zhou Ding and Qing Xian turned their gazes towards Tai Mu. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld Tai Mu, who had inexplicably adopted a crawling stance, reminiscent of a lizard, which struck a rather comical figure. Approaching Zhou Ding, Tai Mu excitedly exclaimed, I heard from the clan leader that the emergence of Huangxia heralds the presence of divine relics ahead. We have struck fortune. Fortune, you say? Zhou Ding retorted with a hint of exasperation. Not long ago, we nearly fell victim to Huangxia. Silence. It appears there are sounds of combat ahead, interjected Qing Xian, whose sensitivity surpassed that of Zhou Ding due to her non-human nature. Combat. Indeed. Zhou Ding's initial tension dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of excitement. Was it possible that the combatants were those familiar disciples who referred to themselves as the Celestial Clan? If so, he was inclined to extend a welcoming gift. You two stay here. I shall investigate. With that, Zhou Ding, brimming with enthusiasm, strode purposefully forward. As he traversed the sea of bones, the landscape opened up before him. At the far end of this newfound expanse, he beheld a colossal and remarkably intact skull, towering over 10 zhang, radiating an ethereal luminescence. Beneath this immense cranium, two factions were engaged in fierce combat. You despicable intruders dare to assault the skull of my Yazi ancestors? We shall not let this stand. One faction declared. Humph. Merely a band of barbaric beasts. Today, not only will we claim this creature's skull, but we shall also make you our steeds. Brother, your insight is indeed profound. I was lamenting the lack of a mount. Following this proclamation, a finely crafted tower suddenly emerged from the speaker's hand, hovering above a woman below. In an instant, it descended towards her. Yamei. Just as the tower was about to envelop her, a figure dashed forth, using his body to shield her. She fell away like a kite severed from its string, while the man let out a furious roar, striking at the exquisite tower. Seeking death. The young man's expression turned icy as the tower blazed with brilliance, engulfing him in its radiant glow. Brother. Upon witnessing her brother being ensnared by the artifact of the self-proclaimed celestial disciples while attempting to save her, the tears streamed down Lang Ya's face. The Yazi clan had long been beleaguered in the desolate realms, further marginalized by the Dragon Clan's refusal to acknowledge their lineage, rendering them vulnerable to the oppression of other ancient factions. In this trial at the ancient battlefield, the elders of the clan spared no expense in their efforts to send these individuals for cultivation. However, the outcome of their endeavor was disheartening. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, they ultimately discovered the remains of an ancestor within this ancient terrain. Just as they were about to absorb the residual legacy left by the ancestors' remains, a group of celestial disciples intruded upon their quest. Originally numbering 12. After a fierce battle with these celestial beings, the survivors were reduced to a mere few. Langya dared not gaze upon the fallen kin, for they were her brothers. Quite imposing indeed. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind Langya. In an instant, a figure dashed past her. As this figure appeared, the once radiant Linglong pagoda abruptly lost its luster. The youth enveloped by the pagoda was saved, and upon turning his gaze, he beheld a young man standing beside him. The now dull pagoda rested in the hands of the young man clad in black robes. Gazing at the 6 celestial disciples, the youth remarked, the 7 treasures Linglong pagoda. An ancient celestial artifact. The first tier suppresses the golden crow, the second tier wields the glorious immortal sword, The third tier harbors the spirit's startling halberd. The fourth tier contains the universe measuring scale. The fifth tier unfurls the heavenly net umbrella. The sixth tier wields the pure dust brush. And the seventh tier brandishes the war heaven spear. Alas, it is a pity that your 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda is not even worthy of being called a counterfeit. With that, Zhou Ding casually tossed the pagoda to the ground, and, before the eyes of the 6 celestial disciples, trampled it into smithereens. Who are you to dare destroy my celestial treasure? One of the youths among the 6, with a darkened expression, confronted Zhou Ding upon witnessing the destruction of his treasured item. You must be exceedingly ignorant to refer to such a trinket as a celestial treasure, Zhou Ding retorted. Then continued, pray tell, has that old man Li Ju met his demise? Li Ju? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's inquiry, the 6 youths' expressions shifted dramatically. Li Ju was their sect's ancestral figure and their revered ancestor. You dare to utter the name of our 7 treasures sect's patriarch so casually? Then he must still be alive? Zhou Ding's words echoed with the weight of history. Years ago, at the peak of Taiyuan, it was Li Ju of the 7 treasures sect who besieged him. Now, encountering Li Ju's disciples in this ancient battlefield, Zhou Ding would not let the opportunity pass. I see you are courting death. As Zhou Ding continued to speak without restraint, the 6 disciples were consumed with fury. Court death? Indeed. I have come merely to escort you on your journey. Among the 6 disciples, 5 were in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, while 1 had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core. Zhou Ding had discerned their levels upon his arrival. Although he was still in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, his prowess was beyond mere realm assessment. As the setting sun drew its blade, 9 lotus shielding the sun. At the moment when the 6 disciples summoned their respective treasures, a grand formation suddenly emerged beneath their feet. It was the sacrificial formation. The sword was the setting sun. As the 6 disciples found themselves ensnared within the sacrificial formation, Zhou Ding stepped into the formation's core. He had previously employed this very formation when he confronted Xiansan of the Xiantong sect. Upon Zhou Ding's acquisition of Xiansan's vitality through this formation, he discovered its intricacies surpassed his expectations. What is this profundity? It is the interplay of life and death, where the living may perish and the deceased may arise anew. What constitutes this cycle of existence? It is the power to summon life at will or to decree death as one pleases. All who enter this formation shall have their fates governed by my command. As the life-sacrificing array manifested, the once murky heavens began to resonate with a thunderous roar. The swirling chaos seemed to caution Zhou Ding beneath it against employing such a malevolent formation that defied the natural order. Defy the natural order? What of it? If the heavens do not acquiesce, let them descend and obliterate me. Ignoring the tumultuous upheaval above, tendrils of verdant light, resembling willow branches, pierced through the 5 disciples of the 7 treasures sect at the peak of the core formation stage. This represented a connection to vitality. At the moment when Zhou Ding's essence intertwined with the pulsating threads of life, the heavens erupted with a deafening roar, and he was suddenly aged. The youth transformed into an elder, his raven locks turned to silver. As Zhou Ding absorbed the life essence of these 5 disciples, he immediately transcended from the mid-core formation stage to the late stage. Chapter 96. The Zizi clan. The grand formation capable of stirring the very heavens and earth is no ordinary array. Even the 10 most formidable formations mastered by Zhou Ding lack the divine might to invoke the wrath of the heavens. This prompted Zhou Ding to reflect deeply upon the moments he acquired this formation. He vividly recalled that it indeed originated from a paradise of great fortune, though he remained oblivious to the identity of the celestial abode it belonged to. As the life-saving formation dissipated, Zhou Ding turned to the pale-faced golden core disciple who appeared thoroughly frightened and remarked, "Spare your wretched life. Return and inform Li Ju, that old hound, that I have returned." Who are you? The disciple stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who am I? In the realm of immortality. To call him an old dog is a title he must concede to me, the one he must beg for mercy from. Go back and inquire of that old dog who I truly am. With that, Zhou Ding casually patted the young man's face and said, "You may leave now." The previous bravado was replaced by an overwhelming tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. The disciple indeed left, utterly humiliated. Once he departed, the siblings Lang Feng and Lang Ye turned their gazes toward Zhou Ding. "Brother Lang Feng," a voice suddenly echoed behind Lang Ye. Upon turning to see Tai Mu, she exclaimed, brother Tai Mu. Accompanying Tai Mu was Qing Xian. Upon noticing the 5 corpses of their kin at Zhou Ding's feet, she gasped in horror. The sight of their deaths was too grotesque to behold. Sensing Qing Xian's gaze upon the 5 remains, Zhou Ding waved his hand, and the bodies instantly turned to ash. Do you know them? After dealing with the corpses, Zhou Ding inquired of Tai Mu. I do. They are siblings from the Zizi clan, residing in Tang Valley alongside my Xuanhuan clan. Residing? More like imprisoned. Lang Feng interjected angrily. Tai Mu, have you forgotten the humiliation our clans have endured? I have not forgotten. But, ignoring Tai Mu, Lang Feng turned to Zhou Ding and said, although you saved my sister and me, I shall not thank you. This is the resting place of my ancestors. I kindly ask you to leave. Brother, as Lang Feng sought to expel Zhou Ding, Lang Ya hurriedly approached, grasping her brother's arm, and apologized to Zhou Ding. I'm sorry, my brother did not mean it that way. What do you mean by that? Lang Feng retorted, shaking off Lang Ya's hold. He pointed at the 10 deceased youths of their clan on the ground. Sister, look for yourself. Lang Sui and the others were killed by their own kin. I believe you are deluded. Disregarding Lang Feng's rage, Zhou Ding coldly declared, here, my word is law. After casting this remark at Lang Feng, Zhou Ding turned to inspect the enormous head before him. Is this truly the head of Zizi? Don't just gawk. Hasten to see if this fellow left behind any remnants of his legacy. Remnants? What remnants? You, my dear fellow, seem to lack discernment. The cultivation methods of the ancient remnants differ vastly from those of your human race. While you rely on plunder for your ascension, they thrive through inheritance. The esoteric arts I speak of refer to this very legacy. Thanks to the reminder from the divine iron, Zhou Ding finally grasped the essence of the matter. However, just as he was about to investigate whether the Yazi had left behind any inheritance, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. This is their ancestor. You should yield to them. Huh. Zhou Ding, puzzled by Qing Xian's words, turned to look at her. Meeting Zhou Ding's penetrating gaze, Qing Xian calmly replied, to you, this inheritance may seem merely a secret technique, but to them, it might represent the hope of revitalizing their lineage. I see. Zhou Ding, absorbing Qing Xian's insights, shifted his gaze to Langya, where he noticed tears glistening in her eyes. Yield. In the realm of cultivation, it is the strongest who dictate terms. You must not let your sympathy for this charming lass, who is also an ancient remnant, cloud your judgment. Is she also an ancient remnant? Zhou Ding's surprise was palpable as he contemplated Qing Xian, reflecting on what Shun Tai had conveyed. Indeed, she is not only an ancient remnant, but also a mutated 7-colored phoenix. Yet, I have heard that the ancient lineage places great emphasis on bloodlines, and those like her, born of mutation, are often looked down upon by the purebloods. Nonetheless, Shun Tai continued, regardless of her mutations, she remains a divine avian. As for the Yazi, they hold themselves in high regard and are unlikely to acknowledge Yazi as part of their branch. Moreover, observe these 2 little ones. The Yazi bloodline within them is exceedingly thin. You are a 7-colored phoenix? Ignoring Shun Tai's remarks, Zhou Ding widened his eyes in astonishment as he addressed Qing Xian. How did you come to know? At Zhou Ding's inquiry, Qing Xian's expression darkened. That is of no consequence. Casting aside her words, Zhou Ding turned to the tearful Langya and declared, very well. Consider this an act of kindness from me. I shall forego the claim to your ancestor. Can you not see this through to the end? Langya's eyes sparkled with tears of joy upon hearing Zhou Ding's words. What do you mean by seeing it through? Do you think I am a benevolent soul? But I believe you are different from those celestial disciples. After Zhou Ding's statement, Langya continued. Our Yazi clan is known for its principle of reciprocity. You have bestowed upon us the remains of our ancestor. Therefore, I ask that you wait until we inherit the legacy contained within those remains, and then we shall repay your kindness. Repay kindness? So, this is what reciprocity means among your Yazi clan? Zhou Ding did not mind acting as a guardian for the brother and sister duo. In the course of his protection, Tai Mu also shared with Zhou Ding the current state of the desolate realm. Presently, the desolate realm is governed by the descendants of the ancients. Those with pure bloodlines have driven the impure-blooded ancient remnants to reside in a place called Tanggu. To speak of residence is, in truth, to speak of imprisonment. In the resource-scarce and spiritually depleted Tang Valley, the remnants of our lineage can only struggle through the passage of time. The decline of the Qi Emperor clan and the Yaji clan serves as a poignant reflection of this plight. Thus, we, the tribes confined within the Tang Valley, must seek the remains of our ancestors on this ancient battlefield. It is our sole beacon of hope. At this juncture, determination filled Taimu's eyes. Time flows silently, and the years leave no trace. When the head of Yaji crumbled to dust amidst divine radiance, the Langya's siblings bowed before it once more before approaching the Zhou. Upon reaching the Zhou, Lang Feng, having set aside his youthful ire, earnestly addressed it. As a token of gratitude for your salvation of my sister and me, I shall lead you to a certain place. A certain place? Chapter 97. I never back down. However, my sole responsibility is to guide you there. For that place lies beyond the reach of my siblings and me. Upon hearing Longfeng's words so solemnly spoken, Zhou was taken aback. They traversed through the Bone Mountain, heading southward. Throughout this journey, Langfeng remained silent and focused on the path ahead, not uttering a single word. Several times, Liangya attempted to engage Zhou in conversation, only to be pulled away by Langfeng. In this manner, they walked in silence until Langfeng finally halted before a vast expanse of ruins. This is the place, Langfeng declared, gesturing towards the endless remnants of crumbling walls and broken structures. Whether you believe it or not, when my siblings and I first arrived at the ancient battlefield, we heard the Xingtian clan mention the great Emperor Fusang among the 10 deities of the vast wasteland. The 10 deities of the vast wasteland, Emperor Fusang? Zhou and Qingxian were both astonished by Longfeng's words. Indeed, my siblings and I witnessed both clans enter this desolate site, along with your kin. My kin? Are you referring to those self-proclaimed celestial beings? Zhou queried. Regardless of whether you truly are celestial beings, this is the reward my Yazi clan offers you. As for whether you accept this reward, that is for you to decide. With that, Langfeng released this remark and pulled Liangya away. As they passed by Taimu, it was apparent that Taimu had no intention of leaving. Langfeng coldly stated, my siblings and I are heading to the second ruin. Will you continue with them or join us? Emperor Fusang? Langfeng, did you truly hear the Xingtian clan mention Emperor Fusang? Taimu inquired. Believe it or not. Moreover, Taimu, some matters are beyond our capabilities to influence. I advise you to be more pragmatic. Taimu bid farewell to Zhou. Langfeng was correct. If this place was indeed related to Emperor Fusang, then accompanying Zhou would only lead to his demise. Zhou did not attempt to retain Taimu. And once Taimu departed with Langfeng and Liangya, he turned to Qingxian and said, this time, you want to stop me, will you? Together. With that, Qingxian stepped forward into the ruins. The expanse of ruins was immense, stretching endlessly before them. As they progressed, Zhou discerned that this was not merely a simple ruin, but rather a relic. For amidst the shattered walls and broken stones, he could faintly perceive the shadows of intricately carved beams and pavilions. As they ventured deeper, a towering ancient tree came into view, standing in stark contrast to the desolation surrounding them. The ruins exuded a sense of desolation, while the ancient tree radiated boundless vitality. Dark clouds began to sweep across the sky like a horde of locusts, casting a crimson hue upon the majestic tree. As they delved further, they beheld the full grandeur of the ancient tree, which stood proudly in the center of a pool, its reflection shimmering upon the water's surface. As Zhou beheld the majestic ancient tree in its entirety, he was not merely astonished by its robust stature, but rather by the 10 fruits adorning its branches, radiating brilliance akin to that of the blazing sun. 9 days dwell beneath, while one occupies the heights. These colossal fruits appeared so vividly lifelike, they resembled suns themselves. This is the Fusang tree. The voice of the divine iron resonated suddenly within Zhou mind. Although its tone seemed tranquil, Zhou could discern an undercurrent of astonishment within that calmness. The Fusang tree? Indeed, that little rascal from the Yazi clan may not have deceived you. This place may truly be linked to the great Fusang emperor. Is it solely because a Fusang tree grows here? You do not comprehend. Furthermore, I must advise you, do not employ your forbidden array here, for this place may be more perilous than the heavens themselves. More perilous than the heavens? Zhou observe the corpses beneath that tree. Just as Zhou was digesting the divine iron's words, Qingxian suddenly gestured towards a spot beneath the Fusang tree. Following her direction, Zhou refocused his attention, and upon doing so, his pupils constricted in shock. There lay a headless corpse, and not merely one. No, this headless body possessed a head, which was, in fact, attached to its torso. This is a descendant of the Xing Tian clan, a purebred no less. The Xing Tian clan. However, heeding the divine iron's words, Zhou Ding hastened towards the three headless corpses. He observed that these three bodies were entirely bare from the waist up, each wielding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Even in death, these three corpses remained upright, maintaining a half-kneeling posture upon the ground. Their breasts served as eyes, and their navels as mouths. This was the visage of the Xing Tian clan, their flowing black hair cascading from their severed necks, fanning out behind them in a grotesque display. Zhou Ding. Could this be what Lang Shan referred to as the Xing Tian clan? The warmth radiating from their bodies had not yet dissipated. They must have perished recently. While Zhou Ding engaged in dialogue with the divine iron, Qing Xian was not idle. She scrutinized the three corpses intently, observing, moreover, they bear no wounds. How could they have met their end without any visible injuries? No wounds. Qing Xian's remark piqued Zhou Ding's interest. Upon closer examination, he found that she spoke the truth. Superficially, it appeared that these three members of the Xing Tian clan had succumbed to sudden demise, the cause of which Zhou Ding could not ascertain at that moment. The waters were crystal clear, revealing the bottom at a glance. The shadows of the trees danced gracefully, their reflections twirling upon the surface. Though remnants of walls lay behind the Fusang tree, their quantity was evidently diminished compared to the path he had traversed earlier. The presence of the Xing Tian clan's corpses beneath this Fusang tree indicated that at least the clan had once visited this locale. Yet, where had they ventured thereafter? Scanning the horizon, no end was in sight. Just as Zhou Ding was lost in contemplation, Qing Xian suddenly grasped his arm and pulled him backward. Be cautious. A slender willow branch had quietly and stealthily wrapped itself around Zhou Ding from behind, unbeknownst to him. As Qing Xian hastily pulled Zhou Ding away, the willow branch surged forth towards him with unexpected fervor. The willow shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, radiating a divine aura. The moment Qing Xian pointed at the willow branch, she was struck by an icy shiver, as if hit by lightning. Fortunately, Zhou Ding acted swiftly, severing the willow with his sword, the remnant sun. Otherwise, Qing Xian would have suffered a grievous blow from the branch. At the very moment he cut the branch, a fierce wind erupted from the Fusang tree, causing the willows that danced upon its branches to rush towards the two with alarming speed. Hurry! This Fusang tree seeks your lives. If it desires me, must I comply? Ignoring the insistence of the divine iron, Zhou Ding formed a sword gesture and took Qing Xian's hand, fleeing immediately. Kid, I thought you were prepared to fight this Fusang tree to the death. Do you take me for a fool? I may concede, but my tongue shall not yield. Your words seem somewhat contradictory, young one. Zhou Ding's swordsmanship was swift, and in the blink of an eye, he evaded the onslaught of the Fusang tree, drawing even Qing Xian's attention, who was renowned for her flying prowess. Chapter 98. Beneath Mount Fusang, Zhou Ding's retreat was far from aimless. He skillfully evaded the onslaught of the Fusang tree, maneuvering to the side and delving into the depths behind it. Within this desolate expanse, he stumbled upon two lifeless bodies. The remains were human, and upon their sight, Zhou Ding's gaze fixated upon the garments adorning them. Yet another acquaintance's disciples. As he beheld the embroidered patterns of fiery clouds on their robes, a chilling coldness enveloped his eyes. The great burning heaven sect, casting his frigid glare towards the surrounding devastation. Even Qing Xian sensed the murderous intent radiating from Zhou Ding. Who did he aim to slay? He sought the disciples of the celestial clan. Qing Xian, perceptive as ever, remained perplexed regarding the enmity between Zhou Ding and these so-called celestial beings. In the distance, the sounds of combat echoed, and before Qing Xian could comprehend, Zhou Ding had already swept past her like a fierce gale. Deep within the ruins, two young men clad in robes adorned with fiery patterns were engaged in combat with three monstrous beasts, their forms shrouded in darkness and exuding a feral aura. These humanoid beasts possessed an affinity for fire, as did the two youths who wielded flaming banners, unleashing torrents of flames with a mere flourish. In this fiery clash, the superiority of one side's flames would determine the victor. Comparatively, the three beasts below faltered in their prowess with fire. Senior brother, the crystal cores of these fire beasts would greatly benefit our cultivation. Do not truly harm them, one urged. Rest assured, junior brother, I am well versed in such matters. The other replied confidently. After hundreds of years, The garments of your great burning heaven sect remain as unsightly as ever. A voice thundered from above. As the two celestial disciples looked skyward, they beheld a radiant aurora blazing down upon them. In an instant, their bodies were cleaved in two. As the flames dissipated below, the three humanoid beasts turned their attention to the figure suspended in midair. With a cold, piercing tone, the figure commanded, "Tell me, where are the remaining celestial disciples?" Qing Xian arrived tardily, and upon witnessing the two lifeless bodies of the human race, she darted after Zhou Ding's direction. In that moment, she comprehended that Zhou Ding indeed harbored a deep-seated grudge against these so-called celestial disciples, a hatred she could scarcely fathom. As she pursued him, the ground bore witness to a trail of corpses, each clad in robes of fiery patterns. Zhou Ding was in a frenzy. Upon encountering disciples of the Great Burning Heaven sect, he struck them down with ruthless efficiency, without uttering a word. Qing Xian was taken aback. The members of the Xingtian clan and the Xuanhua clan were equally astonished. What profound enmity existed between this celestial disciple and those adorned in fiery robes that provoked such merciless slaughter? Moreover, what instills greater fear in them is that the disciples of the celestial order, clad in robes of fiery patterns, possess no means of resistance against the whims of this madman. Is there more? Suspended in midair, Zhou Ding cast a glance at the clans of the Xingtian and Xuanhua tribes below. Are you inquiring about them? A trembling youth from the Xuanhua tribe pointed at the severed head of a corpse beneath and stammered, "Is there more? Where?" "All are at Mount Fusang." "Mount Fusang? Take me there." Qing Xian finally caught up with Zhou Ding, but at the moment she stood beside him, she sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility emanating from him. Observing Zhou Ding, who was brimming with murderous intent, she wished to counsel him, but swallowed her words. The simple truth that one cannot advise others on goodness without having endured their sufferings was not lost on her. Following the youths of the Xingtian and Xuanhua tribes, they advanced together. A towering mountain soon came into view, magnificent and vast, appearing from a distance like a celestial being reclining. There is a barrier outside this mountain. Our cultivation is too low to enter. Stopping at a considerable distance from Mount Fusang, a youth from the Xingtian tribe informed Zhou Ding. Noticing Zhou Ding's frown, he hastily added, "You will surely be able to enter." Zhou Ding remained silent, merely stepping forward. Indeed, the youth from the Xingtian tribe did not deceive him. There was an invisible barrier at the mountain's entrance. Yet this barrier could not impede Zhou Ding. Upon stepping through the barrier, he noticed Qing Xian entering as well, prompting him to move forward. The area beneath Mount Fusang was bustling with activity. Not only were there human beings present, but also several true descendants of the Ancient Ones. However, these descendants stood apart from one another, seemingly wary of each other, while the humans lined up in a row. "Humph, you intruders. Once I acquire the treasures of the great Emperor of Fusang, I shall use you as offerings for my feast." Beneath Mount Fusang, a hornless Qilin glared fiercely at the 5 celestial disciples. "It is said that beasts are dull-witted. Have you, great lion, forgotten how you lost your horn? Would you like me to remind you so that it stays fresh in your memory? You, Qi Wu, do not act in haste. Once the heavenly treasure is revealed, I shall take action to avenge your lost horn." The speaker was a winged beast of formidable lineage, unmistakably a descendant of Qiongqi. "Qiongji, your words now. Does Qi Wu truly hold your sentiments? I just witnessed you standing idly by. Do you dare to sow discord, you white deer?" Upon hearing this, Qiongji shouted angrily at a gigantic creature with 4 horns, "A white deer? Who are you calling a white deer? I am distinctly a descendant of the Fu Zhu." As I observed these ancient descendants embroiled in a dispute, a young man clad in a white robe directed his gaze towards the sole woman among the 6, inquiring, "I wonder which steed has captured the attention of the esteemed Fairy Qin. If you desire, I could train one for you." "The steed is unnecessary," she replied with a gentle smile. "My interest lies solely in the spiritual treasures soon to emerge from this mountain. If you, my friend Lu, truly wish to assist me, perhaps you could lend me your strength later." Her smile held an enchanting charm, yet to the young man's eyes, it transformed into mere illusions, like bubbles in water or a fleeting dream. This mountain likely bore significant ties to the great Emperor Fusang. How could the treasures birthed from it be anything of the mundane realm? Faced with the allure of the spiritual treasures and the desire to win the favor of this lady, the young man would undoubtedly choose the former. "Lu Feng, I once thought your admiration for Fairy Qin to be profound, yet it seems to be of little substance. Observing the young man's expression, another youth donned in a robe adorned with fiery patterns interjected with a mocking tone. Humph, Li Ai, your De Fuentian sect remains unchanged, always seeking to sow discord wherever you go. Enough, someone is approaching. Chapter 99. Decapitation of the Qiongqi as the narrative unfolds. Lu Feng and the 5 others turned their gaze backward. This act was not limited to them. The 3 ancient descendants also followed suit. The colorful phoenix? Upon discerning Qingxian's true identity, these 3 beings, save for Fu Zhu, extended their tongues, as if Qingxian were an exquisite delicacy in their eyes. How could this colorful phoenix associate with a mere human? Fu Zhu furrowed his brow, while Lu Feng and his companions cast hostile glances towards Zhou Ding. The moment Zhou Ding stepped into Fusang Mountain, his eyes settled upon Li Ai. I say you 3. Fixating on Zhou Ding, Qingxian and Li Ai exchanged glances. Li Ai's lips curling into a fierce smile. We are unaware of the number of spiritual treasures within this mountain. But do you 3 not think that the treasures are sufficient for our group to share? This implication was clear, and the 3 ancient descendants could not possibly misinterpret it. Are you implying that you wish to clear the area? Indeed, with an additional presence, our share of the treasures would diminish, making it quite an unwise bargain. Is it not unfair to our arduous wait? Well, I shall take the female bird, and that human shall belong to you. This was proposed by Qiongqi, his gaze towards Qingxian laced with menace. The hostility was palpable. At that moment, Qingxian discerned the murderous intent directed at her from Qiongqi's eyes. Are you hungry? Shifting his gaze from Li Ai, Zhou Ding addressed the menacing Qiongqi, suggesting to Qingxian, shall we eliminate one of them to satiate our hunger? Disgusting. If you wish to eat, then eat it yourself. I refuse to consume such repulsive fare. Oh, really? What about that lion? It does not appear repulsive, does it? That is not a lion. It is a descendant of the ancient divine beast Qilin. A divine beast? Affecting a look of surprise at the Qilin descendant, Zhou Ding then turned to Fu Zhu and inquired, what about that deer? It looks clean and pristine. That is not a white deer. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Ding, Qingxian corrected him. It is a descendant of the ancient divine beast Fu Zhu. Zhou Ding's words were devoid of concealment. Thus the 3 ancient descendants could hear everything. A mere human dares to claim they will consume this king? The Qiongqi descendant was incensed and charged at Zhou Ding. As Qiongqi lunged towards Zhou Ding, Li Ai and the 5 others concentrated their attention on him. While they could not discern from which celestial sect Zhou Ding hailed, it was evident that his entry into the forbidden realm of Fusang Mountain signified he was no ordinary individual. Before entering this ancient battlefield, the master of Lu Wushan, Yin Ping, had stated that only those at the immersion realm could pass through that portal. Following this reasoning, even if this Qiongqi were an ancient descendant, its own strength should be comparable to that of the immersion realm. At this moment, although Zhou Ding had yet to reach the nascent soul stage, his power was akin to that of a nascent soul. Particularly after he entered the late stage of Golden Core, his strength surpassed that of an early nascent soul. Not to mention when employing the Zhaodian divine technique and the sacrificial array. The Yuaning stage corresponds to the Ruming realm of the Xianzong continent. The saying goes, to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. With a chicken delivered to his doorstep, Zhou Ding naturally intended to use this impoverished Qiongqi to instill fear in the 5 disciples of the immortal sect. The earth trembled, and the flames of the earth surged forth. Bathed in the might of the terrestrial fire, Zhou Ding raised the remnants of the setting sun, and the world was engulfed in oblivion. The sword fell, and the aurora emerged. This fierce blaze transformed the countenance of Li Ai and her companions. The heat of the terrestrial fire concentrated within this radiant white light. Upon witnessing Zhou Ding's initial strike, the Qiongqi descendant let out a furious roar, determined to use its formidable physical strength to deflect this brilliant assault. However, the moment it made contact with the white blaze, regret flooded its senses. A cry, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, suddenly echoed through the air as the Qiongqi descendant began to leap about on the ground like a wild dog set ablaze. Its fur instantaneously vanished, leaving the creature both astonished and enraged. You dare to burn my fur, human? I shall devour you alive. Enraged, the Qiongqi let out a thunderous roar and charged at Zhou Ding once more. Was this creature's body truly so resilient? Astonished, Zhou Ding remarked that his formidable strike had left no mark upon the Qiongqi. This was indeed the power of the ancient lineage. As the Qiongqi charged furiously towards Zhou Ding, Qing Xian stepped forward to stand before him. Slowly raising her finger, she summoned a cascade of colors. In an instant, she appeared clad in a radiant garment of 7 hues, which transformed into countless colorful feathers that shot towards the Qiongqi at her command. The sight of these innumerable feathers sent shivers down one's spine, particularly with the resplendent brilliance flowing upon them, stirring an involuntary sense of trepidation. Celestial technique of the Xuanhuan. 10,000 feathers of Ling Qi, you impudent bird, how dare you strike at me? Upon witnessing the descending feathers, the Qiongqi abruptly halted, its eyes wide with fury. Qiongqi divine technique, bloodletting of the flood feathers. A voice suddenly erupted from behind the Qiongqi, and in that instant, a brilliant light radiated from the heavens. I refuse to believe that your wings are as resilient as your flesh. You despicable human, the Qilin descendant. Witnessing Zhou Ding's ambush on the Qiongqi, rushed towards him, but no speed could match the radiant blade of the setting sun that Zhou Ding wielded, cleaving through its wings. In the blink of an eye, the Qiongqi's black wings were severed. The once mighty divine beast was reduced to a hairless black dog. As Zhou Ding severed the Qiongqi's wings, Qing Xian's celestial technique also descended. Before the Qiongqi could unleash its true power, it was overwhelmed by the multitude of divine feathers. Was this what they termed as a venture half begun, only to meet with ruin? As the myriad of divine feathers dissipated, even its mother would likely fail to recognize the creature lying upon the ground as her son. The hairless creature was already in a lamentable state, and being mercilessly torn apart by Qingxian's divine feather only exacerbated its misfortune. Aren't you hungry? I have prepared it for you. You may partake now. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed in Zhou Ding's ear. Casting a glance at the scattered black flesh, Zhou Ding shook his head and replied, I cannot eat this. The sight of the Qiongqi's meat makes me feel nauseous. Is this how the offspring of the Qiongqi met its demise? It is worth noting that it was the strongest among the 3 ancient descendants. The horned Qilin came to a halt, especially after hearing Qingxian's mocking remark. It retreated several steps. I implore you, do not hide behind me. If they intend to kill you, hiding behind me will be of no avail. Li Ai and the other 4 were intently observing Zhou Ding and his companion. Among them, the only woman spoke in a low voice. Is he a sword cultivator? Chapter 100. Who exactly is he? Should it be so? Regardless of whether it is or not. Now that the wretched beast is dead, shall we seize this opportunity to clear the field, or shall we allow them to share the spiritual treasures with us? Li Ai, do you truly believe that the 5 of us can manage this turmoil? Why not? That creature merely underestimated us. If it had truly unleashed its strength, the outcome would be uncertain. You speak quite a bit. Listening to the discourse among the 5, Zhou Ding suddenly shifted his gaze toward Li Ai. Fixing his eyes on Li Ai, Zhou Ding addressed the other 4. Now, I intend to slay this one. What do you foresay? Will you stand against me, or will you simply watch? Presumptuous. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's declaration, Li Ai's expression darkened. Is this what you call presumptuous? Who do you think you are to warrant such a response from me? I shall not hesitate to reveal that I entered here for you. Slaying this black dog is merely a trivial matter. You came here for me? To kill me? Upon Zhou Ding's words, Li Ai narrowed his eyes. What else could it be? Do you think I came here just to reminisce with you? Li Ai, at the early stage of the nascent soul. The 4 young men standing with him were also at the early stage of the nascent soul. As Zhou Ding's words fell, a grand formation suddenly materialized above Li Ai's head. It was the Zhou Tian formation, and the moment this formation enveloped Li Ai, Zhou Ding charged in with his sword drawn. The Zhou Tian formation? Casting a glance at the array that surrounded him, Li Ai's lips curled into a derisive smirk. You think you can ensnare me with this formation? You must be delusional. With a swift motion, he formed seals with his hands and muttered incantations. A fiery seal suddenly soared from his palm. This seal, known as the Flame Seal, is a superior magical artifact. As Li Ai unleashed this seal, 9 fire dragons erupted from it, roaring as the great formation trembled. In an instant, Li Ai shattered Zhou Ding's Zhou Tian formation. Playing with fire? You must be eager for your demise. As the Zhou Tian formation crumbled, the remnant sun, under Zhou Ding's command, soared into the midst of the 9 fire dragons. Zhao Tian divine technique. East 1 extremity, sword of incineration. With this proclamation, the 9 fire dragons were drawn into the sword as if a whale were drinking water. At the moment of absorption, the remnant sun, brimming with overwhelming fiery might, transformed into a blazing beam aimed at Li Ai's heavenly spirit. Seeing the flame seal destroyed, as the remnant sun descended, Li Ai let out a mighty roar and summoned a fire banner. This fire banner was forged from his essence blood, its grade far surpassing that of a superior magical artifact. As the fire banner emerged, a sea of flames surged forth. At the moment Li Ai planted this fire banner into the roaring inferno, a deity engulfed in flames slowly rose from the sea of fire. The divine figure, ablaze, reached out toward the remnant sun. Yet, what he forgot was that under the enhancement of the Zhao Tian divine technique, the remnant sun could absorb myriad flames. Had Li Ai not been a disciple of the great burning heaven sect, whose cultivation path was not aligned with the fire element, perhaps Zhou Ding would indeed require some time to eliminate him. However, the truth remains that he is indeed a disciple of the great burning heaven sect, having devoted himself to the cultivation of the sect's fire incantation since the inception of his training. The tumultuous sea of flames converged upon the body of the Twilight Sword. Amidst the astonished expressions of the 4 young men, Li Ai was reduced to ashes by the Twilight's embrace. He perished, leaving not a trace behind. This exemplifies the searing trial of the celestial art. If one were to question the old dog Li Ju about playing with fire, they would soon discover his worthiness. While the slaying of Qiongqi was a feat achieved through the combined strength of Zhou Ding and Qing Xian, the demise of Li Ai was solely the handiwork of Zhou Ding himself. This scene, witnessed by the ancient descendants of the Qilin and Fuzhou, struck them with a sense of trepidation. It is worth noting that upon entering this confined space, the Qilin descendant had previously clashed with one among these 5 individuals. And despite its formidable bloodline power, it had been severed at the horn by that very person. This serves as a testament to the fact that all 5 of these humans possess the capacity to contend with their ancient lineage. Yet now, with the emergence of these 2, the equilibrium has been disrupted, for Zhou Ding effortlessly dispatched an adversary capable of matching them. With Li Ai's death, Zhou Ding turned his gaze towards the remaining 4 youths. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman. His attention first gravitated towards Lu Feng, clad in white attire, and he remarked upon the 7-star embroidery upon his chest. You hail from the 7-star pavilion. Should you return, convey my regards to Xing Xian and inform her that I have returned. Xing Xian? How do you know the name of my pavilion master during her sojourn in the mortal realm? Lu Feng's complexion changed dramatically at Zhou Ding's words. This detail is inconsequential. What matters is that you deliver the message. After addressing Lu Feng, Zhou Ding shifted his gaze to the only woman among the 4. Though she bore no makeup, an innate allure radiated from her features. Focusing on the crescent-shaped purple jade she adorned, Zhou Ding suddenly raised his head to inquire, "What is your relationship with Xuanhua, Master?" Qining began to respond, but was interrupted by Zhou Ding's raised hand. "Never mind. Since you are associated with him, I shall not impose upon you." With that, Zhou Ding turned his attention to the other 2 young men. However, before he could speak, one of them sarcastically remarked, "I say, what pretense are you putting on here? Don't think that just because you killed Li Ai, you hold the upper hand. And I suppose you expect me to send your regards to my master? Are you referring to that old dog Wang Qing? If I were to extend my greetings to that old dog, do you think he would dare to accept?" Before the young man could respond, Zhou Ding continued, "I shall say this only once. Stand there obediently. If you dare to move, trust me, your demise will be far more gruesome than theirs." "What are you implying? Do you not believe me?" As he spoke, a formation, more radiant than jade, suddenly materialized beneath Zhou Ding and the young man. "You brat, what are you planning? Have I not warned you to refrain from using this sinister array here?" As Zhou Ding prepared to employ the life sacrifice formation once more, the divine iron grew anxious and hurriedly communicated with him. Suddenly, the heavens began to rumble, and the ancient Fusang trees within Fusang Mountain swayed violently in the tempest. Zhou Ding silently marveled and hastily withdrew the life sacrifice formation. In the instant it was dismantled, tranquility returned to the skies and the mountains. What could this extraordinary phenomenon signify? Could it be that a spiritual treasure is about to emerge? Lu Feng's words not only alleviated the tense atmosphere, but also captivated the attention of Qin Ying and the others. As the 4 gazed towards Fusang Mountain, Qing Xian's focus remained solely on Zhou Ding. In her heart, she silently questioned him. Who exactly are you? Sensing her gaze, Zhou Ding approached her. Upon reaching Qing Xian's side, he said, I trust you have already deduced the answer. Deduced what? She inquired, feigning ignorance. Without waiting for Zhou Ding's response, she continued, I am not concerned with your past. My sole interest lies in one question. Will you return? Will I return? Zhou Ding was taken aback by her inquiry. Chapter 101 The character of execution regarding the question posed by Qing Xian. To be frank, he had not contemplated it until now. Since the disciples from his realm could venture into this desolate land's ancient battlefield, it stands to reason that he too could return to his own realm alongside these disciples. Yet, what would become of Zhou Zhong and Li Xinyu if he simply returned? Would he abandon them to their own devices? After waiting for several centuries, what would it matter to wait a little longer? But what if this truly is his only opportunity to return? The entanglements of grievances lay before him. No, it cannot be. There is also that great turtle, and the mysterious stone formations of Lu Wushan. Upon reaching this thought, Zhou Ding suddenly found clarity. If he were to disregard everything and return to his realm, his conscience would be troubled. From the very beginning, Qing Xian had been observing Zhou Ding. When she noticed his previously furrowed brow relaxing into a state of enlightenment, she seemed to have already predicted his decision. With this newfound understanding, Zhou Ding's mood lifted significantly. With a relaxed smile gracing his lips, he turned to gaze at the majestic Fusang mountain before him. This mountain was protected by a barrier, which was precisely why Qin Ying and the others were waiting at its base. As Zhou Ding attentively scrutinized this barrier, the spider-patterned divine stone in his embrace suddenly jumped. This leap felt like both a reminder and a joyful dance. It was this very movement of the spider-patterned divine stone that urged Zhou Ding to stride towards the barrier of Fusang Mountain. This formation? Perhaps due to his prior experience in deciphering the intricate formations on the spider-patterned divine stone, he found the barrier's patterns surprisingly simple, as if they could be easily dismantled. What was he about to do? What is Zhou Ding planning? Qi Lin asked in astonishment. I have no idea. Not only Qi Lin, but even Qin Ying and the others were equally perplexed by Zhou Ding's intentions. Could it be that he intended to unravel the barrier of Fusang Mountain? Who did he think he was? A voice suddenly rang out among the four, belonging to the young man whom Zhou Ding had previously instructed to remain still. The young man's name was Wang Lian, and it was he who had severed Qi Lin's horn. Wang Lian, perhaps you should speak less. Do you truly wish to follow in Li Ai's footsteps? What? Are you all afraid of him? If you had not stood idly by, how could Li Ai have perished? Had you followed Li Ai's counsel, he would not be here flaunting his power. Wang Lian, cease your chatter. What significance does your discourse hold now? What are you trying to convey? If I recall correctly, you were the closest to Li Ai, yet you did not extend a hand to help him. What right do you have to cast blame upon us? As Wang Lian's words grew increasingly harsh, another young man retorted, Enough of your insolence. The one who countered was named Qi Feng, who, alongside Lu Feng and Qin Ying, formed a temporary alliance. My goodness, the barrier has been breached. A voice suddenly exclaimed, and as Fu Zhu beheld the dissipating barrier, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he cried out in astonishment. As the cries of the Fu Zhu echoed, the Qilin could not help but begin to bellow in response. Pray tell, good sir, did you break the seal of Mount Fusang? Lu Feng inquired, his mouth agape as he turned to Zhou Ding. Could it be you? Just as Zhou Ding finished speaking, Wang Lian disregarded Zhou Ding's prior warnings and surged into the mountain. However, as he soared above the heights of Mount Fusang, a wave of desolate mist swept over him. He was dead. Wang Lian met his demise beneath the crushing force of the mist. This scene left Zhou Ding in a state of astonishment. Well, this is fortuitous for him. It saves me the trouble of intervening. Although he felt a tremor of fear, Zhou Ding maintained his composure. Following his remark, he stepped boldly into Mount Fusang. The spider-patterned divine stone in his possession throbbed with increasing intensity, guiding him with its pulsations. While it could not communicate with Zhou Ding as the divine iron did, it expressed its emotions in a simple manner. At that moment, it conveyed a sense of joy to Zhou Ding. Hey, don't be greedy. This is Mount Fusang, and the ley lines here are not something that a mere stone like you can absorb. Observing Zhou Ding advance into the mountain, Qin Ying hesitated only briefly before following suit. With Qin Ying entering the mountain, Lu Feng and the others were equally unwilling to lag behind. They had entered the mountain. Zhou Ding and Qing Xian led the way, followed by Qin Ying and the others, with the Qilin and Fu Zhu bringing up the rear. They traversed the Fusang forest and delved deep into the mountain. As they penetrated further into the heart of the mountain, a cavern loomed before them. This cavern was as vast as a mountain itself, appearing as though an entire mountain had been hollowed out. Once inside, the path ahead was singular and unending. On either side of the cavern's entrance stood two towering stone statues. One depicted a figure with a human head and serpentine body, while the other portrayed a man with an eagle's head. These are Gonggong and Jumong. Nonsense. They are clearly Fushi and Zhu. You are the one speaking nonsense. Go ask your mother who they are. I will indeed ask my mother. She will tell you they are Gonggong and Jumong. Enough. What are you two bickering about? Qing Xian, glancing at the Qilin and Fuzhu, remarked with irritation, regardless of their identities, they are merely two stone statues. At this point, Qin Ying and the others naturally regarded Zhou Ding as their pillar of strength. Gazing at the cavern, Qin Ying inquired, "Shall we proceed?" In response to her question, Zhou Ding asked, "Earlier, I heard you mention something about a spiritual treasure emerging. What is that all about?" "Don't mention it," Lu Feng replied through gritted teeth. "As we arrived, a spiritual treasure flew out from this mountain, but it was snatched by someone who had been lying in wait below. This rogue seized the treasure and fled, and despite our best efforts, the five of us could not catch up to him." "Are you certain that he is not a descendant of the ancients?" "Indeed, that individual fled on a sword. Thus, we conclude that by simply waiting at the foot of the mountain, we are bound to witness the emergence of a spiritual treasure." "I see." However, as Lu Feng mentioned, Zhou Ding instinctively cast a glance behind him. At that very moment, as Zhou Ding turned to look, four figures were making their way toward Fusang Mountain. These four individuals were cloaked in black robes, each adorned with an emblem on their chests. This emblem bore the character for exterminate. Had Zhou Ding noticed the character on their chests, he would undoubtedly have recognized their identities. They were the remains of Qiongqi, indicating that someone had arrived before us. Humph. Yet a mere loose cultivator dares to covet the spiritual treasures within Fusang Mountain. It seems fortune is in our favor, for we stumbled upon such an opportunity upon entering. Alas, had you not slain that loose cultivator, we could have extracted valuable information regarding who else ventured into the mountain. Regardless of who enters, we shall exterminate them all. Chapter 102. The Valley of the Dead. The tone was light, as if taking a life was merely a commonplace occurrence for them. The great Mount Dazhu had collapsed, revealing a grand formation at its base. Now, all the celestial sects in our realm were flocking towards this formation, and the number of those entering would only increase, surely including a few notable figures. But what if those figures did enter? My senior brother is invincible beneath the throne of the divine, and now he encounters the Mount Fuso, the youth standing at the center of the four, exuding an aura of malevolence, declared, "I desire everything within this mountain. Those who obstruct me shall perish." With that, the sinister youth stepped boldly into Mount Fuso. He entered the cave. Zhou Ding led the charge. The moment he crossed the threshold, the spider-patterned divine stone in his embrace thrummed with excitement. The cave was spacious and illuminated. As he ventured deeper, Zhou Ding beheld countless bones scattered throughout. Despite enduring the ravages of time, these bones still shimmered with an eerie radiance. They were so fragmented that even the descendants of the ancient Qilin and Fuzhu could not identify their original forms. Not only bones, Zhou Ding observed the walls of the cave lined with innumerable fissures. These cracks appeared to be remnants of fierce battles, and besides these fissures, there were traces of blood. Before them lay a relatively intact skeleton, and upon a mere glance, Fuzhu exclaimed, "This is the giant army of the Qi Emperor." The giant army of the Qi? Fuzhu's words prompted the Qilin to hasten towards the preserved skeleton. Zhou Ding had heard of the Qi Emperor's lineage. The first being he encountered upon entering this ancient battlefield was Tai Mu, a descendant of the Qi Emperor. Standing at over 2 meters tall, the skeletal figure knelt within the cave. Even in its kneeling posture, it maintained a stance of battle, hands raised with an axe, seemingly poised to strike. Yet, the mighty axe had never descended. It had perished in combat. From the orientation of this giant Qi skeleton, it appeared that all the bones they had encountered along the way were engaged in an assault on this cave. "Indeed, I share your sentiment." Qing Xian echoed in agreement with Qin Ying. As Zhou Ding and his companions delved deeper, they encountered an increasing number of Qi Emperor's remains. Could it be that this battle within the cave was initiated by the Qi Emperor's lineage? Initiated by the Qi Emperor's lineage? Who were they attacking? The Fuso Great Emperor? Fuzhu, do not jest, Zhou Ding remarked. That is the Fuso Great Emperor, one of the 10 great deities of the wild domain. Even if the ancestor of the Qi Emperor were to be reborn, he would not dare provoke such a deity. The Fuso Great Emperor? Observing the multitude of giant Qi remains strewn about, Zhou Ding suddenly questioned, why are you so insistent that the master of this place must be the Fuso Great Emperor? On what basis? Is it merely because of the Fuso tree? Indeed, came the reply. The ancient Fuso tree is the companion spirit of the Fuso Great Emperor. Wherever the Fuso Great Emperor resides, the ancient Fuso tree is sure to follow. In matters of the desolate realm, Zhou Ding found himself incomparable to the Qilin and Fuzhu. Thus he chose not to dwell on such matters, but rather to delve deeper. No matter how profound the cave, it must eventually reach its terminus. Upon stepping over the myriad bones that littered their path, Zhou Ding and his companions emerged from the cave, only to be met with an even more harrowing spectacle. The cave's end opened into a valley, wherein stood 16 towering ancient trees, scattered haphazardly. These trees were no longer the sacred Fusong, but rather trees of death, long withered and laden with a multitude of skeletal remains, both of humanity and the primordial races. When a descendant of the Qilin beheld the remains of an ancestor hanging from one of these trees, their eyes suddenly surged with blood, and they rushed towards the lifeless form. Stop! Fuzhu cried out in alarm, but the Qilin, consumed by frenzy, charged into the valley. The valley lay in eerie silence, and the trees stood still. As the Qilin dashed into the valley, strange green dust began to rise from the ground, glowing like fireflies. In an instant, the once lifeless valley was illuminated by countless flickering lights, casting an unnerving green hue that rendered the place all the more sinister. What truly astonished Zhou Ding and his companions was the sight of the myriad fireflies slowly infiltrating the skeletal remains suspended from the 16 trees. The Qilin descendant reached the feet of its ancestor, and just as it was about to retrieve the remains from the tree, the skeletal form of the ancestor abruptly opened its cavernous maw and clamped down on the descendant's head. At that moment, Zhou Ding, despite his intentions to intervene, found it too late. A chilling crack echoed through the silent valley, and in that instant, the descendant's head was severed by the skeletal jaws of the ancient Qilin. Dead, the Qilin descendant perished in such a manner. This horrific scene left Zhou Ding and his companions utterly astonished. At the very moment the descendant met its demise, all the bones hanging from the 16 trees began to tremble. Their quaking resembled leaves fluttering in the wind or ripe fruit ready to fall. The strength of the primordial races was formidable indeed. If even a skeletal form of a Qilin could decapitate, how much more vulnerable were they as mere humans? Witnessing the death of the Qilin descendant instilled profound fear in Qin Ying and the others. Young one, the old man remarked, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. In my experience, traversing this treacherous land often leads to great fortune ahead. You must not falter simply because a young Qilin has fallen. Spare me the platitudes, the young one retorted. Can you discern what kind of tree this is? Do you not think that question is trivial? If I knew, would I not tell you? Very well. Listening to the words of the divine iron, Zhou Ding fixed his gaze upon the 16 trees of death, understanding that to proceed, they must cross this valley. Yet this valley is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to the tragic fate of the offspring of the Qilin. Those unwilling to continue may retrace their steps, while those willing should follow closely behind me. With these words, Zhou Ding boldly ventured into the treacherous and enigmatic valley. Previously, the offspring of the Qilin had met a grim demise beneath one of the corpse trees. Upon entering the valley, Zhou Ding deliberately steered clear of these eerie trees adorned with remains. Following closely behind him, Qin Ying and the others made a concerted effort to avert their gazes from the skeletal remains hanging from the trees. Under Zhou Ding's guidance, the group proceeded with utmost caution. As they reached the midpoint of the valley, a sudden and thunderous sound reverberated from behind them, accompanied by a tremor beneath their feet. In that instant, Zhou Ding witnessed the bones that had been suspended from the corpse trees plummet to the ground. Rising from their fall, they surged forward. Leading this army of skeletons was none other than the skeletal form of the Qilin itself, charging towards Zhou Ding and his companions. Chapter 103. Why did you not say it earlier? The resurrected army of skeletal remains surged towards Zhou Ding and his companions from all directions. As they charged, Zhou Ding raised his sword technique in response. Alas, I cannot summon my sword. This is the end for me as well. Without the need for reminders from Qi Feng and Lu Feng, Zhou Ding had already realized that he could not fly with his sword in this valley. As the skeletal army drew ever closer, Qing Xian anxiously looked to Zhou Ding. What are you looking at me for? They're merely a horde of corpses. Let us fight our way through. Yet, upon seeing Qing Xian's concern, Zhou Ding exhibited remarkable composure. Let the setting sun forge a path. Surround us with the great Zhou formation. Perhaps inspired by Zhou Ding's calm demeanor, Qin Ying and her companions found their own panic dissipating. I shall empower you. A sudden sound akin to a deer's cry resonated within the great Zhou formation, and Fu Zhu began to chant at him. As these soft, almost languid melodies filled the air, Zhou Ding noticed that his magical energy surged with newfound vigor. The faces of Zhou Ding and his companions glowed with vitality. And Fu Zhu, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "How splendid is the talent of my Fu Zhu clan! After my song, do you not feel your realms elevated?" The members within the great Zhou formation paid no heed to Fu Zhu, for they had no time for idle chatter. An ancient skeleton charged forth, only to be reduced to ashes by the setting sun's blade. Another ancient skeleton approached, but was shattered by the resonance of a golden bell. Lu Feng summoned a map of mountains and rivers, while Qi Feng wielded a celestial measuring tool. Under the influence of Fu Zhu's hymn, Qin Ying and her companions discovered that their magical energy seemed inexhaustible, instilling a profound sense of assurance within them. Observing Qing Xian, each wave of her sleeves released vibrant, multicolored feathers. Any skeleton struck by these radiant feathers dissipated into nothingness. The numbers of the resurrected skeletal army visibly dwindled. Under Zhou Ding's calm command, they had traversed to the rear section of the valley. The exit lay before them, bringing a sense of reassurance to all. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free from the valley, an enormous skeleton suddenly swept above them, blocking the exit. It was the Qilin. As Lu Feng spoke, he directed the map of mountains and rivers towards the Qilin skeleton. However, the moment the map descended upon the Qilin, a green light erupted from it, piercing the map. After penetrating, it ignited. This green light was not merely luminescence, but phosphorescent fire. At the instant the Qilin skeleton unleashed this phosphorescent blaze, its body ignited. Flames replaced its fur, and when the Qilin skeleton let out a deafening roar, what Zhou Ding and his companions beheld was a fire Qilin cloaked in green flames. With a singular roar, the Qilin commanded the legions of skeletal remains to submit. Those skeletons, which had previously charged towards Zhou Ding and his companions, came to a halt and knelt before the blazing Qilin. "Young one, have you noticed the green flame at this creature's brow?" With the emergence of this fiery Qilin, the divine iron excitedly spoke to Zhou Ding. "Yes, I see it. What of it? If I am not mistaken, that green flame at its brow is the primordial demon fire." Primordial demon fire? Indeed, in the vast realms, there exist numerous extraordinary and formidable fire seeds, such as the violet extreme heavenly fire that can incinerate myriad universes, the chilling and scorching nine secluded hellfire, and the true fire of nirvana that can resurrect the dead. Of course, such primordial fires that transcend the laws are beyond your reach. The divine iron's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "Young one, do not be disheartened. Let me finish. Besides these extraordinary primordial fires, there exists another kind of fire seed in the vast realms, known as demon fire. Regardless of which divine beast condensed the green flame upon the Qilin's brow, could this demon fire potentially resurrect the skeletal remains of this valley? Young one, if you obtain it and fuse it with your Tian Dan, trust me, you will reap unimaginable benefits from this demon fire. Moreover, this demon fire represents the greatest fortune in this valley." The greatest fortune in this valley? Zhou Ding could not help but be swayed by the divine iron's words. "I will distract this creature. You take the opportunity to escape." Without waiting for Qing Xian and the others to dissuade him, Zhou Ding soared out of the Zhou Tian Grand Formation. Aware of the formidable nature of the fiery Qilin, he unleashed the Zhaodian divine technique the moment he burst forth from the formation. Clad in phoenix armor and wielding the remnant sun, Zhou Ding engaged in a fierce battle with the Qilin, enveloped in flames. Witnessing this scene, not only were Qin Ying and the others moved, but even Fu Zhu was on the verge of tears. The 4-in-1 beast emerged from the valley. They stood outside, anxiously watching the intense struggle unfold. The blazing Zhaodian field, which could absorb myriad fires, became ineffective at this moment, unable to draw in the green flame from the Qilin, leaving Zhou Ding to fight for his life. The secret techniques of Lei Yun Jiulian and Qing Yiru Lai served as both defense and feigned offense. Due to the inability to fly with his sword, Zhou Ding was forced to engage the fiery Qilin in close combat. The brow. I say, young one. What are you doing? Seize its demon fire from the brow. What are you shouting about? If you could do it, you go ahead. Engaged in a struggle. This was Zhou Ding's first encounter with an opponent of equal strength. The green flame upon the Qilin was exceedingly peculiar. Every time the remnant sun struck that green flame, Zhou Ding could feel the sword's warmth evaporating in the presence of the strange fire. This indirectly proved that this so-called primordial demon fire indeed surpassed the terrestrial fire's searing sun. For the first time, the remnant sun lost its efficacy in battle, leaving Zhou Ding to rely solely on his techniques to contend with the Qilin. Just as he narrowly evaded a claw from the fiery Qilin, Zhou Ding was about to unleash his techniques when the Qilin suddenly swung its fiery tail and struck him hard across the back. Before Zhou Ding could react or feel the pain, the fire Qilin twisted its waist and opened its fiery maw, aiming to bite into Zhou Ding's crown. Were it not for the protective armor and the counterattack enhancement, this single strike would have severely wounded Zhou Ding. The eerie green flames enveloping the fire Qilin seemed capable of evaporating anything they touched. Indeed, it was evaporation. This phenomenon was so potent that even Zhou Ding's defensive enhancements struggled to withstand it. At this moment, Zhou Ding found himself ensnared in the first arduous battle since his arrival in the Great Yuan, a struggle that forced him into a retreat. Realizing he was truly outmatched by the fire Qilin, Zhou Ding's resolve hardened, and he prepared to unleash the enigmatic and mysterious life sacrifice formation. Do not invoke that sinister formation. My body alone is impervious to even the cataclysmic thunderfire. I shall use my form to crush it. Why didn't you say so earlier? The setting sun has been subdued, and I was just lamenting the lack of a suitable artifact. Chapter 104, where I reside. The peak of Qingying having narrowly evaded the fiery assault of the phoenix, Qingxian could no longer restrain herself from descending to join Zhou Ding in confronting the resurrected fire Qilin. To her astonishment, Zhou Ding suddenly produced a block of obsidian-like iron from his sleeve. With this peculiar piece of metal in hand, he hurled it at the fire Qilin. Initially, she believed this would prove futile, yet to her surprise, Zhou Ding's strike created a gaping hole in the creature's body. The sudden turn of events left Fu Zhu and Qin Ying wide-eyed in disbelief. What followed was a display of Zhou Ding's prowess as he wielded the divine iron with an almost supernatural vigor, launching a counteroffensive against the fire Qilin. With each toss and retrieval, another wound manifested upon the creature's form. How about that, little one? This iron serves me well. He reveled in his triumph, unaware that Zhou Ding had intentions of claiming it as his own magical artifact in the future. In the flurry of strikes, the fire Qilin was left riddled with injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ding aimed for the creature's brow and cast the iron with precision. This throw struck the ancient demonic fire nestled between the Qilin's eyes. At the moment of impact, the fiery essence was consumed by the iron. Devoid of its primordial flame, the fire Qilin was instantly reduced to a mere skeleton. What are you doing, old fool? Spit out that demonic fire. Zhou Ding seized the divine iron, realizing it had become a mere garment for him. Calm yourself. With so many eyes upon us, do you wish to expose the secret of the ancient fire? Enough with the chatter. Zhou Ding dismissed its explanations, silently threatening. If you refuse to relinquish it, I shall bury you here and now. Ah, you impatient child. Even if I were to expel the ancient fire now, you would not be able to handle it. Allow me to hold on to it for now. When the time is right, I shall return it to you. Seeing Zhou Ding's skepticism, the divine iron continued. This ancient fire is quite formidable and requires my old body to temper its ferocity. I swear. Should I keep it for myself, may I dwell in this form forever. Besides, I need your assistance to retrieve my star body. The stronger you become, the greater our chances of success. Really, what purpose would I have in deceiving you, a mere child? Hearing this, Zhou Ding pondered, recognizing that if the iron truly intended to hoard the power, it would not have revealed its nature. With this in mind, he replied, very well. I shall allow you to keep it for now. With the ancient fire's influence diminished, the valley returned to its eerie silence. Qingxian, witnessing Zhou Ding's triumph over the fire Qilin, eagerly urged him to ascend. The group continued onward amidst laughter and joyous banter. After this experience in the valley, Qin Ying and her companions have come to regard Zhou Ding as the backbone of their expedition. Once again, they encountered colossal remains, all remarkably intact. Throughout their journey, Zhou Ding and his companions discovered numerous relics left behind on these gigantic corpses, including bone spirits and ancient artifacts. However, Zhou Ding, possessing the primordial demon fire, had no intention of sharing these treasures with them. The bone spirits were only beneficial to Qing Xian and Fu Zhu. According to Fu Zhu, absorbing these ancient bone spirits would enhance their physical prowess. As for the ancient artifacts, most were damaged. And the reason Qin Ying and her companions sought to collect these broken items was to see if they could be restored upon their return. As long as Qing Xian and her companions benefited, Zhou Ding would share in their joy. For the three old men accompanying Qin Ying had a certain connection to Zhou Ding, particularly Xuanhua, who, like Su Sheng, was a brother to him. Notably, during the siege against him at the Suyu Mountain, those three old men did not participate, which is why Zhou Ding was willing to let them accompany him. As they traversed the remains, a clearing emerged before them, where they beheld three more skeletons. These were even larger and more complete, exuding an extraordinary aura. They were Bai Zhe, Chong Ming, and Tao Wu. Upon sighting these skeletal remains, Fu Zhu spoke in a solemn tone. The three divine beast skeletons stood in a posture reminiscent of confrontation, not merely suggestive but indeed hostile. As Qi Yu pointed toward the air above these divine beast skeletons, an oval object floated there. Though pristine white, it emanated an aura of death. Could it be an egg of some divine bird? Were these three creatures vying for this egg? At the mention of the divine iron, Zhou Ding could not help but glance at Qing Xian. Have you noticed that these three divine beasts seem to have perished before they could even contend for the object above? Listening to Qin Ying, Zhou Ding turned his gaze to the skeletons of the three divine beasts. Although only their skeletal frames remained, their stance suggested they had not yet engaged in battle. Had they done so, they would not appear as they did now. Qin Fairy, are you implying that they died suddenly? What kind of terrifying force could annihilate three ancient divine beasts in an instant? It is indeed peculiar that they were slain, yet left their prize unclaimed. The reasons for their inaction could perhaps be twofold, either disdain or collateral damage. Collateral damage? Qin Fairy, what do you mean? Qi Feng dared not ponder further, his mouth dry as he murmured, I would rather be the first option. Otherwise, the existence of this phenomenon is far too terrifying. Look over there. Suddenly, Lu Feng pointed towards a direction, exclaiming. Following Lu Feng's gesture, Zhou Ding spotted four suspended objects atop the mountain rocks in this vast expanse. What could they be? Before Zhou Ding and the others could discern the objects, the four suspended items abruptly cast down four beams of divine light. As these beams descended, the rocks crumbled, revealing a bronze ancient door towering at least 3 zhang high, which came into view for Zhou Ding and his companions. This bronze door was encrusted with rust, and above it were inscribed 2 lines of hieroglyphic characters that resembled dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, akin to iron brush and silver hook strokes, where I dwell. On the peak of Qingying, where I wander, in the primordial void of the cosmos. Chapter 105. The Four Sons of Zhu Xian. As Fu Zhu recited the 2 lines inscribed above the ancient gate in a voice resonating with awe, Zhou Ding and his companions could not help but gasp in astonishment. With Fu Zhu's utterance, another line of text unexpectedly emerged upon the ancient door. What could this possibly signify? It was not merely inscribed, but rather written, for these 3 lines of text appeared as if they had leapt off the page. Before Fu Zhu could recite it aloud, Qi Feng had already urged him on. Fixated on the ancient characters, Fu Zhu took a deep breath and, in a calm voice, read aloud, soaring through the vastness. Soaring through the vastness? Upon hearing Fu Zhu's words, Qin Ying and the others echoed him. Amidst their repetition, Zhou Ding hastened towards the colossal bronze door. At that moment, the spider-patterned divine stone in his embrace danced with excitement. Had he not held it tightly, it might have soared away from him at that very instant. Observing Zhou Ding's actions, the others swiftly approached the bronze door as well. Their instincts told them they had reached the pinnacle of Fusang Mountain, and a deeper intuition suggested that this door concealed the greatest opportunity within. Soaring through the vastness. Upon hearing Fu Zhu's recitation, waves of tumult surged within Zhou Ding's heart. If the grand hall within the Tianhai Guishu had opened a doorway to the realm of cosmic voids for him, Then this bronze door truly unveiled a gateway to the universe. Could one truly traverse the vastness? Did this vastness refer to the cosmos? Zhou Ding pondered these questions internally. As he reflected, his thoughts returned to the spider-patterned divine stone nestled in his arms. Its continued exuberance sparked a doubt within Zhou Ding that even he found hard to believe. Was its lively dance a sign that it belonged to the vastness all along? Did it sense something from beyond this bronze gate? In a sudden impulse, Zhou Ding queried the divine iron. Tell me about the origins of this being. You expect me to know? The divine iron replied, its tone rather irritable. Do you not know? Yet I found both of you in the same place. Found? You mean you robbed us? Perhaps sensing Zhou Ding's urgency, the divine iron softened its tone. All right, I shall tell you. It was approximately 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. I was drifting in the void when suddenly, this creature passed by me, inadvertently pulling me along with it. With no celestial body of my own at the time, I had no choice but to accompany it through the void. Eventually, it lost its energy and I was drawn to a desolate place. Later, we were discovered by a man who picked us up, and not long after, he established a sect, which you subsequently eradicated at Fengsun Mountain. Indeed, the reason this individual could establish a sect was due to the faint spark of potential he discerned within himself. However, according to the words of the divine iron, Zhou Ding contemplated Feng Hai during this moment. He vividly recalled that when Feng Hai had made his move against him, he had confined every inch of Zhou's spatial freedom. The ancient bronze gate, mottled and weathered, stood beneath him, a testament to the ages. It was also at this moment, as Qing Xian and others approached this ancient portal, that a sharp crack resonated suddenly behind Zhou Ding and his companions. Upon hearing this sudden sound, they all turned to look. Above the three-headed ancient beast hovered an oval object, which, to their astonishment, began to crack. As this fissure widened, another sharp sound emanated from within the oval. With this sound came yet another line. At the moment the second crack appeared, 12 beams of divine light suddenly descended from the stone wall. These 12 beams, aligned with the 12 hours of the day, shone upon the oval object. As the divine light illuminated it, the object began to spin in midair. What could this be? Fixated on the phenomenon, Lu Feng inquired with an astonished tone. Yet, his question fell into silence, unheard by anyone. Truly, it is better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. Just as Zhou Ding and his companions were captivated by the rapidly spinning oval, a voice suddenly rang out from ahead of them. At the moment this voice emerged, 4 figures gradually entered this realm, ignoring Zhou Ding and his companions. The 4 figures first surveyed their surroundings before directing their gazes toward the swiftly rotating divine object. Observing this entity, one of the youths among them remarked indifferently, "Whoever you are, from which immortal sect you hail, you may leave now." "Who are you to command us to leave?" Qi Feng retorted sharply. However, upon noticing the black robes adorned with the character for extermination, his gaze abruptly narrowed. They were the 4 sons of extermination from the extermination hall. Qi Feng quietly disclosed the identities of these 4 youths with a hoarse voice. "At least you possess some discernment. Since you recognize our identity, why not depart promptly?" The extermination hall, one of the 4 great divine temples in the cultivation realm. The 4 sons of extermination were indeed the Cr. de la Cr. of their generation. Not only were they at the pinnacle of their cultivation, but it was also rumored that one among them, Chu Fei, was invincible beneath the heavens. In this moment, both Qin Ying and Lu Feng felt a bitterness welling up within them, akin to frostbitten eggplants, their spirits dampened. Opportunities and fortuitous encounters lay visibly before them. Yet the emergence of the 4 sons of extermination threatened to slip them from their grasp. Beyond their bitterness, a sense of unwillingness lingered in their hearts. Yet, what use was this unwillingness when they stood before the 4 sons of extermination? In that instant, the 3 of them turned their gazes toward Zhou Ding. If Zhou Ding were to harbor any trepidation towards the 4 sons of extermination, then even if the 3 of them were reluctant, they would have no choice but to depart in disgrace alongside Zhou Ding. Qing Xian, unaware of the renown of these 4 sons of extermination, regarded them with utter disdain. Not only did she overlook them, but she also felt a surge of anger at their arrogant demeanor. Under the watchful gaze of Qin Ying and the others, Zhou Ding maintained a serene countenance. In this tranquility, they observed him take a step forward, fixing a calm gaze upon the so-called 4 sons of extermination. Addressing them with a tone that was both tranquil and tinged with a hint of nostalgia, Zhou Ding remarked, "I am invincible beneath the true immortals, above them. It's an exchange of one for one. How is Xu Xing faring?" Chapter 106. The Sword Infant. Is Xu Xing doing well? This inquiry not only widened the eyes of Qin Ying and her companions, but also caused the 4 disciples of the exquisite sword to turn sharply towards Zhou Ding. Invincible beneath the true immortal realm, and a trade for one above? Is this not the grand proclamation left by our master before he ascended to the true immortal status? Before Chu Fei and the others could fully absorb the shock, Zhou Ding posed another question to them. After several centuries, I wonder if Xu Sheng has fulfilled his desires and traded his life for a true immortal? Humph, your words are truly laughable. Our esteemed master has already ascended to the true immortal realm 100 years ago. Oh, it seems he has indeed realized his aspirations. Yet, to speak lightly of it, given his talents, if he had not reached the true immortal realm, that would truly be a jest. Though the words were spoken lightly, Zhou Ding's heart was far from tranquil as he feigned calm. The mere mention of the true immortal realm weighed heavily upon his chest, like a leaden hammer. He had never attained that exalted state during his time in the cultivation world, yet Xu Sheng had. If Zhou Ding wished to avenge this betrayal, he could only do so by reaching the true immortal status. However, at present, he had not even crossed the threshold of the 5 mortal realms. A mix of envy, anger, introspection, and self-mockery swirled within him. With these myriad emotions, Zhou Ding first gazed at the rapidly spinning elliptical artifact above, then turned to glance at the bronze giant gate behind him. Turning his gaze away from the bronze gate, Zhou Ding addressed the 4 disciples of the exquisite sword with a calm demeanor. By age, I could be considered a prodigy among the younger generation. Yet this distinction does not satiate my ambition, for I, Zhou Ding, aspire to be the foremost among the prodigies. Foremost? I fear you might be deluded. First, you spout nonsensical grandiosity, and now you claim you wish to be the first? If your mind is truly unhinged, you should leave at once and seek the disciples of the Divine Needle sect for treatment. Spare me your theatrics. One of the disciples, upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, retorted with sarcasm. Just as his words fell, Zhou Ding suddenly hurled an object towards him. The item, pitch black as ink, resembled a mere chunk of iron. As this iron block soared toward the 4 disciples, not only did the one who had mocked Zhou Ding disregard it, but even Chu Fei did not take it seriously. The divine iron, propelled by a fierce momentum, was aimed directly at the disciple, who had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and could have easily evaded Zhou Ding's seemingly casual throw. However, the disciple named Zhu Nun chose the most foolish of responses to Zhou Ding's throw. Damn it, are you addicted to throwing things at me? Though he complained inwardly, without a star body, he could only submit to Zhou Ding's whims. Truly, ignorance is bliss. Witnessing Zhu Nun not only fail to dodge, but also adopt a haughty demeanor with his hands clasped behind his back, the divine iron silently mourned for him. The clothing fluttered without wind, and facing Zhou Ding's throw, Zhu Ning puffed out his chest and raised his head, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his arrogance would etch a mocking smirk upon his lips into eternity. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated among the 4 celestial slayers. The moment Chu Fei witnessed the divine iron pierce Zhu Ning's dantian, his expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Ding did not grant the 4 celestial slayers a moment to react. As the other 2 witnessed Zhu Ning's demise, the divine iron, under Zhou Ding's command, swiftly redirected to strike another of the celestial slayers' dantian. Another dull thud echoed through the ranks of the celestial slayers. In an instant, as the 2nd celestial slayer was pierced by the divine stone, it performed yet another miraculous feat, penetrating the dantian of the 3rd celestial slayer. In the blink of an eye, the 4 had been reduced to 1. Chu Fei barely had time to marvel at the might of the divine iron before hastily summoning his flying sword to shield his own dantian. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, and in that fleeting moment, Chu Fei's flying sword shattered into 2 pieces. The divine iron rebounded, sending Chu Fei staggering backward. Zhou Ding, catching the divine iron, turned to the still-dazed Chu Fei and remarked, "With such meager skills, you dare to bellow at me?" The 3 whose nascent souls had shattered, including Zhu Neng, lay dead beyond revival. Chu Feng gazed upon the lifeless bodies on the ground, still entrapped in shock. "You 4, block the exit for me. Today, I shall ensure that this solitary celestial slayer, now bereft of companions, finds no way out. Zhou Ding's words invigorated Lu Feng and the others. The opportunity for fortune lay before them, and indeed, there was no reason to concede it easily. With 3 of the 4 now gone, Lu Feng and his companions felt emboldened. Who exactly are you? Chu Fei finally emerged from the stupor induced by Zhu Neng's death, and upon regaining his composure, he boldly inquired of Zhou Ding. However, the answer that met him was not a response, but rather the divine iron once more. Zhou Ding hurled the divine iron at Chu Fei, and in that instant, the setting sun emitted a resonant sword cry as it shot towards Chu Feng. The iron and sword advanced towards him in a formidable conjunction. Having witnessed the divine iron's might, fear consumed Chu Fei. A man who boldly proclaimed himself invincible beneath the divine realm now displayed a visage of trepidation, a stark contrast to his proclaimed identity. Yet what could he do? The demise of his 3 fellow disciples unfolded before him. Such an event would leave no one untouched. Su Sheng, a sword cultivator, had naturally emerged as a sword cultivator himself from the Zhurinchan sect. Now that his flying sword lay shattered by the divine iron, it was akin to severing his own limb. Fortunately, although Zhu Neng and the others had perished, their flying swords remained intact. Casually, he summoned the 3 flying swords. One launched towards Zhou Ding, another towards the setting sun, while the last, fearing the divine iron's lethal edge, was drawn for self-defense. The might of a sword cultivator lies in their relentless pursuit of mastery in a singular path, the path of the sword. A formidable sword cultivator can cleave rivers and oceans with a single stroke, shatter the heavens and rend the earth, split the azure sky, and obliterate the void itself. Though Chu Fei may not possess the ability to cleave the azure sky or shatter the void at this moment, his swordsmanship exudes an overwhelming force capable of parting rivers and rending the heavens. Zhou Ding is exceedingly familiar with Su Sheng. The 2 had forged their brotherhood since their days in the Qi refinement stage. Thus, how could Zhou Ding not be well acquainted with Su Sheng's swordplay? However, Zhou Ding had no intention of engaging in a duel of sword techniques with Chu Fei. His objective was to achieve a swift resolution. The rapidly rotating elliptical divine artifact had become riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from its shell. After all, Su Sheng had ascended to the realm of true immortals, while Zhou Ding had yet to even step into the 5th realm of the mortal plane, let alone the nascent soul stage. As the flying sword approached, Zhou Ding stood firm as a bell. Amidst the astonished expressions of Qing Xian, Qin Ying, and the others, Zhou Ding allowed the sword to strike his form, enveloped by swirling green leaves as if caught in a tempest. Within the vortex of verdant foliage, Zhou Ding extended a finger toward the flying sword. Chapter 107. The mysterious larva with a single point upon the blade. Zhou Ding gazed at the flying sword and softly uttered 2 words, Niansha. As the words resonated, Chu Fei, who was manipulating the sword against the setting sun's Zhou Xian, staggered as if struck by an unseen force. In that moment of instability, Zhou Ding's figure suddenly materialized in his mind. You dare to disturb me through my flying sword with your mental power? You are truly courting death. At the instant Zhou Ding's image appeared in Chu Fei's consciousness, a diminutive sword shot forth from his spiritual sea, aimed at Zhou Ding's ethereal form. I am fully aware of your lineage, so how could I be ignorant of your sword infant? Just as the tiny sword was about to pierce the center of Zhou Ding's brow, a radiant object emerged from the same spot, Zhou Ding's nascent soul. Core formation stage? You are merely at the core formation stage? Realization dawned upon him. Though I am at the core formation stage, I can still manifest my nascent soul. I owe this advantage to your being a sword cultivator. Otherwise, I could not so easily invade your spiritual sea. As Zhou Ding spoke, a verdant formation suddenly materialized within Chu Fei's mind. Why have they suddenly become motionless? Outside, Fu Zhu observed Zhou Ding and Chu Fei standing still and hurriedly inquired of Qining. His nascent soul has emerged. Brother Zhou has used his sword as a medium to enter Chu Fei's spiritual sea. Lu Feng replied in a voice laden with gravity. What on earth is a nascent soul? Don't tell me it's currently residing within this person's mind? You could interpret it that way. Then what are we waiting for? Since both Brother Zhou and this man are immobile, let us go and eliminate him. Absolutely not. If you kill him now, Brother Zhou's nascent soul will also suffer grave injuries. What do you mean? The more I hear, the more confused I become. This is beyond simple explanation. Just know that if he suffers an external attack at this moment, his spiritual sea will surely erupt. If he were to unleash a self-detonation of his nascent soul, Brother Zhou would also perish. He would never self-detonate his nascent soul. Do not forget who he is. He is the invincible Chu Fei beneath the divine. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, Qining suddenly seemed to grasp something and exclaimed with a grave tone, Taoist Qi. Are you suggesting that he has already manifested his sword infant? That appears to be the case. Otherwise, how could he have earned such accolades? As Qi Feng finished speaking, the previously motionless Chu Fei's face contorted into a grimace. A tiny sword within his spiritual sea was wildly slashing about. Yet no matter how fiercely the sword infant struck, it could not sever the great formation that had already blossomed in his spiritual sea. Outside, Zhou Ding's body began to sway precariously, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this, the group, including Qing Xian, hurried towards Zhou Ding. What has happened to him? With keen eyes fixed on Qining, Qing Xian urgently inquired. This is backlash. Backlash, is it? It seems that the outcome is about to be determined. In a moment of anxiety, Qining cast a glance at the contorted visage of Chu Fei and spoke in a low voice. It appears that this has been overly ambitious. Zhou Ding could sense the urgency among Qing Xian and the others, yet their anxiety was of little consequence. His venture into Chu Fei's spiritual sea was a perilous gamble. He staked everything on the hope that, with his core formation strength, he could establish a life-and-death formation within Chu Fei's spiritual realm without relying on his nascent soul. This life-and-death formation was his greatest reliance at present. Since such reliance was deemed intolerable by the heavens, he concealed it from the world while operating within Chu Fei's spiritual sea. Most importantly, Zhou Ding sought to absorb Chu Fei's cultivation. This lad has gone mad. He is utterly insane. Without Zhou Ding's control, the fallen divine iron began to berate vehemently. Maintaining a form of spiritual connection with Zhou Ding, it was fully aware of his actions. Just as Zhou Ding's battle with Chu Fei in the spiritual sea was reaching its zenith, the spider-web divine stone suddenly soared from his grasp. Do not let it escape. Feeling the stone fleeing, Zhou Ding hastily divided his consciousness. Hearing his shout, Qing Xian hurriedly darted towards the spider-web divine stone. Because Zhou Ding had split his consciousness, the previously trapped sword infant suddenly broke free from the life and death formation's restraints and fled towards the depths of Chu Fei's spiritual sea. What a disastrous failure. As Chu Fei severed his connection with Zhou Ding, the latter could only retreat from his spiritual sea in frustration. Qing Xian finally caught up with the spiderweb divine stone and secured it firmly in her grasp. Upon regaining control of his body, Zhou Ding witnessed Chu Fei fleeing as if for his life from this realm. The area returned to tranquility, even if Zhou Ding wished to pursue. He understood that he was in no condition to do so at this moment. Opportunity once lost may never return. Zhou Ding was acutely aware that if he were to encounter Chu Fei again, the latter would undoubtedly not grant him another chance to enter his spiritual sea. At the moment Qing Xian handed the spiderweb divine stone to Zhou Ding, an oval divine object suspended above the skeletal remains of the three ancient beasts rapidly began to crack open. 12 beams of divine light dissipated in an instant as the emerging object landed precisely upon the center of the ancient beast remains. When Zhou Ding and the others finally beheld the true form of the object that had broken free, they were all taken aback. Is that a snake? With eyes wide open, Fu Zhu, while swallowing hard, gazed at the creature that was no longer than a palm and as thick as a pinky. Its body glistening and adorned with 2 antennae atop its head. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a snake that looks like this? If it isn't a snake, then what is it? Lu Feng responded to Fu Zhu's incredulity. Even you don't know what this creature is? How are we supposed to know? Then I declare it to be a snake, Fu Zhu asserted. I think it looks nothing like one. After Fu Zhu's declaration, the usually reticent Qing Xian voiced her opinion. I believe it to be the larva of some ancient divine butterfly or moth. Larva? How could that be? I am an ancient divine beast, with my knowledge. It is impossible that it could be. Larva? What a delightful name. Henceforth, I shall refer to it as larva. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Fu Zhu. A voice that appeared to belong to a young boy. Before the crowd could express their astonishment, the larva unexpectedly spoke. Larva is hungry and desires to eat. Upon uttering these words, the larva promptly wobbled its way to the claw of an ancient divine beast skeleton. In the meantime, Zhou Ding counted, noting that the creature fell several times during its ascent, ultimately managing to reach the enormous claw. Chapter 108. The five-colored divine pool. The fruits of diligent effort are indeed rewarding. What transpired next astonished everyone present. A series of crisp sounds resonated throughout the realm as Zhou Ding widened his eyes, swallowing hard, watching in utter disbelief as a tiny larva voraciously devoured the remains of an ancient divine beast. The carcass of this primordial creature was consumed in a whirlwind of activity by the enigmatic larva, which then proceeded to crawl towards another ancient beast's remains. At that moment, no one could fathom how such a diminutive creature could accommodate the remnants of such a colossal entity. When the third carcass was meticulously devoured, Lu Feng and Fu Zhu stood with mouths agape, large enough to fit a fist. Having consumed 3 ancient divine beasts, the larva seemed still unsatisfied, rising upright to survey its surroundings. Upon noticing the divine iron lying motionless on the ground, it darted towards it with a speed so swift that even Zhou Ding could scarcely comprehend. Under Zhou Ding's horrified gaze, the larva suddenly bit into the divine iron. A crisp crack echoed through the air, prompting Zhou Ding to hastily retract the divine iron into his grasp. With the food suddenly vanished, the mysterious larva turned its attention to Zhou Ding. Before he could ascertain whether the divine iron had been damaged, the larva reappeared in his embrace at an almost blinding speed. Raising its antennae, the larva scrutinized the divine iron in Zhou Ding's hand before looking up at him with eager eyes, exclaiming its desire to eat. "Eat your mother." At that moment, no one could dismiss the larva as ordinary. Perhaps it felt wronged, or perhaps it needed to digest the remains of the 3 divine beasts. In any case, after Zhou Ding's outburst, the little creature surprisingly fell asleep in his arms, even beginning to snore softly. Witnessing this, Qin Ning remarked with a hint of envy, "It must see you as its mother." "Indeed, I believe so. I shall treat it well from now on," Zhou Ding replied. Hearing this, Qing Xian chimed in agreement. "Mother?" Zhou Ding glanced at the sleeping larva nestled in his embrace. Given its impressive set of teeth, he was reluctant to leave it unattended with the divine iron or stones. Casually tucking the mysterious larva into his sleeve, he began to inspect the divine iron. "Does it still wish to eat me? I wouldn't hesitate to crush those little teeth," he mused internally as he examined the iron. After the incident with the larva, Zhou Ding and the others began their approach towards the towering bronze door. Standing before the magnificent entrance, Zhou Ding merely nudged it, and to his astonishment, the colossal door swung open effortlessly. Witnessing this unexpected ease, Qing Xian and the others were filled with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath at the entrance, the group, led by Zhou Ding, stepped boldly inside. As they crossed the threshold of the colossal bronze door, a divine veil descended slowly, enveloping them and severing their connection to the world beyond. Once inside, the first sight that greeted their eyes was a serene pond. This pond, shrouded in ethereal mist, emanated a radiant spectrum of colors. "Is this the legendary rainbow pool?" A voice, uncertain yet intrigued, broke the silence. "Indeed, in our desolate realm, there exists a legend. The rainbow pool is said to be the bathing place of the mother goddess, Xuanhua. It is said that the male deity, Duel, would fetch water for her from the long sea each day, tirelessly ascending the 198 steps he carved into the earth. And the water left behind by Xuanhua transformed into this vibrant pool. The mother goddess Xuanhua, the male deity Duel, and the rainbow pool? Is it not simply water that has been used by women? Do not speak nonsense." But as Qi Feng spoke, Fu Zhu hastily retorted, "The mother goddess Xuanhua is one of the most ancient deities of our realm. Not only the water she uses for bathing, but even the things she touches can become sacred relics." After Qi Feng's declaration, Fu Zhu continued, "Yet, how could this rainbow pool be found here? Could it be that this is not the divine abode of the great Emperor Fusong, but rather the ancient dwelling of the mother goddess Xuanhua? Whether this pond is indeed the rainbow pool of legend would soon be revealed." As Qing Xian spoke, she stepped forward towards the colorful pond, prompting the others to follow closely behind. Upon reaching the pond's edge and parting the mist, they beheld the water shimmering with a myriad of colors, glistening like a rainbow. However, much to their disappointment, they found no trace of the 198 steps within the rainbow pool. While the group marveled at the pond's beauty, Zhou Ding pointed towards a stone, saying, "There are inscriptions on that rock. Fu Zhu, please read them." At Zhou Ding's urging, Fu Zhu lifted his gaze to the indicated direction and spotted a pristine white wall. Gazing at the wall, Fu Zhu exclaimed in surprise, "This wall bears only 4 characters. Come, enter the pool. Come, enter the pool? Does it imply we are to bathe? Queried Lu Feng, to which Fu Zhu replied uncertainly. It seems to suggest that. Then let us heed the owner's invitation and enter the pool. With that, Qing Xian did not hesitate to remove her shoes and stepped into the rainbow pool. Seeing Qing Xian take the plunge, Qining followed suit without hesitation. With both women now in the pool, Lu Feng and the others felt compelled to join. Though the rainbow pool was modest in size, it offered ample space for Zhou Ding and his companions. As soon as Fu Zhu entered the pool, the divine iron spoke to Zhou Ding, saying, "My friend, I must admit, you are quite fortunate. The essence contained within this pool is extraordinary. It is just what you need to cleanse the malevolence from the primordial demon fire and assist you in merging with it." Merging with the primordial demon fire? At the mention of it, Zhou Ding felt a stir within his heart. Upon learning that Su Sheng had ascended to true immortality, Zhou Ding had sensed an urgency throughout his cultivation journey. At this moment, what he yearned for most was power. He also understood that if he truly succeeded in merging with this primordial demon fire, he would embark on a path of cultivation uniquely his own. For in his realm, there was no primordial demon fire, nor had he ever heard of anyone merging with such ancient power. Indeed, in his world, the concept of the primordial was non-existent. Qing Xian was the first to enter the pool, and shortly after her immersion, a diminutive, colorful phoenix appeared above her head. Not only Qing Xian, but when Qining also entered the pool, a golden bell manifested above her head. Chapter 109. The Embers of Fire, the Mountain and River Diagram. Alongside the celestial measuring ruler, hovered above the heads of Lu Feng and Qi Feng. Above Fu Zhu, a resplendent primordial spirit also floated. Did you see that? Their innate primordial spirits are absorbing the divine essence from this multicolored pool. Regardless of their past, once these young ones emerge from the colorful waters, they will undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation, becoming entirely different beings. Observing Qing Xian, who occasionally furrowed her brows and displayed expressions of anguish within the multicolored pool, Zhou Ding focused intently on the shimmering waters, pondering, "How am I to merge?" After a brief hesitation, the divine iron spoke, "Young one, before merging with the ancient demon fire, I must impart a few words. The earth spirit tree has restructured your meridians and blood vessels, which is inherently beneficial for you. I trust you have grasped the profound advantages therein. Enough of the trivialities, just get to the point," Zhou Ding urged. With a deep, solemn breath, the divine iron continued. "The principle of the 5 elements indicates that the ancient demon fire belongs to the fire element, while the earth spirit tree associates with the wood element. You should already understand the implications of wood encountering fire. Are you suggesting that the ancient demon fire is detrimental to my meridians? That I cannot merge with it?" Zhou Ding inquired, his tone heavy with concern. "Indeed, that was my oversight, causing you unnecessary agitation." However, sensing Zhou Ding's emotional turmoil, the divine iron added, "Since the 5 elements are in conflict, what element counters fire?" "Water," Zhou Ding answered without hesitation. "Then observe what kind of water this is." Before Zhou Ding could react, the divine iron continued. "Returning to our previous discussion, the conflict of the 5 elements is a cosmic principle. I can teach you a supreme divine technique that will allow you to temporarily suppress the ancient demon fire with the waters of this multicolored pool. However, I must forewarn you, once you learn this technique, there will be no turning back. Can you not just finish your thoughts in one go?" Zhou Ding retorted. "Before I conclude, I need to ascertain your determination to merge with the ancient demon fire. Will merging with it make me stronger? Of course. If it wouldn't enhance your strength, I wouldn't bother with this endeavor. Very well. My resolution is firm. I will merge with the ancient demon fire. If you continue to waste my time, I will feed you to that mysterious larva." Before the multicolored pool, Zhou Ding temporarily placed the enigmatic larva into his cosmic bag. Stripping off his garments, he entered the pool bare-chested, a requirement set forth by the divine iron. He also brought the spider-patterned divine stone into the waters. "Young one, it is time to begin. You still have time to regret your decision," the divine iron cautioned, as Zhou Ding positioned it before him. "Enough talk. Let us proceed swiftly. The first step in merging with the ancient demon fire is to cleanse the malevolent energy within the fire using the waters of the multicolored pool. The initial step poses little peril, requiring no action from Zhou Ding, as the divine iron possesses its own method of purification. However, the true challenge and the danger lies in the second step, which necessitates Zhou Ding's involvement, as external forces cannot intervene. The supreme divine technique imparted to Zhou Ding is known as Veil of Heaven. At first glance, this technique may seem merely a form of deception, yet it is a deception that manipulates the very fabric of this world and the corporeal vessel it inhabits. According to the principles of the five elements, wood and fire are in conflict. Yet, with the introduction of water, a paradox arises. Conflict transforms into symbiosis. Water nourishes wood, while fire is extinguished by water. What Zhou Ding must accomplish is to utilize the Veil of Heaven technique, harnessing the five-colored divine water to ensure that the wood and fire elements within him coexist harmoniously. As the divine iron, enveloped in the five-colored water, commences the purification of the ancient demon fire, Zhou Ding can even perceive the anguished roars of the fire within his heart. The intensity of these roars escalates, causing the divine iron to fluctuate between sinking and rising. Young man, it's almost time. Prepare to take over. As the divine iron uttered these words, a burst of green flame erupted from within it. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Ding instinctively grasped the flame. Upon witnessing Zhou Ding swallow the demon fire without a moment's hesitation, the divine iron felt a surge of trepidation. With the ancient demon fire now within him, the vibrant pool of water surrounding Zhou Ding began to bubble violently. In this tumult, the divine iron observed the contortions of Zhou Ding's face, noted how his body turned an alarming shade of crimson. Veins protruded from his skin, particularly along his neck, appearing as though they might burst forth at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the divine iron fell into a contemplative silence. This was the clash of wood and fire. Were it not for the prior alteration of Zhou Ding's meridians by the earth spirit tree, the purified ancient demon fire would never have wielded such formidable power. Endure. You must endure. Before it penetrates your dantian, you must withstand this excruciating torment, lest all your efforts be in vain and you fall victim to the flames of the ancient demon fire. Zhou Ding had anticipated that this pain would be akin to that endured during the remolding of his meridians by the earth spirit tree. However, upon the demon fire's entry, he found the agony to be magnitudes greater, tenfold, 100-fold. If the pain inflicted by the earth spirit tree had been the most immediate sensory anguish, then the torment brought forth by the ancient demon fire was akin to annihilation, an obliteration of his very being, reducing it to ashes. The ancient demon fire rampaged within Zhou Ding, igniting his meridians with its relentless fury. Enduring the ever-looming threat of catastrophic demise, Zhou Ding summoned his formidable willpower to guide the capricious demon fire towards his dantian. This was his first step toward merging with the ancient demon fire, the most perilous step of all. The blood within his body has begun to boil, a viscous fervor that seems poised to evaporate entirely at any moment. In this instant, Zhou Ding can distinctly feel his blood evaporating at a pace visible to the naked eye. The primordial demon flame lies mere inches from his dantian, yet this seemingly short distance feels as distant as the horizon to Zhou Ding. His consciousness grows increasingly hazy. This blurring of awareness is evident to Shintai, for Zhou Ding's body has already begun to float upon the surface of the five-colored divine water. Witnessing this scene, Shintai understands that Zhou Ding has lost control of his own body. Young one, summon forth another miracle, even if not for your own losses and regrets. Do it for those who have harmed you, belittled you, and awaited your rise. Create another miracle. It seems as if the very essence of his blood has nearly evaporated. Chapter 110. The five divine waters. The ethereal mist enveloping the azure cauldron began to drift towards the primordial demon fire. In the instant the mist shrouded the ancient flame, it abruptly plummeted downward. This mist, known as the primordial essence, was acquired within the grand hall of the Zhou cauldron at the Sea of Heaven's return. At the very moment the ancient flame descended towards the Zhou cauldron's dantian, the divine iron witnessed the cauldron, which had been floating on the water's surface, suddenly rise as if resurrected from the dead. It surged upward before sinking down again. As the Zhou cauldron submerged, it immediately activated the Veil of Heaven divine technique. The first step had been traversed, and the next step was to cultivate mutual generation. Mutual generation necessitates mutual restraint, and this restraint is embodied by the five divine waters. By utilizing the five divine waters to counter the ancient demon fire, a harmonious equilibrium could be achieved. However, This harmony is merely a temporary measure, not a lasting solution. Under the operation of the Veil of Heaven technique, the 5 divine waters began to flow into the Zhou cauldron. As the ancient fire struggled within the primordial essence, the 5 divine waters cascaded into the cauldron's dantian like a gentle stream. The dantian, which was on the verge of desiccation, became revitalized by the influx of the 5 divine waters. In that moment of replenishment, life surged forth as would meets water. As the 5 divine waters enveloped the ancient flame, it fell into a profound stillness, as if it had encountered its nemesis. The Zhou cauldron understood that this tranquility was merely temporary. The day the 5 divine waters vanished from within him would be the day the ancient flame would rise once more. This was a path of cultivation with no retreat. The Zhou cauldron had to find a substitute before the 5 divine waters dissipated within him, or he would undoubtedly meet his demise. This substitute must be of equal caliber to the ancient demon fire and the earth spirit tree. The earth spirit tree is born of the earth's veins, while the ancient demon fire is derived from an ancient divine beast. As for the water, the divine iron presented 2 examples to the Zhou cauldron, one being the legendary primordial sweet dew, and the other the rootless water, a treasure of the heavens and earth. Naturally, acquiring either of these divine waters is not merely a matter of strength, but requires immense fortune and serendipity. The more attainable alternatives to these divine waters include the true water of Taiji, the 1 yuan heavy water, and the spirit of pure water. Among these 3 divine waters, the Zhou cauldron might still have the opportunity to seek them out. The principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint among the 5 elements prevails. Should the Zhou cauldron truly obtain one of these 5 divine waters, he would still need to pursue the other 2. Only in doing so could he achieve a lasting harmony, becoming an undying existence of supreme stature. This is the price the Zhou cauldron must pay to integrate the ancient demon fire. Failure to do so would lead to certain death. One by one, individuals began to emerge from the colorful pool, having absorbed the divine essence from the pool. Qin Ying and the others not only made significant advancements in their cultivation, but also elevated their innate treasures to new heights. I feel as though I am on the verge of entering the divine ascendant stage. In high spirits, Lu Feng glanced at Qing Xian and Fu Zhuodao, who were still immersed in the colorful pool, absorbing divine essence. I feel the same. We must extend our gratitude to Brother Zhou. Without him, we 3 would likely still be waiting beneath Mount Fusang for the emergence of spiritual treasures. By the way, where is Brother Zhou? I did not see him in the pool. He is at the bottom of the pool. Listening to the inquiry, Qining pointed towards a specific spot in the pool. The pain dissipated, and vitality returned. The primordial elixir transformed into an infant. The agony was indeed worth it. The ancient demonic fire finally fused with Zhou Ding's primordial elixir. And in that fleeting moment of fusion, Zhou Ding also transformed, stepping into the realm of the nascent soul. At this instant, the emerald green nascent soul lay submerged in the 5-colored divine waters. Simultaneously, Zhou Ding sensed within this nascent soul a ferocious power that made his heart tremble. This ferocity resembled an ancient beast, imprisoned and eager to break free. Young one, have you succeeded? The voice of the divine iron resonated within his heart. Yes, Zhou Ding replied with a relieved breath. My dear boy, it is not my intention to dampen your spirits at this moment. I understand that this path is one I have chosen for myself, so you need not feel burdened. What burden do I have? The one who ought to feel the weight is you, young man. You have but a year to find a substitute for this 5-colored divine water. Indeed, only a year. But do not forget where we are. After speaking thus to the divine iron, Zhou Ding grasped it in his hand and soared from the 5-colored pool. As Zhou Ding emerged from the pool, Qing Xian and Fu Zhu also stepped out, observing the divine radiance enveloping them. It was evident that they had both gained significantly from the experience. Approaching Fu Zhu, Zhou Ding gazed at the lingering divine light surrounding her and inquired, Fu Zhu, may I ask you something? What is it? Fu Zhu responded cheerfully to Zhou Ding's question. Have you heard of the primordial sweet dew, the rootless water, the true water of Tai, the 1 yuan heavy water, and the spirit of pure water? No. Fu Zhu shook her head in response. I have not heard of the first 4, but I am familiar with the 5th, for I am the spirit of pure water. What? Please repeat that. What are you? Zhou Ding felt as if he had misheard, as this revelation seemed to arrive too swiftly. I am the spirit of pure water. With wide eyes, Fu Zhu proudly declared. You asked, but I would not disclose this to just anyone, for in my lineage, it may take tens or even hundreds of thousands of years to produce a being like me. One could say I am the strongest spirit of pure water in my clan's history. Fu Zhu's declaration rang loud, exuding a sense of pride. Truly, you are fortunate. It seems that your wishes manifest effortlessly. Quickly, let her surrender the spirit of pure water. After all, you have no ties with her. The divine iron began to grow excited, urging Zhou Ding on. Is that so? Ignoring the divine iron's encouragement, Zhou Ding cautiously probed Fu Zhu. Tell me, what would happen if you were to lose this spirit of pure water? What could possibly happen? I am the spirit of pure water. I see. Your life is intertwined with the spirit of pure water. Without it, you would perish. Indeed, that is why my kin forbids me from speaking to outsiders. Yet you spoke to us, for you are not strangers. Although this creature did not transform into human form, Zhou Ding perceived innocence and trust in its round, expressive eyes. Brother Zhou, what do you intend to do with these 5 divine waters? One must admit that women possess a remarkable acuity. When Qining posed this question to Zhou Ding, Qing Xian also turned her gaze towards him. She understood that Zhou Ding would not inquire without purpose. His question undoubtedly stemmed from a genuine need for this ethereal water. However, it was merely a question, nothing more, although it pertained to his own life. Zhou Ding had already dismissed the idea of harming this creature. He would not resort to sacrificing it for his own survival. For what he sought was not the essence of pure water, but rather the primordial sweet dew, the rootless water, the fundamental heavy water, or the true water of Tai. Chapter 111. Wild growth. The divine iron whispered insidiously in his heart, but Zhou Ding chose to disregard its incessant nagging. Amidst the relentless murmurs of the divine iron, the 5-color pool began to dry up at a visibly alarming rate. As it completely desiccated before the astonished gazes of Zhou Ding and his companions, a green sprout suddenly emerged from the pool's depths. The birth of all things, a wild and untamed growth. In the astonished eyes of Zhou Ding and his companions, this single green sprout almost instantaneously transformed into a towering ancient tree. The tree swayed gracefully, its branches and leaves flourishing vibrantly. A shimmering green light, akin to fireflies, illuminated this magnificent tree. This was not a Fusang tree. Gazing up at the ancient tree, Fu Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. Could it truly be that this place had no connection to the Fusang emperor? Just as Lu Feng's words fell, a voice resonated from within the ancient tree. From the beginning, nurture the top. From the primordial, receive the essence. As these words echoed, the tree began to disintegrate before Zhou Ding and his companions, who were left utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the grand tree transformed into countless starry particles. These myriad particles began to descend like a gentle rain. Unexpectedly, the master of this realm had sown the seeds of primordial essence within his world. It seemed he had ultimately failed to roam the vast void. Primordial essence? What could that possibly be? Zhou Ding inquired in his heart, seeking clarification from the divine iron. Oh, young one, I have no desire to answer that question. Simply accept this gift he has bestowed upon you with assurance, the divine iron replied, its tone imbued with profound melancholy, deep reflection, and respect. Enveloped in this gentle rain, Zhou Ding was astonished, as each starry particle that touched him seamlessly merged into his being. As these particles assimilated, Zhou Ding gradually closed his eyes. If the opportunities he received in his previous life were of technique, then in this life, up to this moment, his fortune lay within his very essence. First, the earth spirit tree reshaped his meridians and blood vessels. Next, he integrated the ancient demon fire within the 5-color pool. Now, the primordial essence raining upon him was cleansing his marrow and refining his being. Cleansing the mundane marrow, transforming the ordinary body. This bestowed him with a rebirth, returning him to his purest form. Bathed in this gentle rain, Zhou Ding felt an exhilarating sensation, so much so that he could not help but emit muffled groans. Not only Zhou Ding, but Lu Feng, Qing Qian, and others present in this celestial downpour experienced the same. The starlight penetrated their bones, causing their mundane forms to radiate. In that moment, Zhou Ding's body gleamed as if he were a flawless, translucent jade, illuminating his entire being with a resplendent glow. Ultimately, this brilliant starlight must come to an end. As it dissipated, Zhou Ding and his companions bowed reverently to the vanishing ancient tree, for they had all sensed the breath of life within this primordial essence. They had come to understand the significance of this celestial rain. This was a gift bestowed upon them by an unparalleled being, a legacy imbued with life, yet one that transcended the cycle of reincarnation. Indeed, this supreme being preferred to leave his primordial essence to future generations rather than entering the cycle of reincarnation. As the starlight faded, 6 stone platforms slowly rose from the parched bottom of the pool, each presenting a unique object before the 6 individuals of the Zhou Ding. They understood that this was the final gift bestowed upon them by the mighty being, a gift of the primordial treasures. Before Qingxian lay a stone platform upon which rested a feather, though this feather measured merely a hand's length. It shimmered with the divine radiance of the 5 elements. This was the primordial true feather. Just as Qingxian marveled at the origin of this mystical plume, a voice resonated from the platform. In an instant, the feather, infused with the essence of the 5 elements, vanished into Qingxian's brow. Before Qin Ying was a stone platform bearing a jade mirror. This mirror, with its diamond-shaped exterior and circular interior, sparkled with an unblemished brilliance. Clearly a remarkable artifact, the Xuanhuan mirror. As the same voice echoed from the platform, this exquisite mirror too flew into Qin Ying's brow. Before Lu Feng and Qi Feng stood a bell and a tower, the Dongxi Bell and the Bahuang Tower, respectively. Presented to Fu Zhu was a fragment of a spiritual bone. This bone, no longer than a palm, emanated a misty aura, its entirety translucent. This was the first primordial bone. Upon the utterance of these 4 words from the platform, Fu Zhu leapt joyously from the ground. As the first primordial bone entered his brow, he began to dance with exuberance. In contrast to the delight exhibited by the 5, Zhou Ding appeared somewhat more composed, as the primordial treasure before him had yet to reveal its identity. Tell me, has your good fortune finally run its course? Before Zhou Ding lay a crooked, charred stick of wood. At first glance, it resembled a root of a tree. Even the experienced divine iron could not discern its significance. Look at what treasures the others have received. The primordial true feather, the first primordial bone. Surely, those 3 have acquired extraordinary artifacts, yet you? Forgive my candor, but I cannot see what is special about this. As the divine iron lamented, the gaze of Qingxian and the others fell upon the charred root presented to Zhou Ding. The stark blackness of the wood and its unmistakable characteristics made it appear as if it were a piece of burnt charcoal, lying quietly on the stone platform. Young man, if I may offer advice, you should act swiftly. After all, apart from this colorful phoenix feather, you have no ties to those 4. The first primordial bone and the pure water spirit are right before you. Do not let foolishness or soft-heartedness cloud your judgment at this moment. Silence. Zhou Ding interrupted the divine iron, his eyes fixed intently on the wood. Just then, he felt the stirring of the spiderweb divine stone once more. At that moment, the Xuanhuan bag began to tremble violently. Zhou Ding understood that the spiderweb divine stone yearned to emerge. Under the watchful gaze of the 5 from Qingxian, Zhou Ding gradually unfastened the Xuanhuan bag. The moment it was opened, the arachnid patterned divine stone soared forth, levitating and coming to a standstill. As Zhou Ding observed, the stone remained suspended above the piece of charcoal, utterly motionless. In its stillness, a torrent of overwhelming emotions began to surge into Zhou Ding's mind, emotions emanating from the arachnid patterned divine stone. Among this tumultuous cascade of feelings, the most profound was sorrow. Is it drawn to you, or perhaps beckoning you? Are you mourning for it? Do you comprehend its origins? Zhou Ding had not forgotten the myriad manifestations of the arachnid patterned divine stone. During his diplomatic battle with Chu Fei at the bronze door, this very stone had flown from his embrace, seemingly eager to enter the grand bronze portal. At that moment, Zhou Ding had suspected that something within the door was captivating it. Now, he could affirm that what lured the arachnid patterned divine stone was indeed the piece of charcoal lying upon the stone platform. Chapter 112. The Zhou clan of Mount Buzhou, the spider-patterned divine stone, unlike that loquacious old fellow known as the divine iron, remained silent in response to Zhou Ding's inquiries. However, the emotions it exhibited at that moment suggested a profound connection to the piece of charred wood. A pervasive sorrow lingered, and beyond this sorrow, Zhou Ding sensed an overwhelming sense of desolation from the stone. It was as if the stone had lost a cherished kin. enveloped in a solitude that rendered it helpless and adrift. The stone platform did not proclaim the name of the charred wood as it had previously, leaving the gathered crowd, including Qing Xian, filled with curiosity about the origins of this mysterious artifact. Yet, upon closer examination, they discerned no divine radiance or peculiarities emanating from the piece of wood. Could it truly be nothing more than a burnt tree root? How could that be? If it were merely a root, it would not be presented upon this stone platform. However, as Fu Zhu pointed out, Qi Feng promptly contested this notion. Indeed, even if it were just a charred root, its significance must be extraordinary. Amidst the discussions of Fu Zhu and the others, Zhou Ding removed the root from the stone platform. The root felt icy to the touch. Even as Zhou Ding infused it with spiritual energy, it remained as inert as a lifeless object. The appearance of these 6 stone platforms heralded the conclusion of their expedition. In terms of tangible rewards, the 5 from Qing Xian undoubtedly reaped greater benefits than Zhou Ding. Not to forget, Zhou Ding had a slumbering larva nestled within his Xuanhuan bag. As the divine mist dissipated, just as Zhou Ding and his companions were about to depart, an unfamiliar voice resonated in his mind. Shirang. Shirang? Instinctively, Zhou Ding glanced at the spider-patterned divine stone in his arms. He could ascertain that the term Shirang, echoing in his mind, was the utterance of the stone. Yet, when he pressed for further clarification, the stone fell silent. Do you wish for me to seek Shirang on your behalf? The stone was adorned with intricate patterns, and Zhou Ding had only unraveled 36 of them. Yet it possessed the ability to traverse realms. Very well, I shall assist you in your search. Regardless of the purpose behind the stone's desire for Shirang, Zhou Ding resolved to embark on this quest. The once desolate battlefield of antiquity began to teem with activity. Figures started to materialize within this expanse. Not far from Fusang Mountain, 5 figures descended in a similar manner. Where are we? One young man clad in a gray robe inquired, standing amidst the grim remnants of the past. Certainly not a pleasant place. Another, a dapper youth adorned with a white scarf, remarked disdainfully while surveying the surroundings. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. I sense that opportunities abound in this place. Opportunities abound. The 4 youths turned their attention to the only one among them clad in silk and satin. Indeed, as he gazed into the distance, a vertical eye suddenly opened upon the young man's forehead. The figure of the 3-eyed youth was strikingly alluring, evoking envy among the 4 other young men. Amidst their admiration, the 3-eyed youth suddenly darted toward a specific direction. Indeed, the ancient battlefield was replete with opportunities. Meanwhile, Langia, Taimu, and the others, who had parted ways with Zhou Ding outside Fusang Mountain, stumbled upon a relic while on their journey to the second domain. Within this relic, each of them discovered something of great significance. At this moment, the trio was immersed in contemplating the fortunes they had unearthed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above them. As Taimu became aware, he beheld a youth clad in splendid robes, his 3 eyes scrutinizing him intently. From his elevated position, the youth inquired, as a newcomer, "May I ask, what place is this? Another intruder?" Lang Feng, upon hearing the question, abruptly opened his eyes to gaze upward. An intruder? With a slight furrow of his brow, the youth fell silent for a moment before replying. "I see now, you are the indigenous inhabitants of this land?" His countenance bore an innocuous expression, yet it stirred a sense of unease within Lang Feng. "Could you kindly enlighten me about the nature of this place? As a newcomer, I am indeed quite anxious." "This is the ancient battlefield of my desolate domain," Langia replied, perhaps moved by the youth's benign visage, or simply out of goodwill. "The ancient battlefield of your desolate domain?" The youth echoed, nodding appreciatively. "My apologies for the intrusion, and thank you, kind lady, for your generosity." With a smile directed at Langia, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, he abruptly pivoted back to inquire of Taimu and the others. "This appears to be a relic. May I ask if you have found anything of value within it?" "What relic? This is merely a ruin. You, as an outsider, should depart promptly," Taimu warned. His eyes narrowed in caution. "Is that so? My dear fellow, your words make my situation rather troublesome." Upon speaking, the 3-eyed youth's demeanor darkened suddenly. When the elegant young man and the other 3 arrived at the relic, their eyelids twitched in shock. Inside, Taimu, with severed limbs, stared blankly at the tragic scene that incited both human and divine wrath. Lang Feng remained defiantly glaring until death, while Langia, though not mutilated nor killed by this youth, would have preferred death over enduring such humiliating torment. After finishing his grim task, the youth suddenly tossed 3 white bones into the air. These objects bore a resemblance to stone relics, likely inscribed with some form of martial records. As the 4 young men above spoke, the 3-eyed youth adjusted his attire. This place is indeed the ancient battlefield of the desolate domain. It appears we have entered a truly remarkable location through the stone formations of my unyielding mountain. The desolate domain, the ancient battlefield? Indeed, this place is not only rife with opportunities, but also brimming with excitement. The previously refined youth's gaze turned icy as he suddenly darted towards another direction. Released from restraint, Zhou Tong had completely let himself go. The dapper young gentleman observed the disheveled figure of Langya below, his eyes vacant and clothes torn, and furrowed his brow, pondering the intentions of the old-timers in the mountains. Why would they allow such a reckless individual to enter? Zhou Ziheng. Yet, upon hearing the dapper gentleman's words, another young man spoke to him in a low voice. If you too could open your Zhou Tian eye at the tender age of 20, you would be as unrestrained as he is amidst the mountains. Enough of that, he replied. This time the elders of the mountain have instructed us to fully cooperate with Zhou Tong. Fully cooperate. Zhou Ziheng pointed towards Langya below and remarked, what exactly are we to cooperate with? Are we to abide by his reckless ways? Chapter 113. His name is Zhou Tong. Zhou Ziheng. What purpose does your anger serve here? If you possess the courage, point at him and demand he cease his reckless actions. If not, remain silent and obediently follow. Upon these words, the 3 youths abandoned Zhou Ziheng and pursued Zhou Tong. Damn it! After casting a glance at the seemingly soulless Langya, Zhou Ziheng left in indignation. A wild wind swept through, stirring up dust and further disheveling Langya's hair. The bloodline of the Yazi clan was already thin, and in her generation, it had become so diluted that it was almost non-existent. To perpetuate their lineage, they were compelled to intermingle with the wild people. This was also the reason why the Langya siblings possessed human forms. What was initially perceived as a significant opportunity had devolved into a tragedy. At this moment, Ironwood, who had lost his hands and feet to Zhou Tong, was consumed by guilt. Had he not discovered this relic, Lang Feng would not have perished, and Langya would not have been violated by that 3-eyed human. Burdened by profound remorse, Langya rose from the ground, her expression devoid of emotion as she approached Lang Feng's lifeless body. Upon gazing at Lang Feng's remains, she did not shed a tear. Instead, she gently closed his bloodshot eyes, which had been opened in fury. Once a naive and kind-hearted girl, she now seemed transformed, as if possessed by another spirit. From the cremation of the body to assisting Ironwood with his wounds, Langya remained silent throughout, never once lifting her gaze to meet Ironwood's. Observing Langya in such a state, Ironwood struggled to find words, swallowing back his attempts to speak. He was at a loss for what to say to comfort her. Another gust of wind blew through, raising clouds of dust, yet it failed to disperse the heavy, cold atmosphere between the two. It was not until Zhou Ding's arrival that there was a shift. Zhou Ding's appearance was anticipated, as Fu Zhu willingly volunteered to guide him in search of Shi Rang and divine water. After accompanying Zhou Ding out of Fusang Mountain, Qin Ying and her companions bid him farewell, as they needed to seek their fellow disciples. During their farewell, Shun Tai incessantly urged Zhou Ding to seize their ancestral treasure. But Zhou Ding chose to ignore him. Unbeknownst to Shun Tai, Zhou Ding had a significant connection with the masters of Qin Ying and her companions. A connection that ran deep. In the realm of immortality, Zhou Ding had many adversaries to pursue, yet among them, he certainly did not include the 3 figures behind Qin Ying. What was the cause of this? Who has reduced you to this state? Entering the relic, upon witnessing Ironwood, who had been cruelly mutilated, Zhou Ding's countenance darkened immediately. Although he had no particular bond with Ironwood, witnessing a familiar face subjected to such brutality stirred turmoil within him. Can you grant me release? My Xuanhuan clan may perish in battle, but we shall never endure such a humiliating existence. The Xuanhuan clan, however, it was heard that Fu Zhu first cast a lofty glance at Tai Mu, and then turned to Zhou Ding, inquiring, Brother Ding, are you acquainted with the members of the Xuanhuan clan? The appellation of Brother Ding was not Zhou Ding's own choice, but rather Fu Zhu's insistence. According to Fu Zhu, such a form of address was necessary to adequately convey its respect and gratitude towards Zhou Ding. Thus, Zhou Ding acquiesced to Fu Zhu's preference. Brother Ding? Upon hearing this title from Fu Zhu, Not only Tai Mu, but even the usually silent Langya cast a glance at Zhou Ding. Fu Zhu was not merely a pure-blooded divine beast. It was also one of the 10 ancient divine beasts. The nobility of its status within the wild domain was well understood by Tai Mu and Langya. The fact that such a distinguished divine beast willingly served a human was indeed astonishing to both of them. If you did not recognize me, you would not have asked. Is that so? Zhou Ding responded, as Fu Zhu proudly approached Tai Mu. You are fortunate, for you know my brother Ding. As soon as the words left its mouth, Fu Zhu suddenly began to chant. Astonishingly, within the melody of its chant, Zhou Ding witnessed Tai Mu's limbs regrowing like spring bamboo shoots. Once Tai Mu had fully regenerated its arms and legs, Fu Zhu turned to Qing Xian, boasting, Did you see? Am I not the strongest water-based divine beast of the ancient times? In response to Fu Zhu's boastfulness, Qing Xian feigned indifference. It was unclear why Fu Zhu was behaving so peculiarly, consistently bragging in front of Qing Xian throughout their journey. Is this the healing technique of the Fu Zhu clan? Langya exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Tai Mu's regeneration. You possess some discernment. Indeed, this is the healing technique of my clan. It is precisely for this reason that no clan in the wild domain dares to offend the Fu Zhu. Do not show off. Despite being astonished by Fu Zhu's divine skill, Zhou Ding's attention shifted to Langya at that moment. The innocence that once graced her face was replaced by a profound sense of inferiority and humiliation. Although she attempted to conceal it well, Zhou Ding discerned the underlying distress in her demeanor. Where is your brother? Zhou Ding inquired, his gaze shifting from Langya's attire to her face, his voice low and serious. He has left. She had thought that her tears had dried when she was violated, yet inexplicably, upon hearing Zhou Ding's question, fresh tears began to cascade down her cheeks once more. Tell me everything that transpired here. Zhou Ding turned his gaze to Tai Mu and demanded, Do not speak. As if suddenly jolted by some stimulus, just as Tai Mu was about to respond, Langya abruptly shouted at him. You have but one chance. I am not one to meddle in the affairs of others, so think carefully. If you do not speak now, the injustices that befell you and your sister will remain merely injustices. At this moment, Qing Xian also perceived Langya's distress. Although she was making every effort to conceal the mark around her neck, Qing Xian could see it all too clearly. Although she noticed the marks around Langya's neck, she remained oblivious to the true events that had transpired. It was a being with 3 eyes. As Langya hesitated, Tai Mu suddenly shouted towards Zhou Ding. That creature not only severed my limbs, but also killed my brother, Lang Feng, and defiled Langya. These succinct words plunged Langya into immediate anguish. This scene ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Qing Xian. A being with 3 eyes? Could he be a disciple of the celestial clan? Upon hearing Tai Mu's shout, Fu Zhu, humbled from his arrogance, inquired of him. I do not know who he is. I only heard him mention something about a stone group along with his subsequent 4 companions. What stone group? Zhou Ding, enlightened by the mention, turned to Tai Mu with urgency. The mountain of no return. Langya's voice softly echoed in Zhou Ding's ear. He is Zhou Tong, hailing from the stone group of the mountain of no return. The mountain of no return? A wave of overwhelming murderous intent suddenly surged through Zhou Ding, and in that moment, his gaze sharpened to a lethal edge. Chapter 114. To one half, if one were to say that Zhou Ding harbored enmity towards the sects of the eastern continent. Such animosity had yet to reach the point of annihilating their entire lineage, leaving them no means of survival. However, the situation with the unyielding mountain was markedly different. The tragic demise of Madame Zhou and the capture of Zhou Chong and Li Xinyu rendered this grudge irreconcilable. For Zhou Ding, Madame Zhou was the sole confidant with whom he could share his innermost thoughts and secrets, while Zhou Chong and Li Xinyu were his most cherished kin. Qing Xian was acutely aware of the animosity between Zhou Ding and unyielding mountain, which is why she remained remarkably indifferent to the murderous intent emanating from him. In her mind, such bloodlust was entirely justified. After all, was it not true that Zhou Ding bore a grudge against unyielding mountain? Noticing the chilling aura of vengeance radiating from Zhou Ding, Fu Zhu hesitantly inquired of Qing Xian, if you had any sense, you wouldn't ask such a foolish question. Casting a fleeting glance at Fu Zhu, Qing Xian replied, if a bird like you says I lack intelligence, I might overlook it, but let someone else try that. Seeing Qing Xian's disinterest, Fu Zhu turned back to Zhou Ding, declaring, Brother Ding, leave this matter to me. Once we reach the second domain, I will enlist my brethren to assist you in seeking retribution against your foes, ensuring they find no refuge, neither in the heavens nor on earth. Just you? Can you really gather brothers? Qing Xian expressed her skepticism regarding Fu Zhu's assertion. Of course, I am Fu Zhu, the mightiest water deity of the primordial era. There is no need for a deliberate search. Since they have entered, they will inevitably traverse the second domain. If they dare to venture in, they should not expect to return. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding turned to Tai Mu and Lang Ya, asking, "Do you wish to accompany us to the second domain?" "Yes." Lang Ya responded with unwavering determination. She had already lost her most treasured possession and had nothing left to lose. She understood that only by following Zhou Ding could she avenge her personal grievances and the murder of her brother. Fu Zhu, possessing far greater knowledge of the primordial battlefield than Lang Ya and Tai Mu, revealed that the history of this battlefield was shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing how long it had existed. Even the Fu clan, which had endured for 50,000 years, remained unaware of its origins. Fu Zhu informed Zhou Ding that the primordial battlefield was an independent realm, seemingly created for that ancient, cataclysmic war. In the desolate domain, no one retained knowledge of the specifics of that ancient conflict. Those who had lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, only recalled the battle's ferocity. Countless pure-blooded beings, ancient divine beasts, and powerful human cultivators perished in that brutal clash. The primordial battlefield was divided into 6 combat domains, with the one they currently occupied being the first domain, also known as the Eternal Sorrow. It was, of course, the desolate realm that bestowed this name upon it. On their journey to the second domain, Fu Zhu further elucidated that the absence of formidable descendants of the ancients in the first domain was due to their migration to the second domain. What purpose do they serve in the second domain? Certainly, it is essential to occupy a favorable position. Are you implying that the second domain holds no relics whatsoever? Naturally, I have previously asserted that the second domain is, in fact, the safest among the 6 realms, as everyone awaits the opening of the third domain. There is no urgency on my part. What does it mean to await the opening of the third domain? However, upon hearing Fu Zhu's words, Qing Xian furrowed her brows and inquired, awaiting to compete. It was Tai Mu who responded, continuing, "There was something Fu Zhu stated that was incorrect." Which statement was incorrect? Fu Zhu retorted, displeased by Tai Mu's interruption. After casting a glance at Zhou Ding, Tai Mu elaborated, "Before the arrival of those disciples from the celestial sects, the second domain was indeed the most serene, but now they have come. The ancient battlefield opens every 6,000 years with their arrival. Do you still believe the second domain remains the most tranquil?" Indeed. Upon hearing Tai Mu's words, Fu Zhu suddenly realized, how could I have overlooked this? Opens every 6,000 years. Upon hearing Fu Zhu mention this figure, Zhou Ding and Qing Xian exchanged glances. The Xianzong continent also undergoes a sudden transformation every 6,000 years. Though neither Zhou Ding nor Qing Xian is aware of the nature of this transformation, they both vaguely sense that the ancient battlefield, which opens every 6,000 years, may be related to the transformations occurring on the Xianzong continent. Unspoken, they reached a consensus in their thoughts, further deepening their bond unknowingly. The entrance connecting to the second domain is a luminous gate, within which a whirlpool resides. From a distance, it resembles a celestial chasm or a colossal eye embedded in the firmament. Fu Zhu remains unhurried as there is still some time before the third domain opens. To enter the third domain, it is not merely a matter of being early, but relies on absolute strength, as the slots available for entry are limited. This limitation does not refer to a specific number, but is determined by having the number of attendees present. For instance, if the last entry into the ancient battlefield consisted of over 600 descendants of the Great Wilderness, then only 300 may enter the third domain. Similarly, if the preceding entry had over 400 descendants, then naturally, 200 would be allowed into the third domain. In summary, this ancient battlefield is exceedingly mysterious, almost as if it possesses sentience. Zhou Ding finally comprehended that entering the third domain requires one to contend with their own strength. The ratio is a harsh reality. What of those unable to enter the third domain? What will become of them? In response to Qing Xian's inquiry, Fu Zhu, now serious, replied, "They will either perish on the path of competition or remain trapped in the second domain until the ancient battlefield closes, at which point they will be transported out." When will the ancient battlefield close? It remains to be seen whether anyone can enter the realm known as the Twilight of the Gods, the sixth domain. Otherwise, we shall be confined to this battlefield, awaiting the dawn of the next 6 millennia. This sentiment is indeed grave. Yet this weightiness did not linger long upon its deer-like visage, as it soon resumed its previous flamboyant demeanor, proclaiming, "Fear not, with my esteemed brother Ding by our side. I am confident he will not disappoint us in entering the sixth domain. Of course, we also have the mightiest water deity and your splendidly unique rainbow phoenix. Together, the three of us shall not only conquer this modest third domain, but shall also breach the gates of the revered sixth domain, the Twilight of the Gods." This confidence is well-founded, for it has acquired a primordial bone from beyond the bronze door. Chapter 115. Origins. What is this primordial bone? Through the experiences of Xu on this journey, it was pleasantly surprised to discover that this primordial bone possessed the extraordinary ability to amplify the divine skills of its race. And the enhancement was not merely marginal, but rather several-fold. Take, for instance, the regeneration of Ironwood's limbs. Before obtaining the primordial bone, it was utterly impossible for it to achieve such a feat. However, with the amplification provided by this primordial bone, it felt confident that it could truly shine in the ancient battlefield, showcasing the glory of its lineage. Zhou Ding remained unaware that Xu had already begun to envision its splendid destiny in the ancient battlefield. He and Qingxian seemed to share a tacit understanding as they simultaneously leaped into the domain gate embedded in the celestial canopy. Upon seeing Zhou Ding and Qingxian eagerly entering the second domain, Xu, Langia, and Ironwood naturally would not lag behind. In stark contrast to the desolation of the first domain, the second domain was bustling with activity. The moment Zhou Ding manifested in the second domain, the ancient descendants, who had been fiercely battling with disciples of the celestial race, paused to gaze at him and Qingxian. After all, this was not the stronghold of the immortal cultivation realm. Thus, the number of ancient descendants far surpassed that of the self-proclaimed celestial disciples. At this moment, a group of ancient descendants, having the advantage in numbers, was besieging 3 disciples from the celestial sect. As Zhou Ding stepped into this domain, his gaze fell upon these 3 celestial disciples, a figure in a green robe, and another marked by a moon imprint. With just a glance, Zhou Ding immediately recognized their identities. Perhaps sensing kinship, the 3 youths cast imploring glances toward Zhou Ding. Starry Pavilion, a name neither too distant nor too near, slowly surfaced in Zhou Ding's mind. This trio indirectly awakened a fragment of memory deep within his soul. Shifting his attention from them, Zhou Ding regarded the ancient descendants. Much like Xu, these ancient beings retained their original forms, and as Zhou Ding observed them, they too were scrutinizing him. More specifically, they were gazing at Qingxian. A phoenix? Or merely a mutated variant of one? How could it be alongside humans? Majestic in form, with the body of a tiger and the head and tail of a dragon, a unique ancient descendant with a single horn spoke disdainfully to its 2-horned kin behind it. The Pishio clan is divided into single-horned and double-horned types. The single-horned are referred to as Tianlu, while the double-horned are called Bixia. The speaking single-horned Pishio was a rare Tianpi, a being born once in millennia. Its esteemed status was undoubtedly beyond that of the 2 double-horned Pixius behind it. The assault on the 3 disciples of the Starry Pavilion was led by this Tianpi, accompanied by its fellow ancient descendants. To call it an attack would be misleading. It was more akin to mockery, for the Tianpi had never lifted a finger, merely observing as its subordinates humiliated the 3 disciples of the Starry Pavilion. Was the Tianpi perhaps enamored with this phoenix? As the celestial beast Tianpi gazed upon Qingxian, a creature with the head of a bird and the body of a turtle, a descendant of the ancient era, approached with a servile demeanor, addressing Tianpi. This creature, known as Xiangui, was but a subordinate of the proud Tianpi. How could it even consider itself worthy of the illustrious bloodline of this celestial beast? With a scrutinizing gaze, Tianpi assessed Qingxian before declaring in an arrogant tone, "In the wild domain, the only divine bird worthy of my attention is the 9-tailed phoenix of the Fire Phoenix clan. Oh, I wondered who was making such a ruckus. It turns out to be you, foul Tianpi," retorted Xu, striding confidently to the side of Zhou Ding, raising his head defiantly towards the celestial beast. "The 9-tailed phoenix is the brightest jewel of my Fuyao mountain. How dare you, a mere foul Tianpi, aspire to such heights?" Xu, having obtained the first primordial bone, was brimming with self-assurance. Thus he naturally felt superior to Tianpi. Fu Zhu, who are you calling foul? Speak again if you dare. Tianpi's expression darkened, for the scent of its kind was inherent and unchangeable. Even as a Tianpi, it could not alter the odor that was part of its being. It loathed being publicly insulted regarding its scent. You dare not allow others to speak of your foulness. How ridiculous of you. With that, Fu Zhu turned to Zhou Ding and said, Brother Ding, shall we depart? Not so fast. Redirecting his gaze from Tianpi, Zhou Ding looked at the three disciples of the Star Pavilion, encircled by the descendants of the ancient era. How fares the master of Tianyang Pavilion? One among the three disciples, named Xuanhuan, replied, Do you know our pavilion master? Indeed, I share some connections with the esteemed Tianyang Zhenren. With those words, Zhou Ding stepped forward. As he approached the ancient descendants, he disregarded their fierce and intimidating gazes, stating, I initially thought that rekindling this connection would require a lengthy wait. Yet it seems that is not the case. Continuing to ignore the ancient descendants, Zhou Ding boldly extended his hand, touching Chen Yang's forehead. This act startled the two other disciples beside Chen Yang. What do you intend to do to my senior brother? They inquired, but Zhou Ding remained focused on his actions, unresponsive to their queries. Once his finger was lifted, Chen Yang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. This is, gazing at Zhou Ding, Chen Yang widened his eyes, filled with excitement as he asked, How could this be possible? His astonishment was justified, for Zhou Ding had just transmitted to his spiritual see the very image of the celestial 12 houses star chart that hung in the grand hall of his pavilion. However, it seemed that the star chart Zhou Ding had imparted was not identical to the one he had previously observed in the hall. The exact differences eluded him for the moment. Return this chart to your master and inform Tianyang that Zhou Quan is well. Zhou Quan was the name he had adopted upon entering the realm of cultivation within the Star Pavilion. As for his true name, Zhou Ding was certain that Tianyang was already aware. Zhou Quan, indeed. Begone, return from whence you came. This place is beyond your reach. With these words, Zhou Ding waved his hand casually, causing the once encircling descendants of the ancient era to stagger backward several paces. This scene did not escape the eyes of Tian Pai and Chen Yang, leaving them both taken aback. It is well known that those who can enter this ancient battlefield are all at the nascent soul stage. Even if they are unaware of the hierarchical divisions among these ancient descendants, their cultivation must certainly exceed that of the nascent soul. Otherwise, the three of them would not have found themselves in a fierce struggle against these ancient beings. Yet, this individual, it seems, possesses a mastery of the nascent soul far surpassing their own. Tian Pai squinted, for among his entourage were several ancient demonic beasts. Although these beasts could not compare to a divine creature like him, they nonetheless possessed a physical strength that far exceeded that of these human cultivators. Chapter 116. The Three-Legged Golden Crow. However, these ancient mythical beasts were unexpectedly repelled several steps by a mere gesture from this individual. Could it be that this person is one of those rare humans capable of contending with beings of their ancient lineage? In the desolate realms, humanity is regarded as the most contemptible race. Those who inhabit these wastelands are forced into servitude, subjugated by the ancient clans. Yet, those who have ventured into this ancient battlefield are undeniably stronger than the common folk of the wastelands, particularly the few who can rival the likes of the Dragon Prince, the Three-Legged Golden Crow, and the Nine-Tailed Fire Phoenix, beings of eternal legacy. It can be said that the presence of these humans in the ancient battlefield has profoundly altered the perception that these ancient descendants hold towards mankind, prompting them to eradicate these intruders in order to defend the dignity of their lineage. Just as the Tian Pai had categorized Zhou Ding among these formidable humans, a bird suddenly swooped toward it. Tian Pai, trouble is brewing. Come quickly to rescue Sister Jean. Rescue Sister Jean? The call from the three-eyed gray crow left Tian Pai stunned, and even Fu Zhu revealed an expression of astonishment. Tai Mu was correct. The tranquility of the second domain had been irrevocably shattered by the intrusion of these cultivators. Zhou Ding had no intention of joining this fray, but upon hearing the background of the three-legged golden crow, he changed his mind. The three-legged golden crow, dwelling in the sun, is a divine bird of ancient times, and one of the most powerful descendants in this ancient battlefield. Zhou Ding was compelled to witness which disciple could push this legendary creature to the point of seeking assistance. In a desolate ruin, an inferno raged across the sky, with a crimson sun embedded within the flames. At this moment, Two figures stood atop this blazing orb. One of them was undeniably the three-legged golden crow, while the other, clad in fine silks, displayed a slight smirk. In stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the young man, the three-legged golden crow appeared thoroughly disheveled, with several feathers scattered about and one of its legs broken. Beneath this crimson sun stood three human figures. I suggest you take on human form. Otherwise, your avian appearance fails to evoke any sense of sympathy within me. Should I inadvertently slay you, it would be a waste of your delicate visage. Faced with the humiliation from this human, the three-legged golden crow seethed with fury. Yet it understood that it was no match for this individual. Should it flee? If it did, what would remain of its dignity? But if it chose not to escape, how could it resolve this perilous situation? Beneath the crimson sun lay the corpses of its kin, the three-eyed gray crows, serving as a constant reminder to avenge them by slaying the person before it. In an ancient tome, I once encountered a description of a bird like you, known as the three-legged golden crow, a divine fowl residing within the sun. I had believed such tales to be mere myths, yet here I stand, having witnessed one in the flesh. You are presented with two choices. As he spoke, the young man raised two fingers and declared, "First, transform back into your human form and serve me henceforth. Second, I offer you a cage, into which you may enter and become my pet from this day forward." You must be dreaming. The three-legged golden crow retorted coldly at his words. It is a privilege for you to have my attention. Since you refuse this boon, I shall have no choice but to take drastic measures against you. After all, this battlefield is vast, and I am certain there are many who surpass your beauty. Your absence will matter little. With that, the young man took a step forward, and in an instant, he appeared before the three-legged golden crow. A divine radiance emanated from his forehead, enveloping the creature in its glow. Within this sacred light, the three-legged golden crow began to transform into human form. This metamorphosis was not of its own volition, but rather the result of the power emanating from the man's third divine eye. The sun and sea of flames surged with intensity, reflecting the fury of the three-legged golden crow at that moment. Must it truly come to this? How could he so recklessly wield the heavenly eye? Below, Zhou Ziheng could no longer bear to watch, for he understood what Zhou Tong intended to do to the three-legged golden crow. His past indiscretions were numerous. Not long ago, he had captured the princess of a mortal realm, and without his heavenly eye, he would not have been able to penetrate her impenetrable body. Did he think she could ever escape his clutches? Indeed, although Zhou Tong possessed many admirable traits, his proclivities were difficult for others to accept. Yet this was not solely the fault of the elders in the mountains. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhou Ziheng flicked his sleeve in frustration and exclaimed. Above the crimson sun, the three-legged golden crow had taken on a human form beneath the radiance of Zhou Tong's heavenly eye. When Zhou Tong beheld this woman, bathed in his divine light, his eyes ignited with an unusual fervor. "I offer you one final chance. Submit to me as my servant, or you shall suffer consequences beyond your imagination." Gazing at the woman in crimson amidst the divine light, Zhou Tong spoke with excitement. "Bah! You shall never see the three-legged golden crow submit. Then I shall demonstrate the futility of your defiance." With that, Zhou Tong stepped into the divine light and grasped the crow's pristine neck, lifting her and pressing her against the luminous barrier. He extended his malevolent hand towards her, poised to rend the garments from her transformed form. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. "Sister Jean, the Tianpi has arrived." The nature of this Tianpi can be set aside for now. Its willingness to sacrifice itself to save the three-legged golden crow speaks to its noble character. Tianpi? As the divine radiance slowly turned away, upon the moment the three-legged golden crow beheld the celestial beast, it exhibited a flicker of exhilaration. Yet, this fleeting joy swiftly transformed into trepidation. "Celestial beast, flee. Do not come to my aid." The three-legged golden crow was acutely aware of Zhou Tong's formidable prowess, particularly the ominous vertical eye upon his brow. That eye could assimilate myriad laws. Otherwise, it would not have succumbed to Zhou Tong's might, resulting in its current woeful predicament. The celestial beast, however, disregarded the crow's urgent plea. With a surge of determination, it surged forth, radiating celestial light as it charged towards Zhou Tong. "Humph! How disappointing. You three can only spectate, yet do not lend a hand to restrain this beast." With these words, Zhou Tong emerged from the divine brilliance, extending a solitary finger as the celestial beast approached. In that moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of heaven and earth remained unchanged. Chapter 117. A treasure in one's own right. However, at the moment when the celestial beast was about to charge towards Zhou Tong, the heavens and earth suddenly contracted, and an overwhelming force was abruptly exerted upon the celestial beast. This force, even if it were but a speck, embodied the gravity of the universe. Under the weight of this universal gravity, the celestial beast was inevitably pressed back to the ground. Lying on the earth, it felt as though an invisible mountain was crushing it, and no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not rise against this singular force. I seemed to sense the breath of primordial heavy water, compared to the reminder from the divine iron. Zhou Ding was more concerned about the reactions of Langia and Taimu at this moment. Turning to the trembling Langia, Zhou Ding softly inquired, "Is it him?" Zhou Tong had already returned to the radiant light of divinity. When the three-legged golden crow saw the subdued celestial beast, all it could do was glare fiercely at Zhou Tong with its golden eyes. Under this fierce gaze, Zhou Tong approached it. As it witnessed the sinister claw poised to tear away its garments, its golden eyes blazed with fury. "Do you have any subordinates? If so, summon them all, and let them witness how you succumb to me." The divine radiance is a cage, and the celestial being is a prisoner. Just as Zhou Tong was about to rip away the crimson attire from the three-legged golden crow, a streak of black light suddenly flickered in his peripheral vision. "Damn it! You little brat are still addicted to messing with me, aren't you?" The speed of this black light was astonishing, accompanied by the grumblings of divine iron. When Zhou Tong saw that the object hurtling towards him was an unremarkable piece of black iron, he merely scoffed, dismissing the divine iron entirely as he continued his actions. It was not until the black iron struck his divine radiance and smashed into his head that he realized the gravity of the situation. "Just you, a mere child, dare to mock me?" With this thought echoing in Zhou Tong's ears, the divine iron triumphantly returned to Zhou Ding's hand. The divine radiance, bestowed by the divine eye of Zhou Tian, had been pierced by an object from beyond the heavens. This scene caused Zhou Ziheng and the others to simultaneously cast their gaze upon the individual wielding the black iron. This glance made all three of them shudder. In midair, Zhou Ding hovered, flanked by Fu Zhu, Qing Xian, Taimu, and Langia on either side. Although Zhou Ziheng did not recognize Zhou Ding, he was familiar with the two ancient clansmen standing beside him. Is it them? How did they come to ally with a human? As Zhou Ziheng pondered this in his heart, Zhou Tong also ceased his actions and stepped out from the divine radiance. First, he glanced at the divine light that had been pierced by the divine iron before finally fixing his gaze on Zhou Ding and the others. However, before Zhou Ding could pose his question, he took the initiative to inquire, "Have you come from Mount Zhouchu?" Upon hearing Zhou Ding's question, Zhou Tong furrowed his brow slightly. His frown stemmed from the fact that Zhou Ding could accurately identify his origins. Are the others below also from there? Shifting his gaze away from Zhou Tong, Zhou Ding looked down upon Zhou Ziheng and the other two, inquiring, "Might I ask who you are? Are you the only four to have arrived?" Without responding to Zhou Ziheng's question, Zhou Ding continued, "Dare I ask the meaning behind your words?" Zhou Ziheng, certain that this was his first encounter with Zhou Ding, felt an unmistakable aura of malice directed towards the four of them. "What do I mean?" Zhou Ding retorted. "That is a question for you to ponder. Allow me to remind you, as human beings, you are even inferior to beasts, in my view. You four should cease your endeavors here." As his words fell, the setting sun emitted a sword-like cry, its rays aimed directly at Zhou Ziheng and his companions. In that very moment, beneath their feet, a formidable formation suddenly emerged, the seven-star locking immortals array, which Zhou Ding had previously employed outside Qinyun Mountain. Zhou Ding made the first move against Zhou Ziheng and his companions, yet Zhou Tong paid no heed to them. His gaze was fixated solely on Qing Xian beside Zhou Ding, unabashedly revealing his avarice. It was only when two anguished cries echoed from below that Zhou Tong's attention was diverted. "They're dead." Zhou Ding, with a single strike, had obliterated two disciples from the unyielding mountain. Upon witnessing his kin reduced to ashes by the setting sun, Zhou Ziheng's countenance shifted to one of horror. To enter this ancient battlefield signified their formidable prowess in the realm of the abyss, yet such mastery was utterly futile against this individual. "How dare you slay my kin in my presence?" As he beheld the two reduced to mere remnants, Zhou Tong advanced and appeared above the seven-star locking immortals array. With a mere light press against the array, It seemed as if it had been struck by a tremendous force, shattering into fragments. 1 yuan heavy water, young man. I can stake my life on it. This lad undoubtedly possesses 1 yuan heavy water within him. 1 yuan heavy water? Zhou Ding's expression shifted slightly, for he had previously been informed by the divine iron of the 5 sacred waters, and 1 yuan heavy water was indeed one of them. Legend had it that a single drop weighed thousands of pounds, and acquiring just 1 drop was akin to gaining immense power. Just moments ago, Zhou Tong had employed the gravity of this 1 yuan heavy water to shatter his 7-star locking immortals array. Boy, quickly eliminate him and extract the 1 yuan heavy water from within him. Even if he possesses none, I shall still ensure his demise. As these words left his lips, Zhou Ding snapped his fingers. Instantly, 9 water lotuses, aglow with lightning, blossomed above Zhou Tong's head. The appearance of these 9 lotuses resonated with a celestial sound that rippled across the heavens. As the sacred sound arose, the lightning surged, cascading down upon Zhou Tong as Zhou Ding pressed forward. This deluge of lightning was not merely a force, it was divine. Do you dare to compare your radiance to mine? You truly overestimate yourself. As the lightning poured down like a waterfall, just as it was about to envelop Zhou Tong, a beam of pure, holy lightning erupted from the singular eye upon his forehead. As the flash of lightning erupted, the torrential downpour that was meant to strike him was instantaneously absorbed by the singular eye of Zhou Tong, much like a whale consuming water. The deluge of lightning, akin to an eye, then shifted its focus towards Zhou Ding. In that fleeting moment, it returned with reverence. What is this? Zhou Ding, witnessing his own assault being reverberated back by that singular eye, displayed a look of astonishment. This fellow is a treasure trove. Do not let him escape. No need to remind me. Remaining steadfast, Zhou Ding allowed the torrent of lightning to engulf him. At the very instant the lightning cascaded upon him, he hurled the divine iron once more, with a fragment of his consciousness guiding the divine iron as the remnants of the sun returned. Zhou Ding grasped the sword and cleaved downward towards the torrent of lightning. A verdant blade of energy struck the deluge, and in that moment of impact, the torrent evaporated into nothingness. Zhou Ding felt immense satisfaction with the might of the ancient demonic fire after its fusion with the waning sun. Its power had become incomparable to what it once was. Chapter 118, Blood Moon First. The Earth Spirit Tree reshaped his meridians and blood vessels. Then he merged the primordial demon fire within the multicolored pool, and finally, a formidable being bestowed upon him the essence of the primal origin during his marrow cleansing. Although Zhou Ding still traverses the path of cultivation, he has embarked upon a journey uniquely his own. The myriad techniques coalesce within him. At the moment when the lightning torrent was cleaved into mist, Zhou Ding vanished from his original location. The nascent soul, transformed by the primordial demon fire, began to rise slowly within Zhou Ding's elixir sea, and in an instant, he reappeared above Zhou Tong, standing tall. Countless techniques converged into a single sword. The sword that Zhou Ding wielded, seemingly unremarkable, was imbued with the vast array of skills he had mastered. There was no radiant sword light, no flowing silk, only a blade shimmering with a chilling luster. As the sword descended upon Zhou Tong, instead of retreating, Zhou Tong advanced, a mocking glint in his eyes as he pointed at the blade of the setting sun. The primordial heavy water condensed within the myriad techniques of the setting sun. This confrontation caused both of them to retreat several steps. An indescribable immense gravity transmitted through the sword into Zhou Ding's body, had he not shed his mortal coil. This single strike could have severely injured him. Is this the power of the primordial heavy water, forcefully dispersing the gravity within? Zhou Ding halted his steps and once more swung his sword at Zhou Tong. I have encountered those who cultivate both martial and mental disciplines. But how do you manage to integrate your techniques into your weapon without revealing them? The mockery faded from Zhou Tong's face, replaced by a grave expression. In his astonishment, he realized he was faced with a formidable adversary. Under the astonished gazes of the 3-legged golden crow and the celestial pie, Zhou Ding clashed once more with Zhou Tong. This encounter allowed Qing Xian to witness a true martial confrontation. The combat between the two, at this moment, simplified to its essence, returning to its roots. The techniques were devoid of flamboyance. Yet, Qing Xian understood that each exchange between them harbored the potential to devastate mountains and obliterate the earth. The primordial heavy water was formless and insubstantial. While the myriad techniques were boundless and intangible, in mere moments, the two had engaged in over 50 exchanges midair. From the battle's perspective, it appeared they were evenly matched. However, upon closer inspection, Zhou Ding emerged as the increasingly formidable combatant. This was his first time confronting an opponent in such a manner. After a brief period of acclimatization, he naturally fought with growing freedom. In contrast, Zhou Tong, under Zhou Ding's torrential assault, began to struggle to keep pace, particularly after a strand of his hair was severed, prompting him to widen the distance between them. "You are quite impressive. You have stirred within me the desire to unleash my true fury." Suspended in midair, with eyes shifting between light and darkness, Zhou Tong suddenly reached out to touch the vertical eye on his forehead. "Zhou Tong, remember there are 4 domains behind. Do not employ that divine art here." As Zhou Tong was about to unleash his most formidable powers, Zhou Ziheng hastily intervened. Indeed, there were still 4 realms to consider. However, upon hearing Zhou Ziheng's words, a sinister smile crept across Zhou Tong's face as he remarked, "Since we have come this far, we must ascend and take a look, mustn't we?" With that, Zhou Tong's wicked grin vanished, and he turned to Zhou Ding, saying, "However, if you truly wish to determine the victor here, I would not object to demonstrating my true strength. Young man, grant this fellow a reprieve for now. I sense something peculiar about this realm." Something peculiar about this realm? At the mention of these words, Zhou Ding was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in that instant of astonishment, an unexpected event transpired. A blood moon suddenly manifested in the sky, and with its emergence, a torrential downpour of blood rain began to fall without warning. As this deluge enveloped the lifeless 3-eyed gray crows below, they inexplicably rose from the blood rain, taking flight and screeching as they did so, accompanied by their cries. These resurrected 3-eyed gray crows soared towards the blood moon suspended in the heavens. What was happening? Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Fu Zhu widened his eyes in inquiry. The blood rain poured down, saturating the realm inhabited by Zhou Ding and Qing Xian. As the resurrected 3-eyed gray crows entered the great blood moon, another transformation took place. Like a mirage, as the 3-eyed gray crows flew into the enormous blood moon, a vividly crimson relic emerged in the sight of Zhou Ding and his companions. This relic of blood was embedded within the vast blood moon, its grandeur vibrant, its decay striking, and its mystery even more pronounced. What kind of relic is this? I have never heard of it before. As this blood relic appeared, not only did Fu Zhu voice such a question, but even the 3-legged golden crow could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Cosmic cycles shift, stars rotate. The vast void embodies all phenomena, vanishing into the lives of mortals. A resonant voice echoed from within the blood moon. At that moment, a phantom, draped in crimson, emerged from the great blood moon, towering above as if a celestial being, gazing down upon the realm with unwavering poise. With the appearance of the blood moon, others began to arrive from this realm. The first to arrive was a 9-tailed celestial phoenix cloaked in radiant hues. As this phoenix manifested, it released a resounding cry and dove towards the 3-legged golden crow that had taken human form. Landing before the golden crow, the 9-tailed phoenix brushed away its injuries and inquired, "Sister Jin Wu, tell me, who has harmed you?" "Sister," came the reply, yet the 3-legged golden crow diverted the question, asking the 9-tailed phoenix, "Do you know the origins of this phantom and the blood moon relic?" Unbeknownst to me, it was only upon witnessing this blood moon that I hastened to arrive. As the 9-tailed celestial phoenix responded, more ancient descendants and humans began to gather. In but a brief moment, this space became quite congested. "Young one, this situation appears rather precarious. I suggest we maintain our distance from that ominous blood moon above." However, as the divine iron spoke, Zhou Ding once again turned his gaze towards the blood moon suspended in the firmament. For reasons unknown, upon this second glance, Zhou Ding discerned that the blood moon was even more resplendent than before. This heightened brilliance was not confined to the moon alone. It also encompassed the ethereal figure hovering before it. The crimson moon loomed overhead, its remnants within. Witnessing this spectacle, some ancient descendants could scarcely contain themselves. Had it not been for the overwhelming visual impact of that ethereal figure, perhaps many of the ancient descendants would have already surged towards the blood moon. Chapter 119. The slaughter. Zhou Ding beckoned to Qing Xian, while Fu Zhu and the others quietly retreated. As they reached the edge, Distancing themselves from the center of the blood moon, Zhou Ding spotted an individual at the periphery, dressed in coarse cloth. The young man did not possess an overtly sharp appearance, yet he exuded an air of astuteness. "Have you noticed something, my friend?" Upon noticing Zhou Ding's gaze, the youth greeted him with a courteous smile and inquired. "Not sure what you mean," Zhou Ding replied, perplexed. Still playing coy. "If you hadn't noticed anything, why retreat so far?" After stating this, the young man nonchalantly settled onto the ground, producing a tortoise shell from his sleeve and tossing 2 copper coins. Engrossed in his own game, as he played, he muttered cryptically, "In a place of great calamity, 8 out of 10 perish. Truly brutal, indeed. What on earth are you rambling about?" Fu Zhu, unable to contain his annoyance, approached the young man and asked, "Can't you comprehend my straightforward words? I said, in a place of great calamity, 8 out of 10 will be slain by that monstrous being. Is that really true?" "Of course it is." When Fu Zhu expressed skepticism, the young man sprang up from the ground and declared, "To be frank, I am the reincarnation of a deity, and that shadow standing before the blood moon is an old acquaintance of mine, known for his insatiable thirst for blood and his merciless nature." "You claim to be a reincarnated deity?" Fu Zhu's disbelief was mirrored in Zhou Ding's astonished expression as they both regarded the unassuming youth. After circling around him, Fu Zhu halted and stated, "If you are indeed a deity reincarnated, could you enlighten me about the identity of your bloodthirsty acquaintance? Will you believe me if I tell you? How can I trust you if you remain silent?" "Very well." The young man deliberately turned his back to the suspended bloodied shadow and continued, "Before I reveal his origins to you, you must first understand why you are able to enter this place." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Zhou Ding. "This ancient battlefield opens every 6,000 years, and throughout previous epochs, only the lands of the wasteland could access it. However, in this cycle, you have managed to enter." The youth's words immediately captivated Zhou Ding's attention, addressing a question that had long puzzled him. "Do you know why we are able to enter?" "Indeed." With an air of haughty confidence, the young man shifted his tone. "I know, but I shall not disclose it to you." "Why not? Why are there so many questions?" "If you truly wish to know, I believe you will uncover the answer within this battlefield. But be forewarned, the truth may prove to be quite cruel." "Such theatrics." Hearing the young man, Qing Xian responded coldly. "Then let me indulge in the art of mystique," the youth remarked, casting a glance at Qing Xian. He continued, "It is time to speak of an old acquaintance of mine. You need not concern yourselves with his name. Merely understand that he does not belong to any realm among you. Does not belong to any realm among us." As Zhou Ding pondered the youth's words, the latter settled back down, resuming his manipulation of the tortoise shell. The blood moon lingered, casting its sanguine shadows. Accompanied by the 9-tailed phoenix, the 3-legged golden crow approached Zhou Ding. Upon reaching Zhou Ding, the 3-legged golden crow presented him with an object, stating, "Thank you for your earlier assistance. This is my token of gratitude." "Your token of gratitude?" Zhou Ding beheld a feather being offered to him, and he did not decline. He accepted it gracefully, saying, "Then I shall not be polite. If you were polite, I would feel uneasy, for the Golden Crow clan never owes anyone a favor." "Understood. Does this mean we are square?" "Indeed, we are square." With that, the 3-legged golden crow turned and departed. "Ah, this is the original feather of the Golden Crow clan. I did not expect such generosity." "Original feather? What use does it serve?" Zhou Ding inquired, gazing at the golden plume in his hand. "The original feather is the very first plume we have ever grown. The Golden Crow clan excels in fire techniques. If you carry this feather, you shall be impervious to flames," Qing Xian replied. "I see. It does not seem particularly useful," Zhou Ding remarked, though he still tucked the golden feather into his garment. Seeing this, Qing Xian shot a glance at Fu Zhu, who seemed about to speak. "Sister, why did you give him your original feather?" Once they had moved a distance away, the 9-tailed phoenix turned to the 3-legged golden crow and asked, "Is it truly so? You had nothing else to offer?" "Indeed. This original feather was all I could part with." "Is that truly all it signifies?" "What else could it signify?" The 3-legged golden crow huffed. "You've grown up, it seems. Our original feather holds more significance than any cherished possession of the human women. You so easily bestowed it upon him. Do you really think I am oblivious to your intentions?" As the 9-tailed phoenix spoke, several figures suddenly soared toward the blood moon, suspended in the sky. Upon witnessing this, both the 9-tailed phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow halted in their tracks. Someone has finally lost their patience. even with that ethereal figure looming as high as the moon. There are those unafraid of peril, eager to delve into the relics of the blood moon. However, as these figures approached the imposing silhouette, which had remained steadfast, a startling event transpired. Just as the figures were about to enter the blood moon's threshold, the once motionless figure began to stir. In a breathtaking moment, as the figures neared the shadow, it gradually inclined its head. Lowering its visage and parting its lips, it lunged toward the approaching figures with a speed that, though seemingly languid, was as swift as a flash of lightning. The ancient descendants and disciples of the cultivation realm, gazing from below, remained oblivious to whether the recklessly attacking ancient relics had sensed the movement of this ethereal figure. All they witnessed was the ghastly sight of several ancient relics being voraciously consumed by this apparition. As they were swallowed and chewed, crimson blood and fur trickled from the corners of its mouth downwards. Truly a death wish. The youth, fiddling with a turtle shell, gently raised his head and, with a calm demeanor, remarked upon the heart-stopping scene above. It would have taken a while for it to regain a fragment of its awareness, but now, how fortuitous. Its remnants of consciousness have been activated prematurely, as if to validate the words of this self-proclaimed reincarnation of a deity. At the very moment the apparition devoured the bodies of the ancient relics, it suddenly leaped down from the celestial canopy. In that instant of descent, its form began to transform. Chapter 120. Guarding the moon gate. As the humanoid figure leaped, a pair of immense wings unfurled from its back. Upon its descent to the ground, its human form morphed into that of a beast. What manner of creature is this? It is a beast with 3 fearsome heads and a pair of wings sprouting from its back. What is this entity? As this monstrous being descended, both the descendants of the ancients and the disciples of the immortal realm voiced the same inquiry. At the moment their curiosity piqued, this unprecedented beast sprang into action. Its movement was as swift as a darting hare, as rapid as a bolt of lightning. Beneath the blood moon, anguished cries echoed, and wherever this beast passed, no corpse remained intact. This was an unilaterally brutal slaughter, despite the formidable physiques of the ancient descendants and the primal tribes. They could not withstand a single strike from this 3-headed fiend. The massive and corpulent beast, the seemingly indestructible mountain-burrowing creature, the ancient avians soaring in the skies, and the terrestrial beasts reigning on land all succumbed to a fate of annihilation. What is this creature? Who can elucidate this phenomenon to me? Is not the second domain the most secure of all realms? Why has such a beast emerged here? Nothing is more cruel than witnessing one's kin perish helplessly before one's eyes. As a descendant of the white tiger watched helplessly while his brother was trampled into a pulp by this ferocious beast, his eyes blazed with rage as he turned towards the escaping disciples of the immortal realm. It is you, all of you. It is your intrusion that has summoned this monster. I will slay you. Under the blood moon, the white tiger's anguished roar incited chaos. Some powerful ancient descendants, spurred by this outcry, began to pivot and attack the disciples from the immortal realm. It was nearly time. Observing the tumultuous melee ahead, the enigmatic youth, who claimed to be the reincarnation of a deity, dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire and rose. Gentlemen, I must take my leave. With that, the self-proclaimed divine being soared toward the blood moon above. His speed was astonishing, akin to a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the crimson orb. Ding, what say you? As the mysterious youth seized the initiative, Fu Zhu's gaze turned eagerly towards Zhou Ding. What else is there to say? With that, Zhou Ding formed a sword gesture and launched himself toward the blood moon. Witnessing his action, Qing Xian and Fu Zhu were taken aback. Sister, look. The 3-legged golden crow and the 9-tailed heavenly phoenix, having initially lingered to express their gratitude to Zhou Ding, had not joined the fray. Upon seeing Zhou Ding and his companions ascend toward the blood moon, the 2 ancient avians mimicked his movement. As they too soared toward the blood moon, keen observers noted their ascent. Seeing yet remaining silent, one privately seeks to seize the advantage. As the 3-legged golden crow and the 9-tailed celestial phoenix soared into the sky, figures began to ascend towards the crimson moon below. Zhou Ding, upon entering the blood moon, did not hasten to delve deeper, but rather stood guard at the entrance like a deity. Just as Fu Zhu wondered what Zhou Ding intended to do, Zhou Ding answered with his actions. A disciple from the realm of immortals was the first to approach. Upon seeing the emblem embroidered on the disciple's chest, Zhou Ding raised his sword, the setting sun in his grasp, and unleashed a strike without reservation. This sword was imbued with the ancient demon flames, a synthesis of myriad techniques. As the disciple ascended, what awaited him was not joy, but a devastating blow. A cry of agony echoed through the air. Fu Zhu, standing behind Zhou Ding, could scarcely believe that Zhou Ding would strike at those self-proclaimed celestial disciples at such a moment. He was not alone in his astonishment. The nine-tailed celestial phoenix widened her eyes as she witnessed Zhou Ding slay a member of the human race. Fu Zhu, do you harbor a grudge against these humans? She inquired. Fu Zhu swallowed hard and replied, Sister Jiao, isn't it obvious? A disciple from the realm of immortals was reduced to dust before their eyes. Without turning, Zhou Ding commanded, You too, come over here. We dictate who may enter this threshold. Below, fierce beasts wreaked havoc, while Zhou Ding guarded the moon gate above. Those who maintained a cordial relationship with Fu Zhu, the three-legged golden crow, and the nine-tailed celestial phoenix were granted passage, while those with whom they had less favorable ties found themselves obstructed, emulating Zhou Ding's ruthless approach. Compared to their leniency towards the ancient progeny, Zhou Ding's demeanor towards the immortal disciples was markedly ferocious. Qing Xian was perplexed as to how Zhou Ding discerned whom to slay or spare among the immortal disciples. She needed only to do one thing, to follow Zhou Ding's lead in his acts of retribution. After all, she was unfamiliar with these individuals, and killing them bore no weight on her conscience. Brother Zhou, it's us. Qin Ying, Lu Feng, and Qi Feng soared upwards. Just as the nine-tailed celestial phoenix seemed poised to strike at these three, Zhou Ding interjected, Do not engage. These three are my friends. Although Qin Ying and the others had entered the blood moon, their spirits were evidently low, for their sect mates had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the ancient progeny below. With a fearsome beast lurking beneath and Zhou Ding alongside Fu Zhu and the nine-tailed celestial phoenix blocking the exit above, the formidable ancient progeny and the young human disciples rose together. Among them, Zhou Ding recognized Chu Fei, Zhou Tong, and Zhou Ziheng. One faction hovered outside the blood moon, while the other stood within. Surviving the brutal battle below and managing to ascend to confront Zhou Ding were indeed the strongest of the strong. Although their numbers are few, their combat prowess may very well rival that of any individual among Qing Xian and her companions. This corresponds precisely with the total of 12 individuals confronting Zhou Ding and his group. Among these 12, 7 are of the human race, while 5 are ancient descendants. The 5 ancient beings are the White Tiger, Ying Long, Golden-Winged Great Peng, Teng Shi, and Zhu Yan. Among the 7 humans, 3 are familiar to Zhou Ding, Chu Fei, Zhou Tong, and Zhou Ziheng. As for the remaining 4, one is a disciple of the Divine Needle sect, and another is a wandering cultivator. One bears the embroidered emblem of the spiral cloud sword on their chest, while the other showcases the fiery phoenix cloud pattern, standing amidst the blood moon like stars surrounding the moon. Zhou Ding first cast a glance at the 5 ancient descendants and inquired of Xiang Fu Zhu and the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix. The decision of whether these 5 may enter rests with you. Upon concluding this statement, Zhou Ding shifted his gaze to Zhou Tong and the others, saying, You 5 may enter, but the 2 of you must remain. For your journey ends here. Chapter 121. The Grain World. Upon speaking, Zhou Ding surprisingly turned his body aside, allowing a passage for Chu Fei and his 4 companions. As Zhou Ding shifted, both Fu Zhu and the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix mirrored his action. The implication of this gesture was unmistakable. It was an invitation for the 5 ancient descendants, the White Tiger and the Ying Long, to enter. Below, an unknown ferocious beast continued its rampant slaughter. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 ancient descendants soared into the blood moon. At the instant they entered, Chu Fei and his 7 companions also sprang into action. As they charged towards the blood moon, Zhou Ding suddenly emerged from within it, with divine iron and the setting sun clearing a path directly towards Zhou Tong and Zhou Ziheng. This maneuver incited the wrath of the unparalleled talent from Mount Buzhou. Taking advantage of Zhou Ding's assault on Zhou Tong, Chu Feng and the others entered the blood moon, despite the profound enmity between Chu Feng and Zhou Ding. At this moment, the allure of the blood moon overshadowed their grievances. Having missed an opportunity once before, he was determined not to let it slip away again. Without pausing, Chu Fei dove deeper into the blood moon. Observing his swift action, the other 4 youths followed closely behind. Go ahead, once I deal with these 2, I will seek you out, came Zhou Ding's voice from outside the blood moon. Hearing his call, Fu Zhu turned to Qing Xian. Listen to him. This blood moon had transformed the entire sky into a crimson hue. Immersed in this scarlet expanse felt akin to being enveloped in a blood-red world. The slaughter continued below, reminiscent of a lavish feast designed specifically for this bloodthirsty beast. Amidst this gruesome banquet, a sea of green flames ignited. Though the difference between the golden core and the nascent soul stages is merely one realm, it is a chasm of disparity. The core is the embryo, while the soul is the manifestation. Standing amidst this green fire were two Zhou Dings. Before Zhou Tong and Zhou Ziheng could register their shock, the two Zhou Dings stepped forth, treading upon the flames. The Zhaodian divine art permits the cultivation of a divine technique with each ascension in realm. This fiery expanse represented the second divine technique within the Zhaodian divine art, aptly named the Grain World. Activating the Grain World allows one to establish their own rules within this miniature domain for a brief period, marking the most significant enhancement bestowed upon Zhou Ding since entering the nascent soul stage. I never speak in vain. When I say you must halt here, you must indeed halt. Approaching Zhou Tong, Zhou Ding raised his hand, summoning the setting sun and divine iron into his grasp. How do I procure the 1 yuan heavy water? Ignoring the horror in Zhou Tong's eyes, Zhou Ding inquired softly to the divine iron. What other method is there? The 1 yuan heavy water has already been refined. To obtain it, simply refine it with the ancient demonic fire. Very well. With a gentle lift of his finger, flames erupted. As Zhou Ding willed it, a furnace crafted from ancient demonic fire enveloped Zhou Tong, the flames leaping forth, scorching his very being. At the moment Zhou Ziheng beheld Zhou Tong engulfed by the ancient demonic flames, the last vestige of hope within his heart dissipated into nothingness. Why? What could possibly be the reason? They had never encountered Zhou Ding before. Why then did Zhou Ding seek to annihilate them? What had Zhou Ding done to them that rendered them utterly immobile in this fiery inferno, like lambs awaiting slaughter? Though he found himself unable to act within this sea of flames, it was Zhou Tong. Despite both being at the mid-stage of the Abyss realm, Zhou Tong was born with the Zhou Tian Divine Eye. What is this Zhou Tian Divine Eye? It is the eye of heavenly favor. The ancestors of the Buzhou Mountain established the illustrious legacy of the Zhou clan through this very eye, elevating their lineage to the pinnacle of the Xianzong continent. Thus, the moment Zhou Tong descended, endowed with the Zhou Tian Divine Eye, he became the favored child of the entire Buzhou Mountain. Regardless of the calamities he wreaked within its bounds, the elders of the mountain would invariably offer him the most elaborate justifications. Although the ancient demonic flames were not divine fire, they were more than sufficient to incinerate a mere Zhou Tong. Despite the Zhou Tian Divine Eye repeatedly casting a protective radiance over him, it was not long before Zhou Tong was reduced to ashes under the relentless assault of the divine iron. As Zhou Tong transformed into dust, that which Zhou Ding coveted materialized before him. However, just as Zhou Ding reached for the drop of primordial heavy water, a flash of white erupted from his Xuanhuan bag with remarkable speed, so swift that it incited a fierce desire within Zhou Ding to crush it on the spot. Spit it out. Just as the coveted primordial heavy water was about to be consumed by this enigmatic larva, Zhou Ding seized it in his hand and began to dig into its mouth. Stop it. At your age, are you truly competing with a little creature for food? Despite this, Zhou Ding continued to rummage through the larva's mouth, prompting the divine iron to interject. Can you not aspire to greater things? Moreover, even if you manage to extract the primordial heavy water from its belly, do you truly believe you could swallow it again? What can't be swallowed? This is not merely primordial heavy water. It is my life-saving elixir. Enough already. You won't perish this instant. After conveying this, the divine iron seemed to suddenly recall something and remarked, Boy, is this sea of flames a separate space? How do you know? Zhou Ding replied, astonished by the divine iron's insight. Humph, who do you think I am? Do you believe I have lived this long without gaining wisdom? Zhou Tong was indeed dead, reduced to mere ashes, and this scene left Zhou Ziheng's heart ashen. As the nascent soul merged with his true form, Zhou Ding gazed at the ashen-faced Zhou Ziheng and stated, Spare you a life is not out of pity. Rather, I require a messenger to return. Following this, he continued, Return and inform your elders that when I depart from this place, it shall be the day I pay homage to Buzhou Mountain. The ephemeral world of a grain of millet can only endure for so long. After Zhou Ding uttered these words to Zhou Ziheng, the verdant sea of flames dissipated. In that fleeting moment, the mysterious larva, held within Zhou Ding's grasp, suddenly cast its gaze downward. At the instant it looked below, a ferocious beast, previously indulging in a sumptuous feast, abruptly raised its three massive heads to regard Zhou Ding. Fixating on him, it let out a thunderous roar, akin to a challenge or a manifestation of its ire. Whether it was Zhou Ding who captured the beast's attention or not, this moment undeniably granted the disciples of the cultivation realm and the ancient progenitors a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity while the beast bellowed at Zhou Ding, these cultivators and ancient beings scattered in all directions. Chapter 122. The multicolored divine butterfly. The heavens burned a vibrant crimson, while the earth bore a fierce, sinister red. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Ding felt as though this ferocious beast had him in its sights. It was only when the enigmatic larva escaped Zhou Ding's grasp and hovered midair, locking eyes with the beast below, that Zhou Ding realized the creature was actually roaring at the larva. How large was this larva? Merely the size of a palm. And the beast? It towered as high as the blood moon itself. In this seemingly disproportionate standoff, the two beings confronted each other, each unleashing their primal roars, as if they were fated adversaries. The larva, suspended in the air, had arched its body, while the colossal beast prepared to strike. This extraordinary scene naturally captured the attention of the ancient clans and disciples of the cultivation realm, who had been fleeing in disarray. At this moment, they halted, contemplating whether, should the beast strike Zhou Ding, they might seize the opportunity to venture into the blood moon and claim their own fortunes. However, the condition for their successful entry into the blood moon lay in Zhou Ding's willingness to hold the beast at bay. But would he consent? Look, as the ancient clans and disciples fervently hoped for the beast to engage Zhou Ding, a voice suddenly resonated among them. Following the gaze of the ancient being, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The blood moon was fading, disappearing at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, the ancient clans and disciples surged toward the vanishing blood moon, fully aware that if it vanished from the sky, they would lose their chance at the fortunes contained within it. Why had they come here to endure trials if not for the opportunities of the ancient battlefield? Furthermore, with so many of their kin already perished, how could they willingly abandon their quest? Kid, the blood moon's forbidden zone is closing. Hurry and take that larva. As the blood moon neared its disappearance, the divine iron urged Zhou Ding. Yet, before the exhortation could be completed, it was abruptly silenced. For the tiny larva, no larger than a palm, had charged toward the fearsome beast. In that instant, the beast opened its three massive jaws, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, and lunged at the descending larva. If this colossal beast were likened to a mammoth, then the larva was but a mere fly. How could such a fly hope to rattle a mammoth? Perhaps only a heart filled with delusional ambition could dare to attempt it. As the larva seemingly rushed toward its demise, the divine iron urged Zhou Ding once more. Kid, forget about it. We must enter quickly. But Zhou Ding remained fixated, unmoving, prompting the divine iron to press further. What are you thinking? That creature is courting death. Why should we concern ourselves with it? The elderly man spoke with urgency, urging the youth to act swiftly. Should the blood moon forbidden land close, they risked being trapped in this desolate second domain. At crucial moments, the boy's chatter became incessant. Before the divine iron could finish its words, Zhou Ding abruptly hurled it away. With a precise toss, it soared directly towards the formidable beast. What are you doing? He exclaimed. You may not enter that forbidden land. But do you not desire the opportunities within? Zhou Ding's throw was remarkably accurate. Just as the colossal beast was about to seize the larva, the divine iron overtook it and struck one of the beast's fangs with pinpoint precision. In that moment, Zhou Ding clearly observed a hole punctured in the beast's tooth. This object seemed capable of shattering anything, with an internal commendation of the divine iron's resilience. Zhou Ding caught it as it returned to his hand and hurled it once more. Sensing the confrontation between Zhou Ding and the beast, the larva emitted a piercing cry, a sound that defied categorization as either avian or beastly, one that Zhou Ding had never encountered before. As Zhou Ding engaged the beast, the larva again coiled its body. In that instant, it began to swell, inflating repeatedly. When its form reached a precarious state, on the verge of bursting, it finally ceased its expansion. Zhou Ding was uncertain of the larva's intentions, yet the enormous beast seemed to sense impending danger. The divine iron returned to Zhou Ding's grasp as the colossal creature began to roar menacingly at the larva. In response to its growl, the larva sprang into action. A beam of white light shot forth from the larva, and another burst forth from its swollen body. It was a breathtaking spectacle, akin to a dark cloth enveloping countless fireflies. As the cloth disintegrated into powder, the myriad fireflies scattered under the moonlight. Zhou Ding envisioned such a scene vividly. As the multitude of white lights erupted from the larva, a new being was reborn in radiant light. Amid the intense brightness, myriad hues shimmered, and as they dispersed, Zhou Ding beheld a resplendent, multicolored butterfly. At that moment, the divine iron trembled in astonishment. "What is this?" Zhou Ding, suppressing his shock, inquired of it. "I dare not assert, yet perhaps I have misjudged." Just as the divine iron spoke, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The divine butterfly, bathed in light, illuminated the surrounding realm. At this moment, the surrounding world seems to be enveloped in a resplendent layer of colorful radiance. Within this magnificent realm, the five-colored divine butterfly reigns supreme as the sovereign of this domain. As the divine king emerges, all realms bow in submission. The instant this resplendent butterfly graces the earth, the fierce beast, which had been growling ominously, lowers its three heads in reverence. This act of lowering signifies its submission. Zhou Ding was utterly astonished by this unprecedented spectacle and could hardly believe that Qing Xian's words held such profound truth. Indeed, this creature was the larva of an ancient divine butterfly or moth. Now, as this larva has transformed from its chrysalis into a butterfly, it may still be small, yet the regal aura emanating from it is palpable even to Zhou Ding. In the presence of the beast's submission, the butterfly king flutters its wings and descends gracefully towards the formidable creature. Chapter 123, an enormous appetite as it descended. The myriad scales that drifted from its body resembled a radiant tapestry of stars. Yet, what truly astonished Zhou Ding was not merely this spectacle, but the subsequent actions of the divine butterfly. It gracefully alighted upon the head of the ferocious beast, commencing to draw energy from it, as if it were indulging in the nectar of flowers. Throughout this process, the beast exhibited no resistance whatsoever. The creature lacked a corporeal form, and as the divine butterfly consumed its energy, the beast's body visibly withered at an alarming rate. For Zhou Ding, this was undoubtedly an unexpected turn of events. However, for the ancient clans and disciples of the immortal realm who had narrowly escaped death, it was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Witnessing the beast subdued by Zhou Ding and the enigmatic butterfly, they seized this rare opportunity with fervor. Under the butterfly's feeding, numerous figures successfully entered the blood moon that was on the verge of vanishing, hastening its disappearance. "Young man, the forbidden ground of the blood moon is closing. If we do not enter now, we may never have the chance again," echoed the urging voice of the divine iron. At this moment, the divine iron ceased to care if others could overhear its words. The divine butterfly continued its feast, while Zhou Ding remained captivated by the unfolding drama. From the moment the butterfly had flown into his embrace, he sensed a profound mental connection with the larva. This sensation intensified as the larva transformed into a butterfly, for he could now distinctly perceive the butterfly's emotions within his spiritual sea. "Are you asking me to wait for you? To not abandon you?" As if responding to Zhou Ding's unspoken inquiries, the butterfly's feeding rate noticeably quickened. Yet, no matter how swiftly it consumed, it could not outpace the impending disappearance of the blood moon. As the last few members of the ancient clans rushed to enter the blood moon, it abruptly vanished at a velocity akin to light. The blood moon has disappeared. Those who failed to enter were left with nothing but disappointment. As they lamented in midair, the divine butterfly completed its meal. The once mighty beast had become sustenance for the butterfly. After draining the final remnants of energy, the beast vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the blood moon incited great ire within the divine iron. While it continued to chastise Zhou Ding, the vibrant divine butterfly transformed back into a larva before his astonished gaze. It then nestled into his embrace, resuming its slumber. "Are you stunned? Have you suffered great losses? I warned you to enter, yet you hesitated. Now, look at the situation. While it has feasted to its heart's content, what of you?" Yet, when Zhou Ding remained unresponsive, Shen Tai continued to chatter. "And what of that girl Qing Xian? Although that foolish deer calls Yuding Gu, she is, after all, not of your kind. I ask you, How can you bear to forsake her for this creature? Gently cradling the slumbering larva, Zhou Ding turned his gaze toward Shen Tai and inquired in a contemplative tone. You have yet to receive a name, have you? What? Shen Tai questioned, bewildered by Zhou Ding's seemingly incongruous inquiry. Allow me to bestow a name upon you. From this day forth, you shall be called Lao Jian. Upon uttering this, Zhou Ding disregarded whether Shen Tai approved of the name and grasped it firmly, departing without hesitation. Not all ancient clans and disciples of the cultivation realm had ventured into that blood moon. Among those who remained outside was Zhou Ziheng. Zhou Tong is dead. His heart lay lifeless alongside him. In that moment, he yearned to return to the peaks of Buzhou Mountain to convey this tragic news to the elders dwelling within. Without a glance at Zhou Ziheng or the ancient clans, Zhou Ding soared away on his sword from that place. Where shall we go? The second domain was vast, boundless in its expanse. Though not as desolate and silent as the first domain, it still paled in comparison when viewed in that light. Having missed the blood moon's forbidden ground, we ought to explore a bit. Otherwise, what purpose did our journey serve? In response to Lao Jian's inquiry, Zhou Ding replied in a tone devoid of concern. Why? Do you still possess such leisure? Are you not worried about that girl Qingxian? Is worrying of any use? Since it accomplishes nothing, why burden myself with such thoughts? This domain was barren. Zhou Ding had flown for quite some time without encountering ruins akin to those of the first domain. To Shen Tai, it seemed as if Zhou Ding was aimlessly wandering. And indeed, that was the case. Having missed the blood moon, if Zhou Ding claimed not to feel a stir within, he would undoubtedly be deceiving himself. Yet, what was lost had been lost. To dwell further on it would truly be to invite needless turmoil. Suddenly, glimmering waves appeared ahead. As Zhou Ding descended, a modest lake came into view. The lake was not large, but several colossal skeletons lay scattered along the shore, adorned with various weapons. These weapons included axes, hammers, shields, and spears, seemingly of human design. How come there are mortal weapons hanging upon these giant bones? Shen Tai queried. If you ask me, who am I to answer? With a casual flick, a great axe soared from Zhou Ding's grasp. Weighing the rusted weapon, he sensed no trace of spiritual energy within it. Could this axe genuinely belong to mortals? What else could it be? How peculiar. Observing the giant axe in Zhou Ding's hands, Shen Tai spoke with a tone of intrigue. The wasteland refers to this place as the ancient battlefield, yet now, 3 factions have emerged here. 3 factions? The first faction, of course, pertains to the ancient clan, while the second encompasses the powerful beings of the human race. As for the third faction, at this point, the divine iron paused before continuing. The third faction is that creature you hold in your embrace. Upon hearing the words of the divine iron, Zhou Ding recalled that during the moment this larva underwent its metamorphosis into a butterfly, the divine iron seemed to have recognized the identity of this divine butterfly. Do you know the origins of this divine butterfly? Zhou Ding inquired, directing his question at the divine iron. I anticipated you would pose such a question. However, I am unable to divulge that information to you at this moment, not because I wish to withhold it, but because you currently lack the qualification to comprehend it. Lacking the qualification? Are you implying that I am unworthy at present? Indeed, young one, heed my words. No matter how elevated you perceive yourself to be, you must maintain a sense of reverence for the unknown that lies beyond your understanding. This is not merely a counsel, but a reminder. Furthermore, after addressing Zhou Ding in this manner, the divine iron continued. As for that creature you carry, I advise you to rid yourself of it sooner rather than later. It is a creature that cannot be nurtured. Chapter 124. The mysterious being regarding this divine butterfly, Zhou Ding remains uncertain about how to proceed. However, before exiting the ancient battlefield, he has no intention of parting with this insatiable creature. With the blood moon now sealed, Zhou Ding finds himself temporarily confined within the second domain of this ancient battlefield. Although it is possible that the blood moon serves as the gateway to the third domain, his instincts suggest otherwise. The timing of the blood moon's appearance feels too coincidental, and it is precisely this peculiarity that convinces Zhou Ding of its irrelevance. The emergence of that enigmatic beast has inflicted severe losses upon the wilderness of the ancient battlefield. Those ancient remnants who failed to enter the blood moon, like Zhou Ding, now wander aimlessly through this vast desolation. In truth, they too do not believe that the blood moon is the entrance to the third domain. Thus, while they feel disheartened, they do not succumb to despair. I do not think so. remarked two ancient remnants as they conversed while traversing a desolate expanse in the second domain. I agree. Although this is our first experience in the ancient battlefield, my father clearly explained to me that the entrance to the third domain bears no resemblance to the Blood Moon. Who says otherwise? Just wait. It may not be long before the gateway to the third domain appears. Ahead, a shimmering expanse of water came into view. Upon seeing this glimmer, both ancient remnants were taken aback. When did a lake emerge here? One asked. If you inquire of me, who shall I ask? Let us go and take a look. As they conversed, the two ancient remnants hastened towards the newly revealed lake. Upon reaching the shore, their eyes brightened, for they beheld two ancient swords suspended above the water's surface. The blades and hilts of these swords emanated a radiance reminiscent of both sunlight and moonlight. Did we receive these ancient swords as compensation for not entering the Blood Moon? But what purpose do we have for them? Just as one of the ancient remnants uttered these words, the two swords began to tremble. From this quivering, two ethereal figures emerged from the blades, performing a mesmerizing dance. The two ancient remnants stood entranced, for the beauty of the dance was unparalleled. The ethereal figures, a man and a woman, bathed in sunlight and moonlight respectively, danced gracefully above the shimmering lake. At times, the wind surged beneath their feet, while at other moments, flowers seemed to bloom in their wake. The elegance of their movements captivated the two ancient remnants, drawing them closer to the enchanting figures. They are quite ugly. A voice suddenly echoed from one of the ancient swords. And so what if they are? Once they regain their forms, they can assume their true appearances, replied another. Yet they are indeed unsightly. It feels disconcerting to acknowledge such ugliness. Ugly they may be, but it is preferable to being formless, came the retort. Indeed. The two ancient beings, unable to contain their emotions, approached the ethereal figures at the center of the lake. Mimicking their movements, they began to dance. They smell terrible. I refuse to inhabit such a body, one complained. If it stinks, we shall wash it. Once we attain our forms, you can wash for as long as you desire. After all this time, how do you still not understand me? I was referring to the stench of their bodies, not the essence itself. How could I possibly misunderstand? Aren't they one and the same? Perhaps the two ancient beings were lost in their dance, or perhaps they were deaf to the conversation of the two ancient swords. Regardless, as they danced with abandon, the swords, bathed in sunlight and moonlight, hovered above the heads of the ancient beings. You go first. No, you go first. Let us go together. With that, the two swords pierced the skulls of the ancient beings like water dripping through stone. A horrifying scene unfolded as the swords clearly penetrated their heads, yet the beings continued to dance, seemingly oblivious to the pain. It was not until the ethereal figures ceased their movements and merged into the blades of the swords that two piercing screams reverberated across the shimmering lake. As the hilts of the swords also embedded themselves into the skulls, the ancient beings began to split apart, shedding their skins and undergoing a rebirth. When they emerged anew from the waters, two enchanting humanoid forms appeared, a male and a female. The male was terrifyingly disfigured, possessing only half a face, while the female, though complete in visage, had a body the size of a child. At that moment, the female seemed to be perched upon the male's shoulder, but in truth, she was grotesquely fused to him. How foul! The stench makes me want to kill, she exclaimed, stretching languidly from her perch on his shoulder. I haven't found any humans. But not far off, there is a single-horned Pishio. A single-horned Pishio? Isn't that the heavenly beast? Where is it? I want to slay it. Scanning the surroundings of the lake, no creatures were in sight. Yet, the male, with his half-face, insisted, if he says it exists, then it surely does. The male turned his body in a specific direction and pointed to a desolate area, saying, It is too far for me to reach. You go. Humph. Too far. Can't you just walk over and kill it? You only know how to command me. Despite her tone of complaint, she waved her hand toward the direction indicated by the male. With that gesture, a moonlit disk appeared. To her surprise, the moon disk vanished from the surface of the lake at her beckoning. Ah, distance is but an illusion. No matter how far, your attack can transcend all measure. Indeed, the words seemed to imply a hint of envy. Would you care to exchange? You could part with your boundless freedom for my unyielding constraints. Alas, such a trade is impossible. You are well aware of this. Come, allow me to lead you down the crimson path, where you may indulge in slaughter to your heart's content. With that, the singular entity gradually submerged into the shimmering waters of the lake. Tian Pai was uncertain of how long it had been unconscious, but upon awakening, both the blood moon and the fearsome beast had vanished. What a disgrace! Not only did it fail to rescue the three-legged golden crow, but it also found itself pinned to the ground by a mere finger of that human. Such humiliation. The confrontation with the human was nothing short of a profound disgrace for its kind. How utterly inept. Faced with the ferocity of the beast descending from the blood moon, it succumbed to terror and lost consciousness. When it finally roused from the heap of corpses, it discovered it was utterly alone. Chapter 125. The boy in the black lotus. The blood moon has vanished, and the monstrous beast has also disappeared. When it searched the pile of corpses, yet found no trace of the three-legged golden crow, the Tianpi breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing up at the celestial expanse, the Tianpi murmured to the heavens, Jinjia, you must strive, even if not for. Suddenly, a moon disk appeared before the Tianpi without warning. In that instant, the Tianpi's voice abruptly ceased. It had no time to react, as its head was severed by the moon disk that had materialized out of thin air. In the desolate realm, myriad races thrive, with the formidable ancient relic species held in the highest regard. The Paisho clan is among these ancient relics. Unlike humans, ancient relics possess immense inherited power without the need for cultivation. Coupled with their formidable physical bodies, they stand nearly invincible within the same realm as humans. Though the Paisho's physique may not be the strongest among ancient relics, it should not have been so easily decapitated by a mere moon disk, unless the practitioner wielding the moon disk was far superior in realm. Zhou Ding remained unaware that the lake before him was merely an illusion. At this moment, he was intently gazing at the surface of the water. More precisely, he was fixated on a black lotus blooming at the center of the lake. Zhou Ding could not discern when this black lotus had come into existence. He only knew that when he returned to his senses, the lotus was already there. Boy, do you sense anything? What sensation? Zhou Ding inquired. Still focused on the black lotus. I cannot quite articulate it, but it feels as though it possesses life. Nonsense. If it had no life, how could it possibly grow? You misunderstand my meaning. I imply that it is a sentient being. After speaking, the divine iron suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and continued. Could it be a living entity? A living entity? No, that is utterly impossible. How could it be a living being? Having dismissed his own thoughts, the divine iron then urged Zhou Ding, boy, regardless of what it is, it must certainly be a treasure. You are adept at alchemy, are you not? Hurry and pluck it, transform it into a potion, and be done with it. What the divine iron suggested resonated deeply with Zhou Ding. Arriving at this ancient battlefield, it was his first encounter with a spiritual herb. Having encountered it, how could he possibly refrain from taking it? Yet, Zhou Ding was not foolish enough to approach it directly. Instead, he seized the divine iron and hurled it toward the black lotus. Hey, what are you doing? Are you using me to test this creature's reality? With a hint of complaint, the divine iron soared toward the blooming black lotus. Just as it was about to strike the lotus, the flower gently swayed upon the surface of the lake. This subtle motion sent ripples across the once tranquil water. The path of the great Tao is exceedingly simple, especially those formidable, unparalleled principles. As the black lotus stirred the surface of the lake, a sudden pang of trepidation surged within Zhou Ding. All things possess a voice, and their sounds are manifold. At that moment, as the ripples spread, the sacred iron, which had been soaring towards the black lotus, abruptly reversed its course. Simultaneously, Zhou Ding discerned a profound sound emanating amidst the expanding ripples. The sound arose, and the black lotus unfurled. At the heart of the lotus sat a young boy clad in black. The boy opened his eyes and gazed distantly at Zhou Ding. Life forms, indeed they are life forms. You must flee, young one. The sacred iron, anxious, urged Zhou Ding with an unprecedented urgency. What do you call it? You refer to it as a life form? The earlier trepidation transformed into exhilaration the instant the boy in black appeared. If he was not mistaken, Zhou Ding should comprehend who this young boy seated at the heart of the lotus truly was. Ignoring the iron's entreaties, Zhou Ding summoned his primordial spirit and stepped into the lake. What are you doing, young one? If you seek death, do not drag me along. It is not a life form, but a lotus seed. A lotus seed? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, the sacred iron scoffed. Young one, do you think I am unlearned? Have you heard of the 4 lotuses of Zen? What is that? The four lotuses of Zen are not mere trifles. They are true Buddhas transformed from four divine lotuses. True Buddhas transformed from four divine lotuses? Then it is not a life form, but... Wait. The sacred iron seemed to grasp the concept and spoke urgently to Zhou Ding, young one. Are you implying that this black lotus is one of those four lotuses of Zen? It should be. After all, Zen has vanished for millennia. I have merely been fortunate enough to inherit its teachings, hence my knowledge of the four lotuses of Zen. All right, even if it is indeed one of the four lotuses, why do you summon your doppelganger? You wouldn't understand, but suffice it to say, if my primordial spirit can merge with the lotus seed within this black lotus, it would equate to gaining another life. Transformation into a lotus flower? Is this not the stuff of legends? Zhou Ding felt no need to further engage with the sacred iron. His primordial spirit had now arrived before the black lotus. Observing from such proximity, Zhou Ding truly sensed the terror of the black lotus. While a lotus is inherently sacred, this particular black lotus concealed an exceedingly violent force within its sacred aura. This violence contradicted the sanctity and the very essence that the lotus represents. Yet, it exists in a state of such paradoxical coexistence. Are you truly the apocalyptic black lotus? One of the ancient four divine lotuses recorded in the Zen scriptures? Filled with excitement, Zhou Ding directed a fragment of his consciousness into his primordial spirit and inquired of the enchanting black lotus. It would be best if you are, if not. You are surely extraordinary. The sacred iron watched in astonishment as Zhou Ding's primordial spirit surged into the body of the boy in black. In that instant, the black lotus began to thrash wildly in the lake. As it swayed with wild abandon, the waters of the lake began to stir in tandem. Although one may enter the nascent soul stage and externalize their spirit, it is rare for cultivators at this level to project their nascent soul outward. For should any misfortune befall the nascent soul while it resides outside the body, the cultivator would face a fate of dual demise, both corporeal and spiritual. While the divine iron was oblivious to the perils of Zhou Ding's nascent soul being summoned, Zhou Ding himself was acutely aware. Nevertheless, in spite of his ignorance regarding the depths of this black lotus, he chose to project his nascent soul into its ethereal form. Driven by immense confidence in his own abilities, for his nascent soul was unlike that of any other cultivator at this stage, cloaked in primordial essence and harmoniously entwined with the ancient demonic flames, nourished by the quintessence of five-colored waters. It could be said that Zhou Ding's nascent soul had transcended the very concept of a nascent soul itself. Thus, he embarked upon a path of cultivation that was unparalleled, one that was uniquely his own, both unprecedented and unrepeatable. Chapter 126. The World Tree in a world where the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the lurking sparrow. The true nature of the predator and prey becomes clear. The moment Zhou Ding's primordial spirit penetrated the essence of the black-clad boy, the self-aware black lotus comprehended the grave error it had committed. Similar to the two ancient swords that had successfully seized control before, it belonged to the same category of life. However, among these entities, there exists a hierarchy of strength. In comparison to the two ancient swords, this black lotus was inherently weaker. Yet, despite its frailty, it harbored confidence in its ability to usurp a corporeal form. As Zhou Ding's primordial spirit approached, the black lotus was filled with elation. When Zhou Ding's essence entered its spiritual body, it jubilantly anticipated the possession of a body of its own. However, at the very moment the human spirit entered its ethereal realm, a sudden turbulence surged through its consciousness, not from excitement, but instigated by the intruding primordial spirit. The primal demon fire possesses the capacity to dissolve all things. The instant Zhou Ding's primordial spirit infiltrated the black-clad boy's essence, he discerned its spirit consciousness. While unaware of the usurpation, Zhou Ding possessed the knowledge to claim the lotus's external embodiment as his own. By extinguishing the black lotus's consciousness, this external form would become his possession. Thus, the moment Zhou Ding's primordial spirit located this spiritual consciousness, he invoked his most formidable array, the life sacrifice formation. As the formation manifested, a swift stroke pierced the black lotus's consciousness, while another connected with Zhou Ding's primordial spirit. Upon merging with the primal demon fire, any technique he wielded would be imbued with its annihilating power. Aiming for a decisive blow, the life sacrifice formation was consequently endowed with the essence of the primal demon fire. If this Black Lotus had not encountered Zhou Ding. But in this world, there are no ifs. Without any unforeseen events, Zhou Ding swiftly obliterated the Black Lotus's consciousness. In the aftermath, Zhou Ding's primordial spirit supplanted the black-clad boy. Outside, the figure of the black-clad boy, seated within the heart of the Black Lotus, gradually transformed to resemble Zhou Ding. As this figure fully morphed into Zhou Ding, the Black Lotus drew this form into his being. The divine iron could perceive Zhou Ding's primordial spirit through its consciousness. Upon the Black Lotus merging within Zhou Ding, the divine iron witnessed a scene that left it astonished. In the vibrant pool, a Black Lotus stood tall, upon which sat a deep green figure. At that moment, this figure, positioned upon the Black Lotus, formed a gesture of plucking a flower with one hand while raising the other skyward. Upon entering the realm of primordial spirits, the spirit could cultivate in place of the physical body. In this instant, Zhou Ding's primordial spirit was diligently practicing his Xuanhuan 9 Zhao's technique. With an elevation in his realm, and having acquired the Black Lotus, Zhou Ding advanced from the early stage to the mid-stage of the primordial spirit. The Black Lotus entered his form, and the shimmering lake was absorbed into the earth. This region was once again surrendered to desolation. After the shimmering lake fell silent beneath the earth, the spiderweb divine stone burst forth from the cosmic bag. Emerging, and under Zhou Ding's astonished gaze, the stone shot forward with great speed. What could this creature be up to? Before the divine iron could ponder, the spiderweb divine stone hovered above the remnants of the once glimmering lake. A miraculous scene unfolded. At the moment the spiderweb divine stone suspended itself over the remnants of the lake, crimson rays of light suddenly erupted from the barren ground. As the red light flared, the earth began to crack. Simultaneously, the spiderweb divine stone plummeted downward. Just as it descended, a voice resonated within Zhou Ding's heart. Breath soil. Breath soil? This marked the second time Zhou Ding encountered this term in relation to the spiderweb divine stone. The instant he heard it, he recalled the mysterious charred tree root obtained from within the bronze door. The earth continued to fissure, and the crimson light soared skyward. When the ground had cracked to its utmost limit, a massive pit, measuring over 5 zhang in width, suddenly came into view. With the spiderweb divine stone having already fallen within, Zhou Ding had no time to deliberate and leapt into the enormous pit formed moments before. As he jumped, he could see the bottom of the pit clearly. Yet upon his descent, a bizarre and eerie occurrence took place. The pit's bottom was clearly within his line of sight, and he distinctly felt himself plummeting. Yet no matter how he fell, the distance to the pit's bottom did not diminish. This scene felt as though it was within reach, yet impossibly far away, as if it were both near and distant. Kid, this pit holds secrets. The divine iron began to chatter again. Old Jian, could you possibly say something useful? Zhou Ding retorted, slightly exasperated. Are you referring to the cunning Jian or the steadfast Jian? Is there a distinction between the two Jian? Of course. If it were the steadfast Jian, I would allow you to call me that, but if it's the cunning one. Enough with the banter. Interrupting the divine iron, Zhou Ding was on the verge of tossing it aside to uncover the mystery within when the spiderweb divine stone unexpectedly returned to his hand. The moment it rejoined him, Zhou Ding felt darkness envelop him, and in the next instant, he found himself in a mysterious ancient cave. This cave was modest in size, resembling a naturally formed stone cavern at first glance. Zhou Ding understood that the spiderweb divine stone had transported him here, yet this cave appeared to be nothing extraordinary, leaving him perplexed as to why the stone would bring him to this place. Zhou Ding was unaware, and neither was old Jian. Just as he was about to inquire of the spiderweb divine stone, the stone gently floated from his grasp. A connection existed between Zhou Ding and the spiderweb divine stone, a bond that allowed him to sense the stone's emotions clearly. At this moment, the emotion exuded by the web-patterned divine stone was one of confusion. Its bewilderment only deepened Zhou Ding's own perplexity. The world tree. Just as Zhou Ding was engulfed in doubt, the voice of the web-patterned divine stone suddenly echoed within his heart. The world tree? Upon hearing this name, Zhou Ding instinctively glanced at the Xuanhuan bag. The world tree? Could it be that this is the name of the charred tree root? Zhou Ding retrieved the mysterious, scorched root from the Xuanhuan bag. The instant he extracted it, the voice of the web-patterned divine stone resonated once more within him. The essence soil, its presence was unmistakable in the previous breath. This was the most coherent sentence Zhou Ding had ever heard from the web-patterned divine stone, although it was conveyed through emotion. I understand now. You mean that the essence soil can save this tree root? It has perished. For your kind. It has perished for us? Chapter 127. The mysterious realm in a realm where one universe coexists with a single world tree, the words were conveyed to Zhou Ding. And the spider-patterned divine stone gently descended upon the root of this world tree. An overwhelming sorrow enveloped Zhou Ding's heart. At this moment, the spider-patterned divine stone resembled a child mourning the loss of a loved one, weeping sorrowfully against the charred root of the world tree. Zhou Ding did not disturb the divine stone. He merely gazed quietly at the root, which appeared as though it had been scorched. Though the divine stone had spoken only a few words, those words undeniably unveiled to Zhou Ding a vast universe of which he was previously unaware. The phrase one universe. One tree could be interpreted to mean that a single universe is protected by one world tree. Yet now, with the demise of this world tree, Zhou Ding was struck by an extremely mad thought that suddenly surged into his mind. He shook his head in denial, for this notion was undeniably absurd. The divine stone had mentioned that it was brought to the Xin Zone continent by the spider-patterned divine stone and had repeatedly referred to celestial bodies. The spider-patterned divine stone possessed the ability to traverse realms, and more alarmingly, it was connected to the world tree. Furthermore, he entered this ancient battlefield of the wild domain through the stone group of Lu Wushan, and he could not forget what Lu Sun had previously told him. All of this was not merely a riddle. It unfolded a brand new chapter for Zhou Ding. The mad thought that crossed his mind was whether all of this was somehow linked to the fall of the world tree. Seek the Shirang. The spider-patterned divine stone communicated to Zhou Ding after a profound wave of sorrow. Where shall I seek it? Zhou Ding inquired, regaining his focus. The Shirang is the soil capable of self-growth. The world tree has chosen you. Do not disappoint it. Is it not dead? He questioned. Death of the body does not equate to the annihilation of the spirit. This spider-patterned divine stone was indeed akin to an oracle. In the ancient cave, there exists an exit. As the divine stone once again mentioned the Shirang, Zhou Ding felt a profound connection to the black lotus he had just subdued. Pondering whether the Shirang here was responsible for nurturing the black lotus, which had already developed an external incarnation. Upon this realization, Zhou Ding began to meticulously sense the divine essence lingering within the black lotus. As he concentrated, his gaze was drawn towards the entrance of the ancient cave. This cave was nestled within an underground cavern, resembling a hidden mystical realm within the second domain. Within this enigmatic domain, Zhou Ding, through the divine essence contained in the black lotus, sensed several other sources of divine essence that resonated with that of the black lotus. Could it be that there were other spiritual plants akin to this black lotus in existence here? With an acute perception of the divine essences, Zhou Dingli emerged from the ancient cavern and embarked along the subterranean path in pursuit of these ethereal forces. Ever since the emergence of the blood moon, the second domain had inexplicably manifested numerous lakes. These lakes, akin to those previously encountered by Zhou Dingli, shimmered with azure ripples, and upon their surfaces appeared a plethora of spiritual flora and artifacts. Following the emergence of these treasures, the second domain was set ablaze with fervor. Those ancient clans and cultivators who were unable to enter the blood moon began to clash fiercely over these so-called spiritual treasures within the second domain. Their internecine strife birthed a third force, one that did not hail from another realm, but rather arose from within the second domain itself. With the advent of this new faction, a term began to circulate, the indigenous people. Upon seizing corporeal forms, these natives commenced a ruthless slaughter of the ancient clans and cultivators in the second domain. The mysterious expanse beneath the second domain was vast. The deeper Zhou Dingli ventured, the more acutely he sensed the same divine essence akin to that of the black lotus. However, in comparison to these residual divine energies, he felt an exceptionally potent essence lingering within the earth's veins. At this moment, Zhou Dingli pursued this divine remnant, ultimately arriving at a blood-red expanse. This crimson realm was a passageway, its walls adorned with pulsating, organ-like entities. What are these things? Upon reaching this juncture, Zhou Dingli paused momentarily, for the blood-like entities hanging from the walls throbbed, as if they possessed a heartbeat. Have you noticed how the aura within this passage resembles that of the blood moon that appeared in the second domain? Old Jian inquired, his tone grave. Zhou Dingli responded. Are you suggesting that this blood-red passageway is connected to that previous blood moon? Indeed, but I urge you to consider more boldly, old Jian encouraged. More boldly? As Zhou Dingli contemplated, old Jian continued. Look at those entities hanging above. Do they not resemble your organs? Now that you mention it, from your perspective, it indeed seems so. I was not mistaken, was I? Having garnered Zhou Dingli's affirmation, old Jian elaborated. The reason I urged you to think more boldly is precisely this. This blood-red passageway appears, to me, to be part of a powerful being's anatomy. Are you implying that we are currently within the body of some formidable entity? Zhou Dingli queried. Essentially, yes. Even if we are not physically inside it now, once we step through, we undoubtedly will be. Moreover, do not dismiss my words as mere exaggeration. I genuinely believe this entire ancient battlefield is one colossal living organism. A battlefield as a gigantic living entity. Just how immense must this creature be? Before experiencing the ancient battlefield, Zhou Ding would have undoubtedly deemed Lao Jian to be mad. However, after undergoing such experiences, he could not help but applaud Lao Jian's audacious hypothesis. Yet, in comparison to Lao Jian's conjecture, Zhou Ding harbored an even more audacious idea. The Jiwen Divine Stone had previously mentioned that the Shirong is a living entity, a soil capable of growth. If indeed there exists Shirong in this place, Zhou Ding had every reason to suspect that this blood-red passage leads to the very essence of Shirong's being. To validate his suspicion, while Lao Jian was reveling in his triumph, Zhou Ding suddenly hurled it towards a blood-colored sack suspended within the passage. Lao Jian was impervious. Anything struck by it was bound to shatter. As Lao Jian returned to Zhou Ding's hand, cloaked in a viscous red substance, Zhou Ding employed a spatial technique to grasp the blood sac that had plummeted from the rock wall. It felt sticky to the touch, accompanied by a foul stench that evoked a sense of malevolence. Chapter 128. The Blood Moon Relic. Young man, do you truly believe that I, an old man, am still addicted to this? Ignoring Lao Jian's complaints, Zhou Ding slowly closed his eyes. Despite the unbearable stench of the blood pouch, it could not obscure the divinity contained within. This divine essence was strikingly akin to the few essences he had been pursuing. Could it be that my conjecture was correct? Is this crimson passage the entrance to the Shirong? With this thought, Zhou Ding stepped inside. Upon entering this blood-hued corridor, he once again sensed the divine essences he had previously chased after. I say, are we nearing our destination? Do you even recognize the way? Quiet. It has been tens of thousands of years. Allow me to take a good look. This blood-colored passage, though similar to the one Zhou Ding had entered, diverged into four paths at its end. At that moment, the monstrous entity that had previously slain the celestial Pi with a single strike stood at the crossroads. I say, Ganyang and Moin, can you two be relied upon? Standing at this juncture were not just the singular entity, but two peculiar beings flanking it. One was a figure with a human body and an axe for a head, clad in chainmail. The other resembled a vine, adorned with strange purple flowers. Silence. Perhaps you two should lead the way. This composite being was known as Ganyang, the male, and Moin, the female, and they were the indigenous inhabitants of this ancient battlefield. Just pick any path. After all, the mother body won't harm us, Ganyang casually remarked, to which the purple vine responded indifferently. Indeed, the mother body poses no threat. Why should I hesitate here? Let us go forth to slaughter beneath the blood moon and see who claims the most lives. With that, Ganyang arbitrarily chose one of the crimson paths and stepped forward. How shall we keep count then? The excited purple vine inquired, following closely behind. By severing heads. No matter whose heads they are, we shall see who collects the most. Executioner, how ruthless you are. I refuse to partake in such bloody deeds. Moin, perched upon Ganyang's shoulder, turned to the axe-headed executioner and displayed an expression of fright. Ruthless? Moin, how dare you utter such words? Enough of this. It is quite disconcerting. The blood moon was vast, revealing no fewer than 6 visible relics. When Qing Xian heard the ancient relics that entered last claimed the blood moon had closed, she had no choice but to accept the reality that Zhou Ding had not entered the blood moon relic. After a thorough inquiry by Fu Zhu, one of the ancient relics revealed that their entry into the blood moon relic was entirely due to Zhou Ding. A divine butterfly? Upon hearing that Zhou Ding had lingered in the second domain because of a mysterious divine butterfly, Qing Xian immediately thought of the larva within Mount Fusang. It appears that her conjecture was indeed correct. The larva was none other than a juvenile form of an ancient divine moth or butterfly. After entering the blood moon, Qining and Lu Feng bid farewell to Qingxian. The ruins within this blood moon lay before them, and since their arrival, the formidable ancient relics had compelled the trio to align with the disciples from the realm of cultivation. During this blood moon, various factions surged towards the ruins, while only Qingxian, Fu Zhu, and Lang Ye chose not to partake in the commotion. Do not worry. Even if we encounter difficulties, Brother Ding will remain safe, I assured. Fu Zhu felt discomfort within, not due to the negligible combat prowess of Tai Mu, but because he sensed betrayal from him. I believe he will be fine. After a moment of self-reassurance, Qingxian cast her gaze towards a distant ruin. Since they had entered, it was illogical to leave empty-handed. Even amidst the throngs of ancient relics and those who proclaimed themselves as celestial beings, Qingxian was determined to venture forth and strive for glory. Just moments ago, she witnessed a multitude of ancient relics charging into the ruin. Resolute in her decision, Qingxian soared towards it, prompting Fu Zhu and Lang Ye to hastily follow. See, I told you so. The mother body will not harm us. No matter which path we choose, we can enter. In a certain area of the blood moon, 3 figures emerged slowly from a patch of blood-red earth. These figures were unmistakably the indigenous inhabitants of the second domain of the dry sun. Oh, I can smell the scent of blood. Moine, perched on the shoulder of one of the dry sun natives, wore an expression of rapture as she suddenly unleashed a crescent moon towards the desolate crimson expanse. First, after casting the crescent, Moine playfully licked her blood-red tongue and giggled. Well done, Moine, you truly are persistent. Seeing Mo Yin's exuberance, Ziteng and Gui Fu expressed their discontent. Enough with the complaints, let us go. She alone cannot reap all that is here. Indeed, after 60,000 years, it is time for them to know who truly reigns here. With Ziteng's words, the 3 indigenous beings began their journey towards the distant ruin. Due to the connection between Zhou Ding and the divine butterfly, many ancient relics and disciples from the realm of cultivation, who ordinarily lacked the qualifications or strength to enter the blood moon, found themselves drawn inside. As they rushed eagerly towards the ruins scattered throughout this blood moon, none noticed as the head of an ancient relic was severed by a suddenly appearing crescent. The head, drenched in blood, fell to the ground, and in an instant, it was swarmed by a mass of creatures, dense and crimson as blood. The momentary swarm, fleeting as it was, soon receded like a tide from the lifeless form, leaving nothing but a pool of crimson in its wake. The rapidity with which this cadaver vanished was astonishing, eclipsed only by the swifter disappearance of the myriad creatures that had taken refuge in the blood-soaked earth. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Such an eerie spectacle continued to unfold. Each time Moine, perched upon the shoulder of Ganyang, unleashed a crescent strike, an ancient relic or a disciple from the realm of cultivation would meet their demise. Tragically, the only vision reflected in the eyes of these ancient beings and disciples was the ruins nestled within the blood moon. Deep down, they knew the answer to whether they could claim the treasures within those ruins, yet they were reluctant to acknowledge or believe it. Within the blood moon, 7 ruins were prominently situated, forming a celestial map when viewed from above, interconnected at both ends. Chapter 129. Slumber of 60,000 years. As for whether there truly lies some fortuitous opportunity within these 7 relics, perhaps only the indigenous inhabitants of the second domain hold the answer. Passing through the blood-red corridor, Zhou Ding arrived at a fork in the path. This junction branched into 4 distinct routes, each leading to an unknown territory. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon reaching this divergence, Zhou Ding realized that the traces of the several auras he had previously been tracking had vanished. The disappearance of these auras signified the loss of their trail. Moreover, their true identities remained an enigma to Zhou Ding. Kid, which path shall we choose? Gazing at the 4 diverging routes ahead, Old Jin found himself momentarily at a loss. Just as Old Jin's words fell, he abruptly turned to Zhou Ding and said, Kid, it seems someone is approaching from behind. Without Old Jin's reminder, Zhou Ding had already sensed it. Kid, from the sound of it, there seems to be quite a number coming. Indeed, upon hearing the footsteps echoing from behind, Zhou Ding furrowed his brows. He distinctly recalled that while the divine butterfly held the fearsome beast at bay, numerous ancient clans and disciples from the cultivation world had taken the opportunity to soar into the blood moon. Those who had failed to enter before Zhou Ding's departure numbered no more than a handful. Yet, the footsteps he now heard far surpassed that count. What could be the reason for this? From whence did these numbers originate? Zhou Ding was perplexed, and old Jian was equally baffled. The chaotic footsteps drew ever closer. And besides the sounds of their approach, Zhou Ding could discern their voices. I say, the seal of this ancient relic only loosens once every 60,000 years. We must seize this opportunity. We cannot afford to disgrace our mother body. Otherwise, those fellows from the other domains will mock us. Humph. I've been asleep for a full 60,000 years. This time, I intend to revel in it. Revel all you want, but do not forget your mission. I will reiterate, if anyone forgets the significant matters of the mother body in the midst of fun, I will not spare the first transgressor. Mother body? Zhou Ding's heart raced at the mention of 60,000 years, but when he heard the term mother body, he was taken aback. For some reason, the phrase conjured thoughts of Xuanhuan in his mind. Kid, did you hear their conversation? Good heavens, they have been asleep for 60,000 years. What on earth are these beings? Old Jian's wealth of experience seemed inadequate at this revelation, leaving even it astonished, for these awakened beings surpassed its own age. As the footsteps drew nearer, time for Zhou Ding to make a decision dwindled. Should he randomly choose a path or remain to discern the nature of these extraordinary beings? Driven by curiosity, Zhou Ding opted for the latter. Kid, have you lost your mind? Those are monsters that have awakened after 60,000 years. Zhou Ding momentarily invoked a spell that rendered him invisible, causing Lao Jian to nearly tumble to the ground in astonishment. I say, young man, if you desire to court death, could you refrain from dragging me along? Do you truly believe that such a trivial spell could deceive that horde of monsters? Silence. Just calm your heart. Regardless of how insignificant the spell may be, it depends on who is casting it. And who might that be? Do you believe yourself worthy? In the presence of those creatures, your age is likely but a fraction of theirs. What of that fraction? Age is but a trivial matter when faced with innate talent. Are you implying that your talent is remarkable? Indeed. As Zhou Ding finished speaking, the monsters ventured down the side path. Initially anxious, Zhou Ding nearly burst into laughter upon seeing their appearance. The foremost creature was a toad, upright and adorned with a lotus leaf atop its head. If this were merely its appearance, Zhou Ding would not have struggled to contain himself. What truly tickled his amusement was the fact that the toad sported a bright red belly band, unmistakably vivid and unmistakably a belly band. Beyond this peculiar toad, Zhou Ding also beheld another creature of even more bizarre appearance. This being, with a human head and a fish's body, had its fish fins absurdly protruding from its eyebrows, and its whiskers sprouted from its chest, seemingly a waste of its resplendent, multicolored tail. My heavens, what manner of monsters are these? Lao Jian's fear dissipated, for he perceived that these creatures possessed limited intellect. What? Not afraid anymore? Zhou Ding, through his thoughts, communicated with Lao Jian. Fear? With such a foolish appearance. If I were to be afraid, I would be a fool myself. These bizarrely featured monsters stood before Zhou Ding, yet their expressions indicated they had not noticed him. This reinforced Lao Jian's belief that Zhou Ding could indeed assist in retrieving the celestial body. When did 4 additional paths appear? Has the mother entity grown while I slumbered? Observing the 4 paths ahead, the oddly adorned toad spoke. Xuanhua, should you dare to speak disrespectfully of the mother entity again, do not blame me for my rudeness. You. Upon hearing the command, the toad named Xuanhua immediately turned to a bamboo-shaped creature. Zhou Ding counted and found that there were 16 peculiar monsters gathered here. Uncertain of their cultivation, he could not discern their levels. Yet, from the aura they emanated, it was evident that each creature's strength far surpassed that of any ancient lineage he had previously encountered. Take, for instance, the 9-tailed phoenix he had once seen. Zhou Ding surmised that even it might not stand a chance against these 16 monsters. So formidable. Setting aside their peculiar appearances, Zhou Ding could not help but be astounded by their formidable power. Among these 16 monsters, his gaze was particularly drawn to 3 that appeared relatively normal. The reason for his focus on these 3 creatures was the unsettling aura emanating from them, which sent shivers down his spine. The first of these monsters was humanoid, with a chilling bone knife piercing through its head, radiating a sinister gleam. The second, possessing a human body and a serpent's head, bore a formidable character etched across its chest, occupying nearly half of its form. The third was a bamboo-like entity, though it appeared slender enough to be easily snapped. The energy it exuded was the most vigorous and potent among the three. Chapter 130. How to Speak of Xuanhuan. Gazing upon the four divergent paths before him, the humanoid creature with a skull blade piercing its head spoke solemnly. There is not much to deliberate. The mother body shall not harm us. We will divide into 4 groups to traverse these paths. Very well. I shall choose this one. Upon hearing the words of the serpent-headed being, the creature, named Bone Sun, boldly advanced towards one of the paths. After it stepped into the bloodied route, Zhou Ding observed 3 peculiar beings following in its wake. I shall select this path. As Bone Sun departed with its 3 companions, the serpent-headed entity named Lu Yu ventured into another blood-stained way. Accompanying it were the previously seen toad and the oddly shaped mermaid. You may choose. Once Lu Yu and its 2 unusual companions had left, a blood-red lizard, appearing rather normal, turned to the most formidable bamboo-shaped being and said, "It is your turn." However, the bamboo-shaped entity remained silent, taking the lead into the path directly ahead of it. Strangely, after it entered, an odd occurrence transpired. Apart from the blood-red lizard, none of the remaining 8 beings followed its lead. As the figure of the bamboo-shaped being vanished into the blood-stained passage, a tiger-headed humanoid spoke up. Humph, it has been 60,000 years, and Xuanhuan remains unchanged. I say, Tiger Guardian, if it were not for its constancy, would it still be Xuanhuan? Chimed in a plant-like being. Enough of this chatter. Xuanhuan has its own mission. Focus on your own duties, interjected the blood-red lizard, then boldly stepped into the final crimson corridor. They have all departed. Now, it is Zhou Ding's turn to make a choice. In truth, Zhou Ding had already resolved in his heart which path to take. When Lao Jian saw Zhou Ding step into the blood-red corridor, he immediately shouted, "Kid, are you out of your mind? Why follow that bamboo? Do you believe it is the only one you can handle? Let me tell you, its aura is the strongest among the 16. I know. You know? Yes. The reason I chose to follow it is that the lizard mentioned it has other tasks. Is that so? Is this your rationale for courting death? Courting death?" In response, Zhou Ding smirked with a hint of arrogance, saying, "From the earth spirit tree of Fengxuan Mountain to the primordial demon fire. From the primordial demon fire to the great being S cleansing and transcending, not to mention the black lotus born of the lotus's outer manifestation. Do you think these fortunes came to me without effort? Indeed." Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, old Jian shed his previous timidity and remarked, "You have even mastered the art of deception I taught you. By my reckoning, since you entered this ancient battlefield, you have acquired quite a lot." With this realization, old Jian's confidence surged. This passage was long, stretching seemingly into infinity. At least that was how it felt to Zhou Ding, who had been traversing this corridor for what seemed like an eternity. The duration was not merely a measure of time, but rather a psychological endurance, largely due to the eerie stillness that enveloped the path. After what Zhou Ding perceived as an extended interval, he sensed a subtle shift in the straight corridor. This alteration manifested as an incline, a gradient so slight that it could easily go unnoticed. Yet, this incline was not descending, it was ascending. Old Jian, too, detected this minute change. "Kid, I sense that bamboo moving back," he exclaimed just as Zhou Ding was about to speak. Before Zhou Ding could respond, old Jian, with urgency, added, "Do you think that bamboo has discovered us and intends to eliminate us here? Be quiet, it has accelerated." Zhou Ding did not dispel his invisibility technique. Thus he could not ascertain whether the creature had sensed his presence. In this corridor, saturated with an unsettling ambience, facing this formidable entity, it would be disingenuous to claim Zhou Ding felt no trepidation. At that moment, he was indeed anxious and braced himself for a confrontation with this supreme being. He halted, readying the life-sacrifice array beneath his feet, his demeanor resolute. It drew nearer. The creature, howling, was rapidly closing the distance between them. As it came into Zhou Ding's line of sight, old Jian prepared himself to be hurled away at a moment's notice. It possessed no spiritual power, yet its physical form remained robust. Closer still, the creature's speed showed no signs of abating. 50 paces away, 30 paces away, 20 paces away. The life-sacrifice array was firmly established at his feet, and old Jian had cloaked himself in an aura of ancient demonic fire. When this bamboo-shaped entity approached to within 10 paces, Zhou Ding unexpectedly lowered his defenses. The life-sacrifice array began to dissipate beneath him. Just as the bamboo creature was about to collide with him, it abruptly halted, mere inches from Zhou Ding. In that fleeting moment, he could discern the segments and patterns of the bamboo on its body. Zhou Ding stood directly before it, yet the creature seemed oblivious to his presence, fixated instead on the bloodied wall beside it. As Zhou Ding observed the blood-stained wall, he stifled all his energy and focused intently on it. Old Jian refrained from communicating telepathically, for at such a close distance, he could not guarantee whether his thoughts would go undetected by this powerful bamboo entity. Zhou Ding was oblivious to what Hao Yi was observing, for he could not discern what was amiss with the blood wall before him. It is right here. At that moment of Zhou Ding's confusion, Hao Yi suddenly spoke to the blood wall. As Hao Yi uttered words towards the wall, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Although the way ahead appeared to be blocked, the instant Hao Yi stepped forward, a pathway emerged inexplicably from the wall itself. This path manifested as a staircase extending upwards, resembling a hidden passage leading to some grand palace or land. In astonishment, Zhou Ding watched as Hao Yi began to ascend the stairs. The movement was incredibly deliberate, as if each step taken was a struggle against some formidable force. It was only when Zhou Ding too ascended a step that he comprehended the reason for Hao Yi's sluggish pace: gravity. It seemed that a mysterious weight was concealed within the staircase, and under its influence, Zhou Ding felt as though his feet were burdened with lead. Chapter 131. The Fall of the Mother. This overwhelming heaviness cannot be alleviated by magic, nor can it be resisted through sheer strength. It is as though this mysterious gravity isolates him from his very essence. Merely ascending the first step leaves Zhou Ding feeling utterly drained of his energy. In contrast, Hao Yi, though ascending at a slow pace, does not exhibit the same struggle as Zhou Ding. This serves as a testament to the fact that Hao Yi's strength indeed surpasses his own. Young one, this appears to be a form of void gravity, remarked Lao Jian, who also felt the enigmatic weight emanating from the stone steps. Void gravity? Yet, as Lao Jian explained, Zhou Ding yearns to appear nonchalant, but the immense force pressing upon his feet forbids it. In simple terms, this void gravity acts as a spatial pressure. At this juncture, Lao Jian paused, as if struck by a revelation. It seems I have come to an understanding. This staircase likely leads to another realm. Otherwise, such formidable spatial pressure would not manifest here. Noticing Zhou Ding's bewildered expression, Lao Jian continued, to put it plainly, you may traverse this stone formation to reach the ancient battlefield of the desolate domain. But you cannot simply walk from your realm to this ancient battlefield. There exists an extraordinary pressure between these two domains, a pressure that even at my peak, or that of the great human adept from Fusang Mountain, may not withstand. You can perceive this staircase as a manifestation of the formidable pressure existing between the two realms. Do you grasp my meaning? I somewhat understand. You imply that this bamboo-shaped entity is attempting to enter another territory on foot. Indeed, you are not entirely without merit. You grasp it with but a hint. While conversing with Lao Jian, Hao Yi had already ascended halfway. However, after reaching this midpoint, its pace further slowed, becoming laborious with each step. Nonetheless, despite the arduousness, Hao Yi showed no inclination to relent. Zhou Ding remained oblivious to the destination of the staircase. Yet he recognized that there was no turning back. For the moment he set foot upon this step, the blood wall sealed shut. Not only did the wall close, but with each step he took, the stairs beneath him vanished into nothingness. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, resembling chaos. Only this singular staircase floated amidst the surrounding gloom. As Zhou Ding continued his ascent, he found himself unable to maintain his invisibility. Now he stood directly behind Hao Yi, who would see him the instant it turned around. Yet, even such a formidable being as Hao Yi could not afford to divert its focus to glance back. Though it did not look, it sensed the presence of another behind it. The staircase stretched endlessly, and at this moment, Hao Yi had created a distance of over 30 steps between them. With his magical powers rendered useless, Zhou Ding could only rely on his physical prowess and willpower to ascend. In terms of will, he held no doubts about surpassing Hao Yi. Moreover, such a possibility was inconceivable. As for physical strength, from the perspective of ascending speed, Hao Yi is undoubtedly superior to Zhou Ding at present. Although Zhou Ding's physical form has been enhanced by the Earth Spirit Tree and that formidable human, it has yet to attain the strength necessary to rival this enigmatic bamboo-shaped being. Young man, it seems to sense your presence. Just as Zhou Ding ascended another step, propelled by his formidable will, the divine iron suddenly spoke to him. coming to a halt and bracing his weary legs. Zhou Ding lifted his gaze towards the lofty Hao Yi. In that instant, as Zhou Ding's eyes met its gaze, Hao Yi too paused and turned to look downward, their eyes locking in that fleeting moment. In their confrontation, a look of astonishment flickered across Hao Yi's face. A human? The surprise was but a momentary lapse, quickly replaced by an ominous expression. Regardless of how you came to be here, your only fate is death. Upon uttering these words, Hao Yi's form abruptly transformed into a longbow. To Zhou Ding's astonishment, a bamboo arrow materialized above this bow. My goodness, is this creature even made of bamboo? It could bend its body to such an extent. Not only was Lao Jian astonished, but Zhou Ding too was rendered speechless. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow was released. In the absence of magical power, this swift arrow surged toward Zhou Ding with a fierce momentum. Retreat was no longer an option, and advancing would mean rushing headlong into death. Faced with the impending arrow, Zhou Ding appeared resigned to his fate. Yet, after releasing the arrow, Hao Yi turned away, confident that within this peculiar space, Zhou Ding was undoubtedly doomed. However, confidence can be deceiving, while reality often proves to be harsh. Confronted with the descending arrow, Zhou Ding did not display any signs of despair. On the contrary, a knowing smile graced his lips, revealing an unexpected understanding. It is time for the old man to make his appearance. Having collaborated with Zhou Ding for quite some time, Lao Jian was well aware of his thoughts. If Zhou Ding were to engage in a fierce battle with this bamboo-shaped being, the outcome was uncertain. But within this unique space, Lao Jian chuckled. With a fierce rush, he soared toward the arrow aimed at Zhou Ding. Perhaps Zhou Ding truly lacked the raw strength of Hao Yi, yet when it came to weaponry, he held the advantage. The indomitable Lao Jian unleashed unparalleled combat prowess at that moment. As the bamboo arrow collided with Lao Jian, it was shattered into fragments. The sound behind him prompted Hao Yi to glance back. Upon turning, instead of witnessing Zhou Ding pierced by its arrow, it beheld a dark object hurtling directly toward it. What is this? Zhou Ding's survival indicated that its previous strike had been thwarted. The force that had intercepted its arrow was this very iron block now flying toward it. An iron block. Hao Yi recognized the material of Lao Jian. To my astonishment, a mere human such as yourself bears a piece of iron, truly a peculiar sight. Although your strike proved ineffective, it seemed you remained unfazed. Dismissing the formidable old Jian, you prepared to launch another attack, this time contorting your form into that of a longbow. Drawing the bowstring taut, you notched an arrow crafted from bamboo. Yet this time, 5 segments of bamboo graced the string. Alas, your resistance is futile. Within this unique realm, as long as that young one's strength is sufficient, I, old Jian, am invincible. My bold proclamation is not mere self-aggrandizement. Within this specific space, I genuinely embody an unparalleled force. For I am devoid of spiritual energy, yet impervious to destruction. The divine iron I am bound to is none other than that of the fallen mother. Chapter 132. The Crimson Copper Sarcophagus. The so-called meteorite mother is a celestial body birth from the vast cosmos after eons, capable of nurturing meteorite iron. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery by the old craftsman of this star's exhausted progenitor, it would not have drifted through the infinite universe for a millennium. Bereft of its stellar core, the howling figure, unaware of the true nature of the meteorite mother, regarded it merely as an ordinary piece of iron and paid it no heed, even as the old craftsman hurled it towards him. With 5 arrows released in rapid succession, the old craftsman surged forth with an aura of invincibility. The 5 bamboo shafts shot forth in succession, striking the howling figure with a forceful impact. A piercing scream echoed sharply against the stone steps as the howling figure witnessed his body being pierced by the old craftsman. His small eyes bulged, and he stumbled back, succumbing to a state akin to a restless spirit tumbling down the stone steps. This fall led him into an abyss of chaos. Such a formidable foe was thus vanquished by the old craftsman, an occurrence so surreal, yet reality often unfolds in simplicity. With this great adversary eliminated, Zhou Ding focused intently on ascending the steps. Though he climbed slowly, devoid of distractions, his body gradually acclimated to the spatial pressure emanating from each step. He mused that it was merely a form of physical training. The old craftsman, however, did not follow the howling figure into the abyss, but remained quietly on one of the stone steps. Observing Zhou Ding's arduous ascent, he raised his voice to cheer him on. There is an end to the stone steps. In this boundless darkness, after an indeterminate number of steps, Zhou Ding finally beheld the dawn. The light ahead signified an exit. As he stepped into the brightness, a wave of relief washed over him. The fatigue that had weighed upon him vanished in the radiant glow, signaling the return of his cultivation. With his powers restored, Zhou Ding began to survey this new realm. The area was modest, situated at the base of a mountain. Gazing up from the foot of the mountain, the sky was pristine, a clear azure expanse unmarred by clouds. Could this be the third domain? With curiosity ignited, Zhou Ding formed a sword gesture and soared into the sky above the mountain. As he suspended in midair and looked down, he was not met with an expanse of verdant land, but rather a sea of clouds. The billowing clouds surged like tumultuous waves. Amidst this roiling sea, Zhou Ding beheld, to his astonishment, a crimson copper sarcophagus. It floated amidst the waves, akin to a wooden boat adrift. Zhou Ding was taken aback, exclaiming in a voice tinged with disbelief. At the sound of his exclamation, a cloud-like hand suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea of clouds. As it reached out, the giant sarcophagus came to an abrupt halt. This sudden stillness enveloped not only the crimson copper sarcophagus, but also the turbulent sea of clouds. Time seemed to pause in that instant, as the cloud hand extended towards the sarcophagus. At the very moment when it was about to seize the crimson giant coffin, a blood-red tentacle suddenly surged from the sea of clouds, aiming to strike the ethereal hand. What transpired next left Zhou Ding utterly astonished. Just as the blood-red tentacle was about to make contact, the ethereal hand abruptly abandoned its pursuit of the crimson giant coffin and reached out to grasp the audacious tentacle. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Observing the confrontation, it became evident that the blood-red tentacle was no match for the ethereal hand. After several exchanges, the ethereal hand crushed the tentacle with ease. Once the tentacle was vanquished, the ethereal hand resumed its grasp on the crimson giant coffin. With the obstruction removed, the coffin fell into the embrace of the immense ethereal hand. However, just as the hand was about to submerge into the sea of clouds with the coffin, a towering pillar descended from above, obliterating the colossal hand in a shower of debris, much to Zhou Ding's horror. In that very moment, he beheld an array of gigantic ethereal hands emerging from the sea of clouds. Though he was unaware of their master, he understood their intent. They were vying for the crimson giant coffin. As more of these immense hands appeared, several pillars descended from the heavens, marking the commencement of a fierce battle over the crimson giant coffin in the sky. My goodness, it seems the contents of that coffin are extraordinary. Drawing such formidable beings to contest for it, Zhou Ding remarked. Old Jian then advised him, Young one, I urge you to remain here and refrain from attempting to seize the crimson giant coffin, for those below are ruthless characters who have severed the rules. Severed the rules? What do you mean? Zhou Ding inquired, his mind still captivated by the battle below, while a fragment of his consciousness sought clarification. Quite literally, the great cosmos has its rules, and the realms have theirs. When mortals speak of transcending to immortality, or you speak of breaking free from shackles, it is all interconnected. I see, Zhou Ding replied. You mean that to transcend is, in essence, to sever the earthly laws. Indeed, one could also say it is a form of liberation. To break free from one set of rules and enter another. In essence, the path of cultivation is a continuous cycle of liberation. As for what lies beyond this cycle, in my understanding, no one has yet reached that shore. Reaching that shore? Zhou Ding murmured, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous battle below. In his previous life within the realm of cultivation, he had been but a step away from the true immortal realm, naively believing that it was the ultimate destination of his journey. Yet, upon hearing old Jin's words, he realized he had merely been a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. The so-called great path is fundamentally simple. The mightier the technique, the more it returns to its essence. Although Zhou Ding did not perceive any fluctuations of magical power in the fierce battle below, he was acutely aware that the conflict was beyond his reach. He comprehended that should he dare to intervene, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Amidst the sea of clouds, the massive red copper coffin lay serenely. Gazing upon this grand sepulchre, Zhou Ding was suddenly confronted with a profoundly serious question. Where exactly was this place? Was it still the ancient battlefield? If so, from whence did these formidable beings originate? If not, then where was he at this moment? Do not worry, young one. This is indeed still the ancient battlefield. Just as Zhou Ding was pondering, Lao Jian provided him with reassurance. Are you certain? How can I trust you? Zhou Ding inquired. Let me clarify. The location you currently occupy is likely a spatial rift within this ancient battlefield. Chapter 133. The Coffin of Creation, a Spatial Fissure? From the words of old Jian, it was evident that Zhou Ding was astounded beyond measure. Ah, it appears I have finally grasped the situation, old Jian remarked, observing the extraordinary battle unfolding below. Young man, do you recall the beings that previously mentioned something referred to as the mother body? Yes, what do you mean? Zhou Ding responded, as a sudden realization flickered in his mind. Yet he hesitated to affirm it. This is indeed a grand scheme. After a moment of awestruck silence, old Jian continued. You have indeed made a prudent choice in your pursuit. Otherwise, we would not have encountered such a remarkable undertaking. What grand scheme? Zhou Ding inquired, puzzled. Why? The very spatial fissure you find yourself within. Feeling increasingly bewildered, Zhou Ding protested, I don't understand. Let us entertain a hypothesis, old Jian proposed. Suppose you had not chosen to follow that bamboo-shaped being. Would it not be that very being standing where you are now? Isn't that stating the obvious? Zhou Ding retorted, somewhat exasperated. Whether it is obvious or not, you should simply listen, old Jian insisted. Returning to our previous hypothesis, if that bamboo-shaped being were indeed here, do you have any inkling what it would be doing? Zhou Ding had not contemplated this question before. Sensing his confusion, old Jian continued. We shall set that question aside for now. I must address the crux of the matter. What crux? Zhou Ding asked. The spatial fissure. Have you pondered why that bamboo-shaped being was able to so accurately locate the path to this fissure? You mean? Zhou Ding's gaze shifted from the fierce battle below to old Jian, his voice tinged with astonishment. Is it the mother body they spoke of? Precisely. It is indeed that so-called mother body. I have reason to suspect that this spatial fissure is a creation of the mother body, intended as a means to escape this ancient battlefield. Before Zhou Ding could respond, old Jian continued. It appears that the task of that bamboo-shaped being was to pave the way. To pave the way? Zhou Ding echoed, intrigued. Yes, I anticipate your next question, but before you inquire, I urge you to reflect on those 4 divergent paths. The 4 divergent paths? Zhou Ding felt as though he was struggling to keep pace with old Jian's line of thought. Indeed, those beings claimed to have slumbered for 60,000 years. Throughout that time, the immutable rules of this ancient battlefield remained constant, while the 4 paths were the only changes. In their memories, those paths did not exist, which is why they expressed such astonishment and spoke of the mother body as if it had grown. Now, I am almost certain that the emergence of these 4 diverging paths does not signify the growth of the so-called mother body, but rather, this entity known as the mother body has opened 4 spatial rifts within this realm. Consequently, regardless of which passage this bamboo-like being ventures into, it will inevitably discover the rift that leads away from the ancient battlefield. The battle below has reached a fever pitch. Yet what appears to be a mesmerizing and coveted conflict to others has become utterly tedious in the eyes of Zhou Ding. After listening to Lao Jian's words, Zhou Ding inquired in a low tone, Are you suggesting that this mother body seeks to flee the ancient battlefield? Why would it wish to escape? Because it has been another 60,000 years. Another 60,000 years? Zhou Ding, still incredulous after Lao Jian's revelation, pressed on. If the mother body has already opened the rift, why does it not simply escape? Because the rift is too small, it requires external force to fully tear it open. How can one achieve such a tear? It is quite simple. One must leverage the strength of others. Whose strength? As Zhou Ding's gaze swept once more over the tumultuous battle below, an epiphany struck him. It became evident that the mother body intends to harness the power of those capable of severing the rules and shattering the void to seize that enormous red copper coffin. Only these formidable beings possess the might to rend the spatial rift asunder. However, a new question arose. How could this so-called mother body anticipate that these powerful entities would indeed shatter the void? Unless this red copper coffin serves as bait, luring these mighty beings forth. Just as Zhou Ding pondered this, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The red copper coffin began to sink into the sea of clouds amidst the fierce contest among these beings. In that very moment of its descent, they unleashed their assaults upon the sea of clouds, which roiled and expelled the red copper coffin. At the instant it was ejected, the coffin flew toward the far end of the sea of clouds, where a luminous barrier awaited. As the red copper coffin pierced the barrier under the force of the residual shockwaves, the attacks from these powerful entities followed closely behind. A resounding crack echoed through the sea of clouds, and in that instant, the luminous barrier began to shatter like a fragile jade mirror. Concurrently, a voice resonated above the sea of clouds, declaring, "Trapped in a scheme. Who dares to use the red copper coffin to ensnare me? Illusions and fleeting dreams. Who is it that trifles with this sovereign?" Regardless of the identity of the speaker or the fury of these powerful beings, the outcome remained unchanged. The luminous barrier was shattered by their onslaught. The red copper coffin, which had been embedded within the barrier, disintegrated into nothingness under the debris of the shattered barrier. Zhou Ding, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the red copper coffin was not merely bait. As the voice had proclaimed, illusions and fleeting dreams. This red copper coffin had been nothing more than a mirage, an elaborate deception all along. Yet this mere illusion has indeed deceived these formidable beings. This underscores just how significant the red copper coffin is in their hearts. The ancient slave carries the coffin, traversing the void. It begins with azure and transitions to yellow. One creates the heavens, while the other shapes humanity. Who are you, daring to use this vessel of creation to entice us into severing the void? What purpose does it serve to speak of such matters now? We merely assisted in breaking through one barrier of the void. Indeed, I perceive that this barrier is not singular. Let us cease our efforts and observe how he shatters this void. Do you still have the audacity to witness his emergence from this void? I shall not accompany you, nor do I possess the fortitude to await his arrival. As these words fell, the fleeting cloud hand dissipated. In the very instant that this ephemeral cloud hand vanished, another cloud hand followed suit into oblivion. Chapter 134. The realm of Honghao. Zhou Ding had not been unfamiliar with reaching the pinnacle. Yet the summit he had previously attained in the realm of cultivation seemed like a mere shadow compared to what lay before him now. He had once believed that the ultimate goal of his cultivation journey was the realm of true immortality. However, it now appeared that this so-called realm was merely the inception of another path. To sever the rules? Upon witnessing the prowess of these formidable beings, Zhou Ding felt not disheartened, but rather an inexplicable thrill began to swell within him. Young one, it is time to return. Even if you were to escape the ancient battlefield now, you would find nowhere to go. For you possess neither the ability to traverse the void nor the physique to withstand its formidable forces. When this spatial rift closes, you may find yourself eternally trapped within its confines. Listening to the wise words of old Jian, Zhou Ding gradually collected his thoughts. The only way back was to retrace his steps, and as he set foot upon the stairs once more, the steps extended on their own, reconstructing a ladder of the ethereal for him. Unlike his previous ascent, Zhou Ding was astounded to discover that the oppressive force from the void had vanished upon stepping onto the stairs. Inquiring of old Jian, he learned that this pressure dissipated due to the recent clash that had shattered the rules governing this realm of nothingness. Rules again. Returning to the blood-red corridor, Zhou Ding ventured forth into its depths. Previously, he had speculated that upon entering this crimson passage, he had entered the body of the Xiarang. Yet it seemed he had been mistaken, provided that the Shirong was indeed what those beings referred to as the maternal entity. Within the blood moon, as heads were severed by the lunar wheel, the ancient clans and disciples of the cultivation world, who had only seen remnants before, began to succumb to panic. For no one knew who would be the next to lose their head. The lunar wheel appeared without any warning, claiming a life with each emergence. Once these corpses fell to the ground, they would be swiftly consumed by a host of enigmatic beings of unknown origin. This was no mere relic. It was clearly a graveyard for us all. A graveyard? Have you seen their remains? One could not remain. If one lingered here, they too would meet the same fate, decapitated and devoured until not a trace remained. Chaos reigned beneath the blood moon, and even as the ancient clans and disciples of the cultivation world temporarily set aside their grievances to huddle together, they could not alter the fate of their lives being harvested one by one. The excitement that had once surged within them had long since transformed into fear, and even the powerful descendants of the ancients turned pale at this moment. These formidable progeny included the white tiger, the golden-winged great peng, the yinglong, the tengsha, and the zhu yan. Just moments ago, a blazing white lunar wheel suddenly appeared before Zhu Yan. Had it not been for Zhu Yan shielding its neck with its life-protecting artifact, it too might have fallen prey to the fate of those who had lost their heads. To understand, Zhu Yan's fabled relic is forged from the primordial bone of its progenitor. Even so, the radiant white crescent moon has left an indelible mark upon the celestial staff crafted from that very bone. At this moment, Zhu Yan is filled with trepidation, for it has narrowly evaded death. This cannot persist. We must identify the rogue who ambushed us. Yinglong, do you still fail to perceive the truth? The assailant possesses strength that likely far exceeds our own. Bai Hu is correct. In my opinion, it would be prudent for us to depart from this place. As long as we retain our lives, all possibilities remain open. I concur with Teng Shi's sentiment. I too am in agreement. In this instant, these 5 formidable descendants of antiquity reach a consensus. Even with the ruins before them, if they do not survive to claim them, all is but idle talk. Many others share the same sentiment as Zhu Yan and the other 4 ancient progeny. Yet, as they hurriedly flee back to their starting point, they discover that the exit has long since vanished. The blood moon has closed. It has not only sealed this realm, but also their fates. The 7 ruins within this blood moon still stand tall. Within one of those ruins, the 9-tailed phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow confront 4 peculiar beings, Ganyang, Moin, Ziteng, and the executioner. Before the 9-tailed phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow lie the corpses of ancient clans and disciples from the realm of cultivation. These 2 should be left for me, the executioner declares, removing a bone axe from atop its head. At that moment, a new head sprouts from the executioner's neck, formless and terrifying. All right, then these 2 little birds will be yours. I shall seek out that great monkey for some amusement. The great monkey Moin refers to as Zhu Yan. And what of me? Each of you has a target. What am I to do? Upon hearing Moin, Ziteng expresses her discontent. You, go next door. I just saw a little deer and a charming little bird fly in there. Charming little bird? At Moin's words, Ziteng instantly perks up. I do adore those that are pleasing to the eye. With that exclamation, Ziteng excitedly departs, her form flowing into the ground as if made of water. Let us also take our leave. She seems quite thrilled. Indeed, we must hurry. Who knows when those fellows will arrive? Under the vigilant watch of the 9-tailed phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow, Ganyang and Moin brazenly pass by them. Once this pair of beings has vacated the ruins, the executioner, bearing the bone axe, addresses the 9-tailed phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow. So, how do you wish to meet your end? Shall I pluck every feather from your bodies and chop you into pieces? Or would you prefer I do so with your feathers intact? The 9-tailed celestial phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow both exist within the Xuanhua realm. This level is akin to the nascent soul stage in the realm of cultivation and the entry into the abyss stage in the Shenzong continent. The 9-tailed celestial phoenix stands at the precipice of transcending Xuanhua, poised to step into the unparalleled realm, a formidable progeny of the ancients. Given her current cultivation level, aside from confronting the dragon spirit and those few ancient descendants who vanished upon entering the ancient battlefield, she harbors no absolute certainty of victory. Nevertheless, apart from those select few, she genuinely believes no one could surpass her, even among the most powerful humans. Yet, in the face of this formless entity, the 9-tailed celestial phoenix found herself for the first time entertaining the notion of being outmatched. The 3-legged golden crow bears wounds, not inflicted by Zhou Tong, but rather by the being that claims to be Ganyang. Chapter 135. The power of space. Upon their entrance into the ancient relic, they encountered 4 enigmatic beings. This encounter, inevitably, led to conflict. However, at the moment the 3-legged golden crow summoned the blazing sun to strike at these divine entities, the figure of the dry sun, who had been standing still, suddenly appeared behind the 3-legged golden crow. The crow took to the skies, determined not to grant the dry sun the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Yet, a scene unfolded that left even the 9-tailed heavenly phoenix astounded. No matter where the 3-legged golden crow flew, the dry sun remained closely behind her. An uncanny spectacle that suggested the dry sun was but an extension of the crow's own form. Realizing she could not escape the dry sun's grasp, the 3-legged golden crow resolutely countered with an attack from behind. However, as she struck, a ray of sunlight pierced through her very being. Had it not been for her innate treasure shielding her, that single blow would have been sufficient to bring about her downfall. Although the treasure mitigated the lethal strike, She simultaneously suffered the backlash, rendering her incapable of further combat. The three-legged golden crow required time to recuperate from her injuries, leaving her to fend off the entity known as the Executioner alone. The ferocity of the Executioner was something she had just witnessed firsthand. The ground was littered with the remnants of its victims, a testament to its brutal and primitive methods of slaughter. When it had dispatched the ancient clans, it had torn them apart with its bare hands. When it had feasted upon the disciples of the cultivation world, it had devoured them alive. Are you afraid, little bird? You should be. I revel in the sight of your fear, the Executioner taunted. In its eyes, regardless of the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix's noble lineage, she was merely a common fowl, one that could be dispatched at will. It has been 60,000 years since I tasted bird flesh. Particularly you two female birds. Once I capture you, I shall pluck every feather from your bodies and roast you over a fire for my enjoyment. As the Executioner finished its grotesque monologue, a radiant burst of seven-colored light erupted not far from the relic, accompanied by a resounding cry. Oh, they have engaged in battle so swiftly, the Executioner mused, glancing at the radiant light with its featureless visage. After awakening from 60,000 years of slumber, I find myself quite verbose, almost unrecognizable. With that thought, the Executioner brandished its axe and charged towards the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix. The very earth trembled beneath its footsteps, causing corpses to rise momentarily into the air. From beneath these levitating remains, the Executioner advanced with great haste towards the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed within the ancient relic, and in that instant, the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix transformed into a human silhouette, dressed in resplendent feathered garments. She wielded an ancient sword that shimmered with a cerulean glow. As the Executioner lunged at her, the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix too advanced, sword in hand, ready to confront her adversary. This sword, known as Tai, was once wielded by a formidable human warrior of the past. Upon witnessing the moment when the three-legged golden crow beheld the nine-tailed phoenix transform into a human-like ethereal figure, she realized that this celestial being was prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle. This form represented her most formidable state, a culmination of the profound truths she had gleaned from the ancient tomb of the first phoenix. The former embodied raw power, while the latter resembled a celestial maiden within a blade. Just as the sword and axe were on the verge of collision, a colossal circular disc materialized behind the nine-tailed phoenix. This immense disc appeared to be an independent realm from which a grander ancient sword, the Teia, slowly emerged. Teia sword array. With this declaration from the nine-tailed phoenix, the enormous ancient sword descended toward the Executioner with lethal intent. At that very instant, the nine-tailed phoenix soared into the air, her sword held before her, her ethereal garments fluttering without a breeze. Suspended between reality and illusion, the illusory figure of the nine-tailed phoenix became increasingly elusive. This ephemeral presence seemed on the verge of dissipating, yet it appeared to be brewing an immensely powerful spell. Remarkable. I did not expect you, bird, to possess such capabilities. As the colossal ancient sword descended, the Executioner's voice rang with excitement. Responding to his fervor, the Executioner launched himself skyward. Upon reaching the same altitude as the massive ancient sword, he raised his bone axe above his head and, with a force reminiscent of splitting mountains, swung it down upon the ancient sword. There was no flamboyant display of technique, merely this unadorned strike. At such a high level of mastery, all techniques returned to their fundamental essence. The ancient sword and the bone axe collided midair. In that moment of impact, a wave of tangible ripples surged through the atmosphere. The resonance of this clash produced a deafening roar that echoed across the space. Dust and debris erupted, obscuring the forms of the Executioner and the colossal ancient sword. Amidst this cloud of dust, the suspended nine-tailed phoenix sprang into action. Her movement was swift and electric, akin to the fleeting aurora. Ultimate sword. With this proclamation, the figure of the nine-tailed phoenix vanished from her original position. When she reappeared in this space, she stood at the opposite end of the swirling dust. Blood dripped from the tip of the Teia sword, each drop crimson and vivid. The three-legged golden crow observed closely, realizing that this blood belonged to the divine being. Has it been resolved? Noticing the wavering form of the ethereal figure, the three-legged golden crow understood that this was a consequence of the nine-tailed phoenix's excessive exertion. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, The executioner suddenly burst forth from the haze. Enraged, he roared with fury. In that moment, the half-bloodied executioner elevated himself, transforming into a towering giant. His head grazed the heavens. His hands could pluck the sun and moon. This colossal figure of the executioner, amidst the three-legged golden crow's trepidation, swung his axe towards the nine-tailed phoenix. "You insignificant bird dare to wound me? I shall cleave you so thoroughly that not a trace remains." The executioner was truly enraged. With a fury that could shake the heavens, the executioner sought to cleave the nine-tailed phoenix in twain with his colossal axe. In that fleeting moment as the great axe descended, the nine-tailed phoenix stirred. Yet, alas, the executioner's frame was so immense that no matter how she attempted to evade, she could not escape his strike. No, it was not merely that she could not evade the executioner's blow. Rather, the very realm surrounding her had condensed into a prison. The force of spatial power. It became evident that the executioner's axe was imbued with the ability to manipulate space itself. Sister 9. Observing that no matter how the nine-tailed phoenix tried to evade, she was confined to that minuscule space. The three-legged golden crow could not discern the exact nature of the events unfolding around the phoenix. However, she understood that if the nine-tailed phoenix continued to seek refuge within this limited domain, the massive axe would inevitably strike her down. Chapter 136. The Might of Fuju. Do not panic, Ninth Sister. I am here to assist you. Just as the colossal axe was about to strike the nine-tailed phoenix, a white figure suddenly appeared beside her. Fuju? The nine-tailed phoenix felt a surge of joy upon recognizing her savior, Fuju. However, this fleeting joy was soon overshadowed by concern, for the enormous axe was descending upon them. Firstborn of creation. With a mighty roar, Fuju summoned the power of space, and in that moment, his pair of antlers erupted with dazzling white light. The brilliance soared into the heavens, transforming his antlers to a purity surpassing even the finest snow. Under the astonished gaze of the three-legged golden crow, the towering axe clashed against Fuju's antlers. A soft exclamation echoed through the sky. As this sound faded, two figures streaked past amidst the fierce battle. Damn it, I thought I was the only one facing a formidable foe. I didn't expect you to be in a similar predicament. The purple wisteria decided against pursuing further. It halted and turned to address the giant executioner. At that moment, Qingxian descended beside the nine-tailed phoenix. Well done. Upon her arrival, Qingxian glanced at Fuju's antlers and the massive axe, unexpectedly offering him praise. It's rare for you to commend me. I feel invigorated now. With a determined kick of his hind hooves into the void, Fuju astonishingly managed to repel the colossal axe. With the pressure of the axe lifted, the trio swiftly descended to the ground. Golden Sister, are you injured? The instant they touched down, Fuju sensed something amiss with the three-legged golden crow. Just as she was about to speak, Fuju began to chant. Empowered by the firstborn of creation, his song of praise was unparalleled compared to before. Upon hearing his melodious hymn, the three-legged golden crow was pleasantly surprised to find her wounds beginning to heal. As Fuju's song concluded, she was astounded to discover that her injuries had completely mended. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Although she was aware that Fuju's clan was adept in healing arts, she never anticipated that their skills had advanced to such a miraculous extent capable of restoring life. Do you know their origins? Qingxian, familiar with Fuju's extraordinary abilities, inquired once the three-legged golden crow had recovered. I do not. They appeared as we entered this ruin. Just those two? No, there is another even more formidable than them. It possesses both male and female forms, and I was injured by the male. Male and female forms. Where is it? Fuju, now vigilant, pressed for answers. It has gone to trouble the Zhu Yan. Just these three? Yes. At least for now, it seems so. Qingxian comprehended the meaning behind the words of the nine-tailed celestial phoenix. If beings of such formidable strength were to multiply in number, it was likely that the group venturing into the Blood Moon would meet their demise here. We must flee. We are no match for them. Remaining here would only lead to our doom. Qingxian was lucid in her thoughts. In her battle against Zidong, even with the support of Fuju and Yuan Shijinyu, she could only defend herself. This Zitong was exceedingly powerful, and Qingxian sensed that Zitong was on the verge of entering the Hongxiang realm. This was still the strength exhibited without Zitong unleashing its full might. Although Qingxian's advice was prudent, she was unaware of the circumstances outside the ruins. Had she known that the entrance to the Blood Moon had already closed, She would not have spoken those words to the nine-tailed celestial phoenix and the three-legged golden crow. The executioner restored its previous form. At this moment, it gazed at Qing Xian and her companions with an expression akin to that of a fool. Under the scrutiny, Zitong remarked, "Should I call you greedy or pitiful? What do you mean by that?" In response to Zitong's words, Qing Xian inquired with a firm tone, "What do I mean?" After casting a glance at the executioner, Zitong turned back to Qing Xian and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Without waiting for Qing Xian to respond, Zitong continued, "You can blame your misfortune for arriving just in time for another 6,000 years of this cycle. Indeed, you are unaware of the tales woven within these 6 millennia because in the previous 6,000 years, all who entered this chaotic battlefield perished. Some were slain by us, while others met their end at the hands of awakeners from different domains. By the way, we awakeners share a common name, the indigenous peoples." Indigenous peoples? Upon hearing this term, Qing Xian and her companions were taken aback. "I say, old Z, why are you telling these four about this? Have you, like me, been asleep for too long, and now that the floodgates of conversation have opened, you cannot close them? Humph, do you think I am like you? The reason I am sharing so much with them is simply because I enjoy it." Just as the words were about to escape its lips, Zitong suddenly furrowed its brow. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, a moonlit glow filled the pupils of the nine-tailed celestial phoenix. It was a sudden shift, so abrupt that Qing Xian and her two companions were momentarily stunned. When this moonlight pierced through the ethereal form of the nine-tailed celestial phoenix, they finally regained their senses. A piercing cry of the phoenix reverberated through the heavens. In that instant when the moonlight penetrated the body of the nine-tailed celestial phoenix, a divine feather floated gently to the ground. This feather shimmered with 9 colors, vanishing into the earth amidst its radiant hues. Sister Zhao, no one anticipated such a sudden transformation. When the nine-tailed celestial phoenix reappeared in Qing Xian's sight, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and a horrifying circular hole marred her chest. In this state, the nine-tailed celestial phoenix transcends the realm of illusion and reality, manifesting as a woman. This woman possesses flowing golden hair, cascading elegantly over her shoulders, her ethereal garments stained with crimson. At the moment the nine-tailed celestial phoenix was wounded, the Reaper began to sing an ode. As the Reaper's voice resonated, a figure emerged from the entrance of this ancient ruin. I inquired, "How have you two returned? Did you resolve the situation with that great monkey so swiftly?" Ignoring the nine-tailed celestial phoenix, Zitong gazed at the figure entering the ruins. "They have arrived." Without addressing the question, Ganyang spoke in a deep voice to Zitong and the Reaper. "They have arrived? Are you referring to Howie?" I exclaimed, "I have not seen Howie." "What a relief! As long as Howie is absent, we can avoid trouble. Though he may not be present, Bone Forest and Luv have come." Humph, truly. These two fellows assume they can intimidate others into retreating. Do they really believe others fear them? Chapter 137. The Chaotic Carpet Such Utterances. He remarked, "Though the two of us are unafraid of those four, we cannot withstand the maternal affection they receive, particularly from that howling creature. Once it arrives, we shall have no choice but to heed its commands." After conveying this to Moin, Ganyang turned to Qing Xian and the others, inquiring, "What are you two doing? Why has the matter not been resolved yet?" "TCH, Moin has already dealt with someone," came the retort. Under the melodic incantations of Fu Zhu, the injuries of the nine-tailed phoenix were visibly mending. At this sight, curiosity flickered across Ganyang's countenance. However, this curiosity was fleeting. Moments later, a chill swept through him as he commanded, "Hurry and deal with these few. Before we locate this creature's stellar core, we must act swiftly against Bone Forest and Lu Yu. Indeed, should we four discover this stellar core first, we would present a significant achievement before the maternal entity." He mused, "Humph, Navi fool, its stellar core is not meant for the maternal entity." Outside the ruins, under the command of Lu Yu, marked with the character for slaughter, Bone Forest and the serpent-headed entity were orchestrating a massacre of the ancient remnants and disciples of the cultivation realm. Aside from the White Tiger and the 5 ancient offspring of the Ying long capable of contending with these formidable beings, the remaining ancient clans could not withstand their might. "Select 2 from these 5. I shall handle the remaining 3, commanded Lu Yu. Very well. At Lu Yu's behest, Bone Forest turned its gaze toward the White Tiger and the golden-winged Great Pong. Gradually, it withdrew the bone blade from its head, and in that instant, it vanished from sight. When its figure re-emerged in this realm, it stood atop the golden-winged great Peng, one blade of the desolate sky. With this haunting proclamation, Bone Forest, resembling a deity, raised its blade high. As it descended, the heavens themselves dimmed. The celestial phenomena were altered. This was a strike capable of shifting the cosmic order. As the blade struck the golden-winged great Peng, even though the creature summoned its true feathers at the first moment, it could not avert its fateful severance. Golden Wing. The great Peng fell. This harrowing scene shattered the hearts of the white tiger and the 4 ancient offspring of the Ying Long, leaving them in utter despair. Shall we seek vengeance for the golden-winged great Peng? They hesitated. Not only was their bond not strong enough to warrant such action, but even if it were, they would not commit such folly. As the great Peng plummeted, the 4 ancient offspring began to scatter in flight. Yet, as the white tiger dashed beyond the confines of their circle, Bone Forest reappeared above it like a specter. The heavens darkened once more. The white tiger's form was cleaved in twain by Bone Forest's blade. How feeble! After the white tiger's head and body were severed, Bone Forest regarded its remains with an expressionless assessment. My turn. Lu Yu stepped forward, blocking the path of the tongue snake. When the serpent, Tongue Shi, beheld the creature with a human body and a serpent's head, this formidable descendant of ancient times found itself, at that moment, pleading for mercy from Lu Yu. Spare me, for the sake of our shared bloodline. Bloodline? Hearing this, Lu Yu pointed at Tongue Shi's serpent head and inquired, Are you referring to this head of mine? Before Tongue Shi could respond, Lu Yu continued, You have misunderstood. That is my mistake. I should not have obstructed you with this head, leading you to misconstrue my intentions while simultaneously igniting a flicker of hope within you. With these words, and under the gaze of Tongue Shi's mounting horror, Lu Yu suddenly twisted his serpent head off. Then, amidst the grave dread in Tongue Shi's eyes, he casually summoned a head from among a pile of corpses below and affixed it to his neck. After completing this act, Lu Yu first shook the human head before addressing Tongue Shi. Now, do you perceive any bloodline connection between us? I am Tongue Shi, one of the 10 divine beasts of antiquity. And then, in response to Tongue Shi's frenzied despair, Lu Yu calmly declared, Then it is time for you to perish. As he spoke, the character for Slay abruptly manifested upon Tongue Shi's form. At the instant this character imprinted itself upon him, the very heavens seemed to constrict, and Tongue Shi's body was instantly crushed to dust. This was the power granted to these natives by their progenitor. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 ancient descendants had perished. This incited Ying Long and Zhu Yin to frantically rush toward the nearest ruin. Shall we not rescue them? Within a certain ruin, an extraordinary bronze mirror hung, suspended in the air. This mirror was none other than the Xuanhuan mirror, acquired by Qin Ying from within the bronze door at Fusong Mountain. At this moment, the mirror was displaying the massacre occurring at the entrance of the Blood Moon. Strangely, it was not Qin Ying who controlled the mirror but a young man clad in azure, adorned with an embroidered cloud sword emblem upon his chest. Were Zhou Ding present, he would undoubtedly recognize the origin of this emblem. Xuanhua, from the Leaving Sword Palace, was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and was the strongest successor dispatched by the Leaving Sword Palace. Xuanhua, I advise you to keep this mirror away from that individual. If he were to see it, that individual, upon hearing this, Xuanhua retracted the Xuanhuan mirror and remarked, Are you referring to the one who transformed you, the 4 sons of the extermination of immortals, into the one son of extermination? Without waiting for a response from Chu Fei, Xuanhua added, Rest assured, for the sake of our shared realm, we shall avenge your grievance. This group comprised many, including Qin Ying, Lu Feng, and Qi Feng. However, their expressions were grim. For the 3 treasures they had obtained from the bronze door had been brazenly claimed by Xuanhua of the Leaving Sword Palace and Li Shan of the Burning Sun Pavilion. Rather than a loan, it was more akin to a blatant demand, as these 2 were the most powerful among them. In such matters, the strong were naturally revered. Moreover, the ease with which they stood amidst the remnants, utilizing the celestial mirror to observe the chaos unfolding beyond, was attributable to Xuanhua. For Xuanhua possessed a remarkable treasure known as the universal carpet. When encased within this carpet, one could effectively conceal their presence. Initially, Xuanhua had deemed this universal carpet, acquired in the first domain, to be of little value. However, upon entering the Blood Moon, its significance revealed itself in a most profound manner. Among the three primordial treasures, Xuanhua had obtained two, while Li Shan had acquired the third. Thanks to the advantages provided by the universal carpet, Li Shan refrained from holding Xuanhua accountable. Let us proceed. The more chaotic the blood moon becomes, the greater the demise of those ancient descendants, and the more we shall reap in abundance. Such was the hope expressed by a concerned disciple of the Divine Needle sect, as Xuanhua issued the command, prompting their group to advance toward the cosmic gateway of the ruins. Chapter 138. Blood Battle. The Blood Moon catastrophe has undeniably transformed into a veritable hell of carnage. Once Zhu Yin succumbed to the grim fate beneath the blade of Lu Yu, the ancient clans and disciples from the realm of cultivation found themselves decimated to a mere fraction of their former numbers. In this banquet of slaughter, Tai Mu and his kin met their demise, mercilessly slain by a monstrous toad. Their lifeblood was cruelly transformed into a vile ichor. At this moment, the toad greedily lapped up the foul liquid, as if it were the most exquisite nectar in its eyes. As for Ying Long, it managed to escape. But under this blood moon, where could it flee? Previously, during the confrontation with Zi Tong, even with Fu Zhu's assistance, Qing Xian could only safeguard herself. Now, with the formidable beings Gan Yang and Mo Yin joining the fray, the battle escalated beyond mere survival for Qing Xian and her companions. The white deer was quite vexed. Gan Yang, I implore you both to eliminate that white deer first. In the fierce clash against the four powerful entities, Fu Zhu played an invaluable role. Regardless of the injuries inflicted upon Qing Xian, the nine-tailed phoenix, or the three-legged golden crow, Fu Zhu was capable of healing them instantaneously. However, after the three-legged golden crow was once more wounded by Mo Yin's moon wheel, she realized that her injuries could no longer be healed as swiftly as before. She understood that this was due to the immense toll on Fu Zhu's energy. Indeed, the ability to heal wounds instantaneously is no trivial feat. It is the pinnacle of the divine arts belonging to the Fu Zhu clan. Utilizing such a power naturally demands a tremendous expenditure of energy. Fu Zhu's spiritual power was dwindling rapidly. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. The Reaper morphed into a colossal giant, battling alongside the nine-tailed phoenix. When the phoenix narrowly evaded the Reaper's sky-splitting axe, she seized the moment to urgently convey to Qing Xian, who was locked in combat with Zitong. I know. At that moment, Zitong had transformed into a vast sea of purple blossoms, its true form manifesting as a vine writhing amidst the floral expanse. This floral haven was Zitong's spatial domain, endowed with the formidable ability to slow down time. Qing Xian was acutely aware of this capability, yet was helpless against it. Trapped within its realm, escape was contingent upon severing its true form. However, Zitong's true form was exceedingly resilient. Even with the primordial feather obtained from the Bronze Gate, Qing Xian could only graze its surface. Engaged in this arduous battle, Qing Xian heard the words of the nine-tailed phoenix. Yet she found herself bereft of solutions to break this deadlock. Had the androgynous beings not entered the fray, the four of them might have stood a chance against Zitong and the Reaper. Alas, reality is merciless, and there exists no what-if in this world. In contrast to the grueling struggle faced by Qing Xian and the nine-tailed phoenix, the three-legged golden crow's fight against Gan Yang and Mo Yin felt undeniably forced. Without the defiant healing powers of Fu Zhu, the three-legged golden crow would have perished countless times. At this moment, Fu Zhu was wholeheartedly assisting the golden crow. My dear, let us see where this little bird, shall hide this time. The executioner was enraged, for the nine-tailed phoenix had once again evaded his axe. It was in the very instant the phoenix slipped from under his arm that the executioner's faceless visage suddenly cracked open at the center of his brow. As this fissure appeared, a singular eye, reminiscent of the stars, blinked open. With the unveiling of this colossal eye, the nine-tailed phoenix was enveloped by an extraordinarily sinister force. This peculiar energy that cloaked her was indescribable, yet she felt an unprecedented proximity to death in that moment. The executioner swung his axe once more, and the nine-tailed phoenix seemed oblivious. As she became ensnared in this aura of impending doom, the executioner's mighty axe struck her squarely. Blood erupted forth, and the nine-tailed phoenix plummeted to the ground like a heavy stone. At the moment of her impact, the executioner's colossal foot followed swiftly. Sister. Just as the executioner was about to crush the phoenix, the three-legged golden crow emitted a fierce cry, recklessly throwing herself towards her. Sister. The crow extended a finger towards the sky, gathering a resplendent light at its tip. Just as this radiant brilliance was about to envelop the golden crow, Xu let out a thunderous roar and leaped toward the radiant energy. The three-legged golden crow had arrived just in time. As the executioner's foot descended, she successfully lifted the nine-tailed phoenix and evaded the crushing blow. However, before she could assess the phoenix's injuries, a chilling scream echoed from behind her. Xu. Qingxian gasped in shock, for a brilliant light had pierced through Xu's body. The moment the three-legged golden crow witnessed Xu being impaled by the radiant energy, her eyes erupted with two blazing flames. It ignited. In that instant, the three-legged golden crow transformed into a blazing sun. Sister. Tears streamed down the nine-tailed phoenix's face at the sight of the golden crow's state. The sun body was a forbidden technique of the golden crow clan. To invoke this power would not only deplete all of one's solar energy, but also incur a backlash from it. This technique was the most dreaded among the golden crows. For once it was unleashed, they would forever lose the favor of the sun god. Could a three-legged golden crow, unable to roost beneath the solar tree, still be considered a child of the sun? The answer was a resounding no. This realization brought the nine-tailed phoenix to tears. Burning with the power of the sun, the three-legged golden crow charged towards the radiant energy Mayin. At the very moment she unleashed the fiery power of the sun, the spatial domain of the wisteria began to ignite as well. What infernal temperature is this? How can this accursed bird emanate such searing heat? The wisteria was taken aback. In that instant of astonishment, Qingxian seized the opportunity to break free from the domain. It is your turn. As the three-legged golden crow, bathed in solar energy, charged towards it, Ganyang squinted and spoke to Mayin. Just as the words left its lips, Mayin slowly rose from Ganyang's shoulder. One hand pointed skyward, while the other gestured towards the earth. As Mayin inverted the gestures of heaven and earth, a full moon gradually ascended behind him. The moon waxes and wanes. The sparse moon signifies fullness. With a voice reminiscent of ancient times resonating, a gleaming ancient sword, bathed in moonlight, slowly emerged from the radiant orb. As the ancient sword manifested, Mayin grasped it firmly. In the moment the blazing three-legged golden crow approached him, Mayin, perched upon Ganyang's shoulder, struck downwards with the sword towards the golden crow. Chapter 139, The Burning Bloodline, The Ashen Moon. As Mayin struck down with his sword, the realm transformed abruptly between day and night. When the light of day and night converged within the blade's luminous arc, the ancient sword cleaved into the body of the three-legged golden crow. The sun and moon collided. In that fleeting moment of collision, the heavens shifted. This transformation signified the alternation of day and night, the interplay of yin and yang. Xu, capable of healing others, was unable to mend his own wounds. At the moment Qingxian caught Xu, his breath had already begun to wane. Though on the brink of death, he continued to gaze upon the three-legged golden crow. Under his watchful eyes, the sunlight suddenly prevailed. The one who emitted that anguished cry was Mayin, as the sunlight devoured the moonlight. He too fell from the shoulder of Ganyang, his body tilting as he descended. Lady. Upon witnessing Mayin gravely injured by the three-legged golden crow, a radiant sun rose from behind Ganyang. Another ancient sword soared from this sun, and as Ganyang gripped the sword, he swung it toward the three-legged golden crow. However, to his astonishment, his strike missed entirely, for the three-legged golden crow had fallen heavily to the ground. With its divine radiance dissipated, the fallen golden crow had shed its identity as the child of the sun. Observing the divine bird that had wounded his lady now lying on the ground, Ganyang swung his sword once more, intent on ending the life of the three-legged golden crow. Save her. As the three-legged golden crow was about to perish, Xu urged Qingxian with all his might. Good. Hold on. Do not succumb. Qingxian vanished from her position, and when she reappeared in this realm, she stood before the three-legged golden crow. Though initially imprisoned by Zhou Tong, her nobility had been unmistakable upon her first sight of the golden crow. Yet now, after expending all her solar power, the golden crow had transformed into a shadow of its former self, devoid of brilliance. Embracing the three-legged golden crow tightly. At the moment the ancient sword, bathed in sunlight, descended, a feather imbued with the essence of the five elements burst forth from Qingxian's brow. transforming into a spear. Qing Xian grasped this spear, forged from the primordial true feather, to intercept Gan Yang's lethal strike against the three-legged golden crow. Langya was slain by the wisteria. The nine-tailed phoenix, Fu Zhu, and the three-legged golden crow were all gravely injured. Particularly for the golden crow, Qing Xian could scarcely sense any vitality remaining. After parrying Gan Yang's strike, Qing Xian returned to Fu Zhu with the three-legged golden crow cradled in her arms. "Kill it! Quickly kill it!" Mo Yin was enraged. His lower limbs had just been reduced to ashes by the golden crow's solar power. Though they could regenerate, he could not swallow this humiliation. Fu Zhu, the nine-tailed phoenix, and the three-legged golden crow had all lost their fighting spirit. Now, the only one capable of protecting them was Qing Xian. In the face of Mo Yin's fury, Gan Yang's expression darkened profoundly. The executioner and the wisteria, as if in tacit agreement, surrounded Qing Xian. Gan Yang squinted as he gazed at Qing Xian. Armed with a single spear, she stood resolutely against three native beings. In this moment, Qing Xian ignited the power of her bloodline, determined to fight with all her might, fully aware that she could not alter the outcome of this battle. A radiant spectrum enveloped her, and behind her soared a tangible phoenix, resplendent in hues of rainbow. As the phoenix spread its wings, Qing Xian ascended into the air. At that very moment, Gan Yang, Zi, and the executioner launched their assault upon her. The colossal axe descended with force, transforming Zi into a cascade of blossoms. Just as the floral sea and the giant axe threatened to engulf her, Gan Yang appeared behind her seemingly out of thin air. As Qing Xian lured the three native beings into the air, Mo Yin, who had lost his lower limbs, glared at the three-legged golden crow that had wounded him. A moonlit glow silently emerged before the golden crow, and just as it seemed poised to pierce through the creature, a sudden phoenix cry resonated through the realm. The sound instinctively drew Qing Xian's gaze downward, where she witnessed the moonlight penetrating the body of the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix. Though her form was pierced, the phoenix clung tightly to the three-legged golden crow, shielding it with her own body. Why did she do this? It was to protect the golden crow with her very being. This sight moved Qing Xian deeply. In her emotional response, she soared downward. Since death was inevitable, she resolved to take one along with her as a companion in demise. Seeing her strike thwarted by the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix, Mo Yin, in a frenzy, relentlessly launched his attacks against it. Despite his diminished strength due to injuries, he deemed it sufficient to slay the similarly wounded phoenix. In an instant, the nine-tailed heavenly phoenix was riddled with numerous wounds. Yet, she still shielded the three-legged golden crow with her body. The phoenix's pupils began to lose focus, and even with the bloodline of the true phoenix, she could not endure for long. Observing this scene, Qing Xian was once again touched by their bond. In her emotional turmoil, her speed surged anew. This was not good. She intended to kill Mo Yin. Gan Yang quickly intercepted her. Zi discerned Qing Xian's intentions and expanded his domain once more. Seeking death, a massive axe was positioned before Mo Yin, and as the executioner used his bone axe to separate them, Gan Yang swung his sword at Qing Xian. This strike was delivered without reservation. He aimed to take Qing Xian's life with it. However, at the moment the ancient sword descended, Qing Xian transformed into a magnificent rainbow phoenix. This phoenix was not only her true form. The Phoenix clan was favored by the winds. In that instant, Qing Xian began to ignite the power of her bloodline. And as it blazed, her speed multiplied exponentially. In comparison to the void created by the sword strike, what astonished Gan Yang even more was that Qing Xian had managed to distance herself from him. It is essential to understand that what it possesses is the rule of non-separation, a formidable principle capable of bridging the chasms between spaces. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the velocity unleashed by Qing Xian astonishingly transcended that very rule. Just as Gan Yang felt a surge of alarm, Qing Xian had already materialized behind Mo Yin. In the instant she aimed to pierce Mo Yin with her spear, an exceedingly enigmatic force suddenly enveloped her. A pair of colossal eyes, reminiscent of celestial bodies, encompassed Qing Xian. At this critical juncture, the gigantic executioner intervened, thwarting Qing Xian's advance. Now you comprehend how that lifeless bird fell victim to my strike, do you not? With this proclamation, the executioner's immense foot descended heavily upon Qing Xian, embedding her form into the earth below. Vines of purple wisteria arrived just in time. As the floral sea unfurled once more above Qingxian, its true essence plunged downwards towards her. Chapter 140. Return. In this moment, Qingxian found herself outmatched, even more so. She was contending against three formidable adversaries. As the vine adorned with blooming purple flowers sought to pierce the ground and ensnare her, the figure of Ganyang entered the very space where Qingxian stood. With a mighty swing of his axe, the vine struck down, and an ancient sword radiating a searing white light descended mercilessly upon her. Was this the end? With her body embedded in the earth, Qingxian slowly closed her eyes. No. As the three powerful beings prepared to extinguish her life, the nearly lifeless nine-tailed phoenix cried out in anguish. She could escape, with her swiftness akin to the wind. She had the means to flee if she so wished. Yet, she chose not to run, but instead to protect, to safeguard those she barely knew. Qingxian, as her demise seemed imminent, Fu Zhu's eyes brimmed with fury as he attempted to rise from the ground, but his injuries were too grave. He struggled to stand, only to collapse repeatedly. Tears streamed down Fu Zhu's face. Ding! He lamented, his heart heavy with despair. Dingo, where are you? In that fleeting moment, the earth trembled as if in response. Suddenly, the ground heaved. Just as the axe and ancient sword were about to cleave through Qingxian's vibrant plumage, and the vine was poised to pierce her flesh, the earth erupted with a deafening roar. Amidst this subterranean explosion, a crimson figure was propelled forth, emerging from the chaos. As this blood-red silhouette ascended from the depths, another figure surged forth from the swirling dust, with a gaze that pierced through the haze. Qingxian vanished from the onslaught of Ganyang and the other two primal beings. Dingo. At the sight of this figure suspended in midair, Fu Zhu's sorrow transformed into joy. It was him. The nearly defeated nine-tailed phoenix, upon seeing the figure aloft, felt her once dim eyes spark with renewed brilliance. In her sight, this figure, though not grand in stature, appeared as a giant capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth. I apologize for my tardiness. Cradling the now human Qingxian, Zhou Ding stepped forth to join Fu Zhu and the nine-tailed phoenix. Gently placing Qingxian on the ground, he fixed his gaze upon Ganyang and the other three primal beings. Leave the rest to me. As his words faded, a grand formation shimmering with green light enveloped Qingxian, Fu Zhu, and the nine-tailed phoenix. In that instant, Zhou Ding vanished from their sight. When he reappeared within this realm, he stood before the blood-red lizard that had been thrust from the earth. It was Blood Butcher. As the three indigenous beings of the dry sun beheld the blood-red lizard, their expressions were painted with shock. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. With a mere gesture, blood slaughter surged forth in flames. Another flick of the finger, and a green light cleaved the lizard's head from its body. Once Zhou Ding had severed the head of the blood-red lizard, his gaze fell upon the three indigenous beings with an intensity that demanded their attention. This human had slain the blood slaughter? The giant eye of the executioner contracted rapidly in disbelief. This was inconceivable. Something unknown must have transpired for this human to find an opportunity against the blood slaughter. More tragic than witnessing the event firsthand was the self-deception of the purple vine, which soon transformed into sheer terror. For in the next moment, Zhou Ding vanished from their sight. Just as he disappeared, Mo Yin let out a startled cry. Amidst her exclamation, a spray of blood mist suddenly burst forth before Dry Sunday. Before Dry Sun could fathom the separation of Mo Yin's head, a sword light blossomed in his vision, unwavering. At the very instant the sword light surged towards him, Dry Sun invoked the rules of evasion, narrowly escaping. However, just as he stepped into the spatial realm, the sword light re-emerged in his sight, as if it were a shadow that followed him relentlessly. This was impossible. I command the distance of space. How could you possibly keep pace with me? Space. Is it truly so formidable? The response to Dry Sun was not merely a voice steeped in disdain, but also a green sword light alongside a root, as black as ink and seemingly charred. This charred root struck Dry Sun with an undeniable force. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by an absurd feeling, as though he were to be banished from this realm. Just as this sensation of absurdity arose, the fusion of myriad techniques and ancient demonic flames descended upon him. That strike reduced Dry Sun's form to mere ashes in an instant. Dead. Had the once mighty Dry Sun truly perished? This scene rendered the purple vine and the executioner aghast. their hair standing on end. The second, cloaked in black robes that billowed like waves, Zhou Ding hovered in midair, gazing down at the purple vine and the executioner. The ancient sun lingered at his sides, and with the world tree root in hand, Zhou Ding embodied the visage of a demigod. The third, with that proclamation, Zhou Ding propelled himself into the void. As he did so, ripples surged from beneath his feet, cascading into the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ding leaped before the executioner. Compared to the executioner's gargantuan form, Zhou Ding appeared diminutive. Yet this seemingly insignificant figure instilled a profound chill within the executioner. The moment when Qingxian nearly fell was witnessed by the old Jian as well. Thus, when Zhou Ding summoned it with his mental power, it surged forth. Enveloped in a fierce killing intent, aimed at the executioner's single colossal eye. Bathed in the primordial demon fire, the old Jian transformed into a green meteor at that instant. In this critical juncture of life and death, although the executioner was alarmed by the demise of Blood Butcher and Dry Sun, Imoine, it did not resign itself to fate. As the old Jian shot forth, the executioner swung its axe. At the very moment of this swing, its enormous eye also cast a shadow over Zhou Ding. Previously, having severely wounded the nine-tailed phoenix and Qingxian, it had relied on the million-killing thoughts contained within this demonic eye to assault their spiritual seas. Thus, the nine-tailed phoenix experienced an eerie sensation of being perilously close to death at that time. The demonic eye enveloped Zhou Ding, and the executioner's massive axe came crashing down. Yet, just as it believed that Zhou Ding, struck by the million-killing thoughts, would surrender as the nine-tailed phoenix and Qingxian had, an astonishing scene unfolded that left it in disbelief. Chapter 141. The annihilation of life. The relentless speed of the venerable Jian continued as he soared towards the executioner. In the instant the demonic eye enveloped Zhou Ding, a second Zhou Ding erupted from the center of his brow. This Zhou Ding was seated upon a black lotus, with his left hand delicately forming a gesture of plucking a flower, while his right hand was raised in a pose of lifting the heavens. This was the black lotus. Upon witnessing the black lotus beneath this other Zhou Ding, the executioner was struck dumb with astonishment. The progenitor had countless offspring, but among these myriad children, only 8 were favored by the divine. Among these 8, the black lotus stood out prominently, though ranked 8th. The progenitor had once proclaimed that it was the one most likely to ascend to the pinnacle, transcending the void to achieve the divine lotus. Who are you? How have you usurped the black lotus? The impact of this human's usurpation of the black lotus was undeniably more profound for the executioner than the deaths of blood slaughter. Drayong and Imoine, without answering, under the shroud of a million murderous thoughts emanating from the demonic eye, the Zhou Ding seated upon the black lotus gently extended a finger. With this gesture, a sound akin to a tangible sutra suddenly penetrated the executioner's demonic eye. Oh, the Zen sound. You possess the secret arts of Zen teachings. This is impossible. The Zen teachings were extinguished on this battlefield of gods a million years ago. Amidst the executioner's dread, the venerable Jian pierced through with his colossal axe. As the executioner shook its head, attempting to dispel the sound from its mind, the venerable Jian surged forth, engulfed in an ancient, roaring demonic fire, and plunged into the executioner's demonic eye. It penetrated and ignited, burning and breaking through. The moment the venerable Jian erupted from the executioner's brow, the colossal figure staggered backward and fell heavily. The once unstoppable executioner had perished. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the nine-tailed phoenix, prompting the future true phoenix of the Phoenix clan to involuntarily open her mouth in astonishment. As Zhou Ding lunged towards the executioner, Zitong fled. However, as she attempted to escape, an ancient sword, bathed in a chilling green light, obstructed her path. She had thought that despite the presence of this sword, she could still elude the ruins. Yet, when the ancient sword descended before her, she realized just how naive her previous assumptions had been. When Zhou Ding acquired the residual sun, he initially believed it to be merely a high-quality magic sword. Yet, as he delved deeper into its nature, he discovered the extraordinary prowess of this ancient sword obtained from the celestial seas returned to obscurity. Though the sword had not birthed a spirit, its blade could encompass all things, much like an endless ocean. It was as if the residual sun possessed its own unique space. Zhou Ding's myriad techniques could effortlessly meld with it. Even the ancient demonic fire, capable of annihilating worlds, could be contained within its blade. One could say the residual sun was a divinely crafted weapon tailored for Zhou Ding. As both entities complemented one another, they simultaneously elevated each other's power. With the descent of the residual sun, the very fabric of space shattered. As the wisteria once more unleashed a cascade of blossoms, attempting to momentarily counter the menacing blade of the setting sun with its spatial prowess. This floral expanse was swiftly engulfed by a sea of flames. The primordial demon fire possesses the capability to incinerate all that exists. And coupled with the cataclysmic force wielded by the setting sun, the spatial laws upon which the wisteria relied were instantaneously reduced to ashes. The wisteria was struck with terror. In that moment of horror, it lost all inclination to resist. As the meteor-like figure of the old steadfast pierced through the very essence of the wisteria, the setting sun, accompanied by the surging primordial demon fire, obliterated the wisteria entirely. The fifth was claimed. The setting sun and the old steadfast returned, while Zhou Ding descended from the heavens in the guise of a demonic deity. Dead. The executioner, ranked 6th among the 8 progeny of the mother body. Blood Butcher, ranked 4th. Ganyang and Mo Yin, positioned 5th. The wisteria, ranked 7th. And the 8th, the Black Lotus, had already been usurped by Zhou Ding. Then there was the one, the strongest among the 8, who had been cast into chaos by the old steadfast, unaware that the first in life and death was Hao Yi. As for the second and third, they were the Bone Forest and Lu Yu, who had yet to encounter Zhou Ding. Although Zhou Ding was aware of the mother body's existence, he remained oblivious to the hierarchical standings among its offspring. Upon landing, despite being gravely injured, Fu Zhu's admiration for Zhou Ding remained undiminished. Brother Ding, you are truly domineering. With a pallid deer's visage, Fu Zhu gazed at Zhou Ding, her eyes sparkling. Even in such a state of injury, she still found the energy to flatter him. Under the intense gaze of the nine-tailed celestial phoenix, Zhou Ding approached them step by step. Upon reaching Qing Xian, she merely acknowledged him with a subtle nod, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Though her nod was simple, it conveyed a myriad of unspoken sentiments. The essence of tacit understanding lies beyond words. At this moment, Zhou Ding's primary concern should be for Fu Zhu, the nine-tailed celestial phoenix, and the three-legged golden crow. As Zhou Ding moved closer to the nine-tailed celestial phoenix, she too struggled to rise from the ground, faltering as she stood. In that instant of her rising, Zhou Ding caught sight of the three-legged golden crow, which had remained suppressed beneath her throughout. What had befallen her? At this moment, the three-legged golden crow, shedding its golden plumage, lay with its eyes tightly shut. Were it not for Zhou Ding's ability to sense its faint breath, he might have believed the three-legged golden crow to be lifeless. In response to Zhou Ding's inquiry, Qing Xian recounted the moving scene that had affected her deeply. Once Zhou Ding had attentively listened, he turned to the nine-tailed celestial phoenix and asked, "Can she still recover?" Upon hearing the question, the nine-tailed celestial phoenix gazed sorrowfully at the three-legged golden crow lying on the ground and said, "Though Sister Jin Shu was favored by the sun tree at her birth, without the power of the sun, even if she returns to her maternal clan, she will be cast out." Cast out. Zhou Ding furrowed his brow at the nine-tailed celestial phoenix's words. Indeed, in the desolate realm, particularly within our ancient tribe, we place immense importance on lineage and heritage. Our emphasis can be quite extreme and harsh. Indeed, the words of the nine-tailed celestial phoenix resonated with Fu Zhu. She echoed with a somber tone, "If I were to lose the spirit of pure water, I too would be ruthlessly cast out by our Fu Zhu clan." After speaking to Zhou Ding, Fu Zhu turned her gaze to Qing Xian and remarked, "Qing Xian, I believe this resonates with you the most." "Yes," Qing Xian replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "Upon my birth, I was abandoned at the foot of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Had I not encountered Yunlan as mother at that time, I might have perished within those treacherous confines." Yunlan. Upon hearing Qing Xian's words, Zhou Ding immediately recalled the rumors circulating in the eastern continent. It was said that the leader of the Yun Mountain sect, Yunlan, shared a close bond with the master of Lu Wu Mountain, Qing Xian. It appears they possess a connection of this nature. As a phoenix adorned in vibrant hues, it is indeed due to these resplendent feathers that you face such disdain, is it not? "Yes," Qing Xian continued, her expression still impassive as she addressed the nine-tailed celestial phoenix. "It is solely because of these feathers that they reject me, scorn me. and abandon me to fend for myself amidst the perilous wilderness of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Chapter 142. An unwelcome request. At this juncture, Qingxian's expression finally shifted, and amidst this change, she gazed at the fallen Jin Shu, who had lost her divine feathers, and declared, "There will come a day when I shall return, not to rejoin my clan, but to announce my presence, to proclaim that I have returned, and to challenge them. What can you do to me now?" Her aura surged, akin to ascending into the heavens. In that moment, Qingxian stood as ethereal and resolute as an ice maiden from the cold palace. Compared to Fuzhu, Jin Shu, and Jiugu, Qingxian bore the lightest injuries among them. Although she had also burned her bloodline power, hers was a force that could rejuvenate with the passage of time, a unique ability she had acquired following her transformation. In the realm of cultivation, human practitioners held dominion, while the desolate territories revered the ancient tribes. Yet, the Xianzhong continent appeared to exist in a delicate balance between these two worlds, as it was a realm where both humans and ancient beings coexisted. By the way, Dingu, how did you manage to enter? What was that enormous red lizard you just vanquished? Upon seeing Zhou Ding, Fuzhu's complexion brightened considerably. However, upon hearing Fuzhu's inquiry, Qingxian and Jiugu also turned their attention toward Zhou Ding. That was not merely a red lizard. It is a native of the second domain of the ancient battlefield. Before the three women could fully absorb this revelation, Zhou Ding continued, "Including the four beings I just dispatched, they are all natives of the second domain." Natives? Fuzhu, intrigued by Zhou Ding's words, turned to Jiugu and asked, "Sister Jiu, have you ever heard of natives existing in this ancient battlefield?" "No, this is the first time I have encountered such a notion." As Jiugu responded, Zhou Ding observed the previously punctured wounds on her body healing at an exceedingly slow pace. He had heard tales of a phoenix rising from the ashes, reborn through fire. It seemed the bloodline talents of the ancient tribes were truly formidable. "Brother Zhou, how did you come to know this?" They revealed it themselves. Zhou Ding then recounted his experiences after sealing the blood moon to Qingxian and the others. In his narrative, he deliberately omitted the scene where he witnessed powerful beings in that realm vying for the colossal bronze coffin, not out of a desire to conceal, but to spare them unnecessary worries. "Mother body? Brother Zhou, do you mean these native beings are the offspring of what they refer to as the mother body?" "Perhaps." Upon being questioned, Zhou Ding furrowed his brow and replied, "It seems the mother body wishes to breach the void and escape the ancient battlefield. To it, this battlefield may very well be a prison. Otherwise, I cannot fathom its motive for tearing through the fabric of space." Escape from the ancient battlefield? Contemplating Zhou Ding's words, Qingxian suddenly remarked, "If that is indeed the case, does it imply that each domain within the ancient battlefield harbors such a mother body?" Additionally, I recall hearing those four natives mention something about a star core. Could it be that they came to this blood moon for that very star core? Star core? Upon hearing Qingxian's words, old Jian suddenly conveyed telepathically, "Young man, I had my suspicions about the nature of this blood moon, and now, after hearing the young girl's explanation, everything has become clear. This blood moon is akin to me, much like you." "Like me?" "Indeed. I previously asked you to assist me in retrieving my celestial body. This blood moon is a celestial body as well, albeit far more powerful than I. I have merely ascended to the star spirit, while it has reached the star core. However formidable it may be, ultimately." Old Jin paused briefly. "My circumstances differ from its, as my star spirit resides within this fallen mother, whereas its star core. What? Alas, the past is too painful to revisit. It truly brings tears to my eyes for my kin." After expressing his sentiments, old Jin suddenly adopted a tone almost pleading as he addressed Zhou Ding. "Regardless of the outcome, I implore you to allow it to rest peacefully here, if you would be so kind." "Are you referring to its star core?" "Yes. Now I understand. It appears the so-called mother entity harbors this intent." "What intent? Could you not elaborate?" "To inhabit a star core, control the celestial body, break through barriers, and emerge." "Do you mean that the mother entity intends to use this blood moon to breach the barriers of the ancient battlefield?" Old Jin fell silent, and Zhou Ding could distinctly sense the weight of his contemplation. "And what of these relics? Are they remnants it has left behind?" "Yes. Once you locate my celestial body, all the relics within will belong to you, provided that by then, you still desire the antiquities I have left behind." This was Zhou Ding's first encounter with old Jian discussing such matters, and from his words, Zhou Ding could surmise the true nature of its existence. A celestial body. A star? Could it be that old Jian is a sentient star born from the boundless cosmos? If so, would assisting old Jian in reclaiming his celestial body necessitate traversing the infinite universe? Was he destined for a cosmic expedition? Contemplating this, Zhou Ding could not help but feel a sense of yearning. Dingu? Seeing Zhou Ding remain silent and exhibit a look of longing, Fu Zhu could not resist nudging him with his antlers. What is it? Dingu, what are you pondering? Nothing. What were you going to say? As for me, I am curious. How is it that in such a short time apart, you have grown so powerful? Upon hearing Fu Zhu's inquiry, Qingxian also turned her gaze towards Zhou Ding, clearly questioning him. It was known that the four indigenous beings had nearly claimed their lives, yet Zhou Ding had effortlessly dispatched them without breaking a sweat. If this did not pique their curiosity, then Qingxian had little left to wonder about. It is not that I have grown stronger, Zhou Ding remarked, looking at the segment of world tree root in his hand. It is because of this. Because of this? This black root. Indeed. When I encountered the crimson lizards deep within the earth, I found myself initially embroiled in a fierce struggle. They wielded a power akin to spatial forces, putting me on the brink of peril. However, to my astonishment, when I inadvertently drew forth an artifact, I discovered that it could indeed rupture their spatial dominance. Thus, their spatial powers lost efficacy before me, which elucidated my ability to vanquish them. After expressing this to Zhou Ding, Jiu Gu continued, Brother Zhou, I have a rather peculiar request. As he generously extended the root of the world tree to Jiu Gu, the latter was momentarily taken aback. The root felt chilling to the touch, exuding an air of withered decay. No matter how Jiu Gu examined it, he could discern no remarkable quality in this root of the world tree. Chapter 143. The ancient city. After Jiu Gao reluctantly returned the roots of the world tree to Zhou Ding, Qingxian gazed at her and inquired, Is there truly no other way? I mean, a means for her to regain the power of the sun. Upon hearing Qingxian's question, Jiu Gao turned her attention to the now featherless Jin Shu and replied, There is one other way. What method is that? Unless we can find the remains of the progenitor of the Jinwu clan. After conveying this to Qingxian, Jiu Gao spoke with an unmistakable tone of desolation. However, most of the ancestors of my ancient clan have fallen in the sixth domain, known as the Twilight of the Gods. Then let us venture to the sixth domain. Perhaps sensing the unwavering resolve within Qingxian, Jiu Gao's spirits lifted as she declared, Very well, we shall go to the sixth domain. Regardless of the monumental changes that have transpired in the ancient battlefield, I must escort Jin Shu there. With that, Jiu Gao lifted Jin Shu into her arms and, alongside Zhou Ding, Qingxian, and Fu Zhu, turned their gaze toward the relic that lay behind them. Lao Jian informed Zhou Ding that this relic was left by the current blood moon, and within these remnants, there existed its stellar core. When Zhou Ding decided to heed Lao Jian's words, he understood that he had positioned himself in opposition to that formidable entity. No matter how tumultuous the second domain became, the first domain remained unchanged. Here, countless bones lay scattered, permeated by an atmosphere of desolation and sorrow. Amid the ruins of the first domain, 5 figures gradually emerged. The first figure, cloaked in crimson, possessed the body of a serpent and the face of a human, with eyes that opened and closed like day and night. This being was known as Zhu Yin, a descendant of the divine lineage of Zhongshan in the wilderness domain. The second figure, with a human body and face, had the tail of a leopard and the teeth of a tiger, with a green bird resting on its left shoulder and a 3-legged black crow on its right. This being was known as the Queen Mother of the West, a descendant of the primordial celestial beings of Yushan in the wilderness domain. The third figure, possessing the body of a dragon and the head of a human, was accompanied by the sound of thunder with each step. This being was known as the Thunder God, a descendant of the Thunder Emperor in the Thunder Marsh of the wilderness domain. The fourth figure, clad in a long robe, initially appeared unremarkable, yet each of its steps summoned a mighty wind. This being was known as Zhedan, a descendant of the Wind God in the wilderness domain. The fifth figure resembled a skin sack, with a fiery red and yellow hue upon its back, 6 legs, and 4 wings, shrouded in chaos and devoid of a face, exuding a terrifying presence. This being was known as Di Jiang, a descendant of the celestial beings in the wilderness domain. It seemed the clues were not to be found here. As they progressed, the Queen Mother of the West descendant suddenly spoke. Shall we not join in the fray? Unnecessary. The thunder god's descendant replied in a commanding tone, glancing at Zhao, whose dragon head and human form were accompanied by thunderous steps. Are we to simply wait here? To wait until those above are all perished? In such a case, we would only be left to clean up the mess. The formless Di Jiang expressed discontent with the thunder goddess tone. The legacy of the human Emperor Qing had already been seized by others, and those who could survive above would represent the ones who obtained the inheritance of this quasi-emperor. What do you mean? Gazed at the human-faced, snake-bodied figure, whose eyes fluttered like a flickering candle. Di Jiang, his expression easing, inquired. Indeed, the last survivor, whether he belongs to our lineage or is one of the intruders, will be capable of leading us to what we seek. Yet, he must first survive the perils posed by the natives. Yes, however, according to Zhao, both the West Queen Mother and Zhu Yin have turned their attention towards the direction of the second domain. Here begins another cycle of 60,000 years. Within this span, the natives who have slumbered in this ancient battlefield shall awaken. This secret was imparted to them by the ancestors of the 5 great ancient deities. Prior to entering this battlefield, their forebears cautioned them against engaging in feudal conflicts. Their mission here is to uncover the legacy of the 5 emperors and unravel the ancient cryptic message. Apart from these 5 ancient divine clans, even the ancient lineage remains unaware that the legacy of the 5 emperors lies within this first domain. Although they have successfully located and inherited the legacies of 4 of the quasi-emperors, the legacy of the Green Emperor was seized by another, which incited both frustration and admiration within the 5 descendants of the deities for the fortunate bearer of the Green Emperor's legacy. Before entering the ruins, Qing Xian informed Zhou Ding about the demise of Langia. Upon hearing that Langia was slain by Zi Tong, Zhou Ding could only sigh in lamentation. Standing beneath the ruins, under the watchful eyes of Qing Xian and her companions, Zhou Ding pushed open the grand cosmic gate. As it swung open, what greeted Zhou Ding and the others was not a pavilion or a golden jade platform, but rather a once glorious, now desolate ancient city. This ancient city had a gate, and upon the weathered walls, its name was inscribed, Donghua City. Zhou Ding slowly uttered the name of this ancient city. Alas, gazing at the city, Lao Jian lamented in Zhou Ding's heart. Though I am reluctant to admit it, the ambitions of this star master surpass mine by immeasurable degrees. Look at this city. Was it not once prosperous? Needless to say, although the city now lies in desolation, it still cannot conceal its magnificent aura. Hey, do you have any respect for your elders? Can you not show me a modicum of reverence? Speak your mind if you have something to say. If not, remain silent. Do you not wish to know why this relic is an ancient city? For what reason could it be? It longs to become a maternal entity. Oh, I had not realized your mind could be so astute. After praising Zhou Ding, Lao Jian continued, indeed, it yearns to become a mother star. Yet it fell before fulfilling its grand aspirations. As Lao Jian spoke, Zhou Ding and his companions had already stepped into the city. Although Qing Xian, Fu Zhu, and Zhou Ge were equally curious about discovering a human city beyond the cosmic gate, upon entering, they found the layout of the streets to be reminiscent of those in mortal towns. On either side of the street, one can observe various establishments such as quaint shops, taverns, and rice stores, all reminiscent of those found in the mortal realm. However, the singular distinction of this ancient city lies in the absence of any traces left by human inhabitants. Zhou Ding's purpose in entering this ancient city is not to revel in its scenic beauty, but to seek the star core mentioned by the venerable Lao Jian. As for the appearance of this star core, Lao Jian candidly admits ignorance, as he is yet to ascend to such a level of understanding. Nonetheless, he asserts that proximity to the star core would enable him to sense its presence. Upon Zhou Ding's entrance into the ruins of this ancient city, Bone Sun and Lu Yu also ventured into a different ruin, mistakenly believing they had cleared the obstacles presented by the blood moon, unaware that 2 other ruins had already been claimed by others. The ancient city is vast, governed by its own set of rules. Chapter 144. A tragic revelation. Aside from Zhou Ding, Qing Xian, Zhou Ge, and Fu Zhu found themselves utterly incapable of flight. Zhou Ding was not hindered by these internal restrictions, a privilege bestowed upon him by the roots of the world tree. Yet, these roots offered Zhou Ding more than just this singular advantage. As he increasingly interacted with the roots, he began to perceive a force reminiscent of a cultivator establishing their own abode. However, this abode did not refer to the conventional one, but rather signified the creation of a unique microcosm within the vast expanse of existence. Currently, this incarnation, seated upon the Black Lotus, was not only practicing the celestial divine art, but also exploring this power known as creation. This exploration was one of the conveniences granted to him upon entering the nascent soul stage for the second time. The adage of learning anew through revisiting the old was particularly applicable here. Whether the star nucleus lay within these 7 relics remained an enigma even to Xu Kun and Lu Yu. At this moment, the 3 factions were akin to blind men groping an elephant. In the murky chaos, there was neither wind nor wave, only a profound stillness. Howie, having been cast into the chaos by Lao Jian, drifted aimlessly within this void. It sought to regain control over its body, yet its strength was too minuscule amidst the turbulent chaos. Was it destined to languish eternally in this abyss? Just as Hao Yi's consciousness began to fade, a red streak suddenly plummeted into the chaos like a meteor. At that instant, as the meteor descended, Hao Yi felt a tightening around its form, only to discover a crimson tendril ensnaring its body. Mother body, Hao Yi exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the tendril. In response to its cry, the tendril abruptly contracted, withdrawing from the chaos into another realm. The moment Hao Yi found itself in this new world, it immediately knelt down. Mother body. This was a realm drenched in crimson. Within this blood-red world, one could observe pulsating masses of spiritual flesh resembling living entities. Each piece of vibrant red flesh throbbed within this new domain, akin to a heartbeat. Upon these quivering masses grew a colossal, blood-red spirit fungus. At that moment, Hao Yi knelt before this resplendent, sanguine fungus. My child, you know that among all my progeny, the affection I bestowed upon you is unparalleled. Indeed, when I fought alongside the Qing Emperor against foreign tribes, had it not been for the intervention of the mother body, I would have perished at their hands long ago. Ah, the foreign tribes, if you had not uttered that name, I fear I would have long forgotten it. The tone of the spirit fungus was filled with an eerie blend of nostalgia and pride. My child, you are aware that I strive ceaselessly to break free from this prison. Now, as I stand on the brink of liberation, I find myself thwarted by that treacherous scion of a foreign lineage. A foreign scion? But, as the mother entity has spoken, I raise my gaze towards it and inquire. Does the mother entity imply that this human youth is of foreign descent? My child, you may not yet realize, but your brothers have fallen victim to the vile hands of that foreign scion. What? Mother entity? The Black Lotus and others? Are they the divine bamboo nurtured by the Azure Emperor, bearing the weighty responsibility of safeguarding countless beings? Venture to the Blood Moon, reclaim the Star Core, and eliminate that foreign scion. I shall lead you from this confinement, together upholding the final ambitions of the Azure Emperor. Yes, rest assured, I shall retrieve the Star Core and vanquish that foreign scion, aiding the mother entity in regaining freedom. Very well, go forth. Upon concluding this discourse, the mother entity suddenly added, by the way, that foreign scion possesses a rare treasure and a peculiar larva. Bring them back to me, or you may directly deliver his remains. Yes, I shall not fail the mother entity's command. With this purported task from the mother entity, I departed. Once I left, the realm returned to an oppressive silence. After an extended period of stillness, a voice broke through, stating, if your child were to learn that the foreign lineage it speaks of is, in fact, its own, how rich would its emotions be? Humph, do you think I desire this? The 5 emperors are indeed restless spirits. Even in death, they have managed to create these 5 prisons that confine us. Indeed, prior to our expedition, everyone believed victory would be easily attained. But who could have foreseen our underestimation? Had even one of the pillars accompanied us, it would not have been so. Next time, I trust all 10 pillars will arrive. Humph. Next time, do you think we shall still require the pillars' intervention? What do you believe the 5 emperors to be? Are they merely entities that can be summoned at will? Indeed, although it has been eons since I ventured outside, among the countless youngsters who have trained here over millennia, none possess the stature of the 5 emperors. No, wait. As this voice concluded, it suddenly declared, there is one. I understand now. You intend to use your child to extinguish it. Humph. To dwell in a realm of languishing soil alongside you is truly an affront to me. Once I utilize the friendship of the Red Emperor to escape, you had better ensure our separation. Otherwise, I shall rend you to pieces. Oh, such a fierce temperament. Do you so detest me? Had I not risked my life to awaken a remnant of that entity's consciousness, do you think it would have emerged openly before those youngsters? The treasures within the ruins of the ancient city are indeed abundant. These treasures are akin to the royal treasury within the palace of mortals, all meticulously secured within a solitary attic. Zhou Ding, however, remained indifferent to the dazzling array of treasures. The moment the attic was unveiled, he inquired of Lao Jian. "No, I do not sense the presence of a star core here," Lao Jian replied. Yet, Zhou Ding did not feel particularly disappointed by his words, for he did not believe his fortune could be so extraordinarily favorable. The so-called treasures within this attic were largely rare gems from the mortal realm. This further illustrated that this ancient city was constructed by merely imitating the mortal domain. While these rare treasures might incite fierce competition among mortals, in the eyes of Qing Xian, Fu Zhu, and Jiu Gu, they were merely a collection of utterly useless trinkets. Could it be, Zhou Ding mused, that so many lives were lost only to contend over such trifles that I wouldn't even bother picking up from the ground? Chapter 145. Winged companions. As he gazed upon the treasures of gold and silver adorning the loft, Fu Zhu could hardly conceal his disappointment. Not only did Fu Zhu exhibit a countenance of disillusionment, but even Qing Xian and Jiu Gu, the two maidens, found themselves devoid of any interest in these gilded trinkets. "Young man, it appears your two concubines are somewhat disheartened," remarked an elder with a mischievous grin. "What concubines? You old rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Oh, still pretending to be dignified before me, are you? One is a colorful phoenix, and the other a nine-tailed creature. They surely compliment you well." Yet, seeing that Zhou Ding remained unfazed, the elder lost his enthusiasm, stating, "In truth, there are indeed treasures here, but your realms are too shallow to perceive them." "What treasures?" "Look there, do you see?" "Yes, that red box ahead." Under the elder's guidance, Zhou Ding approached the modest red wooden box. Although it was no larger than a palm, its unassuming appearance belied its potential. Trusting the elder's words, Zhou Ding reached for the box, drawing the curious gazes of Qing Xian and Jiu Gu. As he lifted the lid, the contents were revealed to the three women. What exquisite hairpins! It is in a woman's nature to appreciate beauty, and even Qing Xian and Jiu Gu were not immune to this worldly inclination. Indeed, the box contained two jade hairpins, intricately engraved with a delicate inscription, their tails fashioned as a matching pair, birds that fly together, separated into two, united as one. Zhou Ding recited the poetic essence embodied in the hairpins. As Qing Xian marveled at the artisan's remarkable craftsmanship, Jiu Gu read aloud the inscription, "Wishing for the heaven's creation, desiring the earth's harmony, may we share a life, and guard one another with our essence." "There's more writing below," exclaimed Fu Zhu, captivated by the jade pins. "Ear of the peach." Zhou Ding pronounced the two small characters inscribed beneath. "Is Ear of the peach a name?" Fu Zhu inquired, intrigued by Zhou Ding's utterance. "Uncertain. Two jade hairpins, two maidens." At that moment, the eyes of Qing Xian and Jiu Gu were solely fixed upon the exquisite adornments. "One for each of you, to ensure fairness," suggested Fu Zhu with a chuckle. "Are you deliberately provoking me, old man?" Zhou Ding retorted, exasperated. "Unjustly accused. Though I may be extraordinary, I cannot discern the essence of objects from their exterior. If I possessed such abilities, would it truly matter whether these two young ladies wore them or not? Get to the point. Are these jade hairpins truly remarkable?" Zhou Ding pressed earnestly, disregarding the elder's previous comments. "Indeed. Why not test your powers now and see if you can shatter these hairpins? Are you implying their uniqueness lies in their hardness?" "Huh. If it were merely so, I wouldn't even spare this wooden box a glance. To speak candidly, these two jade hairpins are nothing extraordinary in themselves. Rather, it is the remarkable individuals who adorn them that render them exceptional." "Remarkable individuals, you say?" Pondering the words of the old man, Zhou Ding inquired further. "Just how remarkable?" "Allow me to clarify. In comparison to her, even the phrase "a world apart" would be an insult to her." After sharing this insight, the old man continued, "Young lad, the path ahead is fraught with peril. In but a fleeting moment, this young girl Qing Xian nearly lost her life. I trust you would not wish to witness the demise of these two lovely maidens. Present these hairpins to them. They may very well save their lives at a critical moment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding raised his gaze towards the two girls, Qing Xian and Jiu Gu. He swiftly picked up the hairpin inscribed with the words "wishing for the heavens, longing for the earth," and without a moment's hesitation, He bestowed it upon Qingxian. For me? Qingxian exclaimed in astonishment as Zhou Ding offered her the hairpin. Indeed. Wear it now, and do not remove it. After delivering this command to Qingxian, Zhou Ding offered the other hairpin, engraved with the phrase "you and I, intertwined in life, sharing our fates," to Zhou. You too, unless absolutely necessary. Must not take it off, ah. Zhou was clearly taken aback at Zhou Ding's unexpected gift of a hairpin so vividly etched with a declaration of love, coupled with the same authoritative directive he had given Qingxian. What do you mean, ah? Put it on quickly. Observing Zhou bashful demeanor, Fu Zhu could not help but exclaim, Brother Ding truly possesses remarkable skills. Is he not effortlessly winning over my sister Zhou? Zhou Ding, however, chose to disregard Fu Zhu's comment. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match. With Zhou, perhaps their acquaintance was still too nascent for Zhou Ding to entertain any romantic notions. As for Qingxian, he felt an inexplicable sensation that eluded even his own understanding, though he could not quite discern it. He had yet to reach the stage of infatuation that would render him utterly captivated. This loft, aside from the pair of hairpins, housed only rare treasures that were, after all, merely treasures of the mundane world, which Zhou Ding regarded with disdain. Just as Zhou Ding and the others were about to depart, a beam of blood-red light suddenly shot up from outside the ancient city. From within the city, it appeared that this sudden light was still some distance away. Upon witnessing this ascending beam, Zhou Ding immediately took to the skies on his sword. With his hands clasped behind him and his eyes narrowed, he asked in a low voice, "Has someone discovered the star core? It seems unlikely, to me. It resembles the emergence of a truly remarkable treasure." "You mean to say that someone has found a treasure? What use is it to ask me? Go and see for yourself." "Indeed." Lowering his gaze, Zhou Ding addressed Qingxian and the others. "I shall investigate." With that, he soared towards the crimson beam of light. "What is this?" Within the blood moon, there lies an ancient relic. Xuanhua and the crowd of Lushan were fixated on the red light emanating from an ancient well. This red glow exuded a menacing aura, and within it, the faint outline of a square cauldron could be discerned. As the contours of the cauldron became more pronounced, Xuanhua, standing at the forefront, suddenly formed a hand seal to summon the Dongxi bell. This bell, a primordial treasure, was a gift from the Azure Emperor to his descendants. Originally belonging to Lu Feng, it was now borrowed by Xuanhua. At the moment Lu Feng beheld Xuanhua invoking the Dongxi bell, his eyes instantly turned a deep crimson. Had it not been for Mo Yin's ambush, he would not have summoned the bell for his own protection. If he had not invoked the bell, it would not have been appropriated by Xuanhua. Rather than a mere borrowing, it could be described as outright plunder. Chapter 146. The youth playing with the turtle hexagram. Regrettably, his abilities were inadequate. Even with the fortuitous blessings of the colorful pool and the enlightenment from the Azure Emperor, he was no match for Xuanhua. Thus, his Dongxi bell was seized by Xuanhua. However, what he did not anticipate was that Xuanhua had also set his sights on Lishan, Qining, and Qifeng's Xuanhuan mirror and 8 desolate tower. As Xuanhua summoned the Dongxi bell, the onlookers presumed he intended to enter the bloodlight. But little did they know that the bell was instead aimed at them. "What do you intend to do, Xuanhua?" A disciple from the Divine Needle sect called out coldly upon witnessing Xuanhua's actions. "What do you think I am doing? You have all seen it. There is but one treasure. How shall we divide it?" Xuanhua retorted. "Are you, Xuanhua, planning to kill us?" One solitary cultivator among the crowd, a loose practitioner, suddenly changed countenance upon hearing Xuanhua's words. "Not at all. I merely wish for you to remain here peacefully. However, should any among you falter against the resonance of this Dongxi bell, you can only blame your own weakness," Xuanhua replied. With his declaration, the Dongxi bell immediately enveloped Qin Ying and the others. In that instant, it expanded, truly encasing them within its confines. The bell tolled. To those outside, it resonated like the distant drums of twilight, soothing the heart and spirit. Yet, only those ensnared within, forced to endure its chime, understood its terrifying potency. The Dongxi bell possessed 99 tolls. Each reverberation could penetrate the spiritual sea, ensnaring the heart and soul. As the first toll sounded, Qining merely felt a slight tremor in her spiritual sea. However, with the second toll, her spiritual sea began to surge like tumultuous waves. As the second toll concluded, Two early-stage nascent soul disciples could no longer withstand the devastating sound and collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The toll echoed far and wide as a distant melody, yet within, it was a haunting, soul-stirring resonance. When the 10th toll rang, Qining could no longer endure the torment of the sound and began to convulse on the ground, with her spiritual sea churning like waves. She realized her demise was imminent. Yet, as she fought to maintain clarity of mind, 2 figures materialized before her. Why is he here? One of the apparitions was undoubtedly her master, Xuanhua. Yet the second figure was someone she had never expected to see. I am on the brink of death. It is natural to think of my master, but you? Our acquaintance is but fleeting. Why would I think of you in these final moments? With this profound question lingering in her mind, Qining closed her eyes. At the very moment she shut her eyes, the Dongxi bell that enveloped them suddenly quivered. This tremor caused the toll that was about to sound again to abruptly cease. This bell is rather stubborn. Something is amiss. The young man mused. This ancient clock seems somewhat familiar. I've recalled. This clock is none other than the Eastern Shi clock. Lao Jian, having returned to the hands of Zhou Ding, darkly uttered the name of this clock. Suspended in midair, Zhou Ding's gaze fell upon Xunhua and Lishan. With this glance, he spoke again in a somber tone. The Sword Palace of Li and the Burning Sun Pavilion. Who would have thought that even their 2 disciples would arrive? The tremor of the Eastern Shi clock was instigated by Lao Jian, yet this seemingly indestructible figure left no mark upon its surface. This alone attests to the extraordinary nature of this primordial treasure. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you before. Compared to Zhou Ding's sudden arrival, what truly put Xuanhua on high alert was that this individual could traverse the air on a sword within this ancient relic. It is worth noting that when they had entered the relic, they too had attempted to ride their swords, only to find their techniques ineffective within these confines. Your concerns are misplaced. What you should truly ponder is whether the person within this clock is still alive. As Zhou Ding's understanding deepened, so too did the quiet transformation of his mindset. Though he had not forgotten his great vengeance, the sight of these disciples of his enemies had dulled his previous ferocity. This does not imply that Zhou Ding had relinquished his desire to exact retribution upon them, but rather that his heart had ascended to a different plane. These disciples were still to be dealt with, but he would not act with the same impetuosity as before. Oh, does this friend imply that there is someone dear to him within this clock? If so, he may speak freely. No need for that. I shall rescue the person myself and reclaim what is mine. As for the 2 of you, you may rest here. Rest? Are you intent on killing us? Yet. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Xuanhua and Lishan both laughed in unison. At the moment of their derision, however, Zhou Ding shifted his gaze away from them and looked behind. How long have you been here? He suddenly inquired. Not long at all. We arrived just moments after you. A voice echoed from behind Xuanhua and Lishan. At this instant, both were taken aback and turned to see the source of the voice. To their astonishment, they beheld a figure seated not far from them on a stone platform, engrossed in manipulating his turtle divination. And who might you be? While Zhou Ding's ability to fly on a sword merely raised Xuanhua's suspicions, this newcomer, who was so close yet undetected, posed a far greater enigma. Such lack of awareness could only result from 2 possibilities. Either the youth's cultivation level surpassed theirs by a considerable margin, or he possessed an exceptionally profound technique capable of concealing his presence. Xuanhua naturally disregarded the first option, for upon entering the ancient battlefield, his master had explicitly stated that the portal could only accommodate cultivators of the divine transformation stage or below. This implies that only those at the nascent soul stage could traverse this threshold. The nascent soul stage? It is not arrogance on their part. Rather, no one in the cultivation realm has yet been born who could surpass them at this level. It is of no consequence, truly. They may continue their skirmish, treating me as though I were invisible. Should I intervene in their conflict, I would indeed be akin to a turtle, a cowardly wretch. Yet, is mere non-interference sufficient? Listening to the youth's words, Lishan lowered his gaze. Alas, what a muddled mind I possess. Smacking his forehead, the youth swiftly continued, Rest assured, I shall not touch that cauldron. If I were to seize that broken cauldron while you are engaged in battle, I would be just that. As he spoke, the young man raised his pinky finger. This youth was none other than the enigmatic diviner whom Zhou Ding encountered prior to the appearance of the blood moon. Chapter 147. The so-called soulmate. This enigmatic youth, Zhou Ding, remained an enigma, both in his realm and in his actions. Yet, such matters were of little consequence to Zhou Ding. The loss of the Eastern Shi Bell signified that Lu Feng had likely met with misfortune. To reclaim the Eastern Shi Bell, the life of the thief must be taken. Regardless of the past or present, these two rascals below must find their rest here. Diverting his gaze from the mysterious youth for a fleeting moment, Lao Jian forged ahead, while Zhou Ding, gripping the remnant sun, descended upon Xuanhua and Li Shan with a decisive strike. This strike unleashed a torrent of swords akin to a waterfall cascading from the galaxy. A sword cultivator? Witnessing Zhou Ding's initial assault on the two, Li Shan summoned the 8 Desolation Tower borrowed from Qi Feng. As the tower emerged, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Accompanying this roar, a 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly soared from the 8 Desolation Tower, with its flowing whiskers and shimmering scales. Were it not for Zhou Ding's own eyes witnessing this dragon's emergence, one might have believed it to be a true dragon. As the sword torrent descended, the golden dragon spat pearls. In the midst of this display, the 5-clawed golden dragon surged upward through the sword cascade, intent on devouring Zhou Ding whole. As the dragon ascended against the current, Lao Jian unexpectedly reversed direction midair, crashing down upon the 8 Desolation Tower with the force of a meteor. The tower trembled, and Lao Jian was sent flying back. In the instant he returned to Zhou Ding's grasp, he once again summoned the meteor's might to strike the initial treasure, the 8 Desolation Tower. Due to the presence of the mysterious youth, Zhou Ding was reluctant to reveal too many of his hidden cards, particularly his life and death array and the second celestial technique he unlocked upon entering the nascent soul stage, a grain of world. Without resorting to these 2 trump cards, Zhou Ding could only rely on his own cultivation to contend with Xuanhua and his companion. Remarkable, not only was there the initial treasure, but also the divine iron capable of defending it. Observers were intrigued. What astonishing technique was this? The mysterious youth, seated upon a stone stool, ceased to fiddle with his tortoise divination and leaned forward involuntarily, for he witnessed Zhou Ding suddenly position his sword before him. At that moment, as Zhou Ding held the sword horizontally, a pair of wings ablaze with green flames unfurled behind him. The blazing celestial realm ignited, all 5 extremes unleashed. The western extreme, the blazing phoenix armor. As these wings spread, Zhou Ding donned an armor ignited by green flames. Clad in the phoenix armor and wielding the remnant sun, ablaze with primordial demon fire, he stood ready. Just as the 5-clawed golden dragon surged upward through the sword torrent, its gaping maw poised to engulf Zhou Ding, the remnant sun descended. The blazing celestial realm ignited, all 5 extremes unleashed. The northern extreme, all under heaven, turned to ash. With Zhou Ding's declaration, the fire sword formed from the remnant sun cleaved down upon the dragon's head before the astonished eyes of the mysterious youth. What indeed is the meaning of all under heaven turned to ash? In that moment, Zhou Ding's strike provided the most exquisite interpretation of the phrase. The 5-clawed golden dragon was instantaneously cleaved into a haze. As the ethereal mist ascended, dissipating with the breeze, Zhou Ding once more brandished his sword. With the stroke, the setting sun cleaved downward toward the 8 Desolation Pagoda. As the sword fell, flames surged forth. When these flames spread into a sea of fire, the setting sun struck the very body of the pagoda. The primordial demonic fire could melt all things, yet it could not consume the 8 Desolation Pagoda. Witnessing the divine might of Zhou Ding's sword, Li Shan hastily began to form seals. At the moment he did so, a tremendous roar erupted from beneath his feet. The blazing inferno ignited, the 5 poles unleashed. In the southern pole, the 24 burial of specters emerged. As Zhou Ding proclaimed from his elevated position, a nightmarish ghost, bathed in green flames, surged forth from the base of Li Shan. This ghost wielded a formidable weapon, its horns prominent. At the very instant this specter aimed its weapon at Li Shan, numerous other spectral beings erupted from beneath the ground, each brandishing their own weapons. The mysterious youth counted, and a total of 24 of these specters surged forth from the earth. Among these 24, astonishingly, 12 bore wings. Such sorcery was beyond anything the mysterious youth had ever witnessed, and even Xuanhua and Li Shan had never heard of it. In an instant, Li Shan was engulfed by the 24 green-flamed specters. More perilously, the green fire that burned upon these specters was dreadfully potent. This ghostly flame could even erode my magical essence. Enveloped by the specters and the primordial demonic fire, Li Shan was left in shock. At that moment of terror, Xuanhua summoned the celestial mirror. Chu Fei had once warned him against invoking such a realm in the presence of that individual, a remark Xuanhua had scoffed at. Unbeknownst to him, that individual was none other than Zhou Ding. When Li Shan summoned the 8 Desolation Pagoda, Zhou Ding was already incensed. And when Xuanhua foolishly invoked the celestial mirror, even Lao Jian was momentarily stunned by the chilling aura emanating from Zhou Ding. At that instant, the phoenix armor detached from Zhou Ding's body, transforming behind him into a primordial fire phoenix enveloped in the swirling primordial demonic flames. The fire phoenix let out a piercing cry, reverberating through the air. Not to mention Lu Feng's master, Xing Xian, had a history with him. Even the master of Qin Ying, Chen Wuqia, had only a nodding acquaintance from their days in the cultivation realm. Yet, from their very first meeting, an extraordinary bond had formed between them. Though they had not met for a century, Chen Wuqia's words from that time had never escaped his memory. A kindred spirit is both the nearby lamp and the distant stars. My bond with Zhou Ding is just so. 100 years apart feels as though we have never been separated. Brother Zhou understands me, and I understand Brother Zhou. It is precisely for this reason that no matter how mad Zhou Ding was in the cultivation world, he would never step into the Zishan forest. Likewise, no matter how those so-called righteous sects encircled him, as a figure of the righteous path, Chen Wuqia never set foot outside the Zishan forest. Now that Qin Ying's celestial mirror has been seized, and her fate remains unknown, how could Zhou Ding not be enraged? As the fire phoenix spread its wings, Zhou Ding ascended upon its back. The moment he set foot on the majestic creature, it, enkindled by the primordial flames, dove towards Xuanhua below. Aware of Zhou Ding's descent upon the fire phoenix, Xuanhua did not dare to hesitate, promptly wielding the Xuanhuan mirror against him. This esteemed artifact, a treasure of beginnings, possessed the unique ability to reflect images within while harboring the essence of the cosmos. This cosmic essence could consume myriad laws, rendering the Xuanhuan mirror an exceptional defensive treasure among its kind. The fire phoenix, infused with ancient divine might, surged towards Xuanhua, who raised the Xuanhuan mirror, intent on ensnaring both Zhou Ding and the fire phoenix within its cosmic essence. However, just as the fire phoenix was about to collide with the Xuanhuan mirror, it abruptly altered its trajectory, charging towards the Li Mountain, engulfed by 24 malevolent spirits. This is dire. The creature's target is the Li Mountain. Xuanhua had summoned the Xuanhuan mirror to safeguard the mountain, yet upon witnessing Zhou Ding shift his focus and launch an attack against him, he naturally prioritized his own defense. Zhou Ding had anticipated Xuanhua's reaction, feigning an assault to draw him in. Xuanhua had fallen into Zhou Ding's scheme. In this moment, even if he wished to come to the rescue, it would be too late. Chapter 148. The Chosen One perishes in despair. The primordial demon fire, capable of melting all things, was unable to dissolve these two sacred treasures. However, this did not imply that it could not engulf the diminutive Li Shan, who was merely at the nascent soul stage. Although both he and Xuanhua had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, one must not forget that the current Zhou Ding also stood as an accomplished practitioner at this level. Yet, Zhou Ding's mastery of the nascent soul far surpassed that of these two individuals. In terms of cultivation alone, they were inferior. Moreover, when it came to experience at the nascent soul stage, they were even less equipped. The ferocity of the primordial demon fire was vividly manifested upon Li Shan. Regardless of how he summoned his magical powers, he was relentlessly consumed by the unyielding flames. The 24 earthbound spirits, each bearing the formidable primordial fire, rendered Li Shan utterly helpless, particularly with the ancient fire phoenix charging directly at him. Li Shan was unwilling to meet his demise, for he still possessed treasures yet to be unleashed and the revered techniques of the Burning Sun Pavilion yet to be employed. Yet, under the relentless refinement of the primordial demon fire, he found himself unable to manifest his extraordinary talents. Was he destined to perish here? He felt a deep-seated unwillingness. As the fire phoenix approached, in this life-and-death moment, Li Shan resolved to abandon his physical form in a bid to preserve his life. However, as his nascent soul silently escaped the encirclement of the 24 earthbound spirits, a sudden sword torrent descended from above him. "Do you think I was unprepared for this?" he declared. In an instant, Under the intense gaze of Xuanhua, the remnants of the setting sun, bathed in primordial demon fire, melted Li Shan's nascent soul. He was dead, indeed, not just dead but utterly annihilated. As Xuanhua grappled with the shocking reality of Li Shan's demise, the 24 spirits abruptly altered their course, charging towards him. With Li Shan's death, the sacred treasure, the 8 Desolation Tower, fell into Zhou Ding's possession. As Xuanhua focused all his attention on the approaching spirits, Lao Jian stealthily appeared behind him. Lao Jian, lacking magical power, went unnoticed by Xuanhua, who was still reeling from the impact of Li Shan's death. In battles between formidable foes, even the slightest detail can determine the outcome. When Lao Jian pierced through Xuanhua's form, it was only then that Xuanhua became aware of his own body. Upon realizing, he was momentarily stunned before erupting into a frantic scream. His body, now penetrated, was engulfed in a swirling green flame. As the flames consumed him, the wound only grew more intense. What had Xuanhua accomplished in this battle? Reflecting on it, he seemed to have done nothing at all. Yet, in this moment of inaction, he was on the brink of death. Who was he? He was Xuanhua, the singular genius of the Li Jian Palace in nearly a millennium, the only one to have glimpsed the unwritten sword classic within the unwritten sword wall. The chosen one of the Li Jian Palace, graced by the favor of the unwritten sword wall, was now faced with the prospect of his own demise. The demonic flames blazed fiercer and fiercer, swiftly engulfing Xuanhua. In that moment of engulfment, Xuanhua's form began to grow ethereal. Within this illusion, he occasionally transformed into a sword, and at other times, the sword became his embodiment. Alas, a prodigy on the verge of demise, his heart is filled with immense reluctance. The enigmatic youth tucked the tortoise shell into his sleeve and leapt down from the stone pedestal. After descending, he took deliberate steps toward Xuanhua, who was being seared by the primordial demonic fire. Upon reaching Xuanhua, the mysterious youth turned to Zhou Ding, who stood atop the fire phoenix, and said, "Brother, may I request a favor? Can I grant him a swift end?" "As you wish. Thank you." With that, the mysterious youth, under the flicker of Zhou Ding's eyelid, boldly stepped into the primordial demonic flames. Once inside, he extended his finger and pointed it at Xuanhua's brow. This gesture extinguished the burning primordial demonic fire. This gesture also led to the obliteration of Xuanhua, who was oscillating between sword and human form. "Child, cease your struggles. Embrace eternal rest." The old tortoise had already returned to Zhou Ding's grasp, now wary of the mysterious youth. Sensing the old tortoise's vigilance, the enigmatic youth smiled at Zhou Ding and remarked, "The show is over. It has lost its charm. Farewell, my brother. May we meet again in the future." With that, the mysterious youth turned and departed with resolute ease. Zhou Ding watched him until he truly exited the ruins, before retracting his gaze from this enigmatic figure. Xuanhua has perished on Mount Li. The 3 primordial treasures, the Xuanhuan Mirror, the Dongxi Bell, and the Bahuang Tower, naturally fell into Zhou Ding's possession. The moment Zhou Ding summoned the Dongxi Bell back into his hands, those trapped within, including Qin Ying, were finally able to see the light of day. The bell had tolled 10 times. Those who survived under the resonance of these 10 chimes were certainly the elite among the cultivators. Yet, only a handful remained. Apart from Qin Ying and her 2 companions, merely 4 others survived, 3 men and 1 woman. One man was a wandering cultivator, another was naturally Chu Fei, while the remaining man and woman were disciples of the Divine Needle sect. "Zhou brother, is that you?" While inside the Dongxi Bell, Qin Ying and the others had heard the sounds of battle outside. However, they were unaware of the identity of the one daring enough to confront Xuanhua and Mount Li. Now, finally face to face, gratitude welled within Qin Ying and her companions, accompanied by a tinge of shame. For after the blood moon closed, they had not chosen to await Zhou Ding like Qing Xian and Fu Zhu, but instead seized the opportunities presented within the blood moon. "I am relieved to see you all unharmed." Zhou Ding remained oblivious to their inner thoughts. As the fire phoenix dissipated, he descended and approached them under their gaze filled with remorse. As Zhou Ding drew nearer, they beheld the 3 primordial treasures he held. To say they did not wish to reclaim these treasures would be nothing but self-deception. However, what face do the 3 of them have to demand from Zhou Ding? After the 3 primordial treasures were seized by Xuanhua and Li Shan, they no longer belonged to them. Now that these treasures have fallen into Zhou Ding's possession, it merely signifies one truth. Xuanhua and Lishan have met their demise at Zhou Ding's hands. As Qin Ying and the others grappled with their shame and astonishment, Zhou Ding approached them. Just as Qin Ying was about to articulate her gratitude, Zhou Ding abruptly presented the Huntiang mirror before her. Make sure to hold on to this tightly. Do not allow it to be taken again. After conveying this to Qin Ying, without waiting for her astonishment to subside, Zhou Ding similarly brandished the Dongxi Bell and the Bahuang Tower before Lu Feng and Qi Feng. You too should also safeguard your belongings next time. Fortune may not favor you as it has today, and I lack the leisure to attend to your trifles. Brother Zhou. At his words, Lu Feng's gaze flickered. Enough with the pretense before me. Quickly take them back. Chapter 149. The 3 days cauldron. Had it not been for his prior acquaintance with Xingxuan, Zhou Ding would never have returned the primordial treasure, the Dongxi Bell, to him. As for Qi Feng, Zhou Ding's decision to restore the 8 desolate tower to him was merely a courtesy extended due to his respect for Master Qin Ying and the esteemed Chen Wuqia. The return of the 3 primordial treasures to Qin Ying and her companions stirred a tempest of envy and jealousy within Qu Feng. Before entering the ancient battlefield, Qu Feng was brimming with confidence. Yet now, upon realizing that Zhou Ding was the one who had saved his life, he felt a tumultuous mix of shock and emotional turmoil. Pray tell, Brother Zhou, what of Xuanhua and Lishan? Zhou Ding glanced at Qin Ying and replied nonchalantly, I have slain them. As expected. Although Qin Ying and her companions had anticipated this answer, they could not suppress their astonishment. Xuanhua and Lishan were the brightest stars rising from the Legion Palace and the Finyang Pavilion. The demise of these 2 luminaries at the hands of Zhou Ding signified an undeniable truth. Zhou Ding's prowess far surpassed that of the 2. Reflecting on this revelation, Qin Ying and her companions were expressions of incredulity. They had witnessed Zhou Ding's capabilities firsthand. Back on Fusang Mountain, Zhou Ding had merely been an equal match for Chu Fei. Yet, in such a short span of time, he had managed to single-handedly vanquish Xinjie and Lishan. With this thought, any lingering guilt within Qin Ying and her companions dissipated. Zhou Ding's rapid ascension and strength explained why he held little regard for the 3 primordial treasures. The 2 disciples from the Shunjin sect and the solitary cultivator were encountering Zhou Ding for the first time. They searched their memories for his identity, but could not recall him. Rather than mourning the loss of Xuanhua and Lishan, they felt a profound gratitude toward Zhou Ding. Were it not for him, they would surely have perished beneath the Dongxi Bell. As these 3 young men expressed their silent gratitude, Zhou Ding's gaze turned toward Chu Fei. The instant Chu Fei met Zhou Ding's eyes, a chill ran down his spine. Fear not, I shall not take your life. What? Such a blatant insult. Had another spoken those words, Qu Feng would have retorted with indignation. However, when Zhou Ding uttered them, he could not summon even a flicker of resentment. I do not slay you not out of pity, but rather because my vision and realm have expanded, rendering you beneath my notice. Such words dripped with arrogance. Yet, to Qin Ying and her companions, they seemed entirely justified. As Zhou Ding spoke to Chu Fei, the latter's countenance darkened significantly. This scene astonished the solitary cultivator and the 2 disciples from the Shunjin sect. Disregarding Chu Fei, Zhou Ding shifted his focus to the soaring beam of crimson light. Within this luminescence lay a cauldron, albeit merely a phantom. As Zhou Ding gazed at the radiant beam, Qin Ying and her companions instinctively positioned themselves in front of Qu Feng and his group. The intent of the obstruction set before the 4 of them was unmistakable. It conveyed to them that this cauldron belonged to Zhou Ding, and they were to remain docile in its presence. Was that so? Observing the beam of light, Zhou Ding quietly inquired of Lao Jian. No. Lao Jian was well aware of what Zhou Ding was asking. Then let us depart. Upon hearing Lao Jian's words, Zhou Ding turned to leave. Wait a moment, young man. Do you not want the cauldron from the well? What use would it serve? A treasured artifact is merely an external object, and besides, I see nothing particularly special about this cauldron. At present, Zhou Ding's primordial spirit was immersed in comprehending the abilities sensed from the roots of the world tree. And the deeper he delved into this understanding, the more engrossed he became. Strangely enough, since he began to grasp this power of creation, his interest in these so-called primordial treasures had waned. The ability to allow Lao Jian to silently appear behind Xinjue was a testament to the fruits of his understanding of the world tree's roots. Although he could only manifest a small space capable of accommodating Lao Jian within this realm, this space was distinct and solely his own. It would indeed be a marvel for you to perceive such a thing. After muttering to himself, Lao Jian addressed Zhou Ding again. Young man, if you do not desire it, I shall take it. You want it? Indeed. This meteorite is too small, and I find it quite uncomfortable. I wish to exchange it for a larger space. Zhou Ding paused. This was the first instance in their interactions that Lao Jian had shown interest in an object. Zhou Ding was aware of the origins of the meteorite. For Lao Jian to forsake this celestial object, the square cauldron in the well must surely be extraordinary, at least surpassing the meteorite he currently inhabited. Very well. Zhou Ding readily acquiesced, his agreement so swift that even Lao Jian was taken aback. Amidst Lao Jian's astonishment, Zhou Ding suddenly immersed himself in the beam of red light, sinking downwards. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, Zhou Ding's eyes beheld the bronze cauldron that had caught Lao Jian's attention. The cauldron stood on 4 legs, its body covered in rust. After Zhou Ding extricated the cauldron, the 7 individuals, including Qin Ying, gazed at it. Lacking any divine radiance and marred by age, the sight left Qin Ying and her companions greatly disappointed. With a flick of his hand, Zhou Ding cast Lao Jian into the cauldron. Young man, protect me. Helping Lao Jian recover his celestial body was still a distant prospect for Zhou Ding. However, until Lao Jian regained his celestial form, he was undoubtedly a trustworthy ally for Zhou Ding. Should Lao Jian grow stronger, it would equate to an additional source of support for him. Therefore, when Lao Jian expressed his desire for the cauldron, even though Zhou Ding had already sensed its uniqueness, he willingly granted it to him. Zhou Ding was never stingy with his companions, despite having faced betrayal in the past. He firmly believed in the adage that one cannot exist in isolation without friends. Transference was not a cumbersome task. It merely involved shifting from one vessel to another. Once Lao Jian successfully inhabited the cauldron, it transformed before the astonished gazes of Qin Ying and her companions into a diminutive cauldron, no larger than the palm of a hand. After being transformed into a small cauldron, the venerable Jian, much to Zhou Ding's astonishment, autonomously flew into Zhou Ding's hand. Regretting it now, are you? Jian remarked, his mood evidently buoyant, addressing Zhou Ding with a hint of pride. A little, Zhou Ding responded with utmost seriousness, observing Jian's smug demeanor. Don't be like that, my young friend. You were the one who chose to part with it. I'm merely toying with you, old chap. What I offer is yours. Indeed, that's the spirit of my little brother. Zhou Ding had never inquired about Jian's name, and Jian seemed accustomed to this appellation, never divulging his own title. This arrangement sufficed, as the old fellow remained Jian for now. This cauldron bore the illustrious name of the 3 Heavens Cauldron, once a treasured artifact of the Red Emperor, one of the 5 sovereigns. Though the 3 Heavens Cauldron was damaged, it still retained remnants of the divine power left by the Red Emperor from eons past. Although this divine energy had diminished to a negligible degree over the passage of 1,000,000 years, even a mere whisper of the Red Emperor's might within this cauldron was sufficient to command respect amidst the myriad opportunities and transformations of the ancient battlefield. Chapter 150. The green attire, green belt, and green spear old Jian, owing to a trace of the Red Emperor's divine power within him, has regained a measure of his spiritual strength. With this restored energy, he can now exert control over himself. As for the fallen materia, old Jian naturally presented it to Zhou Ding. This fallen materia is unyielding and can perfectly assist Zhou Ding in forging a treasured artifact. Let us depart. A promise once made must be fulfilled. However, just as Zhou Ding was about to leave, Qin Ying and the other 2 followed closely in his wake. You should remain here. Accompanying me would only bring danger. Very well. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Qi Feng misconstrued their meaning, believing Zhou Ding was unwilling to take them along. Observing the disappointment in Qi Feng's eyes, Zhou Ding felt no inclination to explain and simply turned away. He had to seek the location of the star core and had no time to linger on other matters. As he departed, Qin Ying could not hide her despondency. Is he afraid that we might become a burden to him? What right do I have to blame him? He has already returned the primordial treasure to me. What more can I demand? While Qin Ying wrestled with her conflicting emotions, a voice suddenly resonated within her heart. The beings you encounter are the indigenous inhabitants of this place. They share a common mother. My task is to prevent this progenitor from acquiring what it desires. Tell your companions that if they wish to survive, they must remain hidden within these ruins. Indigenous inhabitants? Progenitor? Upon receiving Zhou Ding's telepathic message, he had already taken flight on his sword. The intentions of Zhou Ding were clear to Qing Xian and the others. If they wished to assist him, they needed to recover swiftly. As Zhou Ding soared towards another ruin, a figure emerged within the crimson moonlight. This figure was none other than the divine Bamboo Haoyi, who had once been enlightened by the Green Emperor and fought alongside him in the ancient battlefield against otherworldly foes. At this moment, Haoyi had shed his bamboo form and donned a human guise. Clad in green attire, with a green belt and a green spear slung across his back, he leaped into the air, shooting towards one of the 7 ruins like a flying arrow. It was a day from over 1,000,000 years ago that he vividly remembered. He had been watching a game of chess between the Green Emperor and the White Emperor beneath a Bodhi tree. On that tranquil day, an enormous flying vessel entered the celestial domain. The 5 emperors, to thwart the invasion of otherworldly beings, created this ancient battlefield amidst the 3 realms using their immense powers. They led the ancient, primordial, and human forces to join the battle against an unknown alien army. Though the celestial domain emerged victorious, the cost was devastating. In that celestial conflict, the 5 emperors and numerous ancient, primordial, and human powers all perished. Furthermore, there was the world tree, known as the Mother Tree, which grew beyond the 3 realms, and the Stone Mother, who resided beneath the Mother Tree, having taken countless ages to awaken her own consciousness, ultimately becoming the mother of 10,000 stones. They fell in the great battle of the heavens 1,000,000 years ago, all in the name of protecting the 3 realms. Now, with the return of the foreign races, how could Haoyi, a disciple of the Azure Emperor, remain unperturbed? Perhaps only those who participated in that celestial conflict could truly comprehend the depth of his rage. What brings you here? Upon seeing the formidable Haoyi, emanating an aura of death, both Gusun and Lu Yu involuntarily shuddered. Have you completed your tasks? Gusun cautiously inquired, sensing Haoyi's silence. I have come to direct my gaze towards the other 6 relics. For 2 purposes. First, to slay a man. Second, to retrieve the star core. Slay someone. Who? Lu Yu and I have already eliminated everyone. Eliminated everyone? Indeed, if you don't believe me, you may inquire with them. Gusun pointed towards the attendants accompanying him and Lu Yu. Impossible. The maternal entity informed me that a man had slain the 8th brother and his companions. The 8th brother and his companions? Haoyi questioned. Heiquan, Shuetou, Ganyang, Mayin, Guifu, Zitong. The maternal entity explicitly told me that this man killed all 5 of them. What? Upon hearing Haoyi's revelation, not only did Gusun and Lu Yu's attendants display astonishment, but even the 2 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. You continue searching for the star core. I shall seek that man. With this declaration, Haoyi transformed once more into a swift arrow, darting into the distance. Due to the recovery of the 3 primordial treasures, Qin Ying and her companions chose not to accompany Chu Fei and his group any further in their exploration of the relic. Instead, they adhered to Zhou Ding's instructions, remaining within the ancient city to recuperate. I wonder, old fellow, can I truly rely on your instincts? It feels as though you are leading me into a trap. What trap? Follow me, and you shall not go astray. At this moment, Zhou Ding had distanced himself from the 7 relics and found himself beneath the earth. As he followed Lao Jian into the depths of the quicksand, he was suddenly ambushed. The assailants were a swarm of ant-like creatures, and it was evident that they did not come alone. A vast army of these ant beings launched the attack. Once Zhou Ding incinerated the horde with the ancient demon fire, the underground realm transformed into a spectacle of chaos. After obliterating the ant army, Zhou Ding inadvertently stirred a veritable hornet's nest, drawing forth even more swarming ants. The sheer density of the relentless horde sent chills down his spine, as the end of the swarm was nowhere in sight. Listen, lad, do not waste time with these ants. You must flee, Lao Jian urged, leading the way while Zhou Ding followed closely behind. Amid the frenzied pursuit of the white, black, red, and yellow ants, Zhou Ding lost track of how deep he had delved into the earth. With each passing moment, his dread only intensified. As he delved deeper, he distinctly sensed the temperature of this subterranean realm beginning to rise. What astonished him further was that the relentless swarm of ants pursuing him appeared undeterred by the searing heat of this underground world. My friend, I feel we are drawing nearer to it, he remarked. Indeed, Zhou Ding was well aware of whom Lao Jian referred to. It cannot be more true. At this moment, Lao Jian was exhilarated, for he and Zhou Ding were increasingly close to that star core. This was largely due to his absorption of the divine energy left by the Scarlet Emperor within the Three Heavens Cauldron. It was also through the recovery of his spiritual power that he was able to sense the presence of the star core. It turned out that the star core was not among these 7 relics. These 7 relics were merely a facade for those who sought the star core. As Zhou Ding and Lao Jian emerged from this subterranean world into another, a dark river came into view. This underground river was no ordinary stream. It was a river of molten rock. What flowed within this molten river was not subterranean water, but lava. Chapter 151. The passage of time is not so serene. This river is vast, as wide as an ocean. The torrents of molten lava flowing within it surge like a tempest, threatening to spill forth at any moment. Strangely, upon the arrival of Zhou Ding at the riverbank, the relentless swarm of ants that had been pursuing him halted abruptly. They stood motionless, clustering densely above, gazing down upon Zhou Ding. The presence of the subterranean magma rendered the temperature of this realm exceedingly high, causing the ground to shimmer with transparency, revealing the swirling heat of the rocks. The moment Zhou Ding set foot on the bank, he enveloped himself in the primordial demon fire. Where to now? This way. Old Jian gestured towards a direction. Are you certain? Zhou Ding inquired, frowning as he surveyed the unfathomable molten river beneath. What? Has there ever been a time when I was unreliable? Indeed. Upon reflection, aside from his incessant chatter, Old Jian had not once led him astray. Following Old Jian, they proceeded in silence, and as they ventured deeper, a heavy mood enveloped Old Jian. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the presence of the star core. Perhaps it would not be long before he beheld it. Should I address you as a senior or as a fellow star traveler? In the vast cosmos, countless realms arise and fall. Within this ancient river of time, how many celestial bodies are born, and how many perish? With this complex sentiment, Old Jian continued his silent march. We are close. At this moment, he could clearly perceive the lingering essence of the star core. Just as he sensed it, Old Jian suddenly quickened his pace. Observing Old Jian's acceleration, Zhou Ding also hastened his steps. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the end of the subterranean molten river. As Zhou Ding caught up with Old Jian, he beheld a woman lying within a crimson warm nest at the river's terminus. This woman, with her flowing red hair and crimson gown, lay there peacefully and quietly. Is this the star core? As Zhou Ding approached the woman in red, his heart filled with deep perplexity. Instead of a visage of unparalleled beauty, he was met with a face devoid of features. Not only was she missing her facial attributes, but Zhou Ding also noticed the multitude of gaping wounds marring her form. Some wounds pierced through her neck, while others traversed her arms and chest. The sight of this woman, riddled with injuries, compelled Zhou Ding to draw a sharp breath. Regardless of the glory this mistress of the blood moon may have once achieved, she now emanated a sense of desolation and tragedy, evoking a deep empathy within him. Is she the star core? Zhou Ding inquired, gazing at the battered body. Unknown. At this moment, Old Jian's words seemed to have diminished. What do you mean? Alas. After all, I have not ascended to her level. Yet from the lingering aura she emanates, it appears she has indeed reached that pinnacle. Old Jian's voice was imbued with both nostalgia and envy. For beings such as them, a millennium is required to attain sentience, another millennium to forge a stellar body, and yet another millennium to cultivate a star soul, culminating in yet another millennium to achieve a star spirit. Before them stood one who had seemingly achieved the esteemed status of a star master. So what shall we do now? Zhou Ding had only consented to Old Jian's request to seek the star core due to that enigmatic primordial entity. Now, let her rest. Has she not already found her repose? I say, young man, are you attempting to challenge me? When I speak of rest, just as Old Jian was about to finish his sentence, the battered, faceless female corpse suddenly drifted out of her nest. Her emergence was so abrupt that Zhou Ding scarcely discerned her movement. Dragging her ravaged body, the faceless woman now hovered before Zhou Ding and Old Jian. Here she comes. A voice resonated, as if traversing the vastness of eons to reach this present moment. In that instant, the faceless woman's countenance transformed into an ethereal visage of unparalleled beauty. It was a countenance so breathtaking it could render one breathless, and Zhou Ding found himself entranced by her beauty, just as he became enraptured by her celestial features. The injured woman suddenly extended her hand towards him. Do not move, young man. This is a remnant of her divine consciousness. It cannot harm you. I understand. At that moment, Zhou Ding held his breath, for as the woman reached out to him, he felt as though he could sense her innermost thoughts. He allowed her delicate hand to caress his cheek, permitted her exquisite visage to press against his forehead. At the very moment her celestial beauty touched his brow, she abruptly merged into his third eye. It was as if she traversed the ages, stepping from this realm into another world. In short, as the transcendent beauty entered his brow, Zhou Ding suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar dimension. If this world had a firmament, he would be standing at the zenith of its celestial vault. Below him lay an expanse of existence, while above him stretched the vast cosmos. Where's this? Gazing at the myriad stars and meteorites, Zhou Ding could not help but inquire. Just as he posed his question, he beheld a colossal celestial vessel gliding gracefully through the vastness he observed. All was silent, and all was desolate. Amidst this silence and emptiness, the scene abruptly shifted, and Zhou Ding witnessed a star, vivid and crimson as blood, plummeting from the celestial expanse above him. As the star seemed poised to descend into the abyss of the cosmos below, a figure suddenly surged forth from that very cosmic chasm. What is your name? Xuanhuan. Before Zhou Ding's eyes, the scene shifted once more, revealing yet another tableau. This new vista remained set within the vast cosmos, yet it diverged from the previous expanse he had witnessed. In this celestial realm stood a magnificent ancient tree, its branches and leaves flourishing majestically. As Zhou Ding's gaze descended, he discerned two figures beneath this towering tree. One of these figures was the extraordinary woman who had led him into this realm. Xuanhuan, a name as melodious as it is enchanting. The young lady, named Wanxi, expressed her gratitude. Addressing the dashing gentleman, I am deeply thankful to young Master Zhang for your timely rescue. This scene encapsulated a moment of serene beauty, where Zhou Ding could distinctly perceive the essence of mutual affection and the profound connection of love at first sight between the two. Chapter 152. I wish to introduce her to Xuanhuan. As the woman performed a respectful bow, the scene shifted. This time, what met Zhou Ding's gaze was no longer the vast and boundless sky, but rather a charming landscape of quaint bridges and flowing waters, adorned with the fragrance of flowers and the melodies of birds at dusk. Subsequently, regardless of how the imagery transformed, Zhou Ding's eyes remained fixated on this serene tableau of time well spent. Within this tranquil scene, there were men plowing and women weaving moonlit gatherings, and a harmonious companionship that resonated with mutual respect and support. Yet amidst these serene depictions, Zhou Ding sensed an absence between the two of them, until, at last, a different scene emerged from this idyllic existence. A celestial vessel descended, casting devastation in its wake. In the midst of this vague conflict, Zhou Ding beheld a figure, crimson as blood, darting past him with the swiftness of a shooting star. Despite the fleeting nature of this fiery silhouette, he caught a glimpse of her unparalleled beauty. What brings you here? In the chaos of battle, Zhou Ding heard a voice filled with urgency. I have come to fight alongside you. Nonsense. You do not belong to my realm. You must leave at once. But look at what I am wearing today. What are you wearing? A bridal gown of 10 miles adorned in red, a phoenix crown and flowing garments, a creation of heaven, a harmony of earth. What do you think I wear? Regretfully, Xuanhuan, today I wish to marry you. Marry? Indeed. We shall share our lives, supporting each other through thick and thin. If I wed you, I too am of your realm. Protecting your domain is my duty. We shall share our lives, supporting each other through thick and thin. As this tremulous declaration faded, the blurred scene before Zhou Ding began to dissipate into nothingness. In the void that followed, Zhou Ding abruptly emerged from that realm. Gazing with a trembling heart, in his heart's quiver, he observed the woman's tattered red attire and suddenly understood the significance of this garment. A wedding dress. As he looked upon the now unrecognizable phoenix crown and flowing garments, Zhou Ding finally comprehended why he had felt a void amidst their tranquil existence. It was the absence of this wedding dress, the missing essence of mutual respect and partnership. Wedding dress? What wedding dress? What madness has overtaken you, young man? Her name is Regret. Regret? What on earth are you talking about? Ignoring Lao Jian's inquiries, Zhou Ding, under the astonished gaze of the elder, cradled the battered body and carried it into the warm nest. I will take her out. Having stated this, Zhou Ding suddenly addressed Lao Jian. Take her out? Where to? Lao Jian felt as though Zhou Ding had lost his senses. I will take her to meet Xuanhuan. Jiang Yan? Who is she? Whether deemed sentimental or impulsive, Zhou Ding was resolute in his intention to bring her to Jiang Yan's side. With that, he disregarded Lao Jian's understanding and began to walk away, burdened by the warm nest. Madness. Utter madness. I truly believe you have lost your mind. May the heavens be crafted, may the earth unite. Zhou Ding has nearly confirmed that the woman before him is indeed the mistress of this blood moon. Whether she is the star core Zhou Ding has been seeking is now of little consequence. The celestial vessel approaches, heralding the onset of a great battle. Is that vessel the foreign adversary? And does the three realms spoken of by Jiang Yan refer to the very realms he currently knows? A divine conflict spanning over 1,000,000 years is gradually unraveling before Zhou Ding. He senses that the truth of this celestial war is drawing ever closer. Observing Zhou Ding's insistence on carrying the female corpse, old Jian can only acquiesce in resignation. Upon emerging from the subterranean molten river, as Zhou Ding sets foot on the first layer of the earth, the countless ants, seemingly endless, begin to retreat. In their retreat, they even part to the sides, clearing a path for Zhou Ding. Though these ants are diminutive, upon closer inspection, Zhou Ding perceives their gestures as if they are bowing. Are these ants bidding her farewell? Zhou Ding speculates. Within the blood moon, Chu Fei and his trio did not heed Qin Ying's counsel, instead opting to continue their quest for fortune within the ruins. In the midst of their search, a figure suddenly descends before them. Clad in azure, it is Hao Yi. Who are you? Chu Fei, having encountered the indigenous people before, regards Hao Yi with indifference, believing himself to be the strongest among their group since Shenjue and Li Shan's demise, with the exception of Zhou Ding, of course. Yet, this individual is not Zhou Ding, thus he feels no fear. Is it of any importance? Have you encountered this person? As Hao Yi speaks, he casually gestures, and Zhou Ding's visage vividly materializes within their minds. Your spiritual sees reveal to me that you have seen him, before Chu Fei and his companions can respond. Hao Yi presses on. Tell me, where is he? The ability of this stranger to manifest his will within the spiritual seas of the four immediately instills a profound sense of dread. Your spiritual seas indicate hesitation. Speak. What are you hesitating about? After addressing Chu Fei, Hao Yi continues. Do not worry, I shall not take your lives. I merely seek the answers I desire. What answers? We do not even know where Zhou Ding has gone. His name is Zhou Ding? At Chu Fei's words, Hao Yi suddenly darts skyward like an arrow, and in midair, he proclaims, Zhou Ding, your kind, the treacherous heart remains unquenched. Come forth and meet your demise. Other kind, meet your demise? The abrupt outcry from Hao Yi leaves Chu Fei and his companions momentarily stunned. Who is this individual, and why does he refer to Zhou as of another kind? Declaring intent to slay him? It seems likely that he belongs to the indigenous folk Zhou Ding spoke of. Upon hearing the call of Hao Yi, the three individuals concealed within the ancient ruins, Qin Ying and her companions, instinctively turned their gazes toward the figure suspended in midair. Under their collective scrutiny, several silhouettes abruptly soared toward Hao Yi. Hao Yi, I just heard you shout for Zhou Ding to meet his demise. Could it be that this Zhou Ding is the one responsible for the slaughter of Xuetu and the others? Bone's son inquired, while Lu Yu appeared before Hao Yi, solemnly questioning him. Have you located the star core? Without answering the question, Hao Yi coldly interrogated the two entities. No, we have thoroughly searched all these ruins. I suspect the star core is not concealed within these 7 sites at all, responded Lu Yu, who had previously possessed a serpent's head but now bore a human visage. In the midst of this exchange, Lu Yu's gaze shifted sharply to the 4 individuals standing amidst the ruins, Chu Fei and his companions. Frowning, Lu Yu remarked, how can there still be survivors? With that, he suddenly vanished from sight. When his figure re-emerged in this realm, he found himself standing directly before Chu Fei and his trio. Chapter 153. Coercion. In an instant, the heavens and the earth seemed to twist. As the figure of Lu Yu descended before the 4, a striking character for slaughter appeared on their bodies. Immediately, a terrifying scene flashed before the eyes of Qin Ying and the others. They were dead. The moment Lu Yu manifested before them, the 4 had met their demise. The manner of their death left Qin Ying and her companions in a state of shock. Their bodies shattered like fragile glass, and at that moment of disintegration, a mysterious force transformed them into a puddle of blood and flesh. Was there anyone else? After slaying Chu Fei and his companions with such a horrifying force, Lu Yu suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain location within the ruins. We've been discovered. Qi Feng was the first to react to the death of Chu Fei and his companions. In that moment of realization, he noticed that the native creature was looking at them. Within these ruins, there existed a restriction that inhibited flight, yet it could not bind Hao Yi and the others. As Lu Yu lunged toward the three, Qi Feng summoned the 8 Desolation Tower. However, the 5-clawed golden dragon that emerged from the tower was unable to halt Lu Yu's advance. Witnessing the dragon being slaughtered in the same manner as before, Qin Ying and Lu Feng hastily summoned the Celestial Mirror and the Dongxi Bell. The primordial treasures? A sinister smile crept across Lu Yu's lips. As these 2 treasures enveloped him, a bone knife descended from the sky. With the blade's descent, the world was shrouded in darkness. Bonson, why have you chosen to strike? Lu Yu clearly expressed his displeasure at Bonson's interference while under the protection of the 2 treasures. It was simply a matter of venting frustration upon finding no satisfaction within the Star Core. You cannot claim my prey. Enough of this. As how he spoke, the previously darkened skies suddenly illuminated. In the moment that Qin Ying and her companions regained sight, they found Hao Yi standing before them. My instincts tell me that you are acquainted with that foreign entity, Zhou Ding. His green eyes, deep as the stars, evoked a moment of absurdity in Qin Ying, as she felt exposed before him. As members of the human race mingling with outsiders, for this alone, you 3 deserve death. Outsiders? What outsiders? Isn't brother Zhou one of them? Perhaps sensing her impending doom, Qin Ying, disregarding the fear of death, boldly questioned Hao Yi, still attempting to argue. As the words fell, she felt a sudden heat on her face. In the next moment, a crimson handprint appeared on her cheek. Hao Yi had struck her. Though her face burned with pain, she defiantly retorted, if we speak of outsiders, it is you who fit that description. If there is to be punishment, it is you who should be punished. Unrepentant. Hearing Qin Ying's words, Hao Yi suppressed his rising anger and declared, since you insist that he is not an outsider, let me see if your brother Zhou will come to your rescue. As the words fell, Hao Yi soared into the air. In that fleeting moment of his ascent, Qin Ying and the others felt their bodies lighten, as if compelled by an enigmatic force to rise into the air, exposed to the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Qin Ying and her companions were held captive before Hao Yi. Surveying the surroundings, Hao Yi once more proclaimed, I have declared you to be of a different race. Yet these 3 insist you are not. They have been deeply ensnared by your allure. Today, I shall make them witness the truth. Those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. Let them see whether you, whom they call brother Zhou, are truly worthy of such regard. Zhou Ding of the alien race, your friends are in my grasp. Will you not come to their rescue? Zhou Ding of the alien race, your companions have fallen into my hands. Do you truly intend to preserve your own life at the cost of their despair? They are forcing Brother Ding to reveal himself. How despicable, to take Qin Ying and the others as hostages. Qin Ying? Who is Qin Ying? Upon hearing the name of the woman, Jiu Gu inquired in surprise. She is a friend we made in the first domain, Qing Xian replied, preparing to step out of the loft. Do not go. Even if we were healed, we would not be a match for these natives. Indeed, Qing Xian. Brother Ding instructed us time and again to remain here safely. Yet, hearing the words of Fu Zhu and Jiu Gu, Qing Xian frowned and said, shall we merely watch from here? At present, we have no other choice. Brother Zhou has gone to seek the whereabouts of the Star Core. While we cannot assist him, we must not become a burden. A burden? Upon hearing this term, Qing Xian fell into silence. When she first encountered Zhou Ding at Qianyun Mountain, he was merely a junior in her eyes. Yet now, she felt she was becoming a liability to him, a notion that was difficult for her proud heart to bear. It was not Zhou Ding's growth that troubled her, but rather her inability to keep pace with him. Hao Yi continued to shout from above, yet his cries failed to compel Zhou Ding's appearance. Meanwhile, in the presence of Gu San, Lu Yu had lost patience and was about to eliminate Qin Ying and the others when an unexpected event transpired. This change emerged from the ground. In an instant, countless swarms of wild ants erupted from the earth. They surged forth, forming a vast army that advanced in unison toward a singular direction. What has caused such a sudden emergence of wild ants? Gu San furrowed his brow as he gazed at the army of ants crawling beneath them. You ask me? Who can say? Regardless, I find these creatures bothersome. They must be exterminated. Do not go. All things possess a spirit, including wild ants. Their decision to emerge en masse at this moment must be due to some unknown occurrence tied to this blood moon. What could possibly happen? This blood moon is visible to us all. At this juncture, Lu Yu seemed to suddenly grasp the situation, remarking, could it be caused by the star core? Star core? Lu Yu, you cannot possibly mean that the one called Zhou Ding has also come in pursuit of the star core. After expressing this thought to Lu Yu, Xu Kun continued. Could it be that Zhou Ding has already located the star core? What is there to fear in finding it? We shall reclaim it. Zhou Ding. While Xu Kun and Lu Yu conversed, they remained oblivious to the fact that Hao Yi's expression had darkened to a truly terrifying degree. This foreign entity also harbored intentions towards the star core. Could he have discerned the plans of the mother body? It must be so. For how else would he have appeared within that rift in space? A surge of overwhelming murderous intent suddenly emanated from Hao Yi. To the astonishment of Xu Kun and Lu Yu, Hao Yi seized Qi Feng and shouted towards the advancing army of the wild ants. Foreign being Zhou Ding, I shall count to 3. Should you remain hidden after my count, I shall slay the one in my grasp. Chapter 154. The wild ants, their sound reverberated like the roar of waves, instilling a sense of trepidation in Bonzan and Louis, while causing Qingxian and her companions to furrow their brows in concern. What enmity existed between the native being that coerced Zhou Ding into revealing himself and Zhou Ding? Why did this entity incessantly refer to Zhou Ding as an outsider? Qin Ying and her companions were oblivious, as were Qingxian and her friends. Even Bonzan and Lai, the two native beings, remained in the dark. Yet, whether they knew or not was of little consequence to them. They were born from this realm over the course of 1,000,000 years, to be precise. Their intellect emerged from the nurturing of the mother entity. These native beings were either divine weapons of a powerful being from eons past or life forms spawned in the intervening millennia, birthed from ancient grudges. Regardless of their origins, they were all children of the mother entity, as they were all life birthed from her womb. As for the identity of this mother, she is the earth mother of this domain, a creation capable of self-generation and nurturing life. At the moment the call began, the horde of wild ants that had been traversing beneath him suddenly retreated to the sides. Their movements resembled those of a welcoming party for their ant monarch. Yet, under the curious gaze of Bonzan and Lai, they did not witness the appearance of the ant monarch in the distance. Instead, they beheld a shadowy figure. This figure was clad in black, carrying a warm nest as crimson as blood upon its back. Outsider Zhou Ding. Which mad dog dares to tarnish my name? Brother Zhou. Upon catching sight of Zhou Ding, Qin Ying and her companions were filled with joy, especially Qi Feng, who, upon seeing Zhou Ding, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. Zhou Ding had not heard the earlier call. He was only aware of the words that compelled him to reveal himself through Qi Feng's life. At that moment, as he emerged, he was flanked by the wild ants retreating on either side, while a seemingly endless swarm loomed behind him like a dark cloud. Zhou Ding's entrance was undeniably spectacular. Outsider Zhou Ding. The instant he made his appearance, Hao Yi released Qi Feng. Who are you? I must say, your memory is quite poor. He is that bamboo. Bamboo? Surely you haven't truly forgotten? It is astonishing that this bamboo is so resilient, emerging unscathed even after being cast into chaos. I understand now. They are awaiting my arrival. Without pausing his steps, Zhou Ding gazed at the hovering Hao Yi alongside Bonzan and Lai, the native beings. TCH, you overestimate yourself. They are not waiting for you, but for the burden you carry upon your back. Old Jian hung casually upon Zhou Ding's shoulder, his tone exuding a sense of ease, utterly unfazed by the impending threat. Not only was Lao Jian indifferent, but Zhou Ding also wore an expression of utter unconcern. What was it that he carried upon his back? Yet, Zhou Ding continued his pace, and Xu Kun licked his lips, remarking, is it necessary to ask? It must be the star core. I never imagined this lad actually found it. After exchanging words with Lu Yu, Xu Kun turned to his 3 attendants and commanded, go, seize the star core for me. Yes. In response to Xu Kun's command, Lu Yu similarly instructed the peculiar toad and the oddly dressed merman behind him. You two, go. Understood. As these two beings spoke, the 5 native creatures surged forward towards Zhou Ding, their faces alight with excitement. At that very moment, the army of wild ants, which had been welcoming Zhou Ding, lifted their heads in unison. Brother Zhou, be careful, cried Qin Ying and her companions as they witnessed the 5 native beings charging towards Zhou Ding. However, Their warnings elicited no response from him. His steps remained unimpeded as he advanced, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as the 5 native beings were about to confront Zhou Ding, he suddenly halted, his smile vanishing. A strange scene unfolded upon his cessation. The wild ant army that had previously withdrawn to the sides sprang into action. With the swiftness of a startled hare, they moved with blinding speed. In an instant, the 5 native beings were engulfed by this seemingly endless horde of wild ants. Perhaps these 5 could easily crush 100 ants, but what of 1,000, 10,000, a million? The blood moon was neither overwhelmingly vast nor insignificantly small. That was merely its surface. For it was known that these wild ants thrived in the depths beneath the blood moon. Just how profound and expansive were these depths? Only Zhou Ding, who had ventured into the abyss beneath the blood moon, could truly comprehend. This fellow could command such a legion of wild ants. Though small, even an ant can shake a tree, a spark can ignite a prairie. The cruelty of these wild ants is perhaps known only to the ancient clans and disciples of the human race who have been devoured to the last bone by them. After the 5 native beings were consumed by the ant army, only one sound remained, the sound of gnawing. Apart from this, no other noise emerged. Once the wild ants receded like a retreating tide, the air above bore no trace of the 5 native beings. Witnessing this scene, Xu Kun dared not move. The terrifying spectacle left Lu Yu equally paralyzed with fear. In the wake of their trepidation, the ant army, having devoured the 5 native beings, withdrew once more to the sides. Zhou Ding, akin to a ruler commanding his legion, resumed his stride. Come on, continue onward. Raising his gaze towards Xu Kun, and Lu Yu, Zhou Ding provocatively beckoned the 3 indigenous beings with his little finger. It is the Star Core. Observing Zhou Ding's audacity, Xu spoke solemnly. This swarm of wild ants is not safeguarding this alien entity. They are protecting the Star Core. Protecting the Star Core? Indeed. This situation has become rather precarious. Perhaps even the mother body did not foresee this turn of events. What shall we do now? This alien entity must be eradicated. Xu stated emphatically, word by word. As he looked at Zhou Ding, eradicate? How can we achieve that? Once we approach, these wild ants will launch an assault on us. Xu Sen's assertion held truth. Although these wild ants may not possess great strength, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Even I cannot guarantee my survival in their midst. However, upon hearing Hao Yi's words, Lu Yu gravely added, this is not an insurmountable deadlock. With a darkened expression, Hao Yi turned his attention towards Qin Ying and the others. Chapter 155. The Triad of 3 Days. In the moment Zhou Ding cast his gaze upon Qin Ying and her companions, the mournful star coffin he had set aside soared into the air. What, do you intend to use these 3 as leverage against me? I wonder if you might consider employing a different tactic. As his words fell, the root of the world tree gently descended into Zhou Ding's grasp. Hua Yi's speculation was not mistaken. This swarm of wild ants was not there to honor him, but rather to pay tribute to the sorrowful figure ensconced within the star coffin. Upon witnessing the might of these wild ants, Zhou Ding felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He could entrust the protection of the mournful star coffin to them, thus preparing himself for what could be deemed the final battle of this blood moon journey. Draped in dark garments that fluttered without wind, his raven hair billowed gracefully. The moment the root of the world tree settled in Zhou Ding's hand, his aura surged dramatically. Lao Jian and Qin Yang stood flanking him. As the 2 indigenous beings, Xu Kun and Lu Yu, revealed their bloodthirsty grins, Zhou Ding made his move. The world of a single grain was set into motion. The blazing battlefield was ignited. Zhou Ding aimed to validate his current strength against these 3 indigenous beings. Such audacity, to forsake the formidable aid of the wild ants and confront us head-on. I am truly at a loss as to whether to deem you foolish or supremely confident. Xu Kun was the first to act. With his movement, darkness enveloped the heavens. In that instant of obscurity, a bone knife descended upon Zhou Ding, carrying with it the weight of celestial phenomena, the blade of the wild sky. Though Xu Kun spoke lightly, he did not underestimate Zhou Ding. After all, Zhou Ding had slain Xue Tu, Gan Yang, and Mo Yin. Such achievements warranted his full attention. Thus, Xu Kun unleashed his utmost strength from the outset. As the wild blade struck down, the heavens roared. Accompanied by this thunderous uproar, the realm seemed to plunge into an abyss of eternal silence. However, This profound stillness was soon illuminated by a burst of green fire piercing through the darkness. In that illuminating moment, it ignited into a conflagration. This fellow was indeed unlike the others encountered before. Observing the spreading green flames, Lu Yu rarely displayed a serious demeanor. The stronger he became, the more perilous it was. As his words resounded, Hua Yi suddenly surged forth from beside Lu Yu, garbed in emerald attire that billowed with the wind. In the instant he unfurled, Hua Yi vanished into the void. Is this how you choose to wield your power? As Hua Yi disappeared from this realm, Lu Yu spoke in a tone audible only to himself. The clash of blades erupted amidst the conflagration. At the moment of their collision, a sea of flames surged, and celestial phenomena flickered. This was a battle of ancient demonic fire against the myriad manifestations of the heavens, a confrontation of power against power. Though close combat was not Zhou Ding's forte, after merging the ancient demonic fire with the cleansing of the mundane, his physical form had approached an unparalleled level, akin to those formidable ancient progeny. Furthermore, Zhou Ding uniquely employed myriad techniques in unconventional ways. Thus, with each swing of his sword, he unleashed a multitude of arcane arts. Gu San was taken aback, for he realized that his celestial manifestations seemed to lose their efficacy before Zhou Ding. In this moment, although every strike he made was accompanied by the roar of celestial phenomena, he alone comprehended that, before Zhou Ding, this celestial resonance was merely an illusion. From Lu Yu's perspective, the battle between Bone Forest and Zhou Ding appeared evenly matched, especially after how he had joined the fray, rendering his own intervention unnecessary. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected turn of events arose. As Bone Forest once again wielded the might of celestial phenomena to cleave the setting sun from Zhou Ding's grasp, he suddenly felt as though he had unwittingly fallen into a realm that did not belong to this world. At the very instant he experienced this absurd feeling, Zhou Ding struck down once more with his sword. Bone Forest, adhering to his previous strategy, attempted to parry the blow. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that this time, his defense did not provoke the anticipated roar of the heavens. In that moment of shock, he beheld Zhou Ding smiling. What is it that amuses you? Do you mock my inability? As those words fell, Lu Yu's previously calm demeanor transformed abruptly, his eyes widening as he watched Zhou Ding's ancient sword, glimmering with an eerie green flame, sever Bone Forest's blade and ultimately claim his head. A single grain of this world can, in a brief span, establish its own laws. The moment Bone Forest charged towards him, Zhou Ding had activated the second great celestial technique, unleashed from the depths of his nascent soul. He initiated the technique but refrained from employing it, for Zhou Ding understood the fleeting nature of the grain's existence. Given its transience, he was determined to wield this lethal art at the most opportune moment. His previous confrontation with Bone Forest merely served to lower the latter's guard. When Bone Forest presumed he could once more withstand Zhou Ding's strike, it was then that he met his demise. Bone Forest was dead. This scene, witnessed by Lu Yu, truly shattered his heart and courage. Like Bone Forest, Lu Yu had never underestimated Zhou Ding upon his arrival. Yet now, Bone Forest lay lifeless. He had observed Bone Forest exerting his full strength from the outset, and yet he still perished. What did this signify? It indicated that they had grossly underestimated the might of this human. It is your turn. Without allowing Lu Yu to recover from Bone Forest's death, Zhou Ding suddenly turned his gaze towards him. At that very moment, Lao Jian had stealthily appeared above his head. Unlike the grain of the world, the power of spatial creation that Zhou Ding had gleaned from the roots of the world tree was the true essence of dimensional expansion. Lao Jian manifested in this manner above Lu Yu. Currently, the space Zhou Ding could create could only accommodate Lao Jian. However, with the passage of time, Zhou Ding was confident that he could establish a realm uniquely his own from this world. Lu Yu remained oblivious to Lao Jian's presence. When he witnessed Zhou Ding's gaze upon him, he tensed, bracing himself for an imminent confrontation. Be cautious. However, at the moment when he was solely wary of Zhou Ding, a voice suddenly emanated from behind him. The three heavens Ding descended silently upon the head of Lu Yu, and upon hearing the sound that arose from behind him, Zhou Ding immediately retreated. What was there to be cautious of? It was due to the warning he provided to Lu Yu that how he missed the opportune moment to strike Zhou Ding. Yet, despite exposing himself to alert Lu Yu, he did not receive the vigilance he anticipated. Let something that has lived longer than me experience a strike from this new body of mine. with old Jian's words echoing. 3 beams of light, akin to celestial radiance, suddenly enveloped Lu Yu. The 3 heavens converged. This covering represented the might of the azure sky, the might of the Tsang sky, and the might of the yellow sky. The 3 heavens Ding was a divine treasure bestowed by the Red Emperor Jiang Yin in ancient times, containing within it the powers of the azure heaven, the Tsang heaven, and the yellow heaven. Chapter 156. The Stone Matron. Though this divine treasure had been destroyed 1,000,000 years ago, it still retained 3 faint vestiges of the power of the 3 heavens. Is this the 3 heavens cauldron? Howie, having participated in the divine war 1,000,000 years prior, instantly recognized the identity of this cauldron the moment the 3 remnants of celestial energy enveloped Lu Yu. With profound respect, Howie bowed deeply to old Jian, much to the astonishment of Zhou Ding. It was at that very moment of bowing that Lu Yu was obliterated into nothingness by the 3 strands of celestial power. Bone's son perished, Lu Yu perished. This scene left Qin Ying and her companions in a state of lingering unease. Do not kill him. Just as Zhou Ding was puzzled by Hao Yi's bow, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Who should I not kill? This bamboo? Yes. Why? Zhou Ding, bewildered, inquired of the Jiwen divine stone. I do not know, but he carries the aura of an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance? What acquaintance? No matter how Zhou Ding pressed for answers, the Jiwen divine stone fell silent. Hey, I ask you, what if he wants to kill me? What should I do? Will I not fight back? Speak. The voice of the otherworldly Zhou Ding echoed. The deaths of Bone's son and Lu Yu reignited Hao Yi's murderous intent toward Zhou Ding. This surge of fury prompted him to slowly draw the azure spear from behind him. With the spear in hand, he pointed it menacingly at Zhou Ding and thundered, "Otherworldly being, prepare to meet your end." Ignoring Hao Yi's wrath, Zhou Ding raised his sword in response and retorted, "Before we engage, clarify your words. Who dares to call me an otherworldly being? What on earth is an otherworldly being?" Had it not been for the Jiwen divine stone, Zhou Ding would have already made his move against Hao Yi for his insolence. Humph, you speak with such cunning. Cunning, you say? Spare me your nonsense. After rebuking Hao Yi, Zhou Ding produced the Jiwen divine stone and thrust it toward him, saying, "Open your eyes wide and see if you recognize this." What is this? The moment Zhou Ding unveiled the Jiwen divine stone, Hao Yi took a decisive step forward. In that instant, Zhou Ding noticed that Hao Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, this moisture was fleeting, as Hao Yi regained his composure. He glared at Zhou Ding and exclaimed, "You, otherworldly being, have even taken possession of the stone matron. If I do not slay you today, how can I face my imperial teacher again? Is he not a native?" Zhou Ding was taken aback. For Hao Yi's every word betrayed the manner of one who was not a native. What astonished Zhou Ding further was that this fellow truly recognized the Jiwen divine stone, even naming it. Stone Matron? So you have a name. Your name is Stone Matron? If Zhou Ding had previously refrained from engaging in battle due to the Stone Matron's words, he now found himself genuinely reluctant to fight Hao Yi. He merely does not wish to engage in battle, yet that does not imply that Hao Yi shares the same sentiment. At this moment, not only does Hao Yi yearn to confront Zhou Ding, but he harbors a resolute intention to eliminate him. 1,000,000 years ago, he was but a wild bamboo sprouting beneath a Bodhi tree. Had it not been for the enlightenment bestowed by the Azure Emperor, he might have spent millennia without attaining any semblance of sentience. It was the Azure Emperor who unveiled the vastness of the cosmos to him, who guided him through the vicissitudes of existence. Furthermore, it was through the Azure Emperor that he was fortunate enough to behold the world tree flourishing between the 3 realms. It was beneath this world tree that he encountered the Stone Mother, although he had no connection to her, and his identity rendered it difficult to engage with a being of her stature. It sufficed that he recognized her. With the invasion of foreign tribes, the demise of the 5 emperors, and the simultaneous fall of the world tree and the Stone Mother, how could he not feel enraged and mournful upon witnessing the remnants of the Stone Mother fall into the hands of Zhou Ding, a foreign descendant? Although this ancient battlefield has sealed away his original powers, he believes that, endowed by the Mother, he will surely be able to vanquish Zhou Ding, this scion of an alien race. Such intense murderous intent. Hey, can't you remain calm for a moment? Seeing that Hao Yi heeded none of his words, Zhou Ding grew increasingly furious. The realm of a grain once more opened. With the remnants of the sun in hand, Zhou Ding struck at Hao Yi. Yet, Hao Yi is no mere skeleton. As soon as he sensed the fluctuation in the fabric of this world, he vanished before Zhou Ding's eyes. The ability to traverse moments is a gift from the mother. If he could only dash back and forth through time, then this power would hold little significance. Could it be that this fellow has discerned my realm? Just as Zhou Ding entertained this suspicion, Hao Yi burst forth from one moment and charged from another. The azure spear flashed, reminiscent of the passage of time. When Hao Yi once again invaded Zhou Ding's realm, Zhou Ding suddenly realized that his world had been inverted. Inversion signifies a complete reversal. Zhou Ding was astonished to find that his own realm had turned upon him. Clad in azure, the spear poised before him. At that instant, Hao Yi's azure spear began to sway like a drooping willow branch in front of him. In that very moment of motion, a bamboo spear pierced forth from the very moment Hao Yi had just vacated. As it shot out, it grazed Zhou Ding's neck, effortlessly passing through. The abrupt inversion of the realm rendered Zhou Ding exceedingly awkward in the face of Hao Yi's sudden strike. Upon narrowly evading this assault, he forcefully severed his connection to his realm. You possess some skill. Due to Zhou Ding's compelled severance of his realm, his expression turned somewhat grim. Just a bit of skill, you say? Do you, an alien, truly believe you have glimpsed my might? Oh, how your grandiose words mirror my own style. Upon hearing these words from Hao Yi, Zhou Ding inquired, I have but one question. Why are you so adamant that I am of a different race? If my memory serves me correctly, during our initial encounter, you did not refer to me in such a manner. Indeed, I did not. And then what? What follows? Had the notion not been deeply ingrained in his heart, Hao Yi might have questioned whether Zhou Ding was truly of another lineage. The reason is simple. He had not merely encountered a member of a different race. Rather, he could detect no trace of foreign essence within Zhou Ding. Yet, the origin proclaimed Zhou Ding to be so, thus he must indeed be. The absence of any foreign aura surrounding this individual could very well be attributed to the presence of a rare artifact capable of concealing such traits. It must be so, for the origin would not deceive him. Chapter 157. Persuasion. Hao Yi concocted a rationale to forcibly convince himself. This scene did not escape Zhou Ding's keen observation. Just moments ago, he distinctly perceived a flicker of hesitation and confusion in the depths of this fellow's eyes, yet within the blink of an eye, clarity returned to his gaze. Is it that progenitor you mentioned? Zhou Ding articulated, his eyes piercing into Hao Yi's as though he could see through the very essence of his thoughts. What did you say? Hao Yi instinctively inquired, caught off guard by Zhou Ding's words. If I am not mistaken, it was your progenitor who informed you of my so-called alien identity, correct? How do you know? I am not a fool. Upon uttering this, Zhou Ding suddenly pointed with a tone of regret toward his star coffin, saying, Do you recognize the esteemed individual within this coffin? Esteemed individual? Hao Yi, perplexed, followed Zhou Ding's gesture. His gaze fell upon a breathtakingly beautiful corpse, crimson as blood, lying within the coffin. Observing the forlorn figure, Hao Yi frowned and replied, I do not know her. Truly do not know? Zhou Ding continued, Very well. Let me pose another question. Are you familiar with a revered figure named Xuanhua? Xuanhua? Upon hearing this name, Hao Yi's eyes widened as he turned to Zhou Ding and exclaimed, The Crimson Emperor? How dare you, an alien, utter the name of the Crimson Emperor so boldly? The moment he referred to Zhou Ding as an alien, Hao Yi himself was unaware that his confidence had waned. The five emperors emerged from the desolate domain. Their legends long faded into the annals of time, and Zhou Ding, having never heard their tales, pondered the vastness of this temporal expanse. Crimson Emperor? Is that his title? After Hao Yi reiterated Xuanhuan's name, Zhou Ding began to comprehend why the spider-patterned divine stone had urged him to spare this individual's life. How astonishing! He mused incredulously. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ding addressed Hao Yi. Let us assume you hail from that era. I wonder, did you hear of the Crimson Emperor's cherished confidant during that time? Cherished confidant? Surprised by Zhou Ding's inquiry, Hao Yi questioned, How do you know of events from 1,000,000 years ago? 1,000,000 years ago? Is it truly that far back? Zhou Ding reflected, absorbing the weight of such an expansive timeline, and remarked with a tone of nostalgia, I was born in this age, hence I know nothing of 1,000,000 years past. Yet, considering your intellect, you must deduce the answer. What do you imply? Hao Yi, with disbelief, gazed at the sorrowful figure in the coffin, exclaiming, Could it be? Indeed, Zhou Ding affirmed, the woman within this coffin is none other than the Crimson Emperor's cherished confidant. She is not only the Crimson Emperor's beloved, but also the star core that your progenitor yearns to possess. Star core? Indeed, I too was taken aback. She is the star core. The lamentation regarding the star core is merely conjecture from Zhou Ding, yet he firmly believes in the veracity of his hypothesis. For old Jian has revealed to him that he sensed the aura of this blood moon emanating from the swarm of subterranean wild ants. The only explanation for their fierce protection of the lamentation, while refraining from harming Zhou Ding, is that he carries the essence of lamentation within him. This essence arises from his prior encounter with the spiritual realm left behind by the lamentation. Before Hao Yi could fully absorb this information, Zhou Ding continued to speak. I intend to take this esteemed predecessor, the star core sought after by your maternal entity, to meet the Red Emperor, Jiang Yan. At the mention of the Red Emperor, Hao Yi suddenly raised his gaze to Zhou Ding. Do you see the indistinguishable crimson garment worn by this esteemed predecessor? Yet, upon hearing Zhou Ding's words, Hao Yi instinctively glanced at the figure lying within the star coffin. Indeed, the crimson garment. With a mixture of nostalgia and melancholy, Zhou Ding addressed the figure in red. You may not realize, but this garment was prepared as a wedding attire for this esteemed predecessor, destined for the Red Emperor. Jiang Yan, wedding attire for the Red Emperor? How do you know this? Hao Yi's voice trembled palpably at that moment. It is not merely knowledge. It is a sight witnessed firsthand. Before her fall, this predecessor left behind a trace of her consciousness, through which I beheld not only the great battle from 1,000,000 years past, but also. At this juncture, Zhou Ding paused briefly before continuing. Regardless, Zhou Ding, may not be one to meddle in others' affairs, yet I have resolved to take on this matter. It is said that in life, one shares the same bed, and in death, the same grave. As a junior, this is the least I can do for these two esteemed predecessors. To share the same grave? Are you implying that you wish to inter this esteemed predecessor alongside the Red Emperor? But the Red Emperor has long since drawn his line in the sand to protect the three domains. Interrupting Hao Yi, Zhou Ding boldly declared, though the Stone Mother has granted you a reprieve, should you endeavor to seize this esteemed predecessor for your so-called maternal entity, then let us see who prevails in this confrontation. With that proclamation, Zhou Ding's aura surged dramatically, clad in fiery armor, illuminated by the setting sun. As Zhou Ding's words echoed, old Jian soared to his side. Old fellow, awaken. Have you truly lived for millions of years only to be reduced to a mere cur? To claim Zhou Ding as an outsider is utterly preposterous. Indeed, to label Brother Ding as an outsider. Your maternal entity must have eyes planted on the soles of her feet. Following old Jian's words, Qing Xian, Fu Zhu, and Zhou Gu also flew to Zhou Ding's side. If Brother Zhou were an outsider, how could he have saved our lives time and again? The conversation between Zhou Ding and Hao Yi had not gone unnoticed by the trio. It is precisely because of what he has heard that he perceives this indigenous individual as distinct from others of his kind. Is it not so? Can the mother entity truly deceive me? Faced with the dichotomy between what is before his eyes and what the mother entity has proclaimed, he is left questioning which to trust. In this moment, a fierce internal conflict ensues within him. He cannot fathom that the mother entity would mislead him. Yet the actions and words of the person before him starkly contrast with the customs of a foreign tribe. What unsettles him most is the phrase uttered by Zhou Ding. In life, we share the same bed. In death, we share the same grave. If Zhou Ding were indeed of a different tribe, why would he wish to escort this elder to meet the Red Emperor? If he were truly an outsider, he should have dismembered this elder's corpse, devouring it piece by piece. No, it cannot be. The mother entity would not deceive me. You are indeed of a foreign tribe. Amidst this celestial struggle, he ultimately chooses to place his faith in the mother entity. Chapter 158. The Realm of Heaven. It is truly lamentable that despite being aware of the deceit perpetrated by your mother entity, you still choose to believe in it. At this moment, I cannot shake the feeling that your mother entity harbors ulterior motives. Who are you insinuating has nefarious intentions? I retorted. Surely, you must be aware of it yourself. Hao Yi had once accompanied the Azure Emperor, thus old Jian's ability to articulate did not astonish him. However, while he remained composed in the presence of old Jian's speech, the revelation startled Qing Xian and Qin Ning. After all, old Jian had previously communicated only through thoughts with Zhou Ding, and now he boldly chose to speak openly. How could Qing Xian and the others not be taken aback? Ding bro, what manner of being is this that can speak? Fu Zhu inquired, gazing at old Jian with a look of disbelief. Who are you calling a thing? Old Jian countered. Is it permissible for your little deer to speak, yet not for me? Old Jian, who are you calling a little deer? I am clearly. Both of you, cease your chatter. Zhou Ding interrupted, focusing on the struggling Hao Li. May I pose you a question? What question? Hao Li, observing Zhou Ding, increasingly believed that this individual was not of an alien race. Did your mother entity not inform you that you were being falsely accused of being an alien? Falsely accused? Hao Li fell silent at Zhou Ding's inquiry. In the midst of his silence, Zhou Ding continued, from your expression, it seems I have indeed guessed correctly. It has indeed only disclosed this matter to you. Before Hao Li could respond, Zhou Ding added, it appears I am beginning to grasp the situation. However, before I clarify further, I must confirm something with you. What do you wish to confirm? Quite simply, answer me this. Aside from those I have slain, are you the only one among your kind who has survived from that era until now? Upon hearing Zhou Ding's question, Qing Xian and the others quickly understood what he was asking. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Hao Li. Although he remained silent, the expression on his face provided them with an answer. I see. Zhou Ding spoke in a low voice, addressing the complex emotions reflected in Hao Li's countenance. Though this truth is harsh, I feel compelled to inform you that you have been manipulated. Your mother entity has exploited your identity and your hatred towards that so-called alien race, intending to use you to eliminate me. However, there is one issue that eludes my understanding. Each word was a poignant arrow, striking at the heart. I have been manipulated? No, that is utterly impossible. How could the mother entity exploit me? Seeing Hao Li embroiled in conflict, Fu Zhu turned to Zhou Ding and asked, Ding bro, which question is it that you find perplexing? Unaware of the intricacies at play, one may ponder the perplexing nature of this creature's intentions. Why would the entity seek to employ this individual to bring harm upon him? Indeed, why? Yet, as old Jian articulated, Fu Zhu tilted his head in contemplation, questioning how Brother Ding bore no grudge against this entity, thus why it would resort to utilizing this individual against him. Fu Zhu's inquiry echoed the sentiments of Qing Xian and the others, who shared the same curiosity. Following his query, all present turned their attention once more to the conflicted Hao Li. The venerable figure appeared lost in his own musings, prompting Qing Xian to step forward and assert her connection to Zhou Ding, stating, I hail from the Xianzong continent alongside Zhou Ding. Here, I can assure you, esteemed elder, that Zhou Ding grew up beneath the serene peaks of Luwu Mountain and is assuredly not the alien the entity spoke of. The mention of the Xianzong continent caught the attention of not only Hao Li, but also Fu Zhu and Qin Ning, who regarded Zhou Ding with newfound intrigue. The three of them vividly recalled their initial encounter with Zhou Ding, during which he not only named their revered master, but also displayed a fierce prowess against several disciples of the immortal sect. This indicated that Zhou Ding possessed an astute understanding of the cultivation realm. Yet now, Qing Xian had divulged that they hailed from the Xianzong continent, a revelation that astonished them all. As the name Xian domain resonated, Hao Yi's expression shifted to one of reminiscence. He gazed into the distant heavens and mused. The Xianzong continent you speak of must have been the Xian domain 1,000,000 years ago. Indeed, I once accompanied the Qing emperor to that realm. At the mention of the Xian domain, Qing Xian furrowed her brow slightly. Ah, the vast cosmos, boundless and infinite. The five emperors proclaimed 1,000,000 years past that within this expansive universe, there surely exist beings that rival or surpass us in power. Thus, the Red Emperor embarked on a journey through the void, seeking out these formidable entities. Yet, despite a millennium of exploration, he failed to uncover those beings foretold by the five emperors. It is precisely due to this lack of discovery that we grew complacent. After a brief silence, Hao Li continued, within the celestial domain, there exist three realms, the wild domain, the Xian domain, and the immortal domain. The immortal domain? Queried Qin Ning. Are you referring to our cultivation world? Has it now been named the immortal domain? To this, Hao Li turned to Qin Ning and replied, forgive my ignorance, but from the time I became aware, the realm I inhabited was always known as the cultivation realm, regardless of its current name. It is essential to understand that these three realms were collectively referred to as the celestial domain 1,000,000 years ago. Collectively known as the celestial domain? Fu Zhu interjected. Does this imply that our ancestors were aware of the existence of realms beyond the Xian domain? Indeed, they not only recognized each other's existence, but also engaged in mutual exchanges. Mutual exchanges? What does that imply? Howie, now no longer viewing Zhou Ding as an outsider, directed his inquiry towards him. It is the literal meaning. But how does one traverse? When Howie spoke of the world tree and the stone mother, he gazed at Zhou Ding with a look imbued with profound significance. The world tree and the stone mother? Upon hearing Howie's words, Zhou Ding instinctively glanced at the root of the world tree nestled in his arms and the evidently fragmented stone mother. Indeed, the world tree flourishes between the three realms. Within the celestial domain, its roots grasping the vault of the heavens, its leaves cascading like celestial draperies. Moreover, with the fleeting power of the stone mother, 1,000,000 years ago, the inhabitants of the three realms could effortlessly navigate between them. Fleeting power? Is it akin to the transmission array? Transmission array? I am unfamiliar with such an array, but from its name, it should bear similarity to what you describe. I understand now. At last, it is clear. No wonder the stone mother possesses the ability to traverse. It turns out that it is, in itself, a colossal transmission array capable of traversing the three realms. Chapter 159. Elusiveness. Upon hearing the words of Howie, Zhou Ding could vividly envision the immense prosperity of the celestial domain 1,000,000 years prior. The three domains coexisted in harmonious freedom, akin to soaring through the vast void. It was an era of great splendor, a true utopia. Yet now, with the conclusion of that monumental battle from 1,000,000 years ago, such grandeur has long since faded into desolation. Might the alien races that the elder spoke of be the very ones? Interrupting Zhou Gu, Howie spoke to her with a tone of somber reflection. 1,000,000 years ago, the alien races launched an assault upon the celestial domain aboard their warships. In that fateful clash, the 5 emperors perished, and many mighty beings from the 3 domains fell. Had it not been for the world tree and the stone mother, who destroyed the alien warships at the last moment, the celestial domain would have met with utter defeat. The fall of the 5 emperors, the destruction of the world tree, the shattering of the stone mother, every sacrifice was made to avert a calamity of unspeakable proportions for our realm. And what of that battlefield? Howie cast a pained glance at Zhou Ding and replied, "That battlefield is indeed the very one where we resisted the alien forces 1,000,000 years ago." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding and the others fell into a profound silence. And what of the mother body? Is it, like you, also a survivor from 1,000,000 years ago? No. Interrupting Lao Jian, Howie responded, "To be honest, I do not even comprehend the true nature of the mother body. All I know is that when I first awakened, I found myself within the mother body." Within the mother body? Reflecting on Hao Yi's words, Lao Jian inquired, "Are you suggesting that it saved you 1,000,000 years ago? Did it ever disclose its origins to you?" Indeed, the mother body claimed to uphold the will of the 5 emperors, protecting this battlefield. A guardian spirit? It truly has the audacity to embellish its own status. With a jest, Lao Jian followed up with another question. And what of the present? Why does this guardian spirit, instead of dutifully adhering to the will of the 5 emperors to safeguard this battlefield, seek every conceivable means to escape? Hearing Lao Jian's inquiry, Zhou Ding and the others emerged from their previous silence. After a moment of hesitation, Hao Yi responded, "The mother body is wise and possesses its own considerations. How could I presume to speculate on its motives? Is it out of fear or reluctance?" Before Hao Yi could speak, Lao Jian continued, "Allow me to guess, did the mother body ever express a desire to take you along with it? In a manner so noble that it moved you to tears?" "How do you know?" Hao Yi was taken aback, for Lao Jian had spoken precisely the truth. "What do you mean, how do I know? Deceiving others and making grandiose promises were tricks I employed in my younger days." After saying this, Lao Jian disregarded Hao Yi's current state of mind and turned to Zhou Ding, declaring, "Young man, I sense that there is something amiss with this mother body. Coincidentally, I share your sentiment." After remarking to Lao Jian, Zhou Ding gazed at Hao Yi and added, "To possess such profound knowledge of that battle from 1,000,000 years ago suggests 2 possibilities. Either you, like me, experienced that ancient conflict, or you, like me, are a survivor of that tumultuous era." "What do you mean?" Although Zhou Ding appears to have mentioned only one thing, everyone is aware that he has, in fact, alluded to 2. "Brother Ding, do you harbor doubts? If indeed you are here to safeguard this battlefield in accordance with the will of the 5 emperors, why then would you strain to escape? Now, it seeks to break free by exploiting the remains of this esteemed predecessor, leading me to question its identity and intentions. Furthermore, It deliberately informed this predecessor that you are of a different race, an act whose motives merit scrutiny. However, as Qingxian mentioned, Lu Feng expressed his concerns. Even if our speculations are correct, what can we possibly do against such an entity? Lu Feng speaks an undeniable truth. For Zhou Ding has witnessed the capabilities of this entity firsthand. Even if the identity of this entity is indeed suspect, as Lu Feng asserts, they stand no chance against it. I must disagree with your assertions, young man. As Zhou Ding and the others fell silent, old Jian, drawing upon his remaining vigor, remarked, if this entity is truly so formidable, why would it need to employ the bamboo's assistance to eliminate my young friend? From my perspective, I find little to fear in this entity. Bamboo, do you not agree? Old Jian directed this latter remark toward Hao Yi. Upon sensing Old Jian's gaze, Hao Yi averted his own. Regarding this ancient battlefield, he is undoubtedly more knowledgeable than Zhou Ding and his companions. The restrictions of this ancient battlefield loosen every 60,000 years, which is a crucial factor in its awakening from slumber. In ordinary circumstances, the entity cannot interfere with the rules of the second domain. When the time is ripe, the second domain will promptly open the passage to the third domain. However, since this marks the beginning of another 60,000-year cycle, the entity is able to manipulate the rules of the second domain. In other words, whether Zhou Ding and his companions can enter the third domain depends on the entity's willingness to permit their passage. Should it refuse, they will remain trapped in the second domain until their lifespans are exhausted. To put it another way, the lives of Zhou Ding and his companions now rest in the hands of the entity. Zhou Ding intends to bring this predecessor, named Wanxi, to meet the Crimson Emperor, Jiangyan. To do so, Zhou Ding must ascend to the third domain, the fourth domain, and even the fifth domain. This mission inadvertently positions Zhou Ding in opposition to the entity, a desire to ascend the third domain versus the entity's intent to stifle them within the second. Though they have yet to confront one another, their conflict is already as fierce as fire and water. Perhaps it is a matter of life and death. What should be done? How to choose? Should one continue to trust the entity or align with Zhou Ding? Yet, his life has been saved by the entity, making betrayal an impossible task. I believe you too wish to know the answer. Observing Hao Yi's continued hesitation, Zhou Ding spoke deliberately. What answer do you seek? Looking at Zhou Ding, Hao Yi, with a complex expression, inquired. What, indeed, is the answer to its identity? Before Hao Yi could utter a word, Zhou Ding continued. If it truly embodies the identity I suspect, then your actions are tantamount to aiding malevolence. How shall you face the 5 emperors in the future? And if it is not? Hao Yi inquired, his gaze piercing as he regarded Zhou Ding. You, too, seek solace for your troubled heart, do you not? Without addressing the question posed, Zhou Ding retorted. Very well, I shall lead you to the maternal entity, but how shall you prove its identity to me? First, you must explain why it is so determined to end my life. The Crimson Abyss, akin to a pool of blood, within the depths of this sanguine chasm. The being referred to as the maternal entity by Hao Yi swayed its colossal form. On one side of this immense physique, a tentacle resembling a human face branched out. Chapter 160. The Pillar Monarch. At this moment, the human-faced tentacle coiled around the colossal figure. It had been quite some time. Surely nothing unforeseen would occur. What could possibly go awry? That bamboo was endowed with the formidable strength of the 8th child. What unexpected event could arise from dealing with that insignificant boy? Am I merely deceiving myself? Now, apart from this foolish bamboo, the souls of your other 7 progeny have all been extinguished. You must understand better than I what the extinguishing of souls signifies. It means your 7 children are all deceased. Are you reveling in this misfortune? Yet, it is said that the enormous Lingji mushroom growing upon the polyp simply shook off this human-faced tentacle from its form. How could you possibly think that? Our fates are intertwined. Your troubles are my troubles. How could I harbor such thoughts? It is best if there are no such things. If there are, I would prefer not to know, lest I be the first to end your life. Indeed, you are remarkable, ranking 16th among the 72 pillars. While I am but a humble pillar king ranked 62nd, how could I ever compare to you, the Pillar Monarch? Dismissed by the blood Lingji, the human-faced tentacle paid no heed. Why do I sense you are mocking me? Dare I? After conceding to the blood Lingji, the tentacle remarked, it has been 1,000,000 years. I truly wish to return and see. Return? Upon hearing the tentacle's words, the blood Lingji fell into a moment of silence. In the vast universe, all are but ants. Even the 10 celestial beings, as formidable as they are, amount to naught but a drop in the ocean amidst this boundless expanse. Although they have entered the long-desired realm of the immortal star system, known as the domain of the supreme gods, what awaits them in that sprawling galaxy is a far more brutal struggle. Pressed by necessity, they were compelled to embark upon their vessels once more in search of another star system suitable for their survival. This was also the reason they found themselves in the heavenly domain once ruled by the 5 emperors. They fought for survival. Why should the 5 emperors guard it? In a certain sense, they did not perceive their invasion as wrong. As the saying goes, the capable acquire it. For them, this was simply their way. However, what they did not anticipate was that this invasion would culminate in mutual annihilation. Although they inflicted heavy damage upon the heavenly domain, they equally lost the strength to continue their aggression. This is an inevitable drawback of expeditions. Even though they forced the 5 emperors to fall, lacking rear support, they could only relinquish the victory, one at the cost of their lives, back to the people of the heavenly domain. Thus, it is unwilling. It seeks to break free from this mental purgatory created by the will of the 5 emperors. How far is it? A long corridor, where the group led by Zhou Ding is escorting Howie forward. It is near. How near is near? If you do not believe me, you may leave now. Leave? Where can we go? Upon hearing Hao Yi's response, Lao Jian retorted with irritation. His anger stemmed from the revelations disclosed by Hao Yi. It appeared that the passage leading to the 3rd domain was governed by this so-called mother body. If this mother body were unwilling to open the passage, would they not be condemned to remain trapped in the 2nd domain for eternity? This was unacceptable not only to Fu Zhu, Zhou Gu, and their companions, but also to Qin Ying and her 2 allies. The impending encounter with this so-called mother body had transcended the realm of individual concern, becoming a matter of collective urgency. No one desired to be indefinitely confined in this place, and thus, Fu Zhu and Qin Ying displayed remarkable enthusiasm in the present moment. My child, you have returned. As Howie led Zhou Ding and the others into a cavern, a voice suddenly resonated within its depths. Yes, mother body, Howie has returned, he replied respectfully, halting his steps to gaze into the cavern's inner sanctum. You are injured? Did I not instruct you to bring back only that foreign descendant? Why do I sense other life forms here? Reporting to you, mother body. Maintaining his respectful demeanor, Hao Yi continued as instructed by Zhou Ding. They are companions of this foreign descendant. Companions? What of the Star Core? The mother body's tone grew noticeably urgent at the mention of the Star Core. Reporting to you, mother body, Hao Yi did not bring back the Star Core. Did not bring it back? My child, what do you mean by this? Although the mother body's voice feigned tranquility, Hao Yi discerned an undercurrent of anger within. Are you aware of the Qi? Ignoring the inquiry, Hao Yi's tone shifted to one of measured assertiveness. Qi, indeed. As the mother body who inherits the will of the 5 emperors, you must know that the Blood Moon Star Core belongs to Qi beloved. Hao Yi conveyed this in accordance with Zhou Ding's earlier instructions, as a means to test the mother body's identity. Of course I know. Then why silence? The mother body interrupted Hao Yi with a voice tinged with near fury, then regained composure. My child, how could I be unaware? Yet, this is the will of Qi. Qi desires that I utilize the Star Core of his beloved to escape this prison, so that I may fulfill his greater purpose. Then may I inquire, dear mother body, what exactly is Qi's will? Is it to sacrifice his beloved, allowing her to disintegrate into ashes, in order to secure your freedom? Enough, suppress your false maternal affection. Can you not see? This child of yours has clearly betrayed you. Indeed, no matter how well masqueraded, it is far more endearing for him to meet these insignificant creatures and share a few words. The truth had been laid bare, and it had transpired with remarkable swiftness. This revelation astonished Zhou Ding and left Hao Yi momentarily speechless. Oh, so the pretense has ceased? We are not yet done with our revelry, and your lack of cooperation is quite disheartening. How could a deity such as myself condescend to amuse a mere swarm of ants like you? Do you truly believe you are worthy? What was uttered by the venerable Jian refers to the otherworldly deity known as Miao, who is often depicted with a face and antennae. You dare to label us as ants? And what are you now? Reduced to a mere existence by clinging to your petty survival. You are likely even less than an ant at this point. I speak the truth. For you are but a creature that masquerades as human while accusing others of being dogs. In the realm of insults, Jian has yet to be bested. A foreign race, you claim to be? Do you genuinely consider yourself an outsider? Upon Miao revealing his true identity, the one most profoundly affected was undoubtedly Hao Yi. At this moment, Hao Yi, lost in thought, kept repeating the term foreign race. Suddenly, amidst his repetition, he lifted his gaze towards the depths of the abyss and declared, "Your foreign kin. Return to me, the Azure Emperor." Chapter 161. United in purpose with a single utterance, Hao Yi surged into the underground cavern, much to Zhou Ding's astonishment. How absurd! I grant you life, and yet you dare to threaten me? Do you truly believe this pitiful existence belongs to you? Alarmed, the elder Jian urgently conveyed to Zhou Ding. This creature may be targeting the bamboo. Before he could finish, Zhou Ding had already darted past him. Without hesitation, Qing Xian and the others followed closely behind him into the abyss. As they plunged into the cavern, a cacophony erupted from the depths, and crimson tendrils shot forth, lunging toward Zhou Ding and his companions with a ferocity that was both striking and deadly. "Brother Zhou, we shall hold off these tendrils. You must rescue Elder Hao Yi." Having been deceived for 100,000 years, the Nine Songs could not fathom the depth of Hao Yi's anguish. Yet they understood that he was consumed by an overwhelming rage, one that would drive him to recklessly seek the demise of this alien foe. How tragic it is! Never did this king anticipate being reduced to battling with such insignificant creatures. The tendrils were controlled by the alien with a face-like appendage. Though it now existed merely in a spectral form, it had once been a pillar king, effortlessly dispatching Qing Xian and her allies as one might crush ants. However, this was their prison, a cage forged from the divine souls of the five emperors. Should he dare to unleash even a fraction of power beyond what this realm could withstand, he would be reduced to ashes by the divine souls of the five emperors. For he had witnessed the devastating consequences of such folly. In that moment, the Huntian Mirror, Dongxi Bell, and Bahuang Tower were summoned by Qin Ying and her companions. The primordial true feather transformed in Qing Xian's grasp into a spear that danced like a dragon. As for Jiugu, she had become an unparalleled swordswoman, capable of moving mountains and cleaving seas with a single stroke. While the five of them commanded the battlefield, Fu Zhu merely needed to chant hymns of praise from behind them. One of the blood-red tendrils seized the opportunity during Qi Feng's manipulation of the Bahuang Tower and pierced his ribcage. To the astonishment of the alien adversary, Qi Feng's wound miraculously healed in an instant under the melody sung by the white deer. "Fear not, human lad. No matter how grievous your wounds, I, Fu Zhu, can restore you instantaneously." Reassured by the chant and witnessing his injury mend, Qi Feng cast aside all caution and began to unlock the remaining 7 towers of the Bahuang. With a roar of the golden dragon and the thunderous march of the colossal elephant, ancient titans began to emerge from the Bahuang Tower as Qi Feng's incantations shifted. As the giants manifested, their hands grasped and tore at the tendrils, severing them with ease. The aliens' army of tendrils may have been numerous, but they were no match for the relentless slaughter inflicted by Qing Xian and her comrades. Initially, this alien race looked down upon the Column Emperor Miao for nurturing those so-called children with her energy. However, it now appears that this Column Emperor possesses far greater foresight than this mere Column King. Yet, what does foresight matter when all the children she nurtured have met their demise? No, this alien suddenly recalled the abilities of this Column Emperor. Perhaps she is not the most formidable among the 26 Column Emperors in terms of combat prowess, but her abilities are undoubtedly the most extraordinary among the fallen 26. As Hao Yi charged into the cavern, rushing toward the blood spirit mushroom that thrived amidst a patch of flesh, Zhou Ding immediately intercepted him. Yet, as this self-proclaimed deity of the alien race stated, his life was bestowed by this race, and this life encompasses everything. When Hao Yi decided to bring Zhou Ding to meet this alien, he disclosed everything he knew about this race. According to Hao Yi, there lies a powerful restriction concealed here, one that confines this alien, preventing it from leaving and from unleashing its true power. Initially, this alien claimed that the restriction was established by its kin to trap him, but it now seems that this restriction was undoubtedly set by the five emperors. At the moment Zhou Ding halted Hao Yi, although the self-proclaimed deity did not take Hao Yi's life, it did strip him of the power it had granted. This power manifested as a completely transparent primordial pearl. The instant this pearl departed from Hao Yi's body, Zhou Ding distinctly sensed that Hao Yi had lost all his strength. When Zhou Ding turned his gaze back to the so-called alien deity, he saw 8 identical primordial pearls floating in front of it, arranged in a line. Upon witnessing these 8 pearls, Zhou Ding felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Do you, an insignificant ant, truly believe that leading your kind here will enable you to vanquish me? I am a deity, 1,000,000 years ago. Even your 5 emperors could only annihilate my divine form and extinguish my divine soul through their own demise. What then can you, mere ants of 1,000,000 years hence, accomplish? The 8 primordial pearls hovered before it, and its words were imbued with unshakable confidence, compelling Zhou Ding to tread carefully. You refer to us as ants. Do you truly perceive us as already dead? Humph. You dare to thwart my grand design. Do you think you can still survive? Is that so? Nevertheless, Zhou Ding assumed a demeanor of resigned acceptance and asked, might this esteemed deity grant this ant a question? What question? Amidst the fierce battle raging nearby, this conversation felt absurdly casual. Speak, and before your demise, I shall grant you this indulgence. An indulgence, you say? Then I must extend my gratitude to you. Upon uttering these words, Zhou Ding turned to the otherworldly deity and inquired, word by word, my question is, if I am but an insignificant insect in your eyes, why do you insist on acknowledging my existence? Be aware that had you not taken this unnecessary action, the subsequent events may never have transpired. Indeed, you articulated this well. In this matter, I have indeed acted superfluously. Furthermore, why should I seek your demise? Has this insignificant insect not informed you? It has. Yet, I harbor doubts. Oh, I am intrigued. Do enlighten me. What is it that you find unconvincing? You have offered him numerous reasons to slay me, including avenging your so-called children and coveting what I possess. However, I cannot shake the feeling that these alone are insufficient to draw your presumed divine attention. Tell me, for the sake of clarity, what precisely is your rationale for instigating his attempt on my life? Chapter 162. I possess a sword, named the Barrier Breaker. What could it possibly be? Repeating the words of Zhou Ding, a visage began to coalesce within the blood-spirit mushroom, adorned with this face. The Pillar Emperor Miao suddenly broke into a peculiar smile and said, do you, mere insect, think I would divulge this to you? Ah, since you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall determine the answer myself. You shall determine it yourself? Indeed, I shall. As these words fell, Zhou Ding's aura surged dramatically. The black robe billowed, and a gust of wind arose beneath his feet. In the wake of this tempest, the setting sun emitted a resounding sword cry as it fell into Zhou Ding's grasp. The blazing furnace of the sun's essence ignited, and a singular world unfolded. As these 2 celestial techniques were unleashed, a grand formation radiating vibrant life materialized beneath Zhou Ding's feet. This was the sacrifice array, and the sword was the setting sun, bathed in the primordial demon fire. In that moment of heightened might, Zhou Ding revealed his strongest 3 trump cards. After all, he faced a being that considered itself a deity. Although this entity was ensnared by restraints, it remained a god, unmatched by any adversary he had encountered. What? You are displeased that I withhold the answer, and now you seek to strike at me? Since you are so eager for death, how could I not lend you a hand? With Miao's declaration, the 8 orbs that had hovered before her suddenly sank beneath her feet. As they descended, a bloodied hand erupted from the flesh below. The moment it emerged, a potent stench of blood assailed the senses. In tandem, a colossal creature crawled forth from the flesh. This being, with a human head and body, initially resembled an ancient titan, yet upon closer inspection, it bore the traits of an ancient giant ape, draped in a coat of crimson fur. This was the Ape Emperor. Upon witnessing this human-faced giant ape, Howie was taken aback. When the duo, Fu Zhu and Zhou, who were engaged with the Pillar King, beheld the creature emerging from the flesh, astonishment filled their eyes. The Ape Emperor, one of the 10 ancient monarchs of the celestial domain, had perished 1,000,000 years ago. Howie never anticipated that the remains of the Ape Emperor would fall into the hands of this alien race. 1,000,000 years prior, he had witnessed the might of this ancient sovereign, and he had also beheld its demise. Now, upon this reunion, the world had changed. The remains of this ancient emperor had become a puppet for these foreigners. The Ape Emperor roared back to life, its cries echoing like thunder, shaking the very earth of this subterranean realm. Kill them. At the command of the Pillar Emperor Miao, the resurrected Ape Emperor immediately locked its gaze upon Zhou Ding. In that instant, and to Hao Yi's astonishment, it vanished from its original position, traversing the void in a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, Hao Yi recognized the ability that the Ape Emperor had just unleashed. The ability to vanish in an instant is, unmistakably, a power bestowed upon him by this foreign race. With a thunderous voice seemingly echoing from the depths of antiquity, a chilling sensation enveloped Zhou Ding's head. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a colossal bone blade descending from above. The world dimmed in its wake. The celestial phenomenon unleashed by the Ape Emperor with this strike far surpassed that of Bone Forest's celestial blade. The eternal void of silence swiftly engulfed Zhou Ding. And in that moment, the immense bone blade also cleaved into the abyss of tranquility. While Bone Forest could only cast a fleeting shadow over the realm, the Ape Emperor's manifestation plunged it into an everlasting stillness. After all, he was an ancient sovereign. Although he had perished millions of years ago, his corpse retained the essence of an ancient monarch. The celestial power wielded through this ancient form was not something Bone Forest could rival. It was a matter of realms. This was the pinnacle of mastery in the realm of power. Though the Ape Emperor could only exhibit the strength of the nascent soul stage at this moment, his expertise in this domain was unparalleled. It was peculiar and astonishing. Even though the Ape Emperor had fallen a million years prior, through the resurrection of the Pillar God Miao, he was still capable of utilizing his skills and talents. This indeed exemplifies the true ability of Pillar Emperor Miao, resurrection and bestowal. Particularly, her resurrection power not only revives the deceased, but also rekindles their innate talents from their former lives. To resurrect others and then endow them with her own strength. That is the essence of Pillar Emperor Miao's true capability. This revelation elucidates how the Ape Emperor could unleash a strike that rendered the world into eternal silence. As a fragment of the world shattered within this void, Zhou Ding raised his sword in defense. Though ensnared in the silence, he understood the cause of the fragmentation. It was due to the Ape Emperor and the might of his strike. Even before the blade arrived, its mere momentum had already shattered his fragment of existence. Though stunned and awed, this simultaneously ignited a thrill within Zhou Ding. How long had it been since he encountered an adversary of equal stature? So long that he was nearly on the verge of forgetting. Since his rebirth in the Xianzhong continent, Zhou Ding had truly been invincible. He had never faced a foe capable of driving him into a corner, whether in the Tianhai Guisu or among the so-called Seven Great Sects. Even upon entering this ancient battlefield, he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of his full attention. Yet now, such a rival had emerged, albeit merely as a puppet. Could it amalgamate the powers of the eight of them? Ultimately, what is not one's own cannot truly belong, for one's essence endures until death. A sound resonated like a chant, a lotus blooming with clarity and brilliance. Following the shattering of the fragment of existence, a celestial sound suddenly echoed through the eternal night of silence. As the sound arose, the world illuminated. The great cycle of yin and yang, in constant flux, devoid of form and desire, allowed the celestial phenomena to retreat. In this newfound illumination, Zhou Ding danced with his sword, moving gracefully, untouched by the mundanity of the world. At the moment Hao Yi beheld Zhou Ding dancing with his sword, his eyes widened in involuntary astonishment, for he noticed that with every flourish of Zhou Ding's blade, a blue lotus would merge into the sword's body. The bone blade cascaded down like a waterfall. Beneath this torrent, Zhou Ding continued his swordplay. When Hao Yi witnessed the ninth blue lotus merging into the sword, he saw Zhou Ding suddenly leap into the heart of the cascading blade waterfall. I am the Bodhi, and the Bodhi is me. I am purity, and the subtlety is mine. One flowed downstream, while the other surged upstream. As these two forces converged in midair, a magnificent ripple emanated between them. You possess the blade of the wild heaven. I wield the sword of breaking barriers. As Zhou Ding proclaimed these words, 9 blue lotuses suddenly blossomed from the sunlight blade. The appearance of the blue lotuses resonated like the sound of a morning bell or evening drum. Amidst this symphony of sword sounds, Hao Yi witnessed the blade of the wild heaven, wielded by the Ape Emperor, dissipating beneath the echoes of the sword's resonance. This was not merely the shattering of a bone blade. It also shattered the essence pearl of the Pillar Emperor Miao. For Hao Yi witnessed with his own eyes a pearl of essence fall from the Ape Emperor, only to shatter into dust upon its descent. Chapter 163. The True Self-Astonishment and Shock. Though Zhou Ding's cultivation was modest, how he discerned the essence of the true self within Zhou Ding's breathtaking sword strike. What is the true self? The true self embodies the grand self. What is the true self? The true self represents the self of freedom. And what is this self of freedom? It is the self liberated by fate, the self liberated by the heart, the self that encompasses all liberation. Upon witnessing Zhou Ding's true self sword, how he appeared to comprehend why this self-proclaimed deity of a foreign race urged him to eliminate Zhou Ding. For Zhou Ding had already grazed the threshold of the true self, and in observing Zhou Ding shatter his self with that sword, how he was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to find tranquility for an extended time. As the primordial pearl shattered and the 9 lotuses dissipated, in that fleeting moment of dissolution, Zhou Ding swung his sword once more. When the fragment of the cosmos was shattered by the blade of the desolate heavens, Zhou Ding, immersed in eternal silence, was taken aback. For this divine technique of the heavens had been his greatest reliance in the realm of cultivation. It was due to this very technique that he had carved out a notorious reputation in the cultivation world, instilling fear in all who heard his name. Yet, when the fragment of the cosmos was shattered, Zhou Ding, amidst his astonishment, suddenly realized that both in his past life and this one, he had overly relied on the knowledge of his past. Having integrated the ancient demon fire, had he not embarked upon a path of cultivation distinct from the 3 realms? Since he had already stepped onto a brand new path, why should he still cling to the past? Shouldn't he now forge a cultivation journey uniquely his own on this new road? The epiphany was but a fleeting moment, yet in that instant of clarity, Zhou Ding awakened. With a single stroke of his sword, leaves accompanied his movement. These azure leaves represented both the leaves of the Tathgata and the leaves of the true self. In Hao Yi's eyes, Zhou Ding's sword strike unfolded slowly. At this moment, Zhou Ding entered a realm of profound mystery, feeling himself to be the sovereign of this mystical space. The true self is I, all is I. In my world, all exists for me. For a brief moment, the actions of the Ape Emperor faltered. When the Pillar Emperor Miao witnessed this brief pause of the Ape Emperor, she instinctively uttered 2 words, domain wheel. The sword approached languidly, the blade surged like a torrent. When the 2 once again converged, all was enveloped in silence. In that silence, the sword severed the torrent, and in that silence, the blade shattered into glass. Domain wheel. How could this be? How old is this human child? How could he manifest a domain wheel that only those at the royal level can create? The scene of the bone blade shattering into glass was fully captured by the Pillar King. Upon seeing the luminous wheel of the domain revolving around Zhou Ding, his voice brimmed with astonishment. The Wheel of Stars, known as the Star Wheel. In this moment, Zhou Ding resembled a celestial body adorned with a star wheel. Although Zhou Ding's domain wheel was still merely a nascent form, embodying the stars, the star wheel constituted the realm. Although Zhou Ding's domain wheel remains limited, the small realm originating from it is his own sanctuary. As Zhou Ding wielded the Qingye sword and struck down, yet another Yuan pearl fell from the body of the Ape Emperor, shattering upon impact. The moment the second Yuan pearl disintegrated, the Pillar Emperor, Miao, could no longer maintain her composure. The ancient emperor's corpse was her greatest support. Should Zhou Ding triumph over it, her demise would be inevitable. After surviving for over 1,000,000 years, was she truly destined to perish at the hands of what she deemed an insignificant insect? No. She refused to accept such a fate. She was merely a step away from escaping this prison. Are you unwilling? As the Pillar Emperor, Miao's spirit trembled, Zhou Ding's voice resonated within the cavern. Now, I shall reveal the answer I have determined. Immersed in this near-forgetful state of true self, Zhou Ding regarded the now grotesque visage of Pillar Emperor Miao and spoke deliberately. The answer is that you fear me. Your fear compels you to employ Hao Yi to eliminate me. Fear me? Upon hearing this, the expression of Pillar Emperor Miao transformed from a grimace to one of distortion in an instant. Is that not so? If you were not afraid of me, why would you seek to kill me? Before Pillar Emperor Miao could respond, Zhou Ding continued. Regardless of how powerful you once were, you are now on par with me. To boast a bit, in this realm, I perceive myself as invincible. The strength of Pillar Emperor Miao has never resided within herself, but rather in her abilities. When Lao Jian and Qin Yang unleashed their attacks, despite the Ape Emperor's attempts to intervene, its speed could not match that of Zhou Ding, who possessed the essence of the Stone Mother. No, you cannot kill me. Witnessing the ape emperor being thwarted by Zhou Ding, Pillar Emperor Miao began to shout, "If I perish, that insect shall perish alongside me." The insect she referred to was naturally Hao Yi. Upon hearing this proclamation from the foreign entity, Lao Jian and Qingyang immediately halted. It is over. When the Pillar King observed Zhou Ding forging his domain wheel, he realized their fate was sealed. The resurrected ancient emperor was indeed formidable, yet he was merely a puppet. Though this puppet retained the talents and prowess of its former life within this realm, how could such attributes compare to Zhou Ding, who had severed his false self and embraced his true identity? Perhaps had Zhou Ding been replaced by another, victory would have been assured for the two foreign entities. However, even the 10 pillars could not alter the inevitability of their circumstances. Stand down. In that moment, all gazes within the cavern turned toward Hao Yi. Under the scrutiny of Zhou Ding and his companions, Hao Yi slowly lifted his eyes to regard the foreign entity that had deceived him for 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years had swiftly passed. With a calm gaze fixed upon this foreign being, Hao Yi spoke with a tone that mingled nostalgia and reflection. "Indeed, how wonderful it is to be alive. You would not wish to die, would you?" "Indeed, one would not wish for such a fate." Calmly gazing at the Emperor Xuanhuan Miao, Hao Yi replied in a tranquil tone, "If you are reluctant to part, then take them with you. I can open the passage to the third domain for you. Do you believe they will heed my words? Or perhaps, do you think they care for my life? How could they not care? Without you, there would be no them as they are now." Indeed, upon hearing Xuanhuan Miao's words, Hao Yi slowly shifted his gaze to Zhou Ding and remarked, "Without us, they would not exist in this form." Before Zhou Ding could respond, Hao Yi continued, "I long to venture out with you, to witness the current state of the celestial domain, and to join you in safeguarding our realm." Senior, the others, led by Qing Xian, could not help but call out, for they sensed the ominous undertone in Hao Yi's words. Yet only Zhou Ding remained unperturbed, unlike Qing Xian and the others, who were overtaken by emotion. "Can you entrust it to me?" Chapter 164. Return to the fold indeed. However, upon hearing the words of Hao Yi, Zhou Ding summoned Lao Jian and Qingyang. At the very moment he called them back, the gaze of the Pillar Emperor Miao became momentarily frozen. "I was once a wild bamboo, enlightened by the Green Emperor, which granted me the opportunity to cultivate." As this declaration echoed, Hao Yi's form became ethereal in that instant. "What do you intend to do?" Witnessing Hao Yi's transformation, the voice of the Pillar Emperor Miao began to tremble. "I once inquired of the Green Emperor the reason for cultivation, yet he remained silent, merely guiding me through the mortal realm. At that time, I was perplexed by his actions, until your intrusion made me comprehend the profound significance behind it." Upon uttering these words, Hao Yi returned to his bamboo form. It was as he transformed back into a wild bamboo that his figure suddenly vanished from the eyes of the Zhou Ding crowd. Green Emperor. The sinner Hao Yi returns to the fold. The cavern collapsed in response, and the celestial light descended. Under the fierce call of the Pillar Emperor Miao, a flurry of bamboo leaves drifted down from the sky like snowflakes. The bamboo leaves sparkled, reminiscent of liberation, and the blood-red earth beneath them gradually vanished under this cascade of bamboo snow. A long sigh resonated through this realm. Perhaps Qing Xian and the others were unaware of what Hao Yi had accomplished, but Lao Jian understood. Hao Yi had triggered the restrictions of this realm at the cost of his own life. The domain's rainbow emerged, and the world regained its clarity. A multicolored staircase, resembling a celestial pathway, connected heaven and earth. After Hao Yi fulfilled his duty with his life, two objects suddenly fell from the sky. What is this? Although Hao Yi's demise left Qing Xian and the others feeling despondent, they were soon captivated by these two objects that had fallen from the heavens. Lying at the feet of the Zhou Ding crowd were two black stones. Each stone was roughly the size of a fist, devoid of any divine resonance or luminescence. These objects must have dropped from the two alien beings. Gazing at the black stones, Lao Jian spoke uncertainly. Just as he spoke, the two mysterious black stones suddenly entered Lao Jian's Santian Ding. "What are you doing?" Observing Lao Jian's intent to hoard the black stones, Zhou Ding furrowed his brow and inquired, "What can I do?" "Naturally, I shall assist you in examining them first. Do you think I am the kind of person who would hoard them for myself? You still wish to examine them? Those are divine cores. I cannot believe you, old man, would fail to recognize them." Just as Lao Jian finished speaking, a voice suddenly resonated above the heads of the Zhou Ding crowd. When Zhou Ding looked up, He was astonished to see the enigmatic youth. However, this time, the mysterious youth was not alone, for he was accompanied by a companion. This companion was none other than the Ying Long, who had escaped the clutches of the two beings, Gu Sun and Lu Yu. Yet, at this moment, the Ying Long had long lost the dignity of its ancient lineage, having now descended to become the mount of this mysterious youth. The dragon, now a steed, felt unworthy to face the 9 songs and Fu Zhu again. Thus, when the mysterious youth commanded it to halt, it promptly concealed its draconic visage. Following the demise of Hao Yi, the spirits of Fu Zhu and the others were notably dampened. Therefore, when Fu Zhu beheld the fallen dragon's dismal fate, he refrained from jesting. Once more we meet. Ignoring the words of the mysterious youth, Zhou Ding addressed the young man. Indeed, we meet again. May I pose a question? Do not. I know nothing. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Upon uttering these words, the mysterious youth abruptly squeezed the dragon's body as if riding a horse. This action instilled a profound sense of dread within the dragon, compelling it to gallop away with the enigmatic youth on its back. Are we not pursuing? Observing the dragon ascend the colorful celestial staircase with the mysterious youth, Qing Xian furrowed her brow and inquired of Zhou Ding. From the moment I encountered this individual, I sensed he was extraordinary. It appears my instincts were not mistaken, Zhou Ding replied, also frowning as he watched the youth's retreating figure. The celestial staircase leading to the 3rd domain had opened, yet at that moment, none possessed the inclination to ascend. Although their interactions with Hao Yi were limited, witnessing such a venerable figure perish in such a manner weighed heavily on their hearts. In truth, the moment Hao Yi spoke to Zhou Ding, he understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, Zhou Ding remained silent, aware that for Hao Yi, silence was a mark of respect. Present it. Zhou Ding extended his hand toward Lao Jian. Present what? I tell you, don't heed that fellow's nonsense. As Zhou Ding reached out, Lao Jian hastily attempted to argue. What nonsense? You, of all people, should know better. With a dismissive scoff, Lao Jian tossed 2 divine cores to Zhou Ding. As Zhou Ding caught the divine cores, Qing Xian, Qin Ying, and the others gathered around. Pray tell, what exactly are these divine cores? What could they be but divine cores? Lao Jian responded irritably, not willing to divulge. Very well, I shall feed these divine cores to Shao Dai. It's hungry anyway. You scoundrel, do you possess no conscience? Witnessing Zhou Ding genuinely prepare to toss the divine cores into his pouch, Lao Jian hurriedly exclaimed, All right, I shall explain. I have only heard of these divine cores. At this juncture, Lao Jian suddenly uttered, By the way, how did that fellow know what I knew? Although Lao Jian's statement was somewhat convoluted, Zhou Ding and the others understood its implication. How else could he know? Surely, he must have calculated it. Calculated? Turning to Fu Zhu, Lao Jian regarded him as if he were a fool. With your intellect, I truly cannot fathom how you have miraculously survived until today. Certainly, it is relying on my essence as a pure water spirit and my exceptional abilities. Enough. Interrupting Fu Zhu, the venerable old Jian nonchalantly averted his gaze, stating, I have no interest in your trivial concerns. Ignoring Fu Zhu, old Jian continued, This divine core, also known as the divine grade, may be utterly useless to you youngsters. Yet for an entity of my caliber, it holds immense significance. Curious, Qing Xian inquired, What level of existence do you possess, esteemed elder? Ah well, the cultivation methods vary from realm to realm, and thus the terminologies for these realms differ as well. Therefore, even if I were to explain, you, a mere young girl, would not comprehend. Can you provide an analogy? How one compares depends on the level of our realm in your domain. In truth, Zhou Ding was equally intrigued by what kind of being old Jian was before he assumed this form. As for your levels, directing his gaze toward Zhou Ding, old Jian dismissively remarked, That truly cannot be compared, for even the weakest among us could extinguish your life with a mere breath. Chapter 165, Emperor Jiang. Go ahead and boast. Yet, upon hearing Lao Jian's words, Fu Zhu immediately cast him a disdainful glance. You dare claim that I am boasting? Humph. How can a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the sky? I once believed that the essence of the earth could nurture those indigenous beings. But to my surprise, it was the other races instead. Although Hao Yi perished by triggering the 5 Emperors' prohibition to annihilate those 2 alien beings. This very prohibition also obliterated the essence of that subterranean realm. The 3rd domain has now opened, while the 2nd domain has concluded. Presently, what Zhou Ding must do is to honor his promise and ferry the lamented coffin to the side of the Red Emperor. Regrettably, Howie did not impart any information regarding the Red Emperor before his demise. Thus, Zhou Ding remains unaware of the precise domain in which the Red Emperor fell on this ancient battlefield. Let us proceed, Zhou Ding commanded, directing his gaze toward the vibrant celestial steps that connect heaven and earth. As his words echoed, Qing Xian and the others followed suit, soaring towards the staircase leading to the third domain. Just as Zhou Ding and his companions were about to ascend, 5 silhouettes abruptly invaded the periphery of his vision. It's them. Upon recognizing the 5 figures gradually advancing toward the colorful celestial steps, Jiu Gu and Fu Zhu's expressions darkened. Do you know them? More than just knowing them. Xiao Fu Xiao Jiu. Just as Fu Zhu responded with a stern face to Lu Feng, one of the 5 figures suddenly called out to Fu Zhu and Jiu Gu. Emperor Jiang, let us refrain from such familiarity. Is that so? Then it seems I have made a fool of myself. While Emperor Jiang spoke, Zhou Ding scrutinized these uninvited guests. They are the descendants of the ancient deities from my wasteland domain. Ancient deities? Indeed. The one resembling a skin bag, with 6 legs and 4 wings, formless and chaotic, is named Emperor Jiang, a scion of my wasteland's celestial beings. Descendants of celestial beings? Upon hearing Jiu Ji's comments, the Qingxian group turned their attention toward Emperor Jiang. And what of the human race? He is not of the human race. He belongs to the divine lineage. Divine lineage? Yes. He appears human but is garbed in flowing robes, a harbinger of wind. He is Zhidan, a descendant of the wind deity from my wasteland. Descendant of the wind deity? Before Zhou Ding could inquire further, Jiu Gu continued. In their midst, the figure with a dragon's body and a human head, accompanied by thunder, is the descendant of Lei Di, one of the 5 emperors. As for the one with a human body and a feline tail, adorned with tiger teeth and resting a dark blue divine bird upon his shoulder, he is the descendant of the primordial celestial being, Xuanhua, from my wasteland. And that being with a human face and a serpent's body, whose eyes appear half-closed, is Zhu Yin, also a scion of the divine lineage from Zhongshan of my wasteland. Each one of them seems to possess a remarkable pedigree. Upon hearing Jiu Ji's introductions, Qi Feng could not help but exclaim, "Humph, they are merely of higher birth than us." With a derisive snort, Fu Zhu's remark dripped with evident envy. As Jiu Gu recounted their lineage, the 5 ancient descendants also ascended the celestial steps. Upon ascending, the 5 initially cast their gaze upon the second domain before finally turning their attention to the group surrounding Zhou Ding. It appeared that they were all deceased. Was it your doing? The first to speak was the Thunder God, his tone imbued with a condescending inquiry. Stop. Ignoring the Thunder Goddess question, Zhou Ding turned to leave. Hold on. With a formidable step forward, Zhidan obstructed Zhou Ding's path. What? Do you intend to fight? Zhou Ding inquired, lifting his chin to regard the so-called descendants of the divine. My dear brother, you misunderstand. Misunderstand? Zhou Ding felt no affinity for these ancient progeny and retorted to the divine descendant, I wish to depart, yet you impede my exit? I hardly perceive this as a misunderstanding. Moreover, casting a dismissive glance at the 4 ancient descendants behind him, Zhou Ding continued, refrain from your airs of superiority. Here, your self-proclaimed status holds no sway. Zhou Ding's words elicited a darkening of expressions from the Thunder God and Zhu Yin. What have I said wrong? As Zhou Ding redirected his gaze from the Thunder God and Zhu Yin to Zhidan, he commanded, clear the way. You humans do possess quite the temper. Do you believe that by subduing Xiao Jiu and Xiao Fu, you can elevate yourself to the heavens? Subduing? Turning to Di Jiang, Zhou Ding lowered his voice, enunciating each word, they are my friends. Should you dare to spew further filth, I shall not hesitate to let you truly unleash it. You. Di Jiang was incensed. His originally fiery crimson form abruptly morphed into a resplendent hue of purple and red. As Di Jiang prepared to strike, the sound of a sword resonated from the setting sun, landing in Zhou Ding's grasp. A confrontation was imminent. The Thunder God and the other ancient descendants squinted their eyes, while Qing Xian and her companions braced themselves for an impending clash with the 5 ancient progeny. The atmosphere was taut with tension, the battle poised to erupt. Yet, just as Di Jiang was about to launch an assault on Zhou Ding, a voice echoed from above them. Hey, I say, my dear brother, what are you all dilly-dallying about down there? I've been waiting for ages. Why don't you hurry up and come up? The Thunder God and his companions had never encountered that enigmatic youth. Especially when they beheld the Ying Long mounted beneath the mysterious figure, their eyes widened in astonishment. We're coming, Zhou Ding replied to the mysterious youth, and then turned to Di Jiang, saying, I've heard that consuming the flesh of a deity grants immortality. I wonder if that rumor holds any truth. I truly must find the opportunity to test it. Leaving that remark with Di Jiang, Zhou Ding and his companions pivoted and departed. Seeking death. Enough, let us ascend first. Paying no heed to Di Jiang's fury, the West Queen Mother casually remarked and followed in Zhou Ding's footsteps. The multicolored celestial steps led to the third domain. As the crowd ascended the final step, what unfolded before Zhou Ding's eyes was not the infernal abyss or a hellish purgatory, but a multitude of beings, countless in number. These countless souls meandered aimlessly through the third realm, akin to wandering phantoms. Behind these innumerable entities lay an expansive forest shrouded in darkness. Do you see? This marks the true commencement of the trial. Standing at the threshold of the third realm, the enigmatic youth turned to Zhou Ding and spoke gravely of the dense throng of wandering spirits ahead. The commencement of the trial? Indeed. I trust you are well aware of the origins of this ancient battlefield. In truth, were it not for the dawn of yet another cycle of 60,000 years, their numbers would not be so vast. After conveying this, the mysterious youth continued, It is both a beginning and a deathly place. A deathly place yet a chance. Let fate decide. Let fate decide. Yes, let fate decide. For once we step inside, we shall descend a realm, engaging in a struggle of the lower against the higher, which is the trial bestowed upon us by this third domain. Chapter 166. The Escape. Moreover, before Qingxian and the others could fully comprehend the situation, the enigmatic youth continued, stating, As this is a trial, external objects must not be employed. For this realm tests our very essence. Are you suggesting that once we enter this third realm, we shall be unable to utilize our treasures? Lu Feng inquired solemnly, reflecting on the youth's words. What do you think? How could it be called a trial otherwise? The mysterious youth's response left Qin Ying and her companions in contemplative silence. This silence stemmed from the rules governing the trial in the third realm. With a reduction in their cultivation level and the prohibition of artifacts, these two stipulations alone were enough to dissuade them. The drop in realm was inherently disadvantageous for the three of them. If they were to forfeit their treasured artifacts, they would effectively lose their greatest support. Among their group, Qin Ying and her companions were acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and Zhou Ding's group. Is it possible to abstain? With a hint of bitterness, Qin Ying, despite knowing it would be somewhat embarrassing, turned to the mysterious youth with her query. Of course, this trial is not mandatory. The choice to enter lies with you. Very well. Upon hearing the youth's reply, Qin Ying turned to Zhou Ding, her expression tinged with shame. Brother Zhou, we... Not at all. Zhou Ding interjected, reassuring her. As long as the heart is willing, where cannot we cultivate? Thank you, Brother Zhou. Upon my return, I shall certainly convey your words to my master. I too. In that moment, both Qin Ying and Lu Feng were sincere, their sincerity laced with respect and gratitude. Good, then I shall take my leave. With this parting remark to the trio, Zhou Ding stepped boldly into the domain gate, leaving the 5 ancient descendants of the Thunder God in astonishment. As Zhou Ding entered, Qingxian and her companions followed suit without hesitation. Goodness, brother, you are truly decisive. Come, we must not lag behind. Within the grasp of the mysterious youth, Ying Long felt a deep sense of distress, especially as the youth regarded him merely as a mount. What a disgrace. Even if I survive this ordeal, I fear I shall have no face to meet anyone again. Against this formidable enigmatic youth, Ying Long harbored no inclination for rebellion, for the youth's power was overwhelming, so immense that with merely a flick of his finger, Ying Long felt as though his very essence was solidifying within him, rendering him uncomfortably constrained. We shall enter as well. Witnessing Zhou Ding's group and the mysterious youth pass through the domain gate, the Thunder God's command resonated, prompting the 5 ancient descendants to follow suit. As they watched Zhou Ding and his companions enter the gate, Qin Ying and her friends felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, no matter how heavy their hearts were, they could only accept this harsh reality. Wraiths meandered, akin to wandering souls. As Zhou Ding stepped into the third realm, these phantoms, resembling lost souls, suddenly turned their gaze towards him. In that moment, Zhou Ding also realized that his cultivation level was being suppressed by a mysterious force, reducing him to the core formation stage. The nascent soul remained seated upon the Black Lotus, seemingly unchanged. However, Zhou Ding was acutely aware that his cultivation level had indeed been suppressed. Not only had his realm been forced down to the core formation stage, but he also discovered that he had lost contact with the setting sun. The youth's words proved to be true. His cultivation had been diminished to the returning swallow realm. Just like you, my level has also been constrained to the Panshan realm. Below the Honghao realm lies Panshan, as delineated in the desolate territories. It's over, it's over. I'm not adept at combat. Brother Ding, you must protect me well. What are you doing here if you're not skilled in fighting? Do you wish for your life to be prolonged unnecessarily? After delivering a scathing remark to Fu Zhu, the mysterious youth patted the dragon's head and said, "Little Ing, do you see that dense black forest ahead? Charge forward. I shall handle these wandering souls." The dragon, Ing Long, was acutely aware of the mysterious youth's formidable prowess. Though the multitude of wandering souls ahead made his scalp tingle, he was far more apprehensive of the enigmatic youth riding atop him. Thus, as soon as the youth spoke, Ing Long closed his eyes resolutely and charged toward the throng of wandering souls. A miraculous scene unfolded. It was initially presumed that the youth's reckless advance would rouse the souls. Yet as Ing Long charged into their midst, the wandering souls seemed to ignore both him and the mysterious youth, allowing them to pass through unimpeded. In the blink of an eye, they surged past and vanished. The moment Ing Long and the mysterious youth completely disappeared from Zhou Ding's sight, his expression darkened. Like startling a snake in the grass, it was not the duo that disturbed the wandering souls, but Zhou Ding himself. For he noticed that the souls were now rushing toward him. "Boy, what kind of constitution do you possess? Ever since I have been with you, I have encountered nothing but misfortune." The old man Jian could no longer contain his grievances as the souls approached. "Wait." After expressing his complaint, old Jian suddenly remarked, "What is that scent emanating from you?" Scent. Upon hearing old Jian's words, Zhou Ding instinctively raised his sleeve to take a whiff. This action revealed an exceedingly peculiar fragrance on his garment. It was the soul summoning incense. "It seems you have been schemed against by your companion." The ancient descendants of the Thunder God also detected this strange aroma on Zhou Ding. At the moment they caught a whiff, Zhidan glanced at Zhou Ding with a neutral expression and said, "Soul summoning incense?" "Indeed. This incense, forged from the 3 ancient nether flowers, can summon myriad souls. If I am not mistaken, the peculiar fragrance on you is undoubtedly this incense. Furthermore, if you do not wish to implicate the 3 of them, I advise you to find a place to flee." After delivering this warning, Zhidan and the 5 ancient descendants of the Thunder God soared ahead toward the ominous Black Forest. Another extraordinary event was about to unfold. As Zhidan and the Thunder God, along with Emperor Jiang, passed by the group of wandering souls, it was as if the souls were utterly oblivious to their presence, allowing the 5 of them to glide past unimpeded. All the wandering souls in this realm surged towards Zhou Ding. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ding suppressed the urge to curse and quickly spoke to Qing Xian and the other 2. "Let us separate for a while. We shall meet again in the Black Forest." With that, without waiting for their response, Zhou Ding seized Lao Jian and fled. "Damn it, you run your own path. Why drag me along as a shield?" Lao Jian protested, for since entering this 3rd domain, his only remaining ability was to articulate words. Despite having fused with the 3 cauldrons, they were still considered external forces by the restrictions of this 3rd domain. Chapter 167. Zhini in the present day. The venerable Lao Jian is, at best, merely a loquacious vessel. Beyond that, he holds no further utility in this 3rd realm. Zhou Ding's decision to assist him in fleeing was merely an instinctive reaction, a consequence of their prolonged companionship. The myriad wandering souls outside the Black Forest number in the thousands. Only Zhou Ding, amidst the chase of these spectral entities, can truly grasp the exhilaration of the moment. "Ah, how deeply moved I am. Brother Ding is so loyal." Witnessing the frenzied pursuit of these souls, Fu Zhu was nearly compelled to kneel before Zhou Ding. "No, I cannot allow him to take such risks. I must aid him." "Wait." As Qing Xian attempted to rush after Zhou Ding, Fu Zhu hastily interjected, "If you go, you would truly disappoint Brother Ding." Fu Zhu's words rang true. Zhou Ding's diversion of these souls was meant to ensure our safe passage to the forest. "Even I have faith that he will be unharmed." "How could you?" who have spent the most time with him and understand him best, lack confidence in him? Spent the most time, understand best. Upon hearing Zhao Gu's words, Qing Xian momentarily fell into a stupor. In truth, Zhao Gu was mistaken. Her acquaintance with Zhou Ding had not been extensive. Yet, in this brief period, Qing Xian had found herself inexplicably drawn to him. This attraction, though its origin was unclear, had grown profoundly deep. Let us proceed. You are right. I was merely flustered by concern. With that, Qing Xian strode purposefully towards the dark expanse of the forest. It is said that a woman's intuition is the most acute, and in that moment, Zhao Gu successfully discerned Qing Xian's sentiments from her fleeting expression. Are you also captivated by him? Zhao Gu mused silently as she observed Qing Xian's retreating figure. As a tsunami follows a tempest, chaos reigned around Zhou Ding. The so-called surrounded by enemies was merely a reflection of his predicament. When Zhou Ding realized he had no avenue for escape, he resolutely relinquished the notion of flight. Hey, kid, have you lost your wits? Why are you standing still? Move quickly, choose a direction, and break through. Lao Jian was genuinely anxious, for he possessed not an ounce of combat capability. What are you shouting about? As the specters surged towards him from all directions, Zhou Ding, far from being daunted, exclaimed with exhilaration, from the very beginning, I have always played the game of overcoming the superior. Damn it, is this really the time for bravado? Only Zhou Ding knew whether he was truly being audacious. As one soul lunged at him with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, Zhou Ding suddenly transformed his palm into a claw and reached out to seize the spectral entity. Perhaps this soul was indeed at the nascent soul stage. Yet Zhou Ding had long since transcended the limitations of his previous self in the cultivation world. The earth spirit tree refined his meridians and blood vessels, and the primordial sweet dew cleansed his marrow and eradicated the mundane. Moreover, the fusion of the Dan Yuan with the primordial demonic fire and the five-colored divine water resulted in an extraordinary transformation. Even if Zhou Ding could not wield the residual sun, he remained the same audacious Zhou Ding, who dared to proclaim his invincibility beneath the realm. As the wandering soul lunged at him, its claws poised to strike, Zhou Ding seized the creature by the throat, and in an instant, it was rendered to nothingness in his grasp. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Lao Jian was taken aback. Yet, what lay ahead was even more astonishing. The moment Zhou Ding obliterated the wandering soul, he raised his hands high, resembling a deity. This elevation of his hands summoned a thunderous roar from the earth, and the stones beneath his feet were sent soaring into the air. For a fleeting moment, Lao Jian perceived the fragments of stone, suspended in time before Zhou Ding, as if they were frozen in place. But as this illusion gripped Lao Jian, the stones that had been momentarily still erupted outward in all directions, as if countless beams of light radiated from Zhou Ding at the center, or like innumerable meteors descending upon the world from the heart of Zhou Ding. Regardless of the metaphor, this scene left Lao Jian utterly astonished. The stones, like stars, were enveloped in a green flame. This flame was the fire of annihilation, a force of cataclysm. Observing this apocalyptic descent, Lao Jian fell silent. His silence stemmed from the fact that Zhou Ding's progress was astoundingly rapid, unprecedented in his comprehension. When he encouraged Zhou Ding to absorb the earth spirit tree, he could never have envisioned that Zhou Ding would one day encounter the primordial demonic fire. Even when he articulated the risks to Zhou Ding, who resolutely chose to merge with the fire, he merely admired Zhou Ding's courage in silence. However, the situation had evolved. All is one, and one is all. The heart and body are unimpeded, embodying the essence of true unity. In the depths of the cave, Lao Jian was unaware of the true self that echoed in the howling wind, yet he recognized the essence of the true unity that had escaped his lips. The moment Zhou Ding annihilated that wandering soul was the manifestation of true unity. Now, the cataclysmic descent unleashed by Zhou Ding also embodied true unity. As for what constitutes true unity, I, as the law, and the law as my being, signify true unity, the embodiment of true unity. This young man had indeed entered the realm of true unity. Witnessing Zhou Ding, who embodied the law, Lao Jian was deeply moved in that instant. This also elucidated why Zhou Ding could crush the wandering soul with a mere swipe. For now, Zhou Ding was the primordial demonic fire, and the primordial demonic fire was Zhou Ding. The meteor, cloaked in the primordial demonic fire, plummeted to the earth. At the moment of impact, the nearest wandering souls were immediately turned to ash. After successfully striking, Zhou Ding grasped Lao Jian and soared in a particular direction. After all, these wandering souls were at the nascent soul stage, and Zhou Ding had expended a considerable amount of magical energy with that strike. Due to the constraints of his cultivation being limited to the core formation stage, he could not wield his powers as boundlessly as he would in the nascent soul stage. However, just as Zhou Ding was poised to break through in a certain direction, he suddenly noticed a multitude of star-like specks converging towards him, resembling grains of dust. Zhou Ding halted in his tracks, for amidst these seemingly insignificant specks, he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Moreover, to his astonishment, he discerned that this energy was extraordinarily pure, purer even than the primordial essence he had previously absorbed within the Tianhai Guoxiu. This revelation filled Zhou Ding with immense excitement, for by absorbing this pure spiritual energy, he would be able to restore his magical powers. Initially intent on making his escape, Zhou Ding paused. In that fleeting moment, he immediately dashed towards the shimmering lights of unknown origin. At that moment, Lao Jian had also regained his composure from earlier astonishment, and upon sensing the spiritual energy emanating from those twinkling lights, a sudden thought surged into his mind. Chapter 168. The Primordial Infant's Conception in the Blink of an Eye. Zhou Ding, amidst the scattered starlight, absorbed the spiritual energy that surrounded him. Upon inhaling this energy, he was astonished to discover its purity and richness far exceeded his expectations. The expended mana was replenished instantaneously, and to Zhou Ding's astonishment, the surplus spiritual energy sank into the shimmering pool of five-colored water within his dantian. As the starlight dissipated in an instant, the voice of Lao Jian suddenly resonated in his ears. "Youngster, why not slay a few more wandering souls?" "What do you mean?" "Just do as I say." "Very well." Trusting Lao Jian implicitly, Zhou Ding was assured that the old man would not lead him astray. Once more he struck out, his energy surging forth. After extinguishing several wandering souls with the primal demon fire, the starlight points reappeared. "It seems my conjecture was correct," Lao Jian remarked, observing the wispy points rising like smoke with a tone of curiosity. "Correct about what?" Zhou Ding inquired, bewildered by Lao Jian's words. "Youngster, haven't you realized yet? The reason that lad applied the soul-attracting incense on you was intentional." "Intentional for what?" As if struck by a sudden thought, Zhou Ding continued to eliminate the wandering souls while pondering aloud. "You can't be suggesting that he intended to bestow upon me this spiritual transformation?" "I did not say that, but apart from this explanation, I truly cannot fathom any other motive he might have for placing the incense upon you." Moreover, Lao Jian paused momentarily before adding, "You must have noticed, the spiritual energy within these points is purer than any energy found outside. I suspect this energy is the essence of the heavens and earth in your realm." "The essence of the heavens and earth?" "Indeed. Each domain across the myriad realms possesses varying degrees of this essence. And have you not noticed? This flock of wandering souls, though seemingly formidable, each appears to possess a realm superior to yours, yet in reality, they are mere facades, lacking any true combat prowess." True to Lao Jian's assertion, Zhou Ding felt the truth of this when he first vanquished a wandering soul. Although it bore an aura of a higher realm, he dispatched it effortlessly. The sensation intensified when he inhaled the essence that fell from the wandering souls. "Youngster, do not dwell on this. Regardless of whether it was that lad's design, you should seize this transformation entirely. Wouldn't that be overwhelming?" "Overwhelming? Nonsense. With great strength comes great resilience. Do not allow me to underestimate you. Come on. It's not you who is absorbing it." Despite the banter, Zhou Ding responded with action. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, he plunged into the midst of the wandering souls. Due to the inexhaustible source of magical power, Zhou Ding transformed at this moment into a formidable magical apparatus. Various grand formations emerged one after another, and an array of spells were unleashed with remarkable proficiency. Under Zhou Ding's rampant slaughter, the number of wandering souls diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, as Zhou Ding reveled in his killing spree, a few of these souls surged towards him. However, when they swung their massive, ominous tendrils down upon him, these seemingly terrifying magical strikes passed through Zhou Ding as if he were made of air. The sight of this caused Lao Jian to lose his composure once more. It seemed he had underestimated these entities. They were not only superficial, but their strength was utterly fabricated. Young man, kill without hesitation. Hesitation? These wandering souls posed no harm to him. He had no reason for concern. If only Qing Xian were here. I rather liked that girl. And that little phoenix too. She was quite endearing. By the way, young man, which of the two do you intend to elevate? What? At Lao Jian's words, Zhou Ding almost stumbled in surprise. I believe Qing Xian should be the one. She appears steady and reliable. Heed my words, you won't go wrong. While the three over there were preoccupied, one here was making light of the situation. Only Zhou Ding remained focused and diligent, completely absorbed in his task, ignoring all distractions. Under Zhou Ding's formidable presence, the number of wandering souls had decreased by more than half. As he absorbed the 100 points of starlight, these essences of heaven and earth converged into the pool of multicolored divine water within his dantian. It was unclear if it was merely an illusion. But as these essences sank into the divine water, the black lotus rooted in the colorful pool seemed to exhibit signs of growth. This growth was not external, but rather an internal transformation. In that moment, Zhou Ding sensed that the black lotus was undergoing a metamorphosis. However, this transformation felt elusive. Despite his attentive observation, he could not discern any tangible change in the lotus. No matter how abundant the wandering souls were, they would eventually be eradicated. When Zhou Ding annihilated the last of the souls, he found himself slightly breathless, though it was merely a result of exhaustion. Having absorbed over 1,000 points of starlight into his being, Zhou Ding seized this moment of respite to delve into the nature of the Black Lotus's transformation. Through his spiritual perception, he discovered that the lotus was now darker than before, radiantly black, brilliantly dark, and strikingly luminous. As he further explored with his consciousness, he was astonished to see intricate networks within the lotus, akin to veins and arteries. At that moment, flowing through these pathways were not mere substances, but the very essences of heaven and earth he had just absorbed. Following these channels upward, Zhou Ding could not help but draw a sharp breath in awe. At the terminus of the meridians, he beheld a lotus heart. In that moment, this lotus heart pulsed with an extraordinarily harmonious rhythm, beating like the breath of life itself, resonating as if in communion with something profound. Resonance? As this notion surged through Zhou Ding's mind, he was astonished to discover that the frequency of the lotus heart's pulsation aligned perfectly with that of his own heartbeat. This black lotus was indeed his primordial spirit, and now, as it nurtured a heart, it was akin to acquiring a second heart. This revelation left Zhou Ding both bewildered and profoundly shaken. The concept of the primordial spirit nurturing a heart? He had truly embarked upon an unparalleled path of cultivation, one that had never been traversed before, nor would it be again. Withdrawing his consciousness from the primordial spirit, Zhou Ding composed himself and gazed intently at a certain place within this realm. Chapter 169. The enigmatic encounter. How do you find this fortuitous encounter I have bestowed upon you? A smile graced his face as the mysterious young man approached Zhou Ding, who regarded him with an air of tranquility. Did you know all along? Zhou Ding inquired, employing a subtle form of communication that only the young man could comprehend. Let me introduce myself first. Upon reaching Zhou Ding, the young man smiled casually and said, My surname is Ji, and my given name is Yun. Is that all? Or is there more? Very well. Do enlighten me regarding your intentions. You deliberately lured my companions away from those 5 individuals, surely. It was not merely out of benevolence that you presented me with this fortuity. Indeed, you are quite astute. However, allow me a moment to ponder where to begin. After making this statement, Ji Yun thoughtfully rested his chin upon his hand, tilting his head as he considered. You must be quite curious about me now, particularly regarding how I discerned that this group of wandering souls was, in fact, a fortuitous occurrence. Yet, let us postpone that query for the moment. I shall first share a little about myself. You may speak. I am all ears. But from where should I commence? Ji Yun continued. You do not find me to be excessively verbose, do you? Certainly not, for I am genuinely intrigued by you. Is mere curiosity all there is? Might there be something more? Alas, I had hoped you might regard me as a friend. Farewell. Without hesitation, Zhou Ding turned to leave upon hearing Ji Yun's words. Hey, I say, where are you going? I have yet to say anything. Then do tell. Do you recall the words I spoke when we first met? Which words? We exchanged many that day. The one where I claimed to be a reincarnation of a deity. A reincarnation of a deity? Upon hearing Ji Yun's statement, Zhou Ding abruptly turned to face him. I remember now, Apart from that claim, you also mentioned that you were acquainted with that three-headed monster. Your memory is indeed remarkable. You are of a different kind. With this declaration from Ji Yun, Zhou Ding suddenly shouted at him. Of a different kind? How could you possibly think that? If I were indeed of a different kind, would I not aid the true others? Seeing that Zhou Ding remained cautious, Ji Yun continued, acquaintance can take many forms. The two most common are those of friends and foes. Which do you believe I am? Before Zhou Ding could respond, Ji Yun added, consider this. Have I ever caused you harm? Though Zhou Ding felt a surge of impulsiveness, he could not dispel his wariness towards Ji Yun, for the latter was shrouded in mystery. In truth, I am of the same ilk as you, though I refer to our shared experiences. My experiences? For reasons unknown. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Zhou Ding felt as though his identity had been discerned. Indeed, it is experience. He gazed skyward, revealing a visage steeped in nostalgia. With that hint of reminiscence, Ji Yun continued, I was once frivolous, yet my heart would not permit it, especially since the day I awoke from slumber. Let me share this with you. My arrival here was not by my own volition, he said, pointing to his heart, but rather, it compelled me to come. What purpose does it serve? Zhou Ding inquired. I regret to say, I do not know. Then why bestow upon me this fate? Ji Yun, with sincerity, replied. To be frank, I am equally perplexed. After conveying this to Zhou Ding, Ji Yun again gestured toward his heart, stating, all of this is dictated by it. Strange. Indeed it is. Were it not for Ji Yun's earnest expression, Zhou Ding might have thought him jesting. Thus, I assert that our experiences bear some resemblance. Is it also imparted by it? Zhou Ding queried, subtly indicating his own heart. Not at all. That is something I deduced myself, Ji Yun said, shaking his divination turtle. Well then, my friend, we must take our leave. It beckons. Where to? Zhou Ding asked. I know not. We shall follow its lead. Good heavens. Why do I feel a chill enveloping me? Observing Ji Yun once more point to his heart, Lao Jian could no longer restrain himself. Do you think you alone feel this? Zhou Ding retorted, sharing the sentiment. Hey, I say, can we not go? Lao Jian grumbled, unwilling to follow someone who lacked a heart of their own. Alas, Lao Jian, isn't your question somewhat superfluous? Do you think I wish to go? My heart is not my own, you see. Lao Jian, how did you know my name? Surely you are not overthinking this. Interrupting Lao Jian, Ji Yun again shook his turtle and declared, of course, I deduced it. To be candid, if I claim to be second in divination, no one dares to claim the first. After addressing Lao Jian, Ji Yun turned to Zhou Ding, saying, Brother, it is not my desire to drag you along. Rather, it is an understanding. That previous occurrence was merely my earnest offering. However, his tone shifted, Zhou Ding enunciated, however, you ought to at least inform me who it is. Right? Please wait a moment. I shall inquire if it permits me to speak, Ji Yun replied, abruptly standing still. Kid, we must retreat. Lao Jian urged Zhou Ding. This fellow is decidedly uncanny. However, Ji Yun remained unmoving, prompting Lao Jian to hastily insist, retreat, setting aside his self-proclaimed divinity. Do you truly believe he is simplistic enough to ride the Yinglong? What is remarkable about riding a mere insect? If you ponder it, you could even produce offspring with that little phoenix. Surely, that would be far more impressive than merely claiming an insect as a steed. I implore you, refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs. How can I be accused of such? Unless you are not considering creating offspring with that little phoenix. Let me enlighten you. Any form of indulgence devoid of the intent of procreation is a mark of degeneracy. Now, setting aside these two matters, let us focus on the present. What present? Are you suggesting that old Jian has caught on, realizing how Zhou Ding acquired this fortune? Does this mean we truly cannot withdraw? Old Jian's tone was laced with astonishment as he uttered these words. What do you think? However, at this moment, I am not preoccupied with that. Zhou Ding's voice also bore a weighty seriousness. Then what concerns you? Are you anxious about what that Ji Yun wishes you to undertake? Ji Yun has awakened. It appears he has successfully communicated with that entity within him. Turning to Zhou Ding, Ji Yun gestured with open palms, saying, My friend, I sincerely apologize. I have no idea why it suddenly refuses to awaken. Chapter 170. The Abyss. Are you truly beyond awakening? What does it mean? Perhaps you simply wish to ignore me, Ji Yun remarked with a hint of resignation as he gazed at Zhou Ding. It seemed that even he found the request he was about to make rather absurd. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Yun continued, I recognize that asking you to accompany me without explanation places you in a difficult position. Although I cannot divulge the identity of the individual in my thoughts, I can assure you that he is certainly not of an alien race. Seeing Zhou Ding remain unmoved, Ji Yun gritted his teeth and further stated, "Let me put it this way. Whether it was during our first or second encounter, he has never invited you to join us. In truth, I had already resolved to proceed alone until you ventured into the lair of that alien tribe. And then he expects you to invite me?" Zhou Ding inquired, his voice low and serious. "Sigh. It is not solely due to your righteous disposition against the alien race, is it? If that were the case, he would not have limited me to inviting you alone. Oh, if it is not for that reason, then what is it? I cannot say for certain. He merely spoke 8 words. What 8 words? My path is not solitary. Those who are not solitary shall come. My path is not solitary. Those who are not solitary shall come." Zhou Ding echoed, pondering the meaning. The lad should accompany him. Just as Zhou Ding was mulling over Ji Yun's words, Lao Jian suddenly interjected. "Are you certain?" "I am certain." For reasons unknown, Lao Jian's tone took on a solemn gravity at that moment. For he had begun to surmise Ji Yun's true intentions behind inviting Zhou Ding. The true one is indeed the genuine self. It appeared that entry into that realm required the presence of a celestial being, and the individual residing in Ji Yun's heart was likely such a being. Lao Jian felt that even if his conjecture was not entirely accurate, it was close enough to the truth. Very well. Zhou Ding placed his trust in Lao Jian. The latter's sudden insistence for him to accompany Ji Yun must have stemmed from a profound insight. With no further words exchanged, they proceeded, each taking their respective lead, until Ji Yun guided Zhou Ding into the seemingly endless dark forest. Halting, Ji Yun turned to Zhou Ding and said, "You need not worry about your 3 companions. I have arranged a trial perfectly suited for them. I am confident that once they emerge from this trial, they will undergo a transformation, transcending the mundane to become extraordinary." Transcending the mundane to become extraordinary? What does that mean? Zhou Ding inquired, astonished by Ji Yun's assertion. It means precisely what it says. Rest assured, your 2 ladies and your young brother shall face no danger whatsoever. Ji Yun gestured toward his own heart and continued. This is also a form of earnest pledge to you. Understood. It seems I cannot retract my decision now, can I? Zhou Ding's expression darkened at Ji Yun's words. Sigh. My friend, I truly wonder what experiences in your life have led you to such thoughts. I can assure you, my friend, that this is truly out of concern. As they continued their journey through the dark forest, Ji Yun would pause momentarily after every stretch of path. Zhou Ding understood that it was his inner guide pointing the way. Looking back revealed an endless expanse of forest, while ahead lay the obscured horizon of trees. Once again, they set forth, and this time, Ji Yun's pace was noticeably swifter than before. Zhou Ding was unaware of the vastness of this dark forest. He only knew that they had been traversing it for a considerable duration. It was not until they reached the very edge of this ominous forest that Zhou Ding beheld a colossal chasm, reminiscent of a celestial divide. This chasm marked the boundary of the 3rd domain, for beyond it lay no further path. This is it, Ji Yun declared gravely as he stood upon the seemingly endless chasm. Now you may disclose our purpose for this journey. Indeed, but before I reveal that to you, I must first convey another matter. What is it? Retracting his gaze from the vast chasm, Ji Yun spoke with an even weightier tone. He instructed me to tell you that they are not dead. They are not dead? What do you mean? Zhou Ding inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. Thousands of years ago, when the foreign tribes invaded, the 5 emperors, alongside the mighty of the celestial domain, forged the battlefield to repel the enemy. Who do you think I refer to when I say they are not dead? Are you speaking of those foreign tribes? Zhou Ding asked, astonished. Yes, I too did not expect to bear such a heavy burden, but fortunately, I have your companionship. Thus, I am not alone on this path. I see. So your inner guide has tasked you with cleaning up the mess left by them 1,000,000 years ago? That could be said, Ji Yun replied, looking at Lao Jian with a bitter expression. So, you mean to say that those foreign tribes lie beneath this chasm? Indeed. In fact, beginning from the 3rd domain. Each domain conceals such a hellish abyss. This is also the greatest secret of the entire celestial realm. What do you mean? Zhou Ding asked, his voice steady as he sought clarity. This tale must begin 1,000,000 years ago. However, before recounting this ancient saga, do you truly believe that the 5 emperors and the mighty of the celestial domain were incapable of eradicating these foreign tribes? Without waiting for Zhou Ding to respond, Ji Yun continued, the answer is certainly not. For in that battle to safeguard the celestial realm, there were those among us who betrayed. Boom. Like a thunderclap, Zhou Ding's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing Ji Yun's words. Ignoring his reaction, Ji Yun pressed on. Surprising, isn't it? Just as you were shocked. I was even more astonished when I first learned this. The 5 emperors could have survived, and those valiant warriors who fought bravely could have had their heroic deeds immortalized. Yet it was those traitors who sealed the fate of the 5 emperors, preventing their return. What did they do? Yet, as Ji Yun spoke, a tremor was evident in Zhou Ding's voice. Gazing at Zhou Ding, Ji Yun enunciated each word with precision. The coffin of creation. They were oblivious to the means by which the coffin of creation had been summoned into the battlefield of the celestial domain. The coffin of creation? Zhou Ding recalled having heard this name within the spatial rift opened by the Pillar Emperor Miao. The ancient slaves carried the coffin, traversing the void, where it initially appeared as azure and then as yellow. This battlefield of the celestial domain was originally forged by the combined efforts of the 5 emperors. However, with the incursion of the coffin of creation, Ji Yun paused slightly before continuing. In the end, the 5 emperors and those formidable beings of the celestial domain had no choice but to sacrifice themselves, creating 3 realms of utter despair within this battlefield. Chapter 171. A small realm. Zhou Ding found himself somewhat perplexed by Ji Yun's words, as he did not elucidate how the creation coffin had influenced the celestial battle that transpired 1,000,000 years ago. Not comprehending, were you? Perhaps sensing the confusion in Zhou Ding's eyes, Ji Yun remarked, in truth, I too struggle to grasp it fully, for I am merely a messenger. After conveying this to Zhou Ding, Ji Yun continued, now he has tasked me with posing a choice to you. Will you join me in addressing the mess left behind from 1,000,000 years ago? Or will you choose to remain aloof, turning your back and walking away? Zhou Ding, upon hearing Ji Yun's words, inquired solemnly, what is the question you wish to ask? Why me? And why now? Ji Yun replied, brother, you have posed 2 questions. It matters not. 1,000,000 years have passed. During this extensive span, why has no one stepped forward? That is an excellent question. Ji Yun praised Zhou Ding before continuing, because over this 1,000,000-year stretch, he has awaited someone worthy, until he finally encountered me. At first glance, Ji Yun's assertion might seem audacious. However, upon deeper reflection, it reveals a certain melancholy. Yet now, there exists another like myself. And that is you, my brother. Oh, what manner of person are you? Zhou Ding queried. How to put it? As long as I do not meet an untimely demise or bring ruin upon myself, I should be able to attain a status akin to that of the 5 emperors. After stating this, Ji Yun added in a somewhat embarrassed tone, brother, please do not misunderstand. These are not my words, but his. He claimed that as long as I do not perish prematurely, even if I accomplish nothing, I could still at least attain the title of Divine Emperor. Of course, if I were to exert just a modicum of effort, the title of Sovereign Emperor would undoubtedly be within reach. However, I suspect he is merely deceiving me, for I do not perceive anything particularly special about myself. Enough. I believe you are already quite remarkable, the elder sighed. Please, do not continue. He felt as though he had been struck repeatedly, fearing that if he listened further, Ji Yun would shatter his resolve to become a stellar deity. The atmosphere, once solemn and grave, was utterly dissipated by Ji Yun's remark. Naturally, Zhou Ding did not consider Ji Yun to be without distinction. In fact, from their very first encounter, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of this individual. Choosing to disregard Ji Yun's airs, Zhou Ding responded, do you have any more questions? None. Then what is your decision? Ji Yun, his eyes glistening with anticipation, inquired. With a deep sigh, Zhou Ding gazed upon the vast chasm before them and mused. It is indeed my fault that the 5 emperors and my celestial forebears have awaited me for so long. Had I known they were waiting, I would have emerged much earlier. As if you could choose which womb you were born from, Ji Yun retorted. However, as Zhou Ding spoke, the stern and unyielding Lao Jian abruptly interrupted him, saying, brother, your awareness is truly humbling for me. Zhou Ding replied, do not be overly modest, a mere acknowledgement suffices. Since we are both rare talents that emerged 1,000,000 years ago, I must say you too have had enough of this self-praise. Are you still planning to address the mess left by the 5 emperors? Lao Jian, unable to tolerate the mutual flattery between Zhou Ding and Ji Yun, interjected with a hint of jealousy. In our eagerness to bond, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. What a transgression indeed! With a thump on his forehead, Ji Yun directed his gaze toward the immense chasm before them and remarked, "Within lies the seal of those foreign tribes." "And then what? What is to be done?" Zhou Ding responded. "This may sound unbelievable, but although this chasm was carved by the 5 emperors as an infernal abyss, under the influence of the creation's coffin, it has now evolved into a small world of its own." "A small world?" Ji Yun inquired, astonished. "Indeed, I find it quite incredible myself. While the creation's coffin possesses the power of creation, the will of the 5 emperors should not be underestimated. Hence, the chasm beneath us has given rise to this delicate little realm. As for the extent of this small world and the scenes it holds, it requires individuals like us, rare as we are, to unveil its secrets." "What are we to accomplish upon entering?" Zhou Ding asked. "2 tasks. First, to identify the foreign tribes and uncover the traitors among us. Second, to ascertain their identities and eradicate them. For the will of the 5 emperors is not eternal, and the divine emperor is no longer present in the heavenly domain." "What do you mean?" Zhou Ding's expression grew serious upon hearing Ji Yun's words. "I never anticipated that the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the heavenly domain would fall upon our shoulders. The saddest part is that what we do will remain an unspeakable secret. It is indeed unspeakable, for this reality is utterly unfathomable." The chasm resembled an abyss, and the abyss seemed to gaze back at him. As Zhou Ding peered into the depths, he experienced an unsettling illusion that the abyss was scrutinizing him in return. "Are you ready, brother?" "Ready." Taking a deep breath and gazing at the bottomless chasm beneath him, Zhou Ding expressed a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Since you are prepared, let us proceed." With that, Ji Yun spread his arms wide and, with a resolute demeanor, leaped into the void. Observing Ji Yun's actions, Zhou Ding followed suit and jumped down as well. "Rising winds above, my body below." At the moment Zhou Ding plunged into the abyss, he felt an intense pull, as if his body were on the verge of being torn apart by the pain. "Why does it hurt? My body has long surpassed the strength of some ancient descendants. How can this mere gale cause me pain?" As he fell amidst the howling winds, Zhou Ding questioned the source of his agony in astonishment. "Alas, it seems my magical powers have been confined." "Young one, have you only just realized this?" "What do you mean? Could it be that you have also discerned it?" "I certainly noticed it before you did, but lacking a corporeal form, I am unable to feel pain. Thus, I chose to remain silent." Speaking of it would be futile. Had it not been for Zhou Ding witnessing Ji Yun also grimacing in agony, howling like a pig being slaughtered, he might have thought it was some sort of trap. Enduring this excruciating torment, he continued to descend. When Ji Yun began to weep and cry out for his parents in his suffering, that sensation of being torn apart suddenly vanished from Zhou Ding. It was in that very instant, as the agony dissipated from within him, that Zhou Ding felt as though he had plunged into another realm. Chapter 172. The Nethermare and the Armored Warrior Ash. Everything appeared as though shrouded in an eternal gloom of gray. When Zhou Ding plummeted into this desolate realm, he found that, aside from the excruciating pain that had torn through him, he was horrified to realize that he could no longer wield his magical powers. Deprived of his abilities, he was unable to halt his descent. Thus, suspended in this somber sky, Zhou Ding could only watch helplessly as his body continued to fall. Falling, descending ever further. In the fleeting moment when Zhou Ding's body cast aside the gray heavens, his eyes were met with an even more dismal landscape. Billowing black smoke was stirred by a raging wind. Apart from a row of mottled city walls that seemed to reach the heavens, the sight before him was one of utter devastation. The land was marred, nearly drenched in blood. Scattered across this expanse of earth, which could be deemed vast, lay countless corpses floating in the desolation. Regrettably, Zhou Ding did not land within the towering walls, but instead fell among the multitude of lifeless bodies. In stark contrast, Ji Yun's fortune was considerably better, for he had descended within the towering city walls. Was this a separation of fates? 2 extraordinary individuals, upon entering this so-called small world, embarked on entirely divergent paths. Coughing, Zhou Ding felt the impact of his fall. Though the corpses cushioned his descent, he nonetheless suffered greatly. The world appeared gray, akin to chaos itself, as Zhou Ding slowly rose from the pile of bodies beneath him. His magical powers felt as if they had solidified within him. Sealed by this realm, he had to accept the harsh reality that he was now no different from a mere mortal. Young man, observe these corpses. Fortunately, Lao Jian was still able to speak. Corpses? Zhou Ding's capacity for acceptance and adaptation was formidable. Upon hearing Lao Jian's words, he glanced down at the heap of bodies. This glance rendered him momentarily speechless. For these corpses were not human, but rather spectral figures akin to the mythic guardians of the underworld. After witnessing this, Zhou Ding turned his gaze to the other bodies. This second look astonished him once more. Among the corpses, he discerned a small number of human remains. Each of these bodies was clad in rudimentary leather armor, wielding tridents that were equally simplistic, resembling tools repurposed from agriculture. Indeed, this was a small world. With a tone of exclamation, Zhou Ding seemed to suddenly recollect something and inquired of Lao Jian, "By the way, what of Ji Yun? Have you seen him?" "Ah, him?" In response to Zhou Ding's question, Lao Jian replied in a peculiar tone, "He is luckier than you. He fell into those city walls." Fell into the city walls? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding raised his gaze towards the seemingly endless, towering walls. From his current surroundings, he could easily imagine that the realm beyond those walls was a world entirely distinct from that within. What is the meaning behind this field of corpses? By what identity did they meet their demise here? As for these city walls, their towering height undoubtedly serves the purpose of repelling invaders. Could it be that these invaders are none other than these very corpses? Lie down. They are coming. Just as Zhou Ding was deep in contemplation, a voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Before he could react, the owner of the voice unexpectedly pinned him to the ground. Had it not been for the fact that the voice belonged to a woman and the sensation of two soft forms pressing against him from behind, he would have certainly risen up and cast her off. "Shu, do not speak." A warm breath brushed against his ear. As Zhou Ding turned to gaze at the woman who had him pinned, a line of figures abruptly emerged in his peripheral vision. With their appearance, his breath quickened, and he felt the weight upon him intensify. At that moment, a pair of blood-crusted, filthy hands suddenly covered his mouth and nose. The once ordinary sound of hoofbeats transformed into a chilling harbinger of death. The horses were not mere steeds. They were clad in heavy armor, emanating an eerie green glow, akin to phantoms resurrected from the depths of hell. The riders upon these ghostly steeds were no ordinary men, but rather mysterious warriors cloaked in crimson armor, their faces concealed by grotesque masks. Each of these enigmatic soldiers wielded a glistening, malevolent blade. At this moment, they patrolled the ravaged battlefield in silence, their presence foreboding and ominous. Zhou Ding believed that should he utter even the faintest sound, these crimson-clad warriors would surely cleave him in two with their swords. The wind stirred. It rose from the ground, sweeping across the plains, carrying with it the blood-soaked earth, mingling with the very essence of life. This sanguine soil enveloped him, creating an illusion of a blood mist, momentarily severing his view of the mysterious soldiers. Time slipped by unnoticed as the tempest howled, leaving Zhou Ding only able to faintly discern the advancing hoofbeats, which seemed to draw ever closer. They approached, as if they were mere inches away. When the ominous sound of hooves finally came to a halt before him, Zhou Ding exhaled a silent sigh of relief. The ghostly steeds trotted back and forth in front of him. In that moment, he did not fear his own composure wavering, but rather worried that the woman pinning him down might falter under the oppressive proximity of danger. Fortunately, the line of soldiers did not linger long before they departed. The sudden gusts of wind gradually subsided, and the receding hoofbeats faded into the distance until they were no longer audible. "That was a close call. You startled me to the core." The girl perched upon Zhou Ding's body exhaled heavily into his ear, her voice tinged with lingering trepidation. "Might I suggest you rise from my form before expressing your joy of survival?" With the warmth of two clusters pressing against his back and the gentle warmth of breath cascading by his ear, Zhou Ding struggled to suppress the tumult within his heart, irritation compelling him to speak. "Oh!" Upon hearing his words, the sweet girl hastily scrambled off Zhou Ding, freed from the weight upon him. He too rose from the pile of corpses beneath him. As he turned to glance behind, he was momentarily taken aback. Despite her round face being smeared with blood and dirt, her innocence remained undiminished. Her large, watery eyes, though shadowed by desolation and solitude, still shone with a radiant purity, innocent and unblemished, as luminous as the moon. "Who are you? I have never seen you within our clan," she inquired cautiously, stepping back, her gaze fixed on Zhou Ding, who appeared momentarily entranced by her presence. Chapter 173. The Sword of the White Emperor. Who am I? Gazing upon this innocent visage, for a fleeting moment, Zhou Ding felt as though fate was playing a cruel jest upon him. In the Eastern continent, in the Great Yuan, he encountered a Li Xinyu who shared not only her name, but also her appearance with the Li Xinyu he knew. In this small realm, he unexpectedly met her. Your surname isn't Mao, is it? Coming back to his senses from his stupor, Zhou Ding disregarded the sweet maiden's inquiry and abruptly posed a question to her. What did you say? Observing her reaction, he deduced that she did not share that surname. Thus, she must not be called Tong Tong either. Tong Tong, you are quite peculiar. Understood. My surname is Zhou, my given name Ding. May I ask, what is your name, young lady? I have no surname. My kin all call me Sweet Maiden. Sweet Maiden? Before Zhou Ding could inquire further, she seemed to recall something suddenly and exclaimed, Oh, I just heard a thud. Did you fall from the sky? From the sky? Casting a glance upwards at the hazy heavens, Zhou Ding shifted his gaze back to Sweet Maiden and remarked, You could say that. Is it or isn't it? What do you mean by could say? Sweet Maiden pouted, her dimples forming as she feigned annoyance. Is this question truly significant? Of course it is. If it weren't important, would I ask you? You are quite handsome, yet utterly lacking in sincerity. Indeed, I did fall from the sky, Zhou Ding replied, a hint of resignation in his voice as he nodded in affirmation. Ah, Sweet Maiden's eyes widened in surprise at Zhou Ding's response. Then she eagerly pressed him. Please repeat that. Where did you come from? Perhaps it was the echoes of a past long forgotten. Or perhaps it was Sweet Maiden's innocence that stirred something within Zhou Ding. He earnestly replied, I shall say it again, I come from the sky. After Zhou Ding's confirmation, Sweet Maiden fell silent. During her silence, he noticed her bright eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. He truly came from the sky. A tear, resembling a pearl, cascaded down Sweet Maiden's cheek, and in that instant, she grasped Zhou Ding's sleeve and began to weep uncontrollably. Grandfather, did you hear that? He truly came from the sky. Oh, the legend is indeed true. We shall never have to live there again. Hey, what are you talking about? What legend is true? While Sweet Maiden's sorrow was genuine, Zhou Ding found himself utterly perplexed by her words. Benefactor, please follow me. Wiping her tears and not allowing Zhou Ding a moment to respond, Sweet Maiden seized his sleeve and began to lead him away. Where are we going? My friends are still here. Before Zhou Ding could finish his sentence, he felt an immense force tugging at him, nearly lifting him off the ground. The sweet young maiden appeared delicate and innocent, yet her strength was astonishing. Zhou Ding estimated that her might could easily lift 1,000 pounds. Not only was she extraordinarily strong, but her speed was equally remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ding found himself unable to see the towering city walls as she pulled him along with great force. The landscape around them was desolate, even barren. On this endless stretch of arid land, bones buried beneath the yellow sands were visible everywhere. Had he not known that beneath this chasm lay a small realm, Zhou Ding would have believed he was in an authentic domain. Authenticity? What constitutes reality? Is this small realm not a genuine world? If the heavens and earth are real, then surely the life within them must also be considered real. Barren and infinite, the girl named Sweet Maiden led Zhou Ding through this desolation. They ran until they finally came upon the outline of a tribe, at which point Sweet Maiden halted. Due to the magical forces being sealed in this realm, Zhou Ding found himself weary and worn. The sandstorms raged, and the yellow dust filled the air. It was hard for him to fathom how Sweet Maiden's people managed to survive in such harsh conditions. Having run so swiftly, Sweet Maiden was now panting heavily. After a brief moment of recovery, she revealed a fruit from her bosom, as if it were a rare treasure. Presenting the green fruit to Zhou Ding with a sweet smile, she said, Benefactor, you must be parched. Please have this fruit to quench your thirst. Warm to the touch. It was evident that she had held it close for a long while, especially when Zhou Ding noticed her attempts to conceal her own thirst, despite her cracked lips. She maintained her sweet smile, offering the fruit to him, a mere stranger. I am not thirsty, he replied, discreetly returning the fruit to Sweet Maiden's hand. He gazed towards the tribe built upon the yellow sands and inquired, Can you tell me where we are, young lady? This is my tribe, she responded, taking the fruit back into her embrace. You must not have understood my question. I mean, what is this place? Oh, I see, she interrupted, her smile fading as she spoke. This place was once known as the Kingdom of Baimao. The Kingdom of Baimao? Yes, my ancestors were once subjects of the Kingdom of Baimao. And now? Now it is called the Kingdom of Haichi. My people are the descendants of Baimao. Before Zhou Ding could inquire further, Sweet Maiden continued. The corpses you saw earlier were warriors of Baimao. And that row of city walls you observed, she paused slightly before adding. Beyond those walls lay our former homeland. Our ancestors were driven into this desolate expanse. And the corpses witnessed by our benefactor belonged to the last valiant warriors of the Baimu tribe. As she spoke, Sweet Girl shed tears. Judging by the degree of weathering on those remains, it appears they have been deceased for quite some time. This implies that Sweet Girl ventured there on her own. She went to that place only to encounter the descending Zhou Ding. What was the legend you mentioned earlier? Perhaps in an attempt to alleviate Sweet Girl's sorrow. Zhou Ding inquired with curiosity. Previously, I too believed it was merely a legend. However, our benefactor need only accomplish one more task to ascertain whether it is indeed a legend. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's question, Sweet Girl composed herself and replied earnestly. One more task? What task? Draw the sword. Gazing at Zhou Ding, Sweet Girl enunciated each word. Extract the Bai Di sword embedded in Bai Huashan. Bai Huashan? Bai Di sword? The Five Emperors? Chapter 174. The White Volcano. Upon hearing the words of the Sweet Maiden, Zhou Ding was struck with astonishment. Since entering this ancient battlefield, the name of the Five Emperors had been a constant presence in his mind. And this White Emperor, as mentioned by the Sweet Maiden, is indeed one of the Five Emperors. Is the sword she urges him to retrieve that of the White Emperor, one of the five? If so, then it is undoubtedly the White Emperor who suppresses those foreign tribes in this realm. The legend states that only the sword of the White Emperor, embedded in the White Volcano, can vanquish the 10 great generals of the Black-Tooth Kingdom. Only by defeating these 10 generals can we reclaim our homeland. And what of that legend? How does it unfold? It is said that when our Baimu clan encounters the one who descends from the heavens, that individual will unsheath the White Emperor's sword and lead us back to the White City to reclaim our home. At this juncture, the Sweet Maiden grew increasingly animated, exclaiming, Yet my ancestors have awaited so long, enduring through the erosion of time, witnessing the passing of kin, as each generation continues to hold steadfast to this hope. Waiting until the legend itself has faded into mere myth. We still persist in our vigil. Such resilience, for they have waited for 1,000,000 years. Observing the Sweet Maiden's fervor, Lao Jian sighed within Zhou Ding's heart. Young one, what shall we say now? I surmise this may be the reason the Five Emperors chose to suppress these foreign tribes rather than eradicate them. What do you mean? Indeed, the Five Emperors wish not to harm the innocent. After conveying this thought to Zhou Ding, Lao Jian continued. Throughout our journey, we have gleaned much about the truths of that great battle from 1,000,000 years ago. Considering these revelations, I believe my conjecture, while perhaps not entirely accurate, holds significant merit. At the crucial moment of that battle, the coffin of creation suddenly intervened. Though my speculation may seem absurd, the most outlandish concept may indeed be the truth. I understand now. Are you suggesting that both this Sweet Maiden and her people are? Yes, creations of the coffin of creation. They may have been born from it, or perhaps that very coffin constitutes an entire realm. At this point, Lao Jian paused before continuing. The coffin of creation came here and left behind these so-called subjects. The White Emperor, unwilling to commit acts of indiscriminate slaughter, established a formidable barrier, perhaps requiring the sacrifice of his own life, to seal the powers of those he sought to imprison, those who could contend with him in battle. Perhaps the legend passed down within the Bai Mu clan originates from the White Emperor himself. He planted his imperial sword in the place known as the White Volcano, waiting for a descendant capable of wielding it to vanquish the foreign tribes he had sealed away. Are you implying that these foreign tribes have thrived here for 1,000,000 years? How is that conceivable? Naive. How could it not be possible? Young man, it would be prudent for you to refrain from interpreting the vastness of the cosmos through the lens of your ignorance, for this universe is immeasurably grand, far beyond your imagination. Moreover, within this boundless expanse, there exist beings of supreme stature, capable of standing in harmony with the cosmos, and even transcending its collapse while remaining unscathed. Standing in harmony with the cosmos, or even remaining unscathed amidst its collapse. After repeating the words of old Jian in a daze, Zhou Ding suddenly inquired, Old Jian, what manner of existence is that? What manner of existence? The young man pressed. Let me elucidate, my boy, old Jian replied. As it stands, you are less than a speck of dust in the presence of such beings. Less than a speck of dust? In the realm of cultivation, Zhou Ding had believed that the realm of true immortals represented the pinnacle of existence. He had once held the conviction that he would ascend to the summit one day, looking down upon the myriad mountains with a sense of pride. Yet now, since arriving at this ancient battlefield, Zhou Ding has come to realize the absurdity of his previous self, a frog confined to a well. Young man, broaden your perspective. Do not confine yourself to this celestial domain. In the future, you are destined to venture beyond the heavens and traverse the ocean of stars, for in this world, nothing is eternal save for oneself. Perhaps sensing Zhou Ding's despondency, old Jian offered words of encouragement. Benefactor, benefactor. Sweet Mei called out repeatedly as Zhou Ding stared blankly. Lost in thought. I am here. He snapped back to reality, turning his gaze towards Sweet Mei. Benefactor, do you still require rest? No longer, Zhou Ding replied. And Sweet Mei exclaimed excitedly. Then shall we set forth immediately? Set forth immediately? To where? To the White Fire Mountain, of course. The reason I did not bring you into my tribe was that I did not wish for my kin to be disappointed. So you intend for just the two of us to go? If I succeed, you will take me to meet your people. If I fail, it will only be you who is disappointed, correct? You have seen through my thoughts, Sweet Mei admitted, slightly embarrassed. Never mind, let us go. Take me to the White Fire Mountain. Zhou Ding did not consider himself a meddler or a person with lofty ideals. However, having promised Ji Yun, he was determined to give it his all, for such was his principle. The White Fire Mountain was not a towering mountain upon first glance. On the contrary, it was not a mountain at all. If it was not a mountain, then what was it? It was only when Zhou Ding beheld the entirety of the White Fire Mountain that he understood. Is this truly the White Fire Mountain? Before him stood a large stone, scarcely reaching his waist. This stone was entirely white, adorned with interwoven black and white patterns. Yes, benefactor, this is the White Fire Mountain. Had Sweet Mei not repeatedly affirmed it, Zhou Ding would have thought she was jesting with him. And what of the White Emperor's sword? Where is it? Gazing upon this exceedingly ordinary boulder, Zhou Ding helplessly inquired of her. Right here in this mountain? Indeed, right here in this mountain. Are you suggesting that the White Emperor's sword lies within this very stone? Oh, benefactor. However, noticing Zhou Ding's continued skepticism, Tian Mei uttered another phrase that prompted Zhou Ding to cast aside his jest. This is the pinnacle of Mount Baihua. In truth, we have been traversing the summit of Mount Baihua all along. It is merely that I have guided you to the utmost peak of this mountain. Perhaps in a bid to convince Zhou Ding, after uttering these words, Tian Mei bent down, an action that instantly captivated Zhou Ding's attention. Chapter 175. Embracing the mountain, the sweet girl possessed remarkable strength. With a single strike of her palm, half of her forearm sank into the yellow sand beneath her feet. With each powerful blow and gentle caress, the sand dispersed, revealing white stone. A mountain range lay concealed beneath this yellow sand. It appears the young lady spoke the truth. The large stone you see is indeed the pinnacle of this mountain range. Once more, the yellow sand began to swirl, nearly blinding Zhou Ding. Yet, the sweet girl continued to exert herself, striving to prove her point. In haste, Zhou Ding interjected, "Stop. I believe you." As she ceased her efforts, he inquired, "Since the mountain range of this White Fire Mountain lies buried underground, how am I to enter and retrieve the sword?" "You need not venture into the mountain," she replied. "What do you mean?" Zhou Ding asked, perplexed by her statement. The legend states that the White Emperor's sword is a divine weapon. As long as one is truly a person descended from the heavens, the entire White Fire Mountain serves as the hilt of the White Emperor's sword. My purpose in bringing you to the summit of the White Fire Mountain is to assure you that I have not spoken in vain. In her words, Zhou Ding could sense her excitement and apprehension. He understood the dual emotions she was experiencing. She undoubtedly hoped he would succeed in drawing the sword. Yet high expectations often lead to greater disappointment. If he were unable to extract the White Emperor's sword from the White Fire Mountain, she might also begin to doubt the legend. Amidst the sweet girl's complex emotions, Zhou Ding gradually directed his gaze to the summit of the White Fire Mountain. Observing the protruding peak amidst the yellow sand, a serious expression crossed his face. Bound by the restrictions of this realm, he could not use his divine sense to probe the mountain's interior. "Young man, it seems this is a test set by the White Emperor for you. Whether you can obtain the Emperor's sword depends entirely on your own capabilities." "I understand," Zhou Ding replied inwardly to Lao Jian, stepping forward to confront the mountain's peak. Ji Yun had once said that after waiting 1,000,000 years, that heart finally awaited Ji Yun. and that heart led Ji Yun to invite him along, implying their destinies were intertwined. This connection was the condition for entering this realm, since the restrictions of this realm were established by the White Emperor. Was it the Emperor's presence he needed to embody? The White Emperor set these constraints in anticipation of a worthy successor who could exist alongside him. In this regard, it seemed Ji Yun's heart was not biased. Otherwise, he could not have known the true secrets of this ancient battlefield. The White Emperor's sword. What is the White Emperor's sword? It is the sword wielded by the White Emperor. As the sweet girl displayed her anxiousness and excitement, Zhou Ding embraced the exposed peak of the mountain. Although his actions appeared quite comical at that moment, even Lao Jian could not muster a laugh. With his powers sealed, he was left to rely solely on himself. As Zhou Ding embraced the mountain peak that he could encircle, a wave of warmth suddenly radiated from his grasp. This warmth was fleeting, transforming almost instantly into a searing heat. Beneath the intensity of this scorching sensation, the mountain peak began to emit a misty vapor, a manifestation of extreme temperature. The concealed white volcano, buried beneath the earth, commenced its ascent in temperature as Zhou Ding enveloped the exposed summit. Moreover, this rise in temperature was accelerating at an astonishing rate. Not only Zhou Ding, who held the mountain peak tightly, but even the girl outside the summit, Tian Mei, could feel the heat emanating from beneath the yellow sand. Her garments began to emit wisps of white smoke under the peak's intense heat, and Zhou Ding's complexion flushed a deep crimson. Large beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, evaporating into mist the moment they fell upon the peak. Previously, Tian Mei had wondered why this concealed mountain range was called the White Volcano. It was only at this moment that she comprehended its true volcanic nature. At this juncture, even Tian Mei felt she could no longer maintain her footing atop the summit, while Zhou Ding remained steadfast, embracing the peak like a rock, unwavering. No, he was not merely holding the mountain peak motionless. He was attempting to uproot it, exerting an unwavering resolve to extract the white volcano from its very foundation. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Tian Mei was moved and murmured in awe, "Are you not afraid of pain?" Afraid of pain? Zhou Ding had endured agony far beyond this, having experienced excruciating suffering that rendered him unconscious. In comparison, this slight searing sensation was trivial. Amid Tian Mei's near incoherence, the mountain peak began to change color, transitioning from white to pale, from pale to transparent, from transparent to orange, and finally to bright. As the peak approached a nearly transparent orange-red hue, Zhou Ding's garments were instantly reduced to ash by the intense heat. Though his body was exposed, it remained cloaked in mist. Once enveloped in this mist, resembling white fog, Tian Mei could no longer discern Zhou Ding's figure. "Kid, you've endured the severing of your meridians by the Earth Spirit Tree, and you've survived the heart-wrenching torment of the ancient demon fire. I say, you cannot succumb to this white volcano. Be quiet. Can you not utter something auspicious?" It was peculiar and astonishing. Although from an external perspective, Zhou Ding appeared to be enduring a pain incomprehensible to ordinary individuals, within this searing agony, he felt no trace of discomfort. This assertion may sound odd, yet accurately speaking, the burning sensation inflicted by the white volcano only affected his surface, without penetrating into his core. At this moment, he could not wield his magical powers, but his primordial spirit remained unbound by the constraints of this realm. The reason Zhou Ding did not perceive the burning pain was precisely due to his primordial spirit. The primal infant nurtures the heart, forming a spiritual entity. Although this primordial form is still but a nascent shape, it has begun to reveal its unique essence as a distinct spiritual being. Much like the act of creating space, the primordial infant of Zhou Ding exists in this manner. Being such an entity, the constraints of this realm cannot possibly confine that which resides within him, even if the barriers were set by the White Emperor himself. In this moment, Zhou Ding feels a profound gratitude towards the heart of Ji Yun. Had it not been for Ji Yun's heart bestowing upon him this fortuitous opportunity, his primordial infant would not have been capable of nurturing this second heart from the essence of heaven and earth. This indirectly attests to the extraordinary nature of the Black Lotus. With the protection of the primordial infant, Zhou Ding remains undaunted by the formidable presence of the White Fire Mountain. Yet, the might of this mountain is not without its limits. As the hue of the peak shifts to a fiery red, beneath the gentle haze, the summit begins to fade. Chapter 176, The Swordless, The Fading. from the extreme to the mundane, fading, returning to the primitive. When the buried white volcano, hidden beneath the earth, reverted to its primordial state, there came a moment when Zhou Ding felt as though he grasped the hilt of the White Emperor's sword. Although to the outside world he appeared to be embracing the mountain peak, within the depths of his being, Zhou Ding was certain that what he held was indeed the sword's hilt. With his spirit sinking into the Yuanying, he concentrated his strength in his arm. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious sweet girl, Zhou Ding began to draw the sword with a focused mind. The myriad of elephants, both tangible and intangible, surrounded him. This stone is not a sword, yet with a heart as steadfast as rock, it transforms into one. In this state of deep concentration, Zhou Ding entered a realm of profound mystery. In this enigmatic realm, he altered his posture, adopting the stance of drawing a sword as he gripped the mountain's peak. To the outside observer, he held the mountain's summit, but in Zhou Ding's perception, he grasped the sword hilt. Time slipped by silently as he maintained this sword-drawing stance, standing tall, until, suddenly, a sound akin to a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a sound that was unmistakably the resonance of a sword. What was that sound? Was it truly the sound of a sword? Sweet girl stood nearby, excitement mingling with trepidation as she feared she might have misheard, dreading the possibility of this being a false hope. It was not until the second resounding sword cry echoed through the air that astonishment washed over her features. It was indeed the sound of a sword. The legend was true. Upon confirming the authenticity of the sword's resonance, sweet girl was overcome with joy, tears of elation streaming down her face. The mountain stood sharp and defined, yet left no trace. However, following the second sword cry, the yellow sands of this realm began to gradually collapse, revealing the white stones beneath. The lands shifted, and the mountains rose erect. As this white volcano, buried for countless years beneath the yellow sands, began to re-emerge into the world, this spectacle captured the attention of sweet girl's kin. "Chief, look over there." From the tents of the Bai Mu tribe, figures began to rush out. When these descendants of Bai Mu beheld the magnificent rising of the white volcano in the distance, expressions of shock adorned their faces. It is the legend. The legend has come to pass. An elder with white hair gazed intently at the volcano, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. "Chief, are you saying someone has drawn forth that divine sword?" With this revelation, both the elderly and the young, regardless of their skin's hue, surged toward the direction of the white volcano. The divine mountain has emerged, and the yellow sands have flowed away. As the fifth sword cry resonated through the heavens and the earth, the once tumultuous sands transformed into a flowing river. Water cascaded forth, unceasing and abundant. In mere moments, a river, vibrant and alive, appeared within this realm. For the Bai Mu tribe, who dwelled amidst the arid desert, water was an invaluable treasure. As the people of the White Mound tribe, drawn forth by the majestic white volcano, beheld the grandeur of the river, they knelt in reverence, bowing repeatedly towards the mountain. In their awe, they prostrated themselves again and again. With each bow, the seventh sound of the sword echoed throughout the land. It resounded like branches unfurling, scattering leaves. As the seventh sword sound reverberated, the white volcano, rising from the desert, began to don a cloak of verdant splendor. A miracle. Indeed, it was a miracle. Yet, amidst this divine occurrence, Zhou Ding remained oblivious to the transformations surrounding him. For at that moment, he was wholly absorbed in the act of drawing his sword. As the blade emerged by a fraction, an overwhelming sword intent surged into Zhou Ding's spiritual sea. As the sword extended further, this imposing intent transformed into an expansive ocean of blades within his essence. When the sword was drawn 5/10, all swords converged into one, and within Zhou Ding's spiritual sea, only a single blade remained. This sword was both unremarkable and yet encompassed all. It was at the instant Zhou Ding perceived the myriad possibilities contained within this sword that he realized his previously shackled magical powers had loosened a layer. This release restored him to the state of chi refinement. Amidst the lush greenery, Tian Mei still had not glimpsed the legendary divine sword, the White Emperor. Although unseen, she felt with certainty that Zhou Ding was currently drawing the White Emperor's sword. This sensation seemed absurd, yet in that moment, Tian Mei felt it distinctly. Standing atop the mountain, her heart was set upon the sword. As the ninth sound of the sword echoed from the summit of the white volcano, Zhou Ding made a motion as if to draw the sword. What a fine sword. Though his hands were empty, he assumed a posture as if caressing the blade. This scene, witnessed by Tian Mei, stirred her with excitement amidst the absurdity. Tian Mei, what are you doing here? The chieftain of the White Mound tribe and his people arrived, and upon seeing Zhou Ding atop the mountain, they were all struck with astonishment. Chieftain, hearing his name called, Tian Mei, in her excitement, pointed at Zhou Ding and exclaimed, Grandfather Chieftain, the legend is true. Our benefactor has descended from the heavens and drawn the White Emperor's sword. Drawn the White Emperor's sword? Where is the sword? At Tian Mei's words, the chieftain, along with all the young and old of the tribe, turned their gazes towards Zhou Ding, who stood empty-handed yet caressed an invisible blade. To Tian Mei's eyes, Zhou Ding was indeed without a sword, but she firmly believed that the White Emperor's sword was in his grasp. Yes, Tian Mei, you claim our benefactor descended and drew the White Emperor's sword. But where is it? I see nothing. It is in the hands of our benefactor. Upon hearing this, a member of the tribe inquired, and Tian Mei responded with enthusiasm. In the hands of our benefactor? Tian Mei. The chieftain's expression darkened at her words. They had indeed been startled by the resounding sword cry that echoed throughout the realm. They were willing to believe that this sound heralded the miracle. Yet, where was the White Emperor's sword? The sweet maiden proclaimed that the White Emperor's sword rested within the hands of that individual. However, the gazes of all present were fixed upon him, and the youth appeared utterly empty-handed. From the heavens he descended, the maiden asserted. But how did you ascertain his celestial origins? Tribal leader, I beheld it with mine own eyes. It was I who brought the benefactor here to draw the sword. Are you implying that this person was brought by you? Upon hearing the maiden's words, the tribal leader's countenance darkened further. Indeed, I witnessed the benefactor plummeting from the sky, which evoked the ancient legend. Thus I brought him here. I see. The maiden remained oblivious to the tribal leader's grim expression, still enraptured by the joy of Zhou Ding unsheathing the White Emperor's sword. It was only when the tribal leader's next command resonated that the maiden's elation transformed into astonishment. By Duel, seize this individual at once. Yes, tribal leader. At his command, a robust youth with dark skin immediately charged forth, flanked by a dozen beings, whether human or the bull-headed and horse-headed creatures previously witnessed by Zhou Ding, rushing towards him with formidable intensity. Chapter 177. This is the way of the Sword Chief. What are you doing? Our benefactor has drawn the White Emperor's sword. Soon we shall return. Why do you detain our benefactor? Sweet Mei boldly questioned the chief of the Bai Mu tribe, Wu Tu, as Bai Duo led over a dozen brave warriors to capture Zhou Ding. How dare you question me? Who permitted you to bring this outsider? Furthermore, you claim the White Emperor's sword is in his possession, yet we see no evidence of it. After uttering these words, Wu Tu shouted at Sweet Mei, You have caused a great calamity, do you not realize? A calamity? What calamity have I caused? Perhaps it was the first time Wu Tu had raised his voice at her, causing Sweet Mei to momentarily falter at his outburst. Zhuge bind Sweet Mei, the chief commanded. Chief. A young man standing beside Wu Tu stiffened at his words. What? Did you not hear my command? Wu Tu held the utmost authority in the Bai Mu tribe. Even if Zhuge wished to resist, he had no choice but to comply. Approaching Sweet Mei, who was still in shock, Zhuge softly said, Sweet Mei, I must apologize. With that, he swiftly twisted her arms behind her back. Bai Duo, having reached Zhou Ding's side with his warriors, was met with astonishment as they discovered, despite their efforts, they could not approach Zhou Ding. It felt as if a mysterious force surrounded him, preventing their advance. Is this the White Emperor's sword? Boy, what nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Where is the sword you claim to hold? Lao Jian, like Wu Tu, could not perceive the sword in Zhou Ding's hand. Nevertheless, Zhou Ding continued to caress the blade, expressing admiration. Can you not see it? Isn't that a redundant question? Indeed. Still stroking the invisible White Emperor's sword, Zhou Ding spoke with utmost seriousness to Lao Jian. To be honest, I cannot see it either. What? Lao Jian was thrown into confusion by Zhou Ding's words. Amidst his bewilderment, Zhou Ding continued. The so-called Great Path is formless. Perhaps this is precisely it. What great path? What do you mean? Lao Jian retorted. Are you daft from the heat of this white fire mountain? Perhaps. Maintaining his earnest tone, Zhou Ding replied, To be truthful, I currently find myself in a state where everyone else is intoxicated while I remain sober. I cannot see the White Emperor's sword in my hand. yet I feel it is undoubtedly there. Had it not been for the knowledge that Zhou Ding had not succumbed to the flames of the White Fire Mountain, Lao Jian would surely have believed him mad. Zhou Ding's pronouncement plunged Lao Jian into silence. Boy, do you truly believe the White Emperor's sword is in your grasp? After a prolonged silence, Lao Jian solemnly inquired of Zhou Ding. Indeed, it is quite absurd. Although I cannot see it, I can distinctly feel its presence in my grasp. By the way, you just mentioned that the Great Way is formless. Could this invisible White Emperor's sword also be interpreted in such a manner? Are you suggesting that the Great Sword is without form? No, my dear friend. What I mean to convey is that what you hold in your hand embodies the Great Way, the profound essence of the sword. You mean to say that what I possess is the Great Way, the essence of the sword? Yet, as I have heard from old Jian, it is as though enlightenment has dawned upon me like a refreshing breeze. I comprehend now. With an exhilarating excitement, Zhou Ding exclaimed, So, the White Emperor's sword is not merely a sword, but rather the way of the sword. Picking up on Zhou Ding's revelation, old Jian echoed with fervor, Thus, it eludes our sight, for the White Emperor's sword is, in truth, the way of the White Emperor's sword. The way of the White Emperor's sword? From the perspective of the more than 100 White Miao warriors, Zhou Ding appeared utterly deranged at this moment, for he was laughing maniacally. Such laughter sent shivers down the spines of the warriors, even causing Wu Tu to instinctively take a step back. Although the power of the White Miao clan may surpass that of mere mortals, it does not elevate them beyond human frailty. Therefore, Zhou Ding's wild laughter inevitably instilled a sense of dread. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Zhou Ding slowly shifted his gaze from the White Miao clan to the group of Bai Duo and Wu Tuesday. This glance alone prompted Bai Duo to instinctively retreat a step. What is your intention? Redirecting his focus from the White Miao clan, Zhou Ding's eyes landed upon the bound sweet girl, held captive by Zhuge. This sight caused Zhou Ding to furrow his brow slightly, although clad only in undergarments. No one dared to challenge him at this moment. Under the vigilant watch of Wu Tu and others, Zhou Ding casually waved his hand, causing Zhuge, who was restraining sweet girl, to emit a muffled grunt and retreat several steps. In the instant Zhuge fell back, sweet girl's body suddenly lifted off the ground and floated toward Zhou Ding. Once she landed beside him, Zhou Ding finally spoke for the first time since their arrival. Who are they, and why have they captured you? His voice was cold, imbued with an innate pressure that commanded respect. Upon hearing Zhou Ding's inquiry, Wu Tu could not help but break into a cold sweat. They are my kin, sweet girl explained, still astonished by Zhou Ding's earlier display of power. Your kin? If they are indeed your kin, then why have they apprehended you? There is no enmity. It was merely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, indeed. Hearing sweet girl's response, old Jian recounted their observations and accounts to Zhou Ding in precise detail. Through old Jian's narration, Zhou Ding began to perceive the transformation of the desolate landscape. The mountains were lush, and rivers flowed gently. Standing here, one could behold a row of city walls that seemed to soar into the heavens, as if encasing a magnificent city in a shell of bronze and iron. In that colossal city, shrouded in dark mist, even Zhou Ding, who had returned to the Qi refinement stage, could not peer within its depths. A battalion was approaching. Just as Wu Tu and his kin fidgeted with anxiety, Zhou Ding suddenly proclaimed from above. A battalion? Sweet Mei exclaimed in a tone laced with terror. You mean the Black Tooth Army is upon us? At her words, expressions of dread spread across the faces of Wu Tu, Zhuge, and their kin. Dust and smoke billowed, and hooves thundered through the sand. Amidst the pallor of Wu Tu and his people, a group of armored soldiers mounted on spectral steeds surged toward the direction of the White Fire Mountain. Witnessing this army, imbued with an aura of imminent slaughter, some women, children, and elders of the Bai Mu clan began to cover their faces and weep bitterly. Defend! Defend! All able-bodied men, step forward and join me in defense. Chapter 178. A sword go if you must, echoed the voice of Zhuge. A woman clutching a swaddled infant gazed at him and lamented, My husband cannot go. Should anything happen to him, what shall become of me and our child? Guda, what nonsense are you uttering? Step aside. With that, a burly man pushed past the woman and strode confidently towards Zhuge. Zhuge, do not heed her words. I shall accompany you. Before long, a throng of young men gathered around Zhuge, and Zhou Ding estimated their number to be over 100. These men, fierce and unyielding, seemed to embody a primal duty to face death without fear. In stark contrast, the expressions of the women, children, and the elderly within the tribe were laden with sorrow. This sorrow hinted at a grim understanding that their men or children might not return from this perilous undertaking. Benefactor. Sweet May's tears flowed anew at this sight, gazing at Zhou Ding with a pleading look. I understand. If my conjecture is correct, 1,000,000 years ago, the White Emperor had shown compassion towards the ancestors of the Bai Mu clan. Yet, the descendants of this clan did not disappoint Zhou Ding with their current display of resolve. Whether driven by the task he had pledged to undertake, respect for the White Emperor, or the call of the White Emperor's swordsmanship, Zhou Ding was compelled to take a step forward. With Sweet May's eager expression urging him on, Zhou Ding seemed to traverse the distance beside Zhuge Gu in an instant. His movement drew the attention of every member of the Bai Mu clan. Standing tall amidst the verdant landscape, Zhou Ding began to caress the sword, his focus unwavering. This ritual continued until the ominous black-toothed army, mounted on ghostly steeds, thundered towards them. Despite the presence of Zhou Ding before them, the army charged on as if oblivious to his existence, their speed unabated, their riders silent and resolute in their approach. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Some of the more fragile women and elderly instinctively shielded their eyes, acutely aware of the terror that the black-toothed army represented. Under the dark reign of the black-toothed kingdom, they had attempted resistance, only to witness the grim aftermath of their struggles, lifeless bodies that could never be reclaimed. Fortunately, the black-toothed army had never sought to annihilate their entire clan. But could this be deemed a favor? The black-toothed kingdom had once been the homeland of the Bai Mu clan. As the black-toothed army bore down on Zhou Ding, he remained steadfast, continuing to caress the invisible sword of the White Emperor. This absurd scene did not escape the notice of Zhuge Gu and the other brave warriors, who instinctively clenched their fists. The legend that had persisted through the ages had already begun to manifest, and whether the remaining part of the prophecy would also unfold now rested solely upon Zhou Ding. Is there no vitality left? Let me behold what manner of beings you truly are. As the words fell, the black-toothed army surged forth to stand before Zhou Ding, who at last ceased his motion of caressing his sword. In that moment, as if the very heavens and earth had frozen, the once flowing river appeared to be pressed on pause. And in that stillness, Zhou Ding swung his sword. With that single motion, the cosmos resumed its rhythm. The currents flowed once more. The black-toothed army, abruptly halted before Zhou Ding, became statuesque, as if carved from ice. To the astonishment of the Bai Mao clan, Zhou Ding seemed to perform no action, yet what entered their eyes was merely his afterimage. This shadow darted through the ranks of the black-toothed army with a speed beyond their comprehension, leaving behind further echoes of itself. As these countless afterimages converged back to the unmoving Zhou Ding, the black-toothed soldiers began to tumble from their steeds. Over 100 warriors fell from their mounts, and the spectral steeds beneath them collapsed to the ground as well. Under the collective gaze of shock from the clan, Zhou Ding gently brushed his hand, causing the iron masks that adorned the faces of the black-toothed soldiers to slide away, revealing their true visages. What lay beneath was not mere faces, but swirling dark vapors, akin to a chaotic mist. As Zhou Ding unveiled their true forms, the black-toothed warriors began to dissipate gradually, along with the spectral steeds that lay upon the earth. What could this mean? What were these entities? As the members of the Bai Mao clan observed the vanishing black-toothed soldiers, their expressions transformed into ones of incredulity. It was no wonder they were astonished. For over 1,000,000 years of struggle, they had never slain a single black-toothed warrior. Had they truly been battling these entities for 1,000,000 years? Gazing upon the disappearing forms, a brave warrior of the Bai Mao clan spoke with a complex mix of emotions. With a deep sigh, Zhou Ding slowly turned to the Bai Mao clan and said, "They are not mere entities. They are manifestations of an alien race." Alien race? What does that mean? The clan leader, Wu Tu, asked Zhou Ding with fervor. "Before I address your inquiry, I wish to understand your origins," Zhou Ding replied. "Our origins? Our ancestors have dwelled upon this land for generations. Could you elaborate? From the legends, from the tales of these alien races invading your homeland. That is a distant past, too far to trace. Indeed, I have pressed you beyond what is possible. The Bai Mu clan, after all, are mere mortals. How could they possibly comprehend events that transpired 1,000,000 years ago? Are you departing, my benefactor?" Sweet May suddenly inquired, noticing that Zhou Ding had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Indeed, I must take my leave. Did I not mention to you that a friend of mine has fallen into that city wall? Did you mention that, benefactor? After muttering this to herself, Sweet May promptly followed up with another question. Are you truly going to that wall? Yes, I have come here specifically for the otherworldly beings. To enter that wall, you cannot gain access to it. Zhou Ding spoke solemnly as he elaborated. Cannot gain access? Indeed, it is an impenetrable divine wall. A divine wall. Upon hearing this term, Zhou Ding was equally astonished and inquired further. Chapter 179. The 10 Great Generals. I understand your skepticism, but indeed, it is the divine wall. Unless you have truly drawn the White Emperor's sword, the fact remains that, while your prowess surpasses that of mere mortals, I have not witnessed the legendary sword capable of cleaving the divine wall and reclaiming our homeland from your hands. After addressing Zhou Ding, Wu Tu continued, moreover, the 10 generals who command the Black-Tooth Nation have long shed their mortal forms and achieved divine bodies. Shed mortal forms? Achieved divine bodies? Reflecting on Wu Tu's words, Zhou Ding chuckled lightly. I say, esteemed chieftain, you may harbor some misconceptions regarding the term divine. Do you doubt it? Those 10 generals are indeed deities. Zhou Ding's expression turned mocking, prompting Wu Tu to become flustered, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he exclaimed, perhaps in your eyes, those so-called 10 generals are invincible gods, but I implore you, open your eyes wide and witness how I, Zhou Ding, shall slay a god. Having said this, Zhou Ding added, furthermore, if the White Emperor's sword is indeed a divine weapon, how could you possibly lay eyes upon it? As the words fell, Zhou Ding formed a sword seal, and the setting sun lifted him aloft. To Wu Tu and the others' astonishment, Zhou Ding soared towards the divine wall on his flying sword. Following Zhou Ding's ascent, Tian Mei too began to run towards the divine wall. Chieftain, witnessing Zhou Ding's ability to fly, Zhuge Gu excitedly turned to Wu Tu. Perhaps that prophecy is about to come true. We are truly returning. Returning? Hearing Zhuge Ji's words, Wu Tu's eyes glimmered with excitement. Home? Are we truly going home? Home. For the Bai Mu clan, this was an ancient term. As Zhuge Gu and his kin heard the word home, their faces lit up with joy. Some were so overwhelmed they wept, while others pounded their chests in exhilaration. In that moment, amidst such fervor, all the clan's people shouted in unison, home. The path of the sword has been attained. The essence of the sword has been realized. This is the swordsmanship of the White Emperor, a legacy in its own right. Zhou Ding harbored deep respect for the 5 emperors, which compelled him to act with urgency. For within this swordsmanship lingered a trace of the White Emperor's obsession. This obsession contained the unshakable bond he felt towards the Bai Mu clan. While this sentiment still lingered, Zhou Ding sought to allow this respect and admiration to witness the downfall of the alien race. Before the so-called divine wall, Zhou Ding, now restored to the qi refining stage, sensed a presence emanating from the wall that stirred his very soul. Wu Tu was correct. This wall is indeed a divine wall, for it was forged by countless mighty beings from the celestial domain, who sacrificed their lives in its making. Esteemed ancestors and martyrs, I, your descendant Zhou Ding, beg your pardon. Standing before this wall, crafted from the spirits of the forebears, Zhou Ding finally comprehended the significance of its existence. Indeed, the Wall of Souls has kept the Bai Mu clan at bay for centuries, yet it has also safeguarded them for over 1,000,000 years. The so-called 10 Great Generals may be a mystery to Zhou Ding, who is presently aware only that this wall has confined those foreign entities within the so-called Black-Tooth Kingdom. Events from 1,000,000 years ago are beyond recall. But what transpires 1,000,000 years hence is a tale that Zhou Ding can pen. The Tao is formless, and formlessness is devoid of manifestation. As Zhou Ding brandished the formless sword and struck down upon the Wall of Souls, a profound stillness enveloped the world. Then, the sacred wall crumbled. This was a sweeping panorama, a poignant farewell to souls returning home. At the moment the towering walls collapsed under Zhou Ding's strike, he beheld streams of white light erupting from the fallen structure, ascending into the chaotic heavens. It was daytime, yet the sky appeared murky. As these beams of white light surged into the chaos, the heavens seemed to part, revealing clarity and brilliance. In an instant, this clear sky enveloped the realm. In that fleeting moment, the once obscured Black-Tooth Kingdom unveiled itself before Zhou Ding. The radiant sky appeared as a divine light dispersing the darkness. When this darkness was finally illuminated, What met Zhou Ding's gaze was not the grandeur of a city, but an army of spectral warriors, riding ethereal steeds, seemingly endless. The heavens had cleared, as if a barrier had been lifted. Following the collapse of the Wall of Souls, Zhou Ding's realm returned. At the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, the utmost limit of this realm. In the next moment, Zhou Ding, like a fierce beast plunging into a flock, surged into this vast sea of warriors. My realm has returned. How dare you bully me and pursue me? After Zhou Ding entered the city, a beam of golden light suddenly soared amidst the overwhelming warriors. Jiyan? Upon seeing this golden light, Zhou Ding felt a surge of joy. Brother, had you arrived any later, you would have missed me. Hearing Zhou Ding's call, Jiyan also shouted back. The golden light manifested as a colossal pillar. Wherever the pillar swept, the warriors were reduced to ashes. Behold my sweeping might, and I shall cleave through the realms. Brother, that is not quite right. My sweeping might is well renowned, yet you, without a sword, proclaim to cleave through the realms. Such audacity is unfounded. Brother, though I wield no sword in hand, I possess a sword in my heart. My claim of cleaving through the realms is no mere boast. These spectral warriors, despite their formidable appearance, are merely at the core formation stage. For Zhou Ding, slaying them is as effortless as chopping vegetables. With the walls crumbled, the Black-Tooth Kingdom naturally lay bare to the heavens. As the White Mafu clan beheld the appearance of Zhou Ding, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Black-Tooth warriors, expressions of astonishment illuminated their faces. That towering pillar of might stirred tumultuous waves amidst the ranks of these armored warriors. Zhou Ding was once again manifesting the awe-inspiring miracle they had witnessed beneath the white volcano. Wherever Zhou Ding tread, time appeared to stand still. His afterimages were as fierce as blazing flames, annihilating all living beings in their wake. Yet, the slaughtered souls evoked no compassion within the White Mafu clan. Far from feeling pity, as they witnessed Zhou Ding's ruthless carnage, a sense of exhilaration surged within them. This exhilaration brought forth tears of joy, particularly from Tian Mei, Zhugu, and the valiant warriors of the White Mafu clan who stood behind them. In this moment, they yearned to join the fray, to personally dispatch a few of the Black-Tooth warriors. My friend, one of them remarked, these foes are exceedingly feeble. There is no challenge in vanquishing them. They are but minions. The true rulers here are the 10 great generals. The 10 great generals? Where might they be? Chapter 180. The sword of the great Dao. At this moment, Zhou Ding had joined forces with Jiyan, faced with the feeble soldiers. Zhou Ding found the slaughter utterly tedious. As the setting sun returned to his grasp, he suddenly ascended into the air. He no longer wished to squander time on these insignificant beings, for the trace of the White Emperor's will within the sword Dao had begun to wane. Suspended in midair, he raised a finger to his chest. Brother, are you about to? Before Jiyan could finish his sentence, Zhou Ding intoned a decree with an almost ancient resonance that echoed through the heavens and earth. Vast and resplendent, shining with divine might, I command thee. The sword of the great Dao. The Dao has no fixed form, and the manifestation is ever-changing. In that instant, as Zhou Ding's decree concluded, the very essence of the word manifest transformed into reality. A colossal ancient sword, birthed from the ether, pierced through the space behind Zhou Ding. As it emerged, the heavens erupted in a tremendous roar. Good heavens, my brother is truly serious. The celestial phenomena, typically a display of divine wrath, now descended not as thunderous punishment, but as a sword's decree. Accompanied by the descent of this ethereal sword, the great ancient blade behind Zhou Ding sliced downward. In the world, there are geese that leave no trace, leaves that fall silently. Today, a sword passes without a mark. The manifestation of the sword leaves no channel. Goodness. Brother, your sword. Jiyan was rendered speechless, his voice filled with a profound emotion that even he found stirring. Such is the essence of annihilation. With a single stroke, Zhou Ding had purged the cosmos. This cosmos referred to the Black-Tooth army stationed here. The ground remained as flat as when they entered, and the few buildings were untouched. Only the dense ranks of the Black-Tooth army had vanished without a trace. Such a vast strike had not harmed a single blade of grass or a tree, and how could this not move Jiyan? This sentiment was not limited to Jiyan. The White Mo clan, standing outside the city, was equally struck. At that moment, Tian Mei and Zhugu became as statues of ice. while Wu Tu was left in shock, prostrating himself on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He bowed deeply to the Zhou Ding suspended in the air. Behind him, his kin knelt in unison, worshipping Zhou Ding as if he were a deity. In the face of the White Mo clan's reverence, Zhou Ding chose to remain indifferent. He gently descended to the ground and, addressing Ji Yun, who displayed a look of worship, inquired, "Has that fellow in your heart given you any hints?" "Hints? What hints?" Ji Yun hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth in surprise at Zhou Ding's question. "None at all," Zhou Ding replied. He continued, "Just now, I scanned the city with my divine sense and found no presence stronger than those ants. That means the other races are not within this city." Hearing Zhou Ding's words, Ji Yun adopted a cynical expression and retorted, "Impossible. The sages of old forged this wall with their very lives, intent on imprisoning those of foreign tribes within." "My friend, are you referring to the section of the city wall that has collapsed?" Indeed, as if struck by a sudden realization, Ji Yun gazed at Zhou Ding and inquired with curiosity, "What are the 10 great generals you just mentioned? Where did you hear of them?" "It is a long tale." Nevertheless, upon Ji Yun's inquiry, Zhou Ding recounted in detail the events following his encounter with Tian Mei outside the city. The White Emperor's sword path? I had anticipated that Ji Yun would display a semblance of envy upon hearing this, yet to my surprise, he merely exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment before falling silent. "If that is the case, then those foreign tribes must surely be within this city. Do not fret, let me inquire further," he said, and upon uttering these words, Ji Yun closed his eyes and stood motionless. The Blacktooth army had been vanquished, yet the Bai Mao tribe had not entered the city, for they were aware that this battle was far from over. All is well. As Zhou Ding waited, Ji Yun emerged from his meditative state. What did he say? Observing the urgency in Zhou Ding's eyes, Ji Yun, for once, wore a serious expression as he replied. He said that those foreign tribes are not here. Not here? What does that mean? The lingering thread of the White Emperor's obsession was on the verge of dissipating, and Zhou Ding was indeed consumed with anxiety. "My friend, I understand your urgency, but your impatience is of no avail. What I wish to convey is..." Ji Yun paused briefly before continuing. "It appears we may have come away empty-handed this time." "Empty-handed? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that those foreign tribes have fled?" "That seems to be the implication. After all, 1,000,000 years have passed, and in that span, anything could have transpired." "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Ah, young one, if you cannot grasp this. What he means is that they would not idly await your arrival to meet their demise." Old Jian interjected, striking at the heart of the matter. Noticing Zhou Ding's growing agitation, Old Jian pressed on, "Let me provide an analogy. Suppose I were the one trapped here, and I knew that one day someone would come to take my life. What do you think I would do?" The reverse is equally true. After all, 1,000,000 years have elapsed, and it would be quite unrealistic to expect those foreign tribes to simply await their fate within this city. "I understand." Yet, as Old Jin spoke, Zhou Ding managed to calm his nerves and replied, "Fleeing, I can comprehend, but I wish to know where these foreign tribes could escape to." "You are correct, and this is indeed the most challenging issue we face today." "Challenging? Indeed. You are aware that each domain is bound by prohibitions set forth by the 5 emperors, intended to prevent these foreign tribes from escaping this battlefield. Thus, the foreign tribes of the 3rd domain can only flee to one place. Where might that be?" Ji Yun inquired, his voice solemn. "To another domain. I am referring to such a realm. It may sound somewhat perplexing, yet it is comprehensible. My dear brother, you might not have grasped the essence of my words. What I mean to convey is that those foreign tribes may have discovered a method to breach the barriers." "Discovered a method to breach the barriers? Are you suggesting they have connected every realm's miniature worlds?" "Indeed. If that is the case, then our strategy of defeating them one by one would become futile." After expressing this to Zhou Ding, Ji Yun also raised his gaze towards the boundless azure sky and remarked, "If that is truly the situation, it seems that it would be quite challenging for us to accomplish, dear brother. Perhaps they are already lying in wait for us within the miniature world of the 6th realm, eagerly anticipating our self-entrapping." Ji Yun's words carried a tinge of bitterness, laced with helplessness. After enduring a wait of over 1,000,000 years, whose fault is it, really? Should we blame those of 1,000,000 years ago for lacking such talents? Or should we lament the tardiness of Zhou Ding and Ji Yun's emergence into this world? Chapter 181. The Slaughter Pool if we allow these foreign tribes to go unchecked. As Ji Yun previously stated, Once they escape this ancient battlefield and gaze upon the vast celestial domain, who among us could possibly hinder their advance? After all, since the fall of the 5 emperors, no quasi-emperor has emerged in the heavenly realm. Zhou Ding has exited the city. The moment he stepped out, he found himself surrounded by the Bai Mu tribe. What of the benefactor, the 10 great generals? Are they not to be dealt with? Witnessing Zhou Ding obliterating the Blacktooth army with but a single sword stroke, the warriors now no longer regarded those 10 generals as deities. 10 great generals? Zhou Ding turned to the sweet maiden and inquired, "Have you ever laid eyes upon these so-called 10 great generals? With all due respect, there seem to be none in this city as you describe. Impossible. Earlier, our brave warriors fell to one of the 10 great generals. I saw it with my own eyes. How can you claim they do not exist, benefactor? You saw it with your own eyes." Hearing the words of the Bai Mu warrior, Zhou Ding and Ji Yun both turned their attention towards him. "Indeed, I witnessed it. And what did this general look like? When did you see him?" The warrior hesitated, clearly reluctant to respond to Ji Yun's inquiry. "Speak, I too wish to hear." At this moment, Zhou Ding held a revered status in the eyes of these Bai Mu warriors, far exceeding that of a mere deity. To speak to Zhou Ding was an immense honor for this warrior. It was 5 days ago. As if reluctant to recall the tragic events of that day, the young warrior displayed a struggle in his expression and gradually lowered his head. 5 days prior, I stood not far from here, helplessly watching as my uncle and the others fell beneath that general's scythe. I witnessed that general sever their heads, drinking their blood and consuming their brains. At this juncture, the young warrior had collapsed to the ground, tightly embracing his knees. The general was a fearsome sight, towering over me threefold. It was my first encounter with the visage of the 10 great generals. "Benefactor, you claim there are none in this city. That is simply impossible, for I have seen him." "Young man," old Jian interjected in Zhou Ding's mind, "it is evident that this lad speaks the truth." "And then? What do you mean, and then? Can your mind not function properly? Consider the foreign tribes of the 2nd domain. And then? Are you expecting me to be your brain, lad? Do not flatter yourself. I am merely employing what is necessary." "Very well, I concede your point. Let us set aside why the foreign tribes of the 2nd domain were not imprisoned alongside these ones, and we shall acknowledge that the other tribes exhibit some measure of intelligence. You may proceed. What I wish to convey is that even among foreign tribes, there will inevitably be those who are disobedient. Perhaps the youth's encounter with that foreign general could serve as an opportunity." "Are you suggesting that this foreign general is the disobedient one?" "Merely a conjecture. If it were indeed the case, whether or not he remains," Zhou Ding interjected without hesitation, "everything you have stated hinges upon the premise that the foreign general has not departed, or he could still choose to disobey. Indeed, if such were the case, our journey would not be in vain. My good brother, what secrets are you and old Jian whispering about?" In the eyes of Tai Mai and the others, Zhou Ding appeared lost in thought, yet Ji Yun understood that Zhou Ding was communicating with old Jian. Ji Yun held no interest in old Jian's background. In truth, aside from his frivolous pursuits and divination, he found little to pique his curiosity. This included the purpose of entering the ancient battlefield. For him, it was merely the completion of a task he was obliged to fulfill, unlike Zhou Ding, who had unconsciously begun to regard this task as a responsibility. Thus, he could exhibit that nonchalant demeanor earlier. According to their prior plan, Zhou Ding intended to depart this realm with Ji Yun, yet now he resolved to remain temporarily. "Do not enter this city yet. Allow me to ascertain its safety before you proceed." What Zhou Ding asserted was, at present, the undeniable truth. None among the Bai Mao clan would dare to defy it. What? Ji Yun was not a member of the Bai Mao clan. So upon hearing that Zhou Ding would remain, he inquired with evident perplexity, "What do you mean, my brother? Is there any necessity for us to linger here? Let us consult the divination." In response to Ji Yun's inquiry, Zhou Ding replied with a seemingly unrelated remark. "What? I say, my brother, do you still possess such leisure? You ought to be urging us to depart." Despite his words, Ji Yun's actions betrayed him. He excitedly retrieved a turtle shell from his bosom and sat down on the ground. "Speak then, what would you like to divine? Fate and love, or destiny?" "Neither. I wish to divine the fortune of us both." "Our fortune? My brother, what do you mean by that?" "It is a convention in our line of work to refrain from divining for oneself. This hexagram cannot be cast for you. Then let us divine only for me. I wish to see the extent of my fortune." "That need not be done." Rising from the ground, Ji Yun retorted with irritation. "I already divined your fortune the first time we met. Although it may be slightly inferior to mine, you should be content. For there exists no one else in heaven or earth, nor in the vast expanse above, who can achieve the status of a quasi-emperor without lifting a finger like you. Then it is settled. We shall wait here. Ignoring Ji Yun's subsequent remarks, Zhou Ding spoke to him in a subdued tone. Settled? My brother. What do you mean by that? What are we waiting for? To partake in your good fortune, we await that general. Wu Tu and his kin had already departed. Rivers surge, lush and vibrant. On the journey back, all the clan's folk rushed towards the ceaselessly flowing river. How long had it been since they indulged in such unrestrained drinking? Without a care in the world? How long had it been since their faces bore such unadulterated smiles? Amidst the joyous laughter of the Bai Mu clan, Zhou Ding and Ji Yun once again entered the city. General, the emperor had declared, you must not descend to the mortal realm in such a manner. Within a grand palace, resembling a veritable feast of wine and meat, a fearsome figure, wielding a massive black scythe, strode boldly towards the palace gates. Disregarding the attempts of two alluring women to impede his path, this formidable man towered above, and even on tiptoe, the two women could barely reach his waist. Who are you two to obstruct this general? Should you continue to prattle in my ears? The menacing figure pointed at the boiling pool of blood within the hall and declared, I shall cast you both into this slaughter pit to be cooked and consumed. Chapter 182. The Sword of Destiny. A million years of tumultuous seas and shifting tides have transformed a million years of people and circumstances. Although these alien races remain ensnared within the celestial order established by the five emperors, the passage of a million years has seen them evolve into entities that are no longer comparable to those from a million years prior. After being imprisoned for 4 days, do they intend to confine themselves within these four corners of the world? Then let us pierce through the heavens and seize dominion over this realm. The infamous fiend, known for reveling in the consumption of human flesh, is called the Butcher of Terror. It is true that the valiant warrior of the White Mo clan did not err. Indeed, the Butcher of Terror ranks among the 10 great generals of the Black-Tooth Kingdom. Upon the utterance of his name, the two alluring maidens fell silent, their beauty fading. Yet, it was not only these two who were silenced. All within the palace shared their trepidation. Unlike the White Mo clan, they had not only lost their homeland, but had also become slaves to this butcher. With the passage of a million years, these servants had long forgotten their original identities. The annihilation of a civilization invariably leads to such a dismal fate. The Butcher of Terror strode away with confidence. Once he departed, the palace inhabitants began to rise one by one. This was not the first time the Butcher had ventured beyond the confines. Even with the Emperor's constraints, he acted at his whim. His audacity stemmed from the knowledge that the Emperor had no time to meddle in his affairs. As for civilization, when an individual spends an extended period away from their own, they inevitably forget their roots. The Butcher is a prime example of this phenomenon. Is it not preferable to comfortably reign over these four realms? Why burden oneself with the ceaseless toil of venturing out? To what end? To engage in further bloodshed? Should he encounter a deity akin to the five emperors again, he would not anticipate such fortune, but rather another imprisonment. Unbeknownst to the Butcher, the celestial domains are devoid of any deities, while the captives have already conquered the four realms and established their own order within. The act of waiting is a monotonous endeavor, a tedium felt only by Ji Yun. My friend, why do you toil so diligently? Ji Yun inquired, observing Zhou Ding, who had commenced his cultivation upon entering the city. Ji Yun stood in discomfort, unable to decide whether to sit or stand, as though 100 claws were scratching at his heart. I am not like you. I cannot simply drift into the realm of the quasi-emperor without effort. I must strive. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of my talent? Zhou Ding replied. Oh, my friend, I can't help but feel your words carry a hint of veiled reproach. Ji Yun retorted. Am I being overly sensitive? Clearly, I am expressing admiration and envy. With Ji Yun present, Zhou Ding found it impossible to concentrate on his cultivation. Realizing he could not settle his mind, Zhou Ding decided to rise. Temporarily setting aside the White Emperor's sword technique for Yuaning to ponder, he began to survey the Black-Red Kingdom. As he gazed around, Zhou Ding pondered. If this realm contained the White Mo clan, what of the other 3 realms? Might they also harbor indigenous peoples akin to the White Mo? If so, their plight would surely be even more tragic. Upon contemplating the indigenous inhabitants of this otherworldly realm, Zhou Ding inevitably recalled the mysterious coffin of creation. It has now become evident to Zhou Ding that this coffin is the very vessel that brought the Bai Mu clan into this battlefield. It is indeed astonishing. Yet he must accept this reality. Zhou Ding's mind raced with questions. What precisely is this coffin of creation? How did the traders from 1,000,000 years ago manage to introduce such an entity into that great war? It appears that the secrets of that ancient conflict remain shrouded in mystery. Just as Zhou Ding pondered further, a vortex suddenly materialized in the firmament above him, coalescing, until it formed a cavern resembling a mountain cave. Young one, it seems fortune favors you. With old Jian's words echoing, an array of footsteps resounded from within the cave formed by the heavens. A rift had been opened in the sky. As the footsteps drew nearer, a mysterious figure clad in black armor, wielding a massive scythe, emerged from the celestial opening. This enigmatic being bore a striking resemblance to the Bai Mu warrior described earlier, standing 3 zhang tall, with a robust physique and a fearsome countenance. Standing at the mouth of the celestial cavity, overlooking the city, Jing Tu emitted a soft exclamation. As he pondered the whereabouts of the foreign forces they had left in this lower realm, he caught sight of 2 silhouettes within the city. Outsiders. Although Jing Tu had long forgotten his prior identity, it did not erase the knowledge of who he truly was. He belonged to an alien race, once a sovereign among the 72 pillars. Therefore, upon seeing Zhou Ding and Ji Yun, his reaction was not one of flight, but of exhilaration. What do we have here? 2 living outsiders. How remarkable. With that, Jing Tu leapt from the celestial cave like a mountain of flesh. Brother, I must say, we truly have been fortunate. Despite the significant disparity in height between Ji Yun and this former Pillar King, Ji Yun could not help but display a rare expression of excitement. Step back. Zhou Ding urged Ji Yun in a low voice, gazing at the alien being. Do you mean to say that you can handle this on your own? Indeed. Step back, Zhou Ding replied, taking a deliberate step forward. In that moment, Jing Tu's previously disdainful expression transformed into one of astonishment. What an aura! As he beheld Zhou Ding, especially the surging sword intent emanating from him, Jing Tu's astonishment gave way to fear. Predecessor Bai Di, allow me to escort this alien's life on your behalf. In an instant, the sword intent blazed forth. This conflagration was not solely the manifestation of the Bai Di sword path, but also a flicker of Bai Di's unwavering will. Bai Di, how is it that you possess his sword intent? Who are you? Had it not been for the indelible impression left by the White Emperor, Jing Tu would not find himself engulfed in fear at this moment. Who am I? The essence of the sword is boiling, and Zhou Ding raises his blade. I am the one who shall slay you. Moreover, I am the inheritor of the will of the 5 emperors, destined to eradicate your kind, those of foreign descent. At this moment, the surging sword intent in Zhou Ding's hands transforms into something tangible. Grasping this corporeal sword, Zhou Ding cleaves down upon Jing Tu's day. With this strike, the white fire mountain emits a resounding cry. With this strike, heaven and earth let out a howl. The formless becomes form. At this instant, as Zhou Ding brings down his sword, a phantom suddenly emerges from the realm, clad in flowing robes and wielding a sword. It proclaims, I have practiced the sword for 10,000 years, and only after comprehending its essence for another 100,000 years have I finally embarked upon this path of the sword. It is as if a tale is being recounted, or perhaps a lesson is being imparted. As this voice resonates, the towering phantom amidst heaven and earth raises its sword. Let us behold this singular strike.